On the stage of The Masked Singer, you sang After I Leave in front of your ex-girlfriend, striking deep into her soul. However, she never expected that the person behind the mask was you, the one she had been thinking about. At the Masked Singer live show, the host was about to ask you for your farewell speech. You glanced at the judges, the King Jo Jia and the Queen Li Hong, and then when your gaze moved to Wang Shuatong and Yen Ranran, your heart trembled. This was because Wang Shuatong is your second sister, who had recently kicked you out of the house, and Yen Ranran is your ex-girlfriend. The reason they treated you this way is that your previous self was a slacker who only knew how to eat and live off others. Although you are no longer the original host, you still find it hard to completely break free from this relationship due to the influence of your former self. After a moment of silence, you said, "Host, this stage is very important to me. Although I have been eliminated, can I sing one last song before I leave to say goodbye to the audience?" Sing one more song? The host Lu Sisi was shocked to hear your words. Seeing that the host was a bit troubled, the Queen Li Hong stood up and said, "Grey Wolf contestant, you are indeed different from others. Knowing that your strength is lacking, you still refuse to give up any opportunity. If it were someone else today, they would have left this stage long ago, but you asked to sing one more song, and this spirit really makes me feel gratified. So, based on your courage and persistence, I dare to give you this opportunity." People are not afraid of failure. What they fear is not having the courage to challenge. You didn't expect that your request would earn you the respect of the Queen Li Hong. You then walked towards the piano on the stage. Everyone was surprised to see you sit in front of the piano because they didn't understand why you didn't use it during the competition if you could play. If you had used it then, perhaps you wouldn't have been eliminated. You adjusted the microphone and said, "Thank you all for this opportunity. Next, I will bring you an original song titled After I Leave." After saying that, you placed your hands on the black and white keys, and a beautiful melody slowly flowed from your fingertips. What will I gain after leaving? Is it sadness, loneliness, or moving on to the next? As soon as you opened your mouth, the entire audience was stunned because it was different from what everyone had imagined. They thought you would sing as poorly as before, but this time was different. The first line you sang was enough to captivate everyone present. Yen Ranran, sitting in the judges' panel, was so surprised when she heard you start singing that she covered her cherry lips with her small hand and looked at Wang Shuatong. Wang Shuatong was equally shocked. She was immersed in the beautiful yet sorrowful melody. The diva Li Hong couldn't help but think, this guy has such talent and singing skills, why didn't he use them during the competition? The King Jo Jia widened his eyes and stared intently, as if he wanted to reassess you all over again. Everyone is immersed in your singing at this moment. While the song continues to sing, perhaps love turns this moment gray, as indifferent as ever, feeling the remaining joy. Looking back at the twists and turns we've gone through, it's only the two of us. Others can't understand. You said you were tired. I left. Don't be sad anymore. You don't want to say anything in your heart. Remember to be happy in the future. This world doesn't have so many causes and effects. After I leave, don't think of me anymore, even though there is so much reluctance. This is the freedom you wanted, and I have returned it to you. At this point in the song, many people are already unable to extricate themselves, because so many people have experienced breaking up with the ones they love. So while everyone is quietly listening, they also fall into that painful memory. At this moment, Yen Ran on the judging panel feels deeply touched. She thinks your song is tailor-made for her, because not long ago, she just broke up with her boyfriend of 4 years, and recalling the scenes with her ex-boyfriend makes her heart ache faintly. From strangers to familiarity, and then to separation, the singing stopped, and the piano music gradually faded away. After finishing a song, you suddenly felt much lighter, as you had finally fulfilled the wishes of your previous self by singing passionately on stage. You pushed back your chair, stood up, bowed to all the audience present, and said, "Thank you." Almost at the same moment you said thank you, the previously silent venue erupted with thunderous applause. You looked at the audience applauding for you, feeling incredibly excited inside. You didn't expect this song to cause such a huge reaction, and you noticed that many people present had already cried their eyes red. At that moment, someone shouted, "Sing it again." Soon, others joined in, chanting, "Sing it again, sing it again." At this moment, the host Lu Sisi stepped onto the stage and said, "Grey Wolf contestant, I really didn't expect you to have such strength. Let's see what the audience and judges think about this." After the host finished speaking, the diva slammed her hand on the table in anger and said, "Grey Wolf, you really almost made me furious today. With your strength and singing skills, why didn't you use them during the competition, but instead saved them for the farewell? The truth is, I originally wanted to sing this song after advancing, but I didn't expect to be eliminated, so I had to bring it out now. Grey Wolf, this song of yours is more than enough to make the charts. Both the composition and the lyrics are impeccable, and it could easily overshadow many others. So you were eliminated, which is really unreasonable, and it made me think carefully." After saying this, The king no longer spoke. Shui Tong, Ran, do you two have anything to say? After the king and queen finished speaking, the host immediately asked Yen Ran and Wang Shuitong. Goddess Yen Ran had obviously cried just now, so she couldn't recover for a moment. Shuitong, you go first. Wang Shuitong said, Grey Wolf, your performance surprised all of us, and this song is your own original work. To create such a song is enough to prove your strength. When I listened to your song, it felt as if I had experienced what the characters in the song went through. I also want to know, are you really not a singer? Just an ordinary person? You did not evade but boldly admitted, yes, I am indeed just an ordinary person. Hearing this, Wang Shuitong continued, then I am really curious about what kind of person you are behind the mask. You said, you will know one day. As you said this, you were also thinking about what it would be like when you find out that I am your little brother. I look forward to the day your identity is revealed, and I hope that day comes soon. At this moment, Yen Ran was finally ready, and she adjusted her mindset. You felt an inexplicable tension in your heart when you saw Yen Ran about to ask a question. You have now completely merged with the memories of your previous self, and the two souls have long been indistinguishable. Therefore, when you saw Yen Ran, scenes from the past flashed through your mind, making you feel a bit nervous unconsciously. You didn't expect that the next time you would meet after parting would be in such a situation, and the other party didn't know that the person standing in front of her would be you, whom she once loved. Yen Ran did not know what you were thinking at that moment. She said, this song of yours has already been praised and discussed by many, so I won't ask you about it now. I'm not interested in the song at the moment, rather, I'm very interested in you as a person. I was doing fine, but today this song made me recall the things I least wanted to remember, causing the scars that had almost healed to be hurt again. So, I really want to know who this person in front of me is. What Yen Ran said was not only what she wanted to ask but also what countless audience members were eager to know. The audience was also very curious about what kind of person wrote such a beautiful song that even made them shed tears. As for Wang Qingga herself, when she heard Yen Ran say again that she had feelings for him, her heart was again tense. He was even wondering if Yen Ran already knew his identity, but after calming down, he thought that was impossible, so he returned. Okay judges, what's your interest in me? Aha! Yen Ran thought for a bit more before saying, Grey Wolf contestant, you must have also put in a lot of effort. In terms of music, if you can write such a masterpiece, right? To say that this was a problem, that was definitely not the case. Whether it was in his previous life or now, Wang Qingga hadn't been bothered with this aspect of music, although he, in this world, graduated from the conservatory. But this guy that was there to study, that was there to mingle, okay? It was just that in this situation right now, could he say anything other than yes? So Wang Qingga hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. Yes, having gotten an answer, Yen Ran couldn't wait to ask again. Then how old are you now? Ah, not to mention Wang Qingga, both the other three judges and the audience were surprised by Yen Ran's question, because no one expected that she would suddenly ask the age of the contestants. After asking this question, Yen Ran also felt that she had, perhaps, invaded someone's privacy, so she immediately apologized. I'm sorry Grey Wolf, I got a little excited so I forgot to speak properly for a moment. If I have questions that touch on your privacy, you don't have to answer them. The reason why Yen Ran would ask this, she was just trying to confirm the age of the Grey Wolf, because in her opinion, if the Grey Wolf could write such a good song, he must be somewhat older. Anyway, it was called for her to compose, and she knew it would be hard for her to write such a good song at the age she was now. Even though she was a high achiever from the conservatory, she didn't dare to be too big on this issue. It's just that she didn't realize that she was putting the contestant in a difficult position with that question, which is why she apologized right away. Just what everyone didn't expect was that the Grey Wolf not only didn't evade the question, but was instead very quick to say, 23. What? Yen Ran and the audience all thought that they had misheard, as no one would have thought that the contestant would have blurted out his age. Wang Qingga saw everyone, as if they were somewhat disbelieving, so he said once again, I'm 23 this year. 23? That young? Geez. Diva Li Hong, hearing Wang Qingga's age, was equally shocked, including the audience. There was no one more shocked than Yen Ran, since the player was the same age as her. Thinking about the age of the contestant, who was not only the same age as herself, but had also written such a good song, Yen Ran instantly felt a sense of frustration that she was inferior to others. Other people can write such great songs, but they're just players. On the contrary, they are not as strong as others, yet they sit and scrutinize people who are better than them, even eliminating them. So at this moment, Yen Ran was truly frustrated, and she felt that it was more or less the same to swap her identity with this contestant. But right now, it wasn't the time to think about that, so Yen Ran quickly returned to her senses and continued to ask, 23, that's really young, so you should have graduated too. Well, it's graduation. Wang Qingge nodded again. Which school in the country did you graduate from? At this moment, Yan Ranran had already forgotten that these were other people's private matters. She only wanted to know more about this player. When Wang Qingge heard this, he finally hesitated. Should he really tell her? Seeing Wang Qingge's hesitation, Yan Ranran thought that he didn't want to say anything, so she apologized again. I'm sorry, I forgot again for a moment that it's your privacy. But she had only finished apologizing when she heard Wang Qingge return. Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Wow! After Wang Qingge said that he was a graduate of the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, the entire audience at the scene, all of a sudden, let out a gasp. Because everyone knew that Yan Ranran was a student of the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, and now Wang Qingge had graduated from somewhere as well. Then wouldn't he be classmates with Yan Ranran? That was why everyone, after hearing Wang Qingge's words, acted so shocked. What? You're also a student of the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music? Yan Ranran was equally shocked beyond belief. How could she not have thought that this person today was still from the same school as herself? Wang Zutong also said to Yan Ranran at this time, Ran, think quickly. Who is Grey Wolf? He's your classmate. You'll more or less have some impression. Some of the spectators at the scene, at this time, also spoke up. Goddess Ren, dish him out, interrogate him, and dig out Grey Wolf's identity. Yan Ranran could no longer listen to the words of the others. She just stared tightly at the contestants on the stage. You really graduated from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music? Yan Ranran seemed as if she didn't believe it. Yes, that's right. Wang Qingge didn't need to lie about this point yet. Receiving an affirmative answer once again, Yan Ranran took a deep breath, her expression turning a bit fuzzy, because in her heart at this moment, she had been wondering who this contestant really was. Since he went to the same school as her, he was so talented that he should have known about it himself. But after thinking for a while, Yan Ranran, who really didn't have a clue, could only ask once again. Grey Wolf, let me ask again. Since you are from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, do you know me? Wang Qingge, who heard this, said back in her heart, I'm more than just knowing you. But he didn't rush to answer this because he didn't know if he should tell the truth. So he hesitated. After consideration, Wang Qingge sighed. Forget about it anyway. Even the age and school had been told. Does this point still matter? So again he returned. Judge, we both do know each other. Wow! Whether it was the audience at the scene or those who were watching the live broadcast, they were all shocked after hearing Wang Qingge say that he knew Yan Ranran. Now, even the two heavenly kings and heavenly queens began to sit up as they opened their mouths to Yan Ranran. Ren, think fast. Who is this guy? Since he still knows you. It took Yan Ranran a while to come back to her senses, because Wang Qingge's words were too shocking for her. Since he knew her, undeterred, Yan Ranran had no choice but to reconfirm. Grey Wolf, I don't mean that you and I are just the simple acquaintance kind. Chapter 6. The only thing that filtered out was him. Rather, the two of us are somewhat acquainted. That is, I remember you and you remember me kind of acquaintance. May I ask if that is the kind of relationship you have with me? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Qingge answered this directly. Wow! The audience at the scene, likewise, once again let out a not-so-small exclamation of surprise, since he not only knew Yan Ranran, the two of them were also somewhat familiar with each other. These clues instantly made everyone's eyes turn to Yan Ranran. Everyone wanted to know if Yan Ranran knew the identity of the Grey Wolf. Yan Ranran's heart at this moment was already hard to describe with the word shock, because the player on the stage, not only was he a classmate of hers, the two of them even knew each other. On top of that, the other person also said that the relationship between the two of them wasn't that simple. It was a relationship where both parties knew each other. So in this situation, with this kind of clue, even Yan Ranran would find it difficult to accept. She couldn't accept that she had never known since she was surrounded by such powerful people. At this moment, Yan Ranran's mind quickly flashed through all of her male classmates. Although there were many students at the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, but the other person also said that he was familiar with her. That was much better, because there weren't many male students she knew well. So she quickly sifted through the list of who it was. It was just that what Yan Ranran didn't expect was that she had thought about all the male students she knew, and they all seemed to have no one who fit the bill. To confirm this, she had to ask once again to the stage chooser, Grey Wolf, are you sure you know me well? When Wang Qingge saw that Yan Ranran doubted what he said, he directly addressed everyone. Judge, I swear to everyone here today that I really do know you, and it's the good kind. If you don't know me, then that's unless you've lost your own memory. Wang Qingge had said all the words to this point, so everyone now was really confirming the fact that he and Yan Ranran knew each other completely. On the contrary, Yan Ranran, once again getting such an affirmative answer from Wang Qingge, she got sleepy again, since the other party said that he was really familiar with her. she would narrow it down to a guess. After all, there were not many male classmates that could be counted as very familiar with her. Yen Ranran, soon 20 to 30 male students, flashed through Yen Ranran's mind. Although amongst these people, there were some with good strength, but she didn't think that they were the person in front of her. But there were no absolutes, so how could she know unless she tried? So Yen Ranran called a few random names that she thought were possible. You are Shang He? Wang Qingge shook her head. Is that Chen Feiyu? Still shaking my head. Chen Fei is it? Could it be Tang Jian? No. Although Yen Ranran called out a few questionable names, these were collectively none of them. So what exactly are you that? Yen Ranran was once again caught up in speculation, and the audience was expecting that she would guess the identity of the Grey Wolf. Wang Qingge, who was standing on the stage at this time, looked at Yen Ranran, who was caught up in hard thinking, and her heart was very much not a taste of charity. Yen Ranran couldn't guess his identity, and he himself was more upset than anyone else. Was it possible that now he was not even qualified to make her guess? In fact, it wasn't that Yen Ranran hadn't thought of him, but she knew him too well. 4 years in college, except for his family situation, which is not particularly clear. She knew him, the man she loved to the bone, almost by heart. Even Yen Ranran knew more about him than he himself did, so naturally he was not on her guessing list, because Yen Ranran would never believe that he could have such an ability, such strength. There was no way she was going to believe that someone with such awesome vocals and songwriting ability could be someone she had once been in love with. So even though Yen Ranran thought about all of her male classmates, she still couldn't guess the identity of the Grey Wolf, because she'd thought of everyone but filtered him out and kicked him off the guessing list. Ren, hurry up, have you guessed who he is yet? Next to her, Wang Xuetong was similarly anxious to ask Yen Ranran, but Yen Ranran at this moment was more anxious than anyone else, because since she, for a moment, didn't know who it was, she was kind of wondering now if she really knew her classmates. We have studied together for several years. Who has such ability, such strength? Since she does not know, now in this situation, not only did Yen Ranran herself think about it, but both the audience at the scene and those watching the live broadcast also came to help guess. After all, since Grey Wolf said that he was someone from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, then he had such strength. He should have been a little famous before. So everyone gave everyone they could think of, all of them, especially those who were originally from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. After seeing this scene, were guessing who this guy really was. Some, even, called their classmates directly to make sure their guesses were correct. Anyone who doesn't answer the phone in this situation is highly suspect. It's just a shame that the result is destined to be a disappointment to many, because they, like Yen Ranran, had filtered out the most important person, the one they considered the most unlikely. But that's often the way things are. The thing you think is the most unlikely, well, it is. In fact, Yen Ranran was unable to guess his identity, and Wang Qingge knew it very well in her own heart, because the old one really had no business being associated with him. With the current one, Yen Ranran was slow to guess the identity of the Grey Wolf, and the heavenly kings and divas could be anxious. Ren, have you guessed it yet? Heavenly King Zhou Jia asked, but Yen Ranran just shook her head. Seeing this situation, Diva Li Hong finally spoke up as she said to Wang Qingge on the stage, Grey Wolf, you see that Ren still hasn't guessed you so far, so why don't you give us all another hint? Yeah, we're going to need a little more prompting. Hearing Li Hong's words, the audience followed suit, giving some more hints. This was however a bit difficult for Wang Qingge because he had already said what he needed to say. You can't tell people that he hung around all day when he was in college, after playing games all night and snoring in class during the day, can you? However, just as he was about to refuse, Yen Ranran was also really unable to guess, so she similarly asked, yeah, Grey Wolf contestant, can you give me a little more hint? Just a little, I won't ask again after this. He wanted to refuse, but his heart still softened when he heard this, so he said, so what other hints do you want? Aha! Yen Ranran thought for a moment. This time she must ask for some useful clues before she could do so, and after some consideration she confirmed what she was going to ask. Grey Wolf contestants, can you tell us a little bit about your family? What's the family like? How many people are there? Do you have any siblings and all that? Yen Ranran knew that since it was difficult to guess the identity of her classmate, she should learn about his family, so that she could go back and interrogate him one by one, and she could definitely guess it. It was only this hint she wanted that once again made the crowd gasp in astonishment. Forgive anyone who would not have thought that Yen Ranran would not have thought that since she was directly asking people about their families. People who were watching the live stream were popping in at this point, as expected of a Ren goddess, daring to think and ask questions. That's what I like about Goddess Ren. That's right, that's what Goddess Ren should have asked him. We're all behind you, Grey Wolf. You'd better tell the truth about your family, or else. After Yan Ranran asked again that she wanted to find out about Wang Qingga's family, the scene quieted down again, as many people thought that this was impossible. Normally, like the stars, the situation of the home is very closely protected. Who would tell others about the home, disturbing the normal life of one's family? Although the Grey Wolf, at this point, wasn't really a star, the crowd was sure he wouldn't tell them about it all the same. Yan Ranran apparently also realized this, so she immediately apologized. Sorry, I was the one who asked too much. The host, Lu Cece, at this time also hurriedly came out and rounded off the scene. Alright, since everyone knows about the Grey Wolf, who is from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, there will come a day when everyone will know. But what everyone didn't expect was that Wang Qingga spoke up at this time. Chapter 7. If he's half yours. I grew up an orphan, and I've been in an orphanage for as long as I can remember. Wang Qingga's opening had taken everyone by surprise, and no one had expected that since he would really blow up his family's situation. Seeing this situation, everyone instantly quieted down. Since the parties themselves were willing to speak, it was fine for them to listen. Only what people didn't expect was that since Grey Wolf was an orphan, they assumed that he must not have had a very good life as a child. But everyone, this time, still thought wrong, because Wang Qingga continued. I don't know, though, who my real parents are. I left them when I was a child, but I didn't have an unhappy childhood like all orphans. What? Is he an orphan? And are children still happy? Is an orphan better than one with parents? Everyone expressed some puzzlement at Wang Qingga's words. He continued, because when I was 3 years old, I was taken by a nice couple. They took care of me like I was their own son. So my childhood, it was kind of complete, I guess. So that's how it is. So he ran into a good person. After hearing Wang Qingga's explanation, it became clear to everyone. Dare I say he had a full childhood when he ran into a good Samaritan who adopted him. That's kind of something about his family. People didn't think anything of it when they heard it. Yan Ranran listened and didn't hear anything wrong. All she knew now was that this player called Grey Wolf, it's her classmate. He still knows her, and he was orphaned and adopted by others when he was a child. So just go back and follow these clues to line up. But there was one person who was different. She was Wang Xuetong. And when she heard Wang Qingga say that he had been an orphan since he was a child and had been adopted, she immediately associated him with someone. That would be her little brother, who had also been adopted by their family since he was 3 years old. If Wang Qingga hadn't told everyone that he had graduated from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, then Wang Zutong wouldn't have thought of this. The key is this player on the stage. He himself graduated from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, and Wang Zutong's little brother is exactly where to study and graduate. And even more coincidentally, not only did they go to the same school, but they graduated at the same time and at the same age. The important thing is that they were both orphaned and given up for adoption as children. Thinking about this player on the stage, since he had so many similarities with his own little brother, Wang Xuetong had the illusion that he was the little brother. Only as soon as the thought appeared in her mind, it was immediately denied by herself, because her own little brother, she knew better than anyone what kind of person he was. For her to believe that this man on stage was her little brother, the sun would not rise in the west. Wang Xuetong said in her heart, maybe it's all just a coincidence. Although she knew that it was just a coincidence that it couldn't be her little brother on the stage. But comparing the other party to her own little brother, Wang Xuetong was instantly saddened. She didn't understand why the gap between the two, who were obviously both orphans, was so vast. The players on the stage are not only powerful, but also know what they are doing. But in contrast, their own little brother, not to mention that he's been hanging around since he was a kid, he doesn't do anything, and all he knows at home is that he sleeps and eats and sleeps again, just like a pig, not to mention doing housework. Because of these things, Wang Xuetong often complained about her parents, who should not have adopted this little brother in the first place. It wasn't just at home that her little brother couldn't do it, even if it was somewhere else, like a school. Everyone else goes to school to learn, but her little brother goes to school that's for fun, to play games and fool around. For 3 days, he asked for money from his family, and when he didn't give it to him, he made a scene. So it can be said that Wang Zutong was really fed up, but all these she can still accept. The most unacceptable thing for Wang Zutong is that not long ago her father passed away, but her little brother did not even come to the funeral. When they got back from their busy day, they realized that the asshole turned out to be so drunk that he laid around the house for the rest of the day. Knowing the truth, Wang Zutong, at that moment, completely exploded in her heart. The anger that had been suppressed for many years, she forcibly kicked him out of the house and cut off all ties with him, despite her big sister's obstruction. What was ridiculous was that she, Wang Xuetong, at this moment, since she had associated her little brother with the contestant on the stage, she felt that the fact that she associated her little brother with the contestant on the stage, and thought that the other person was her little brother, was simply an insult to the contestant named Grey Wolf. She was ashamed of her own lack of rigor. What qualifications? What ability? Did her little brother have to compare himself to the genius like Grey Wolf contestant? Wang Shuitong was in her mind, thinking about all the things her little brother wasn't. But she probably didn't know that the day her father passed away happened to be the day his little brother broke up with his girlfriend. That's why he was drinking away his sorrows, which ultimately led to the whole missed opportunity to see his father off one last time thing. And later on, all of that. All the same, Wang Qingge herself couldn't have known that she regretted it shortly after her second sister kicked him out. After all, they are people who have lived together for more than 20 years. Where is it so easy to say let go? Despite his long history of upsetting his family, home is that way. Whether you're good or bad, you're always family, and no one is genuinely leaving their family behind. That's why the second and eldest sisters, who regretted it, had tried to get him back. But at that time, Wang Qingge, because of the reason of gambling, just changed the contact information. It makes it impossible for those who want to find him, to find him. Wang Zutong thought about it, thought of a sad place, since it was inexplicable, shed tears. She shed tears for the three judges next to her to see. Shui Tong, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Seeing Wang Shuitong suddenly cry, the heavenly kings and heavenly queens next to her immediately asked in uncertainty. Only after hearing this did everyone look at Wang Shuitong, and the camera shot at her at that moment, and the audience realized that Wang Shuitong was really crying for some unknown reason. Seeing that she was being paid attention to, Wang Shuitong immediately reacted and adjusted her mindset, saying, "I'm sorry, I just remembered something sad," and burst into tears for no apparent reason. "I'm fine for making everyone worry." When the host, Lu Cece, saw this, she subconsciously asked, "Shui Tong, what is it? How come it makes you so sad?" When the host asked this, everyone was also a bit curious. How come everyone was asking about the Grey Wolf and you remembered the past and cried? Today this, Wang Zutong herself also need to catharsis. This has been pressed in her heart for several months. Have not said. Now was the perfect opportunity. So she was direct when she found an excuse to vent. "Sorry guys, I just didn't realize that what happened to the Grey Wolf player. His life would be a little like mine." "What? What does that mean?" Wang Shuitong's words caused everyone to be taken aback. Couldn't it be that she, Wang Shuitong, was also an orphan? Otherwise what was the meaning of these words? Seeing everyone's misunderstanding, Wang Shuitong immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not an orphan. It's just that our family has also adopted orphans." It was only then that the crowd realized what was going on, and it turned out to be that Wang Zutong and her family had just adopted orphans as well. Wang Shuitong continued, "And coincidentally, the orphans adopted by our family are the same age as the Grey Wolf players." People didn't have much of a sense of humor about it, thinking it was all just a coincidence. However, Wang Qingge on the stage was different. When he heard his second sister say this, he suddenly had tears in his eyes. It's just that no one knows because of the mask. The same as him, Wang Shuitong cried once again after uttering those words, and this time it was for real. She covered her face with her hands and choked out, "If he had been a million times the man you are, half the man you are, nothing like that would have happened." The others, who were baffled by what Wang Shuitong was saying, the only person who knew what she was referring to was Wang Qingge on the stage. Wang Qingge at this moment was really close to taking off his mask and recognizing her live, but he finally resisted the urge. Wang Shuitong also slowly recovered under Yan Ranran's comfort. Chapter 8. I hope you all treasure. After such a mess, everyone was very sensible and stopped asking Wang Shuitong. As for Wang Qingge's identity, the crowd couldn't guess it for a while. After all, Yan Ranran, who most likely knew who he was, didn't know, let alone anyone else. So the host, who also knows that this is about to meet its end today, looks at the four judges and asks, "Okay judges, since you all can't guess the identity of the Grey Wolf contestant, I wonder what your thoughts are on the Grey Wolf stay or go." The host, Lu Cece, had just asked this to the four judges, when the audience, at once, chanted neatly, "Advancement, advancement." At this moment, the audience on the scene are tearing their lungs shouting the word promotion. Nonsense, if we let Wang Qingge get eliminated then what's the point of this masked singer? Not only the audience at the scene, but those who were watching the live broadcast were also typing the word promotion on their pop-ups at this time. With so many people supporting Wang Qingge's advancement, the people in the backstage of the masked singer were in a bit of a bind. Xiao Lu instantly didn't know what to do, so he asked director Wang Fugue, "Director, what should we do now about this? What to do? What else can be done?" Wang Fugue looked at Xiao Lu and said with some anger, "Of course it's for Grey Wolf to advance. Is it hard for you to eliminate him?" But Xiao Lu heard this but returned, "Director, our program has eliminated the eliminated since it started. There's never been a case where someone who's been eliminated can still advance. So what? Wang Fugue was really angry this time, because he realized that this Xiaolu was too rigid and didn't know how to adapt at all. We made the rules. If we say he can advance, he can advance. Notify the others right away and make sure the Grey Wolf succeeds in advancing. After ordering this, Wang Fugue was relieved. If this didn't allow the Grey Wolf to advance, then he could go home and farm. For no other reason than the fact that this Grey Wolf is practically a traffic cipher right now. Getting rid of him would be a huge loss for the Masked Singer show. On the other hand, on the live side, the audience shouted for more than a minute before it subsided. After Wang Qingge saw so many people supporting him, he was honestly quite happy himself. But the current result was actually expected. After all, if such a good song couldn't make him advance, then he would simply stop singing in the future. After the scene was quiet, the host, Liusi, looked at the 4 judges and asked, "How about it, judges? Have you discussed the results?" Like the hosts and judges, they had long received the program, letting Wang Qingge advance, and now this was nothing more than a gesture. It was still the diva, Li Hong, who was the first to step forward and say, "Host, I don't think you should ask us that." "Ah, what's this for?" The host froze a bit, and diva said straight back, "That's easy, now whether Grey Wolf advances or not, that's not even up to us 4 judges, it's up to everyone." When she said the last sentence, diva Li Hong suddenly turned around and asked loudly to the tens of thousands of audience members at the scene, "You guys say, isn't it?" Yes, the audience at the scene, also in unison, loudly responded to the diva's words. It was only then that Li Hong turned to the moderator, and continued, "How about it, moderator? It's not a decision of any of us, it's the unanimous hope of all of us." The Heavenly King, Jie Zhou, followed suit. "I also support the Grey Wolf contestant to advance. If he gets eliminated today, then I'm out of the music business for good." Then Yan Ranran and Wang Zutong, both of them, also said that Wang Qingge must advance. So with all, the host of the crowd looking to him, he said, "Congratulations Grey Wolf, you've bounced back and successfully advanced to next Friday's Final 4 matchup. Thank you all for your support," Wang Qingge said as she saluted everyone. Just as he had finished his salute, someone else in the audience shouted out, "Then you'll have to sing another song." With someone taking the lead and shouting so, others followed, "Sing another song, sing another song." The people in the live broadcast room followed with pop-ups, asking Wang Qingge to sing another song. For those who had seen him sing, it didn't seem wrong, but those who were after he had finished, those who had only just gotten into the live stream, or who were only coming in now, were confused and unsure of who the hell this guy was. Why was everyone telling him to sing another song? So the live stream, at this point, also appeared some questionable pop-ups road. "Who's this guy? He sings beautifully. It's just, I don't know what these people think, and they're asking him to sing another song." So just like that, those who supported Wang Qingge and those who didn't know about it. For a while, in the live broadcast pop-ups, there was a digital war. The matter of the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Wang Qingge and the others at the scene, naturally, were not clear. But after Wang Qingge saw that everyone wanted him to sing another song so badly, it was right up his alley. Because the system had already given him a second song and was worried about what way to sing it, the audience paused before the host, Willow Sissy, asked him, "How about it Grey Wolf? Everyone wants you to sing another song. What do you think?" He picked up the microphone and said, "Since everyone is so supportive and believes in me so much, this is naturally possible." After hearing that Wang Qingge was really willing to sing in a song, everyone screamed with excitement. The host, too, was delighted. "Grey Wolf, that's great. So I wonder, are you still going to continue singing after I'm gone? Or something else?" "Aha!" Wang Qingge hesitated and returned. "Actually, I brought 2 original songs with me today. I sang one before, and now I have another one." "What? You have another original song?" Everyone was shocked at this point because no one had expected Grey Wolf since he had an original song. "Yes, I have another original song," he reconfirmed to everyone. Diva Li Hong, after confirming that Wang Qingge still had an original song, directly said, "Then you'll sing your original. Just sing it." "Yes, sing the original." The audience, too, shouted after Diva Li Hong. Wang Qingge was very quick to say, "Okay, since everyone is so supportive, then I'll dedicate one of my remaining original songs to you as well." "Got a guitar? I need a guitar," he asked the host. Yes, soon, there was a staff member, who took a guitar to him, and seeing that Wang Qingge could also play the guitar, the crowd was shocked quite a bit more. The director Wang Fugue, who was backstage at the moment, got excited after seeing that Wang Qingge was going to sing, or his original. Wang Fugue hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "All units, please pay attention. Now the Grey Wolf is going to sing. All give me the spirit up. Lighting technicians, photographers and all that, you guys improvise and make sure you get the best results for me." especially the orchestra. I know you have the hardest job, but I beg you to make sure, this time, that you have to work with the Grey Wolf contestants and get the soundtrack out. Hard work. After instructing these, Wang Fugue was still uneasy, so he said to Xiaolu, Xiaolu, you hurry up and contact the Douyin platform. Tell them to make sure they push our show up on the air. It's important to make sure that the first video that every user who opens Douyo swipes on is our livestream. Okay, director. I'll contact the Douyin platform. After doing this, Wang Fugue was really relieved. Before, when Wang Cheng sang that song, that is, no one knew that his song was so good and his voice was so touching. So the stage did not do anything, resulting in the singing effect decreased a lot. So this time Wang Fugue had to be prepared for everything before he could do it. On the scene, after Wang Qingge got his guitar, he didn't rush to sing, but before he sang, he told everyone, hello, everyone, before I perform this song, I'd like to say a few words to you. Everyone listened quietly while Wang Qingge continued. This next song of mine is called Later. It was written by me for someone who once loved me, and it's just a shame that I was so young and ignorant that I missed her for nothing. By the time I reacted, it was too late, so I hope that you, after listening to this next song of mine, cherish the happiness that you have right now and the people around you. Don't be like me and wait until you've lost everything to regret it, then it's really too late. Here, please enjoy my original song. Later, please. Chapter 9, The Impact of a Song. After Wang Qingge finished speaking, instantly the entire scene fell silent, and then he flicked his fingers, and the sound of the zither came out in such a leisurely manner. The guys in the soundtrack band, too, played up their talent and quickly found the tune and matched it. After the music played for 10 seconds or so, Wang Qingge finally opened her mouth to sing. Then I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you've long since disappeared. As soon as Wang Qingge opened her mouth, her contagious singing voice once again shocked everyone. Gardenia white petals, on, your, blue pleated skirt. Without giving the audience any extra time to think, the song just went right on. The audience, too, was following the song as it gradually got better and better, seeming to have forgotten everything else, with only the song remaining in their minds. Those who were there, once again, heard such a song, and they were affected very fast, much faster than the last song. The audience that was watching the live broadcast had already reached 10 million people at the beginning, but a large portion of them, they were still unaware of Wang Qingge's strength. So when they saw so many people wanted to call Wang Qing singing a song, they all expressed their incomprehension. But now, when these people themselves heard Wang Qingge's song, they understood and realized why the gang had told him to have a song before, because now even they, too, had let the song get to them. The song is so sad and good, but the key is that the song, but also let many people have a strong resonance in their hearts. So now in the live broadcast room, there was an amazing scene. What was originally a countless number of pop-ups flying by was now clean and scary, because at this moment, all the people watching the live broadcast, let the song attracted to the already do not even know to send pop-up state. Everyone just, quietly, watched the man who was singing and just got lost in his song. Rachel Su. It's a female internet celebrity with 10 million followers. Not only is she pretty, but her voice is also very not bad. Every time she goes live, she always manages to conquer countless fans with her voice and buy for her. So with her face value and strength, she has been a webcam anchor for 2 years, and she has already attracted money and countless fans, but no one knows that. In fact, in her own heart, Su Ruoxuan has always been very regretful. That is, she found that all the songs nowadays are too one-dimensional. It doesn't express anything at all, and there are even songs where the lyrics are just there to make up the numbers. So although she loved to sing and had an absolute voice that could conquer an audience, she was never satisfied in her mind and felt that there was no song that really convinced her. She also always wanted to try and write a song out on her own, but she didn't have the talent to do so, and was just empty of a good voice. Fresh out of the shower tonight, Su is ready to dress up and go live to finish the day. While she was dressing up, she turned on Douyo and thought she'd take the opportunity to brush up on her own videos to see what was going on. When Su Ruoxian opened Douyin, the first video that came into her eyes, since it was a live broadcasting session, and the people in it were singing, "Love in Those Days." Why is it that simple? Just these 2 sentences alone had already caused Su Ruoxuan to involuntarily stay on the spot, and the hand that originally wanted to roll away also completely stiffened. And why is it that when people are young, you must hurt the one you love so much? With that, she stopped and listened attentively without realizing it, and the more she listened the more she was drawn to the song, so she clicked into the live stream. As soon as she entered the live broadcast room, she realized the number of people in the upper right corner, showing that it was already 100 million people plus. It was too late for her to be surprised by the number of people on the air, as the song had reached the chorus. How do you remember me? With a smile or very silent? Over the years, is there anyone who can keep you from being lonely? Then I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you've long since disappeared. And then finally, in tears, I realized, some people are gone once they're gone. After the chorus was sung, Su Ruoxian was directly dumbfounded, because she had never heard this song before, and had never thought that such a good song existed. She just heard this small part and already understood what the song was about, what it was about. It's not like other traditional songs, where you don't know what it's about even after listening to it for half a day. But this song makes it simple enough to understand in just a few lines. Although Su Ruoxian had only heard a little bit of it, she knew that it was a song about the aspect of love. And it's the kind of expression that you love but don't know how to cherish when you have it, and only regret it when you lose it. She was utterly blown away by the song, even though she hadn't been in love and didn't regret it as much as the lyrics expressed. But it was because of this that she was shocked to realize that once she heard the song, even one who, himself, has never been in a relationship can be affected by it. Listening to the song, it's as if she herself is the person that the lyrics are singing about. In the song, yes, it's that feeling. When Seo heard the song, it was like she felt like she was the person in the lyrics. Just what kind of song is it? To be able to give her such an illusion, to be able to make her, someone who had never been in love, feel like she was the person in the song. It was a moment of sudden realization for Sue, and she knew that this was the true meaning of the song that would resonate with the listener. A song that brings the person who hears it into the lyrics of the song. That's what it really is. Not like other songs where even if you listen to it 100 times or 10,000 times, you can't hear what it's really about. But this song is different. Just by listening to a few stanzas in a simple and clear way, I already know what it is trying to say. More importantly, the song not only makes you understand what it means, it makes you become like the main character in the song. At this moment, in Su Ruoxian's mind, there was only one thought. Who the hell is it? What kind of person could write such a song? Is he really, as the song says, regretting his past love and only regretting it when he loses it? Those who shared the same thoughts as Su Ruoxian were not only herself, but all the hundreds of millions of people who were watching the live broadcast at the moment. All of them have this feeling appear. Even many, who did not have the same as expressed in the lyrics, but when they hear this song, they are very sad and regretful. The most pitiful are those who are exactly like the song. After all, who hasn't had a first love? Who hasn't had someone they once loved dearly, but couldn't have? Or someone who missed out on a relationship for some reason at the time and regretted it later? Wang Qingga's song brought even more impact than the previous one, as it plunged many people into painful memories. Chapter 10: How to Get Back a Love That Was Missed. In the scene of the audience is equally unbearable. Many people have long been in tears. Hearing this song they are reminded of the people they once loved. This time, not to mention other people, even the judge, Heavenly King Jay, was no exception. The Heavenly King, Jay Cho, heard the song Wang Qingga and it was nothing at first, but when the song went on, it also brought back memories of a past event when he was young. No one knew that the original big name Heavenly King, Jay Cho, also had a love affair when he was young that he could not forget for the rest of his life. It was when he was just starting high school, when Jay Cho, then a diva, was 16 or 17 years old and in the throes of love. He met in high school, the love of his life, when the two of them were at the same table. She was gentle and kind, so in the beginning of the love of the King of Heaven, so captured by her. At that time, he didn't even think about it that much, never thought about whether the two could be together or not. All he knew was that he was not married to her alone in his life. But the first time to encounter this kind of thing, the King of the Sky Jojie also shy, so has not dared to each other to show their feelings, so this is so dragged. But the accident still came. She soon after because of the family to transfer to another school. When learned that the other side to transfer to another school, the Heavenly King Jay also followed the anxious. He was eager to find a chance to speak to the other man and understand what was on his mind. The opportunity he had found, but all the way to the last moment, he hadn't told her what he had hidden in his heart, and had just watched her leave. In the days that followed, the Heavenly King was overwhelmed with regret, hating himself for why he hadn't said anything in the first place, why he hadn't left contact information for the two. In a sea of people, it's hard for the King of Heaven to find the person he once loved so much. It didn't happen until he was, later on, famous enough to have increasing influence to get someone. Though the King of Heaven himself knows in his own heart that after all this time, the other person may already have a family of his own, but he's still determined to find her in order to end the relationship once and for all. Just let the Heavenly King never expect it is, people he has found, but the result is very unexpected, because someone he had loved dearly had passed away from an illness shortly after changing schools. Getting such news, the Heavenly King was grief-stricken. He would rather the other party already had a favorite than face this result, but the truth was the truth, and he was not allowed to accept it, and the other man's family, at that moment, produced a photograph out of it. It was a picture of the King of Heaven with her, and it was the only proof that the two of them had ever known each other. The other woman's family told the King of Heaven that she clung to the photo for the duration of her illness until she passed away. At that moment the King of Heaven realized that the other party also loved him at that time, only they were too shy, who did not open their mouths to say it first, resulting in just like that, missed each other for nothing. If he could do it again, the Heavenly King would not hesitate, and make his feelings known to the other party, except that none of that was possible anymore, as the Grey Wolf on stage at the moment, sang, "When the Heavenly Kings learn how to love, the other party is long gone, disappeared in the sea, some people once missed is no longer." Recalling this sad past, the Heavenly King lowered his head and silently wiped away those tears. Of the four judges, in addition to the Heavenly King Zhou Jia recalling this sad past, Yen Ranran did the same. Yen Ranran, how could she not have expected that not long ago she had been made to cry once by the Grey Wolf with her song? But it was only less than 10 minutes ago that she had once again fallen for the other party's ways, and this time, it was quite a bit worse than the one just before, because the lyrics of the song called later fit very, very well. Yen Ranran and her ex-boyfriend. When she and her ex first met, she was wearing a pleated skirt, and the lyrics to this song have that in spades, so whether it was the lyrics or the mood, Yen Ranran had the illusion that it was as if all of this was tailor-made for her. She didn't understand why this player, called Grey Wolf, had repeatedly brought tears to her eyes today, repeatedly brought back memories of that, the last thing she wanted to remember. Twice, where on earth had he offended him? He was now going to torment himself like this. Not long after the song was called, Yen Ranran completely fell. If the song just after I'm gone was making Yen Ranran feel regret for her love for her ex-boyfriend, then now this later song is making her feel as if it's all her fault alone. Because of the appearance of this song, she had the illusion that it was the time when she herself did not know how to love someone, didn't know how to cherish someone only. That's what caused the two, who were in love, to have to separate? Yes, that was definitely it. And now Yen Ranran finally understood why that was. As the song goes, love, back then, was just too simple. Two people simply met each other and fell deeply in love. A love at first sight that is really too easy in youth. And because, at that time, the young, it's what makes it so easy to hurt someone you love so much. The current Yen Ranran very much regretted how she had been so impulsive when she had broken up. Why don't you give each other one more chance? Why didn't you give them a chance when you've already given them so many chances? Not to mention this one? If she had been willing to give him another chance, then maybe things wouldn't have gotten as far as they did today. Only now, it's too late to talk about it, although she understands it now. Just like the song says, she had finally learned, now, how to love someone. But by the time she realized this, the person she wanted to cherish, to love, was no longer there. Yen Ranran thought of herself, at that time, so to her ex-boyfriend, the other party must be very sad. I also wonder, what will the current ex-boyfriend look like when he thinks of himself? Will it be with a smile or silence like the song says? Is this relationship that you lost really just gone? Did he or she really just let it go? Just now, if you can't let go, what can you do to salvage this love that has been lost? All kinds of pressure on her heart, pressuring Yen Ranran almost out of breath. She could only silently shed tears, listening to the stage. The person who was singing, she no longer knew herself, where she was, only knew that now she was. Her heart really hurt so much. Everything around her, like it had nothing to do with her, except that it was all in her own fantasy. For the song had come to an end, before anyone had, as it were, awakened from the intoxication of the song. There's a girl, in love with the boy. Chapter 11 Traffic. Seeing the good in the good news. The song dropped while the dub continued, and after 10 or 20 seconds, the music was slowly waning. It was at this point that people realized that the entire song had been sung. It's just that every single one of them, right now, feels very empty. Yes, it's empty, the kind of emptiness that is not being fulfilled. Because it's a song that none of them have heard enough of to wake up from their immersion before the song is over. So now the audience, along with and countless others who tuned in live, felt a void, especially those who came into the broadcast last and only heard the climax. They had only just been attracted to the song. Who would have thought that the song would finish like this and be gone before they could hear enough to understand it? It's something that's very exciting and very happy, but it's gone all of a sudden. And how does that not make you crazy? And as for those who heard it from the beginning, most of them have long since burst into tears. Some have even taken out their phones and dialed numbers they haven't called in a long time, while others have opened WeChat to find people they haven't contacted in years. Because all of them, after listening to this later song, had flashbacks of the love they once had. This song, now, gave them renewed hope for the love they once had. Though many know that the love they've missed out on can't come back, but they just wanted to try. What if they did get it back? After the music stopped completely, Wang Qingge looked at the audience and he realized that there were already many people in tears. And this song, even more than the first one just now, was unbearable for the audience, so they cried even more. Seeing the audience's reaction like this, Wang Qingge was, in his heart, still slightly surprised, because the effect that this song brought, the aftermath that it brought was just too great. Despite the audience, he quickly came back to his senses and addressed the group. Thanks. Thank you all. The audience at the scene, and those who were watching the live broadcast, when they heard Wang Qingge's words, they also started to slowly come back to their senses. But this time, on the spot, before anyone could applaud, someone simply said, "Grey Wolf, sing later again, sing again, we haven't heard enough." With someone shouting like that, others followed. Yes, sing it again later, we haven't heard enough. The audience on the scene also shouted that hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast, naturally, will not lag behind. Even though they weren't there in person and couldn't shout out loud, they were still able to post pop-ups, so the live broadcast, which was originally a clean and incomparable picture, instantly flew through countless pop-ups. Sing it again, sing it again. The contents of the pop-ups, all of which were clear requests for Wang Qingge to sing again, instantly dominated the screen. The audience was so enthusiastic that even the host, Liusi, who stood up to Ansue, could not get them to subside for a while. Backstage of The Masked Singer, director Wang Fugue was also awake at this time. He had just been completely taken into the memories by Wang Qingge's song. Wang Fugue and his first love is also a very story. So as soon as he heard Wang Qingge the song later, he once fell into the memories cannot be extricated. Until now, he did not come back to his senses, and as soon as Wang Fugue came back to his senses, Xiao Lu next to him immediately asked him, "Director, what now?" The audience wants to call the Grey Wolf contestant to sing again. Do we need to ask the Grey Wolf to sing again? Hearing Xiao Lu's words, Wang Fugue only thought for a short while before immediately replying, "Sing? What else is there to sing? Hurry up and end the broadcast for me. That's it for tonight." After speaking to Xiao Lu, Wang Fugue hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and just said, "Everybody listen up, our show is live. It's ending right now. Say goodbye to the audience and shut down the studio immediately. Quick!" The staff, when they heard this from director Wang Fugue, were all in a frozen state. No one could understand why he was doing this. Isn't doing this against the audience at a time when they are in a moment of great enthusiasm? If you mess up, not only will you attract curses all over again, but if you're serious, it's not unlikely that the show will be lost. But these Wang Fugue, how can he not know? He as a director, more than anyone else to understand these, but he still demanded, naturally, that the show end now. Wang Fugue is a very good grasp of the timing. See the good Lord, he knows how to maximize a thing to take advantage of. Nowadays, Grey Wolf, after 2 songs, can be said to be very popular and well known to the audience. So Wang Fugue must, to end the live broadcast now, cannot let the audience all satisfied at once. He has to take the audience's curiosity, take the audience's favorites, and carry them into the next show to do so. Otherwise, if the broadcast had continued to allow Grey Wolf to satisfy the audience, to sing again, it would have satisfied people by now. So who's going to come to the next show? Who's going to come to the next show when you've got the audience satisfied with all that now? So the right thing to do is to see what's right, taking the anticipation of the audience, taking the love of the audience, and bringing it into the next show is the traffic code now. Traffic, it should be harvested little by little for it to be around for the long haul. If you uproot it all at once, there's nothing behind it. So, if we let the audience satisfy all and everything they want now, so that then the next traffic will be less. Director Wang Fugue is doing the right thing, at least from his standpoint as a director. The current host, after hearing the director's words, asking to end the live program now, she froze a bit for a moment. At this point in time, it is the audience enthusiasm period, so do so more or less a little cold water to the audience feeling. But since this was the director's request, then they, the subordinates, could only follow the arrangement. The host, Liusi, immediately adjusted and decided to force the show to end by going offline. She came to the Grey Wolf and addressed everyone on camera. "Well, for those of you in the audience, and those of you who are watching the live broadcast, this is the end of this installment of our Masked Singer. Let's all, together, look forward to next Friday's Final 4, and look forward to even more great performances from our players next week. Thank you all." The host, Lu Cece, finished speaking, and the camera was also turned off directly at this moment. Countless people who were watching the live broadcast were furious and had nowhere to vent their anger when they saw a good program that suddenly ended. Chapter 12 Getting away quickly. All want to catch this director and give him a good thrashing to let him know what it means to have committed a public offense. However, Just as director Wang Fugue thought, the live broadcast suddenly ended at such a critical moment, which indeed made countless people very much look forward to the next program. This sudden end of the show not only didn't quench the audience's curiosity, but on the contrary, it made them even more excited, even more hopeful that the next one would come sooner. That being said, a lot of people are still pretty bummed that the broadcast just ended. The good thing was that there was a replay available for this live broadcast today, so after seeing the broadcast end, many of the people had run to watch the replay. Back on the live side, when the host, Lu Cece, finished saying that the program was over, Wang Qingge also quickly left the stage. He hurriedly spoke to the judges, said goodbye and thanked them, and then hoofed it, because some of the audience at the scene, at this time, wanted to know his true identity very much, so he had to leave immediately. Otherwise, it's hard to say what you might encounter. The four judges, when they saw Wang Qingge leaving in such a hurry, they could do nothing about it. After all, people's identities were still being kept secret now, so they couldn't just let the audience reveal them. And some of the audience, after seeing Wang Qingge leave, they really followed and ran to the backstage. The security guards couldn't stop them. The judge Yen Ranran, at this time has returned to normal state. She took a tissue to dry her tears, smiled at the people next to her. When Wang Xuetong saw this, she immediately said to her, Ran, haven't you thought about who the Grey Wolf is? Nope. Yen Ranran shook her head. She really hadn't thought of the Grey Wolf yet, who exactly it was. But after this last song, Yen Ranran grasped one more important piece of information, and that was that Grey Wolf had been in love, and it was the kind of relationship that had broken up and was very abusive. So she knew, by now, a few clues about the Grey Wolf. For one thing, Grey Wolf and her were classmates, or the kind of classmates where both parties knew each other. Secondly, the Grey Wolf grew up an orphan, an adopted orphan. 3. He's been in a relationship and there's a good chance it's broken up. With these three important clues, it's just that Yen Ranran went back and asked her classmates one by one in accordance with these, and she could always know the identity of the other party. And after Wang Zutong saw Yen Ranran, still hadn't guessed the identity of the Grey Wolf, and saw so many spectators, also running towards the backstage, she also said to Yen Ranran, Ren go, let's follow suit and take our chances. Maybe we'll block the Grey Wolf himself. When Yen Ranran heard this, she was a little surprised. Yes, this point, why didn't she think of it? If we were to intercept the Grey Wolf himself now, wouldn't we know his identity? What's the point of guessing so hard? Thinking of this, Yen Ranran and Wang Zutong, both of them, threw down the two heavenly kings and heavenly queens and rushed directly towards the backstage. On Wang Qingge's side, after he returned backstage, he quickly took off his disguise, changed into his own clothes, and blended in with the crowd. The show Masked Singer is a show where the contestants are kept very tightly under wraps until they are unmasked. No one, even the organizers, are aware of who the contestants really are. So for this matter, as long as Wang Qingge took off her disguise, she would be able to easily hide from everyone. After blending into the crowd, Wang Qingge left at a quick pace, lest he continue to be caught here. As he was about to leave the scene of the program, he happened to run into the two who had hurriedly arrived, Yen Ranran and Wang Zutong. Upon seeing his second sister, and his ex-girlfriend, he hurriedly turned away, lest by both of them, they see him here. The good thing was that the two of them, Yen Ranran and Wang Zutong, were also in a hurry, so they didn't even notice him, until the two of them walked away. Wang Qingge came down with a sigh of relief. If the two of them were to see them here, then they wouldn't know how to explain themselves at that time. Looking at the two people who were far away, Wang Qingge had an inexplicable heartache in her heart. Now Wang Xuetong and Yen Ranran, the two of them had obviously become good sisters, but they may not have known that their sisters would be their brother's ex-girlfriends. The same Yen Ranran surely did not know that her good sister now would be her ex-boyfriend's second sister, because the Wang Qingge at that time didn't even tell them about these, so they were absolutely unclear. Now, however, was not the time to think about these considerations, so Wang Qingge quickly left. As soon as he got outside, he immediately stopped a car and left there. Until this point, Wang Qingge still had some difficulty believing that he had somehow crossed over like this, but the fact has long since struck in front of him. He does not accept that there is no way out, while in his previous life is also a person without support, so crossing the road is not much to worry about. When he thought of this, he immediately thought of his system again, so Wang Qingge immediately, in his mind, called out the system. Entertainment Reversal System, Host, Wang Qingge, Skills, Divine Piano, Divine Guitar, Props, Redemption Mall, Popularity Value, 1,000,000. He was still happy to see these things from the system, especially after having 1,000,000 popularity points. He then tapped on the exchange mall to see what was in it. After opening the cashing mall, it became clear to Wang Qingge what could be exchanged. There were many things that could be exchanged in the mall, and the most important of them, that was naturally all the songs from his previous life. All the songs from the previous life are able to be exchanged in this mall, and the chips for the exchange are the so-called popularity value. He now had 1,000,000 popularity points, and there were already a lot of things he could redeem. And the popularity value needed for different songs is different. The better songs need a little more popularity value. Of course, there are a few other things that can be redeemed in the mall besides songs. It's like cooking, acting, designing, all these multifaceted things, there are redemptions as well. After seeing that the system still had so much about life stuff that could be redeemed, Wang Qingge was really very happy. Next, as long as he utilized the system properly and took advantage of the things given in the system, then it was only a matter of time before he became famous. And tonight, Wang Qingge, who is in The Masked Singer, will ring out all over the internet. In just a moment's time, news about The Masked Singer Dark Horse, Grey Wolf had already been on the major platforms, and began to appear one after another. For news these, Wang Qingge did not know for the time being because he had just crossed over and there were a lot of things that he needed to know. Now the first and foremost thing he wanted to know, naturally, was where he lived. Chapter 13 Netizen Roxanne Sui. Half an hour later, Wang Qingge finally returned to his current residence. It was a relatively quiet neighborhood with a decent view, and he'd been living here for 3 months now, since he'd been kicked out of his house. He opened the door to his room and entered the living room, and as soon as he did, he heard singing coming from the room. Then I finally learned how to love, unfortunately. No way. As soon as she returned home, after hearing someone singing this song, Wang Qingge was still surprised. He didn't realize that someone would have already learned the song and sung it since it was so short. The room from which the song emanated was not his room, but that of the renter with whom he shared the room. A month ago, a big beautiful woman came here out of the blue and shared the house with him to live in. Although Wang Qingge, with this rented friend, usually did not talk much, but he knew that the other party is a famous netizen. Every night will live broadcast singing. He just didn't realize that the other man would be singing tonight since he hadn't been singing songs for very long, so it was something that still surprised him. And then, finally, in tears, I realized that some people, once missed, are no more. I have to say, though, that his rent-a-friend's singing did sound pretty good to listen to, though it still didn't, by any means, compare to him, the original singer, but it had been pretty good. Wang Qingge didn't bother the other party, but went into her room and closed the door. At this point in time, Su Ruoxian had already finished singing the later song once, although she had only just learned it and was only singing it for the first time, but she was somewhat satisfied with her performance. After the song, the big brothers in her live room went crazy and swiped gifts for her. Looking at the 10,000 plus people in the live room and the gifts that kept coming out, Su Ruoxian didn't feel much joy. She just symbolically said to everyone, "Thank you all for the gifts. Thank you all for your attention." Su's fans, naturally, could see the state she was in and spoke up to ask, "Baby, what's going on today? Why aren't you happy?" "No, it's nothing." Seeing the fans' message, Su Ruoxian still could not hold back her heart's displeasure and said, "It's just that tonight, the mood is a little low." "Baby, what's wrong? What's upsetting you? Honey, who pissed you off?" Seeing this, fans left even more messages wanting to ask what was wrong with her. And the reason for Su's poor mood is, of course, related to tonight's Masked Singer. An hour or so ago, she was about to go live when she opened Douyo and swiped to the Masked Singer's livestream. The contestant, at the time, was singing this later song, and she was caught up in the song, in the voice, straight away. That's why Su Ruoxian was listening with great interest, and her entire body was already mesmerized. But just as she was listening to the program with fascination and interest, the Masked Singer's program, however, suddenly went off the air and ended. This made Su Ruoxian, who was originally in the midst of excitement, just like the large number of people, her mood was instantly messed up. At that time, she really wanted to listen to it again, but patiently the program ended, which made her feel lost. So in the end, she had no choice but to go watch the replay like everyone else. Watching The Masked Singer, tonight's replay show, Su learned what happened. It turns out that the contestant who had conquered her with one song, he was eliminated when he started. But this contestant, however, sang a song as he said goodbye to the audience, and that's how he conquered all of them. She also realized, after watching the replay, that the contestant, when he sang the later song, he had already sung a song, no less divine than the later song, earlier. Anyway, after Su Ruoxian heard those two songs, her whole body had a sad feeling, like she was hurt by her lover. She could never have believed before that she herself would one day be so taken to heart that she would be overcome by a few songs. What she never expected was that since someone would actually write such a shocking song out. So now Su Ruoxian is very curious about tonight's Masked Singer show, the Grey Wolf contestant. She very much wanted to know, who was this person called Grey Wolf? What kind of person was it that was able to write 2 songs of such high quality? But unfortunately, until now she still didn't know or understand anything about the player named Grey Wolf. When she thought of this, she could only complain to her fans. Everyone is watching the Masked Singer tonight, right? Looked. Many fans, too, have said they've seen the show. When she saw the fans' answers, she hurriedly asked again, who do you think the Grey Wolf really is? Did any of you guess his identity? No, who would have guessed that? But he said he's from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Yeah, maybe the students at the River City Conservatory of Music would know, especially the judge, Yan Ranran, whom Grey Wolf said he knew. Fans, too, have been leaving messages back at Su Ruoxian. Baby, don't worry about it, there are already a lot of people who have gone to Yan Ranran's scarf and left messages under it, telling her to hurry up and find out the identity of the Grey Wolf. That's right, I believe that soon, the identity of this Grey Wolf will be made public. There are too many people who want to know his identity now. Oh, honey, I cried to his song tonight too, and then I called my ex-girlfriend. Seeing someone leave such a message, Su couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened? What did your ex-girlfriend say? Oh, it was her husband who answered the phone. Ha! Seeing such a reply, Su Ruoxian finally couldn't help herself and hid her mouth as she laughed out. In fact, not only this netizen is like this, tonight many people are listening to. After Wang Qingga's 2 songs, they all contacted their former lovers. But unfortunately, things have gone on for so long, and many people and things have long since changed. So many people end up being disappointed. But there were some who got their wish for the night. When they picked up the phone to call their once loved ones, on the phone, they realized that the other party had never let go of them, even all this time. It's just that they'd never dared to take the initiative to contact it. And now there's finally someone, after taking the initiative to come forward and contact it. Between them, years of conflict, years of misunderstanding, also finally opened at that moment. Misunderstandings are cleared up, and the two, who once loved each other, can finally be together again, and after all this, they both know better how to cherish each other. So tonight Wang Qingga's, these 2 songs, while saddening and disappointing to many, at the same time redeeming to many. Chapter 14. Is he lying to me? Back to the room of Wang Qingga, just sat down before taking out the phone, found a long time have not had news of the group. Today, since it is news 99+, it was his class group when he was in college, and there were 40 or 50 students in it, and usually people didn't talk much. But tonight, since there were unexpectedly so many people chatting in the group, seeing this situation, Wang Qingga also clicked into the group, and immediately realized that all the students who usually didn't bubble much had appeared in the group at this time. So he hurriedly scrolled up, starting with the first message. The first message, initiated by Yan Ranran, male students in our class, who came as an orphan. Yan Ranran was directly inside the group, asking who came as an orphan. The other students, receiving Yan Ranran's message, also responded, but sadly, no one came as an orphan. When Wang Qingga saw this, he still admired the predecessor a little bit, because it was surprising that everyone didn't know about his orphan. This was entirely because the former Wang Qingga felt that the status of an orphan would make others look down on him, so he hid the fact that he was an orphan from all his classmates, including Yan Ranran, in order to just hope that everyone do not give him as a foreigner, which makes everyone do not know he was originally an orphan to come. So, Yan Ranran, who couldn't ask for news inside the group, also asked her classmates to help think together about who the Grey Wolf contestant who appeared on the Masked Singer show tonight was. The students were very happy about this, because they were also curious to know who the Grey Wolf really was, just who is so capable, and can be among them, hiding this long they have not found. Of course, there were guesses among the students, but some of those who were guessed either they came forward and denied it themselves, if it just doesn't fit the conditions given by the Grey Wolf and is kicked off the list. After reading these messages in the group, Wang Qingga retreated. Knowing that Yan Ranran had bought so much effort to find himself, he was still a little sad, because even though she'd been looking so hard, she just wouldn't take a guess at him. Even if she just guessed at him, she might have actually guessed, but Yan Ranran didn't, and she pressed him into Wang Qingga's guest list. Ugh, perhaps she really is too disappointed in me. On the other hand, Yan Ranran, who had just returned home, she was likewise very anxious because she was under a lot of pressure right now. There was only one reason for that, and that was the one-hit wonder contestant, Grey Wolf, who was on the show tonight and said he knew her. It was because, tonight, the Grey Wolf said he knew her, that it now led to many people coming to her and asking her who the Grey Wolf really was. So for a while, Yan Ranran's scarf, including the Douyin number, wherever her social platform is, There are countless people leaving messages. There was only one reason for the messages, and all of them asked her who the Grey Wolf really belonged to. Therefore the current Yen Ranran, the pressure in her heart was really very great, because not only did other people want to know who the Grey Wolf really was, seriously, she herself wondered which one was this Grey Wolf, since he still knew her and the two were classmates. Only to Yen Ranran's disappointment, she took the Grey Wolf's conditions, and asked them all, and the male classmates who were on good terms with her, but there just wasn't a single one that was eligible. Having no choice, she all but found a group of former classmates and asked questions, but the result was the same. No one was eligible, and after questioning her classmates, Yen Ranran discovered a big problem. She realized that there was no one from all her classmates who came here as an orphan at all, not even the women who were orphans. The appearance of this situation had to make Yen Ranran feel a hint of suspicion in her heart. That is, it couldn't be that the Grey Wolf had lied to her, because of all her classmates, no matter whether they knew them or not, none of them came from orphans. Since no one is an orphan, is he really lying to her? Only she immediately thought, why would the Grey Wolf lie to her again? And he was on stage at the time, and that was the nail in the coffin that everything was true. This matter, for a while, left Yen Ranran without a clue. She didn't know if the other party was lying to her, or if she just didn't think of it herself. Looking at the constant messages from people on her phone, asking her if she knew who the Grey Wolf was, Yen Ranran was in a daze. Just when she was at a loss for words and had no clue, Wang Zutong gave her a call. Seeing that it was Wang Shuetong's call, Yen Ranran answered. Hey, Sister Shuetong. Her voice was a little aggravated because she couldn't guess the identity of the Grey Wolf. Ren, what's wrong with you? Wang Shuetong heard her voice and immediately asked with concern. No, Sister Shuetong, I'm fine. I'm just a little sad that I don't know who the Grey Wolf is. Just because of that? When Wang Zutong heard this, she immediately asked after him, did you run into any difficulties? Yen Ranran had, finally, found someone to complain to, so she said without hesitation, Sister Shuetong, I've looked all over my college friends, and there are people among them, who have broken up with their girlfriends and know me as well, but that's just it. There's one last condition left to fulfill. The last condition. Could it be the Grey Wolf orphan's condition? Wang Shuetong asked directly. Yes. Yen Ranran returned helplessly. You know what, Sister Shuetong? I've already asked all my classmates. I've included the ones I don't even know. And I've included the female classmates and all that. But there's just no one who came as an orphan. So Sister Shuetong, do you think this could be the Grey Wolf lying to me? To all of us? Yen Ranran finally spoke the biggest suspicion in her heart to Wang Shuetong. And when Wang Shuetong heard Yen Ranran's words, her head instantly flashed to her little brother Wang Qingge. Wasn't he an orphan from the orphanage? Only, just as soon as this thought flashed through Wang Shuetong's mind, it was immediately denied by herself. Although her little brother's identity as an orphan somewhat fit the Grey Wolf's criteria, she couldn't believe, to death, that her little brother would know Yen Ranran. She would rather believe that it was just a coincidence, and would never go so far as to believe that her little brother was acquainted with Yen Ranran, not to mention Grey Wolf, who was on stage tonight, with a bang. And this one is even less likely, because she knew her little brother. She really knew him too well. How could he have such strength and still know Yen Ranran? So she, in the end, could only say back to Yen Ranran. Chapter 15 Headlines. Ren, there's no rush on this. Think it over. Did you miss someone? Miss anyone? I didn't. Yen Ranran got very innocent, as she had indeed thought of everything she could think of, but just, no guesses about the Grey Wolf, no idea who he is. When Wang Shuetong saw Yen Ranran like this, she uttered a fairly passable reason and said, Ren, do you think it's possible that the Grey Wolf has been told by you about this, but he just won't admit it? Is that really so? When Yen Ranran heard Wang Zutong's words, she was also surprised all of a sudden. Yeah, was there any chance that the Grey Wolf had guessed her identity, but he just didn't want to admit it? Is this kind of thing really possible? Grey Wolf didn't admit it now, so when the time came, he would always have the day to unmask, right? If he doesn't admit it now, how will he explain it on the day he unmasks? So after Yen Ranran thought about it so much herself, she again felt that it was too inefficient for the Grey Wolf to be guessed by her as to his identity and not admit such a thing. But she herself, right now, really didn't have much to go on, didn't have much of a clue, so she could only pin her hopes on this. Let's hope this unlikely thing is true. Tonight, besides, countless netizens and Yen Ranran and the rest of them were desperately searching for Wang Qingge. Those people, that's the major media people, especially the entertainment companies and the music platforms. The strength that Wang Qingge had displayed tonight was really shocking. So many people saw hope in him, The people from the entertainment company knew that as long as they signed Wang Qingge, then with his strength as long as they packaged him, he would definitely be a big red star. Those people from the music platform, likewise, had their eyes on the 2 songs that Wang Qingge sang tonight. So as long as they find Wang Qingge and buy his songs over and play them only on their platforms, then the other platforms will be screwed. It's just a pity that no one knows, until now, the real identity of Wang Qingge, because people are famous for participating in The Masked Singer. Who could know his true identity? This led to the fact that many entertainment companies, and people from music platforms, touched their noses. Of course, this matter belongs to the poor people, or belongs to The Masked Singer's director Wang Fuguwei, because Wang Fuguwei was the director of the entire Masked Singer program. Many people thought that he should know the identity of the Grey Wolf. This led to many people calling him to find out from him the true identity of the Grey Wolf. But when faced with this, Wang Fuguwei was helpless, because he simply didn't know who the Grey Wolf really was. How to tell others? Just Wang Fuguwei's helplessness. Others cannot care so much, they bite the bullet. He must know. Nonsense, since he, a director of the program, would not know the identities of the contestants. Is this not a joke? So because of this, tonight's Wang Fuguwei has, with several dignified fallout. No matter how he explains, others just can't listen to it. So it ended with an unpleasant falling out on both sides. Of course, Wang Fuguwei himself never expected that what he thought he had picked up tonight would bring him so much trouble. It was good that in the end, Wang Fuguwei carried down all these pressures. He was still very responsible and refused all the people who wanted Grey Wolf's contact information. Wang Fuguwei did this not only for the sake of being responsible, but also for the secrecy of the program Masked Singer. If he gave the contact information of the Grey Wolf contestant to someone else now, what if the Grey Wolf's true identity was revealed in advance because of these things? At that point, will they have to continue with their show? Will they have to have any mystery left? So about that, the people who wanted Grey Wolf's contact information, he turned them all down. Wang Qingge, who was at home, naturally didn't know about this, but now that the internet had appeared, there was a lot of news related to him. He casually searched, and the headline immediately appeared. Heavily weighted, Masked Singer Dark Horse Grey Wolf went to school with goddess Yen Ran Ran. Shocked, Masked Singer a dark horse, since overnight, let countless people in tears? It's so mind-boggling that a player like Grey Wolf would be eliminated at the beginning of the day? The Grey Wolf contestant. What kind of things have he been through to make him write too? How sad songs. Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Has another talented musician come out? Yen Ran Ran goddesses. Social platform fell. The diva, Li Hong, is really a discerning eye, and saw the Grey Wolf's extraordinary features at a glance. Wang Qingge looked at the news ranking, the first few news, but also a burst of speechless. These editors are also too fast, since he was already edited and headlined in such a short time. However, Wang Qingge knew that it was to be expected that he would be on the news after making such a big fuss tonight. He put his phone down after reading a few random news items about himself. He was already tired from the day, having only just crossed over and hadn't even rested yet. So he decided to take a shower and get some rest. So he stepped out of his room and thought to go to the balcony to get his cool clothes. And he had only just gotten out of his room when he spotted his rented friend. Su Ruoxian had also just left her room, and she was about to go back when she saw Wang Qingge come out. Although usually with Wang Qingge, the two didn't communicate too much, but seeing his handsome face, it was still quite eye-pleasing. Back then, Su Ruoxian was a bit attracted by Wang Qingge's appearance before she chose to share a room with him. It was only after contact that she realized that the man in front of her was nothing but good-looking, so the idea of trying to befriend him faded. But in her opinion, the two were fine the way they were now. This was still the first time Wang Qingge had seen Su Ruoxian, but of course the previous ones didn't count. At this time, Su Ruoxian, wearing a gray t-shirt and a black pleated skirt, she was about 1.75 meters, and her long hair was coiled at the back of her head. When he first saw her, Wang Qingge thought she was beautiful, and she did fit the criteria for being a netizen. No wonder she was live on air every day. With her like this, with such an attractive face value without a beauty face, she has definitely already attracted countless fans on this path of Netflix. And to think, she had just sung her own song. So Wang Qingge, slightly embarrassed, smiled at her and said, "Hi." When Su Ruoxian saw Wang Qingge, she suddenly greeted her somewhat still shyly. Chapter 16 What smells so good? She was surprised. Why was this man shy as if he had only just met himself? It was only Wang Qingge's behavior at this moment that gave Su Ruoxian a different feeling in her heart. She felt as if the person in front of her was not quite the same as usual, but she couldn't tell exactly what was different. So in the end, she politely returned, "Back so early today? Aha! It hasn't been long since I arrived." Wang Qingge gave another awkward smile. He understood what the other party meant by this, because the previous Wang Qingge often stayed out surfing the internet and came back late. The current Su Ruoxian must have thought the same thing. Oh, well, you're busy then. Su Ruoxian clearly had little interest in him, so she shelved the sentence and went back to her room. In response, Wang Qingge didn't say anything and went directly to the balcony to get her clothes and went back to take a shower. An hour or so later, finally done with everything, he fell asleep. The next day, Wang Qingge got up early in the morning. In fact, it wasn't him who woke up, he was woken up by hunger. There was no mistaking that Wang Qingge woke up early in the morning from hunger because he hadn't eaten much last night. When he got home, he simply ate a loaf of bread, so he woke up hungry early in the morning. After waking up and conveniently washing up, he headed straight outside to the kitchen, where he assumed there must be food. But when he got to the kitchen, he realized what was going on here. Not to mention the food, there were no dishes or anything. The only iron pot was rusty. Where was the food for that? Could it be that his former self was not required to eat? Soon after he went through his memories, he understood everything. The previous Wang Qingge were the master of clothes and food. How could he cook himself? So in the old days, he used to live on takeout. It wasn't just himself, but his rented friend Rachel Sui as well, who spent her time here either eating out or ordering takeout. This led to the fact that, although the two of them had a kitchen here, it was like a decoration, not useful at all. Now that Wang Qingge had seen this situation, how could this work? How could he keep eating takeout? Food that was unknown, dry and unclean, so he immediately thought he'd make it at home and never eat takeout these again. The previous Wang Qingge, it was true that he didn't know how to cook, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to do it himself, right? After thinking about his cooking, Wang Qingge immediately associated it with the system again. Wasn't there something about kitchen-type skills in the system? So, he immediately summoned the system, and sure enough, in the exchange mall, there was a divine chef skill exchange. He immediately redeemed the divine chef skill after reading again that it only required 10,000 popularity points to redeem it. As soon as he exchanged divine chef, Wang Qingge instantly felt as if he, himself, knew all the cooking skills like the back of his hand. It made him anxious to try his hand at cooking, so he went right out and went to get dishes and all that stuff. Half an hour later, Wang Qingge finally bought back all the things that he needed. All of them. He didn't have any nonsense, and directly began to make breakfast. Because of his divine chef skills, so now he was able to do whatever he wanted, as long as he was in the kitchen. Soon a pot of spaghetti, which he tasted himself, was very tasty indeed. Just this simple noodle, since it was so much better than anything he had ever eaten before, he didn't know how much better. This in the system to redeem out. God-level chef is indeed powerful enough. With this that he later, absolutely another, shocked the world's identity. With that, he made himself a bowl and ate in the hall. Su Ruoxian, who was still sleeping, suddenly dreamed that someone brought her a mountain of food, so that she could have a beautiful full meal. But the dream was short-lived, and just as she was eating more and more, she suddenly woke up. Waking up, she realized that what she had just experienced was nothing more than a dream. Wait, however, just when Su Ruoxian thought that this was just a dream, since she really smelled a very fragrant odor. Upon further confirmation, she realized that she didn't know who had made breakfast, so the scent was wafting to her. Even though it smelled delicious and gave her the urge to eat it, it was someone else's cooking, so she had to gulp and then go to the convenience of washing up. Shortly afterward, Su Ruoxian finally opened the door and stepped out of the room, but only once she was out of the room. It made her see an unbelievable scene, because at that moment, Wang Qingge was on the dining table in the hall, eating noodles in a beautiful way. And why is this smell so familiar? Wasn't this the same smell that I had just smelled and almost drooled over? Such a fragrant smell. How did it appear here? Is it being the noodles he ate? As soon as this thought appeared, Su Ruoxian couldn't help but sniff again, and after confirming it, she knew that the scent just now was indeed coming from Wang Qingge's noodles. No wonder, even when he was in his room, he could smell such a fragrant odor. Wang Qingge, at this time, was also discovering Su Ruoxian, who was standing in the doorway, a bit dazed, so he greeted her. Morning, good morning, having breakfast? Su Ruoxian couldn't help but ask. I don't think you've eaten yet. Would you like some? There's more in there. Wang Qingge subconsciously invited, because the noodles he had cooked were indeed a bit too much for him to finish by himself. Inside, hearing Wang Qingge's words, Su Ruoxian was surprised because she saw him pointing towards the kitchen. Could it be that he cooked this noodle? She thought that this was Wang Qingge ordering takeout somewhere, but she didn't realize that he had cooked it himself. She couldn't blame her for thinking so, because the old Wang Qingge was even worse than she, Su Ruoxian, so she would never have guessed that he could still cook. Yeah, there's a lot more in there, so you can have some too. Wang Qingge said again. After confirming that the noodles were indeed cooked by Wang Qingge himself, Su Ruoxuan was surprised. But how could she, a female, be good enough to eat someone else's breakfast? So she could only refuse. Forget it, I'll go out to eat later. When Wang Qingge saw her say this, he knew in his heart that she was just embarrassed. After all, who would actually go to a breakfast made by someone at the first invitation? So he directly stood up and said, Aya, what's the point of being polite? There's more than enough here. Why do you still go outside to eat? Wait a minute. I'll get a bowl out for you so you can try it too. Chapter 17. Is that one still available? Ugh, there's really no need. Seeing that Wang Qingge was still really walking towards the kitchen, Su Ruoxuan immediately stopped it. It's fine, don't be polite. And without stopping, Wang Qingge walked directly into the kitchen. Before long, he came out with a bowl of noodles. Come on, have some together. Wang Qingge invited as she placed the noodles on the table. When things came to this point, Su Ruoxuan already didn't know how to refuse. People had already served the noodles. It was hard to refuse now. Besides, when she smelled it, it did smell pretty good, and it gave her a strong urge to eat it. Thus, Su Ruoxuan ended up saying nonchalantly, So, I'm not polite then? It's okay, just eat. With that, Su Ruoxian also sat down as she looked at the plain noodles in the bowl. There didn't seem to be any ingredients. It was just a bowl of white noodles. But why did it taste so good? She picked up a bit and put it in her mouth. And as soon as the noodles were in her mouth, her eyes lit up because it was so good. Su Ruoxuan had never, ever eaten such delicious noodles. So she completely disregarded her image and ate several bites in a row. It wasn't until then that she realized she was a bit out of line. So she smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Wang Qingge simply asked, How is it? Is it good? Aha! She gently nodded her head. This noodle was already all but better than many famous dishes in Su Ruoxuan's opinion. She was a master who didn't lack money, so she had more or less eaten everything that was delicious, especially those famous dishes. But today, she suddenly realized that just such an ordinary bowl of white noodles, since it was better than what she had eaten before, all the famous dishes, this was something she never expected. She had thought that the noodles were nothing more than, well, the flavor smelled good, but it tastes so good, since it's also so delicious, that one has the urge to take a bite and want another bite. The white noodles were so delicious, so Su Ruoxuan thought that Wang Qingge must have put some ingredients down. Otherwise, an ordinary bowl of white noodles couldn't be so fragrant and delicious. When she thought of this, she couldn't help it, so she asked Wang Qingge, What ingredients did you put in it to make it so delicious? When Wang Qingge heard her ask this, she remembered that when she went out to buy things just now, she had bought all the dishes and chopsticks, but forgot to buy soy sauce for those ingredients. So he returned, Oh, I forgot for a moment if you didn't mention it. I didn't buy any of these back at all for the ingredients. I'm so forgetful. Ah, Wang Qingge's words, which fell into Su Ruoxuan's ears, shocked her to the core as he said that he had forgotten to ingredient these. If he did forget to buy the toppings, wouldn't that be saying that they are now eating white noodles with no toppings whatsoever? How is this possible? No toppings at all. Why is it still so good? However, when Su Ruoxian looked at the noodles herself, she did really not find any traces of toppings. Still, she asked with some difficulty in believing it, You mean to tell me that you made this pasta with no toppings whatsoever? Yeah. Wang Qingge laughed awkwardly and said, I'm really bad too, since I even forgot to buy soy sauce and all that. After confirming that, indeed, he hadn't spared anything, Su Ruoxian really found it hard to believe. She had a hard time believing that a plain bowl of noodles could be so good when there were no toppings whatsoever. Being able to make such delicious noodles out without any ingredients, Su Ruoxuan was instantly a bit curious about Wang Qingge's identity. He's so good at cooking, and he cooks so well. Is he a chef, or did he graduate from that chef's school? Thinking of this, Su Ruoxuan asked Wang Qingge again, Are you studying to be a chef, or are you already a chef? Seeing the other party ask herself this, Wang Qingge knew in her heart that the noodles must have been too tasty, and that was why the other party misunderstood so much. But seriously, this divine chef given by the system was too powerful, not to mention Su Ruoxian. Even he himself was shocked when he first ate it. He had never eaten anything so delicious, and more importantly, something so delicious that he had made himself. The skills given by this system are just not the same. If you don't make a move, it's a ceiling-level existence. So he returned with some confidence, No, I'm not much of a chef, and I haven't learned to cook. No? Hearing such words again, Su Ruoxian still found it hard to believe. If he's not a chef and he hasn't learned to cook, but why does he make such good noodles? Wang Qingge saw Su Ruoxuan with a suspicion-like gaze, so he hurriedly added, It's probably because I cook a lot, so I'm better with my hands. When Su Ruoxian heard him say that, she disdained it in her heart, because the two of them had been sharing a room for more than a month. But after all this time, Sui has never seen him cook once. But isn't it a lie that such a person, now that he's telling her that he cooks a lot? Or was this person lazy to do it before? Or perhaps he was faking it? Su Ruoxian could only believe the latter. If cooking is so good, why didn't you ever do it before? He who didn't know what to say for a while, finally found a reason and said, didn't have much time before, but not anymore. I'll make my own at home when I have time. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Ruoxian didn't pursue on this issue, but ate quickly. It didn't take long for her bowl of noodles to be almost gone, needing only 1 or 2 more bites before there was only a bit of soup left. It would have been fine if it was usual, but not now. She hadn't had enough of such delicious noodles and really wanted to be eating them. So Rachel Sui, under the effect of ghosting, asked what she had never dreamed of saying. That one, is there any more? I'd like some more. After these words were said, Su Ruoxian hurriedly stopped her mouth up. She never thought that since she would one day say such words to someone she was not very familiar with. The words came out of her mouth, and for a moment it embarrassed her so much that she wanted to find a hole to scurry into. Luckily, when Wang Qingge heard this from her, she immediately replied back, yes, there's more inside. Go in and get it yourself. I'm almost done eating. Just when Su Ruoxian was embarrassed, hearing Wang Qingge's words made her face slightly less ugly. Hearing, though, the words that there was still pasta in the kitchen, she once again headed for the kitchen without a second thought. Chapter 18. I'd like to meet him if I could. In no time at all, Su Ruoxian came out with a full bowl. After placing the bowl on the table, Wang Qingge was a little surprised to see it, since she had even loaded out all the soup. And at this time, Su Ruoxian was also ashamed. She never thought that since she would one day, because of her cravings, she would do something that would damage a girl's reserve out. At the moment, her face was slightly red, and she didn't really feel like looking at Wang Qingge, and only after a while did she muster up a hint of courage to say, you want it? I'll share some with you. Or not. No. Seeing this, Wang Qingge also hurriedly returned. I've already eaten almost all of it. It's better for you to eat it yourself. Oh, she just sat down not so nicely. Only just as she sat down, she took another uncharacteristic gulp because of the original noodles. She had been trying to remain reserved, but once this noodle was in her mouth, she forgot about everything else. After eating a dozen bites in a row, Su Ruoxian stopped. As if she then remembered something, she asked Wang Qingge, by the way, after sharing a room with you for so long, I still don't know your name? Oh, my name is Wang Qingge. Wang Qingge, that's a nice name. I'm Rachel Su. Oh, you're an anchor, right? Wang Qingge took the opportunity to ask her. Well, it's kind of an anchor at the moment. I prefer to sing. When Su Ruoxian said this, she thought of something else, so she immediately asked, that I sing live every night. Did I make any noise for you? She said this with a hint of apology, thinking that she had been live for so long that she might have disturbed someone else. No. Seeing that she was somewhat blaming herself, so Wang Qingge also immediately said to her, when you're live, I only have to come out here to hear a little bit of you singing. If I go into the room and close the door, I can't hear anything. Oh, so that's how it is. After confirming that she, herself, hadn't disturbed anyone else, Su Ruoxian put her heart down, while Wang Qingge continued to ask, you're so pretty and you sing so well. You should have quite a few fans. Hearing this, Su Ruoxian was a bit embarrassed and said, still, not bad. If you don't believe me, just search for me on the Douyin platform yourself. My Douyin number is Su Xiao Xiao. Good. Then when you go live, I'll give you a rocket. Wang Qingge joked. Right. So what do you do for a living? It was Su Ruoxian's turn to ask him. To this question, Wang Qingge didn't hesitate and directly replied. Me. I don't have a steady job at the moment, so I do what I have to do and rest when I don't. Ah, this way. Hearing Wang Qingge answer like this, it fit his image in Su Ruoxian's mind, because the previous Wang Qingge, indeed, had nothing to do all day. Only now, Su Ruoxian was a bit curious about him, so she pursued, did you not find a job, or something? This, sort of, hasn't found the right job yet. Oh, so what did you major in before you graduated? And was it hard to get a job in your field? Sort of. It's really kind of hard to get a job in music. Oh, when she first heard Wang Qingge say that, Su Ruoxian hadn't reacted, and only after she finished her row did she ask in shock, what did you say? You said your major is music? One had to blame Su Ruoxian for being surprised, as she was already more of a music lover herself, plus she had been completely captivated by Grey Wolf's singing voice since last night. So now, whenever she hears anything related to music, Su Ruoxian will become very sensitive. Aha! Wang Qingge didn't hide anything about this, and cheerfully replied, I did study music, but I didn't learn much, and my qualifications have always been mediocre. Oh, seeing him say that, Su Ruoxuan didn't think Wang Qingge was lying to her. However, she then immediately gave to him and asked, "By the way, I wonder if you watched last night's Masked Singer, ah?" Hearing her ask this question, Wang Qingge was thinking in his heart, "I've not only seen it, but I myself even sang it live." "Yes," he returned briskly. "So what do you think? How is that Grey Wolf contestant?" After hearing that Wang Qingge had watched last night's program, Su Ruoxian couldn't wait to ask. In response, Wang Qingge, not feeling blush at all, said, "It's not bad. His two original songs, both very good. Even I almost cried. You call this okay?" When she heard him say that, Su Ruoxuan was a bit unhappy. Grey Wolf's two songs were so good, but in his case, he only got the word okay. However, she didn't bother with Wang Qingge about anything, but continued, "I really didn't expect that a masked singer would have a contestant like Grey Wolf appear. If I knew beforehand, then I would have definitely guarded their program early in the morning. I really liked those two songs by the Grey Wolf contestants, especially the last one later." Seeing this, Wang Qingge followed suit. "Yeah, it's not just you. Many of us like it. Alas, it's just a pity." At this time, Su Ruoxian, however, sighed helplessly. Unfortunately what? Wang Qingge was uncertain. "Unfortunately, no one knows who the Grey Wolf really is? I'd like to get to know him if I could." "No, I must know him." Su Ruoxian had a strong impulse born in her mind since last night, and that was to get to know the Grey Wolf no matter what. Only what she never expected was that the person she had her heart set on getting to know, the person who had conquered her with just two songs, was sitting across from her at this very moment. When she found out about this later on, she didn't know if she would blush for today, spilling her heart out in front of the honored one. After saying this, Su Ruoxuan thought of something else, so she immediately asked Wang Qingge again, "By the way, Wang Qingge, which school did you graduate from? It can't be the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music as well, right?" "Ah, how did you know that I graduated from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music?" Wang Qingge, at this time, also acted as if she was surprised and said back. But Su Ruoxuan ignored his surprise because she asked excitedly as if she had caught something after hearing Wang Qingge say that he himself was from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. "Wang Qingge, you're from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Who is that Grey Wolf? Do you know?" "How could I possibly know that? There are tens of thousands of us in the school," he denied without hesitation. Asking him to admit himself was definitely not an option. And besides, even if Wang Qingge confessed to Su Ruoxuan in a situation like this, then the other party would definitely not be able to believe him. Maybe, it will even be mistaken by the other side that he is blogging about it. Chapter 19, The Diva's Crisis. That's right. Su Ruoxuan also felt that Wang Qingge had some truth in what she said, so she didn't pursue the matter any further and said, "However, you are from the River City Conservatory of Music, so you must have some advantage in the matter of knowing the identity of the Grey Wolf. In case you have anything about the identity of the Grey Wolf, please can you be a grown-up and tell me?" Su Ruoxuan pretended to be like a little girl and said to him, looking at Wang Qingge's heart fluttering, "Okay, well, if I have any information about, well, the identity of the Grey Wolf, I'll be sure to let you know." "Thanks then, and thanks for the noodles, they were really good." After Su Ruoxian finished, she quickly finished the last few bites of noodles. She even drank all the soup. The image of herself wolfing down her food today really made Su Ruoxian blush with shame and a feeling of being ashamed, but she still shyly said, "That you finished eating too, right? Why don't you give me the bowl so I can wash it?" Seeing her say she was going to wash the dishes, so Wang Qingge refused. "No, no need. You put it down or I'll wash it myself later." Seeing Wang Qingge's refusal, she didn't struggle with the issue, but rather, embarrassed, put down the bowl and went back to her room. Bam! Click! The door had only just closed when it was opened again, and then only Su Ruoxuan poked her head out and said to Wang Qingge, "This noodle counted as what I owe you. I'll treat you to a big meal some other day." Ha ha! Hearing her say that, Wang Qingge laughed in embarrassment. "There's really no need. It's just a bowl of noodles. Why are you still so polite?" But Su Ruoxuan didn't care about that much. She continued to say without refusal, "No, it's settled. I'll invite you again some other day." Bam! The door closes again. After Wang Qingge cleaned up his desktop, he also returned to his room before taking out his cell phone and coming out. Last night, the internet was full of news about him, so he's now checking to see how things are going. He opened Chidori, and sure enough the news was all over the place, and anything to do with him was in the headlines. Either that means he's mysterious in his identity, or he's, well, those two songs. Anyway, what sort of oddballs are popping up in the news about Grey Wolves these days? When he saw the news, he was still very interested. After all, it was all about him. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. But these news 90% are other people. Wild speculation from, so he did not look at how long. He also lost interest, not much love to see. Just when he wanted to give up and continue reading other news, suddenly a news item ranked 9th caught his attention. Though this 9th ranked news is not news about him, but other news. In fact, it was not completely. With him is not the slightest relationship, but with him some connection. So let Wang Qingge immediately noticed it. The news, while not about him, was talking about someone he knew. That's right, this 9th ranked news item was about someone Wang Qingge knew. Who was the diva Li Hong? If other times, other situations, then Wang Qingge would really not be concerned about this. But it was only yesterday when he was on stage that diva Li Hong helped him, so he was still quite grateful to her in his heart. After all, if last night, there was no diva Li Hong, then his plan might not have gone so smoothly. When Wang Qingge asked for another song, it was the diva, Li Hong, who was the first to stand up for him. The two of them, originally, were just strangers, but at that time, diva Li Hong was able to help him so much. So Wang Qingge was really grateful to her. Plus the diva, Li Hong, has always had a pretty good mouth beer, and many people know about the good things she's done. So now seeing that she was also on the news headlines, Wang Qingge instantly looked up. The story goes like this: Li Hong goes back on his word. Director Wang decides to sue. What is this? Seeing such news, Wang Qingge's first reaction that was disbelief, because he didn't believe that diva Li Hong would really be a person who went back on her word and had no credit. As the title said, if someone like Li Hong has gone back on her word, what should the others be like? So in order to understand clearly the ins and outs of all this, Wang Qingge clicked into this news. After about 10 minutes of reading about it, he kind of understood the whole thing. What happened was that a guy named Director Wang made a movie, so he asked the diva, Li Hong, to write a song out for his movie. At that time, when Director Wang approached Li Hong also agreed to help him write out a song for the movie's interlude. And both parties signed a contract at that time and the money was paid. If this is something that both parties are contractually obligated to do, then there's nothing to it. But all this time, Director Wang's film was finished long ago and was released in major theaters 3 days later. Just never got around to waiting. Li Hong promised songs, and the movie was about to be released. But diva Li Hong promised people a song and never wrote it for them. So now Director Wang is very angry and ready to sue. When you look at it that way, it does seem to be the fault of some of the divas. Li Hong. Just Wang Qingge didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Li Hong was such a out-and-out person. So he immediately boarded the scarf. After boarding the scarf, Wang Qingge found Li Hong's number, and in response to this incident, Li Hong responded early this morning. It turns out that Li Hong didn't go back on her word when she signed a contract with Director Wang and agreed to help him write an episode for his movie. Only, when she wrote the song and handed it over to Director Wang, he refused to accept it because he said the song didn't meet the movie standards. Director Wang asked Li Hong that he had to follow the elements of the movie in order to write a song. But that's when Li Hong also said that when the contract was signed, there was no statement in this regard. There is no contractual requirement that the songs be written to fit the elements of the movie. So with that, the two of them argued. And it took until now, until the movie came out in 3 days, to get into a lawsuit. The eaters who knew all this, there were those who supported Li Hong and those who supported Director Wang. The pro-Li Hong crowd said that Li Hong had fulfilled his promise according to the contract anyway, and it had nothing to do with him as to whether the songs fit the movie elements or not. And those who support Director Wang also said that since it's a movie interlude, it has to be related to the movie elements, more or less, or else what's the point? And so it went, with both of them on their own and neither of them convinced. So in the end, it was left to the law to decide who was at fault. After reading these messages, Wang Qingge was able to thoroughly understand the ins and outs. Chapter 20 New Tasks in the System. He was curious, though, what was this movie named Director Wang making? So he went back to searching for this movie called 1,000 Years of Love. Subsequently, after understanding, he knew about this one called Millennium Love Affair. Some important factors. The movie is generally about a couple of lovers who were very much in love 1,000 years ago, and they could have stayed together until they grew old. But as fate would have it, shortly afterward that woman was spotted by the then emperor to be taken as a consort. The two people who learned this news were like thunderbolts from a clear sky. They also thought of running away, but the social environment at that time, as long as they dared to run away, it would be more than just them who would be harmed. Whether it's their families, their fellow villagers, or even people from the same town. They're all going to suffer along with them. So in order not to victimize anyone else, they finally compromised and the woman was brought to the emperor's side. Though the woman was taken away, the man did not die, for they had made a vow to be together for the rest of their lives. So then the man goes off to become a soldier, and after fighting his way through the battlefield, he ends up as a general, and was placed by the emperor, to protect them, and his loved ones. Shortly afterward, The emperor died and wanted everyone to be buried with him. When the woman heard this, she stole 2 of the emperor's elixirs, taking one for herself and making the man take the other, since they can't be together in this life, but they have to be together in the next life. So they hope that the immortal pill can help them to keep the memory of their previous life, so that in the next life the 2 of them still remember each other. Thousands of years later, a young archaeologist, by chance, comes into contact with a millennia-old source of women's hair. After he saw the source, he slowly began to awaken many memories of his past life. He later realized that the source of the hair was made by him personally for the woman he loved 1,000 years ago. And now the woman, in some ancient tomb, was lying in a cold royal coffin waiting for him to rescue her. So this archaeologist, then, set out on a journey that began what would become an even more exciting story. When Wang Qingge finished reading these introductions to the movie, he immediately felt that it was somewhat similar to the myths of his previous life. No wonder even the diva, Li Hong, couldn't write the same similar song for this movie. It's really hard to write a song that compares to a movie like this, after 1,000 years of love. Just when Wang Qingge was, for this reason, feeling a bit embarrassed, his system finally sent out a mission. Ding! The system now releases the task. Please host must within 3 days. Find a person chorus. Beautiful myth. Seeing the system suddenly release such a task, Wang Qingge was genuinely surprised. The system came to him just in time too, almost as if it was giving him what he wanted when he wanted it. And he knew very well that the 1,000 Years of Love filmed by this named director Wang, and only the beautiful myth of the song, is the most perfect fit for the elements of the movie. Wang Qingge, who hadn't really wanted to meddle in other people's business, saw that the system was releasing tasks, so he immediately decided to help diva Li Hong through this crisis. Li Hong is such a good person in the circle. Wang Qingge really doesn't want to see anything happen to her. If we don't help her this time, even if Li Hong wins the lawsuit, it will still affect her in some way. So this, whether it's Li Hong's fault or not is fine, as long as it gets into a lawsuit. It's a lose-lose situation. Besides, if it wasn't for Li Hong, who was the first to stand up for him last night, then he wouldn't have had it so smooth. Without Li Hong's pioneering support, he might not have been able to sing in the end. So this favor can't be forgotten and must be repaid. Of course, the most important thing is still to complete. The system handed down the task. If you do not complete the system's task, at that time, the system ran away. You asked him to find who to cry to? That's why it's perfect to get Li Hong now, to sing along on the song Beautiful Myth. After making the decision, Wang Qingge immediately picked up the song Beautiful Myth. As soon as the song was claimed, he instantly felt like he, already, knew the song like the back of his hand, like he had sung it 10,000 times with familiarity. So he hurriedly recorded the first few sentences briefly himself and then looked for Li Hong's contact information. Since he didn't have Li Hong's phone number himself, he could only go to someone on the Masked Singer's side for this. The phone number of the person in charge of the program. Wang Qingge still had it saved in his phone, so he immediately dialed the other party's number. Hello. Soon there was an answer on the other end of the line. After the phone call, Wang Qingge also asked directly, hello, may I ask if you are Lu Cece? Wang Qingge only saved the host Lu Cece's phone number, so he asked this, but hearing this sweet voice, he knew that the other party was it. Sure enough, the other person replied back, I'm Willow Sissy, and may I ask who you are? Oh, hello host, I'm the Grey Wolf contestant. Wang Qingge didn't talk nonsense and directly stated who he was. What? You're Grey Wolf? And when Liusi heard that it was him, she was surprised because Liusi didn't think that the Grey Wolf would take the initiative to call her. After those 2 songs last night, the host, Lu Cece, had also long been impressed by Wang Qingge's song. So now, after seeing that he took the initiative to contact her, she was really a little excited, and at the same time, she was also thinking about something in her heart, a little secret that only she herself knew. Wang Qingge didn't know what was in Lu Cece's heart, but continued, well, I'm the Grey Wolf. It was then that Liusi came back to him and asked, Grey Wolf, why are you calling me? Is something wrong? Or do you have any comments or opinions about the show? Liusi's first reaction, that was to think that he had some kind of problem with the show, whatsoever, but it wasn't, only to see Wang Qingge return. No host, I'm not looking for you today because of the program. It's not about the program, so what's it about? After hearing Wang Qingge say that he wasn't looking for her because of what happened on the program, the small thoughts in Lu Cece's mind began to wander again, but she didn't expect Wang Qingge to give her a head start next. Oh, it's like this host, it's just that I want to contact Sister Hong, so I wanted to ask if you have her phone number just? Lu Cece, who was still fantasizing in her mind, suddenly heard these words. She lost a lot of time. She didn't think that she had her moments of nymphomania. Why, don't you have Sister Red's number? Oh, I have. Willow Sissy quickly responded as she returned to her normal self and asked, Grey Wolf, what are you looking for Sister Hong for at this time? Chapter 21 I have a song for you. Because the reason for the Masked Singer program is that the contestants are not free to reveal their identities to the other judges, so as not to cause some unfairness. So now that Wang Qingge was looking for this matter of Diva Li Hong, Lu Sisi thought that he was trying to expose something to Li Hong. Therefore, she had to ask before she came, or else she would be just as responsible if anything really happened. Luckily for Lu Sisi, these worries were superfluous. Wang Qingge directly replied, Moderator, I'm looking for Sister Hong because of the matter of her being sued, so please also do me a favor and let me contact her, please. Hearing Wang Qingge say this, Lu Sisi was then slightly relieved. Dao, Grey Wolf, this kind of small matter is not troublesome. Honestly, I'm also a bit worried about Sister Hong. If something happens to her, then when the time comes our program will also suffer along with her. Don't worry about it, I'll send you Sister Hong's number in a moment. Okay, thank you host. Well, you're welcome. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lu Sisi did send a number to Wang Qingge. Without much hesitation, he directly dialed the phone, but unfortunately, Wang Qingge called several times in a row, and no one answered Li Hong's phone. This matter waited from the morning until the afternoon, and Wang Qingge still hadn't gotten through to Li Hong. This gave him an ominous feeling. How come Li Hong's phone couldn't be reached? Was something wrong? Just as Wang Qingge was about to give up, his cell phone rang and he picked it up to see that it was Li Hong's number. Hey, hello, who is this? After Li Hong saw that someone answered the phone, she asked directly, because this number has already called her a dozen times today. Hearing that it was Li Hong's voice, Wang Qingge finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, Sister Hong, it's me, I'm Grey Wolf. Ah, you're Grey Wolf? When Li Hong heard Wang Qingge's words, she was also shocked because she didn't expect the Grey Wolf to contact her on his own. Aha! Wang Qingge hurriedly nodded and said, Sister Hong is my Grey Wolf. I've been looking for you for a day. Why aren't you answering your phone? And only after Li Hong confirmed that the other party was really Grey Wolf, she returned, I'm not doing anything. I just don't have my cell phone with me today. By the way, Grey Wolf, is there something you wanted to see me about? Li Hong didn't go overboard, answering Wang Qingge's question, but asked him directly, what was it that he was looking for her for? Seeing this, Wang Qingge also knew that he really didn't have anything else to say to Li Hong, so he simply went straight to the point and said, Sister Hong, I'm looking for you today because of your indictment. I already know about your matter. Oh, this matter? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Li Hong thought that Wang Qingge was just here to care about her, so she said thanks, but Wang Qingge then immediately asked, Sister Hong, do you have any ways to deal with being sued now? Or have you already written a song that fits in with the Millennium Love Affair movie? When Wang Qingge asked this, Li Hong also returned, No, I won't write the song anymore. Since I want to sue, let them sue. There's not much else. Grey Wolf thanks you for your concern. Li Hong obviously didn't want to say too much to Wang Qingge. After Wang Qingge saw that she had nothing to respond to, he said again, Sister Hong, actually, I'm looking for you today because I have a song that is more in line with the movie 1,000 Years of Love. So I wanted to ask, do you want the song? I can sing it for you if you want. What? Grey Wolf, what are you talking about? When Li Hong heard Wang Qingge's words, her entire body trembled because she heard Wang Qingge say that he had songs that were more in line with the movie 1,000 Year Love. Grey Wolf's strength. The diva Li Hong is seen. His two original songs, After I Left and Later, set off a huge wave. Is the whole network for all to see. Now he said that he had songs that fit the movie Millennium Love Affair. How could this not shock Li Hong? Li Hong, who could not be trusted, asked Wang Qingge in shock. Grey Wolf, are you telling the truth? Do you really have a song that matches the elements of the movie, Millennium Love? Aha! Wang Qingge nodded affirmatively and returned. Tell you what, Sister Hong, I'll add you to WeChat right away, and then I'll send you a clip of the song I sang for you to listen to. Okay, then hurry up. Hearing this, Li Hong was already getting impatient, so they hung up the phone. Wang Qingge added Li Hong's WeChat, and a moment later when he agreed to be added as a friend, Wang Qingge directly sent a section of his own cleansing song. On the other side, when Li Hong received the voice from Wang Qingge, she immediately clicked, Untie me, the most mysterious weight. The stars are falling and the wind is blowing, to finally hold you in my arms again. Two hearts trembling, believe in my unchanging heart. 1,000 years of waiting is my promise. No matter how many winters, I'll never let go. The simple beginning of the song made diva Li Hong's entire body almost fall into it as soon as she heard it, because Li Hong knew in her heart that this clear singing that Grey Wolf had sent her was not only good lyrics, but more importantly, it was really in line with the movie 1,000 Years of Love. With just this opening paragraph, Li Hong already understood very well that this was definitely another divine song to come. It wasn't enough for Li Hong to listen to it once, so she listened to it again before launching a voice call to Wang Qinga. As soon as the phone call was made, Li Hong couldn't wait to ask, "Grey Wolf, did you really write this? Do you have the full version?" When Wang Qinga heard Li Hong's so excited tone, he knew that this song, she was already looking at it, so he directly said back, "Yes, Sister Hong, I wrote this song based on the movie 1,000 Years of Love. If you want, I can sing it for you." "Okay, I want to sing." After hearing Wang Qinga say that he would sing for her, Diva Li Hong couldn't wait to open her mouth, like she was afraid that if she said it late, Wang Qinga would back out. Just then, Wang Qinga also said again, "Sister Hong, it's fine for the song to be sung for you, but I have a condition." "What are the terms?" "Grey Wolf, you name it, whatever they are, I promise you." The current diva only wanted to sing, and as for any conditions, that didn't matter. Even if Wang Qinga proposed something hard to do, then she would definitely do it for him as well. Only she misunderstood, because Wang Qinga's conditions couldn't be said to be conditions either. I only heard him say, "Sister Hong, it's like this. This song of mine was written because it's based on the movie, 1,000 Years of Love, because in the movie, it's mainly about the two main characters, a man and a woman. I wrote the song with two separate singing styles as well. It's the song that requires two people to sing the chorus. It takes a man and a woman to sing, the essence of the song." Chapter 22 time is running out, so my thought is, can I come along with you on the chorus of this song? After Diva Li Hong heard Wang Qinga's condition, since it was this, her entire body was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he would take the opportunity to propose something, to make it difficult for people to come out, but never thought that his condition would be since it was this, so Diva Li Hong was shocked. However, after thinking of Wang Qinga, who was going to sing with her, Li Hong was happy again for a while, because she knew that with the Grey Wolf's voice singing was absolutely no problem. If she added the Grey Wolf to join her in the chorus, she was sure that the effect would be much better than if she sang alone. Therefore Diva Li Hong, without half a hesitation, directly replied, "It's okay, Grey Wolf, as long as you're willing, the two of us can sing in chorus together." Is it really okay, Sister Hong? And when Wang Qinga heard this from Li Hong, he was finally relieved, because not just anyone can sing with a diva like Li Hong. So even Wang Qinga himself, at first, was worried that he would be rejected by the other party. And if he was rejected, it would mean that he would not be able to complete the system's mission. Well now, there's no need to worry about that, as Diva Li Hong has agreed that she's going to come to the chorus with him. Wang Qinga was happy, and why wouldn't Li Hong be happy? The fact that she was being sued had already affected her greatly. Even if this time, she wins the case, it will definitely cause some negative press for her future. So in fact, in the heart of the Diva Li Hong, she has also been hoping that she can write a song that is in line with the 1,000 Years of Love this movie out. This will make director Wang cancel the case against her. But unfortunately, no matter what Li Hong does, she can't write better songs anymore. So she's all set to take on someone in a lawsuit. But who would have thought that just when she had no hope at all, the Grey Wolf brought her hope? And how could this not make her happy? So let her sing with the Grey Wolf. Let her serve the Grey Wolf tea. She could accept it. Now Li Hong realized that last night, her moment of weakness, a moment of kindness saved her. If she hadn't, last night, taken the Grey Wolf with her, then maybe there wouldn't be a Grey Wolf coming to her now. So the diva, Li Hong, was secretly glad for her act of kindness last night. After thinking about this, she also immediately said back to Wang Qinga, "Grey Wolf, of course the two of us can sing in chorus. The song is supposed to be your original, and I'd be so grateful if you'd give me the chance to sing it with you. So how could I disagree?" Aha! When Wang Qinga heard this, he also nodded his head back and forth. "Sister Hong, then I'll send you the entire lyrics, so you can read them for yourself first." Good. So, Wang Qinga sent the entire song to Li Hong. Li Hong realized how good the song really was after seeing, well, the lyrics of the entire song. Just now, she had only heard the opening part of Wang Qinga's clear singing, and she already knew that it was a divine song. Only now when she, upon seeing the finished version, realized that she had just underestimated the song. As long as this song is sung, it is absolutely ancient and modern. Not at all worse than the two songs that Wang Qinga sang last night. Li Hong has always considered herself a master songwriter and composer, and the audience has given her a positive answer. But now that she had seen the song written by Grey Wolf, she realized that there was a sky beyond the sky, and how much of a well she had been. A random song by Grey Wolf would be enough to hang all her songs. While shocked beyond belief, Li Hong is also carefully watching the song called Beautiful Myth. After watching it several times in a row, she hummed it a few times herself, finding it a bit difficult. Plus she was in a hurry now because the movie, Millennium Love Affair, was coming out in 3 days, so there wasn't much time left for her to either learn the song completely and sing it and hand it over to Director Wang within these 3 days. Either that or wait for Director Wang to sue and for the court summons to come down. She knew that such a divine song, as long as it was sung well and handed over to Director Wang, with his intelligence, he definitely knew the value. When the time comes, the other party, not only won't sue her, but on the contrary, they will thank her. It's just that it's all predicated on the fact that she has to sing it perfectly before the movie hits theaters. Having figured this out, Diva Li Hong knew in her heart that she had no other way but to hand over the song before the movie was released. Therefore, Li Hong once again called Wang Qingge. She directly asked Wang Qingge, "Grey Wolf, where are you people now? Are you in Jiangcheng?" "Well, I'm in Jiangcheng," Wang Qingge returned. "Good then." After hearing that Wang Qingge person was in Jiangcheng, Li Hong sighed in relief and said, "Grey Wolf, here's the thing. I've been looking at this song of yours and it's a little difficult, so can the two of us meet now? We'll have to hurry up and practice in order to do that, or else we won't be able to sing the chorus perfectly. Besides, Millennium Love Affair comes out in 3 days. If we can't get to it before it hits theaters, to sing this song and give it to a movie would make it all pointless." Wang Qingge heard this from Li Hong. He understood the other party's worries, although he already knew the beautiful myth, like the back of his hand. But this was really difficult for Li Hong. After all, she only knew the song now, so she definitely needed to practice a bit to sing it perfectly. Coupled with the fact that the movie, Millennium Love Affair, was released in 3 days, it made the originally tense time, once again, much shorter. Wang Qingge, who had figured this out, also asked Li Hong, "Sister Hong, so what are your arrangements now?" Li Hong didn't talk nonsense and directly said back to him, "Grey Wolf, since you're in Jiangcheng, it's much better. We'll both come out and meet now, and then we'll practice the song starting tonight. Hopefully, I'll be able to sing it perfectly in time for, well, the release of the movie." "Okay, where are you, Sister Red? Where are we meeting?" Wang Qingge also didn't talk nonsense and asked directly. Afterwards, Diva Li Hong told him where to meet, and Wang Qingge packed up his home and went out. Not long afterward, Wang Qingge rushed to Li Hong's residence in Jiangcheng. After seeing Li Hong's residence, which was somewhat ordinary, Wang Qingge knew that he hadn't helped the wrong person. He knew in his heart why Li Hong would live in such an ordinary neighborhood, because most of the money she earned, she took to charity, so she doesn't have that much money to live in which upscale neighborhoods. Chapter 23 She's your ex-girlfriend? This matter if it is changed. Other stars, other heavenly kings and queens then, that would have lived in a private villa to go, tube you so much. So in this matter, Wang Qingge knew that he hadn't helped the wrong person, and if he didn't help Li Hong, then what other person could he go and help? Wang Qingge waited outside the neighborhood for a while and finally saw Li Hong. Only Li Hong, dressed in very ordinary clothes, came out, because she didn't know Wang Qingge's real identity, so she could only stand where she was and wait. Seeing this, Wang Qingge had no choice but to greet her himself. "Sister Hong, I'm here." Only when she heard someone call her did Li Hong look at Wang Qingge, and she was still surprised when she saw Wang Qingge in person, because she didn't expect that the original Grey Wolf's real face would be such a handsome young guy. You're the Grey Wolf?" Diva Li Hong walked towards him with some unquestionable faith. "Well, Sister Hong, that's me." Wang Qingge smiled back. "Oh, you kid, so you're still a big handsome guy. It's really too surprising." No, I guess," Wang Qingge said awkwardly. "Well, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside." Li Hong knew that outside wasn't the place to talk, so she hurriedly took Wang Qingge away. Soon Wang Qingge followed her and returned to her home. Li Hong's home was still the same and somewhat ordinary, but although the home is ordinary, the items are neatly arranged and give you a sense of comfort at first glance. "Grey Wolf, make yourself comfortable and I'll get you a glass of water." "Sister Hong, no need, I'm not thirsty." Seeing that Li Hong wanted to pour water for him, Wang Qingge hurriedly refused to get up, but Li Hong ignored him and continued to look for a cup. After a while, Li Hong poured 2 cups of tea and placed them on the table before sitting across from Wang Qingge. "Grey Wolf, what a surprise, since I am the first one who knows your true identity." Diva Li Hong couldn't help herself once she sat down, while Wang Qingge also said back, "Sister Hong, identity, anyway, sooner or later, you all have to know. Now the situation is different. It's only right to let you know in advance." "Oh, yeah," Li Hong smiled and said, "What's your real name?" "Wang Qingge." "Wang Qingge?" When Diva Li Hong heard this name, she always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell where. Li Hong, who couldn't figure it out, simply didn't think about it, but appreciated him. "Wang Qingge, what a beautiful name. With the word song in your name, no wonder you're so good at writing songs. It turns out it's destiny." "Ha ha, Sister Hong, you really know how to joke." Seeing her say that, Wang Qingge also laughed back, and Li Hong continued, aha, it's a shame about those people. They're probably all, right now, still thinking hard about who you are, especially Yan Ranran. Now that the entire internet who wants to know your identity has gone to her wherever she is, she's not under the usual amount of pressure. When Wang Qingge heard this, he also jokingly said back, yes Sister Hong, now that you already know my true identity, then when the time comes, won't other people be looking for you as well? Looking for me for what? I haven't seen you anyway. Li Hong played the rascal and said, ha ha. Seeing her like this, Wang Qingge couldn't help but laugh because he knew that Li Hong would definitely keep his identity a secret for him. If he didn't believe Li Hong in this matter, there was really no one else he could trust, and in this matter, Wang Qingge was very relieved. There was absolutely no need to worry that Li Hong would publicize his identity ahead out. But little Wang, Li Hong quickly changed her tone and called him Little Wang. You really know Yan Ranran? Li Hong was genuinely curious about this question, so she wanted to confirm it. As for Wang Qingge, when she heard her ask this, she also directly said, well yes, I do know her. Recognize, really familiar kind of relationship? Li Hong, undeterred, continued to pursue. Similarly, Wang Qingge still didn't hesitate for a second and said, yes, I was indeed very familiar with her before. How is this possible? But when Li Hong once again from Wang Qingge's mouth, confirmed that he used to be with Yan Ranran, was really familiar with that kind of relationship, her whole person suddenly disbelieved. What's wrong? Sister Hong, could it be that you think I'm lying to you? Wang Qingge similarly did not understand why Li Hong was suddenly like this. No, little Wang, I don't mean that I don't believe you. I just don't understand. Since the two of you and Yan Ranran are really so familiar with each other, why is it that she just can't guess you? If we say that you are just an ordinary person, or have an ordinary face, then Yan Ranran not being able to think of you can still be justified. But the reality is, you're such a nice guy, such a handsome guy, how could she, Yan Ranran, not think of you? I just don't believe that you, someone so handsome and familiar with her, that she, Yan Ranran, would not be able to guess that Grey Wolf is you? Li Hong asked several questions in a row, directly putting Wang Qingge on the spot. Yes, if it was a normal situation, then Yan Ranran would have guessed that it was him, but it would be different if it was a different situation. He himself knew very well what the reason was that Yan Ranran could not guess that the Grey Wolf was him. Therefore he said back to Li Hong, Sister Hong, there's nothing strange about this. Yan Ranran couldn't guess it was me. It may be that she, for one, has a great deal of preconceived notions about me, or doesn't want to wish that person to be me. Why? Why doesn't she want to believe that person is you? Li Hong was getting curious about this. Wang Qingge was a little hesitant. He was considering whether or not to tell Li Hong the truth. When Li Hong saw that Wang Qingge was a bit embarrassed, she also immediately said, Little Wang, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. I'm just a bit curious. Just when Li Hong thought that Wang Qingge wouldn't tell her, he opened his mouth. Sister Hong, I don't think Yan Ranran can guess the reason why I'm the Grey Wolf no matter what. Maybe she hates me too much? She hates you too much? When Li Hong heard this, she felt conflicted again. Didn't she just say that the two of them were familiar with each other? How come you're saying that now? Aha! Only at this point did Wang Qingge give a final answer saying, Sister Hong, the reason is simple. Because I was Yan Ranran's ex-boyfriend, and unfortunately I broke up with her. So now she must hate me so much that she can't think of a reason why I'm the Grey Wolf. You? What are you saying? Yan Ranran is your ex-girlfriend? Diva Li Hong. After hearing Wang Qingge say that Yan Ranran was his ex-girlfriend, her whole body was shocked, completely unable to believe it. Like, Chapter 24, it's your second sister again. Well yes, Yan Ranran is my ex-girlfriend. It's just a shame that I used to piss her off too much. That's why she doesn't want to think about me now, I guess. Hearing Wang Qingge say this, Li Hong couldn't come back to her senses for a long time because the news was really too shocking. So that's it. No wonder. Wang Qingge also continued, Sister Hong, in fact, this matter can't all be blamed on Yan Ranran, because it's me who has wronged her. So now she doesn't want to think about it. I can understand that. Listening to Wang Qingge, who was full of self-blame, Li Hong said with some inability to look at him, Little Wang, isn't the other party at fault at all? Wang Qingge didn't answer this, but once again spoke to Li Hong. A heavy news said, Sister Hong, in fact, among the 4 judges, there's more than just Yan Ranran. There's one other person I'm sorry for. When Li Hong heard this, she inwardly asked with another wave of incredulity, could it be that among the 4 of us judges, besides Yan Ranran, there's someone you know? Aha! Wang Qingge nodded her head and got up. Actually, I also know Wang Zutong because she is my second sister. Wang Zutong is your second sister? Hearing this, Li Hong's head Wang shocked and unable to rise. Because of this, it was really too unexpected. She never expected that Wang Qingge was not only Yan Ranran's ex-boyfriend, now even Wang Zutong had become his second sister. How could this not be shocking? Little Wang, are you saying that not only is Yan Ranran your ex-girlfriend, but even Wang Zutong is your second sister? She was in complete disbelief that this was real, so she confirmed, aha, but Wang Qingge's reply, as usual, was only to see him return. Sister Hong, have you forgotten? Last night, when I said that I was an orphan, right from my childhood, I was adopted. Wang Xuetong, she cried herself, because their family also adopted orphans, but it won't occur to her that I'm actually who she says I am. This time Li Hong is completely understand over. No wonder she just now heard Wang Qingge said self-name. She always feel we're not right. The other party that turned out to be out of place was right here, because among their 4 judges, there was also one with the last name of Wang. It was just that what Li Hong never expected was that Wang Zutong really had a different relationship with Wang Qingge. Li Hong, who knew this, felt like she was dreaming, because this kind of thing would only appear in a dogma plot, since it just appeared by her side. How could this not shock her into surprise? After letting her mood calm down, Li Hong then asked Wang Qingge, Little Wang, then what's the situation between you and your second sister? It was inconvenient to say too much to outsiders about family matters, so Wang Qingge had to simply say, and it's also my own fault for my second sister, for my first sister, and even more so for my family. It's all my fault. Little Wang, don't say that. Li Hong found it hard to believe that Wang Qingge would be such a person, so she comforted. Things came to this point, with Li Hong's intelligence, coupled with Wang Qingge's own self-blame of these, she had already put things, guessed a rough. She guessed that Wang Qingge, probably because of some kind of stimulation, had come to the program Masked Singer to try to prove himself. Another very important point was that among the 4 judges, there were people that Wang Qingge knew and had an unusual relationship, so it was all the more important for him to come to this stage to prove himself. It had to be said that Li Hong had guessed correctly. She had almost guessed Wang Qingge's matter. Only, what she had guessed was only the previous Wang Qingge, and the current one was something she definitely couldn't have imagined. If Wang Qingge had crossed over before he had participated in the program Masked Singer, then he wouldn't have come to this program. Now it's just a matter of necessity, all because of the debt left behind by that former Wang Qingge. And Li Hong, in order to verify that her own guess was correct, asked Wang Qingge, Little Wang, in that case, it's hard to believe that you came to participate in this program, the Masked Singer, in order to prove yourself to them? Seeing Li Hong, since he could think of this, Wang Qingge was also a bit surprised and said, this is sort of it. You could say that. Oh, I know, Li Hong added with a nod, but seriously Little Wang, I'm so grateful to Yan Ranran, and your second sister, both of them, right now. Why? Wang Qingge didn't understand why Li Hong suddenly said that. It was very simple. Li Hong said naturally, think about it, if there were no Yan Ranran and Wang Zutong, the 2 of them. So, you kid, are you not going to come to this Masked Singer? If you, Little Wang, you don't come to this program, then how will people know about your talent, your ability? If you don't come to this program, then how can all of us, how can we hear such a good song from you, such a good voice from you? So shouldn't the 2 of them be thanked for all this? Hearing this, Wang Qingge himself laughed a little awkwardly, as the reasoning seemed right. Indeed, if it wasn't for all that, then the former Wang Qingge wouldn't have gone on to participate in the program, the Masked Singer. If he hadn't gone to the show, there's no way he would have been pissed off, and he naturally, maybe, wouldn't have crossed over. So maybe it's all predestined. But it wasn't this that really made Li Hong grateful, it was the fact that she was on her own, because if Wang Qingge didn't come to participate in the program, Masked Singer, then the 2 of them wouldn't have known each other. It would be impossible for Wang Qingge to, today, would come up with beautiful myth, such a good song, to help her. Therefore Li Hong was very grateful. Little Wang, I'm really very grateful to both of them now. If it weren't for the 2 of them, then you and I wouldn't have known each other. And if the 2 of us didn't know each other, then would it still be possible for you to come forward and help me today? Of course not. The 2 of us don't even know each other. So what are we talking about? Wang Qingge also said dryly. So, I want to thank Wang Xuetong and Yan Ranran, the 2 of them, they're the ones who let me, and everyone else, get to know you. Alright Little Wang, we won't talk about the rest. The tea is already cold, so drink it. Good. Wang Qingge took a few sips before continuing. Sister Hong, as soon as you came here, you kept talking about me. Look at the 2 of us, we've both forgotten about the main event. It's fine, there's no rush for me. Little Wang, you should take a rest first, then it's not too late. Chapter 25 The Heartless Director. After that, the two of them started discussing how to sing the song, Beautiful Myth. After much deliberation, the two of them finally decided how they were going to approach the song. Just like that, Wang Qingge and Li Hong, both of them, set off directly to the recording studio. In the studio, the two of them sang it over and over again, and whenever there was a little bit of dissatisfaction, then they re-sang it, because they all know clearly that the Beautiful Myth this is a song, which is enough to make countless people fall into tears, so they have to sing it deeply to perfection in order to do so. In this way, without realizing it, 2 days soon passed, and during these 2 days, they had chartered the recording studio and had been practicing their singing here. After 2 days, Diva Li Hong was also gradually grasping the elements of the song, Beautiful Myth. Now Li Hong, singing up to be able to sing with Wang Qingge, to do perfect compatibility, this is worth letting people happy. Wang Qingge himself was, likewise, surprised by Li Hong's performance, since she was already able to sing the song so well since it was within 2 days. Especially the girl's part of the song was sung in a foreign language in his previous life. So at the beginning, he was a little worried that Li Hong would not be able to sing it well, but it turned out that it was all his own burden, because Li Hong not only sang it, but was singing it much better than the foreign language of his previous life. This was also the first time Wang Qingge had heard the song, with someone singing the girl's part in Mandarin. So it's true to say that Li Hong is known as a diva and has done all this in just 2 days. If Wang Qingge, himself, didn't have a system, then he was afraid that he would have to practice for the rest of his life and wouldn't be able to sing well. Soon, another day passed, until on the morning of the 3rd day, in Wang Qingge's final cry of closure, love is the only myth in the heart that is unchanging and beautiful. Good. Snap. Hearing Wang Chung sing, Li Hong happily applauded. King, great. This one is perfect. We've perfected the song. Hearing Li Hong's words, Wang Qingge also sighed down with relief. They had already been in this recording studio for 3 days. Now finally, the song was sung to perfection, and how could that not make them happy? The two of them then went back and forth on their own, listening several times to confirm that every line of the song, every lyric, had been sung to perfection before letting go. The song has been sung, but the time may also have been late. So Wang Qingge stretches. To Li Hong asked, Sister Hong, the Millennium Love Affair movie opens tonight. Are we already late? Not too late. When Li Hong heard this, she directly replied back, as long as I give this song to old Wang before the movie is released, then it won't be considered a breach of contract on my part. Good. Then let's hurry and give him the song. Hearing Li Hong say this, Wang Qingge also hurriedly said, well, make it now and send it to the old Wang. Director Wang, a man in his 60s, has lived his life for film and television. Although Director Wang made a lifetime of movies, but he is in the film and television industry. Not much fame, just belonged to the kind of insignificant. Only a few people remember it, since not many of the movies he's made in his life have been OS winners. There's not much to remember him by. Director Wang's highest moment in his life was when he was young and made a movie that almost got an award, right? It's just that since that time, his movies haven't been very popular. That's why so few people have seen his movies in the last decade or two. 3 years ago, knowing that he was about to be 60, Director Wang was already completely dead to his career, and he no longer had any hope for the movie he was making. He had actually thought about giving it up a long time ago, only to delay it again and again until now. So 3 years ago, he decided to make one more movie of his life, and he wanted to tell everyone that he was retiring with this last movie. With that, he paid a lot of money for a movie that had a good mention, and that was Millennium Love Affair. This movie is about two people who have traveled through 1,000 years of love, and because they love each other so much, they have not been able to forget each other even after 1,000 years. Such a movie, in Director Wang's opinion, even if it can't be a big hit, it should be somewhat watched. But unfortunately, because he's not very famous, he couldn't get any of those quality stars to star in the movie. So in the end, Director Wang only invited those face value is still passable 18-line stars, but the 18th line, always the 18th line, just not much people want to pay attention to, which makes Wang director once like a dead heart. The good thing is that Director Wang is not without his cards, because he invited the diva Li Hong to write songs for this movie. That's why Director Wang was still happy when he first hired the diva Li Hong, but not long ago, he couldn't be happier because the song that diva Li Hong wrote for his movie didn't help at all. It's one of those songs that's hard to listen to, so Director Wang got angry and rejected diva Li Hong's song and asked her to write another one out. Just so he did not expect is that the diva Li Hong do not do it. She said she song has been written, even if the completion of the two sides of the partnership. That's how the two sides fell out. So 3 days ago, with the movie about to be released in front of us, Li Hong still hasn't handed over the song, so he sued. Director Wang hadn't wanted to sue diva. After all, who would want to get into unnecessary trouble? It's just that he's running out of ideas, and the movie Millennium Love Affair, as the last movie he'll make in his life. He couldn't let it end so hastily, without even finishing the song, which is why he had to sue divas. Prosecution has been the last strength of director Wang, he no matter what, but also to defend his interests. He also understands now that even suing the diva can't save him from this movie. Looking at the data of purchasing movie tickets, director Wang was even more heartbroken. With this kind of performance, the movie's income, not to lose money is already thank God. Ugh, it looked like the movie was going to be released tonight, so director Wang had no choice but to leave it to fate. However, just then, his cell phone rang, and he picked it up to see that it was a message from diva Li Hong. Seeing that it was a message from the diva, director Wang's vicissitudes of old hands quickly clicked into the chat box. As soon as he entered the chat box he saw that diva had already sent him 2 messages. The first one was audio and the last one read, "Old woof. The song, Beautiful Myths quick listen. Chapter 26 Movies for Songs. Songs?" Seeing that it was a song sent by the diva, director Wang clicked on it even though he had lost all hope. Knock knock. As soon as director Wang clicked on it, a beautiful piece of music came out. Just this beginning music made director Wang's originally disheveled mood instantly excited as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. At this moment, director Wang's heart, there is only one thought, that is, this song has a chance. Just as he was thinking that, the song finally kicked in for someone. Untie me, the most mysterious weight. The stars are falling and the wind is blowing, to finally hold you in my arms again. 2 hearts trembling, believe in my unchanging heart. 1,000 years of waiting is my promise. No matter how many winters, I'll never let go. This sudden appearance of a male singing voice caught director Wang off guard, and his entire body stiffened. Because the song is not only nice and touching, but it fits very well his movie. Before he could recover from his shock, the diva's song came on. Now please take my hands, please close your eyes. The time we loved each other, come back to life. It's because we love each other too much, that's why it hurts so much, and not to each other. I love you. The diva's emotional singing voice once again made director Wang's entire body tremble. The song was still going on, but his whole body was already numb, because at this moment, only the song was left in director Wang's world. A few minutes later, love is the only unchanging and beautiful myth in the heart. It wasn't until the song finished that he slowly came back to his senses. After listening to this whole song, director Wang knew he was wrong. He knew he had the wrong idea in the beginning. He had thought that the song was very much in line with his movie Millennium Love Affair. It wasn't until now that he realized it wasn't so much that the song fit his movie, but rather, I should say that he made this movie for this song. Director Wang thinks that it is the right thing to do, otherwise it would be degrading to the song to call it an accessory to his movie. With a track record like his, and the movie Millennium Love Affair, he doesn't deserve this song at all. So director Wang is clear. If this song could be an interlude in his movie, it would be a high point for them. Director Wang listened to the song for a long time, until the cell phone rang again, which brought him back to reality. After coming back to his senses, director Wang looked at his cell phone and it was a message sent to him by diva Li Hong. How's the old Wang? This beautiful myth. Does it fit your movie yet? At this moment, director Wang was on the verge of tears, because diva Li Hong had brought him so much hope at his most desperate and helpless time. He didn't even know he should be so. To thank her. Excited, he launched a voice call directly to diva. Thank you, old girl, did you really write this song for me for this movie? Director Wang, grateful, asked the diva. He wanted to make sure it was clear to him that this beautiful myth was really prepared by the other party for his movie. And when Li Hong heard director Wang's words, she also said back, Old Wang, aren't you talking nonsense? Who's the song for if not you? Or didn't you look at it? No, I don't mean that, old sister. After hearing the diva say that it wasn't him who didn't see the song, director Wang immediately said, Old sister, I really like this song very much. Thank you old sister. As long as I have this song, then I am much more relieved. With this song, then even if I have a bad movie ticket, I don't care anymore, as long as the song can be my interlude for this movie. As for the other stuff, I couldn't care less. When Li Hong saw director Wang say this, she immediately consoled, Old Wang, look at what you're saying. Don't you worry, I'm sure your movie, this time, will be a big seller and break records. Aha, old sister, thank you. I really don't know how I should thank you enough right now, but don't worry, if my movie, this time, is really a big buy, then I'll split the profits with you 50-50. Ah, no need old Wang, really no need. When Li Hong heard director Wang's words, she was startled up. Splitting the bill 50-50 was no small matter, and if the movie was a really big buy, it would be even more so. So she refused to get up, but at this time, director Wang, obviously already on the head, so he could not refuse to say, Old sister, this is decided. Don't Don't be rejecting it or you're not giving me face. Li Hong was also very embarrassed at this time. Lao Wang, it's not that I don't want to, but I didn't actually write this song. So if you really want to split the bill 50-50 with someone, then it's up to the composer. What? You didn't write this song? Then who did? Director Wang was shocked to hear this from Li Hong, because he didn't expect such a good song, since it wasn't written by Li Hong. Li Hong didn't hide it at this time, but told him, "Old Wang, this song was written by the guy who sang with me. I'm sure you've heard of him in the last few days. He's the Grey Wolf." "Ah, it's him, Grey Wolf, this name." Director Wang naturally know. After all, these days on the internet, the sky is full of his news, so there are almost very few people who are unaware of the existence of the mysterious man, the Grey Wolf, anymore. Li Hong also reconfirmed, "Yes, Old Wang, this beautiful myth was written by Grey Wolf for me, and I just dabbled in it. So if it's really necessary to find someone to split the money 50-50, then it's better to go to him." Li Hong is indeed a very good person, and can adhere to the principle under the temptation of such a great interest. It's just that Director Wang, too, has his own opinion, so he immediately said to Li Hong, "Older sister, it doesn't matter who wrote the song anymore, so don't worry about it. If the movie is a really big buy, then we'll still split it 50-50 and I'll give you what you deserve. As to how you should divide it up, that's up to you." When Li Hong saw that Director Wang was still saying this, she realized that she couldn't persuade him, and she felt that the other party had a good point. The money, she can take it and pass it on to Wang Qingge is also good, so she didn't object anymore. After seeing that Li Hong no longer objected, Director Wang then said, "Alright, old sister, then the matter is settled. If there's nothing else, it'll be like this. First, I'm going to have to call someone right away and produce the song to be in the movie to make it work." "Good, Old Wang, then you should get busy first." Li Hong naturally knew that the current Director Wang was indeed in quite a hurry, so she ended the call with him. She then told Wang Qingge that Director Wang had accepted the song and the 50-50 split. Wang Qingge was still quite surprised when she knew everything, and in her heart, she was more certain that she hadn't helped the wrong person. Chapter 27. Let me buy you a movie. At noon, Wang Qingge had long since separated from Li Hong and returned to his rental house. As soon as he got back, he immediately went to buy groceries and came back because of the 2 days spent in the studio. That's why Wang Qingge, herself, doesn't even have time to cook and cook. She eats takeout. So when he got home, he immediately went and got himself some groceries and came back, ready to make them himself and have lunch. After the dishes were bought back, Wang Qingge started to do it, and after half an hour passed, the aroma of the dishes he made wafted up. Sue goes live every night to interact with her fans, so she usually sleeps late. Sleep late, get up late naturally. This is not already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. She still spread her arms and legs and lying in bed. Only then, an unmistakably spicy smell came through her window and into her room and into her nostrils. Smelling the smell, Su Ruoxian woke up in a flash. Waking up, she sniffled, attracted by the scent. Only what she didn't expect was that the more she smelled it, the more addictive it became. Who's cooking again? It smells so good? Su Ruoxian smelled the odor and gulped. She had the urge to find this family and rub a meal at his house. But that's the kind of thing that's fine to think about. Who's really going to rub it in her face? When she woke up, she didn't intend to go back to sleep because of her internal urgency. After she had gone to the bathroom and washed up, she heard a noise outside the hall, which was the sound of dishes being put away. Hearing someone, she subconsciously thought of Wang Qingge. Was he back? Wang Qingge hadn't returned for 2 days, so after hearing someone outside, Su Ruoxian hurriedly opened the door and went out. "Hey, wake up." Only once she opened the door, she actually saw Wang Qingge and greeted her. That wasn't even the most important thing. What really surprised her was that the table, since there were 3 or 4 dishes placed on it, including fish, ribs, and soup, and she realized now that the smell she had just smelled was not from someone else's cooking, but from the dish that was placed on the table in front of her. Seeing so many dishes, Su Ruoxian's mouth almost watered, and after Wang Qingge saw Su Ruoxian, since he came out in his pajamas, he said with some embarrassment, "I was going to call you for lunch later, but I didn't realize you woke up on your own, so it's just as well I don't have to." Su Ruoxian finally came back to God at this time, so she walked out. "Where have you been for the past 2 days? Why don't you come back?" Su Ruoxian subconsciously asked. "Oh, I had something to do, so I stayed wherever my friend was." Wang Qingge casually made an excuse and said, "Oh, so that's why I don't see you back." Su Ruoxian didn't continue to pursue the matter. After all, it was someone else's business and there was no reason for her to get involved. "You've washed up, haven't you? Want to eat lunch?" Wang Qingge asked. "Aha!" When Su Ruoxian heard this, she shyly lowered her head and whispered back, because she couldn't help herself when she saw all these dishes on the table. The dishes made by Wang Qingge not only tasted fragrant, but Su Ruoxuan found that he made since it looked much better than those restaurant dishes. I just don't know, how does it taste? However, with the experience she had 2 days ago, Su Ruoxuan was clear that the dishes made by Wang Qingge were definitely not difficult to eat. That's why when Wang Qingge asked her if she wanted to eat, she shyly lowered her head because she didn't dare to look at him squarely. Joyce Sui was really, never in a million years, expecting that she would one day turn out like this. Soon, when the last of the dishes were brought out, the two of them began to eat. At this point, Su Ruoxuan, holding the bowl in her hand, was still a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Wang Qingge said to her, "What's wrong? Eat, I'll eat if you don't. I haven't had a proper meal in the past 2 days." After saying that, Wang Qingge really didn't care about her and picked up the dishes to eat by herself. Seeing Wang Qingge eating so favorably, Su Ruoxuan also couldn't help herself for a long time, so she also directly clamped the dish and put it into her mouth. The moment the dish entered the mouth, Su Ruoxian's entire body was dumbfounded. It wasn't that the dish wasn't delicious, but it was too much. It was so good that it made her kind of doubt that there was a life as it was, and originally she thought that the dish just tasted tangy. What I never expected was that the original dish would be so good too. If 2 days ago, she had eaten noodles that were a mountain of flavor, then this current dish was a dragon's liver and phoenix gallbladder. At this moment, Su Ruoxian's mood couldn't be expressed in words. She couldn't wait to chew down the food in her mouth and continue to clip the others. When Wang Qingge saw her like this, he also asked her, "How is it? The dishes I made are still appetizing, right?" It's delicious," Su Ruoxian said back as she ate. The current her had long since lost her ladylike image. She was just the dry rice person. Very quickly, Su finished a bowl of rice and 2 bowls of soup, but she hadn't eaten enough, so she continued to add bowls of rice. Today's dish is definitely the best dish she, Rachel Sui, has ever eaten in her life. The dishes made by those restaurants outside couldn't even compare to Wang Qingge's. In order to be able to, in the future, still eat such a good dish, so she opened her mouth at this point. "Wang Qingge, you cook so well, why don't you be my cook from now on? How about I pay you a salary?" Ha ha. When Wang Qingge heard this, he laughed embarrassedly and said, "No, I, myself, do it here anyway. If you really want to eat, I'm always welcome. Money is not necessary." Hearing this, Su Ruoxian lowered her head in embarrassment, and at the same time thought of what she had said 2 days ago. She said that she was going to invite Wang Qingge to a big dinner, and now that she thought about it, she found it funny herself. Why pay for a bad meal when people cook so well on their own? Isn't this asking for suffering? And after this, Seo has come to her senses, and she knows that it's not realistic to think about treating him to a big meal. If he invited Wang Qingge to eat out, it would be better to ask him to make it himself at home and then eat it together. Those restaurants out there don't make it as good as he does, so why should they go through that? She, Rachel Sui, was rich, but she was not stupid enough to give up the good things and pick up the bad ones. However, Su Ruoxuan immediately thought that if she didn't treat Wang Qingge to a big meal, then how could she repay him? "Can't we give him money? He said he doesn't want it, so what else can we do?" Just as Su Ruoxuan didn't know what to report to Wang Qingge to be good, she suddenly thought of the movie. After thinking about the movie, Seo knew immediately how to repay him for the 2 meals, so she immediately spoke. "Wang Qingge, why don't I treat you to a movie tonight?" Chapter 28. A Desolate Theater. Ah, watching a movie? Hearing that Su Ruoxuan suddenly said that she wanted to invite him to a movie, Wang Qingge was really surprised. "Aha!" And Su Ruoxian nodded up and said, "How about it? Are you going or not? It just so happens that tonight, there's a new movie coming out, and I'd like to go see it, so why don't you accompany me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qingge called out that this was also too much of a coincidence, as he had just sung an interlude for the movie Millennium Love Affair. Now since someone, right now, is going to ask him to go see this movie, I have to say, it's really too much of a coincidence. "Well, aren't you going?" Seeing that he didn't answer, Su Ruoxian asked again. Seeing her repeated invitations, Wang Qingge himself wanted to go and see how the movie called Millennium Love Affair was made. More importantly, he wanted to know what the movie would look like with the addition of the song, Beautiful Myth. So after some consideration, he finally agreed to say, "Okay, since you want to go, I'll accompany you." Aha! After receiving Wang Qingge's reply, Su Ruoxuan began to be reckless again, gulping down her meal. Time quickly came to the evening. Wang Qingge made dinner early, then the 2 of them ate before they left. Since she was going to a movie, Su Ruoxuan deliberately dressed up. She wore a white A-line bustier skirt and a black and white striped t-shirt on top, with her hair just thrown back and a flower in her hair. She looked like an innocent goddess in this outfit. Even when Wang Qingge herself saw it, she couldn't help but praise it in her heart. It was just too beautiful. To be able to go to the movies with such a beautiful woman, that's what many people dream of. fruity is not surprising. When the two of them walk down the street, there are always people who turn around from time to time because of the beauty of Joyce Sui. Of course, many people were still very envious of Wang Qingge, being able to walk with such a beautiful woman. But that didn't matter because they were there to see a movie, so it wasn't long before they arrived at the theater. The movie started airing at 8 p.m., so Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, both of them, had arrived at the movie theater by 7:40 p.m. The two of them entered the movie theater a few minutes shy of 8 o'clock. But what was going on inside was a surprise to them, because the entire movie theater, very few people, originally sat thousands of people in the theater, came since all less than 100 people. Seeing this situation, Su Ruoxian said with a bit of embarrassment, "There aren't many people tonight, but it's good that it's quieter." Yes, Wang Qingge himself nodded. He knew in his heart that the movie theater, why there were so few people, it was because no one was interested in this movie, thinking that it's a all fantasy made movie that's unrealistic in reality. Not many people come to see it. Of course, the most important point is that the director is not famous, plus the actors are those 18th line stars. No one knows the kind, so that leads to, even more so, no one wanting to spend this wasted money. Therefore, Wang Qingge found that the people who came to see this movie tonight were either just idle and came to pass the time, either it is a couple, two people come together to figure out the romance. Of course, there are some old uncles and old aunts, but also to come to see just because of the reason that there were already fewer people. The two of them, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, were also seated in the more forward seats. After the two of them sat down, Su Ruoxuan took out the snacks that she had bought outside long ago out and started to eat. Soon as 8 o'clock rolled around, the movie officially played, starting with various lists of actors and such, which no one cared about and didn't love. After a minute or two, it was good to see the movie finally get into the swing of things. Once in the main movie, a good-looking handsome man appeared on the screen. He is the main character of the movie called Ichuan. Ichuan was a student of history and archaeology, so after he graduated, he went to work in a museum. One day, the museum suddenly got a new batch of antiquities, all sorts of ancient things, which made Ichuan look and marvel. What kind of sword knife these were everything, only these things didn't attract Ichuan too much, until he saw something. It was a very ordinary hairpin, but for some reason, when he saw it, it suddenly gave him a feeling of heartache. Ichuan couldn't help but stop in front of this hairpin, as if there was some kind of power holding onto it and not letting him leave. He couldn't help but touch the hairpin with his hand. The moment his hand touched the hairpin, an incomparably familiar feeling surged right into his heart. What kind of feeling is this? It's that feeling of something that belongs to one's immense heart and is now finally back in one's hands after being away from one for a long time. That's right, at this moment, Ichuan was this kind of feeling, and it was a very strong feeling, so strong that he couldn't help but want to pick up this hairpin as well. At this moment, Ichuan had an illusion, as if this hairpin in front of him was his own, was made by him. No, the feeling in Ichuan's heart at this time was no longer an illusion, but rather it was as if this hairpin was his. Such a feeling, such a thought startled himself as soon as it appeared. It wasn't until the co-worker next to him called out to him, which brought him back to his senses. Returning to his senses, he quickly left next to the hairpin and continued to look at the other ancient objects. But even though he had left, his mind was still on the hairpin, and he wanted to keep himself from thinking about it. But then he realized that at this point his heart he couldn't control. It was always the hairpin. Until he got off work, he still had that hairpin in his heart and couldn't wave it out of his mind. Even when he dreamed at night, Ichuan had very strange dreams, in which he made a hairpin for a woman, personally, and brought it on her head. And the hairpin in the dream was the one in that museum. The dream woke him up with a start, and he woke up still having a hard time believing it all. He didn't understand what was going on here. Why, when he saw that hairpin, he could never forget it. And now in his heart, there was an urge to explore the origin of this hairpin. So he called his colleagues to ask them if they knew where the hairpin came from. His co-workers told him that the hairpin was dug out of a newly discovered tomb, but not much else. And so, after a few days of back and forth, Ichuan decided to explore on his own, and applied to work at the newly discovered tomb. The movie has been here for half an hour, and in that half hour, people watching it have been shaking their heads and saying, "What the hell was that shot?" Chapter 29. The first meeting is a reunion. Only Wang Qingge found that the movie was okay, but the others just didn't like it much. That's probably because, well, the actors aren't famous, or something, so other people don't really like it. Not to mention other people, Joyce Sui likewise doesn't like to watch it. People sat in the movie theater but didn't really look up for more than 5 minutes to watch the movie. The rest of the time, she's either snacking or looking at her phone and talking to people, totally not putting any thought into watching a movie kind of thing. Wang Qingge didn't say anything about this. After all, that's people's freedom. What he's looking forward to now is when the song he sang with Li Hong will appear. The movie had been on for 30 minutes as well, but the song, Beautiful Myth, still hadn't appeared. The song never appeared, and Wang Qingge guessed that it was probably saved for the end, before it was released. It's just that if he doesn't play it now, he's a little worried that the audience won't have the patience and will just leave in the middle of it. But that can't be helped, as long as the song shows up when the time comes. As the movie continues, shortly after each one applies to come work at the archaeological site, they finally dig up an ancient tomb passage. And so it was that many people entered the ancient tomb, and everyone was still in a very excited mood to see the tomb for the first time. Each one was the only one, and he always felt like he had been here before, but he knew that was impossible. However, a familiar feeling made each one's mood grow more and more excited, and each one always felt like there was something that had been guiding him. Just as all the archaeologists were busy, he followed his senses to a nondescript wall. His hand, then, touched a small object on the wall, and the wall suddenly opened a door and sucked him in. When the others saw this, they rushed to his rescue, but nothing worked. Some of the people in the movie theater, after seeing this scene, finally spoke up. "Che, it's the same old story again. There's no need to read the following. I know the protagonist waits and takes advantage of all by himself." There were even more people who, after seeing this old routine, simply left, not intending to continue wasting time here. Next to Wang Qingge was Su Ruoxuan, who was similarly not interested at all, and if he wasn't still watching, she probably would have left. So Sui, too, made a random excuse and went to the restroom. Back to the movie. At this point each one is taken to an empty dungeon by a gate that suddenly appears. Inside this underground palace, those long lights hadn't been extinguished so far, which made him marvel. Soon each one came back to his senses and began to survey the underground palace, but to his surprise, this underground palace, since there was nothing. That's right, if the large underground palace, since there is not a little something, this is very unreasonable. If other places, this place is probably already full of ancient objects, but in this underground palace, there was nothing but a crystal coffin in the center. So the most attractive thing here is just this crystal coffin. Seeing that there was a crystal coffin here, each one was incomparably surprised, because in his opinion, it was very difficult for the ancients to make this thing, but now that the facts were in front of him, there was no room for disbelief. Each one slowly walked towards the crystal coffin in the center. As he took one step at a time, he appeared to feel it again. He had a familiarity with the place, as if he had been here before, and it overwhelmed him. This was the second time he had had this illusion. When he walked up to the crystal coffin, it was like there was a mysterious voice in his head that kept telling him to open this coffin, and he was also curious in his heart. What exactly was in this magical crystal coffin? Since it made such a large underground palace, store only it, so each one slowly pushed open the lid of the coffin. When the lid was pushed open instantly, a beautiful face appeared in front of his eyes, only to see the coffin, lying quietly, an ancient woman dressed in white. Her face is absolutely beautiful. Looking at the each one for a moment also cannot help but stay. When seeing the woman in this coffin instantly, each one heart that kind of familiarity, and strong up. He obviously did not come here, have not seen this woman, but he always felt that this wasn't their first meeting. This wasn't their first meeting, but a reunion as it were. This feeling made each one's heart grow stronger and stronger, and he could no longer control it, so he couldn't help but reach out towards the woman's cheek. The moment each one's hand touched the woman's cheek, suddenly all the memories of his previous life came flooding back in a flash. Countless memory fragments, bit by bit, entered each one's mind, and it was only at this time that he completely understood. It turns out that all this is not a coincidence, but his past life, where he was a general and the woman was his lover. In his previous life, this woman was still himself, personally put into this crystal coffin, in order to wait for him to come again. Concubine Ji, seeing his 1,000-year-old lover again, each one's voice turned hoarse. Ji Fei, I did what I promised you. I'm sorry, I'm back late. After 1,000 years, seeing his former lover again, each one shed tears of excitement and sadness. His tears dripped onto the woman's face, and then a miraculous scene occurred, only to see the woman's eyes open slightly. Seeing the woman suddenly open her eyes, each one was not afraid, but excited. Ji Fei, you're awake. You're finally awake. I'm sorry, I came back late, sorry. Each one was excited, holding the woman's hand and said. Although 1,000 years had passed and everything had long since changed, the first thing Ji Fei did after waking up was to recognize the person she loved so much. General, it's you. You finally returned. At this moment the Ji concubine who had waited for 1,000 years and slept for 1,000 years also opened her mouth. It's me, Ji Fei, it's me. I'm back. Each one excitedly hugged Ji Fei out. The movie was almost 2 hours old by this point, and there were about 10 minutes left before this movie was done. However, The audience, instead of appearing to feel good about the movie because of a touching scene in the movie, became somewhat disdainful. What the hell? After 2 hours of watching this? It's no fun to walk away. Gone. There were already not many people in the theater, and even fewer could stay until now, and now there are still people leaving. So in the movie theater, there are not many people left. Su Roachuan also spoke up at this time and said to Wang Qingge, "Why don't we leave too? This movie is already finished. Just wait a little longer. Anyway, 2 hours have come and gone, so it's not like it's the last few minutes." At this time, of course, Wang Qingge couldn't leave, because it would be over soon, and the end of the climax would come. Chapter 30. The movie won't work. Song to the rescue. When Su Roachuan saw Wang Qingge say that, she instantly became a bit upset because at the moment, she was a bit regretful, since she gave up tonight's broadcast to see, well, a movie like this. So all she wanted to do now was to go back earlier and go live. But Wang Qingge insisted on watching the whole thing, which left her with nothing else to do for a while. It wasn't good for her to leave first by herself. After all, she was the one who invited people to see the movie. How could she leave first by herself? So she sat down again as well, ready to wait until the movie was over. In the movie, at this time, the two of them, Yichuan and Ji Fei, embraced each other tightly after 1,000 years. 1,000 words at this moment had been turned into love for each other. As long as they were with each other, everything else went without saying and the other person understood in their heart. And at that moment, outside the ancient tomb, it suddenly rained heavily, and the torrential rain quickly caused a huge flash flood. Wherever the torrents passed, everything was destroyed, and it looked like the ancient tomb was in danger. The other archaeologists, having gotten the news, couldn't care less and started running for their lives. Even the rescue of each one, they could only put it down for the time being. Soon, the flash flood really did appear, and the ancient tomb just fought with it before it was directly submerged. The two of them, Yichuan and concubine Ji, who were in the underground palace, also noticed that something was wrong at this time, because the entire underground palace was already beginning to shake, and it was clear to them all that it was going to collapse. Just when Yichuan was at a loss for words, Ji Fei led him to a passageway and then they left through it. The two of them came outside, only to see the sky look like it had split into two sides. On one side it was raining a fierce storm, while on the other it was froth-bathed in sunshine. Yichuan and Ji Fei happened to be just this side of the sunlight, and they stood high up, watching the ancient tomb being swallowed up by the flash flood. Just when Yichuan thought that everything was over, Ji Fei had a problem, only to see the original still good Ji Fei, suddenly from the feet, began to turn into flying ash-like, floating away with the wind. "Ah, what's wrong with you, Princess Ji? What's wrong with you?" This scene scared Yichuan. A moment of panic at a loss for words, he felt that his sky had collapsed, and when Ji Fei was faced with this situation, she didn't panic or get scared, but looked at him with a contented face. She reached out and touched Yichuan's face, softly whispering, "General, I am content to see you again, waiting for you, for 1,000 years. I just want to tell you that I love you." After Ji Fei finished speaking, she was filled with smiles, and then her body slowly disappeared, drifting into the distance with the wind. "No!" Yichuan screamed out in grief, but everything was already helpless, leaving only his unwilling hiss echoing in the mountain stream. Soon after, Yichuan was found by his teammates and brought back. The movie camera screen turned. It was already a year later. At this time Yichuan re-entered that museum. He stood right in front of the hairpin that concubine Ji used to use, that he used to make for her, and told the tourists who were looking forward about the origin of the hairpin and a love that had spanned 1,000 years. The movie, by this point, is completely over, but there still aren't a lot of people who are willing to pay for this movie. Everything that appears in the movie is just made up to them. Su couldn't wait, so when she saw that the movie was over, she couldn't wait to stand up. "Go away! There's nothing to see anymore." But Wang Qingge, at that moment, didn't pay any attention to her, and was in her disbelief. Suddenly a piece of rich, pleasant, and sad music reached her ears. As soon as the thumping music appeared, it instantly quieted down Su Roachuan, who was originally in a somewhat irritable mood. At this moment, not only Su Roachuan, those who were originally going to leave, also unconsciously sat back after hearing this music. "Male, untie me, the most mysterious weight. The stars are falling and the wind is blowing, to finally hold you in my arms again." Two hearts trembling. Before the crowd could react to what was going on, a male singing voice came right out. The moment this male singing voice came out, everyone was shocked, because no one would have thought that the song would be so good since it was so good. Along with the song came images from the movie. A scene from the movie's protagonist, Yichuan, is released with the song. It was only at this moment, following the song, that the audience revisited the movie. "Believe in my unchanging heart. 1,000 years of waiting is my promise. No matter how many winters, I will never let go. The image that was released along with these verses of the song was when each one found the crystal coffin. He's just like the song says, he means it, and his promises aren't just words, so even after 1,000 years, he still came to fulfill his original promise. No matter how many vicissitudes he goes through, he will never give up. Female, now please take my hands, please close your eyes, the time we loved each other, floating in front of the eyes, before the crowd could get back to their senses. From the male singing, a melodious female voice came again. It was then that the audience realized that this since a song sung by a man and a woman together, and that both sides were still so in tune with each other. It makes you go from the male vocals, into the female vocals again underneath, only because we love so much. It's the pain that hurts, nor to each other, that I love you. Following this scene is the each one tears dripping on Ji-Fei's face, causing Ji-Fei to wake up scene. Seeing this scene, some of the viewers could no longer help but follow suit and shed tears. Beside Wang Qingge, Su Ruoxuan, who was originally going to leave, didn't know when she sat back down, and she just stared stupidly at the movie screen. At this point, not to mention Joyce Sui, a lot of people are in the same situation as her. None of them would have thought that the movie, which was originally not favored by anyone, would suddenly give people this trick since it was over, caught everyone off guard and left no one with a shred of defense. Male, each night is traversed by heartache, thoughts never end, I'm used to being alone, I smile in the face. The song continued, and everyone had long since lost the ability to think, and some were just drowning in sorrow. This moment in conjunction with the movie, they realize what love and commitment means. Everyone just thinks that they are just like the man and woman in the movie. Listening to the song, they were fantasizing if they were the heroine, or the hero in the movie. Surely, then, they would also be willing to sleep in a cold crystal coffin for 1,000 years for their beloved, just to wait for him. If it's a male lead, they know someone has been waiting for them for 1,000 years. They will surely be righteous, too, and go forward to find the love of their past lives. Chapter 31 Coming Fires. Chorus, only true love follows you and me through endless time and space. Woman, and not being able to say to each other, that I love you. Love is the heart, the only unchanging beautiful myth. A song, just like that, was finished, but the audience, who hadn't come back to their senses, were still looking at the screen. As the last note dissipated, the song's message reappeared in the screen. Song, Beautiful Myth. Lyrics by Grey Wolf, composed by Grey Wolf, sung by Grey Wolf, Li Hong. Since it's Grey Wolf, singing with the two diva Li Hong, I told you why the voice is so familiar. After seeing the message of the song, many people were shocked, because no one would have expected this song since it was Grey Wolf, who had just been famous for a few days, singing it with diva. Next to Wang Qingge, Su Ruoxuan, at this time, has also long shed tears. She had thought that this is a very ordinary movie, even before she had some regrets coming to see this movie, but as soon as this beautiful myth appeared, she realized that her whole being was wrong. It's not really that the movie isn't good, but that they, the people, just haven't found the feeling of spacing out into the movie's point. Now that they've found it, it's this song called Beautiful Myth that brought them into the movie. Combining the movie and the song is how they know what a real movie is and what a real song is. Most importantly, the person who sang this, since it was her, Su Ruoxuan, the male god she had always silently loved, the one who conquered everyone on the Masked Singer show with 2 songs. It had been in her mind for the past few days and had become a goal to follow. She was even more surprised to hear another song by her male god when she came out to see a movie today. How could this not make Su Ruoxuan excited? She now hated herself a little, since she was bent on leaving before her boyfriend sang for this movie, since she's so aesthetically unaware that she hasn't seen it seriously at all. Fortunately, she didn't leave right in the middle and stayed until the end. Otherwise she would have regretted it. There are naturally a lot of people who think the same way as Rachel Sui. After seeing the movie play and the song finish, some emotional people were not having it. Play it again. We want to hear the song again. We want to hear it again. As someone shouted this, others followed suit. Only they did so in vain. What do they think a movie theater is? It's a concert. You'll play it again if you ask? You don't have that rule at the movie theater. You can play it again, but you'll have to pay for it. So come back and listen to it when you continue to see it tomorrow night. So all these requests end up going unheeded and unanswered. Not only in this movie theater like this. At this moment almost the whole country, all the cinemas, are staging this same scene. But the ending, it's the same. A movie theater is a movie theater. It's not a concert kind of venue. Seeing that there was no way out, the crowd could only leave very reluctantly in the end. After the song was played and listened to, Wang Qingge himself was still quite satisfied with this, because this beautiful myth has been very much in line with this millennial love affair. I'm sure with this song, this movie will, next, do a bit of good. When he came back from it, he found that the people in the movie theater had pretty much left. He took a look at Su Ruoxian and realized that since she was in tears, she was staring ahead as if she was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Seeing her like this, Wang Qingge thought that she was irritated by something, so she reached out and waved it in front of her eyes. It was fine if he didn't ask that, but this was a big deal, only to see Su Ruoxian suddenly hugging him. Woohoo! After Su Ruoxian jumped into his arms, she directly burst into tears, and this action of hers caught Wang Qingge off guard. In his arms suddenly, pounced into a beautiful woman. His heartbeat since accelerated up, but also did not dare to move. Oh hoo! She was still crying, her tears staining his shirt. After a while, Wang Qingge dared to make a sound and said, "You, what's going on? Who pissed you off again?" But instead of answering him, Su Ruoxian continued to cry sadly, only that her voice became a little bit smaller. Wang Qingge let her stay in his arms for a while longer before he dared to reach out and try to separate her, because he noticed that the people in the movie theater were almost gone, and if they both didn't leave, the lights would be out by then. "Wakefield, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" He placed his hands gently on her shoulders and pushed outward. At this point in time, Su Ruoxian's situation stabilized a bit, so she left his embrace herself under his movements. "Yeah, sorry," she whispered an apology after leaving his arms. "It's okay, I'm glad you're okay, let's get out of here too, everyone's gone." Seeing that there was nothing wrong with her, Wang Qingge also came down with a sigh of relief and said, "Aha!" So the two of them, too, left quickly, out of the movie theater. At this time, Su Ruoxian didn't know if she was stimulated or something else, so she held Wang Qingge's hand by herself. Wang Qingge was naturally happy to see a beautiful woman taking the initiative to hold his hand, so he just also directly held her hand and pulled her along. By the time they got out of the movie theater, it was already past 10 o'clock at night when they looked at the time. "Are you still going to play? Or are you going back now?" Wang Qingge asked. "Go back." Su Ruoxian was no longer in the mood to remain outside. She'd have to hurry back and then go live while there was still time to tell her fans about her day. Most importantly, she had to hurry back to the live broadcast and tell her fans that the movie, Millennium Love Affair, had Grey Wolf and Diva Li Hong singing a song for it. Seeing this, Wang Qingge didn't say anything, but held her hand, and the two of them came to the side of the road, then stopped a car and went back. It wasn't long before the two of them finally returned. As soon as Su got home, she couldn't wait to run back to her room. She was going to go on air, and Wang Qingge, too, went back to his room. Then he called Diva Li Hong. He told Li Hong that he went to see the movie, Millennium Love Affair, tonight and told her about the audience's reaction at the end. Li Hong was also happy to hear these words from Wang Qingge, and at the same time, she also said, "The movie, Millennium Love Affair, is about to be a smash hit, and I'm afraid tickets will be hard to come by then." And his Wang Qingge's influence would expand quite a bit again, drawing more fans. What Li Hong said, Wang Qingge didn't really care about because he was the one with the system, so being famous was just a matter of time for him. That's when his system, finally, reappeared. Chapter 32 A video sensation on the internet. Ding! Entertainment reversal system. Host, Wang Qingge. Skills, divine piano, divine guitar, divine chef. Props, redemption mall. Popularity value, 2,000,000. Seeing that the system had added another million popularity values after it reappeared, Wang Qingge was still very happy. It was clear to him that this newly given 1 million popularity value must be related to the song Beautiful Myth, because the audience, tonight, heard the song Beautiful Myth. That's why his popularity rating went up. With later, the more people who listen to the song, then his popularity value will increase, and he had recently discovered that the popularity value in his system could be exchanged for money. Each point of popularity value could exchange him for 100 pieces, and now he possessed 2 million popularity values. This meant that Wang Qingge was now equivalent to, well, being a person with 2 small goals. How could something like this not make him happy that he would finally stop worrying about running out of money? And in the future, as the popularity value continued to increase, the more money he could redeem. Just as he was thinking about this, his system released a new quest. Ding! A new task for the system. Ask the host to play once in the next few days. Knight's Piano Piece V. What? Since it's this tune? When Wang Qingge saw the system released this task, it was still quite a surprise, since he was told to play the Knight's Piano Music V. You know, this was a famous song in a previous life. A sleep-friendly kind of song. He believed that as long as this tune appeared in the world, it would absolutely hang the existence of all the tunes in this world. So when he heard this new task from the system, Wang Qingge was really surprised. Since the system had arranged it this way, it was clear to him that he was going to be within the next few days. It's only fair to find a suitable opportunity to play the tune. After learning this, he went to take another shower and then rested. The next day, many people are still unaware of how much of a fuss the movie, which was just released last night, has caused. Many, as usual, went on doing what they had to do, going to work and taking breaks. Even though everyone is busy with their own business, there is one thing that everyone has in common. That is, when you are idle, brush up on short videos and relax. A short video anchor named The Sea of Flowers have you. She has been registered in Douyin for 3 or 4 years. In the 3 or 4 years since, she's posted hundreds of short videos, just not many likes and not a lot of traffic. Coincidentally, the anchor, who is called Flower Sea with You, also went to the movie theater last night. She started out with the same disdain as everyone else for the electricity that is Millennium Love Affair, until later, when the movie ended and the song Beautiful Myth came on. When Beautiful Myth, the song came on, her whole being sank into it instantly, fantasizing that she herself was the heroine of the movie, waiting 1,000 years for her beloved. She didn't realize how good the movie was until she listened to the song, Beautiful Myth, and saw it in conjunction with the movie. Not only did she think the movie was good, she couldn't get the song out of her head. When she got home, her head was full of that song. So it was a good thing she was at the theater and recorded a snippet of the song down on her phone when she heard it halfway through. So she listens to it over and over, but still can't get enough of it. At that time, she felt even more like she was the heroine of the movie. So she spent the night making a short video and posting it on her doujinshi. The Sea of Flowers has you, and won't be able to think about how much of a stir she's going to make with this short video. Many of you who swiped through short videos today have swiped through one of these. Text, concubine G has waited for each one for 1,000 years just to say that I love you. Then comes the climax of a song. Believe me, you choose to wait and not to hide from more pain. Only your gentleness can relieve the infinite indifference. Woman, now please take my hands and please close your eyes. The times we've loved each other come to mind. It only hurts because we love so much, and not being able to say to each other that I love you. Chorus, let love be in your heart and mine, the flower that always blooms. Never bow down through time and space. Never give up the dream. While the song keeps coming, the video footage is mesmerizing to watch, because that image was exactly what each one, with his tears dripping on Ji-Fei's face, had seen when she woke up. And the image of concubine Ji turning into flying dust in each one's arms after they escaped the ancient tomb. Such sad and joyful images, coupled with the beautiful mythological climax part, made countless people who swiped to this short video instantly fell. Many of those who swiped to this video had their hands stopped where they were and couldn't scratch on. When they listened to it over and over again, they realized in retrospect that the video had been liked over 1 million times. Not only have the likes exceeded 1 million, favorites and retweets to download these, has also been more than 100,000 to start. So many people reacted by liking and favoriting the video or either downloading it, as if they were afraid it would be taken down. The comments on the video are equally amazing and are getting close to the number of likes. The comments, however, were clear, asking, what song is this? Or are asking, what movie is this and who sings the songs? In short, countless people have asked in the comments of this video, the answer to what, in their hearts, they most wanted to know. But it's a shame, because the number of people who went to the movie theater last night, to see Millennium Love Affair, really wasn't that great. So it's still impossible to answer the questions many people have. The influence of this video has been very big. So many people, also at this time to pay attention to, the Sea of Flowers have you this anchor. Others, too, were sending her direct private messages asking what song or movie this was coming from. This wasn't resolved until Flora and Fauna had you, the anchor, sleeping it off. The Sea of Flowers have you wake up after sleeping. She found her cell phone. Today's message is very much a look to realize that the original is from the Douyin. So she hurriedly boarded the Douyin. Aborted the Douyin. After seeing her own video released last night fire, the Sea of Flowers have you almost stupid, because she never imagined that she herself would have a day of fire, with over 1 million video likes, comments, downloads, retweets these, collectively also more than 100,000. How can this not let her shocked? There were also a ton of private messages, and even her followers had gone from 10,000 or 20,000 to 400,000 or 500,000 people now. At this moment, the Sea of Flowers has you, only to feel like you woke up overnight. The whole world has changed. The sudden burst of fire had left her in a foul mood for a long time. Chapter 33. Who is the male voice? Until after a long time, the Sea of Flowers had your excited mood, which slowly calmed down. Calm down, the Sea of Flowers have you. See, so many people ask her, what song is this? What movie? So she immediately, in the comments section, gave the answer that everyone desperately wanted to know. As soon as the Hanahai have you comment was posted, countless people who had seen the answer were shocked, because no one would have thought that this song, since it was the song sung by the mysterious man, Grey Wolf, that many of them had been discussing for the past few days. What's even more unexpected is the movie in the video. Since it's the millennium love affair that everyone is not looking forward to, how is this not surprising and shocking? No one had expected that Grey Wolf, the mysterious man, who had only just come out with his name a few days ago, would let out such a big trick out of the bag. With just one song, it saved an underappreciated movie. But when they thought of the Grey Wolf's ability, many of them instantly understood. Only the Grey Wolf, the mysterious man, could be so capable. A song that has everyone, listening to it, mesmerized and unable to get out of their own way. The only thing that doesn't quite make everyone's heart skip a beat is that this beautiful myth, good as it is, isn't the full version. So a lot of people are upset up and they need to go listen to the full version of the song. And the full version of the song is currently only in the movie Millennium Love Affair. So the only way to hear Beautiful Myth, the full version of the song, is to go to the movie theater. After countless people reacted, they rushed to buy tickets. But unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Because what they can think of, others can think of, and have thought of before them. So when countless people want to go buy tickets and see a movie, they find out that the tickets have been voted out. Tickets for the next 2 or 3 days of the movie have long since been bought out. This situation has driven countless people who didn't get tickets crazy. Yen Ranran had obviously emaciated a lot in the past 2 or 3 days. Because of what? Because of the identity of the Grey Wolf. She had been unable to guess who it was, so under great pressure, she turned a little haggard. Early in the morning, Yen Ranran had just woken up when she realized that half an hour earlier, Wang Shuetong had already sent her a message. Wang Zutong sent a 20-odd second short video, and a sentence. Ren, look. Seeing Wang Shuetong send her a short video, Yen Ranran still didn't know what was going on, so having just woken up, she clicked on the video. Believe me, you choose to wait and not to hide from more pain. Only your gentleness can relieve the infinite indifference. Woman, now please take my hands and please close your eyes. The times we've loved each other come to mind. It only hurts because we love so much, and not being able to say to each other that I love you. Chorus, let love be in your heart and mine, the flower that always blooms. Never bow down through time and space, never give up the dream. As soon as Yen Ranran clicked on the video, a chorus song came straight out. Upon hearing this song, Yen Ranran sensed she felt a trace of inexplicable sadness, so she couldn't help but listen to it again. The song, the more she listened to it, the sadder and more poignant it became, especially when viewed in conjunction with the images in the video, because the image shows a man in front of a crystal coffin, looking sadly at the woman in the coffin. The man's tears then flowed out and dripped onto the woman's face, which caused the woman, who had been sleeping for 1,000 years, to awaken. In particular, the last scene outside was the one that caused Yen Ranran the most heartache. 2 people who had been so hard, finally together, and the heavens were about to separate them again. Watching the woman, in the man's arms turned into flying ash, dissipated between heaven and earth, in combination with music, Yen Ranran unconsciously, since also shed tears, because this scene, it's so easy to get into. One look and one listen pulls one right into that picture. Makes one break down and cry for 2 people who love each other but can't be together. Yen Ranran's body, which was already somewhat emaciated, simply couldn't withstand such a blow, so it took her a while to come back from it. Reacting, she immediately sent a message to Wang Shuetong. Sister Shuetong, what is this? Wang Zutong replied in seconds. You've seen the video, right? The song is called Beautiful Myth. The movie is the one director Wang just released yesterday, 1,000 Years of Love. What? It's even this movie? Yen Ranran heard Wang Zutong say this. She was surprised. Originally this movie she is not very clear. But a few days ago, director Wang's lawsuit against Li Hong put her on the spot. However, Yen Ranran had only paid attention to it and didn't care too much about it. So now that she saw Wang Zutong say that, she was surprised. Didn't you say that for this movie? Director Wang is suing Li Hong because there are no songs? How is it that now, out of nowhere, such a stunning divine song has appeared? With questions, Yen Ranran replied to Wang Shuetong. Sister Shuetong, didn't you say that Sister Li didn't write a song for director Wang, so she was sued? How come now? Director Wang's movie will have such a song. Ren, can't you hear who sings this song? Who sang it? Yen Ranran saw this and listened again, and this time she finally heard it. Sister Shuetong, since it's a song sung by Sister Hong, who says Sister Hong doesn't have a song? This song is so good, oh my god. But who was the guy in the chorus? Yen Ranran did hear Li Hong's voice, but she did not hear Wang Qing's. To this question, Wang Shuetong did not answer in person, but instead said back to her, Ren, go see the original video for yourself. The original video has what you want. Good. Yen Ranran didn't talk nonsense. Following the Douyin number given in the video, she boarded Douyin and then searched. One search, The sea of flowers has your number and it comes up. Yen Ranran then clicked in and saw the original video that Wang Zutong had sent her. She clicked into the original video, which at this point had over 10 million likes, and a million comments. Such data made Yen Ranran quite shocked when she saw it. A video with 10 million likes and a million comments already belongs to the pinnacle of existence. Trust me, you chose to wait. No more pain or suffering will be dodged. The same song sounded again, and Yen Ranran couldn't help herself, listening and watching it again before finally pausing the video and clicking on the comment section. She knew that with a million comments, there had to be an answer to what she wanted to know. Sure enough, as soon as Yen Ranran opened the comment section, she saw the comments with the most likes, and the most replies. This comment is the video host's reply to everyone. Chapter 34 Li Hong's attitude. The blogger's response to all was this. The movie is directed by Wang. The movie that was released yesterday, 1,000 Years of Love. The name of the song is Beautiful Myth. It's sung by Li Hong and Grey Wolf. This beautiful myth was written by Grey Wolf based on the movie Millennium Love Affair. Oh, when Yen Ranran saw this comment, she didn't react, and waited for a moment. What? Yen Ranran, who had reacted, once again looked at the comment. The song is called Beautiful Myth, and it's sung by Li Hong and Grey Wolf. This sentence, Yen Ranran read it over and over again several times. She thought that she had blurred her eyes, so she wiped her eyes and looked again. But invariably, the blogger's response is that it's sung by Red Lee and Grey Wolf. There's no one else who can be called Grey Wolf now, except for Grey Wolf, who was a hit on the Masked Singer show. Yen Ranran could no longer think of anyone else who was named Grey Wolf, so she was shocked beyond belief. It was hard for her to believe that the Grey Wolf contestant, whom she couldn't guess who it was even if she tried hard, had come out with another song, and one of such high quality, since it was just these 2 or 3 days. How could this not shock Yen Ranran? How could it not surprise her? Reacting, Yen Ranran, incomparably shocked, continued to scroll through the rest of the comments. Some of the comments with more likes, including replies, look like this. I'm such a fool. I went to the movie last night too, but I left when I saw half of it. I didn't stay till the end. I deserve that I couldn't hear such a good song. I'm such a fool. Someone else down there, too, said this back. I'm worse off than you. I've seen that it's only the last 10 minutes left, but I'm stupid enough to leave. Don't you think I'm a cutie? It's a fool's errand to even think about going to see it now. The tickets aren't even available. Woohoo! Ah, why couldn't I have seen the end yesterday? Or I could have heard the song. Some were regretting their yesterday, leaving the movie theater early, though others were more desperate than they were back. Those of you who have left early are the best bet. It's the ones like me that stick around until the end that are even more pathetic. Hearing such a great song but only being able to listen to it once, and it's one that hasn't completely reacted yet, and just as soon as I get into the groove, the song is over, and then it was never again. And it's so hard to hear the finished version now how you can't hear it anymore. And you can't buy movie tickets. Do you know the despair of hearing this beautiful myth and not being able to continue listening? Some of the people who heard the finished version of the beautiful myth because of last night are also in the comments section at this point, crying out in pain, because they heard the divine comedy and they can't go on hearing it anymore. So they are very sad. Now people like that. It's like they're addicted and they're craving to hear the song again. But the only way to hear it again is to go to the movies. But now the tickets for the movie theater have been snatched up long ago. Where else can they be bought? So these people can only whine here. However, Yen Ranran realized that there were also some lucky people who returned. It's a good thing my boyfriend stopped me last night, when I was leaving, or I wouldn't have heard this song. What makes me even happier is that after my boyfriend heard the song, he instantly bought tickets again. So we get to go to the movies again tonight. And you guys are envious. Under this comment, there are people who are jealous, envious, and those who want to pay a high price and buy the movie tickets in their hands. When Yen Ranran saw these comments, she didn't doubt them in the slightest, because she knew deep down that the song did have the capital to make people do that. She just heard the climax of this part, and couldn't help but want to listen to the finished version as well, or want to listen to it all the way through. So those who had already heard the finished version, their feelings Yen Ranran could understand. However, all these collectively are not Yen Ranran's purpose at this time. Her current purpose is still to know who is the Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf's on the Masked Singer show, with those 2 original songs, has made him famous. But it was only a few days of work, and he had written the beautiful myth, such a divine song out. How could this not make Yen Ranran shocked? How could he not make Yen Ranran curious about his identity? She tried and failed to guess that the Grey Wolf, in fact, was the classmate she was. Now that Grey Wolf has come out with such a song, it makes Yen Ranran even more impatient to know who he is. The good thing is that Yen Ranran has now seen hope, because Grey Wolf is singing with Li Hong. Doesn't this mean that Li Hong already knows who the Grey Wolf is? As long as she made a phone call now and went to ask Li Hong, Wouldn't she be able to find out the true identity of the Grey Wolf from Li Hong's mouth? Thinking of this, without saying a word, Yan Ranran directly called Li Hong. Just after a while, she began to be a little disappointed, because the person Li Hong simply did not answer her call. She thought Li Hong was away for a while, so she still held out hope. But after she called several times in a row and Li Hong didn't answer her calls, she finally started to get anxious. At this point, she had to send a message to Li Hong, and at the same time, she also boarded the scarf to see what Li Hong was up to. Sure enough, as soon as Yan Ranran went on her scarf, she saw that Li Hong had finally posted a dynamic, and she had posted it an hour ago. For those of you who want to ask for the identity of the Grey Wolf in my place, you're not going to get any ideas from me, and all I can tell you is that I have no comment. Don't say I don't know. Even if I did know who the Grey Wolf was, I would never tell anyone. No one. After Yan Ranran saw Li Hong's dynamics and was saying this, she instantly turned ugly. It turned out that she wasn't the only one who wanted to ask Li Hong about the identity of the Grey Wolf. Others wanted to know too. That's why Li Hong took the position early on that he would never say no comment. But when Li Hong said that he didn't know about the Grey Wolf, not to mention anyone else, Yan Ranran wouldn't believe him. They both chorused. So how could Li Hong not know who Grey Wolf was? Now that Li Hong was saying this, it only meant that she was just trying to help the Grey Wolf hide her identity. Seeing Li Hong's dynamic, Yan Ranran knew in her heart that it was impossible for her to learn from Li Hong's mouth who the Grey Wolf really belonged to. So she was instantly, and with immense disappointment, emaciated much more. The Grey Wolf was obviously her classmate, but how could she not guess which one it was? Yan Ranran was constantly asking herself, but there was never an answer. Just when she didn't know what to do, Wang Shuetong's phone call came. Seeing that it was Wang Zutong's call, she answered without saying a word. Hey, Sister Shuetong, why is this happening? Chapter 35 Wang Shuetong brings hope. Why? Ugh. After picking up the phone, Yan Ranran could no longer hold back the bitterness in her heart while crying out to Wang Zutong. Hearing Yan Ranran cry, Wang Zutong followed suit and comforted anxiously. Ranran, don't be like this. What are you crying for? There's nothing to cry about. Only after venting did Yan Ranran stabilize a little. She was very confused and asked, Sister Shuetong, what do you think is going on here? Wang Shuetong naturally understood what Yan Ranran was asking. Ren, I didn't know about this until early this morning, but there's only one explanation if it seems so. What explanation? Yan Ranran was a bit confused, while Wang Shuetong directly said, don't you understand? Director Wang was just about to sue Sister Hong 3 days ago because she didn't write a song for their movie. But now you see, not only does Red have a song, but it's a big hit kind of thing. So my guess is that it should be Sister Hong, who is afraid of being sued by Director Wang. That's why she approached Grey Wolf, asked Grey Wolf to help her write it, this beautiful myth, and then the two sang it together. It was only after listening to Wang Zutong's words that Yan Ranran came to understand. It had to be said that Wang Zutong's guess was somewhat reasonable, but she had only guessed part of it. Because of this, it wasn't Li Hong who took the initiative to look for Grey Wolf, but rather Grey Wolf himself who looked for Li Hong to cooperate. Hearing this, Yan Ranran was still a bit reluctant and asked Wang Zutong, Sister Shuetong, then do you think I should go beg Sister Hong now? What if in case Sister Hong gets soft and tells me who the Grey Wolf is? Ha! Wang Shuetong laughed. Ren, don't be silly. Sister Red won't tell you who the Grey Wolf is. Just like her own scarf response, let alone that she doesn't know. Even if she did know, then she wouldn't say anything. Don't you know enough about Sister Hong's person? Or she decides something, no one can change it. So I advise you, don't go making a fool of yourself. This, Yan Ranran lost quite a bit more at this point. She was naturally clear about Li Hong's character. The reason why she was telling Wang Zutong this now was that she was just holding on to a glimmer of hope. But she didn't expect that even Wang Zutong had given her a blow to the head, causing her newly born glimmer of hope to be dashed again. Before Yan Ranran could slow down from her disappointment, Wang Shuetong asked again, but Ren, you are now suspicious of those classmates of yours. That one is the most suspicious. Or is there not a single suspect? Hearing this, Yan Ranran fell silent for a moment. Sister Shuetong, don't ask me anymore. I'm really messed up right now. I don't want to think about it anymore. She had been thinking about it for a few days and had yet to guess who the Grey Wolf was, so if she had to say she had suspicions, she would have suspected it a long time ago, and there was no need to wait for Wang Zutong to ask. Alright, then I won't ask. Wang Shuetong's words peaked again. But Ren, this song sung by the two of them, Grey Wolf and Sister Hong, is really good. Well, it's very nice indeed. I like it a lot. Seeing Yan Ranran say this, Wang Shuetong added helplessly, it's a pity. It's really too bad that you can't hear the full version of such a good song. So what's the solution? We can't buy movie tickets anymore. Where else can we go to listen? Yan Ranran's tone was full of loss. Ren, so are you really eager to hear it? If you answer truthfully, I'll give you a surprise. Hearing this, Yen Ranran instantly assumed that Wang Shuetong did not have a way to get the full version of Beautiful Myth, so she excitedly replied, Sister Shuetong, I'd love to hear it once, the full version of the Beautiful Myth. Is there some way you can get the full version? Ren, are you kidding me? Where did I get the ability to get the full version for you? Then you're still saying that, just to seek my pleasure, aren't you? Oof. Yen Ranran's angry and somewhat aggrieved appearance made Wang Zutong, too, unable to bear to continue teasing her. Alright, don't be sad, don't be sad. Didn't you just want to hear the full version? Just go to the movies. What's the big deal? Going to the movies. That's easy for you to say. Don't you know that you can't get tickets at all anymore? Ha! Seeing her anxious appearance, Wang Shuetong couldn't help but laugh. Ran, what are you excited about? Didn't I say that I was going to give you a surprise? Will you listen to the surprise of mine before you say it? Then you quickly say, in the end, what is the surprise? You're always hanging on to people's appetites. Don't you know that they're very sad right now? Well, I won't whet your appetite, will I? Don't you want to hear the full version of the Beautiful Myth? I can fulfill that wish of yours. And you said you weren't got the full version. Now confess. Yen Ranran again thought that Wang Zutong had gotten the full version of the song, but Wang Shuetong denied it again. No, I've said I don't have that ability. Who would get such a thing? And what do you mean by granting me my wish? Or do you have movie tickets to take me to a movie or not? Yen Ranran casually guessed, and this time it really did let her guess. This time it's still counting on you, girl, to be smart. It's all coming back to you. Really, Sister Shuetong, you wouldn't be lying to me, right? Seeing Wang Shuetong admit it, Yen Ranran was still having trouble believing it, because movie tickets, nowadays, were basically unavailable, so it was hard for her to believe that Wang Zutong had tickets in her hands. Why would I lie to you? What's the use of lying to you about something like this? Just say, are you going or not? Since Wang Shuetong had said so, then Yen Ranran also knew that it was impossible for her to lie to her, so she got excited all of a sudden. Really? Sister Shuetong, you really have movie tickets in your hand? Why didn't you tell me earlier? It caused me to be sad for so long. That's not what I told you. Well, don't be sad. We'll go to the movies together tonight. Let's see if this song is real and as godly as it's rumored to be on the internet. Aha! Yen Ranran nodded repeatedly. Luckily, Sister Shuetong, you had the foresight to grab the tickets in advance. I grabbed the ticket? Hearing this, Wang Shuetong was a bit offended. Ren, who can even grab a ticket these days? You don't know how much effort, connections, and money did I have to spend to get these 2 movie tickets? Oh, Yen Ranran said awkwardly. Sister Shuetong, I'm sorry, I was the one who misjudged you. I didn't realize that you had paid so much for the tickets. Chapter 36, The Miserable Webcomic. Well, Stinky Girl, I'm not blaming you. Let's check it out together tonight. Aha, I'll listen to you all. Sister Shuetong. With that, Yen Ranran and Wang Zutong, both of them, also decided to go to the movie theater together tonight. 1,000 Years of Love, the movie, and the Beautiful Myth of the song. Is it really as god as the internet? Rumor has it. And as one of the main characters of this matter, Wang Qingge, he also woke up early in the morning. He found out. Now the whole network is spreading. Last night's movie, the song Beautiful Myth. Wang Qingge knew that fire was inevitable, but he didn't expect it. The song would catch fire so quickly and so thoroughly that it was practically all over the internet after just one night had passed. And the chain reaction of the song Fire Up is along with 1,000 Years of Love, the movie, is also followed by fire. So now you can't even buy movie tickets for the movie Millennium Love Affair. It's all been snatched up. This matter was really shocking to Wang Qingge, because the fire was too fast, so fast that he himself was a bit caught off guard. For this reason, Li Hong also specifically gave him a call and told him about it. Li Hong tells him that director Wang is now satisfied with the situation and also grateful to him, so I wanted to buy him a meal, to thank him in person or something like that. However, it occurred to Wang Qingge himself that his identity was still being kept secret at the moment, so things like eating would have to be put off for later, when his identity was announced. Otherwise, it will only lead to some unnecessary trouble. Li Hong was also well aware of the sensitive situation that Wang Qingge was in right now, so she was very supportive of the decision he had made. After dismissing Li Hong, Wang Qingge saw another update to his system. Entertainment Reversal System. Host, Wang Qingge. Skills, Divine Piano, Divine Guitar, Divine Chef. Props, Redemption Mall. Popularity value, 3,000,000. Seeing this, his system hadn't changed much other than his popularity value, after it had increased by 1,000,000 points. However, this 1,000,000 popularity value had already satisfied Wang Qingge, because it's only been one night, and he's added so much to his popularity rating. At this rate, I'm afraid it's going to add up tonight, because there are already a lot of people who are ready to go to the movies tonight to see a movie, and the people who go to the movies all go with one goal in mind. It was to go hear him and Lee Hong, the two of them singing together. So he's sure that his popularity rating will definitely increase again tonight. This kind of thing, just go with the flow. And Wang Qingge didn't care too much about it now. Wang Qingge had been swiping short videos, and really swiped many videos related to him, but there were others as well. This includes a video that is an advertisement video for spreading the word about Netflix. After seeing the netizen, Wang Qingge was also instantly interested, because he was still not clear about the netizen of this world. How was it like? Shouldn't it be the same as the previous world? Countless hot online articles that broke out like spring. Or is it just that the internet writing in this world is just as poor and dismal as the music here? In order to clarify the situation, Wang Qingge immediately downloaded the world's #1 online writing site, Beginning Point. 4 or 5 minutes later, Beginning Point Chinese Network, it was downloaded successfully, and he couldn't wait to get into the platform. As soon as he entered the Beginning Point Huawei website, Wang Qingge went straight to scanning the text, and he found this platform's bestseller list and monthly vote list. He looked at the first few fire books in these lists. Soon, without realizing it, 2 hours passed, and during these 2 hours, Wang Qingge's 3 views were shattered. It's not that the webcomic here is so good, but it can simply be described as, well, dismal. The webcomic here. At first, he didn't believe it, so he brushed up on several more books, but they all turned out to be disappointing. He doesn't know, what the hell are these people writing? Doesn't make sense. The plots are the same old, written 1,000 times over, and with many of the books, they're either followers or parodies, and it's rare to see a text with new ideas emerge. Whether it's a fairy tale, or a fantasy, or an urban text, none of these will work. It wasn't until Wang Qingge read the netizens of this world that he realized that the netizens here were simply worse than the music here. He didn't understand how on earth the people of this world could read this kind of text. #1 on the bestseller list in this world. If it was in the previous world, I guess I wouldn't even be able to sign a contract. But since it's here, it's really surprising that it's #1 on the bestseller list. At this moment, Wang Qingge was thinking that if he took out those online articles from his previous life that had exploded all over the internet, what a wave that would make. Here, by then, I'm afraid that the vibration of the net text here, not worse than the entertainment industry, it is also very likely that it will make the net text here, to usher in a reform and blood change again. It may also be possible. In fact, the most important thing is still, because Wang Qingge knows that in his system, there are those netbook redemptions from his previous life. As long as he redeemed the web article out, then he didn't need to code it himself, the system would just upload it for him. So, the more he thought about it, the more excited he got. If he took out the netbook from his previous life, this world's netizen world, I'm afraid it's going to change. Thinking of this, Wang Qingge immediately opened the system. He went into the exchange store and found countless online articles from his previous life. At this moment, he had already decided that he would upload, in this world, those online articles from his previous life. Being in this world, uploading the first online novel, Wang Qingge had to think carefully before doing so. You can't just find any book and upload it, then I'm afraid it won't have enough impact when the time comes. So he had to find a novel that wowed, right out of the gate, everyone's eyes to do so. After half an hour of consideration, in the end, Wang Qingge decided that he wanted to upload, in this world first, the previous life's Diablo Tsandao before saying anything. You should know that when Duop Dome first appeared in its previous life, it also amazed everyone, especially since it pioneered the 3-year covenant, and the withdrawal stream, 2 of the main lines of Netflix, so you can't go wrong with picking it. This novel is sure to, right out of the gate, blow everyone here, out of the water. Saying that he would do it, Wang Qingge immediately found out the novel Fighting Dome. It was just that what made it a little difficult for him to accept was that it wasn't cheap to redeem this book of Do Bao Song Dao. For every chapter redeemed out, 10,000 popularity points are needed. You have to know that right now Wang Qingge's popularity value is only 3 million, and to exchange the entire book of Diablo Tsangdao, you need a whole 16 million popularity value to be able to do Although it was expensive, Wang Qingge thought it was worth it, because he knows that in time the return this novel will bring back will be 1,000-fold. So he didn't hesitate and directly spent 100,000 popularity value and exchanged 10 chapters out. Chapter 37 The BFF is coming back. After exchanging 10 chapters of Double Start Sangdao, Wang Qingge immediately went back to the Beginning Point Chinese Network and registered his author number. Since he was too lazy to think of a name, he simply used the name Grey Wolf as the author's name as well. Signing up for an author number, he immediately created the little book Fighting Dome. The current Wang Qingge didn't want to wait, so after he created the book, he released it directly in the platform and didn't bother to submit it, but to make it more appealing to the reader, so he writes in the blurb, Do-chi continent, qualified people can absorb Do-chi for cultivation. The cultivation realm is divided into 10 layers, Do-shi, 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 Do-ling, Do-wang, Do-huang, Do-zong, Do-zun, Do-shang, Do-di, Shao-tan. Once a talented young man, has lost all his fighting spirit overnight, and has not only been subjected to blank stares, but has suffered the humiliation of being withdrawn from his marriage. Until now, he has made a 3-year pact with his fiancée, and after 3 years, he vows to fight the Cloudlon sect to wash away today's shame. After getting the introduction, Wang Qingge directly redeemed the 10 chapters and sent out all of them. After doing so, he relaxed, and now all he could do was wait. Let's see how the people of this world react to this double star. If the reaction is intense, then it proves that the people here still love to read it. But if the people here are not fond of the fighting dome, then it only means that the people here are aesthetically different from the people in their previous life. However, Wang Qingge was still more confident that the people here, they had the same aesthetics as the people in his previous life. It's just that there's no way for people in this world to write well, so it's only here that people have to go to the ones with the same old formulaic writing. In the next few hours, Wang Qingge went back, roughly, to learn more about the net. It's really hard to read the webcomic here, not even the palace drama, the plotting text and all that. The mystery and immortal ones are also pathetic. Surprisingly, not even one book, where a strong person is reborn, or the protagonist gets something that changes his life against all odds. In those respects, the webcomic here really sucks. Compared to the previous lives, it's like a heaven and a hell. For this reason, Wang Qingge was becoming more and more convinced that his book would definitely be able to make a huge wave. Here, only this kind of thing, he couldn't rush it, he had to take his time. Let's see what the reaction will be to this novel. First, before we do anything else. And so it was that Wang Qingge finalized the specific arrangements for the development of net writing here. Soon, a day had passed again, and in this past day, although Wang Qingge didn't go out, but he knew he that was getting fired up because of last night. Countless more people went to the movie theater, saw the movie Millennium Love Affair, and heard the song Beautiful Myth. When those people, themselves, see the movie with their own eyes, hear it with their own ears, the full version of the Beautiful Myth, they realized that it wasn't that the others were exaggerating, but that the movie, the song, really had that power. The combination of the movie and the song really made many people, in the movie theater, cry. How could they not have imagined that they themselves would one day, because of a movie they watched, listen to a song and it's gonna be agonizing? So now Wang Qingge, he had become the idol of countless people, in their hearts, even though no one knew yet his true identity. It couldn't stop him from becoming an idol in the hearts of countless people. All of the above was actually expected by Wang Qingge himself. To his mild surprise, his popularity rating had increased again, and this time the increase is quite a bit more than the previous two. Entertainment reversal system, host, Wang Qingge, skills, divine piano, divine guitar, divine chef, props, redemption mall, popularity value, 5,000,000. At first, Wang Qingge thought that his popularity value would only increase by 1 million at most, but now he realized that his popularity value had increased by more than 3 million at once. Together with the original 2 million popularity values, he was now, already, a person with 5 million popularity values. The popularity value, another 5 million more, which made Wang Qingge's bottom line, for a moment, increase a lot more, because 5 million popularity points was already enough for him to do a lot of things. Luxury cars and mansions, these are even more so. This is the height that many people struggle their whole life, cannot reach. How does that not make him happy? How does that not make him excited? When he reached here, Wang Qingge also secretly decided that as long as he waited until he was stronger and had enough ability, he wants to change the world and do what he can for it. The other side, Su Ruoxuan received a call from her best friend, Han Jixuan. Today, Han Jixuan left the country 3 months ago, returned today, and will be able to arrive in Jiangcheng in the afternoon. So she contacted her bestie, Joyce Sui, and tried to ask her bestie to give her a pick-me-up for herself. After Su Ruoxuan learned that Han Jixuan would arrive in Jiangcheng today, she was also surprised. But while being surprised, Su Ruoxuan also had some complaints about Han Jixuan, complaining about her. If she knew she was coming back, why didn't she let her know ahead of time? Had to wait until it was almost time to contact her. This is something that has made Su a little upset. However, in the end, Su Ruoxuan still chose not to see eye to eye with Han Jixuan after she soft-pedaled her. Alright, my good Wakefield, just don't be angry, okay? Don't worry about it, as long as you wait for me to arrive. Then how about taking you to the best restaurant in Jiangcheng to eat the best dishes? In order to comfort Su Ruoxuan, Han Jixuan decided that she would wait for the two of them to meet and then invite her to the best restaurant in Jiangcheng for dinner. And when Su Ruoxuan heard this, she only slightly forgave Han Jixuan. Soon enough, though, Seo realizes that something's not right. Because of what? Because of the dinner. If this had happened a few days ago, when Su Ruoxuan hadn't eaten Wang Qingge's cooking, if Han Jixuan invited her to eat at a restaurant, then she would definitely be happy. But it was different now, because Su Ruoxuan had already eaten the meal that Wang Qingge had cooked. In Su Ruoxuan's opinion, there was no one in this world who was better than Wang Qingge's cooking. That's why it's so hard to eat anything else nowadays. Not to mention the best meal in Jiangcheng, even if it's the best thing in the world. In Su Ruoxuan's opinion, all of them were far less delicious than what Wang Qingge had made. Nowadays, when Su Ruoxuan heard about outside meals, she didn't have much of an appetite because she only wanted to eat what Wang Qingge made. So now when she thought that she would have to eat out with her girlfriends later, Su Ruoxuan felt weak all over for a moment. She couldn't go because she knew she wouldn't be able to eat if she went. With all that stuff. Chapter 38. Are you free to go out tonight? After thinking about this, Su Ruoxuan directly refused. BFF Han Jixuan said, Jixuan, why don't we not go out to eat, okay? On the other side of the room, Han Jixuan, when she heard her best friend, Su Ruoxuan, say this, a hint of incomprehension appeared on her beautiful face. What's wrong? You still won't forgive me and you're still mad at me? Han Jixuan subconsciously thought that Su Ruoxuan was angry with her, which was why she was unwilling to follow through with accepting the invitation. But this matter, it was indeed Han Jixuan herself who had thought wrong. No, Jixuan, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that I'm not going to eat out. I'm not mad at you, La. Ruoxian, what's wrong with you today? You're still not willing to go out for a good meal, are you? Oh, you're not afraid that I'll ask you to pay the bill then, are you? What kind of person do you think I am? Ruoxian? At this time, Han Jixuan, besides being able to think of this, she could no longer figure out why Su Ruoxuan didn't want her to treat her. Su Ruoxuan knew that her bosom friend Han Jixuan had completely misunderstood her, so she immediately explained. Jixuan, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I would worry about you asking me to pay the bill. Really? So is that why you're here now? It's not working. It's not working. You've got to tell me about it. Alright. Su Ruoxian knew that if she didn't explain, this misunderstanding would probably get deeper and deeper. Jixuan, what I mean is that instead of going out to eat, can't we make it ourselves at home? What's so great about going out to eat? Not only does it cost money, but you have to worry about this and that. Where's the good part about being home by yourself and cooking your own food to eat? As expected, once Han Jixuan heard this, she instantly reacted and understood Su Ruoxuan's peace of mind. Wakefield, that's very kind of you, since you've considered it so deeply. That's for sure. Su Ruoxian instantly pretended to her BFF. How does going out to eat someone else's cooking express how much I've missed you these past few months? So I've decided, how about I cook and make a nice meal for you tonight? To pick you up? Han Jixuan didn't, however, get brainwashed by Su Ruoxuan's words, but rather she immediately thought of something. This thing isn't right. Isn't it true that you rarely cook yourself? Ruoxian, how come you're willing now to cook at home yourself? It's an easy question for Rachel Sui, and she fools around with it. Jixuan, aren't I happy? What's wrong with my next cook in order to welcome you back? And the most important thing of all, which is that I promise you that I'm going to make you a meal that you've never had before. This dish, it's definitely the best dish you've ever had in your entire life. I'm afraid you, after eating it this time, will never forget it again. Cut. Han Jixuan was very disdainful as she knew Su Ruoxuan too well. As far as she was concerned, she still wanted to make a delicious dish. She would rather believe that pigs could climb trees than this. What? Han Jixuan, you don't believe it, do you? It's fine if you don't believe it. Just don't regret it when the time comes. Okay, can't I believe you? My missy, don't worry about it. As long as it's your cooking, then no matter if it's good or not, I'll eat it all. I won't mind if it's bitter and sour for the sake of your passion and to thank you for what you've done. As for Su, she continued to boast. Don't worry, I won't let you down. When the time comes, you'll know if I've lied to you. Fine, then everything will wait until I get there. Hey, wait, Su Ruoxuan called out to Han Jixuan. Jixuan, I'm sharing a place with someone here, and it'll be a bit inconvenient, so it's better to go to your place. Yes, I thought you were going to say something. Turns out it was this. But how come you're sharing a room with someone else? Are you broke? You can't be joking with. Oh, don't worry about it, I have money. Sharing a room with someone is just wanting to feel a different lifestyle. After Han Jixuan heard Su Ruoxuan's explanation, she was also speechless. Che, It's so hard to figure out what goes on in your head day in and day out. People treat you like a goddess. Why do I see you looking more and more like you're going crazy? But since I'm back, you shouldn't live outside anymore. Live with me. It's such a big place, and it's scary to think about it when I come back alone, empty and without even a companion. Han Jishuan invited as she thought of her family's villa, and thought of Su Ruoxuan's current, sharing a room with someone else outside. And when Su Ruoxian heard this, she hesitated for a moment and didn't answer positively, but simply said, Jishuan, it's not too late for us to talk about this slowly. By the way, how long until you arrive? Well, it's about 4 to 5 in the afternoon, so there's still an hour or two to go. So I'll be in touch then. Okay, keep in touch. So they both hung up. After Su hung up the phone with her best friend, she finally got a little worried, because she had just bragged to her BFF that she was going to cook something delicious for her. But the thing is, Joyce Sui's cooking isn't that good, but she still says so to her BFF. In fact, she also had a reckoning, and that was Su Ruoxuan, who wanted to ask Wang Qingge to go with her and then ask him to cook. As long as Wang Qingge was there, then Su Ruoxuan believed that she would be able to conquer her best friend. But now, how she should go about telling Wang Qingge about this, how to invite people, became a big problem. Although she had already gone out with Wang Qingge, together, Su Ruoxuan was clear that the two of them weren't that familiar with each other, so the invitation made it a bit difficult for her. In the end, there was really nothing she could do about it. At this time, Wang Qingge, who was still resting in his room, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Knock knock. The knock on the door woke him up, so he immediately got up and went to open it. Ka-ching, Ruoxuan, what's wrong? Wang Qingge asked once he opened the door and saw that it was Su Ruoxuan. It didn't bother you, did it? Su Ruoxian looked a little apologetic. No, what's wrong? Wang Qingge wasn't sure what Su Ruoxuan was doing by coming over to him at this time. Well, it's like this, Su Ruoxian said, a bit unable to go on, as if she wanted to stop talking. What the hell's going on? You tell me. The more Su Ruoxuan was like this, the more Wang Qingge himself became a little nervous. Well, it's like this, Su Ruoxian said only after she looked like she had gathered a lot of courage. I just wanted to ask you if you were free to go out together for a bit tonight. Ah, Su Ruoxuan's words were something that really caught Wang Qingge a bit off guard. He thought that the other party was up to something important. Chapter 39, An Unexpected Chance Encounter. But I didn't realize that since it was this, I just wanted to ask him if he was free to go out for a bit. Could it be her, trying to ask me to go to the movies with her? At this time, Wang Qingge thought in his heart, it couldn't be that Su Ruoxuan wanted to ask him to go to the movie together. After all, Rachel Sui went to the movie theater for the second time last night to see Millennium Love Affair, so at this time, Wang Qingge thought she was going to go to the movies again tonight. What's the matter? You're not going to the movies again tonight? Ah, no. Su Ruoxian hurriedly denied it. No, then because of what? At this point, Wang Qingge became even more confused. Su Ruoxuan also knew that if she didn't make it clear to Wang Qingge, she was afraid that he wouldn't go with her. It's just that I have something that I want to ask you a favor for. So I'm just asking if you're free. Oh, what is it? It was only then that Wang Qingge realized that it was just that she had something she wanted to find someone to help her with. It's, in fact, not a big deal. It's just a small thing. You'll know when you get there. So, hearing this, Wang Qingge didn't continue to pursue the matter because what people wanted to say, they had already said. What's wrong? Are you not available? Su Ruoxuan had a somewhat anxious and pleading expression, afraid that Wang Qingge would reject her. Wang Qingge thought for a moment and felt that since she had found her, then there was no reason not to help. Besides, he was still happy when a beautiful woman asked for his help. Yes, I can go with you. Thank you. Hearing Wang Qingge's reply, Su Ruoxuan's hanging heart was instantly relaxed. I'll come back and get you later then. I'll go back and get ready. Aha, go on then. Good. Soon 2 hours passed, and by now it was already 4:30 p.m., and Su Ruoxuan had once again found Wang Qingge. Knock knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Wang Qingge immediately opened the door, and as soon as the door opened, he saw Su Ruoxuan, who was already dressed up. Just see Su Ruoxuan wearing a white dress, looks still very pure. Let the eyes brighten up like that. How about it? Are you ready for us to go out? Su Ruoxian was the first to ask. Oh, okay, wait a moment. Wang Qingge quickly went back to her room and organized herself, then followed her out the door. The two went outside, stopped a car and got in. Master, please go to the airport. As soon as she got into the car, Su Ruoxian reported the destination. Ah, what are we going to the airport for? And after Wang Qingge heard that it was to go to the airport, he was surprised. Go and find out then. Su Ruoxian hid her face, just refusing to tell Wang Qingge what the trip to the airport was for. When things came to this point, in fact, if she didn't say anything, Wang Qingge could guess it herself. What else is there to do at the airport at this hour, besides picking someone up? Is it possible that she wants to fly by herself? It was not practical for Su Ruoxuan to take a plane by herself, so Wang Qingge knew that this trip to the airport was to pick up someone. But as for who was picked up, that's not clear, as Sui won't say either. He couldn't keep asking people if she didn't say, but the way she looked, she should be picking up a friend or something. Thinking of this, Wang Qingge suddenly thought of a frightening reality. Su Ruoxuan asked him to go with her. It couldn't be that she wanted him to carry something, right? After all, if someone is coming back on an airplane, there must be luggage. If there's luggage, someone has to carry it, right? So it couldn't be that. By calling him along, Su Ruoxian really wanted to ask him to carry something for them, together with her own previous comment that she had a small matter she wanted to ask Wang Qingge to help her with. It seemed that it was about lifting things, because lifting things, indeed belongs to the small things to come. So thought of these Wang Qingge, a time in the heart, also was crying and laughing up. This Su Ruoxuan is really treating him as a laborer, but since he has promised people to come, he can't get off and go back now. So Wang Qingge had no choice but to tough it out, just praying that when the time came, the other party's luggage wouldn't be too heavy and it would be okay. The car drove for almost half an hour and finally they were at the airport, and as soon as they arrived they entered the waiting hall. Su Ruoxian looked at her cell phone. It's not here yet. Wait here. Good. So the two of them waited where they were, and after a while, Su Ruoxian had something to do and went to the restroom. As for Wang Qingge himself, he also felt that he couldn't sit still a bit if he kept waiting somewhere, so he also walked around. As he walked, he came to this side of the mall and went inside. As soon as he entered the mall, Wang Qingge walked around to see what was inside. After about a few minutes of walking through the mall, he stopped at a less crowded row, picked up the items on the shelves, and just looked at them casually. Not long after, a woman wearing black jeans, a short coat, a hat, a mask, and sunglasses that included herself tightly, also walked here. At first, Wang Qingge just looked at the woman and didn't care much, while the woman simply treated him like he didn't exist. She was just like Wang Qingge, where she casually picked up something on the shelf and looked at it. This was nothing, but after a while, I don't know what the woman was doing, so she knocked over the items on the shelves. At one time goods, like instant noodles, ingredients, all these things fell down. Upon seeing the cargo fall, the woman screamed and backed away. The commotion on her side naturally attracted Wang Qingge, so Wang Qingge looked toward her. Just see the instant noodles and all those things, they've all fallen to the ground. The woman was also in a panic and quickly came back to her senses, so she immediately picked up the things that had fallen on the ground and put them back. When Wang Qingge saw this, he subconsciously walked over to help. Wang Qingge also helped pick up the things on the ground and put them back into the shelves. When the woman saw Wang Qingge, she suddenly came over to help and then said to him, "Thank you." Well, don't be polite. Wang Qingge didn't look at the other party, but continued to help, picking things up and putting them back in their place. However, the woman was different because her entire body trembled the moment Wang Qingge opened his mouth to speak. Wang Qingge's voice was too familiar to her ears. She'd heard that voice for years, so how could she have forgotten it? It was the man she had loved so much in her life, speaking in a voice she would never forget until the day she died. So Yan Ran instantly froze. She looked at the person in front of her with unquestionable faith. She never thought that she would meet him here by chance today. In this kind of place, in this kind of situation. Chapter 40. The two who don't know what they're doing. The reason why she, today, was here, was to meet someone, and the purpose of meeting that person was simply to find out the identity of the Grey Wolf as soon as possible. Since she was a star herself, she had to disguise herself whenever she traveled so that she wouldn't be discovered bringing unnecessary trouble, especially during this period of time, because of the identity of the mysterious man, Grey Wolf. Yan Ran traveled more cautiously, because now the whole internet agrees that she is the most likely person to know who the Grey Wolf is. Many people, therefore, try to get the identity of the Grey Wolf out of her. That's why she's wrapped herself so tightly today. But what she didn't expect was that she would come out today to meet someone who had been separated for months. Although the two had broken up a long time ago, Yan Ran's heart still inexplicably ached when she saw each other again. Her own heart, why did it hurt? She didn't know what was wrong with it. Just looking at the one in front of him, Wang Qingge, who kept picking up the goods that fell on the ground and putting them back in their original position. Yan Ran's heart had an extra trace of warmth. He seemed to have changed. That's right, he just changed and became able to help others. This kind of thing, if it was in the past, it would be good if he didn't laugh at others. Whereas now, he even took the initiative to help others. And at this time, Wang Qingge was also wondering, what the hell is wrong with this person? How come she doesn't do it herself? Does she want to watch me just help her? Just as Wang Qingge was depressed as to why Yan Ran didn't do anything herself. Why you? she finally managed to speak. She could have left right away on her own without opening her mouth. But while her mind could do it, her body couldn't go anywhere. When Wang Qingge heard her open her mouth for an instant, her body also trembled slightly, and even the movements of her hands stopped, because the voice he heard into his ears was all too familiar. This voice, countless times before, rang in his ears. Whenever he slept in, or otherwise didn't want to get up, the voice always echoed softly in his ears. So when now, once again, he heard this voice, his entire body froze instantly. Unquestionably trustworthy, he finally turned his head toward her, hoping that it was all just an illusion and not the one he had in mind. But everything, it was just his own wishful thinking. When Yan Ranran saw Wang Qingge looking over, she finally took off her glasses. Just looking at him, for a moment I didn't know what to say to break the overwhelming situation. Wang Qingge was similarly at a loss as to what she should do. The moment Yan Ranran took off her sunglasses, he already knew it was her. In a sense, it was the first time he had ever met this person. The first time he had ever come face to face with her as a real person. Looking at Yan Ranran, with clear yet eyes covered with various emotions, Wang Qingge was really at a loss as to what to do. The two of them, just like this, gazed at each other silently, neither of them knowing how to open their mouths to break this sudden situation. It was Yan Ranran who was the first to lose. She thought that Wang Qingge couldn't see her face, so this time she took off her mask as well. After removing the mask, a face like a fairy descending to earth appeared in front of Wang Qingge. She's still so beautiful, still so attractive. Yan Ranran was at a loss for words, and her eyes dodged Wang Qingge for a moment before she asked with a hint of a trembling voice, "You, how did you get here?" "Me." The other party had already taken the lead and opened their mouths twice, so Wang Qingge couldn't, at this point, continue to remain silent. "Oh, I was just stopping by. I didn't think I'd run into you here." Wang Qingge was finally embarrassed and said it, and he was inexplicably relieved when it was said. It was as if he was speaking to some horrible existence, so once he said it, he became much more relaxed. "And you, how did you get here?" After Wang Qingge said it, he subconsciously asked. It was Yan Ranran's turn, a little unsure of how to respond. The reason why she was, today, in this airport, everything had to do with that grey wolf. Yan Ranran last night, with Wang Zutong, two people, went to the movie theater together, watched that 1,000 Years of Love, and after listening to the beautiful myth of the song, she was then once again, utterly captivated by the grey wolf. This leads her to wonder more and more who this mysterious grey wolf really is. He knew her, whereas she herself, all this time, had no idea who the other person was. So Yan Ranran very much wanted to find out the identity of the grey wolf. Only she would never have guessed that the person she had been so intent on finding out was, at the moment, at a loss for words, standing across from her. Right on cue, one of Yan Ranran's former male classmates tells her that he might know who the grey wolf is. However, the other party refused to tell her over the phone and insisted that she come out on her own and then tell her in person. And this classmate of hers just happened to be coming from somewhere else today, taking a plane to Jiangchang, which is why Yan Ranran appeared here. She met with him before the other man could tell her who the grey wolf was. He went to the restroom for an internal emergency. That was why Yan Ranran had, by herself, walked around until she came here, knocked over the goods on the shelves, and met up with Wang Qingge. Here, only these things, Yan Ranran naturally would not tell Wang Qingge. Even though she had long ago drawn the line with him, she still didn't want to tell him the truth. Maybe she was afraid that the other person, if she knew she was here to see someone else, would be sad. So the real situation, Yan Ranran naturally couldn't say, and like Wang Qingge, she made a random excuse. "Oh, I don't have much, I just have nothing to do, so I just came out and took a walk." "Oh." Seeing Yan Ranran's words so reluctantly, Wang Qingge knew in his heart that she was lying to him, but that was no longer a big deal to him. Both had long since separated anyway, and it was the other's freedom to do what the other wanted to do. What right did he have to question people, to bother with other people? So no matter what the other party said, Wang Qingge just had to nod his head. After Yan Ranran replied, the two of them suddenly fell silent again as they both realized that there was no more topic to talk about. Two people who were once incredibly in love and had nothing to say to each other. They surely could not have imagined that they would one day face this situation between them. There were just a few brief greetings, and there was nothing more to be said on either side. The two were overwhelmed and embarrassed by the situation, and it was really disconcerting. In the end, again, it was Yan Ranran who took the lead in breaking the deadlock. Chapter 41. Turns out he has a crush on someone else. Having a good time? Yan Ranran asked, breaking the ice. Well, it's not bad. Wang Qingge smiled back. That's fine. Hearing him say that he had done alright, Yan Ranran stopped worrying about anything. The two were separated, and in fact it was long past time for her to worry about anything. Just as the two of them were embarrassed by this, someone suddenly appeared and broke the awkward situation between the two of them. Wang Qingge, why did you run here, causing me to search for so long? The sudden sound from behind him made Wang Qingge jump, so it was Su Ruoxuan who had found her. The moment he saw Su Ruoxuan, Wang Qingge suddenly had a bad feeling. This premonition of Wang Qingge's was not an empty one, because Yan Ranran knew about it after Su Ruoxuan appeared and called him. Seeing the sudden appearance of Su Ruoxuan, Yan Ranran's heart, without knowing how, ached again. Didn't he say he, came alone? How come another person has appeared now? This man, what was his relationship to him? Why did he hide from her that he came alone? Could she be his girlfriend? Did he deliberately lie to her just now that he came alone in order to keep her from knowing that he had a girlfriend again? Yan Ranran looked at the same, not less than her great beauty. She was now so familiar with Wang Qingge that the two of them must be boyfriend and girlfriend. When she had just seen Wang Qingge alone here, Yan Ranran's heart was still somewhat concerned about him. After all, people who once loved each other so much, although they have been separated, but for a while certainly cannot completely forget each other. So the instant she saw him, Yan Ranran started to get a little worried. Worrying about him these days, was he having a bad time? Was he uncomfortable without her? But all these worries of Yan Ranran were swept away the moment Su Ruoxuan appeared and called Wang Qingge. Until this point, Yan Ranran realized that everything was just her own self-interest. Not only did people not have a bad time after they left her, but they probably had a very happy life instead. Otherwise, how did you make such a beautiful girlfriend? So Yan Ranran, all the worries about Wang Qingge were all superfluous. It was all her own fault. At this moment, she realized how ridiculous she was. Did she need to worry about whether people were doing well or not? After separating from her, he got a new girlfriend so quickly, so her worrying about him was all redundant, all just self-serving. On the other side of the room, Su Ruoxuan, after she spotted Wang Qingge, saw that he was talking to a woman, and the two of them, they seemed to be familiar with each other. Did it mean that the two of them were friends? With this doubt, Su Ruoxuan quickly walked over to, and came in front of the two of them. Why, you guys know each other? Is this your friend? Su Ruoxuan looked at Wang Qingge and asked if Yan Ranran was his friend. At this moment, Wang Qingge didn't even know how to reply. How could Su Ruoxuan suddenly appear at such a time? Isn't this a misunderstanding? He had been watching Yan Ranran's expression when Su Ruoxuan appeared and called him. Yan Ranran's eyes, which had originally been somewhat happy, darkened in an instant, so he knew that the other party must have misunderstood that he was with Su Ruoxuan. However, just as he was about to open his mouth and explain their relationship, Yan Ranran spoke before him. Yeah, Wang Qingge and I are old classmates. What a coincidence that we bumped into each other here today. So we talked for a while, and I didn't expect you to find your way over. Oh, when Su Ruoxuan heard Yan Ranran's explanation, she too felt that this was too much of a coincidence. I say you two too. It's just too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Running into each other here too. Ha! Yan Ranran laughed a little. Yes, I also never thought that I would go out today, since it would be such a coincidence that I would also bump into my old classmate. Speaking here, Yan Ranran again made a turn of phrase and immediately shifted the topic to Su Ruoxuan. By the way, you're his girlfriend, right? I really envy you, to find such a boyfriend. I'm his girlfriend? After Su Ruoxuan saw Yan Ranran say that she was Wang Qingge's girlfriend, she herself found it very funny, so she laughed. But Sui didn't know why and just laughed without explaining their relationship. And Wang Qingge didn't even know what to do at this point. When he heard Yan Ranran say that he envied Su Ruoxuan for having a boyfriend like him, he understood the meaning of the other party's words. Based on the previous view of Wang Qingge in Yan Ranran's eyes, the envy she said at this time might not be true envy, but mockery might also be possible. But in the other party's heart, what exactly was in his mind? He didn't want to delve any deeper. Su Ruoxuan didn't explain on the matter of others' misunderstanding that she was Wang Qingge's girlfriend. Maybe it didn't seem to her that it was necessary to explain, so she asked other questions right away. By the way, what did you two old classmates just say when you met? It's nothing, we just met not long ago and you came over. Yan Ranran smiled back. Oh, so that's it. Then it was Yan Ranran's turn. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Oh, I asked him to come stay with me and pick up a friend. Su Ruoxuan responded lightly, but she didn't realize that it made Yan Ranran think more. So he was with his girlfriend, came to pick up his friend, and said something about being here by himself, but other people lying to her about this. At this moment in Yan Ranran's opinion, nothing mattered anymore. Anyway, the two had nothing to do with each other, and even if he had lied to her, it wasn't like he could do anything to her himself. So yeah, it's good to look away from such things. There's no need to make yourself think too much. However, since he has rediscovered his new girlfriend, bless him, I wish him all the best for the future. a good life and a happy ending. Yen Ranran, who had figured it out. At this moment, she genuinely revealed a smile as she looked at both Wang Qingda and Su Ruoxuan. In her heart, she sincerely wished them to be together, to the end. She said happily, "Well, Wang Qingda, I'm happy to see you here today. That's it, I've got things to do today, so I'll buy you guys dinner the next time we meet." After saying this, Yen Ranran decided to leave. Since his girlfriend had appeared, what was the point of her staying here? So hurrying to leave was the right choice. And there was another reason why she didn't want to have anything to do with Wang Qingda anymore. At this point, Yen Ranran, if he really just left, then everything would be nothing. Chapter 42. She's with him? But that's how it often goes. The more you don't want it to happen, the more it goes against you. Just as Yen Ranran was trying to leave, the accident appeared once again in the middle of the night. "Ren, so you're here. It made me look for so long." This déjà vu, this so familiar scene, is playing out once again. The difference was that this time it wasn't Su Ruoxuan who called Wang Qingda, but someone else called Yen Ranran. This sudden appearance of a voice was likewise instantly attracting the gazes of the three. All of them. Wang Qingda saw that not far behind Yen Ranran, a handsome man in a suit had appeared at some point. When Wang Qingda saw this person, his heart trembled because this person he recognized. At this time, the one who could not get off the stage the most, belonged to Yen Ranran. She never thought that this person would suddenly appear here to find her. So at this moment Yen Ranran, for a moment, her heart was completely flustered. She didn't know what she should do next. "Ren, really, why are you running here?" The man, too, walked quickly to Yen Ranran's side and said. When he first approached Yen Ranran, he hadn't noticed Wang Qingda until he finished calling out to Yen Ranran. "Wang Qingda, why are you here?" After seeing Wang Qingda, who was also here, he was shocked and surprised. "Well, Shen Fei, long time no see." Wang Qingda also had to face it. This Shen Fei was also a college classmate of Wang Qingda and Yen Ranran, but there was one difference. When Wang Qingda compared to Shen Fei, one was heavenly and the other was underground. Of course, that was then, not now. In college that will, Shen Fei not only good academic performance, but also very good people, love to help others. The most important point was that this Shen Fei's origin was very big, as he was a super rich second generation. Not only were they good at school, but they were also helpful, and their family was so well off. So they were in college that way. Shen Fei is almost all female classmates, the standard for choosing a spouse in their minds. Shen Fei, however, was not interested in anyone else, except for Yen Ranran, who was in love with him, but at that time, Yen Ranran had already been with Wang Qingda. Where would she put him in her heart? But despite this, Shen Fei never gave up. He just wouldn't give up. So now that the two met, it was kind of like meeting a love rival. In fact, the one who was having the hardest time right now was not Wang Qingda or Shen Fei, but Yen Ranran. How could she not expect that Shen Fei would appear at this time? She was ready to leave. As long as she left this place, then everything would be nothing. But why did Shen Fei have to show up at the last minute? Why is that? Why is this? At this moment, Yen Ranran really wanted to ask him why he rushed to appear at this time. Wouldn't his appearance at this point make people misunderstand the relationship between the two of them? She had clearly made it clear to Wang Qingda that she had come here by herself. But now when Shen Fei appeared, aren't you telling Wang Qingda that she was lying to him? Just now Yen Ranran only because Wang Qingda lied to her that he came alone. Only when he was recognized that he felt that the other party was not good. Now it was finally her turn. She had lied to Wang Qingda. What should people think of her at this point? This was not the most important thing. What really worried Yen Ranran was that at this time, Wang Qingda must have misunderstood her relationship with Shen Fei. Shen Fei used to pursue her frantically. Wang Qingda knew all about it, and now that he was allowed to see this scene again, could he not think in that direction? Yen Ranran's worry was not wrong, and Wang Qingda had understood everything when Shen Fei came out and called her. It was only at this moment that Wang Qingda realized that the two of them were together. In the past, although Yen Ranran did not agree to Shen Fei's pursuit, but now it has long been different. But thinking about it, it was also true that someone as good as Shen Fei, even Yen Ranran would have a hard time refusing, right? Now the two of them, at last, could be together in plain sight without worrying about anything. Wang Qingda herself felt that perhaps Shen Fei and Yen Ranran, they were the most compatible. Yen Ranran had a small reputation and was already a big star, and Shen Fei's family was so strong and his business so powerful. If the two were to tie the knot and be together, they should be a match made in heaven. Moreover, Wang Qingda knew that as long as Yen Ranran was with Shen Fei, then her future star path would definitely be a lot smoother. After all, with the strong support of the Shen family, under the strong power of capital, did Yen Ranran still need to worry about her future path? When she had just seen Yen Ranran, Wang Qingda still had some emotions in her heart, emotions that couldn't let go of the other party. But from the moment Shen Fei appeared, these emotions of his instantly dissipated. Now he had finally let go completely, the last trace of attachment in his heart. What was he thinking of her for when she already had her own love? So at this moment, Wang Qingge was quite relaxed, and he finally didn't have to worry about the other party. And Shin Fei's heart at this time was likewise very bad. When he saw that Wang Qingge would be here since he was meeting with Yin Ranran, his mind almost exploded. Today, it was so hard for him to get the chance to ask Yin Ranran out, and he just walked away for a bit. It was just a trip to the restroom, and as soon as I came back, I found the two of them together. This kind of thing, if you tell him you're okay, who's going to believe it? The two of them, Yin Ranran and Wang Qingge, had once been in love with each other, although very few people knew about it. But he, Shen Fei, knew it all. He didn't understand where exactly he was inferior to Wang Qingge, since Yin Ranran didn't pick him. Not long ago, when he knew that the two of them were separated, Shen Fei didn't know how happy he was in his heart because he finally had one less strong enemy. But today, Yin Ranran took the opportunity to come out and meet with him to find Wang Qingge. This is unacceptable to Shen Fei, although he is very good, but this kind of thing, how can you let him endure? At this time, Shen Fei had been restraining. He was constantly keeping himself calm in his mind, never do anything out of the ordinary. It was good that Wang Qingge, at this time, finally reacted, so he hurriedly asked to him, "What's the matter? You two are out together today? It's really too coincidental. I didn't expect to run into you here." Wang Qingge had opened her mouth, so Shen Fei had no choice but to smile with her. "Yes, Wang Qingge, I didn't expect that I would see you here either." As soon as the two of them spoke, Su Ruoxian, who was on the side, saw this and asked curiously, "What's the matter? Another one of your classmates?" It wasn't until Ruoxuan Su spoke that Shen Fei noticed her. Just now all his attention was on Qingge Wang, so it didn't come to the attention of, well, Rachel Sui as a person. Chapter 43. The more you explain, the more you misunderstand. It wasn't until now, when Su Ruoxian spoke up, that he realized there was someone else that he had forgotten. However, seeing that Su Ruoxuan was so beautiful, so Shen Fei also opened his mouth and asked Wang Qingge, "And this is?" Shen Fei asked Wang Qingge who Ruoxuan Su was, and the first person to answer was neither Wang Qingge nor Ruoxuan Su herself. Rather, it was the most unexpected Yin Ranran, who, after Shen Fei asked about Su Ruoxuan, what kind of person Wang Qingge was, she then immediately spoke up, one step ahead of everyone else. "This is his girlfriend." They both came together to pick up their friend. The reason why Yin Ranran could not wait, and spoke ahead of the others, saying that Su Ruoxuan was Wang Qingge's girlfriend, that was because she didn't want to be misunderstood by Shen Fei only. She didn't want to be misunderstood by Shen Fei. She came out behind his back to meet with Wang Qingge. Although Yin Ranran wouldn't care about this, she just didn't want to be misunderstood. If she didn't explain it clearly, then her current situation, in Shen Fei's opinion, was that she had used the opportunity of meeting with him to come out to see Wang Qingge. That was why Yin Ranran had to take the lead and tell Shen Fei that Su Ruoxuan was Wang Qingge's girlfriend. In this way, the suspicion in Shen Fei's heart could be dispelled. After all, Wang Qingge couldn't be the one who brought his girlfriend out to meet with Yin Ranran. In this case, they were at best chance encounters and nothing more. And in fact they were indeed just chance encounters. When Shen Fei heard Yin Ranran say this, he immediately reacted. "Oh, so it's your girlfriend, so pretty," Shen Fei said with a smile on his face. The two of them, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, also didn't explain much about Yin Ranran's claim that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, especially Ruoxuan Su, who had just failed to explain herself when she was in Yin Ranran, let alone now. Anyway, in her mind, it wasn't like she knew them, she was just seeing them this one time. What else is there to say? What else is there to explain? Let others think what they think. Su Ruoxuan not explaining this was a bit more understandable, but Wang Qingge himself not explaining his relationship with Su Ruoxuan made it a bit incomprehensible. It's not that he, in fact, doesn't want to tell anyone that he and Sui are just ordinary friends. Rather, at this time, Wang Qingge, who was with a hint of willfulness, was so unexplained. After all, anyone who calls to their former girlfriend with someone else together, the heart is always a little unbalanced, right? Therefore, at this time in Wang Qingge's mind, since Yin Ranran and Shen Fei you two are together, can't he have a new girlfriend? So Wang Qingge, at this point, was too lazy to say or explain anything. They can look at it however they like. Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, the reaction of these two people, at the same time, was what convinced Shen Fei anymore. After all, if the two of them didn't speak, then in Shen Fei's mind, they were the ones who had already acquiesced and were in a male-female relationship. Not only Shen Fei alone, Yin Ranran herself, reacted to seeing Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan. This further convinced Yin Ranran that Wang Qingge and the two of them were, indeed, boyfriend and girlfriend. When she had seen the two of them earlier, there was still a glimmer of hope in Yan Ranran's heart. She had a hope that the two of them, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, were just ordinary friends, but now after this, she was thoroughly confirmed that the two of them were in a relationship. Therefore Yan Ranran's heart, for a moment, inexplicably ached again. After all, this was the man he had loved so much, and now he saw him with another woman. Together, it's still understandable to have some hard feelings, but now even if Yan Ranran couldn't do anything more difficult in her heart, the two had long been separated, and Wang Qingge's finding a girlfriend was his own freedom, so what right did she have to ask about it? The atmosphere at this moment was a bit inexplicably awkward, and Xin Fei took the lead in asking questions. Wang Qingge, are you two here to pick up your friend? Yes. Wang Qingge nodded up. What about you two? What are you doing here? Oh yes, I just came from out of town. So Ren is here waiting for me. I just didn't realize that it was really such a coincidence that everyone gave a bump into each other here. As Xin Fei said this, his voice became much louder, as if he was showing off to Wang Qingge that, look, now Yan Ranran is my girlfriend. So that's how it is. Wang Qingge didn't say anything else after hearing Xin Fei's words. It was just that in his heart, he was again more convinced by a hint of the idea that he and Yan Ranran had come together. After all, you Yan Ranran, all come to the airport to pick up people. Do you still dare to say to outsiders, you two are not male and female friends? Xin Fei spoke once more. Did your friends receive it? Well, not yet. Just as Wang Qingge had finished saying this, Su Ruoxuan's cell phone rang. Hey, Pa, you there? Fine. I'll be right over. Take it easy. The call from Su Ruoxian told the other three that the person she was going to pick up might have already arrived. Sure enough, after putting down the phone, Su Ruoxuan said to Wang Qingge, why don't you guys get together again? I'll go down and pick up the people. No, come along. Wang Qingge now hated to hurry up and leave it, just never had an excuse. Isn't this the best excuse to leave now that Su's friend has arrived? Otherwise you have him, all the time, facing these two here, embarrassing everyone and not knowing what to do? And when Xin Fei saw that the two of them were going to leave, he immediately opened his mouth to redeem himself. Why don't we all get together? It's been a while since we've all seen each other anyway, so it's a good time to get together. There's one right out front. Nice cafe. Go over and try it? No, next time. I really don't have time today. When Wang Qingge heard him say this, she did the same and immediately refused. Nonsense. It took him a while to find an excuse to leave, and you're asking him to have coffee with you guys again? In fact, Xin Fei, also just out of politeness, he likewise couldn't wait for Wang Qingge, the two of them to hurry up and leave. Now seeing Wang Qingge so understanding, it also saved him Xin Fei a lot of trouble. In that case, that's indeed unfortunate. So let's get together another time. Well, next time for sure. Then let's go. At this time, Su Ruoxuan also took Wang Qingge's hand and waved goodbye to the two of them. Aha, there you go. The two of them, Wang Qingge, turned around just like that. Only when they had just turned around not more than a few steps, Xin Fei's voice came from behind them again. Wang Qingge, in a while, the classmates will have a party in Zhangcheng. Remember to come. Su Ruoxuan pulled Wang Qingge and quickly left wherever she was because Han Zhishuan had already arrived. Chapter 44. Where's the luggage? Therefore, Su Ruoxuan, she had to hurry over before she could do so, or else that big lady, she still didn't know how she would be counting on her later on. It was only when the two arrived on the elevator that Su Ruoxuan asked Wang Qingge, that woman is so pretty, and I've seen her look at you a little strangely. You too, surely you're not just ordinary friends, so simple? Wang Qingge didn't expect that Su Ruoxuan would be secretly a bit surprised since she was still able to discover this kind of problem. However, it was naturally impossible for him to tell Su Ruoxuan about his past with Yan Ranran. You've got it wrong. We're really just regular classmates. You're lying. Who knew that? As soon as Wang Qingge finished speaking, Su Ruoxuan said he was lying. Look at you now. You're obviously lying. Why? What exactly is your relationship? Let me think. Oh, Su Ruoxuan quickly thought of something, so she looked at Wang Qingge as if she was unsuspecting. You and her, you didn't used to be, like, boyfriend and girlfriend, did you? Isn't that right? Told you it wasn't. The relationship was dismantled, and there was a trace of displeasure in Wang Qingge's heart. Humph, if it's not, it's not. What's the big deal? Seeing Wang Qingge like this, Su Ruoxuan also played with her temper for a moment. Alas, Wang Qingge sighed helplessly and said nothing more. On the other hand, after the two of them, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, left, Yan Ranran also spoke to Xin Fei. It was really just an accident. Don't get me wrong or anything. I didn't think he'd show up here. Yan Ranran, up to now, was still worried that Xin Fei would misunderstand something. Not that she was worried about being misunderstood by him because she liked him. Just don't want to unaccountably, be misunderstood. After all, today she did make an appointment with Shinfei, out to meet. In this case, she had already arranged to meet with Shinfei. Could she secretly meet with her former boyfriend again? Therefore, she must explain clearly before she could do so, or else how would Shinfei look at her as a person in the future? Well, I know, some things are just so coincidental. Shinfei's words seemed to understand Yan Ranran, but there was also a sense of mockery, like he was saying, "Big sister, in a sea of people, tell me, would you and he really be so coincidental as to meet by chance in this unoccupied place? It's really a coincidence that two people who used to love each other would be in such a corner, given to bumping into each other." But regardless of whether Shinfei believed it or not, Yan Ranran did meet Wang Qingge, by chance, here today. This matter, Yan Ranran no longer wanted to explain anything. The more this kind of thing was explained, it would only make it more complicated and troublesome. So the best thing to do, then, is to stop now and not touch it again. Do not want to do too much explanation on this matter of Wang Qingge. Yan Ranran, regardless of what Shinfei thought in his heart. Well, I'm here, and it's about time you told me who the Grey Wolf is now. The reason why she, today, would come to this airport to pick up Shinfei was because Shinfei told her he had a lead on the Grey Wolf, and it was only because Yan Ranran went out of her way and risked being discovered that she ran out. Otherwise, she'd come out to pick up Shinfei? Don't joke about that. She had never had any feelings for Shinfei from the beginning to the end, let alone that aspect. So now Yan Ranran only wanted to get clues about the Grey Wolf from Shinfei's mouth earlier and then hurry to leave. But she didn't know that Shinfei was just lying to her. How did he know who the Grey Wolf was? Shinfei just liked her too much, but suffered from never having the opportunity to be alone with her. That's why this time, he took advantage of the fact that Yan Ranran, in desperate need of finding a Grey Wolf, tricked her out. In Shinfei's opinion, as long as Yan Ranran came out, then even if she waited and realized that he was lying to her, but the girl, well, as long as he's willing to spend the money, buy her nice things, and apologize, he'll be fine. But things, are they really as simple as he thinks? After Yan Ranran realized that he was lying to her, he could really coax her into forgiving him with money, with gifts and all that stuff. When Shinfei saw Yan Ranran ask him about the Grey Wolf as soon as he opened his mouth, he was staggered for a moment. At a time like this, of course he couldn't tell her now, so he could only say, "Let's talk about this in a while. You're tired too. Let's find a place to sit down and have a cup of tea. Then, it's not too late to talk about it slowly." The initiative was in Shinfei's hands, so Yan Ranran had no choice but to follow him at the moment. She just hoped that the other man wasn't lying to her and that he really had a clue about the Grey Wolf. Otherwise she would have really lost everything today. On the other side, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, both of them, had already arrived at the exit of the airport. The two of them watched, as people continued to come out of the exit, looking for a target. Of course, Wang Qingge was just casually looking at the passers-by, and things like looking for a target could only be done by Su Ruoxian herself. Wang Qingge, didn't know any of her friends, so how could he help her find someone? So now in Wang Qingge's heart, there was only one thought, and that was that he hoped that Su Ruoxuan's friend, the luggage was not too heavy. Otherwise, he'd be exhausted. Only, in this case, hoping that her friend's baggage was light. Such a thing could only be a luxury. In Wang Qingge's own opinion, since Su Ruoxuan had called him here, he must have known something beforehand. Her friend must have told her that the luggage was a lot and heavy, and that's why Xiao asked him to come out with her. Otherwise, what kind of reason did she have for coming to pick up her friend that was for her to call herself alone? This was something Wang Qingge couldn't figure out, and he really couldn't think of anything else other than calling him to carry his luggage. Su Ruoxian was anxious, looking at the people who kept coming out of the exit, when suddenly, the target she was waiting for appeared. Xian, this, Xian here. Su finally waited for her friend, so she screamed happily. When Wang Qingge heard Su Ruoxuan's shout, she also looked at the crowd. Then only a, also around 20 years old, pretty woman was seen trotting towards Su Ruoxuan. This girl was about the same height as Su Ruoxuan, about 1.75 meters, with hair just about shoulder length, wearing a gray off-the-shoulder bodysuit, and wrap-around skirt, black stockings these, and small bag on her back as well. In this manner, she rushed to Su Ruoxuan's front to come and directly hugged Su Ruoxuan. "Wakefield, it's nice to finally meet you. I missed you so much." This girl, as soon as she hugged Su Ruoxuan, she was as happy as can be. "Yeah, I also finally waited for you to come back." Su Ruoxian was equally happy. Wang Qingge, who was next to him, saw the two of them hugging each other, and the first thing that came to mind was nothing else. It's the luggage. Doesn't this girl have any luggage? Chapter 45. Is this the favor you want me to do? Didn't she ask him to help her carry the luggage? How come her friend is empty-handed and has nothing? At this moment, Wang Qingge was a bit baffled. He didn't know what was going on. If this person didn't have any luggage, then what did Su Ruoxuan mean by calling him to help? Was he just asked to come and keep her company? Don't open that kind of joke. Wang Qingge still have some self-awareness. How can he let Su Ruoxuan call him to accompany? So at this moment, Wang Qingge was a bit confused. He didn't know what he was coming out for today. Wakefield, did you miss me during the 3 months I was gone? How could it not be? I've been thinking about you, Missy, day and night. Come on, you think I don't know what you are? Guess in the time I've been gone, you must have secretly cheated a lot of boys, right? Especially those fans of yours. I'm afraid they've been cheated out of their pants by you. Ha! When Su Ruoxian heard this, she laughed to herself. Han Jixuan was sharp-eyed and quickly noticed Wang Qingge behind Su Ruoxuan. So she let go of Su Ruoxuan and asked, "And this is?" Han Jixuan looked at and asked Wang Qingge, who was standing behind Su Ruoxuan. "Oh, his name is Wang Qingge. He's my friend." Friends? Hearing Su Ruoxuan's reply, Han Jixuan was very disbelieving, so with a skeptical gaze, she scanned towards the two. Wang Qingge was so tall and handsome that he was really just Su Ruoxuan's friend, something she found hard to believe. Friends, yes, but the two of them certainly weren't the kind of friends who had a simple relationship. Otherwise, in Han Jixuan's opinion, Su Ruoxuan would bring Wang Qingge to pick her up. She would bring a common friend and come to the airport to wait for this best friend of hers? This kind of thing would be hard to believe for anyone else. So at the moment, in Han Jixuan's eyes, the two of them, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, must have some kind of different relationship. Even Han Jixuan began to wonder if Su Ruoxuan was already secretly having a relationship with Wang Qingge. Looking at Han Jixuan, with a skeptical gaze, Su Ruoxuan was speechless. Oops, he's really my friend. What did you expect? Su Ruoxian was getting impatient. Fine, he's your friend, Han Jixuan smiled. Wang Qingge, at this time, also took the initiative to go up to Han Jixuan. "Hello, I'm Wang Qingge. Aha, my name is Han Jixuan. Handsome Wang will take care of me in the future." She laughed mischievously. Su Ruoxuan was very displeased with Han Jixuan's behavior, so she immediately exited and interrupted the two. "Well, people aren't what you think they are, so hurry up." "What was I thinking? Really?" Su Ruoxuan held Han Jixuan's hand, and the two of them walked straight away. After looking at the two of them with empty hands and really nothing, Wang Qingge was even more baffled. He had just hoped that he had thought wrong, and that Han Jixuan didn't have no luggage, but that she hadn't gotten her Li Hong'an yet, which was why she was empty-handed. But this time, after watching the two of them just really go off like that, he was a bit anxious. Can it be that they really don't have any luggage? But if they didn't have any luggage, then Su Ruoxuan called him here. What the hell was it for? And what favor did she really want from Wang Qingge? In his heart, he really couldn't figure it out and hurriedly caught up with the two. "Well, where's that luggage? Where did you put your luggage?" "My luggage?" Hearing Wang Qingge's words, the two of them stopped, and Han Jixuan asked in confusion. "Right, don't you have any luggage? Where is it? I'll get it for you." The two of them looked at each other for a moment before laughing. "Ha, you, my friend, are pretty funny. Say, do you always ask people to carry things for you?" Han Jixuan, looking at Su Ruoxuan, asked as if she was interrogating. "Which I don't, but you really don't have any luggage?" Su Ruoxian also took advantage of this opportunity to ask on purpose. You. "What luggage do I have? Think I'm like you. Every time I go out I have to bring home a big bag." Hearing this conversation between the two of them, Wang Qingge was completely enlightened. It seems that this Han Jixuan really didn't bring anything, but that's strange. What can he do other than come and help carry things? "Let's go, handsome Wang. I don't have much luggage, thank you." Only after hearing Han Jixuan's words did he follow the two of them, although it was unclear what kind of favor Su Ruoxuan had asked him to come for. But since he was already here, let's take another look. Soon, the trio exited the airport and stopped a car. Wang Qingge got into the passenger seat, and the two of them, Su Ruoxuan and Han Jixuan, were in the back row. "Master, to Li Jinghua Ting, please." After sitting in the car, Han Jixuan reported the destination, but before the master could reply, Su Ruoxian jumped ahead. "No master, we're not going to Li Jinghua Ting. Why don't you take us to the food market first?" "Ah." Su Ruoxuan's words made all three of them surprised. Since she said she was going to the food market? What are you doing there? Are you going grocery shopping? The one who was most puzzled was Han Jixuan, so she hurriedly asked, "Wakefield, what are we doing at the food market? What bad idea did you have again?" Jixuan, my Miss Han, what's in your head every day? Where to go is to buy food, of course. If we don't buy groceries, we'll go straight to your house. So what will we cook and eat then? How can you taste my handiwork without a dish? It was only when she heard Su Ruoxuan say this that Han Jishuan responded back. Oh, yes, I forgot. But if today, you let me down, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Don't worry, guaranteed that I won't let you down. Su Ruoxian patted her chest with an air of confidence. So we'll go to the food market first? The driver spoke up. Well, master, then where to first? The driver then started the car straight away and set off in the direction of the food market. As for Wang Qingge, it wasn't until then that he figured out what favor Su Ruoxuan had called him to do. From the moment he heard her say that she was going to go to the market to buy vegetables to go back and make them for Han Jishuan to eat, he had already guessed it. Dare I say it was Su Ruoxuan, who had assured her bosom friend Han Jishuan that she would make her a delicious meal, so she had called up Wang Qingge to come. After all, Su Ruoxuan herself, but she couldn't make delicious food, but he, Wang Qingge, could. That's why she'd asked him to come along, just to wait and ask him to help her cook along, so that her best friend just thinks she cooks good food. After knowing the truth, Wang Qingge was truly in a kind of tears. It turned out that Su Ruoxuan was taking him as a chef to come, that's why he was so enthusiastic and called him here. Chapter 46. Is there anything I can't do? Knowing the truth, Wang Qingge was quite relaxed, and at the same time, she had to admire her own ability to be able to make Su Ruoxuan call him as a chef. It must be because his cooking skills were too good for the other party. Since this was the case, it was all the more important for him not to let them down, and he must make good use of his ability to conquer them before he could do so. Soon, they arrived in the vegetable market, and as soon as they arrived, Su Ruoxuan pulled Wang Qingge and went to the various stalls. Wang Qingge, what do you think we need to buy? What do you think we should buy to go back? The whole time she was shopping for groceries, Su Ruoxuan was seeking Wang Qingge's opinion on what he said to buy. Han Jishuan, who was watching, was a bit baffled, not sure what Su Ruoxuan was buying, exactly what kind of medicine. It looked like she came to buy the food herself, but how come she always had to ask Wang Qingge's opinion and always listen to him? Han Jishuan couldn't understand for a moment, and there was no need for her to think too much about such a trivial matter. Wasn't it just buying a dish? Could there be anything else that she couldn't tell people? Soon, the three of them, they had bought 4 or 5 bags of groceries, fish, meat, shrimp, and some vegetables and fruits and such. After buying the groceries, Su Ruoxuan once again boasted to Han Jishuan. Jishuan, don't worry about it, I promise you, tonight's dishes are definitely the best you've ever had in your life. Che, just blow hard, I'll see how you'll end up then. Humph, we'll see then. Along the way the two women, both seemed as if they were a bit unconvinced, but it was good that they had finally arrived. Lijing Huating. This place, in Jiangchang, is belonged to the rich area to come, because the houses here are all big villas, and the fact that Han Jishuan and her family can live here means that their family conditions are, well, extraordinary. Getting out of the car, the three of them finally returned to Han Jishuan's family villa. Once they entered Han Jishuan's home, Wang Qingge realized how big their home was and how luxuriously decorated it was. Although the villa was very nice, it didn't cause much shock in Wang Qingge's eyes because the villa was one he had lived in himself, before he had been kicked out of his home. The home that he, Wang Qingge, lived in was likewise a luxurious villa to come, so he didn't have the look that other ordinary people, when they first saw the villa, had. Notably, though, Han Jishuan's home reveals a message that the family, as a family, is a musical family. On the wall in the lobby, a family photo was hung, that of a man and a woman, holding a small child, sitting in front of a piano. Seeing this family photo, it wasn't hard for Wang Qingge to guess that this man and woman should be Han Jishuan's parents, and that child was Han Jishuan's childhood self. So Wang Qingge knew that their family, for sure, studied music. This, he didn't care too much about, but after resting for a while, Su Ruoxian called on him and went straight to the kitchen. Su Ruoxuan called on Wang Qingge, and when the two of them entered the kitchen, she just closed the kitchen door. Hey, what are you two doing? How do you close the door? Harmed Han Jishuan, very dissatisfied up outside. For her part, Su Ruoxuan, justifiably returned. If you don't close the door, are you going to let the smell of smoke waft into the living room? Even if Su Ruoxuan had a point, Han Jishuan was not willing to show weakness. I didn't say not to close the door, but what are you two doing in there together? Why do you need someone to cook with you? Don't I need someone to do my dishes? How long do you expect me to go without someone to do the dishes for me? Su Ruoxuan, you. Han Jishuan was really pissed off at her. Washing dishes? Why don't you call me and ask Wang Qingge to go in for what? I can't wash it, can I? Yeah, you can't wash it. Su Ruoxian, you little ninny, what do you mean? Han Jishuan, who was outside the door, had very strong opinions, but Su Ruoxuan just didn't give a damn about her. Wang Qingge, shall we get that one first? Su Ruoxuan asked him. Wang Qingge at this time is also, have a kind of crying and laughing up. These two people how so? So strange laugh, you're still laughing, hurry up, do you want to wait and see me being laughed at by Jishuan? Su Ruoxuan became a little anxious. She was now worried that Wang Qingge would not help her, but that was redundant on her part. How could he not help her when it came down to it? Okay, I'm not laughing. Let's get started. Let's fry the Brussels sprouts first. Aha! I'll do the dishes then. After seeing Wang Qingge finally willing to help, Su Ruoxuan's hanging heart let go and rushed to wash the vegetables. Hey, you two, what the hell are you doing in there? Sight unseen? Han Jishuan, who was outside the door, hadn't left and kept calling. Ignore her. Let's do what we do and let her make a scene. At this time, Wang Qingge understood Su Ruoxuan's feelings. She promised her best friend something she couldn't do on her own, so she had to beg him to help. But in the process, she couldn't let Han Jishuan know. Or wait a minute people, they all knew that the dishes weren't made by her. So the safest, most secure method was to lock Han Jishuan outside and wait until the dishes were all done before going out. When the time comes, Su Ruoxuan will have an excuse to say that all these dishes she made herself. This point Wang Qingge and did not mind what, but is to help her do a meal just well. Technology and not her. He will not lose anything. So the two of them began, with Su Ruoxuan helping with the dishes and such, and Wang Qingge doing all the hands-on stuff. In this way, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, both of them, stayed in the kitchen for almost 2 hours or so, before they finally finished the 4 or 5 dishes. After the dishes were all done, they brought them out. Only after the two of them brought out the dishes and put them on the table, did they see Han Jishuan sitting on the sofa eating snacks, not even looking at the two of them. Han Jishuan was angry and gambling with this look. This made Wang Qingge a bit at a loss for words, but it was Su Ruoxuan who didn't have any problems at all. Xian, come and eat. No answer, not even a turn of the head. But Su Ruoxuan still didn't care. She hurriedly got 3 bowls of rice, one for each person. In order to coax Han Jishuan, Su Ruoxuan chucked up the dishes as if she was coaxing a child. My Miss Han, it's my fault. Will you forgive me this time? I won't dare to do it again next time. Alright, you need to stop eating this. It's not hygienic. Eat first. Su Ruoxuan snatched the snacks from Han Jishuan's hand, and then held the dish and sent it towards her mouth. Come on, I cooked this myself. Try it. You said I'd cook for you when you came back. No food. Han Jishuan, who hadn't been speaking, finally spoke up as she pushed Su Ruoxuan away. Come on, just try it. It's really good. Chapter 47 shocked Han Jishuan. Su Ruoxuan seized the opportunity and shoved the dish into Han Jishuan's mouth. After Han Jishuan was surprised by Su Ruoxuan and had the dish in her mouth, she had wanted to spit it out immediately, but the moment she tried to spit the dish out, a feeling of freshness, like nothing she had ever eaten before, covered her mouth. It stopped her original heart urge to spit out the dish. Han Jishuan couldn't help but chew the vegetables in her mouth, and this chewing didn't matter. She realized that the vegetables were really too delicious. It was a feeling she had never felt before, and after taking this bite, Han Jishuan felt that everything she had eaten in the past was unbearable. She looked at Su Ruoxuan in shock. She never thought that what Su Ruoxuan said, since it was true. Just that one bite of the dish alone made her incapable of autonomy on her own. When Su Ruoxuan saw Han Jishuan, she finally smiled after she ate the food. Well, my Miss Han, I didn't lie to you? Han Jishuan was already shocked and didn't know how to answer. And when Sui saw this, she once again picked up a piece of fish and gave it to her. Try this fish. It tastes okay. With what happened earlier, this time Han Jishuan was much more obedient. She opened her mouth and let Su Ruoxuan send the fish in. The fish imported instantly, once again making Han Jishuan's eyes light up because it was just too delicious. It was so much better than the Brussels sprouts that I don't know how many times better. If that green vegetable just now was making Han Jishuan feel that all the dishes she had eaten in the past had been in vain, then now this fish is what will make her, later on, unable to eat anything else. If she can't have it in the future, as she does now, then she definitely can't eat anything else. Han Jishuan family conditions is not very bad. On the contrary, her family conditions has been very high. Plus she's an only child, so from a young age she's tasted pretty much, well, everything good. Especially over the years, she's traveled all over the world, so she's eaten a lot of good food all over the world. But she had never, ever eaten food like what she was eating today. At this moment, it was, as Rachel Sue said, really something she had never eaten before in her entire life. In fact, in the beginning, when she heard Rachel Sui say that she would personally cook for her, she didn't pay much attention, thinking that it's just a love affair between girlfriends. Su Ruoxuan later told her that she would let her eat like she's never eaten anything good in her life. When she's never eaten anything good in her life, Han Jixuan still thought that Su Ruoxuan was just joking with her to make her happy. Until just now, she didn't believe Su Ruoxuan's words, thinking that it was pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It wasn't until this moment, when Su Ruoxian brought the dish into her mouth, that she realized the other party wasn't lying, and she knew now that what Su Ruoxian had said to her before was kind of conservative, because the dish she was eating now was not only the first time she had ever eaten it in her life, it was something she would never forget. The current Han Jixuan didn't know what would happen if she, in the future, couldn't eat dishes like today's. Having tasted the sweetness, all the anger Han Jixuan had just felt had long since dissipated, so she picked up her own bowl of rice and began to eat. The two of them, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, smiled when they saw Han Jixuan's reaction, as it was the most normal. Anyone who ate a dish made by Wang Qingge and didn't gobble it up, that would be called abnormal. The 4 or 5 dishes on the table, Han Jixuan, like for like, all went to taste it, and found that everything was so delicious, and it was the flavor of each one that was so different that she knew that everything she had eaten in the past had been for nothing. Those can't even be called good. Now these she's eating are good, because the food was so delicious. Han Jixuan kept on, chucking food into her own bowl. It had all filled the bowl, but she still wasn't satisfied to keep pinching. Her move made Su Ruoxian anxious when she saw it. What would she eat if the food was all pinched and eaten? Wang Qingge cooks the same dishes that she, Su Ruoxuan, can't get tired of eating for the rest of her life. So when she saw Han Jixuan doing this, Su Ruoxuan was also anxious. Jixuan, what are you doing? Eat before you clip it. Your bowl is full. Can't you see? This. It was only after being reminded by Su Ruoxuan that Han Jixuan reacted, looking at her bowl full of vegetables. Embarrassed. Han Jixuan was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a hole to scurry into, because what she had just done had pretty much ruined her image altogether. She was supposed to be a goddess-like figure. How could she do such a thing? Ha! Han Jixuan's overwhelmed expression amused Su Ruoxuan. Laughing? You're still laughing, she said accusingly. Alright, I'm not laughing at you. Hurry up and eat. So the two of them, completely ignoring Wang Qingge on the sidelines, gobbled it up. As she ate, Su Ruoxuan showed off to Han Jixuan. How about it, Jixuan? Did I lie to you? Is the food I made good? Have you ever eaten before? Such delicious dishes. When Su Ruoxuan said this, Han Jixuan stopped her hand movements, but she didn't believe that this was Su Ruoxuan's cooking, because she knew exactly how much weight Su Ruoxuan weighed, plus the fact that she had brought Wang Qingge and the two of them had gone into the kitchen. It's a little cutie. All understand that Wang Qingge made these dishes, but she didn't want to directly break down Su Ruoxuan's lies, but instead, she thought of another way to say, wakey you do make good food. It's just that. Just what? The words not spoken in the middle of the sentence made Su Ruoxian pursue the question. Ruoxian, it's delicious, but it just seems like the vegetables weren't washed. No. Hearing that the dishes weren't clean, Su Ruoxuan was not going to do it because she was the one who washed the dishes herself, so how could it be possible that they weren't clean? No way. I've washed it all clean. How could I not? Ha! When Su Ruoxuan said this, Han Jixuan instantly laughed, because with this statement, she was equating it to saying that she was just in charge of washing the dishes. It wasn't until Han Jixuan laughed that Su Ruoxuan realized she'd been fooled, and she was immediately embarrassed. Good. Jixuan, you dare to set me up. I told you to set me up. Su Ruoxuan raised her hand and hit Han Jixuan a few times, and the two of them just heckled for a bit. Wang Qingge, you eat quickly too. The dishes are all gone later. Only then did Han Jixuan react and call him to eat. Yes, Qingge, you should eat soon too. Good. Until the two of them called, Wang Qingge didn't start eating. In fact, seeing the two women like this, he was very satisfied in his heart. Chapter 48. I'm proud to be his student. And Han Jixuan likewise didn't expect that since Wang Qingge still had such a skill, the dishes he made were so delicious. She dared to say that in this world right now, the number of people who could compare their cooking skills with Wang Qingge was definitely more than a handful. The most important thing that Han Jixuan couldn't figure out and couldn't understand was how Su Ruoxuan knew Wang Qingge, how the two of them met and came together. When she first met Wang Qingge, Han Jixuan thought that there was nothing more to him than his good looks. At the same time, she also thinks that the reason why Su Ruoxuan met Wang Qingge is purely because the other person is just handsome. It wasn't until then that she realized the whole thing might not be as simple as she thought. But the two of them, how exactly did they know each other? Which made Han Jixuan very curious. The only thing she could think of right now was that Wang Qingge, most likely, was a fan of Su Ruoxuan's douyin, and that was why the two knew each other. After all, there were tens of millions of fans of Su Ruoxian's douyin, so it shouldn't be too much of a stretch for someone like Wang Qingge to appear, right? After thinking about it, she finally managed to hold her tongue. Ruoxian, Wang Qingge, what exactly is the relationship between the two of you now? Han Jishuan's words, they made the two very surprised up. Wang Qingge is not good to answer this question, so it can only be by Su Ruoxuan. I've told you we're just normal friends, why don't you believe me? Humph. Common friends, you two lie to hell. Han Jishuan definitely didn't believe that the two of them were just ordinary friends. After all, where was there such a thing as an ordinary friend? I can't help it if you don't believe me. Just think what you like. Su Ruoxuan's look of indifference drove Han Jishuan crazy. She had to find out what they were saying. So tell me, how did you two meet? How do we know each other? When Su Ruoxian heard this, she suddenly blushed. She couldn't tell Han Jishuan that she was sharing a room with Wang Qingge. Although Han Jishuan knew that she was sharing a room with someone else, she didn't realize that the person she was sharing the room with was a man. So if she were to tell her now that the two of them, her and Wang Qingge, were in a shared relationship, what would people think of them? So Su Ruoxian was in a difficult position for a moment, not knowing what to say about this. Say, how did you two meet? Why don't you say, we, no matter what? Su Ruoxian couldn't say it. Why? Is it hard to believe that there's something you can't let on? No. So come on, how did you guys meet? Maybe Su Ruoxuan, too, was tired of being asked, so she casually replied, we just know each other anyway, what else do we need to ask? Oh, so, the fact that she kept avoiding the topic made Han Jishuan even more suspicious of the two of them. Wang Qingge, come on, how exactly did you and Ruoxian meet? Wang Qingge likewise, got very embarrassed, because this was something that Su Ruoxuan didn't even say. Did he dare to say it? A man and a woman, two people, sharing a room together, by outsiders no, not think it is what other situation So this question, as long as Su Ruoxuan herself didn't say anything, then Wang Qingge likewise wouldn't say anything. Seeing that Wang Qingge didn't say anything either, Han Jishuan made up her own mind. In fact, things like this were still a good guess in her opinion. After all, Su Ruoxuan was a big internet celebrity, so that made it even easier. So only Han Jishuan said, Wang Qingge, aren't you Ruoxian's list one big brother? That's why the two of you met privately to get to know each other. Wang Qingge and the two of them never thought that the other party would say that, since they would say that, so they were surprised up. But soon enough, the two of them reacted, and since she had said so, it would be better to just admit it. Acknowledging Han Jishuan's speculation was better than telling her that the two were sharing a room. Therefore, on this issue, the two of them, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, since they had a heart-to-heart, Su Ruoxuan shyly lowered her head, and in Han Jishuan's opinion, she should have been guessed with this look. I told you, Han Jishuan, who thought she had guessed, said proudly, but Wakefield, I do remember you saying that you just broadcast live and wouldn't meet your fans. How is it that not only are we meeting our own fans now, but the two are getting to know each other so well? Say, what else have you done in the months I've been gone that I don't know about? Which is nothing alright, Che, hell no. In order to not let Han Jishuan continue to chase after the two of them to ask, so Su Ruoxuan also forced the counter-defense to attack Road. Jishuan, what about you? What did you gain from going abroad this time? Me, asked about herself. Han Jishuan was proud of herself. I've learned quite a bit by following Master Gross, who puts a lot of his skills to use, including some of the experiences in his life that he told me about. So I really learned a lot from Master Gross. It's also shown me a lot, and I've realized what a real piano is and what real music is. Wow, really? Jishuan, you really studied with Master Gross for 3 months. Su Ruoxian was shocked and envious after hearing her words. Only Wang Qingge, listening in the clouds, didn't know what the two of them were talking about, much less know what kind of powerful person that so-called Master Gross was. Still, he could understand some of it, and this so-called Master Gross was supposed to be a musician. That's why Han Jishuan was following him in his studies. These past few months, not only did I learn a lot, but I also realized what it means to be a real piano and what it means to be a real musician. Receiving Su Ruoxuan's baton-chasing gaze, Han Jishuan once again proudly said, yes, Maestro Grouse is really very good. He deserves to be the greatest and most outstanding piano master of today. In the past, many of the things I didn't understand were only slightly pointed out to me by him, so I'm really proud to be a student of Master Gross, and this past will be something that I will never be able to forget for the rest of my life. Xian, I envy you, to be able to study under such a piano grandmaster like Grouse. That's natural. Han Jishuan suddenly looked toward the family portrait hanging on the wall of the hall. Even my dad, my mom, is a fan of Master Gross, and we all respect him. Ugh, Su Ruoxian sighed helplessly. If I had known, I would have taken piano lessons like you, or else I guess I would have been able to meet Maestro Gross. Who told you to be lazy before? But if you want to learn, I can teach you now. Chapter 49, Listening at Night. Is it too late to learn it now? Su Ruoxian was a bit worried. No, how can it be late? It's just right. How about you learn or not? This? Su Ruoxian didn't answer immediately, but changed the topic. It's better to eat before we talk. Humph, a hungry man who just knows how to eat. Don't eat it if you dare. Either you eat it or you don't. Although Han Jishuan said she wouldn't eat, her hands and mouth didn't stop for a moment. Half an hour later, the table was eaten. Almost. Especially Su Ruoxian and Han Jishuan. Both of them ate their stomachs out. After all, such delicious dishes. They weren't going to be the same as they had been at other times, so as long as they could still eat, then they had no qualms about it. Wang Qingge accompanied them for another half an hour, and when he looked at the time, it was already 8:30 in the evening. It turned out that time had already, without realizing it, passed so much, so he was also feeling that he should go back. After all, you can't stay in someone else's house. So Wang Qingge said to the two of them, Su Ruoxian, Han Jishuan, it's already late enough today, or I'll go back first. Ah, going back? Hearing Wang Qingge say this, both women were a bit surprised. Su Ruoxian didn't have much of a reaction. After all, the two of them were sharing a room, so she wasn't worried about Wang Qingge no matter where he went. But Han Jishuan is not the same. After all, she is not familiar with people. If he is gone, if you want to see again, it is not to say that you can see. If it was any other time that would have been better, but now she, Han Jishuan, had already eaten the dishes made by Wang Qingge, so if she can't continue to have it, such a good dish, it must be quite a blow to her, so she had to find a way to keep the talent a little longer. Thinking of this, Han Jishuan spoke directly. Don't! What's the point of going back so early? Ha ha, it's already not early. Wang Qingge laughed. Well, that's fine then. Han Jishuan immediately changed her words as soon as she thought about it. But Wang Qingge, you cooked us such a delicious dish tonight. I don't even know how I should thank you. Don't be polite. Isn't it just a meal? I'll make it for you guys again when I have the chance. Hearing Wang Qingge say this, Han Jishuan's heart was instantly much happier. Well, then I'll thank you in advance. But I won't eat you for nothing. Since you gave us a taste of your handiwork tonight, in return, I can only bring out my true skills today. True skill? Jishuan, what other true skills do you have? It's what I don't know. After hearing Han Jishuan say that she was going to take out her real skills, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxian were a bit surprised. Han Jishuan knocked Su Ruoxian's little head. Idiot! Where do I have any other real skills besides the piano? Really? Su Ruoxian acted shocked. Jishuan, honestly I'm also curious now. What you've learned in the 3 months' time you've spent following Master Gruss around. In a moment, you'll see. I'll show you some world-class piano music, and perfect playing. Hearing Han Jishuan say this, Wang Qingge instantly understood. It seemed that she was ready to show her talent and play the piano, but listening to them talk so divinely, I don't know how strong Han Jishuan is. It was hard to believe that this Han Jishuan's piano strength was still more powerful than Wang Qingge's, who possessed god-level piano skills. Seriously, Wang Qingge hadn't heard, yet, any piano music in this world. Now hearing Han Jishuan say that she wanted to show them the world's top piano, so he's still a little excited and can't wait to find out what the level of piano in this world is like. Go up to the second floor. After deciding to play the piano, Han Jishuan immediately said to the two, so the three of them went up to the second floor, where a white piano sat in the center of the hall. The piano looked like it was also very advanced, and Han Jishuan walked directly to the piano and sat down. Su Ruoxian, on the other hand, sat on the sofa with Wang Qingge. Looking at Han Jishuan sitting on the piano, Wang Qingge instantly felt like she had changed. At this moment Han Jishuan, as if she was a natural piano genius, she just sat down, and there was something that made people think that she was almost one with the piano. Su Ruoxian also said to Wang Qingge, Jishuan, it might be because of the influence of her parents' genes, so she grew up loving the piano, showing talent, and being very good at it. When she used to study, she used to get a prize every time she was on stage, playing on the piano, especially in the past few years. After Jishuan became more and more knowledgeable, her piano has become more and more impressive. There was even someone from the national band once who wanted to invite her to the national team. That's not the most important thing. What really matters is this one. You do realize that, Master Grows? Aha, I know. After hearing this, Wang Qingge could only nod his head and get up. He couldn't tell people that he didn't know. Su Ruoxian didn't pay attention to him, but continued to give. 3 months ago, Jishuan left the country, and she left the country this time for a purpose. It's to learn from the world's top piano grandmaster, Maestro Gruss. And, as you just heard her say herself, she's learned quite a bit from Master Gruss this time around. So now Han Jishuan, it's anybody's guess what level of piano she's at. You're also a conservatory graduate, so you should know something about the piano, so just give it a good listen. Aha! Wang Qingge nodded. He would give it a good listen. And after sitting down, Han Jishuan, she looked at the two. Well, are you two ready? Ready, then I'll start. Aha, Jishuan, you start. Okay, the piece I'm going to play is Master Gross's famous song, Listening in the Night. Geez, since it's Maestro Gross, one of the most difficult pieces to play, Listening in the Night. After hearing this name, Su Ruoxuan was very shocked, looking at Wang Qingge a little very uncomfortable. Is it really that god? Without waiting for the two of them to think much, Han Jishuan had already played. Knock, knock, knock. As Han Jishuan's hands moved, the sounds of the zither came, one by one, from the keys. At this moment, Han Jishuan, as if she had forgotten everything around her, as if only the piano was left in her eyes. The same was true of Su Ruoxuan on the side, and the moment Han Jishuan played the zither, her entire body watched and listened very attentively. Chapter 50. You call that average? Only Wang Qingge was different. He didn't change much, unlike Su Ruoxuan, who was so exaggerated, because in his opinion, Han Jishuan played this tune, very ordinary, like the kind of people who just started, playing the same almost. But maybe this was just the beginning and the tune hadn't reached the climax part yet. That's why Wang Qingge was also listening attentively. But after 30 seconds, a minute, Han Jishuan played. It was almost the same as at the beginning. How is it that she has this tune all the time, as if it's just the beginning part all the way to the end? Never again any climactic part. Sure enough, things were just as Wang Qingge thought. The tune was just like that. The whole thing was pretty much the same as the beginning. The rest didn't change much. But for that, what kind of world-famous song is this? And what kind of patriarchal and most difficult piano to play? Maybe it's really hard to play, but it doesn't sound good. Wang Qingge hardened himself to listen carefully to the end of the song, but still did not understand. This song played exactly what the thing. On the contrary, it was hard for him to listen to it, and it felt as if he was just randomly pressing on the keys. Randomly. It's hard not to. Is it the difference in aesthetics between us that has caused this result? Wang Qingge still kind of hoped that it was because he had a different aesthetic from this world that he found it hard to hear. Otherwise, if everyone has the same standard of aesthetics, then this would be too disappointing. A tune like that, and from the world's top pianist, the hardest piece to play? So yeah, he still kinda wishes that people had a different aesthetic for the piano. Han Jishuan was completely immersed in her own piano world as she carefully played every note, showed what Master Gross had taught. Not a bit of it. Seriously, at this moment, Han Jishuan, all by herself, somewhat admired herself, since she could achieve such a level. She believed that if she were to play a concert now, she would be able to make a splash and make the whole world go crazy for her. With full confidence, and supreme honor in general, Han Jishuan finally finished playing the last note. When the last key is pressed, the sustain lingers for a long time. After the sound of the zither completely dissipated and everything returned to calm, Han Jishuan stood up, with a smile on her face, incomparably proud-like. She bowed to both Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan. At the moment she was not, as it were, saluting the two of them, but rather as if she were saluting a worldwide audience. Thanks. Full of confidence, full of pride, from Han Jishuan's mouth, the word thank you was uttered. Snap. Jishuan is too good, really too good. As soon as Han Jishuan finished speaking, Su Ruoxuan stood up excitedly and said so while clapping. Su Ruoxuan's voice still had a hint of choking, since she was so excited that she was crying. Is it that dramatic? Just a tune like that, with a piano like that, it makes people cry. That's because they, I'm afraid, haven't heard a real tune, a real piano. In short, Wang Qingge at this moment was having a hard time understanding them, just as they couldn't care about him either. Han Jishuan walked towards the two of them. What's up? How's my song Listening in the Night playing? I can tell you this, it's the first time I've ever played this song to anyone. Su nodded vigorously. Aha, really good. Jishuan, you're really very good, since you've really learned the true essence of Master Gross, and learned, Listening in the Night, such a difficult piece to play. Hearing Su Ruoxuan's appreciation, Han Jishuan was filled with joy. It's not bad, I've only learned a few skins. Ruoxuan, you don't say I'm that good. At this time Wang Qingge is really very speechless. This is which with which this kind of tune, to be placed in the previous world is full of streets. At this time, Su Ruoxuan also finally thought of Wang Qingge, so she hurriedly pulled him over. Wang Qingge, you graduated from the conservatory. You should know something about the piano. Especially, this Listening at Night by Master Gross is a world-famous song. Just tell me, how well did Jishuan she play it? For me to say he was surprised up, not expecting that, since Su Ruoxian called him for a review at this time. Well, tell me quickly how Jishuan she plays. Han Jishuan likewise looked at Wang Qingge expectantly. hoping to hear some words of praise for herself from him. Wang Qingge was in a difficult situation. Should he be honest and tell the two of them that the tune was trashy and hard to listen to? But after thinking about it, he didn't think it was a good idea to say that afterward, so he took a step back. Well, it's really not bad. The playing is passable. As for the tune, it's barely average. What? General? The moment they heard Wang Qingge's words, both women were shocked. The two of them never expected that these words would come out of his mouth. Su Ruoxuan was shocked by Wang Qingge's words and took a step back, looking at him with a face full of unquestionable faith. Wang Qingge, what are you talking about? You said the wrong thing, right? In Su Ruoxuan's heart, she was hoping that the other party had said something wrong. I'm not wrong. The tune is indeed average. He's already giving face by not saying the tune is crap. At this moment, Su Ruoxian, she was truly infuriated, and it was the first time she was infuriated by him. Wang Qingge, are you a graduate of the conservatory or not? Are you a student of the conservatory or not? I'm just a student of the Jiangchen Conservatory of Music. What's it got to do with it? What's the connection? You still have the nerve to ask. Su Ruoxian was really getting pissed off. Han Zhixuan was a recognized piano genius. Even if she hadn't studied with Grandmaster Grus, then absolutely no one would dare to say that her piano level had just passed. What's more, the current Han Zhixuan had already followed Master Grus for more than 3 months to further her training. In such a situation, since there are still people who dare to say that she just passed her piano level, oh my god, if she didn't hear it with her own ears, then she wouldn't believe it if it killed Su Ruoxuan. The most excessive, or Wang Qingge said night listening, this tune in general, Listening in the Night, composed by Maestro Grus, that is exemplified in the world's top 10 hits. But this tune, since it became general in his mouth, doesn't he realize that the line of people around the world who want to hear this song could go around the blue planet? If he had said that and the others had heard it, then a mouthful of water from each person would have formed a lake and drowned him. So at this time, Su Ruoxuan was puzzled by Wang Qingge's behavior, whether he had taken the wrong medication. If you dare to say that, you're undoubtedly making an enemy of all the piano lovers in the world. Chapter 51. If you can do it, go ahead. Su Ruoxuan is a little better, but the main thing is Han Zhixuan. When she heard Wang Qingge say that her piano level just passed, her entire body froze. Who is she? Han Zhixuan? That's someone who has been practicing piano since she was a child, and she's pretty much dedicated her whole life to the piano. She wouldn't dare say it about outsiders, but if they knew her as a piano lover, they would show respect when they met her. Because of her achievement in piano, she has reached the master level of existence. So at one time, even the guys from the national band tried to pull her into the army. To think that someone like her, since she would be told today, her piano level, since she had just reached a passing grade only. The person who said that, how powerful did he have to be to dare to say that? Wang Qingge looked at it, and it didn't look like someone who knew how to play the piano. So why did he say that? Was it to disgust her? If Wang Qingge was simply trying to disgust her, then she wouldn't be very upset or angry. But he should never, ever have said that she played an average tune. Did she play a mediocre tune? There's no telling what could happen if the world knew about this. You should know that the tune, Listening in the Night, was composed by the famous piano grandmaster, Maestro Grus. More importantly, this song, Listening in the Night, has been listed as one of the top 10 songs in the world, more than 20 years ago. But Han Zhixuan, how did not expect is that she will one day play the world-famous song, and was said to be very general. This was something she could never accept. Wang Qingge could say that she could do anything, but she just couldn't say that the tunes didn't work. Doesn't he know what this song, Listening in the Night, represents? That is a generation of classic, is countless piano lovers' dream tune. But such a tune, in Wang Qingge's mouth, became average. Could this not be infuriating? Can she not be angry? Wang Qingge's comment that the piece was average was not a comment on her, Han Zhixuan, but a denigration of Maestro Grus, of the entire piano world, a tune that is regarded as a classic in the piano world, and to be told that it's mediocre is a slap in everyone's face. It's something that no matter who it is, can't be accepted and can't be borne, because while others are saying that the tune is average, are they also saying that they, the people, have average taste? Can it be construed that they, the piano enthusiasts, are silly enough to take generic tunes and instance them as world famous? The very phrase that says Listening in the Night is a generic tune insults and denigrates everyone. So at this moment, Han Zhixuan, her heart could be imagined, how angry she was. She had been in a good mood, and was thus turned upside down by Wang Qingge's words. Before, she was still happy for Su Ruoxuan and Wang Qingge both. Because of what? Because Han Zhixuan, since she learned the piano from Master Grus, and learned to listen to this tune at night, she had never, in front of others, played this tune and displayed this strength. Today was her first time showing this song to someone. showing her strength. That's why she was, at first, happy that the two of them were the first to hear the tune. If not tonight, Wang Qingge cooked for them and let her eat an incomparably delicious meal. It was impossible for her, Han Jixuan, to play this tune for the two of them then. There was no way that the two of them would be the ones to be the first to hear this song in her place. But what she never expected was that her piece of goodwill, her piece of sincerity in return, humiliation, denigration. This was something Han Jixuan could never accept. She couldn't accept Wang Qingge so denigrating the sanctity of her heart. The more she thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved by Han Jixuan. Her breathing became much heavier, and tears had already accumulated in her eyes, just short of rolling down. Su had also noticed her state, so she rushed forward to hug her and comfort her. Jixuan, don't listen to this man's nonsense. He's just a layman. He doesn't know anything but nonsense. Wang Qingge, at this time, also realized that the situation was wrong and realized that he might have said the wrong thing. But he is also very wrong. This tune is just an average tune. He did not say that the tune is trash, only said that it is average. It is all ready for their sake, but they're good, and they're in a hurry with him. So if he's honest and says the tune is crap, won't they fight him for their lives? Su Ruoxian looked at Wang Qingge, who was standing stupidly, and she was also furious. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you apologize to people? Do you have to talk like that? If you don't know how to talk, talk less. No one will take you for a dummy. Oh, Wang Qingge was speechless up. It was obviously she herself who told him to say it, but now she was blaming him. Letting yourself be told, and people cursing when they tell the truth. He muttered in a small voice, but his flip-flop was still heard by the two men. What else are you babbling about? Su Ruoxian was really pissed off, and this last sentence of Wang Qingge's became the last straw that overwhelmed Han Jixuan. Woohoo! The aggrieved Han Jixuan finally couldn't hold back any longer, and directly cried out, which could scare the two. Jixuan, don't cry, don't listen to him. He's just talking nonsense. Don't cry. Su Ruoxian wiped her tears while comforting her. But Han Jixuan, who has endured for a long time, where is it so easy to coax? She is like a child at this time. The more she coaxes, the more she cries. Jixuan, don't cry. Why are you listening to this asshole? We don't listen to him. Woohoo! But no matter what Su Ruoxian said, Han Jixuan was just crying one after another. Wang Qingge also had a sudden feeling at this time that things had gone too far and had made people cry. When she couldn't comfort Han Jixuan, Su Ruoxian was also very angry, and she gave up on continuing to comfort her all of a sudden and directly pounced on Wang Qingge. Asshole, I told you to talk nonsense. I told you to talk nonsense. You asshole. The furious Su Ruoxian grabbed Wang Qingge and gave him an output, beating him back and forth. After beating her for a while, her anger hadn't gone away, but instead it was getting to make her even more angry. Didn't you say that Jixuan's playing was average? Since you're so good at it, come play it. Look at yourself playing. How about that? As soon as Su Ruoxian grabbed Wang Qingge, she yanked towards the piano. He didn't dare to resist, so he had to let her drag and kick his way to the piano. Come on, aren't you Jixuan's playing average? Quickly show us what you can do. When things came to this point, Wang Qingge knew that if he didn't show his true strength out, he wouldn't be able to conquer these two chicks. If Han Jixuan's piano, in this world, was a genius, then with his god-level piano talent, he was already an invincible existence. Chapter 52. Is this the piano? And then there was the system, which had long ago tasked him with playing Knight's piano piece V. So Wang Qingge, also in style, obediently sat down on the piano. At this moment he was as if he were a talented pianist. He was the piano and the piano was him, as if there was no distinction between the two. He also made Su Ruoxian look dumbfounded. The moment Wang Qingge sat down smoothly on the piano, Su Ruoxian was as if she was meeting a real piano master. But that thought was quickly put out of her mind. Now she hated him to death. Where did she care about the rest? However, when she saw that Wang Qingge was really decent and sat down, Su Ruoxian became even more angry. This guy, he's really loaded. He's really loaded. Doesn't he think he can play the piano? Even if it's to save face. You don't have to be like this. How can we end up like this? Don't come down yet. Are you supposed to be sitting down then? Really? Reacting. Su Ruoxian hurriedly ordered him to come down. Wang Qingge spoke up at this time. Didn't you ask me to play a song? Ask you to play a song. Do you know it? You can play that. A pissed off Joyce Sui, who also disliked it back. Aha! But what Su Ruoxian didn't expect was that this time, since Wang Qingge lightly nodded her head, since you guys want to hear me play it, I'll play it. Wang Qingge didn't care. Su Ruoxian's expression that he couldn't wait to eat him, and continued. The piece I'm going to play also belongs to the nocturne coming up. It's called Piano Pieces of the Night V. As for the effect, you'll know when you hear it. With that said, he adjusted his form and was ready to pop. When Su Ruoxian saw him, since he was pretending to be something afterward. He wanted to go up and pull him down again, but just as she was about to move, Wang Qingge finally did. Knock, knock, knock. A beautiful and melodious sound of the zither was instantly played by Wang Qingge, which made those who wanted to come forward to pull him Su Ruoxuan give a raw startled retreat. Even Han Jixuan, who had been in a state of sadness, after hearing this zither sound, she was instantly as if she had been awakened. At this moment, the two women were so shocked that they could no longer speak. They just looked at Wang Qingge and watched him play. Neither one of the two had expected that since he could actually play the piano, and play a tune that shocked people to their core as soon as he played it, it was too late for them to think too much. As Wang Qing singer's movements continued, and the sound of the zither came, one after another, from the keys, as soon as the tune was played, it literally stunned the two of them, and they were instantly immersed in it. Although Su Ruoxuan didn't know much about the piano, about tunes and all that, she could still tell what sounded good and what didn't. Before hearing Wang Qingge's piece, whoever dared to say that Han Jixuan played the qin and played it badly, then she would be in a hurry with anyone. But all of this was shattered in this instant, after she heard this song by Wang Qingge, because Wang Qingge played, it was just too good, so good that she was instantly immersed in it. At this moment, she finally realized that what he said was not a lie, nor was it just a casual remark, because he did have this strength, with his current level of piano in this piece. Now, he was right when he said that Han Jixuan's piano had just reached the level. He's also generally right when he says that Maestro Grouse composed one of the top 10 world-famous tunes. Because of his strength, the tunes he took out are the strongest proof. So Su Ruoxuan, at this moment, was really shocked and speechless. She never thought that this guy, Wang Qingge, since he really would still play the piano, and he was still so good at it. The hateful thing was that he was so talented and powerful, and since she, Su Ruoxuan, had never known about it, it was really for nothing. After sharing a room with him for so long, since she didn't even know that Wang Qingge was such a powerful person, she tolerated the powerful cooking, but now he was even so good at the piano. Su Ruoxian didn't even know how terrifying an existence a person she had unintentionally met was. Su Ruoxuan was a bit better, but for Han Jixuan, who really knows the piano and understands it, the situation is completely different. When she heard Wang Qingge's zither and saw him play, she realized that the other party's comment that she was just passing her level and that her playing was average was not empty, because all of this, he has proven with his actions, with his abilities, that what he says is true. Hearing Wang Qingge's zither, Han Jixuan felt as if she, all of a sudden, had arrived in heaven from hell. The piano, as she used to perceive it and learn it, was hell, and now at this moment, the tune that Wang Qingge was playing, his technique, was heavenly. In the past, she thought to herself that she had dedicated her life to the piano and knew enough about it to know that very well. Add to that the pride she felt when she went abroad this time and learned a lot by following the world's top pianist for 3 months. She meets Wang Qingge, and she meets this person who blows her out of the water, the one who crushed all her past glory, all her pride, a tune she was proud of, a tune untouchable in her mind. Compared to Wang Qingge's at this moment, it was nothing, because Wang Qingge's tune, not only did it sound simple, it was also very melodious, and most crucially, it's a tune that makes it easy to understand the kind of mood it expresses. As soon as this piece played by Wang Qingge was heard in Han Jixuan's ears, she then felt as if she were, as it were, in the quiet of the night. She was lying quietly, under the star-filled night sky, with the unmistakable and beautiful sound of the zither in her ears. It made her long for that mood, that feeling so overwhelming that she didn't want to leave, didn't want to wake up, just wanted to go on for a long time. And this feeling that Han Jixuan, now possessed, was something that Master Gross's, listening in the night, did not have. Not only the tunes of Master Gross, Han Jixuan knew, even if it was the whole world, all the other famous tunes, none of it could make her produce the same mood as listening to this song by Wang Qingge. This kind of feeling could not be possessed by any other tune other than the one Wang Qingge was currently playing. Even if she listened with her heart, she couldn't feel that feeling, that mood. Wang Qingge's was different. She hardly even needed to listen with her heart and resonate with the tune. She only needed to simply, once she heard the tune, enter, instantly, into that mood. She did it herself, so it's okay for anyone else, even a regular guy who doesn't know how to play the piano. Han Jixuan also believed that as long as the other party heard the tune, they would be able to enter into that mood, and that was what really shocked her. Chapter 53. It's my own creation. So at this time, Han Jixuan had doubts about her former glory, her former pride. In the past, her unshakable faith, her unshakable ideals, finally loosened a little in this moment, not being unbreakable. And the source of all this came from Wang Qingge, the man she originally thought didn't know anything about music or the piano. She used to think she, herself, knew a lot about pianos, and it wasn't until now that she realized that the truth might not be like that. Like the other person said, her piano might really probably be only just at a passing level, and what she thought were famous songs might really be just as ordinary in the eyes of the other side. If she hadn't seen Wang Chinga's strength and hadn't heard his tunes, then she wouldn't have thought so. But now, the other party had proved that he was right with his actions, with his strength. So Han Jixuan, to herself, to all of them, had doubts. Were they all really wrong? She couldn't figure it out. In fact, she was at a loss as to what she should, in fact, make of it. The two of them were mesmerized by the sound of the zither, completely immersed in it, and Wang Chinga's playing was about to come to an end. With the last note, the last key pressed, the piece was played. Wang Chinga, who had finished playing the piano, also finally came back to his senses before looking at the two women. At this time, the two women, only to see the two of them stood dumbfounded where, six gods like. This was because they hadn't come out of his music yet. After several seconds had passed and no more piano sounds had appeared, Su Ruoxian came back to her senses. Why don't you stop playing? Finished playing? She asked subconsciously. Well, play it. After hearing it played, Su Ruoxian's heart also felt empty for some reason. Perhaps she hadn't expected that Wang Chinga would be so powerful. Playing a random song made her fall into it completely. Su Ruoxian didn't think much about it, but turned her head to look at Han Jixuan. Then only Han Jixuan, with tears rolling down her eyes, was very sad even though she didn't cry out this time. Jixuan, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying again? Seeing Han Jixuan crying, Su Ruoxian became anxious again. She rushed over to comfort her, wiping away her tears, but again, more and more were still being wiped away. Jixuan, don't cry. Woo. Han Jixuan kept shedding tears and also made Su Ruoxian cry. Seeing her best friend sad like this, could she not cry? She knew that Han Jixuan was crying, definitely because of Wang Chinga's, and if it was just now, she would have cursed at Wang Chinga. But now, after knowing Wang Chinga's strength, Su Ruoxian no longer had that courage, for it seemed to her that the other was not wrong in what he said, and with his skill, his ability did qualify him to say so. So now that Han Jixuan was crying, and she couldn't talk about Wang Chinga, she followed suit herself. However, Rachel Sui may not know that she misunderstood Han Jixuan this time. The reason Han Jixuan, this time, was crying was not because of Wang Chinga's slander of her just now. Rather, it was because she had seen how powerful the other party was. After seeing how strong they were, it felt like what she used to have, all the pride and all the honor, was just a joke, and that's why she was sad and shedding tears. After Wang Chinga saw both of them crying, his head finally got big, and he thought to himself that everything had suffered. It turns out that everyone's aesthetics are really not on the same page, and what he thinks is good may not work with them, and what the other guy approves of, he likewise thinks, it's garbage and it won't work. To put it bluntly, everyone's aesthetics are just different. Aesthetics are different, and how can we convince people? How can we let people recognize it? It was just that Wang Chinga didn't know that he had thought wrong himself, because that was when Han Jixuan finally spoke. I'm fine, don't worry about me. She pushed Su Ruoxian away and wiped her tears. Only then did she look at Wang Chinga and asked, what did you say this song was called? Wang Chinga froze for a moment before returning to her senses and saying back, Knight's Piano Piece V. Knight's Piano Piece V? After hearing the name of the tune, Han Jixuan knew that the name fit the tune perfectly. Well, not only is the tune good, but even the name is so meaningful. This piece, it's from that pianist? Immediately, she asked about the tune and who composed it. What's wrong? It's inconvenient to say? Seeing Wang Chinga's hesitant to speak, Han Jixuan became worried. She was afraid that he wouldn't tell her. Such a good tune, one that surpassed the masterpieces, would be truly pathetic if she, Han Jixuan, didn't even know whose hand it came from. So she was really worried that Wang Chinga would not tell her. Just then, only Wang Chinga smiled awkwardly and said, this tune, I created it myself. Oh, what? You created it yourself? After hearing that the tune was self-composed by him, Han Jixuan couldn't believe her ears. Su Ruoxian likewise, looked at him with great shock. The fact that you have such good piano skills is enough of a blow. And now you're saying that you created such a great tune? Do you want other people to live? Han Jixuan looked at him blankly for a while before. Did you really create it yourself? Aha! Wang Chinga nodded her head affirmatively and unquestionably. Anyway, in this world, it's not like anyone knows about it. So naturally, this Knight's Piano Piece V is his own creation. And after receiving his affirmative answer, Han Jixuan was no longer skeptical. With such an ability, such a strength from the other party, in Han Jixuan's opinion, it wasn't too much of a stretch for him to create his own. This song, in fact, if Wang Chinga had said that this song was composed by someone else, then she wouldn't have believed it instead, because at this moment, in Han Jixuan's eyes, Wang Xingga's piano strength had already reached the level of out of this world. It was beyond what she recognized, so she wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't created such a tune. The way Han Jixuan looked at him now, there were many more emotions. There was admiration, there was excitement, there was also fondness, all kinds of things within. After looking at him for a while, Han Jixuan made up her mind. Could you give me the sheet music for this piece? I want to learn it. This is fine, why not? Don't worry about it, I'll write down the pentameter for you. He thought she was going to say something again, but it turned out to be just wanting the sheet music, which really startled him. Thanks. With that, Wang Qingge immediately made his move, brushed a few times, and after 10 minutes, he wrote out the pentatonic score. After getting the sheet music, Han Jixuan couldn't wait, wanting to try it herself. Chapter 54 Great Earthquake in the Online Writing World. I have to say, Han Jixuan's skills are still quite deep. Just a simple understanding of the tune sheet music. She had already played almost as much as she wanted to, which also made Wang Qingge slightly surprised. It seems that she is, indeed, a rare piano prodigy. It's just that the tunes she used to learn, these are just not very good. If Wang Qingge didn't have the system and the ability to play a divine piano, he would never be able to compete with Han Jixuan. Wang Qingge taught this, and another 2 hours passed without him realizing it, and when he reacted, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. That's when he remembered that he hadn't gone back yet, and if he didn't, it would be even later, so he immediately bid them farewell. But now the two of them, Su Ruochuan and Han Jixuan, how could they let him leave so easily? Especially Han Jixuan. If Wang Qingge had just shown her cooking skills, then she wouldn't have been so retained. But now, he has not only shown unforgettable cooking skills, but also possesses out-of-this-world piano skills. How could she so easily let him go? If she let Wang Qingge go so simply, then how could she, Han Jixuan, ask him for advice on the piano, letting him just walk away? Then where would she go to eat something so delicious? So he was left behind, not only to ask him questions, but also in the hope that he would cook for them and satisfy their appetites. Moreover, Han Jixuan also realized that Wang Qingge was just simply telling her about the piano. It had already benefited her greatly, even more than what she had learned in the 3 months she had been with Master Grus. So in this case, it was all the more reason she couldn't let him leave. Even if you can't keep him forever, you can keep him for a moment, or a night, just like that. With the two of them resolutely opposing, Wang Qingge finally had no choice but to reluctantly agree to stay with them tonight. However, he did make it clear to them that he was going back at first light. On the other hand, Yan Ranran was in a bad mood today. Because of what? Because she ran into something annoying. Today, she went to the airport to pick him up at the request of her classmate Xin Fei. It was because of this guy Xin Fei, who said that he had information about the Grey Wolf. That's why she went to the airport to pick him up. But let Yan Ranran, how did not expect is that during this period, let her see the most unwanted person, her ex-boyfriend Wang Qingge. If she had only met Wang Qingge, then she wouldn't have been so sad. The problem is that her ex-boyfriend broke up with her and then picked up someone else, and that's what really broke her heart. The two had separated, but seeing the other, with a new girlfriend, just made her feel bad and a little hard. Why is this happening? Is it because she hasn't completely let go of the other person? Maybe not really letting go of the other person is what's really going on inside her. But this was not the most heartbreaking. What really made her unable to accept was because she was with Xin Fei today. So her ex-boyfriend, too, must have already thought she was with Xin Fei, which was something she couldn't accept. Even if the other person already had a new girlfriend, then she didn't want the other person to think that she already had a new person as well. Now in her own mind, what she was thinking, she wasn't sure herself anymore. Why she kept thinking about that. Both of them had clearly separated, but why did the other appear in their memories after meeting once? If the annoyance, it was just that, then maybe she'd put up with it and get over it. But there was something else, something that made her even more angry. That also happened today, and that was Xin Fei. The reason why she, today, would go to the airport to pick up Xin Fei was solely because the other party told her that he had the identity information of the mysterious man, Grey Wolf. She's the one who went out to get him so she could get a clue about the Grey Wolf from him. But what she never expected was that this Xin Fei guy, since he was lying to her, he didn't have any clue about the Grey Wolf at all. He simply wanted to meet with her. That's why he used such underhanded tactics to coax her out. When she learned the truth of the matter, no one knew how angry Yan Ranran was in her heart at that moment. Xin Fei liked her. She clearly understood in her heart, but he shouldn't have used such means to deceive her. If he was nice and kind and invited her out, then she wouldn't necessarily, every time, refuse. But the other party, instead of doing so, chose to use fraudulent means to deceive her, and that was what made her angry. She had always thought that Xin Fei was a very understanding and bright person, but today she recognized this person. Turns out, he is nothing more than just so. So all this annoyance today is making her feel bad. She went home and was alone and angry for a long time before she gradually calmed down. After taking a shower, Yen Ranran laid down on the bed, ready to rest. That's when she picked up her cell phone, because today was really quite annoying, so she wanted to read a novel for a while to lighten her mood. In fact, Yen Ranran, she was also a bit of a novel lover. While most of the novels, for the most part, were the same 1,000 times over, she would read them as a way to pass some time. Her number in the beginning of the Chinese network have been because of reading novels and charging money to reach 100 levels. It do not want to think about the annoying Yen Ranran. She opened directly the beginning of the Chinese network. Upon opening the site, she realized that the books in her bookshelf had been updated with many chapters because she hadn't looked at them for a few days. She clicked in her favorite one and decided to read this one first. Yen Ranran has a habit, that is, every time before reading a novel, you have to read the comments of the netizens in saying, because there are times when some of the netizens' comments are really hilarious, so she enjoys that. Many times when she was in a bad mood, she was able to look through the book reviews and find comments that made her happy. So this time, again, she opened the book review first, and decided to see what the netizens, over the past few days, had commented on before reading the book. Just so Yen Ranran, how did not expect is that this time the book review, with any time in the past is different. When she opened the comments, the first one that came into her eyes was this: the 3-year covenant. Why wouldn't an author write about a 3-year covenant? What does this mean? After seeing this comment, Yen Ranran was a bit unsure. This 3-year contract, what was the stunt? Then, under the first comment, this is how others responded. Che, with an author like that, he'd still write about the 3 years promise? He won't even write about the east of the river for 30 years and the west of the river for 30 years. Since you guys still expect him to write you a 3-year contract? Chapter 55. What is a 3-year engagement? If the 3-year covenant was so easy to write, then it wouldn't be called a 3-year covenant. Yen Ranran realized that a lot of the comments were centered around this, the so-called 3-year contract. It made her wonder how it was that she hadn't been here for just a few days and the webcomic had changed its look again. Why is it that fans of a book that was such a hit before are now talking about this 3-year deal and no longer discussing the book like they used to? Yen Ranran thought that it was just this book like this, so she backed out and clicked in another fire book. But unsurprisingly, so did the reviews for the other book. Author, I'm sorry, I've been a fan of yours for a few years, but once I saw 3 years promise, I couldn't read any more of your books. Yeah, I've lost all desire to read all the other books, too, now, except for that one. As soon as Yen Ranran typed her comment, she saw such a scene, which puzzled her no more. What is this 3-year covenant, anyway? Why is everyone talking about it? Yen Ranran, who refused to believe all this, once again read a few other books, but without exception, there were shadows of the 3-year covenant. This moment, Yen Ranran seemed as if she had completely derailed herself from the netizen, because she simply didn't know what this 3-year contract that everyone was talking about was. Well, at last, she was allowed to see the answer she wanted in a comment. I didn't realize it before. I realize now. What the hell is the author writing about? Suggest it's better to go check out Duop Song Dome before writing a book. Look at other people's Duop Song Dome, how it was written, and how the 3-year contract was made, and then come back to be an author for good. This comment, and someone at the bottom also said this back. Yeah, after reading that book, I also feel like I can be an author and write a book and make a 3-year contract first. He. Duop Song now? Yen Ranran finally realized how this 3-year contract came about, so she hurriedly exited and searched. After she typed in Fighting Vault, a book did come out with the name Fighting Vault, but it was only about 30,000 words in 10 or so chapters. She didn't understand why everyone was talking about it when it was obviously only 30,000 words and only a dozen chapters long. A book like this, Yen Ranran usually didn't give a damn about. Wanting her to read it would require more than 300,000 words, to say the least. She still couldn't help but be curious and clicked in. And once she entered the book, she was surprised to find that there were already tens of thousands of reviews. Only 30,000 words and a dozen chapters into the book and there are already tens of thousands of reviews? What a joke. Those fire books, the ones that dominate the charts every month of the year, don't always do that. You're good now, just a dozen chapters into the novel, and there are tens of thousands of book reviews. You're not going to brush it, are you? But you're only a dozen chapters in. Does it help to swipe so many comments? Big tycoon, can't you spend all your money? So Yen Ranran, again, this is simply unlikely to be brushed, because this cannot be scratched. The absolute loss of business. She'd like to see what kind of people commented on these tens of thousands of book reviews. and what they were commenting on. So before he could even come to read any information about Do Bao Song Dong, Yen Ranran directly clicked into the book review. Oh, author, why don't you update yet? Been waiting for you for 2 days. Author, where are you laying eggs? Why don't you update yet? In addition to the countless reviews of books that tell the author to do something other than update, there have been many other reviews as well. Really looking forward to Xiao Yan. What changes he will have after 3 years. Nailin Yenran. This chick will wait to regret it. After 3 years, Xiao Yan will definitely wash away today's shame. Why do I feel that someone is even more excessive than Nailin Yenran? That Xiao Mei is too inhuman, isn't she? Thanks to Xiao Yan treating her so well in the past, she doesn't even look at Xiao Yan now. This Xiao Mei really is. Who says it isn't? And the rest of the Xiao family, I guess they'll regret it. When the time comes. Yen Ranran saw these comments, so it should be what's in the book. There are also some, again, book reviews that discuss other issues. It's the first time I've met an author who writes novels like this, but it's really fascinating. Yup. I was hooked from the first chapter and couldn't walk away from it after I saw the withdrawal and made a 3-year pact later on. This is real fiction. Look at what those people write. What kind of is that? But I used to be really good myself. Why I went to read that stuff. So I decided that from today onwards, I'll only be chasing after dueling vaults and nothing else. If the double star breaks, or if it sucks, then I'll quit the online writing world from now on, and not read any more books. Yen Ranran has seen countless such comments. Almost all of them are praising the book. Not a single comment is saying that the book is not good. So she, herself, decided to see what it was, how it was a book first, and why it was drawing people like that. She exited the review and read. First, the book blurb. Do-chi continent. Qualified people can absorb do-chi for cultivation. The cultivation realm is divided into 10 layers. Do-shi, 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 Do-ling, Do-wang, Do-huang, Do-zong, Do-zun, Do-shang, Do-di. Xiao Yan, once a talented young man, lost all of his do-chi overnight, and not only suffered from blank stares, but also the humiliation of being withdrawn from his marriage. For this reason, he made a 3-year pact with his fiancée, and after 3 years, he vowed to fight the Cloudlon sect to wash away today's shame. Well, it does kind of make sense. Yen Ranran read the synopsis. The front that spoke of realms didn't count, but the 40 to 50 words at the back were appealing enough. She also didn't expect someone to tell the synopsis so succinctly, yet with a hint of anticipation that you can't help but click through. That feeling. For this reason Yen Ranran, also no longer nonsense, she clicked to read. As she clicked in to read it afterward, the book, little by little, was drawing her in so that she couldn't help but keep reading. Even though it was a male book, it was a book that made her, even as a female, unable to resist reading all the way down. Soon, she finished 1 chapter, then a second, and had a feeling she couldn't stop. The inner thoughts of wanting to know the successor made Yen Ranran not dare to stop, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger, because the contents of the book were so shocking to Yen Ranran. She read every word carefully. This is a situation that has not been seen in any of her other books. Previously, in other books, she'd mostly just skimmed right over it, because a large part of that content, she knew, was the same as many of the books. But now, this book of doujinshi is different. Chapter 56. Why you again? It's like a new continent that's just been discovered, and if you don't note something a little bit, it's possible to lose, well, something important. There is more here than can be found in any book. The stories told are more than other authors could ever think of or write. So Yen Ranran didn't dare to have a hint of slackness. She had to make sure that every word was seen before she could do so. Just like that, without realizing it, an hour had passed. During this hour, Yen Ranran was completely shocked by this book. Before she read it, she didn't understand those people, why they were acting so crazy and obsessive about the book. It wasn't until she read it herself that she understood why those people, why they were so crazy, why they were so obsessed with this book, so much, because the book, its story is really so unexpected and so much to look forward to, and such a book was something that she, Yen Ranran, moreover countless others, had never seen before. Xiao Yan was originally a cultivation genius, but he accidentally lost all his do-chi. A former genius, all of a sudden turned into a waste. One could imagine how miserable his end was. This is true. After Xiao Yan in the book was discussed as a waste because of the total loss of do-chi, the clansmen who once regarded him as a genius and saw him as the hope of the family also completely belittled him. When the wall fell, the crowd pushed. The clan was fond of mocking the once geniuses, now losers. But despite this, Xiao Yan did not give up as he was cultivating day and night. But the thing that made him the most humiliated still appeared. The fiancée with whom he had a marriage, Nailin Yenran, since she felt that Xiao Yan, who was now a waste, was not worthy of her at all after becoming a disciple of the Yunlan sect. she directly withdrew from the marriage at her door. To know the withdrawal of marriage is the biggest insult to the male party, so Xiao Yan and the other party made a 3-year contract. He vowed that after 3 years, he would definitely fight his way up to the Cloudlon sect to wash away today's shame. When Yan Ranran saw these contents of the book, she was also in her heart fighting for the male lead Xiao Yan, condemning those clansmen, and even more so, expressing strong dissatisfaction with Nalan Yenran's behavior. So this book, Yan Ranran read every word very carefully. After an hour had passed, she was also finally at chapter 10, the last line. After reading the last line, she hadn't realized that the book was just more here. She thought there were chapters to follow. As soon as she turned the page, this chapter has been read. These large words appeared directly on the page, causing Yan Ranran to stare blankly. It's gone. Why is it gone? She was getting interested and your book is gone. How does this make people take it? How does this make her quiet? How Yan Ranran, at this moment, understood those people, because she herself was the same, feeling the loss for the first time. It would have been nice to read your book and have it go away. No one else could take it. At this moment, Yan Ranran, she is likewise very worried that if this book, just like that, is no longer updated, then what will she do? She still wanted to know what was behind it, but if the author doesn't keep updating, then it's all over. Yan Ranran, who thought that there was such a possibility, instantly became incomparably worried. She's really scared now that this author is just going to stop updating like this. In order to pray for the author to continue updating, and in order to know what's coming up later, she, Yan Ranran, also immediately opened the book review and wrote her own review. Author, please, hurry up and update. If you update 10 more chapters, I'll swipe you 1,000,000 gold coins. No, 10 million gold coins. After commenting, she only continued to brush up on her book reviews, now that she understood how the others felt. So Yan Ranran quickly replied to several book reviews with lots of likes. After doing this, she was still upset, so she went back again and read the information on the book. Book name, Doujinshi, written by Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf. What? Grey Wolf? Upon seeing the author of this book, named Grey Wolf, Yan Ranran was directly startled. Even her cell phone fell out of her hand and onto the floor. Because what? Because she found out that the author of the book was named Grey Wolf. Who was the Grey Wolf? It was the person she had been, by all means, trying to find out for the past few days. But she never, ever found out who the other guy was? Didn't know what he really was. Especially today, when she was so psychologically damaged from having to go and find out who the other person was. When I got home, it was hard to be still and found a good novel. It was only after reading this novel again that she let go of the Grey Wolf thing, somewhat, and didn't get so obsessed with it anymore. But to her, she never expected the effect on her that she thought she had gotten out of the Grey Wolf, thinking that finally, because of, well, this doujinshi novel, she was out of the depths of the Grey Wolf. But how could she not have imagined that she was not out of the abyss of others, but fell into their quagmire? Once again, she was in a quagmire, and a Grey Wolf's quagmire at that, because the author of the novel that had hooked her was the Grey Wolf she had, for the past few days, been painstakingly searching for. I had thought that with her love of fiction, she would be able to stop being so attached to the Grey Wolf. But who would have thought that even this novel she loved now was written by someone else's Grey Wolf? Could this not scare her and shock her? Yan Ranran just couldn't figure out why this Grey Wolf, these days, was just as if he couldn't get along with her. She had to be influenced by him everywhere in her life. Everywhere. Why? She really couldn't figure it out. Was she just destined to be influenced by the other side? Or was she destined to spend her life entangled with this Grey Wolf she had never met and didn't know who she was? How does it not frighten her when this occurs? How not to surprise her? Yan Ranran, who had been startled, slowly recovered after a while. After calming down, she finally found her way back to her thoughts. It was just too impulsive. Maybe it was all just a coincidence? It just so happens that the author of this doujinshi also named it just Grey Wolf. So it was still possible that all of this was just a coincidence coming together, and that the other person wasn't necessarily the Grey Wolf she'd been looking for. Thinking of this, Yan Ranran became more and more convinced that it was just a coincidence, because she wouldn't believe that Grey Wolf could be so good at writing novels, after being so good at music. Yes, it was all a coincidence, so she told herself before picking up her cell phone again and typing her comment. But what she never expected was that this time, when she opened the book review, the first comment she read was this: "Isn't the author the Grey Wolf contestant on the Masked Singer show? I don't think there's any mistaking that it's him." Chapter 57 Anxious Editors. Under this comment, someone else also responded with this: "Exactly. I also think that the author was on the Masked Singer show, the Grey Wolf contestant. I can't think of anyone besides him who could be that good anymore." Yan Ranran saw here, only to realize that the original thought that this Grey Wolf, is with the masked singer on, the same person is not only her one only. The others thought so too, and it overwhelmed her again for a moment. And of course, under that comment, there were those who didn't believe it back. How can this be the same person? It should just look like the same name to me. As soon as such a comment appeared, it led to a lot of crusades. Why is it just not the same person? There's no such thing as coincidence in the world. Why did it favor an original singer on the Masked Singer show? On the Netflix side, there's just another simultaneous author with the same name? Something like that. Don't you dare tell me it's just a coincidence. Coincidence my ass. Now the comments online are all kinds of speculation. I believe that the two gray wolves, who are the same person, have their views and their understanding. And for those who don't believe it's the same person and think it's just a coincidence, they have their explanations, and neither side will convince the other. And as for Yen Ranran, she was naturally going to be on the side of the camp that didn't believe that the two gray wolves were the same person, because she couldn't take it anymore. If even this gray wolf, who was also the one on the Masked Singer's show, then she, Yen Ranran, really couldn't afford it. She couldn't accept that since she would have such a bull by her side, can be in the zone, have amazing strength also even if, but you don't write online here also pioneered a new continent. So if, for example, the two gray wolves were the same person, then she, Yen Ranran, would really be going crazy. By her side, she had been hiding such a powerful character, but she didn't know anything about it, which could not drive her crazy. Therefore the current Yen Ranran, she was the one who had to stand against the two gray wolves being the same person, on this side of the camp before she could do so, because only in this way, her heart can feel better. Otherwise, that result to her blow must be huge. But are they these netizens? Their own guess just, the truth is who is not clear. The good thing was that in 2 days, it would be Friday, so if she really didn't know, then Yen Ranran had decided to ask Grey Wolf, the Masked Singer, on the show, if he is the author of Doo-Wop. Otherwise it's not a good idea to keep it on the back burner. After watching this Fighting Dome tonight, Yen Ranran's sleepiness was all gone, because now in her mind, thinking about it all is the successor to the Do Bao Song Dome, Xiao Yan and his fiancée. After making a 3-year contract, what he will go to do next. What avenues would he have to rely on in order to once again allow himself to rise and return to the path of that genius? And 3 years later, how did he get up to the Cloud Lantern sect? Everyone knew that after 3 years, Xiao Yan would definitely be the winner. But what made everyone curious to know was, by what means and what strength does he have to win the 3-year contract? Not only Yen Ranran a person want to know the answer, perhaps countless readers who have seen the Dueling Dome, want to know the successor. But this novel was only updated for 10 chapters, which really makes the reader angry and upset. This night, Yen Ranran later, do not know how to fall asleep in the past. Day 2. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning when Wang Qingge finally escaped from Han Jishuan's big villa. He almost wept at the thought of last night. Ever since he played a night piano piece V to both Han Jishuan and Su Ruochuan, he played a night piano piece V. The two of them just couldn't let him leave anymore. They had to keep him, so he had no choice but to be held where he was, teaching Han Jishuan to play. He taught until very late in the day, and then he went to bed. After waking up early this morning, he immediately gave the two women, cooked a good breakfast, and only then were they willing to let him leave. Otherwise, Wang Qingge guessed that right now, all of them were being held like a prisoner wherever they were. The thing about it, though, is that there's bad and good. The bad being that they were bullied all night. The good is the two women, because the two women, both of them, were at home. They were dressed a little more casually, which made him occasionally look at things he shouldn't have when he wasn't careful. Wang Qingge, think of this as a little payback, now that he had finally left Su Ruochuan and Han Jishuan, so he had to hurry back and catch up on his sleep before saying anything. Last night, didn't even have a good rest, had been pestered by Han Jishuan, teaching her to play music, so after leaving the villa, he directly stopped a car and left. Today, there is also one person who is very anxious and very busy. This person is the beginning of the Chinese network on the editor. He Qingsheng. Qingfeng likewise, is a newcomer who just graduated not long ago. She graduated into the Start Point Chinese network work, and here as an editor. She's been with Beginning Point for almost a year and a half now, and in that time her day job has been to scan the text and read the submissions from the authors. This kind of work, in fact, isn't that challenging, because most of the webcomics, they're all one and the same. It's either a parody, or it's the same old plot text that readers have read, I don't know how many times, so the job is actually a bit boring. But all this piece was shattered a day ago. Qingfeng realized that one of the books she was responsible for managing had only 10 chapters and more than 30,000 words, and there were already countless readers reading it. At first she didn't believe it, until she read it herself, the double star, and realized why the book was so awesome. Because there are plots in it, there are settings in it, there are routines in it that have not been seen in the past. It's a book that takes on a different shape altogether, in a way that breaks with conventional ideas. Never before has any book been about the protagonist going from genius to wasted talent and then recultivating to rise again. Appeared in this way. But this book, Do Wop, is such a book that it appeals to readers, and almost the majority of readers who have seen it will have a hard time forgetting it again. Of particular importance is the fact that the book also contains a 3-year covenant made between the protagonist and his fiancée. This one is the one which has made countless people look forward to it. A genius, turned into a wasted talent, then withdrawn from the marriage, to later set up a 3-year contract. All these are invariably stimulating the nerves of the readers. One can't help but wonder what it's going to be like when it's followed. Chapter 58 Sign. So when He Ching Xiang, after seeing this Do Bao Song Dome, she herself was very shocked, because of this double star. It's like a huge rock right now, and the online writing world is the surface of an incredibly tranquil lake. But now, a huge stone suddenly fell on the originally calm lake, causing huge waves. The lake splashed and swept like almost everyone around it. So after seeing the book, Fighting Dome, He Ching Xiang couldn't wait to hurry up and sign it. But to her some annoyance, she added the author's reserved number and was never agreed to. It was something that made her anxious, because if she couldn't, quickly, sign the book, there was a good chance she'd miss her chance. Therefore, since yesterday, He Ching Xiang had been guarding her cell phone, waiting for the author of the Fighting Dome to agree to be a friend. She turned up the volume on her cell phone. She was afraid that she wouldn't be the first to know when the other person agreed to friend her. So not only did she turn up the volume, but even when she slept, she didn't dare to sleep too much, fearing that the other had agreed to buddy up while she slept. On Wang Qingga's side, he finally returned to his rented house, and when he returned home, he rested for a while and went to take a shower, then lay down on the bed, ready to rest before anything else. However, before he was ready to rest, he remembered the novel he had released, and wondered how it was doing now. It couldn't be that not many people were reading it, could it? Wanting to know the answer, he immediately logged into the Beginning Point Chinese website to check the books he had released. Boarding the website and seeing the book he released instantly, Wang Qingga's entire body was almost stunned out of his jaw, because he saw an incredible scene. The book he released was read by so many people that even the comments had reached tens of thousands. What a concept! Without looking at the numbers, just by looking at the review ones, you already know that there are tens of thousands of people reading this book. With tens of thousands of people watching, this is already classified as a major fire. Wang Qingga knew that it was possible that his book would be on fire, but how could he not expect that it would be on fire so quickly and so completely? He had only posted a dozen chapters and hadn't even signed a contract yet, much less a recommendation from a platform. He didn't understand how the book had caught fire, how so many people knew about it, despite feeling that this was, well, unbelievable. The fact was right in front of him, and there was no longer any room for him to disbelieve it. Now that this Du Butsang Dome was so hot, there was only one more reason that Wang Qingga could think of. That is, the book is absolutely fascinating enough, as well as the people here. It's the first time I've seen a book like this that makes this happen. Wang Qingga immediately went through the comments left by netizens. In the comments, there are those who say what's in the book, and many others, who are hoping he'll hurry up and come out with an update. Anyway, in the comments section, a wide variety of comments were made. However, once he thought about it, after this book was so hot, Wang Qingga immediately decided that he would exchange 10 more chapters of content out. So, without saying a word, he immediately went in the system and redeemed 10 chapters out. After redeeming 10 chapters of content, he went on Writer's Assistant and was about to update when he found a message sent to him from the website. And that's 99 plus when the message is sent. That's a lot of bull to send that much. Wang Qingga clicked into the message, and what the message said was that his book was ready to be signed, and he was asked to contact the editor immediately. Hundreds of messages, all of them. Seeing this, he realized that not only were the readers going crazy, but even the editors of the website had long been unable to hold back. So Wang Qingga decided that it was better to contact the editor and sign the contract first. So he got on QQ, and as soon as he came up, he actually realized that someone had friended him. Seeing this, he hastened to agree for a moment. As soon as Wang Qingga agreed to be a friend, the opposite side answered back with divine speed. Is it Grey Wolf Writer? It's me. Hello Grey Wolf, I'm the editor Green Frost. Your novel, Fighting Dome, is ready for signing. May I ask if you want to sign? At this moment, on the other side of the room, He Ching Xiang, her heart was beating very fast because she had finally waited for the Grey Wolf. So her whole being, she looked very tense up, and why this was happening. she didn't know herself. After asking, though, if he wanted to sign, she became even more nervous that this writer would say no. If he refused, then He Qingshan would be completely screwed. So in her heart, she prayed and hoped that Wang Qingge wouldn't reject her. It was good that her prayers, which worked, received a reply. Could be. After seeing the other party's reply, willing to sign, He Qingshan jumped up on the bed with joy. There was nothing that was more exciting to her than that. After the excitement, she hurriedly calmed down and continued to introduce herself to the other party. Grey Wolf, here's the deal. How about the platform sign with you for now? 70 to 30? How about if, down the road, the work stays good, we can talk about the rest? He Qingshan knew that this Do Bao Song Dome was too important, so when she opened her mouth, it was 7 or 3 points. Although the other party was signing for the first time, he was worth the treatment. In fact, He Qingshan was going to say 91 cents, but the risk was too great, so she took a step back. Of course, if the other party wasn't satisfied with this sincerity, then she could only come up with 91 cents in the end. In fact, it was He Qingshan who had overthought it, and the current Wang Qingge didn't care about how much the platform split with him. What he really cared about was his popularity value, because he realized that although his books were read by many people, his popularity value could not go up. So it was clear to him that if he wanted to earn popularity value with his novels as well, then he would have to sign up to do so. Now that the platform was able to go 7 to 3 with him, he was already surprised. Therefore, after seeing this, Wang Qingge also agreed to sign the contract directly without saying a word or even considering it. Of course, his quick agreement was also something that made the editor, He Qingshan, happy. He Qingshan only felt that it was like she had gotten lucky. Not only had she signed a book that was so hot, the author is also so nice to talk to and pretty much goes along with everything she does. Happy as they were, the business side of things was still not forgotten. So the next thing you know, Wang Qingge signed up at Beginning Point Chinese, the platform for Diablo Songdao. After the success of the book signing, sure enough, his popularity value immediately rose by more than 100,000. It made him happy now. The increase in popularity value was more important than anything else, because this popularity value was something that would allow him to do many things and redeem many things. And, of course, it's a good deal to exchange money. So now Wang Qingge, what he cared most about was actually the popularity value. After signing the contract, he immediately took the 10 newly redeemed chapters and posted them. Chapter 59. The first on the list is her, because many of the people at Beginning Point Chinese have book update alerts turned on. So as soon as Wang Qingge updated, those who had alerts turned on were the first to receive the information about the double star update. Yan Ranran was one of them. She was completely captivated after she saw Do Bao Song Dome, the novel, last night, so full of it, she kept wondering about its successor. And well, at that moment, her cell phone alerted that there was a novel update. She picked up her phone and saw that since it was what she'd been waiting for, the doo-wop update, which instantly surprised her. After seeing the doo-wop update, she clicked in without saying a word. This author hadn't let her down and had updated another 10 chapters in one go, so she was thrilled. After spending half an hour, Yan Ranran finally finished reading the newly updated 10 chapters, but the heart is still not finished. But she also knew that the author wouldn't be able to update again right away with other chapters coming out. So in the end, Yan Ranran could only suppress the anticipation in her heart. But she herself, last night, said in the comments section that as long as the author updated, then she would reward the author with 10 million gold coins. Therefore this she could not go back on her word. And for this reason, after taking a look at it, Yan Ranran decided to fulfill her promise. But she waited until she was ready to fulfill her promise, only to find that there were already many readers rewarding the author. There have even been several rewarded the author 1 million. More excessive, there are 2 people directly rewarded 10 million, dominated the fan list. The first 2, Yan Ranran saw this, how to accept it. Do Bao Song Dao she likes so much, and this author. It was quite possible that it was the Grey Wolf she herself had been trying to find, in which case she would have to do something to get the author's attention to do so. So Yan Ranran is also all of a sudden charged 500,000 in, directly rewarded the Do Bao Song Dao, 5 times 10 million gold coins. This bounty had managed to make Yan Ranran temporarily become, for the time being, the #1 fan of Do Bao Song Dome. After the reward, Yan Ranran wrote another comment, go author, update more often. Since she was already #1 on the list, as soon as the comment was published, her comment went straight to the top. Her name was followed by the 1 or 2 word title of the list. Subsequently, other readers saw her and congratulated her with envy. On the other side, Wang Qingge, half an hour after he released the chapter, when he went to see the effect again, it didn't disappoint, and the comments added thousands more. And this time, because the books had been signed. So after the readers were allowed to reward his background, he received thousands of reward messages. Although most of the rewards are 100 or 200 gold coins hit, but there are also high rewards. The most conspicuous among them were the ones who had rewarded millions and millions, especially the one on the first list, directly rewarded 50 million gold coins, equivalent to $500,000. Seeing this, Wang Qingge was still a little excited inside, so he went to look at the reader at number 1 on the list and found his name was Little Ren, and then there was the avatar, and he clicked in to see that too. This look gave Wang Qingge a small scare, because the other party's avatar, since it was Yen Ranran. After seeing that it was Yen Ranran's avatar and her name was also Little Ranran, Wang Qingge's heart had a feeling. This person, it couldn't really be Yen Ranran herself, and based on Yen Ranran's habits in the past, Wang Qingge knew that she was called that on many platforms. In the past, when she was with her, Yen Ranran was also more fond of reading novels, but at that time, Wang Qingge, not a fan of those at all, so don't really know too much about it. Yen Ranran on the novel, only. Seeing this scene now gave Wang Qingge a very strong feeling that there was a high possibility that this person was Yen Ranran herself. Whether it's the other person's avatar or the other person's name, these are all great possibilities, and with Yen Ranran's identity, rewarding 50 million gold coins was just too easy. It's something that Ken wouldn't have done if it was anyone else. Even if they did, they couldn't be this crazy. At most, they would just reward them once like these people on list 2 and list 3. It's almost rare to find an average person that is going to reward more than 4 or 5 times. So this person, in Wang Qingge's opinion, he did have a high possibility that he was Yen Ranran herself, because she's got the power to do that, plus the name and avatar stuff. Of course, this kind of thing also did not is absolute. There may be a certain tycoon, happens to like Yen Ranran, so she took her picture and made it into an avatar, and the name was changed to one that was similar to Yen Ranran. After all, a goddess-level beauty like Yen Ranran had many admirers, so this possibility could not be ruled out. But now Wang Qingge, regardless of whether this person really is Yen Ranran, or not, he all had to try and interact with each other as little as possible, lest there be any surprises when the time came. It was fine that the other party wasn't Yen Ranran, but if it really was her, then there was a big chance that Wang Qingge would expose his identity if he came into contact with her. That's why he must be cautious in this matter. After realizing this, Wang Qingge himself was in the comments, typing out words of thanks for all the support, and to assure you all, I will update every day from now on, and will not abandon the article in the middle to break these. And fans, after seeing the author finally speak, were beyond thrilled and ran to gather around. Yen Ranran, likewise, had seen the reply from the author of the double star, but she hadn't acted like the others. It only says things like, tell the author to update faster and envy the author. If she's going to do something, it has to make sense, otherwise it's not a waste of a bounty. So Yen Ranran, too, replied to the author, Author, can you build a fan group? We want to communicate with you. In fact, telling the author to build a fan group, Yen Ranran not only admired the author, but also wanted to confirm one thing, that is, she's going to find out if this author is, or is not, just the same person as Grey Wolf on the Masked Singer show. So if the other side has built a fan group, all she has to do is enter the group and talk to the author. Then she can always catch some clues. Yen Ranran's words also woke up countless fans, so the fans who reacted also called Wang Qingge to hurry up and get a fan group out. After meeting the fans and asking to open a fan group, Wang Qingge refused for the time being because the word count of the books was too low. There was another reason, and that was that he didn't have much time left in the next 2 days, because the next Masked Singer competition was just 2 days away. Chapter 60, all the anticipation. So for the next 2 days, he's going to have to focus all his energy on the upcoming Masked Singer program to make it work. In fact, not only Wang Qingge, other people related to the Masked Singer program have been very busy in the past 2 days, especially the guys on the show. They're the ones who are really busy and dying, because, to add to the show, to make the Masked Singer more gimmicky, more bombastic, so the show, for the past 2 days, has been running an ad, and this advertisement is about the masked contestant, Grey Wolf, who will join the two of them, Diva Li Hong, to sing the beautiful myth on the show. When this advertisement came out, it really caused a huge sensation for a while, because these days, the topics of 1,000 loves and beautiful myths are exceptionally hot. Countless people are scrambling to go to the cinema to see the movie, in order to be able to listen to that beautiful myth. It's just a shame that countless people who wanted to go to the movie theater didn't get tickets because of the sheer number of people. This makes those who can't go to the movie theater very upset. But now, since someone is going to fulfill them, the desires of their hearts, the expectations of their hearts, can they not be happy? Those who couldn't get movie tickets and didn't have the means to go to the theater to see the movie and hear the song, they finally got to hear that song too. As soon as the Masked Singer program airs, then those of them, they'll be able to hear that divine song. So this advertisement that the program put out was something that really caused quite a stir as soon as it appeared. The masked contestant, Grey Wolf, would have been intriguing enough. Now since there is still such an important piece of news, how can this not make viewers look forward to it? How can it not make viewers hope that the show rushes to air? So in this environment, almost all of them are incredibly looking forward to the Masked Singer program, coming a little bit earlier. Even though the show, you can't everyone go and watch it live, but you can watch it live. And it doesn't even cost you anything to watch it live, which is a much better deal than paying for a ticket and going to the movie theater there. So, this time, the Masked Singer program is really advertised in the right way. They're great at taking chances and acting on them, and they're great at using what's hot at the moment and turning it into a business model. Of course, the matter of calling Wang Qingge and diva Li Hong to sing the beautiful myth at the scene was also agreed upon by the two. Many of those fans of Li Hong who couldn't make it to the movie theater have been complaining to her because they couldn't hear the song. That's why Li Hong was willing to sing with Wang Qingge on the program. After all, Li Hong was already a singer, and now she had such a hot song and such a great opportunity to show it off in front of an audience. If she didn't even show it, then what kind of star was she? This was something so Li Hong was also very happy about. If Li Hong was like this, then Wang Qingge was even more so, because in his opinion, this is a living, breathing opportunity to earn popularity. How could he not do such a good thing? So when Li Hong and the people from the program contacted him and asked him if he wanted to be on the program to sing the beautiful myth, he agreed without a bit of hesitation. For this reason these 2 days, Wang Qingge met with Li Hong again. The two of them once again chorused to make sure that when the time came, they would be able to be on stage and work together. In this way, under the expectation of all the people, 2 days passed by, and today is already Friday. The Masked Singer will be live at 8 o'clock in the evening on time. All the anticipation, all the waiting is finally going to come to an end tonight. And as one of the contestants, Wang Qingge, he had already come to the program site early in the afternoon. When he arrived, he changed into his Grey Wolf outfit before going to meet the other contestants. For the sake of fairness, no one can be seen in private until the identity of the contestant is revealed, especially the judges and them, so Wang Qingge could only come to the restroom. Here he meets the other three contestants, the winners of the last installment. The three of them too, had changed, early, their disguises. In their disguises, they are Jade Fox, Black Pig and Duck Head. Jade Fox, the only female contestant out of the four of them now. Upon seeing Wang Qingge arrive, all three of them were surprised. Grey Wolf, you're here. Jade Fox, the first to go up to him and greet him. Her voice was husky and couldn't be heard in reality. What kind of person she was? Well, hello, Jade Fox. Grey Wolf, you're amazing. You know that? I almost didn't even come to the show. The jade-faced fox opened her mouth and said this to Wang Qingge. Why? Hearing this, Wang Qingge became a little confused. The jade-faced fox, before she could answer, that black pig directly jumped ahead. What else could this be for? It's not all because you're too powerful, so even if we came, it would only be to no avail. Ah! Hearing Black Pig's words, Wang Qingge's heart was embarrassed up. He didn't expect that his own strength directly scared them. They almost didn't come to the program. Jade Fox continued. Yeah, if it wasn't for the director, who gave me a death order, I really wouldn't have come. Duckhead, at this point, also said, you two just stop pretending. Now out of the four of us, it's just that I'm the weakest, so the first contestant to be eliminated in the end must be me. Looking at the three of them like this, Wang Qingge, for a moment, was at a loss as to how she should comfort them. Don't say that, everyone, the show hasn't even started yet. How do you guys know you're going to lose? Anyway, I'm just going to lose because I picked an old song this time, Jade Fox said with some loss. Fox, what old song did you pick? The Black Pig, too, asked curiously. That, you will know when the time comes. For now keep it a secret for now. Duckhead was also puzzled. If you knew the old songs wouldn't work, then why did you pick them? When the jade-faced fox heard this, she went silent for a moment before she said with firm eyes, because right now, that old song is the only one that expresses what's in my heart. What's in my heart. So, regardless of the outcome, I'll have to pick it, even if I'm eliminated in the end. Hearing her say that, Wang Qingge and the three of them stopped saying anything. After all, that was someone's decision. What could they do? With this kind of thing, it might not be out of the question that she would win in the end. So for this kind of thing, it's better to just go with what you've got. There's no need to care about anything else. Wang Qingge, on the other hand, had a blockage in his heart at this time, because he still didn't know what song he was going to sing tonight. Chapter 61 coming up. He was obviously going to participate in the program, but today his system as if it had forgotten about him, since it didn't assign him a task. In the past, every time the system, it would have arranged a task for him in advance, but this time the system never came out. This made it a little difficult for Wang Qingge, but when the car arrived, since the system didn't arrange a mission this time, then, when the time comes, he'll have to choose for himself. After all, there are so many songs, it doesn't matter if he just sings that one. Soon, there were less than 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock, when a staff member came over to call Wang Qingge. Grey Wolf contestant, the live program will start soon. The director told you to hurry and get ready. Yes. Hearing this, Wang Qingge immediately said goodbye to the three and walked out, because today, before the live broadcast, Wang Qingge was going to sing the song Beautiful Myth with Li Hong. The show, with the song Beautiful Myth, is going to be a celebration of tonight's broadcast, so he's going to have to go ahead and get ready. Soon, Wang Qingge arrived backstage, where there were already many people, mostly staff, and, of course, 4 other judges showed up here. The 4 judges also looked over as soon as they saw him arrive, while Li Hong walked directly towards him. Grey Wolf, how's it going? Still in good shape? Li Hong tapped him on the shoulder. Sister Hong, don't worry, I'm very spirited. That's good. That's good. Still saying you don't know each other. Sister Hong, have you already seen what he looks like? Wang Qingge and Li Hong greeted each other, and Yan Ran over there couldn't stand to look at her, especially Li Hong, who had been hating her for a few days, because she knew that Li Hong, for sure, had met the Grey Wolf himself, but she just wouldn't say anything, so this made Yan Ran angry. Seeing Yan Ran's sudden outburst, Wang Qingge didn't know what to say for a moment, but it was Li Hong who didn't think so. Ren, how many times have I told you that I really don't know who he is? How is this possible? Could it be that when you two met, he was wearing a mask as well? Yan Ran simply didn't believe in Li Hong's bull *******, but Yan Ran was still too young. How could she be a match for this old fox Li Hong? Ren, how did you know? How did you know that he was wearing a mask when we both met? Sister Hong, you. Yan Ran was infuriated by Li Hong. The words. Well, Ren, I'm sure Red won't us. Oh, Wang Shuitong at this time also finally stood out to round up the situation. Not only Wang Zutong, Heavenly King Zhou Jie also followed. Sister Hong and we have known each other for more than 10 or 20 years. I am still clear about her character. She said, yes it is. No it isn't. And if she knew, she would have told us. After Yan Ran saw the 2 remaining people, who also helped Li Hong, she commiserated. You guys, just trust her then. No need for ye to mind me. After saying that, she directly walked away, while Wang Zutong hurriedly chased after her. These backstage hiccups, naturally, have little effect on the main event. At this time, director Wang Fugue also finally appeared. Li Hong, Grey Wolf, are you two ready? Director, we're ready. Well, hurry up and get on stage then. There's still a few minutes to go before we go live. After the director finished, the staff once again helped both Wang Qingge and Li Hong, checking the microphones and such. Then, it got them both on stage as well. Once on stage, although the live broadcast had not yet started at this point, the now tens of thousands of viewers had been waiting for a long time. Grey Wolf. The moment they saw Wang Qingge appearing on the stage, the audience at the scene all let out screams of excitement. Wang Qingge, for the first time, was still a bit overwhelmed by the attention of so many people in a public place, so all he could do was wave his hand to the audience in a gesture. However, Wang Qingge quickly found a familiar face at the scene, since he had met here, the 2 of them, Su Ruoxuan and Han Jixuan. That's right, how could Wang Qingge not expect that since these 2 people also ran to the scene? He knows that the tickets for this edition of The Masked Singer are ridiculously expensive, and they are still priced out of the market. However, under such circumstances, the 2 of them, Su Ruoxuan and Han Jixuan, still managed to get tickets, and they were front row tickets. So, it does seem that these 2 are not the usual big deal. How else could they have gotten tickets? Or the front row? Looking at the 2 people who were so excited, Wang Qingge could only, in his heart, shake his head with a bitter smile. If later, when they knew his true identity, would they be embarrassed when they looked back on this scene today? Wang Qingge's gaze quickly retracted from the 2 Su Ruoxuan and looked toward the 3 judges who had already taken their seats. Yan Ran looked like she was still a bit angry and her face didn't look too good, while Heavenly King Zhou Jie was calm. However, his second sister, Wang Shuitong, made Wang Qingge look a bit confused, only to see that since she was looking forward to it as if she was looking at the 2 of them on the stage. I don't know, at this moment, what Wang Shuitong was looking forward to. Was she looking forward to his and Li Hong singing? These Wang Qingge didn't have that much mind to think about. He hurriedly retracted his gaze. At this time, the host, Lu Cc, was also finally on stage. Lu Cece was wearing a white and bright dress, and as soon as she went on stage, she attracted the attention of many viewers. To the past, she looked first with a smile, and the live audience said to them, "Okay, everyone, please be quiet. The live broadcast is about to begin, so please be quiet." Once Lu Cece's words came out, the scene was really all of a sudden, it was quiet. The people who originally stood up excitedly, at this time, had also sat back down. After calming the audience, Lu Cece turned back to Wang Qingge and the two of them. "How about it, Sister Red, Grey Wolf? Are you guys ready?" "Well, it's been ready for a long time," Li Hong returned. "That's good. The stage will be handed over to the two of you for now." After saying that, Lu Cece immediately retreated. Although the live broadcast hadn't officially begun yet, but in fact, as early as half an hour ago, the Masked Singer's live broadcast room, there were already countless people waiting, because a lot of people, who are very excited about this broadcast, this episode, are very excited about it. That's why they've been watching the program early, afraid of missing any important moments. Those who have cell phones, keep them, and those who don't have cell phones, keep the family at the TV station, waiting for the live broadcast to begin. The directors backstage, after seeing so many audience members, all waiting for the program to start, it was a smile on their faces, because, finally, their show is on fire, and it's on fire in a way that viewers have come to expect. Chapter 62. The scene is abuzz, with the hour hand, pointing at 8 o'clock in the evening had arrived, and the broadcast began at a moment's notice. As soon as the time came, the music started at the same time as the live feed was turned on. As for the two of them, Wang Qingge and Li Hong, they had already prepared everything, and they were waiting for this moment to come. Both the live audience and those who tuned into the live stream were quieted when they saw the live feed and heard the music play for a split second. Feel it, the coming high. Finally Wang Qingge also started. He looked deeply at Li Hong, holding the microphone in his right hand and covering his chest with his left hand. "Untie me, the most mysterious weight. The stars are falling and the wind is blowing. To hold you in my arms again at last." Two hearts trembling. After Wang Qingge sang the first verse, he instantly made countless people, unable to stop themselves from listening, mesmerized by listening, especially for those who, just today, heard the song for the first time. The shock it brought to them was immense. Listening to the song, and then looking at the big screen at the venue, the images played out made it even easier to get hooked. The scene was exactly the movie, the hero and heroine of the 1,000-year love affair, when Ichuan and Ji Fei met. With this song, it is as if the listeners and viewers are immersed in a love affair that has lasted for 1,000 years. So the effect, the shock to the audience was tremendous. Of course, it's not just those who are hearing the song for the first time, even those who have already heard the song in the movie theater. Their excitement was also, and still is, very strong, because in the movie theater, only the songs could be heard, but now it's different. Not only can you hear the song, but you're watching it live, and the singer sings it directly. So the effect that this brings is also making them all excited beyond measure. Wang Qingge continued, singing with Li Hong on the other side of her eyes. "Believe in my unchanging heart. 1,000 years of waiting is my promise. No matter how many winters, I will never let go." Once Wang Qingge finished singing, Li Hong looked at him similarly and sang with great affection. "Now please take my hands. Please close your eyes. The time we loved each other, floating in front of the eyes, only because we love so much. It's the pain that hurts, nor to each other, that I love you." When Li Hong's song came out, it likewise made the audience, once again, feel the difference in the song. Countless people who watched the live broadcast, have in the pop-up screen, typed out the word good, and the ratings that come with such an effect are unprecedented, and it's only been on the air for a while. The number of people tuning in to watch the live broadcast has reached tens of millions, and with a little more people, the number is about to break the billion mark. The three people on the judges' table were envious as they watched Li Hong and Grey Wolf both sing. The Heavenly King, Jay, all complained a bit. "Grey Wolf, why don't you look me up a bit and sing a chorus with me too? Hee hee." Hearing this, Wang Zutong somewhat teased, "Brother Jie, why don't you just go find the Grey Wolf?" Seeing Wang Shuetong say this, Zhou Jie, embarrassed, shook his head. "No, I'd rather sort of. My voice is a bit of a match for Grey Wolf's, and a chorus of two males always sounds weird. Hee hee." Wang Shuetong couldn't help but laugh when she heard him say this to himself. Of the three of them, only Yan Ranran was a little upset. The reason for the unhappiness was known to all, for the Grey Wolf had said that he knew her, but how she did not know the other. If things were just like this, then Yan Ranran would still be able to accept some of it, but now they were among the four judges, since there was one who knew the identity of the Grey Wolf, and how he refused to tell her. This was what made Yan Ranran, in her heart, feel very unbalanced. but the imbalance in her heart didn't affect her other emotions. Although Yen Ran kind of hated these two on the stage, their singing was indeed very perfect and impeccable. The two of them, Wang Qingga and Li Hong, sang to the delight of almost everyone. Of course, there are no absolutes, and not all of them are overjoyed, because some people just feel like the sky is falling because of this song. This person was no other than the other three contestants who were with Wang Qingga. When Jade Fox, Black Pig, and Duckhead were in the lounge, after seeing Grey Wolf sing with Li Hong, the three of them, all of a sudden, wanted to die because of what? Because not only do you sing well, which is just as well, but why did you sing at the beginning of the program? When you sing like this, you bring the audience's mind into your voice. What will the other contestants do later? Who else will want to appreciate them when they're on stage? Who else cares about crows when they've seen eagles? It's over. It's over. We're completely screwed. Black Pig lost his mind. Wait a minute. I'm afraid I'm going to be the first one on stage, and I'm not going to be disappointed one bit. Black Pig did, being the first on stage, knowing full well that he feared he was finished, because at that time, the minds of the audience, I'm afraid, hadn't quite yet come back from the chorus of Grey Wolf and the others. Would anyone really listen to his singing seriously under those circumstances? The two, Jade Fox and Duckhead, also comforted Black Pig. Black Pig, don't feel bad. Things haven't come to a head yet. It's not certain who the deer will be. This kind of comforting words, in the eyes of Black Pig and the others, would only be able to encourage themselves and others, and would not be of much use at all. Soon, Wang Qingga and Li Hong had sung their way to the top. Chorus, only true love follows you and me through endless time and space. Woman, and not being able to say to each other, that I love you. Love is the heart, the only unchanging beautiful myth. The song stopped, and the two who were singing, slowly left their gazes from looking deeply into each other's eyes, and looked at the audience. It wasn't until the music died down completely that the scene erupted, with deafening applause. The applause held for half a minute before the moderator, Liusi, came on stage and interrupted everyone. Okay, folks, please be quiet. This program is sponsored by Banana Mobile. Let's thank both Grey Wolf contestants and Li Hong for their wonderful singing for all of us. Thank them. Sister Hong, Grey Wolf, this is also your first time, in front of an audience, to sing this song, right? Ryushi asked, looking at the two of them. Li Hong took over. Yes, we've all sung in the studio before. It's really the first time we've sung live. Wow, you guys are so good then. The first time you sang live, you were so in tune and so cooperative. Especially Grey Wolf, you really surprised us with your performance. Chapter 63. Can you write a song for me? I have some doubts that you, originally, were an actor, or a singer, since you would be with Sister Hong, so in tune, singing so great, like you've been professionally chaperoned. Ha ha, no? When Wang Qingga heard this from the host, Lu Cece, he became a little embarrassed. Could it be that he really wasn't like what Lu Cece said? Perhaps it was the ability given by the system that allowed him to have some out-of-the-ordinary performance in this area. 2. Li Hong followed suit. Grey Wolf, it is indeed possible in this regard. I can testify to that. After getting Li Hong's answer, the host, Lu Cece, did not say anything more on this issue. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the other three judges. Judges, I don't know if you, on the singing of Grey Wolf and Li Hong, is there any opinion on it? Hearing Lu Cece's words, Heavenly King Zhou Jie was the first to say, yes, I've discovered a very serious problem. A very serious problem. What is it? Not only was Lu Cece curious, the others, including Wang Qingga and the others, were also looking forward to the serious issue that Zhou Jie was talking about. However, just when everyone was expecting the king of the world, Jie, to say the serious issue he was referring to, he played a joke on everyone. The problem I found with this is that Grey Wolf shouldn't have asked Li Hong to sing the chorus of this beautiful myth. The Grey Wolf should come to me and sing the chorus with me in order to sing the essence of the song. Ha ha. As soon as Heavenly King Zhou Jie said this, he immediately attracted countless laughs from the scene, because everyone already knows what that serious problem is that he's talking about. But Sky King Jie's, this serious problem, is not a problem. Funny is almost the same. That's why his words drew countless laughs as soon as they left his mouth. Even the two of them, Wang Qingga and Li Hong, when they heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Li Hong quickly responded, Jie, I don't think you should sing with Grey Wolf, but with me instead. We're both of a similar age, and we're just right to sing, in that mood. Chorus, chorus. Hearing Li Hong himself say this, the audience was up in arms for a moment, which made the Heavenly King, Jie, embarrassed. Fortunately, soon after, Lu Cece rounded off the scene and said, well, Heavenly Kings and Heavenly Queens, they'll have plenty of opportunities to chime in, so there's no need for everyone to be in a hurry at this point. After saying that, Lu Cece looked towards the two judges, Wang Shuetong and Yan Ranran. Ran, Shui Tong, then I wonder what you two, again, think of Li Hong and Grey Wolf singing. When Yan Ranran heard Lu Cece ask her, she said as if she was gambling, but it's not a pass. I would have eliminated both of them if it was a competition. Yan Ranran's words caused Wang Qingge and Li Hong, too, to fatally freeze, as they knew exactly why Yan Ranran had said that. It wasn't because she held a grudge and hated Li Hong for not telling her the true identity of the Grey Wolf. It was a good thing that everyone was clear about Yan Ranran's thoughts at this time, so they didn't care much. On the contrary, it was Wang Shuetong who also said to Wang Qingge at this time, Grey Wolf, since you're so good, I wonder, can you write a song for me too? Wang Shuetong was direct and asked Wang Qingge if he could write a song out for her as well. Once this question appeared, everyone was also very much looking forward to Wang Qingge's answer, because everyone wants to know what he's going to say. Will he say no? As for Wang Qingge, seeing his second sister, since he asked so, he was definitely willing inside. After all, songs were simply not too easy for him. So let's not talk about Wang Zutong asking for a song. Even if she asked Wang Qingge for 10 songs, 100 would not be a problem. It was just a pity that Wang Zutong herself didn't know about all this. However, after hearing her second sister ask herself this, Wang Qingge still answered truthfully, yes, I'll write a song for you when I get a chance. What? Wang Zutong, originally just holding a try attitude, did not expect him to really agree. So this result is really unexpected. The others, too, were similarly not expecting that Grey Wolf would actually agree to write a song for Wang Zutong. Hearing Wang Qingge say this herself, everyone else was envious, especially Yan Ranran. After hearing Wang Qingge say that he was willing to write a song for Wang Zutong, she all but directly turned her head away, no longer looking or wanting to listen anymore, because these have nothing to do with her. Listen to it and no use. On the contrary, will only make their own heart bad. Therefore, Yan Ranran simply looked away. Wang Shuetong, on the other hand, was almost in disbelief as she looked at Wang Qingge on the stage. Grey Wolf, what did you say? You said you'd write a song for me? Aha! Wang Qingge said seriously again. What kind of songs do you like? You can tell me about them. I've come to see what kind of songs are suitable for you. Really? Hearing this again, Wang Shuetong was so excited that she almost cried out. She never expected the Grey Wolf to write a song for her since he would actually agree. The others, too, were looking at Wang Shuetong with great anticipation, wanting to see what she, too, would propose to the Grey Wolf. But to everyone's disappointment, Wang Shuetong, after considering for a while, said something that made everyone unexpected. Grey Wolf, I think I'll pass. I like to sing songs that I don't think you can write. Why? What do you like? When Wang Qingge heard this, he hurriedly asked, what is it that you like to sing? Say it so I can see it. Maybe I will? Wang Shuetong was in a difficult situation. It wasn't that she didn't want Wang Qingge to write a song for her. Rather, it's that the songs she likes to sing, are a little different from the traditional ones, because what she, Wang Shuetong, liked, was the kind of song with a national style, and she was clear about the songs written by Grey Wolf. They were all about love affairs, so in her opinion, Wang Qingge shouldn't be able to write the national style genre, so she had to reject the other party's goodwill. After all, it was really too difficult to create a song in the national style genre. Judge, just say something, maybe I'll be just right. Just as Wang Shuetong still wanted to refuse, she had no choice after hearing Wang Qingge say this again. So in the end, she could only say, well, Grey Wolf, actually, everyone knows that I prefer to sing songs with a national flavor. So, can you compose songs about this? Wang Shuetong was not holding out any hope, but she didn't know that her words couldn't make any waves in Wang Qingge's ears. Wang Qingge thought that his second sister would propose some offbeat type of song. I didn't realize that since it's a national style song, what's so hard about it? It's a piece of cake for him. Chapter 64. This jumping up and down. So Wang Qingge was very quick to reply. Oh, a national style type of song, right? Don't worry about it, Judge. I'll write one for you sometime. Everyone was surprised when Wang Qingge's words came out, especially Wang Zutong, who didn't have any hope for this at all. But still, I didn't expect it, since the other party really agreed. When she saw Wang Qingge, and really said that she would help her write a song, a national style song came out. Wang Zutong was very shocked. Grey Wolf, are you serious? Wang Shuetong asked, not very sure. Of course, I said I'd help you, so I'll do it when the time comes. Wang Qingge's words were also unquestionable. When it came down to it, Wang Shuetong had no choice but to be full of joy. Really? That's really great, Grey Wolf. I'll thank you in advance. Although Wang Shuetong, at this moment, looked like she was happy beyond measure. she actually still didn't hold any hope, because she simply didn't believe that Wang Qingge would really write a song in the national style. She's just saying that now out of politeness. This perfunctory behavior of Wang Shuatong was clear in Wang Qingge's heart, but he didn't say anything more. People don't believe him, that's because they haven't seen his strength. If he waits for the future, his strength shows up. Then others, naturally, would know if what he said today was an exaggeration. So at a time like this, Wang Qingge didn't need to say or explain anything else. The host, Lu Cixi, also stood out at this time and said, "Alright everyone, below I announce that this period of the Masked Singer competition officially begins." As the host's words fell, the crowd returned to their positions, and Wang Qingge quickly left the stage. As he was leaving the stage, he was at the entrance to the stage and met the Black Pig. Black Hog was the first one up today, so he came to the entrance early, ready to go at any time. After seeing that it was Black Pig, Wang Qingge greeted him. "Go Black Pig." "Well, Grey Wolf, you go for it too." When Wang Qingge returned to the lounge, he was with the three of them, Jade Fox and Duckhead, sitting where they were watching the big screen. The host at this point, Liusi, finally spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our first contestant of the night, to take the stage and sing, Black Pig." As soon as the host's words were finished, the Black Pig really did walk onto the stage at once. Seeing the Black Pig on stage, Liusi rushed forward to ask him, "Contestant Black Pig, I wonder what song you've brought us, this time?" "Well, it's Hanyu's song," Black Pig replied back as if full of confidence. "Oh, Hanryu." Sure enough, after hearing Black Hog say that the song he brought was the one that contained the flow, the crowd was also looking forward to it. After all, contained streams are quite popular nowadays, so after hearing that Black Pig, this time, brought a song to the crowd, it was this one. There are still a lot of people who are very much looking forward to the performance of the Black Hog. The trio in the lounge, Duckhead meets Black Hog. Since it's after singing contained flow, he was likewise very surprised. "I didn't expect this fellow Black Pig, since he's like me, he also chose to sing containing stream." Hearing him say that, Wang Qingge and Jade Fox, both of them, realized that Duckhead, too, had prepared such a song. The host of the scene, at this time, once again said, "Black Pig, then the following stage is yours. Go for it." After that, as soon as the host left, the stage was left with Black Pig alone. Soon, the music started and Black Pig was finally singing. Only the Black Pig, half crouched down, then ripped his voice out. Yeehaw. As soon as the Black Pig opened his mouth, he gave a ghostly cry like a howl, hearing the audience in a daze, not knowing whether he was singing or crying like a mourner. Indeed, the Black Pig's behavior at this moment was really like crying out in mourning. Nope, people don't even cry in mourning, as much as he buys into it. Immediately after that, the Black Pig didn't just grunt, he was grunting while he was grunting, since he was also dancing around with his hands. He did this, and again, the audience was dumbfounded, wondering, was he singing, or was he performing acrobatics? When Wang Qingge saw the Black Pig like this, his heart also directly shook his head up. "That's not singing, that's just funny." Then the Black Pig, and began a series of tawdry operation. "See the audience, that is Cloudy, just do not understand. He is performing acrobatics or singing." The screen in the lounge, that was a live broadcast, so at this time, Wang Qingge curiously opened the pop-up screen for a bit, then only to see the pop-up screen. There appeared countless people who didn't understand the reason and disliked this kind of behavior very much. What is this man doing? Is he crying in mourning? When did wailing in mourning become so unpleasant? Damn, if you can't sing, get off the stage and put Grey Wolf on instead. I didn't come here to see your stupid ass. Damn, listening to this song, I lost my appetite all of a sudden. It's called a song, so I'll be good too, right? And I'm definitely 100 times better than him. Off the stage for elimination. Elimination. When Wang Qingge and the three of them, after seeing these pop-ups in the live broadcast room, they also revealed a bitter smile. These viewers, they're really hard to serve. They're going to be eliminated at the drop of a hat, especially since, like the Black Hog, it opted for a flow-containing type of duck head. At the moment, he was starting to shiver, because that's what happened to the Black Pig. Then he'll be sure to be told the same thing by the audience when he waits. So how can that not scare Duckhead? The Black Pig's harsh and growling song finally ended after 4 minutes. As soon as the Black Pig stopped, the scene cleared up, and the host, Liusi, rushed to the stage again. Black Pig was great. Your performance really exceeded our big expectations. Thank you for giving us a great performance. So, let's see what the judges below have to say about your performance. Ryoshi finished and asked to the 4 judges. Judges, I don't know what you thought of the Black Hog's performance. Sorry for the elimination. When Li Hong heard Lu Cixi's question, She didn't even think about anything and directly chose to eliminate the black pig, not even bothering to solve the explanation. The Heavenly King, Jay Zhou, was still a bit restrained, so he also said, "I'll keep it. I'll give it 5 points." After the two Heavenly Kings and Queens had finished, it was the turn of both Wang Shuetong and Yan Ranran. Wang Zutong was even more needless to say. She was originally a lover of national style. Naturally, she had little interest in the dynasty stream culture of other countries, so Wang Zutong, similarly, like Li Hong, chose to directly eliminate the black pigs. Chapter 65 Different Treatments. Yan Ranran's decision, on the other hand, was somewhat unexpected, as she had given both 6 points and 1 more point than the Heavenly King, Zhou Jia. It was also unknown what Yan Ranran was thinking in her heart at this moment. I guess in her mind, the black pigs are doomed for elimination anyway, so it's okay to give some points. The fact that Black Hog was eliminated by 2 judges, with 2 giving low scores and leaving the stage pretty much sealed the deal, so the black pig wants to stay unless there's a miracle, I guess. And miracles are not unheard of. Although the 4 judges have a lot of power, they don't have all the power in one hand. But if a contestant who has been eliminated by the judges wants to stay, what can be done? The way to do this, naturally, is for the tens of thousands of people in the audience to vote for more than 60%. Then this contestant who was eliminated by the judges could still stay with the audience voting for him. After the 4 judges' answers were given, the host, Lu Cece, looked at the audience again. "My fellow viewers, I wonder what kind of attitude you have toward the black pigs going or staying. Whether the black pig is eliminated or stays is up to you to decide." Decided spectators, please start in 10 seconds by pressing the rocker in your hands. 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 1 inch. Please begin voting. As the host gave the order, the audience, too, started to vote. The number of times the live audience voted is displayed directly on the big screen, so as the audience pressed the voting machines in their hands, the numbers quickly appeared on the big screen. First 100 and 200, then 1,000 and 2,000. The number of people supporting the black pig, and it continued to rise. When the number came to 5,000, many people were shocked. No way, there's so much support for just this song? Seeing this scene was something that really baffled many people, and some of those who tuned into the live broadcast had a lot to say about it. Is it the scene mixed into the spy? This kind of crying like a song, and so many people support? What kind of people are those who go to the scene? What kind of taste is this? Can't you tell the good from the bad? Damn, the fairies nowadays are getting really confused. Since they would like a song like this, viewers who couldn't understand it took to the pop-ups and voiced their opinions. Of course, there were those who didn't support it, and there were those who did. So the pop-ups, too, quickly descended into a war of words. In the scene, the number of people supporting the black pig came to 5,000, and was still slowly rising. This is a really urgent scene, and those who don't want the black pig to stay are desperate for support tickets to stop immediately, and those who want the black hog, and support the black hog to stay on, are looking forward to supporting votes over 6,000. The black pig himself, at this moment, is not saying what he thinks, but there is someone who is quite a bit more excited than he is. This person is, next up, Duckhead, because Duckhead also chose the same type of song as Black Pig. So at the moment, the success or failure of the Black Pig is a reflection of his Duckhead. The Black Pig managed to stay, so he, Duckhead, still had a chance too. But if the Black Hogs are eliminated, then the fate of the Duckheads is equivalent to, well, being pronounced outright. So Duckhead was in the lounge. That was beyond excited, watching little by little, the rising vote count, up, 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 up. In response, the two of them, Wang Qinggat and Jade Fox, that were looking at each other, somewhat speechless. This guy, since he was getting it on, was as excited as the Black Pig himself. Perhaps Duckhead's expectations had manifested themselves, so the number of votes in favor of the Black Hog had literally surpassed 6,000 all at once. Ah, it worked, it worked. After seeing the number of votes for the Black Pig, which exceeded 6,000, Duckhead instantly squealed with joy. It was as if, seeing his own next accomplishments, the Black Pig had managed to stay, but he himself had lost all hope, because he knew clearly that even if he stayed, it would be useless. He would still end up being the first to be eliminated and unable to enter the trio final, because in his case, being eliminated by two judges, both of whom only just managed to give passing marks, must be the worst. So the Black Pig, though he saw that the spectators had left themselves behind, just waited a little while for the remaining three, all of whom had finished competing. The scores are compared again, and one is equally eliminated if one is still the lowest, but there are no absolutes, so maybe some miracle will happen, like now. So the Black Pig, in his heart, still has a glimmer of hope. The host, CCC Lu, also congratulated at this time. Black Pig, congratulations, you've managed to stay. Thank you all for your support, and thank you to the judges, Black Pig said as he saluted everyone. Then we have the Black Pig contestant. Take a short break and see how the other 3 contestants are doing. When Leosi finished speaking, the Black Pig immediately left the stage. Well, audience, let's have today's second place contestant, Duckhead. Come on stage and sing for us. As soon as the host's words were out of his mouth, Duckhead had appeared on stage. Duckhead didn't bowl asterisk and went straight to the music. Do kamo lala. Duckhead opens his mouth with a song that also contains streams. The song came out with the same disappointment that made many people shake their heads up. Those who tuned in to watch the live stream couldn't hold back even more. What the hell is this? What the hell? What's singing? If messing around and screaming can be called a song, then we, Great China, are full of singers alright. Hot eyes don't wanna watch. If not for the Grey Wolf, who cares about this show? What kind of people are invited? There's no one normal except the Grey Wolf. I'm not going to watch. I'm going to go do my homework and wait until Brother Grey Wolf is on stage. Then I'll have my mom yell at me. This Duckhead must be eliminated. It's enough to put up with one Black Pig. I can't put up with a second. The live pop-ups were full of grumbles from viewers, and this time there was no support. Soon enough, Duckhead's singing was done, and he wasn't sure what was going on yet, so he was looking forward to it with a look of anticipation. Willow Sissy similarly took the stage and began by asking the 4 judges. Li Hong likewise spoke up at the head of the line. I won't have to ask. Elimination. I can see that this time, Li Hong is really a little angry. 1 or 2. Sing some songs that people cannot understand. What is that called? This cannot let people angry. Then the king of the world, Jay Chou, was eliminated this time on the same line as Li Hong. Wang Zutong only gave 2 points even though she wasn't eliminated outright. Yan Ran, on the other hand, gave it 3 points, which was already very low. Then Duckhead wasn't so lucky, with the live audience vote stuck at only 5,000. This made the Duckhead, suddenly his heart was like death. He wanted to win, unless the next 2 people, someone worse than him to do so, but is that possible? Chapter 66 Coldplay. 1 is the Jade Fox, the most powerful one besides the Grey Wolf. Does he Duckhead have the ability to compete with the first and second? So when he heard that ending, Duckhead was completely hopeless. Compared to Duckhead, Black Pig was quite happy after seeing such an ending, because finally someone is worse than him. Someone is worse than him. Then naturally he doesn't have to worry about being eliminated and sitting firmly in the triple final. Duckhead, disoriented, got off the stage and returned to the restroom, and the 2 of them, Black Pig and Wang Chinga, comforted him and told him to look away. By this time Jade Fox had come on stage, and the host, Leosi, looked at her and asked, Contestant Fox, I wonder what song you're bringing to the table this time. What is it? Aha! What I have for you this time is an old song. An old song? What is it? Leosi asked uncertainly. It's a very old song, from the 60s and 70s. Old songs from the 60s and 70s. Why did you pick such an old song? Not only was it the host, Lu Cece, who had such a question, but others, likewise, were a bit puzzled by this choice of the Jade Fox. Don't understand why she chose a song so old. Because, I think that's the only song that expresses what I'm feeling at the moment. When Jade Fox said that, everyone was looking forward to her because she was the most anticipated singer besides Grey Wolf. Strength is also the strongest player besides Grey Wolf, so her decision is really something to look forward to. Willows asked again. So, Fox contestant, what's the title of your song? My Old Father at Home. My Old Father at Home? Upon hearing the name, many people were, for a moment, unable to think of the song, because the song, indeed, is so old and so few people have heard it. It creates, for a while, a hard time for people to think about it. Some, though, had heard of it, so they immediately remembered. A viewer, right away, in a live pop-up, wrote, oh, so it's that song. How could it be it? Not good. I also remembered this song about my old father at home, which really isn't very good. The average person shouldn't be able to appreciate it, but if it's a Jade Fox cover, it's sure to be good. The 3 of them, Wang Chinga, who were in the lounge, were similarly unaware of the song that the Jade Fox was talking about. Wang Chinga naturally didn't need to ask. He wasn't from this world in the first place, but it was the 2, Black Pig and Duckhead, since they didn't know either. The host of the scene, Leosi, also finally remembered. Oh, my old father at home. He does have a song like that, but it's a cold one. Fox contestant, how did you come up with the idea to pick it? At the moment, everyone was waiting for her answer. It's like this. My father has never enjoyed a day in his life for our family, especially for me. He has given so much, and I can't do anything about it. And even more so, I don't know how I should repay him. Towards the end, the Jade Fox was probably really thinking of something sad, so her voice choked up. So, I wanted to sing this song as a way to show my love for my father and to thank him for all the years he's been quietly working for us. Everyone then realized that the reason why Jade Fox chose this song, since it was just to express her love for her father and her gratitude to him. Willow Sissy soothed. Fox contestant, we believe in you. You'll be able to sing. Thanks. At this time, the judge, Li Hong, also finally spoke, because the Jade Fox's answer also made her feel something. Jade Fox, the song you're going to sing is not a difficult one. May I ask if you've prepared yourself? Seeing Li Hong ask her, the Jade Fox confidently said, well, Sister Hong, I'm confident I can sing it well. Good, then I trust you. After Li Hong finished speaking, Heavenly King Zhou Jia also followed. Jade Fox, your choice is really somewhat out of all of our expectations. In our opinion, you would definitely choose a fire song, or something a little more popular to sing, but your choice was unexpected by all of us. Seriously though, it's rare for someone like my old dad at home to cover an old song like that. So, I'm looking forward to what you're going to do next, to what you're going to do with your covers, and what you're going to do for all of us, differently. This flip-flop from the king of the world, Jay, is also what many viewers have in mind, because everyone did, at first, think that Jade Fox would sing those pop songs, but it didn't occur to her that she would choose such a well-known old song. So for her to take such an old song and come out for the competition really worried the crowd. What if she couldn't sing it well? It was only then that Wang Qingge realized the reason why Jade Fox had chosen this song, even though he hadn't heard it before, the song about my old father at home. But just by listening to the name, Wang Qingge knew that it must be a song praising his father, greatness to come. It turns out that this jade-faced fox is also a person who understands the love of a father, and only when he knew that choosing this song would make the crowd not very optimistic about the state, he still chose it. Like this situation, if she can sing this well, she'll definitely suck up even more. So Wang Qingge was also looking forward to this jade-faced fox. On the scene, Jade Fox was very happy after she was endorsed by all 4 judges. Thank you judges for your support. I won't let you down. Li Hong nodded. Jade Fox, then next, it's up to you. The host, Lu Cece, also hurriedly said to her, Fox contestant, then the following stage will be given to you. Good luck. After that, on the stage, only the Jade Fox was left. Soon exclusive to my elderly father at home, the music of this song came on. The song's soundtrack, at first, came from an arrow. Not that arrow was bad. Rather, Wang Qingge felt that the soundtrack was really not very good. A bit hard to hear and also with a harsh feeling like. It wasn't just Wang Qingge who was like this. Everyone was feeling the same way at the moment. Many people, in particular, were hearing the song for the first time, so a soundtrack like this dissuaded a lot of people right away. A lot of people's first impression, that's that the song must be bad. That's it for the soundtrack. Do you want the lyrics to be well written? If the lyrics are well written, so why is it not hot? Why is it a cold song? Chapter 67 Expressing Fatherly Love is selling out? So, Jade Fox's song, My Old Father in the House, was a bit of a disappointment to the audience up at first. Soon after, the Jade Fox spoke, an old father at home. Once the jade-faced fox opened her mouth, for a moment, she let the crowd have a strange feeling like, because, the song, Old Father in My House, just by its name requires a, well, male voice to sing it. But now, by Jade Fox to cover it, people always feel that her voice is a bit soft, unable to express that mood. At first, there was a bit of anticipation that she would be able to sing well behind her. Soon, a minute and a half had passed, and the Jade Fox's song, too, had been partially sung, but the ending was not what was imagined because the audience did not buy it. At this point, some bad voices had started to appear in the pop-ups of the live broadcast. What is this singing? Can't even listen to it. Yeah, how do you feel? This person sings also than the previous two, but also quite difficult to listen to. Ah, that's right. So everyone is like me? I thought I was the only one who found it hard to hear. Many such messages appeared in the pop-up screen of the live broadcast room, causing Wang Qingge and the other two to secretly feel bad when they saw it. At this rate, the Jade Fox was afraid that it was going to be difficult. Black Pig was the first and said helplessly, Ugh, I told you, she shouldn't have chosen this song for the competition. With Jade Fox's strength, in addition to Grey Wolf here, it's the strongest, but why did she still have to be biased and choose this song? Look, now it's good. The audience doesn't like it. What can we do about it? Compared to Black Pig, Duckhead's heart at this time, however, clearly had a hint of anticipation up, because as long as Jade Fox sings poorly, then he, Duckhead, still has a chance and is not eliminated. So Duckhead, at this point, was still a little excited in his mind, but he couldn't show it, so he followed. Yeah, I told her in the beginning, and long ago, that it was dangerous for her to sing old songs, and now it's really stamped out. Wang Qingge, on the other hand, was different from the two men, Black Pig and Duck Head, in that they were just listening to the song and not really feeling the lyrics. My oldest father in the family. This song does if only simply to appreciate the music to hear if it's good or not. The song, then, is not very good and kinda hard on the ears. But this song, it's not really meant to be enjoyed. It's music. Rather, it's a way for people to understand what it means in the lyrics, and to understand how children who work outside the home come to miss their parents at home. But people nowadays, obviously, don't realize that, so everyone just looks at whether the singing is good or not. It's not even going to be about understanding what the deeper meaning expressed in the lyrics. That's why it's creating, now, a situation like this. In response, Wang Qingge was also, for a while, a bit at a loss as to what to do, because he couldn't get everyone, like him, to not just seek to one-up the music, but to understand the meaning of the song. This, he really couldn't do, so he was, for a moment, at his wit's end. Soon, Jade Fox's second verse began to sing, but only as soon as she opened her mouth did the voices in the pop-ups appear again. Ma'am, please stop singing and hurry down. Listening to your song is making me feel sick all over. Damn, I have to pay to listen to other people's songs, but it's killing me to listen to this guy's songs. That's it, please stop singing and get off the stage. Don't come back to wreak havoc. These denigrating pop-ups were not the most outrageous, as the really outrageous pop-ups came soon after. Damn, I would have been the one who looked up to her the most besides the Grey Wolf, but I didn't realize that since she took a song like this out to sell it, wanting everyone to sympathize with her so they can give her a good score. As soon as the word sellout appeared, it was as if a hornet's nest had been stirred up, and it was instantly all about that word. Yeah, I'm also wondering, this Jade Fox, why would she let go of other good songs and have to sing such an old song? Now it finally makes sense. So she was selling us short. Exactly. As soon as she got on stage, she was telling us how her father was doing for their family. That's not selling us short, and then expect us, touched as we are by her, to give her a good score? This person is really over the top. Yeah, elimination. Hurry down. Don't come here to sell your misery. Go to the Poverty Alleviation Network, where you should be. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if you're going to sell out, why don't you pick a song that you can listen to? What the is this? How can a match be so childish, and to cope with it by selling out? That's right, the stage is not the place for you to sell your misery. The stage looks at strength. If I'm going to pay for your selling out today, wouldn't it be better if I just went to the disaster area, where there are thousands of disasters waiting for my sympathy? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I was kinda looking forward to this guy's cover, but I didn't realize it was all sung like this, and since he's still licking and not ashamed of himself and selling out to people, he really can eliminate off the stage. Out. The pop-ups at the moment are filled with pop-ups pointing at Jade Fox and trying to sell the song as My Old Father at Home. Some people even cursed particularly harshly, accusing the Jade Fox. In the restroom, the three of them, Wang Qingge, who saw this scene, were dumbfounded for a moment, because none of them expected that things would turn out this way, towards a situation that was out of everyone's control. The two of them, Black Pig and Duck Head, had long since been scared into silence, and the two of them didn't dare to say a word. And at this time, Wang Qingge, his heart was very angry. He had never been this angry before. This was the first time he had been so angry when he came to this world. He knew that Jade Fox did cover this old song and didn't sing it very well. If people pointed at her and sang poorly, or whatever, then Wang Qingge felt there was nothing wrong with that. But they should never, ever say that Jade Fox covers and that My Old Father at Home is here to sell out. It's even worse to say that she, covering this song is child's play, and that she gave up on singing other good songs so that she could get people to support her, and instead chose a song like this to disgust the crowd. Wang Qingge didn't know since when, in the eyes of those people, the expression of fatherly love became child's play. Has it become a tool to sell misery to others? This was something he could never, ever agree with, because a father's love could not be child's play, much less a tool to sell misery to others. Chapter 68 The All-Consuming Crusade. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that since there was not a single person on the entire network who felt that it was wrong, they all thought that the Jade Fox was just selling out, just trying to gain everyone's sympathy. Wang Qingge couldn't accept that everyone on the entire network was so indifferent, so cold-blooded. Since they're treating a song that expresses a father's love as child's play, as selling out, is it possible that in the eyes of those people, their fatherly love, too, is selling out to them, and is child's play in their eyes? Jade Fox's song has come to an end. As she sang the last verse, the music stopped and the scene was instantly quiet. But before she from it, came back to her senses. The originally incomparably quiet scene finally appeared discordant sound. Elimination. What's that singing stuff? On the scene, I don't know who shouted like this, causing everyone's mind to shake, especially the jade-faced fox. The moment she heard those words, her entire body was directly dumbfounded. She didn't understand why anyone would say that. Did she sing really badly? But before she could clear her mind, before the crowd could react, another person immediately said, "That's it, get off the stage and get eliminated." Selling misery trying to get sympathy. If it was just one person saying this, then the Jade Fox could still accept it, but now since a second voice had appeared, accusing her like this, how do you expect her to take it? How do you ask people to feel good in their hearts? While others were greeted with rapturous applause from the audience after they finished their songs, she was rewarded with a rant from the audience. How does this make the Jade Fox acceptable? She does not know what she did wrong. Why would someone say this about her? The scene appeared one after another. Two very discordant voices. The host Lucy C. also rushed out. Okay, everyone be quiet. The Jade Fox contestant has finished singing, so let's hear what the judges have to say next. It was fine for the host, Lucy C., not to say so, but when she said so, since it instantly seemed like she had provoked public anger, someone on the scene directly shouted, "Hurry up and eliminate yourself from the stage. Sell your misery and go home to sell it." After someone took the lead, followed by more and more people, who were also very angry, followed and shouted, "Eliminate, sell the miserable thing. Eliminate, we don't want contestants who sell out. We want, well, contestants with power. If you sell misery, go home and sell it. What kind of skill is it to come here and sell it? We're here to listen to the song, not to hear you sell your misery. If you're so worried about your father, why don't you just go home to be with him? Why do you have to come to the stage to show your misery? Elimination, we don't want players who sell out. We want ones who have strength. Elimination, if the ones who sell misery can win, then why don't we all just go and sell misery? What's the point of comparing strengths? Out, out." At one point in time, many of the tens of thousands of spectators chanted the word elimination. Things have evolved to an unmanageable situation at this point, which made many people startled up, especially the backstage of the program. Director Wang Fugue and others were also out of ideas for a while, because this is the kind of thing that many people are seeing for the first time. They simply have little experience in fixing it. The original show, which was very hot because of Grey Wolf, but the people who made the show, how did not expect that before the play of the Grey Wolf came, the show has blown up. It's just that this blow up is not something that people like. It's a crusade all over the internet. Not only the scene, but now even the live broadcast of the room also flashed countless elimination of the two words. It seems like it's the entire internet that wants Jade Fox eliminated. Seeing such a scene, the directors also panicked, not knowing what they should do next. Is this the end of the broadcast? End the broadcast? Are you kidding me? How can this show end like this when it's not even halfway through? And the most important contestants have not even gone on stage yet. If it ends now, then this Masked Singer program will definitely be finished from now on. It's just that the way it is now, what's one to do if it doesn't end? Everyone is crusading against the Jade Fox. In the lounge, the three of them, Wang Qingge, were flustered for a moment, including Wang Qingge herself. He really didn't expect that since these people would be so crazy. He had thought that they would just complain online and be done with it, not really bring their emotions into the scene. But the current situation proved that Wang Qingge thought wrong, because the audience was really bringing their emotions to the scene. And it's so crazy that they have the audacity to call out Jade Fox outright, and they have the audacity to accuse her of selling her behavior short. So Wang Qingge, for a while, didn't know what to do. If he was on stage right now, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold back his anger a long time ago as well. Out, out. The audience, more and more, joined the crusade. Wang Qingge, who was watching, really couldn't stand it, and he couldn't wait to go to the stage right away and theorize with those people. Just as Wang Qingge, furious, wanted to charge directly onto the stage, someone on the scene finally came out to stop it. The four judges, when they heard the audience, who were so over the top, they couldn't help themselves for a long time, especially Li Hong. Seriously, as a diva and a judge, she has to listen to the songs not just for the sake of listening, she has to understand the meaning of the lyrics. So Li Hong also knew that the song covered by Jade Fox was not good, but the things expressed in the lyrics, the expression of the father's love was very correct. Therefore Li Hong did not feel that there was anything wrong with Jade Fox choosing this song to sing. But now, the audience that just appreciates the music and won't pay attention to the words is really pissing her off. Since she dared to openly clamor for the Jade Fox to be eliminated, it really pissed her off too much. That's enough, all of you, be quiet. When Li Hong's loud voice shouted, it instantly made the entire scene echo with her roar. Also with this roar of hers, the audience on the spot, then quieted down. Woohoo! It was only after the scene had quieted down that the cries of the Jade Fox, who had long been crying uncontrollably, could be heard. The host, Ryu Sisi, held her in her arms and kept comforting her. When Li Hong saw this, she became even more angry. What are you shouting for? What are you shouting? So what if people sing a song, even if they're selling out? If you're capable, you can come up and sing a song too. Think people are selling out. Just don't support them. Why are you attacking people? Where is your quality? Oh, you're the only ones who know music. You're the only ones who know that people sell out. Even if people are really selling out, that stage didn't say no. What the hell are you in a hurry for here? Chapter 69. So I'm a taxidermy specimen. Being told this by Li Hong, those audience members were indeed quite honest, and no one dared to talk back. Piss me off, you guys. I really almost got pissed off with you guys today. After Li Hong finished speaking, she directly left her seat and walked towards the stage. Coming to the Jade Fox and Lu Cc, Li Hong was sweet and comforting. Don't cry, child. We all know how you feel. Don't pay any attention to those people. They are all fatherless and motherless. With Li Hong's comfort, the Jade Fox slowly stabilized. After seeing Li Hong all of a sudden, shaking the scene, Wang Qingga and the others were also very happy, including the directors backstage. With the field subdued, Willow Sissy was getting on with her job. Okay viewers, let's see what the 4 judges have to say about this song by the Jade Fox contestant. When Li Hong returned to her seat, she was still the first to speak. Jade Fox, look at me. By Li Hong's words, the Jade Fox really looked at her. Jade Fox, no one else understands this song of yours, but I know. What are you trying to say? Although I don't know yet, who are you really? But with the feeling, I know you must be a young girl around 20 years old. It's comforting to know that you understand the preciousness of a father's love at such a young age. And then there's the fact that you're trying to express your fatherly love, thus forgoing singing other great songs and choosing old favorites, and I admire you for that. So, I'll give you an 8 today. After hearing that Li Hong had given 8 points, the Jade Fox was still grateful. Thank you, Judge Li Hong. Well, kid, cheer up. Don't worry too much about what the onlookers think, and don't always think that people will understand you. You just need to be yourself and do what you ask. Well, thank you, judges. To Li Hong, the Jade Fox was grateful. After Li Hong finished, it was the turn of the Heavenly King. Jie Zhou, the Heavenly King, Zhou Jie, also said to the Jade Fox in a very serious manner. Fox, I understand this song of yours as a father, too. It's great to understand how great a father, who is devoted to his children, can be, and those who denigrate you and look down on you, they are sons in vain, and parents even more so. That's all I have to say. I hope you will stay on your path and not be influenced by outsiders. In the end, I'll give you 7. Thank you, judges. After hearing another 7 points, the Jade Fox's heart felt better, because a 7 or more is equal to a pass. After the Heavenly Kings and Queens finished, it was Wang Shuitong's turn. Wang Shuitong honestly said, Jade Fox, honestly, I also feel that this song of yours really isn't very good. Wow, finally, a judge who dares to tell the truth. After hearing Wang Shuitong say that she also felt that the song sung by the Jade Fox was not good, those who attacked thought they had found a friendly team, so for a moment, they were happy. But before those people could be happy for long, Wang Shuitong said again, but as bad as the songs are, they're very deep and very thought-provoking. That's why it's so hard for me to understand what's going on in the minds of the people who are attacking you. Wang Shuitong's attitude, after such a quick and sharp turn down, made many people happy for nothing. That wasn't the end of it, only to see Wang Shuitong continue. But I guess I should know more or less about those people and what a bunch of people they are. Wang Shuitong got more and more on top of her words. I think everyone should, more or less, understand my family's situation. That's right, our family did adopt an orphan, and my father, too, treated him like his own son. But do you know how he repaid us? This. Hearing Wang Zutong say this, everyone became curious. At this time, Wang Qingga, who was in the lounge, had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart after seeing his second sister since she said that. He was worried that his second sister, Wang Shuitong, would compare his past to those who were now mocking the Jade Fox. Those people. Wang Qingga's fears were still validated because that was what Wang Zutong was thinking at this moment. Only Wang Shuitong continued. My father, more than 20 years ago, adopted an orphan. For that reason, we, as a family, regard him as if he were our own. We never treated him like an outsider, but genuinely, as our own family. But what about him? How did he repay us afterward? We did so much for him, put him through school, gave him whatever he wanted and never turned him down. We also never, ever wanted him to give anything back to us. We just wanted him to have a good life. let's just hope that he knows what he's doing. But when Wang Xuetong said this, her voice turned choked and she was somewhat unable to continue. Sister Xuetong. Seeing this, Yan Ranran hurriedly comforted her. The others, on the other hand, were very curious as to what Wang Zutong hadn't finished saying. Wang Qingge, who was in the lounge, heard this, and actually didn't need Wang Zutong to say anything. He knew what she was going to say. Next, some of the people watching the livestream are also starting to speculate. Wang Xuetong and her family, they wouldn't have raised a white-eyed wolf, would they? I guess, it would be right to raise a white-eyed wolf. Otherwise, Goddess Wang Xuetong wouldn't be in this state. The audience's guesses have been all over the map. Only seeing Wang Xuetong at this time, she continued, we, as a family, have paid so much for him. It never occurred to me to ask him to return anything to us or to do anything for us. We're just hoping that he'll be a person who knows what he's doing and has a conscience. But he, however, can't even do this little request of ours. This little wish. He didn't even show up for the funeral when our father passed away. Even with those friends of his, out getting drunk. Wang Xuetong couldn't say any more. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? Since there are still people like that? Wang Xuetong's words caused many people to sympathize for a moment. A white-eyed wolf. Calling him a white-eyed wolf insults wolves. Wolves at least know how to repay favors. But this man is too divided, since he didn't even go to his father's funeral, who saw him as his own. Even if he doesn't go to the funeral, since he's still out there getting drunk with unsavory people. Is this still human? The family is in pain, in grief. Chapter 70. Don't regret it in the future. He's better off, since he's still out there looking for excitement. Hearing Wang Zutong's words, many people became very angry. They couldn't wait to find Wang Zutong's little brother right now, and teach him a good lesson. As for Wang Qingge in the lounge, after hearing that Wang Zutong was saying this, he was saddened himself. But he wasn't hating anyone else, he was just hating himself. All this Wang Zutong is not right. He himself may not be wrong, but the responsibility is on his side, is undeniable now. Only after Wang Xuetong finished her own business did she say to the Jade Fox once again, Jade Fox, do you know my intentions in telling you this? The jade-faced fox didn't answer, so Wang Xuetong continued to explain on her own. My point is simply that the people who just taunted you about your father's love are, in fact, all the same people as my little brother is. It was only at this point that the crowd reacted to the fact that Wang Xuetong had said so much, even going so far as to bring out her own family matters. It's just to make a specimen for scale. She was trying to tell everyone that the people who had just taunted the Jade Fox, they were all just as white-eyed wolves as her little brother. Everyone at the scene finally understood Wang Xuetong's intentions, and when the Jade Fox heard this, her heart once again became grateful. She never expected that Wang Zutong would tell her about her own family, since she would do so in order to help her. Wang Xuetong uttered, the most hidden thing in her family, the most scandalous matter that should not be known by outsiders came out just to help her fight for her breath. So now the Jade Fox was at a loss, how to be grateful to her, and Wang Xuetong, the reason why she would tell, today, about her family scandal for everyone to know. It's just that just now, those people who mocked the Jade Fox really made her too angry. The Jade Fox was just there to, well, show her love for her father, but in the eyes of those people, all this, but it has become child's play and a sellout. So Wang Xuetong was very angry because she also loved her father very much. Now see, a song that expresses a father's love, by the audience, by the netizens. So to denigrate, so to insult after, this really touches her bottom line. So she had to stand up to the audience against the netizens. Since they say that songs expressing fatherhood are selling out, what are they? The people? Don't they have a father's love? What was it like to be without a father's love? The only thing Wang Xuetong could think of. It's also just about her own little brother. Because her little brother used to be in a similar situation to these current netizens. They are all people who have been loved by their fathers and don't recognize it. People who have been loved by their fathers and won't return the favor. That's why Wang Xuetong would tell her little brother's business, to make a ratio with these current viewers. Wang Xuetong speaking out about her family really made many people admire her. It felt like she really played an important role in leading the way and striking those who mocked fatherhood in the face. And at this moment, no one knows that someone else's heart, likewise, is not very comfortable. This person is no one else. She is the diva Li Hong. Why is Li Hong, at this time, not very happy in his heart? Wang Zutong, for the sake of righteousness, all the scandalous things about her family, gave it out, to Li Hong's usual style. At this time should praise Wang Zutong is, but she not only did not praise Wang Zutong, on the contrary, she has a lot of opinions on her, because other people didn't know who was her Wang Xuetong's little brother, but she, Li Hong, was clear about it. It was because Wang Shuitong's little brother was none other than the Grey Wolf contestant that everyone was expecting. If it was in the past, if Wang Zutong had said this about her little brother, then Li Hong would definitely not have any problem with it. But now Wang Zutong, still talking about her little brother like this, then Li Hong can't do it anymore, because she had already been in contact with her little brother, and had already gotten to know Wang Shuitong's little brother. So in Li Hong's opinion, Wang Qingge was definitely not what Wang Zutong said on her lips. Wang Qingge was such a gentle and understanding person. How do you expect Li Hong to believe Wang Shuitong's words? How do you expect her to believe that Wang Qingge would really not even go to his own father's funeral, or even be outside, getting drunk with someone else? Even if this was all true, Li still believed that what was going on here was definitely not as simple as it seemed. There must be some kind of misunderstanding in this. She believed in Wang Qingge's character. He must have had some kind of suffering at that time. She absolutely did not believe that Wang Qingge, at that time, had deliberately not gone to attend her father's funeral. After thinking about this, Li Hong finally couldn't help herself, so she also asked Wang Shuitong directly, Shuitong, are you really sure that your little brother was deliberately not going to your father's funeral at that time, and even got drunk? Sister Hong. Li Hong's sudden outburst caused Wang Zutong and the others to be caught off guard, because no one expected that Li Hong would suddenly ask such a question. But although Li Hong's sudden statement was unexpected, Wang Shuitong still said truthfully, well, Sister Red, that's just the way he is as a person. It's nothing more than that. Wang Shuitong didn't want to continue, but she didn't know that her words had already made it hard for Li Hong to accept. Li Hong absolutely did not believe that Wang Qingge was the kind of person she was talking about. Shuitong, haven't you ever thought that perhaps your little brother, he is suffering from something? Bitterness? What bitterness could he have? Wang Shuitong really didn't know what was wrong with Li Hong today, since she grabbed the matter of her little brother to pursue. But no matter what Li Hong, no matter how much she said, she could not change her Wang Zutong's opinion of her little brother. Wang Qingge, who was in the lounge, had a bad feeling in his heart when he saw Li Hong suddenly asking questions like this. He is now very afraid. If Li Hong, this guy, cannot help it, on the spot out of his identity out, and Wang Zutong confrontation how to do? The good thing was that it was all over Wang Qingge's own head, and Li Hong was still able to endure it. However, Li Hong also by no means believed that Wang Qingge was that kind of person, so she finally advised Wang Shuitong, Shuitong, I hope you can remember what you said today and never regret it in the future. Wang Shuitong's attitude, too, remained resolute as she returned. Okay, Sister Hong, thank you for the reminder, but in this case, I can only tell you that there is no way I will regret what I said today, because I didn't say anything wrong, and I'm even less wrong about all of this. I have a clear conscience. Chapter 71 or Elimination. The host, Lu Cece, saw that the situation was a bit off for the two, so she hurriedly came out to change the topic. Alright, then I wonder Shuitong, how many points are you going to give to the jade-faced fox? It was only after being interjected by Lu Cece that Wang Zutong and Li Hong, both of them, did not continue. Wang Shuitong thought for a moment. I'll give it a 9. Go Jade Fox. Thanks. Thank you judges. After seeing Wang Shuitong, who had directly given her 9 points, the Jade Fox was once again incomparably grateful and excited. After Wang Shuitong finished, there was only Yan Ranran left to be the last one, not given any points, so it was soon her turn. Ren, what do you think of this song by Jade Fox? When Yan Ranran heard this, she also directly returned. My father, he is also a person who has loved me very much since I was a child. As far as I can remember, my father never hit me because he really loved me, but I didn't let him down. I guess that's why I've always been my father's pride. So the Jade Fox situation, I can understand. I'll give it an 8. Thank you judges. After Yan Ranran gave her score, the jade-faced fox rose up in another burst of gratitude. The 4 judges on the scene all gave their scores, and with the way things are going, Jade Fox advancing is, well, the nail in the coffin, because each of the 4 judges, each of them, had given her passing marks, unlike the 2 in front of her, Black Pig and Duck Head. It's just that, in addition to the hurdle of the 4 judges, there's also the hurdle of the audience. The audience scores that haven't even been played yet haven't been given yet. After the 4 judges all gave their scores, the host, Lu Cece, looked to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, then I wonder what you think. What kind of song does Jade Fox sing? In your hearts, how many points can she score? Judging from everything that had happened before, the host, Lu Cece, was kind of asking the same question knowingly, because the audience, that was pretty bad for Jade Fox. Almost everyone thought that Jade Fox was here to sell her misery on this stage. Is it possible for viewers to give good marks in such a situation? Though all 4 judges all of whom backed up Jade Fox. All criticized the audience. But will that really change the way Jade Fox is perceived by the audience? The answer is difficult because the audience also has their own understanding, their own opinions. So this is the kind of thing where it's not like just anyone can come out, criticize a sentence or two, and change someone. What's more, thousands of viewers, on the current situation, have a problem with Jade Fox. Maybe the judges' words, their criticisms really did change some people's opinion of Jade Fox, but with so many people, it's unlikely that everyone will be changed by the judges, because in the eyes of the audience, and they weren't wrong, Jade Fox was here to sell out. The fact that the audience did this is perfectly understandable in terms of fairness. They are doing nothing more than that, to keep the game fair. The fact that Jade Fox moved her father out of the picture as soon as she appeared was a sellout in their eyes. How can the audience accept someone who sells out? The stage needs strength, not a chance to sell out. And the audience, they didn't realize that they were wrong themselves. So many people think Jade Fox sings about my old father at home, and that the song is selling out for a reason. It's actually the singing that's so hard for the audience to take in. That's why they subconsciously just assume it's selling out. If only Jade Fox had sung really well for the audience as soon as she opened her mouth, then perhaps the word sell out would appear a lot less, or maybe even, basically, not at all. But it's all too late now, because the word sellout has become the nail in the coffin. So when the host, C.C. Liu, asked the audience what they thought of the Jade Fox's performance, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were once again astonishing. Out, out, eliminate, we don't want people who sell out. We want people who are really good at what they do. Elimination. If you can still advance like this, what is the point of this show's existence? Is it to sell out? If selling out can win, what about the other hard-working players? What are they supposed to do? They've worked so hard for so long, and since they're still no better than a sellout, they're here. After this look, may I ask who will still put in the effort? Showing real strength. All go to sell their misery is not enough. There are people who sympathize anyway. Damn. Now there's someone to defend you for selling out, right? Is there something you can't tell us? That's it. Knockout, knockout. Rejecting the insiders and eliminating the sellouts. The audience on the floor, though, had been pressed by the judges and had not dared to make any more noise. But the people watching live, the thousands of viewers, don't have that to worry about. They say what they have to say, because it seems to them that they aren't at fault either. It's the players that are at fault. It's the people who are harboring them. Wang Qingya, who was in the restroom, saw the scene once again, and he burst into another fit of rage. Originally, it was thought that the audience would more or less die down after the 4 judges supported Jade Fox, but what was never expected was that the judges' support, their forcefulness, nonetheless didn't make the audience reflect. Instead, it is even more enraging them, and being perceived by them as if there is some kind of inside story about this. There's some kind of ulterior motive. This is something that really took everyone by surprise. On this side of the scene, no one made a sound after the host, C.C. Liu, asked how the audience viewed the Jade Fox. Having no choice but to continue, Liu then continued, "Friends of the audience, please start voting below. Please support Jade Fox by voting for her to advance." 10-second countdown begins. 10, 9, the polls are open. With the host's command, the tens of thousands of viewers on the scene all picked up the voting machines in their hands and began to vote. The others, on the other hand, were watching this with immense tension, especially the Jade Fox herself. With so many people having just opposed her, she wasn't sure if she would be able to leave a good impression in the minds of the audience. So now she kept praying silently in her heart that the audience would understand her and her intentions. But this time, I'm afraid it's going to be a disappointment for her, because she became, since the start of the Masked Singer program, the worst and most miserable one. Soon the voting was over, and everyone was expectant, looking at the big screen, hoping to see a good score. Chapter 72 Audience Response. However, when the big screen showed the results of the vote, many people were dumbfounded. The tens of thousands of viewers on the scene, who supported Jade Fox and voted for her, since they had only just broken through 1,000, and those who opposed her, since it amounted to 0.9%. So many. This situation, or the Masked Singer since the beginning of the broadcast, the first time to meet the first encounter. This result shocked all the people, even the host Liu Cece, at this moment, were shocked, speechless, a little messed up, because the situation, it was really so bad that she didn't react for a moment, and even wondered if it was, like, a problem with the machine. When she started out, it was also clear that perhaps there wouldn't be many people who supported the Jade Fox, but she didn't expect it to be so few. And since there are so many people who are against her, it's up to 90% of the population. With so many people against it, even if all 4 judges unanimously gave the Jade Fox full marks, it wouldn't help. because it's not the judges the show is watching, it's the viewers. So what if you're a great judge? If you go against the audience, then who's going to come to your show? Did you, yourselves, act it out with the judges and see it for yourselves? So the real source of what determines a win or a loss is always those in the audience. Without the audience, everything else is a joke. This is such a huge change. Shocked not only the host Lu Cc, even Li Hong. They now feel powerless up. Li Hong was full of anger, but she had nowhere to vent it. She didn't understand what was going on in the hearts of these viewers. How did a song that expresses a father's love become a song that sells misery in the eyes of these people? Even Li Hong, now, was beginning to wonder to herself if she had missed something as well, and that's why she couldn't understand these viewers. There was nothing the judges could do about their anger. At this point, because there was nothing they could do to change the audience's decision. The live audience, on the other hand, gave this result, but it made countless people who tuned into the live broadcast celebrate with relief, because they finally beat the insiders, they finally beat the sellouts. With so many of them, it would be pathetic if they still let the sellout advance. So this result now is something that really makes the viewer's heart happy. What they've been worrying about has finally come to fruition. They've finally turned away the sellout contestants and left the opportunity to, well, the truly powerful. Those of you on the scene, you're good, and we support you. That's right, we're rooting for you guys, and that's the way it should be when dealing with players who sell out. Those of you on the scene who are against it, you are all good, defying power, daring to oppose capital, opposing insiders, cheering and supporting you. Those who still support the sellout contestants, what are they thinking? Doesn't their conscience really hurt? The live stream pop-ups were filled with all kinds of words of support, words from the live audience, and criticism of those who had voted in favor. The three of them, Wang Qingya, in the restroom were equally at a loss as to what to do at this point. At this moment, even Duckhead was a little worried about the Jade Fox, because Duckhead was, before, one of the worst players ever. So really, deep down, he's always wanted someone that's worse than him. That way, he could advance and compete in the triple finals. But now, after the Jade Fox was really worse than him, he was a little worried instead, because this achievement was really too bad. The people who supported her, since it had only just reached 1,000 people only. Such a result is absolutely unprecedented. So now Duckhead, even though he'd seen Jade Fox worse than him, wasn't as happy as he'd been before, and he wasn't even happy anymore. Wang Qingya, on the other hand, had his fists clenched tightly together at this time, because he really couldn't understand these people. Why are they like this? Why do they think so little of a father's love? Is a father's love really worthless in their eyes? Reality is reality, and no matter how hard it is for you to accept, it is always going to be faced. The host, Lu Cc, she quickly reacted from it, and she also held back the nervousness in her heart and took out the state that a host should have. Well, thank you, viewers, for supporting Jade Fox. Thank you all. Liusi always kept a smile on her face, so that no one could see the negative emotions in her heart. And Jade Fox, when she saw her own end, she didn't cry as she did before. Instead she was silent, because her heart, the moment she saw the votes cast by the audience, was completely broken. She didn't understand how her love for her father, her gratitude to him, had become a sellout in the eyes of others. Can't it be that she's really selling out to others? No, whether it was selling out or not, the Jade Fox herself still knew very well, no matter how outsiders viewed her, her gratitude to her father and her love for him will never change. She is not going to change what is in her heart just because outsiders misunderstand her and don't understand her. That would be a real disservice to her father, so she stuck to her ideals. Seeing the audience giving such a result, the Jade Fox knew in her heart that there was no need for her to stay here anymore. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. Jade Fox forced herself to hold back the aggravation in her heart and uttered a thank you to those who supported her. After that, she stopped waiting for the host and the judges to say anything else, and turned around and ran backstage. The moment she turned around, she finally couldn't hold it back any longer, so tears rolled down her face in her mask. The jade-faced fox ran all the way back into the lounge, and the three of them, Wang Qingya, wanted to rush forward to comfort her upon seeing her return. Fox, are you okay? No need to pay attention to those people. Wang Qingya was the first to step forward and stopped her to comfort her, but she pushed him away, then ran into the restroom and slammed the door. Woohoo! Running into the restroom, the jade-faced fox couldn't hold it in any longer at all, so she let out a loud cry. Snap! Seeing her suddenly run into the restroom, Wang Qingya hurriedly tapped on the door. Fox, what are you doing in there? What's going on? Come out and let's all talk together. The two, Black Pig and Duckhead, also rushed over together to comfort them. Soon the staff, including the judges, all came over, but Jade Fox just hid in the restroom and cried, refusing to come out. Everyone was very worried, afraid she wouldn't be able to think or something, but there was no point in doing anything about it. She just wouldn't come out. In the end, it was the director, Wang Fugue, who gave the order. Alright, everyone leave her alone. I'll go back and continue the program. Chapter 73 Standing on the Cusp of the Storm. The director ordered everyone to get back to work before the crowd left one after the other. As the broadcast was still going on, everyone had already wasted a bit of time for the Jade Fox, and if they didn't continue the live broadcast, the audience would only be more opinionated. So everyone went to work first, leaving a few people to guard the Jade Fox. Soon, everyone was once again in the swing of things, and because next up was the Grey Wolf everyone had been waiting for, so the atmosphere was quite electric, both live and in person. Those viewers who had been watching earlier because they didn't want to, the other contestants, were finally coming back to tune in to the live stream at this point. So the number of people on the live broadcast, as this time is constantly on the rise, more and more people flocked into the live broadcast room. The host, C.C. Liu, stood on the stage and was very happy to say to all of them, "Ladies and gentlemen, up next is the Grey Wolf contestant. I know everyone has been waiting for him for a long time, so next, let's have the Grey Wolf contestant on stage." Ah! As the host's words finished, screams erupted from the floor, and so did Wang Qingge, who walked onto the stage from backstage amidst the screams of the audience. Wang Qingge walked onto the stage and was greeted, though, by the audience's enthusiastic calls, but at this time, he was not happy at all, and even under his mask, his face was a bit ugly, because at this time, he was really too disappointed in all the people here. The people here really let him see what was meant by ruthlessness. What happened with the jade-faced fox just now made Wang Qingge unhappy in any way, and he really wanted to loudly admonish this group of people right now. Do they know gratitude or not? Do they know fatherly love or not? Do they have parents or not? But he still held back. He had to take his time, little by little, to make these people realize their previous mistakes and make them repent for what they just did. Wang Qingge, who had already arrived on the stage, stood where he was and looked at the audience on the stage, welcoming him warmly. Grey Wolf, Grey Wolf. Every spectator was, with unbridled enthusiasm, calling his name. Now even the pop-ups in the broadcast room were constantly flashing the words Grey Wolf. Okay folks, please be quiet for a moment. Host Lu Cc let the scene quiet down. The crowd only then from the excitement, slowly calmed down the mood. Only after the audience was quiet did Lu Cc ask Wang Qingge, "Contestant Grey Wolf, back on stage again. Is there something you have to say, that you would like to say to everyone? Or, what song are you going to sing today? For that matter, is it someone else's song, or is it one of your own original songs?" The host, Lu Cc, asked Wang Qingge a few questions in a row before he thought for a moment before replying. "Moderator, before I sing, can I say a few words to the group?" "Sure, go ahead." The program group, what they wanted was for Wang Qingge to interact with the audience more often, so hearing him say that, Lu Cc naturally welcomed it very much. And after meeting Wang Qingge and having to say a few words to everyone, both the audience at the scene and those watching the live broadcast, they all quieted down at this point, not daring to make any more noise, because they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hear what Wang Qingge said next. Wang Qingge saw that everyone had quieted down before he spoke. "I'm sure you've all, by now, seen my last installment, right? I did mention my own experience in the last installment. That's right, I grew up an orphan, an adopted orphan, and the family that adopted me, they really did see me as their own, especially my father. The love and care he has given me has outweighed anything in the world, so to speak, and I wouldn't be where I am now if it weren't for him. That's why I respect my father so much, even more than my real parents did. But my father, who has given so much to me and helped me so much, I have not repaid him at all. He was gone from this world before I could repay him, before I could give him my blessing. This, in my life, is the greatest regret, the favor that can never be repaid." When Wang Qingge said this, those who could hear him already understood. We all know, the original he rushed at this time, but also to say a little about his father, in order to help the jade-faced fox, to fight to come. It was just that when Wang Qingge did this at this moment, it made some of the audience unhappy. The people on the scene, while no one dared to squeak, those who were tuned in to the live broadcast couldn't hold back any longer. "Why Grey Wolf? What is your intention in telling us this now? Is it to fight for that jade-faced fox? For the sake of that jade-faced fox? It's the Grey Wolf. I know everyone likes you, but you mustn't go overboard. Grey Wolf, stop talking and hurry up and sing. Let's forget about that, okay? Damn, what does this Grey Wolf want? He doesn't really think that just because everyone likes him, he can do whatever he wants, does he? You should know that water can carry a boat and it can also overturn a boat. The audience can stick you. Naturally, it can also destroy you all. That's right, this gray wolf, he doesn't know any better, does he? He thinks he's sung a few original songs. With a little power, can you do whatever you want and ignore the decisions of the public? Does he really think that after he has the power, he can rig the game in favor of the players who sell out? That's right, I also think that Grey Wolf went a bit overboard as well, since he spoke up for that player who was selling out. It's hard to believe that he really thought that he, after a bit of strength, ignored the rules of the competition and spoke for the sellout. If that's the case, what about the other contestants who are on their own merits, on their own strengths? What are they going to do? Aren't they pitiful? Grey Wolf himself in the beginning. It is by virtue of the strength of the promotion. How do you now help sell the miserable speak? Countless viewers expressed their dissatisfaction with Wang Chingas at this point. While everyone likes him and looks forward to his performances, it just doesn't work to speak for the sellout. Wang Chingas' decision also left the program's team somewhat at a loss as to what to do. The director, Wang Fugue, almost fainted after he saw Wang Chinga speak for Jade Fox as soon as she came on stage. Because Wang Chinga, after speaking the topic of fatherly love, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly flashed. Countless unkind words were said, from those who criticized him, to those who called him names, to those who said they had an inside track. In short, there were a lot of unfriendly words throughout the live broadcast. When Wang Fugue saw this, he hurriedly used the microphone and spoke to him. Brother Grey Wolf, stop talking and hurry up and sing, I beg you. Chapter 74 Fatherhood is not selling out. The viewers, right now, have really strong opinions about you. Please stop saying that, okay? When Wang Chinga heard this from the director, he directly turned off the microphone. If he just let it go today, would he still be human? If expressing fatherly love is called selling out, then what is fatherly love? What is true love? Viewers, just because Jade Fox sings poorly, they say she's using her father's love to sell out. Is that what you call fair? So today, Wang Chinga absolutely couldn't just let it go. Even if the program was going to block him afterwards, he still had to say it. And some of the people who supported Wang Chinga and the Jade Fox had admired his courage after seeing that he now dared to stand on the tip of the storm and speak. Because of this, if this matter was not handled well, then Wang Chinga's future was also very likely to be ruined. So choosing to stand up and speak about fatherhood at this time requires not only strong courage, but also the determination to bear all the consequences. The four judges, after seeing Wang Chinga stand up at this point and help the Jade Fox, they were also very impressed. Because of this matter, even they, the judges, couldn't do anything more, but Wang Chinga still chose to come forward. So at this time, the four judges really admired Wang Chinga very much. Li Hong, in particular, when she saw Wang Chinga standing up and talking about her father's love and her own father, her eyes drifted to Wang Xuetong. It means, didn't you, Wang Zutong, say that your little brother is an ungrateful person? Then what's up with him now on stage, expressing his love for his father? Wang Xuetong naturally had also seen Li Hong looking at her in this scene, but she didn't know what Li Hong meant, so it didn't matter and continued to focus on what was going on stage. The fact that Wang Chinga stood out and helped the Jade Fox to speak was not only admired by others, even the Jade Fox herself was very thankful at this point. Even though Jade Fox, by herself, was hiding in the restroom, she still had her phone on to watch the live stream. So when she saw the Grey Wolf, since he had stepped out and helped speak up for her, she felt an instant warmth in her heart. How could she not expect that this person, who did not know her, who was not very familiar with her, would do it for her, a stranger, and willing to take such a big risk? This kind of thing, if not mastered well, then the Grey Wolf will also be possible, followed by the destruction. He was already so hot himself, but he was still willing to take such a risk for her, so the Jade Fox was already at a loss as to how to be grateful to him. This kind of thing, if it were anyone else, then they would have run as far away as possible. How would they still bump into the muzzle of a gun? But the Grey Wolf did not. Instead of running, he stood out of his own accord. This was something that the Jade Fox never expected. Thanks. At this time, the jade-faced fox wiped her tears, looked at Wang Chinga in the cell phone, and whispered a thank you. She had taken off her mask, and it turned out that underneath it, she was really only in her 20s, and she had a delicate face. It was just that her face was now full of crying marks, which somewhat detracted from the beauty. Jade Fox's real name is Zhang Xiaoqiao, and she is still a college student. She came to the show and made it all the way here because she usually sings better. But alas, she chose the old songs this time in order to thank her father for his love for her. It's the bad singing that makes the audience mistakenly think she's here to sell out, and that's why this happened. But Zhang Xiaoqiao has no regrets, because she knows she is not wrong, and she has even less idea of selling out to the audience. It's just that everyone's misunderstanding of her right now has really hurt this little girl mentally. But after seeing the Grey Wolf, who went out of his way to help her, Jiang Xiaoqiao also felt that she wasn't alone, and that at least there were people who understood her. At this moment, Wang Qingge, standing on the stage, looked at the eyes of the audience under the stage. He then already knew what effect his turn of phrase had on these people. The audience, now, all had some hatred for Wang Qingge, because in the eyes of the crowd, he was speaking for the Jade Fox. That would be tantamount to supporting the contestants selling out. And selling out is, in everyone's opinion, unfair to the other contestants. Wang Qingge was the player everyone was expecting, but he was now going to do this. So he moved, the one that really broke a lot of people's, well, hearts. Looking at the audience's reaction, Wang Qingge once again said, everyone, although not all fatherhood, all parenthood, is worthy of being honored. But what I want to tell you, now, is that those great selfless parents? The father's love really makes it impossible for us to forget, or even pay back, what they have given for us. But I don't know today, what's wrong with people? Since they're accusing a contestant who's trying to express his fatherly love as being here to sell out, do you really think this is the right thing to do? At this moment, Wang Qingge finally stopped pretending, and with what he had just said, perhaps he still had reservations, but at this moment, finally and completely stopped pretending. That's right, he was here to fight for the Jade Fox, and the result was such that the audience, who had been holding back, couldn't hold back any longer. Some emotional viewers, directly on the air, said, so, the Grey Wolf contestants, too, support selling out, do they? He's all for selling out. Who does this guy think he is? He can write a few songs and he's floating? Never really liked this guy, didn't think I was right, since he supports the contestants and sells out on the show. That's just it. If the show can be attended by selling out, wouldn't it be better if we invited poor people to attend? Many viewers, who had started to accuse Wang Qingge, began to attack him, and some of the viewers who were new to the show were confused and didn't know what was going on. After Wang Qingge tore off the last piece of shaming cloth, there were some audience members on the scene who couldn't hold back any longer. Finally, an audience member at the scene, who was very angry, stood out and asked Wang Qingge, Grey Wolf contestant, so you're supporting the sellout now, are you? When someone suddenly asked a question like this, everyone looked at Wang Qingge nervously, wanting to see how he answered. Wang Qingge, on the other hand, adjusted her mind and tried to calm herself back down. My friend here, I have already said that fatherhood is not child's play, much less selling out. If you guys have to think that, then I can't help it. Next up is my original song, Father. Wang Qingge didn't want to, anymore, talk nonsense to them. All he wanted to do now was to use a song to tell the audience that they were just wrong. Chapter 75. Sing even if you are the enemy of the world. What? What did he say? He's going to sing the original song, Father. After hearing Wang Qingge say that he was going to sing an original song Father, everyone was stunned. It's a delicate situation right now. The contestants don't see eye to eye with the audience, and each side thinks the other is wrong. The audience just balked at the fact that the previous Jade Fox song, My Old Father at Home, was the sellout song to come. Although Wang Qingge supported the Jade Fox, it wasn't to the point where everyone hated him. But now when Wang Qingge said that he was going to sing a song named Father, the audience couldn't help themselves. The name is Father, so the song doesn't need to be over-explained. It's clear to everyone that it's a song that expresses a father's love. It's fine for you to support other people's misery, but now you want to come and sell it too? Why does he come to challenge everyone's bottom line when he knows that everyone is so against selling misery? Who gave him the courage to go against everyone anymore? Anyway, after hearing Wang Qingge say that he was going to sing original songs Father, many people were about to be pissed off, including many of his supporters. The judges were no exception. Li Hong originally met Wang Qingge and dared to stand up for the jade-faced fox and question the audience. She then already admired his courage, because it was something that many contestants would not necessarily be able to do and dare to do. But he, Wang Qingge, dared to speak up for the contestants even at the risk, which really made Li Hong admire him. But when Li Hong heard Wang Qingge say that he was going to sing a song called Father's Song, she realized that she had still underestimated him. The fact that he was already able to speak up for the contestants and dare to oppose the audience was already very admirable to Li Hong. But he's going to do more than just that. He's going to be completely with the audience, to the death. He's going to show the audience that they're just wrong with his actions. If he's just speaking in favor of people and is just upset with the audience, then there's still room to maneuver on this. But if, again and again, he is bent on offending the audience to the death and completely siding with them, he was straight up completely hopeless when that happened. Such a consequence, Li Hong did not believe that Wang Qingge himself would not think of it, but he still wanted to do it anyway. So at this time, Li Hong had to admire him. Even Li Hong was beginning to realize that perhaps in some things, she was really inferior to Wang Qingge. Take this matter now. If she and Wang Qingge's roles were swapped, then she wouldn't have had so much courage to go against the whole world. But Wang Qingge dared to do so. He just dared to do so, and it was the kind of thing that he didn't hesitate to do. The four judges were not only Li Hong who thought so, Wang Zutong was also, at this time, very much admiring this contestant on the stage. Wang Zutong's admiration, however, was a bit different from the others, as she was looking at it from the Grey Wolf's orphan status. What she saw now was just a man who had been an orphan since childhood and was willing to go against the world in order to prove the greatness of his father's love and to thank his adoptive father for his kindness. This is the kind of thing that many of the biological ones, not to mention the orphans, wouldn't necessarily dare to do. But this man on the stage, he just did it, and although he was just an orphan, he understood the greatness of a father better than anyone else. Thinking of this, Wang Shuitong, again inexplicably, compared her little brother, Wang Qingge, to the contestants on stage. She didn't understand why the two people with the same destiny chose paths that were diametrically opposed to each other. Naturally different. Just what would be the consequences of this player doing this? Wang Shuitong couldn't help but worry a little for him as well. Yan Ranran, who was a member of the judging panel, was thinking the same thing in her heart at the moment. From the time Wang Qingge dared to stand up against the audience, she was already impressed. But what he did next, once again made Yan Ranran admire him, since he dared to go against everyone for something that, originally, had little to do with him. This was indeed what made Yan Ranran incomparably admirable. But Yan Ranran, while admiring, kept thinking in her heart that such a righteous and principled person was the person who dared to go against everyone really her Yan Ranran's classmate? If it really was her classmate, then why was she just unable to guess the other person's identity? A person with such strength and a sense of justice, if they knew each other, would she, Yan Ranran, not remember it, would not be able to recall it? At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiao, who was hiding in the restroom of the lounge restroom, her whole body was dumbfounded when she saw Wang Qingge's decision. Originally, she had been grateful when the other party spoke up for her and offended the audience for her. But it never occurred to me that the other party not only wanted to offend the audience for her, but now they are going directly against the audience by singing songs that express the love of a father. This matter made Zhang Xiaoqiao, already not knowing what to do for the best. Given the state of the audience at the moment, she knew in her heart that if the Grey Wolf were to sing the song of fatherly love as well, it would definitely end up the same as her, or even worse than her. That's why she hated to see the other person like this. She didn't want to see the other person, just to help her, a stranger, fight for a breath of air, and cut her own great career short. Grey Wolf, don't sing, I beg you, it will ruin you. Zhang Xiaoqiao looked at the cell phone helplessly and said with tears in her eyes, but unfortunately, no one could hear her words. When Wang Qingge said that he was going to sing the song about his father, the people from the program, likewise, almost didn't die of anger. The director, Wang Fugue, was dumbfounded to the point that his entire body was dumbfounded after seeing Wang Qingge say that he was going to sing a song like father's love. Obviously what's happening is that everyone hates songs like fatherhood that sell out anymore. But he's still on it. Doesn't he want to hurt people? If Grey Wolf was bent on singing a song like father's love, then Wang Fugue didn't need to think about it to know the fate of their program. Next, by the time the show, it's going to make everyone spray until it's completely unviable to run for this. Their show, with all the hustle and bustle of this show, was supposed to be sucking up traffic on the Grey Wolf, but now the other party's approach, where is the traffic sucking to come, is clearly want to blow dry them, to force them to death. Grey Wolf, don't sing that kind of song. I forbid you to sing that kind of song. You change it for me right now. Although the other party had turned off the microphone, director Wang Fugue still shouted angrily, hoping to prevent a tragedy from happening. As for Wang Qingge at this time, he stood on the stage, seeing the audience's shocked and unquestionable gaze. He didn't flinch at all, for he had decided long ago that today he must show them what a father's love is. A father's love is not a child's play, let alone a sellout, but a favor that many can never repay in a lifetime. He ignored the stares of the audience and didn't think about the words of the countless people who had already tuned into the live stream and told him to get off the stage. Chapter 76. What have I done? Father, I wrote this song for my adoptive father, and although he is not my real father, he has long outlived everything in my heart. Please enjoy. Below, my original song Father. Things had come to this point. It was completely impossible to end. The only thing that could be done, and that was to make Wang Qingge sing. And as Wang Qingge's words fell, the music finally started. The music was playing, but this time, unlike before, the audience wasn't expecting anything. Instead, he was told to get off the stage and stop singing, especially by those who tuned into the live broadcast, and they cursed even more. But no matter how much those people, no matter how much they resisted, they could no longer change the facts. It was because Wang Qingge's song had finally come, always asking you for it, without ever saying thank you, until after I grow up. It's not easy to understand you. It's always pretend every time you leave. Easy as pie. Go back with a smile. turn around and wet your eyes with tears. As Wang Qingge opened his mouth, everything that was originally raging was instantly calmed down by his song, because what he sang was not only good, but also very meaningful, and the lyrics were many times better than what Jade Fox had sung before. My old father at home. So after Wang Qingge opened his mouth, those who had originally told him to get lost also froze for a moment. How many people in today's society are not uprooted from their homes, left their parents to go work overseas and raise a family? So when they heard this song, they all froze. How I wish it was just like before. Take your warm palm, but you're not with me. Send the breeze to Hong Kong. Without waiting for the crowd to react too much, Wang Qingge's song came again, and this time it was even more so that countless people, their hearts were touched. Without much pause, the climax of the whole song has come. Time, slow down. Don't let you get any older. I would use everything I have in exchange for your years, a lifetime of being a strong dad. What I can do for you, a trivial concern, take it. Thank you for everything. Hands on our home. Always do your best. Give me the best. Am I your pride? Still worried about me, the child you're holding on to? Grow up. Wang Qingge. The climax of the song instantly brought tears to the eyes of countless people, because this song really reminds a lot of people of their parents and everything at home, and the lyrics of the song are written as if they were like every single person's experience. No, I should say that the lyrics are about something that everyone has experienced, and that's what makes everyone resonate with the song. Just by hearing this, there were already many people who could no longer hold back their tears, whether it was the audience on the spot, or those watching the live broadcast. All of them couldn't help but cry out in pain. Even a hardened man, who had rarely shed a tear in his life, had wet his eyes at that moment, because whether you're a tough guy or not, it's your parents who give you everything you have, before you've even grown up. Isn't it true that when you couldn't stand on your own 2 feet, you were constantly asking your parents for more? The song opens with that already stated, bringing back the realization that when everyone starts out, they are asking their parents for something. It's the only way to get to where we are now, with all that we have. But nowadays, when we all grow up and start a family and want to repay our parents, they are no longer around. All you can do is look in the direction of home and silently pray for them to stay safe. But peace is peace, and whether one is healthy or not, one is always going to grow old. Watching your parents getting older day by day, you are anxious but still can't do anything. At this point, again, you can only look to time and hope that they slow down and don't age your parents. But does it really work? We all know what works and what doesn't, and it's not just self-congratulation. The fact that your parents are slowly aging, even if you would trade your whole life for them being young, is not something you can do. A parent's life is always about showing a strong side out in front of their children, but after seeing how strong our parents are, we still can't do anything. The only thing that could be done for them was that meager concern. Only no one knows that this insignificant concern of ours is the best return and the best greeting to our parents. I used to do my best and give everything to my parents, and now I'm finally growing up. It also finally became what they wished to see. And even more so, the pride of their hearts. At this time there is no one, and then dare to stand up and say that fatherhood is selling misery. Because fatherhood and motherhood are not selling misery at all. Rather, it's the gift of nurturing that you can't pay back. No way to let go of. In this life, in this lifetime, that is the love that everyone needs to remember with their whole life. The affection that should not be forgotten at any time. More than that, he shouldn't be seen as child's play, as a taboo for selling misery. Before, everyone didn't understand, but now after Wang Qingge's song, there were already countless people who instantly came to their senses. They finally realized their mistake and how ridiculous their previous those statements were. How could they be who they are today without a father's love and without their parents? And the reason why they, before, had so mocked fatherhood as something that sells misery. It's nothing more than poorly written lyrics and bad singing by the singer that makes them that way. But something like fatherhood is not something you can just go around criticizing because you think the lyrics are poorly written or sung. Because the love of a father and mother, in its purest form, he is not subject to any limitations. Now admit it. What happened before was that it was the singer's bad singing that gave them the preconceived notion that all this fatherhood stuff came from selling out. It wasn't until now, awakened by Wang Qingge's song, that they realized their mistake and knew how ignorant they had been before. Since they would mock their parents who gave everything for them, since they said that everything their parents did for them was to sell out to others, those who have done so before have not only lost their conscience, they have seen everything that their own parents did for them as wrong. Now they realize what the best love in the world is, and that is the love that parents give to their children. Because parents, no matter how much they give for their children, they are not asking for anything in return. That's the greatest love in the world. It doesn't sell misery. Chapter 77 Never disappointed. Whether it was the audience at the scene or the hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast, as long as they were touched in their hearts, They all shed tears at this moment. The singer they've been waiting for, the contestant they've been waiting for, still didn't disappoint. Another original, a deeply meaningful song that perfectly illustrates a father's love and once again brought tears to the eyes of them all. Whether it's at the very beginning when I'm gone, or later, or the beautiful myths, including the father who sings at the moment, this man called Grey Wolf never disappoints. Each of his songs, each of his originals, always brings countless listeners to tears. The phenomenon of making the listener cry almost every time he sings a song is like it's become exclusive to him, especially now that the song Father is the most admired, because it's a song that's in almost everyone's, disfavor, in everyone's opposition. He sang the song with intent, and vanquished those who were against him and against the Father's love. No one dared to underestimate him in the first place, and now after this mess, no one would dare to underestimate him even more in the future. After all, who could be like him who had to insist on going against the crowd when everyone was against it? And at the end of the day, the one who convinced everyone by himself? It can be said that there are very few of them. So now, it was like everyone was reacquainting themselves with the power of the Grey Wolf. The song continued with Grey Wolf on stage at this point. How much I want to be the same as before. Take your warm palm. Looking at the stage, the contestant, Grey Wolf, who continued to sing. The people on the stage had different thoughts at that moment. Diva Li Hong looked at him. She had been shocked by him and was somewhat at a loss for words. Ever since she had known this man, Li Hong had lost count of how many times she had been shocked by his strength, by his abilities. This time, the fact that Wang Qingge dared to stand up against everyone already made Li Hong admire her. Especially next, he's going against everyone, knowing full well that everyone is against fatherhood selling out. He also had to insist on singing songs related to his father's love, which, once again, made Li Hong admire the man immensely. But at first, Li Hong admired it. She would never have imagined that the other party would be able to once again use her singing voice to save the day and change everyone's opinion. In Li Hong's opinion, Wang Qing sings songs related to fatherhood, which is doomed to go down the road to nowhere, because she doesn't think, with everyone so vehemently, against the father's love. Wang Qingge still manages to get people to like him, not to mention that what he sings is not just any other song, but everyone's hostile fatherly love. If Wang Qingge was singing something else, then Li Hong still believed that he, by all means, had a certain chance to win back everyone's goodwill towards him. But the song he wanted to sing was related to fatherhood, which made it difficult for Li Hong. Though Li Hong didn't want anything to happen to him, that was already like a fact. So when Wang Qingge decided to sing songs related to fatherhood, Li Hong's thoughts at the time were, this time around, he was afraid that he was going to be in big trouble. But what Li Hong never expected was that Wang Qingge's anticlimax had once again refreshed her knowledge. Since he was in a situation where he was going against everyone, all of them, and since he was singing songs related to fatherhood, it didn't take long to open his mouth, and he's already brought countless people to tears. Once again, he used his heaven-defying strength to change everyone's opinion, proving all those people wrong. He proved that fatherhood is not child's play or selling out, and he won again. And it's a big win, because at this moment, those who are just beginning to oppose fatherhood, who think it's selling out, long ago they dared not squeak, for they all realized that they themselves were indeed wrong. Fatherhood isn't selling out, it's just that when they started, it was because of other singers, who didn't sing well. That's why, in anger and displeasure, it makes them all agree that singing songs about fatherhood is selling out. But now, when it was Wang Qingge's turn, he sang the song of a father's love with that contagious voice. It made all those people quiet and listen, and they realized that they were wrong about themselves. So now, no one thinks anymore that fatherhood is all about selling misery. And the person who had changed so quickly the opinions of countless people in just a few minutes was the person on stage, singing at the moment. Thinking about this Li Hong, she realized that she couldn't see through this person at all. Looking at him is like looking into an abyss. You never know what horrible, world-shattering, lurid event will come out of the abyss next second. The judge, Wang Zutong, looked at the Grey Wolf on the stage who was singing with deep emotion, and her heart was touched very strongly. Wang Zutong thought differently from the others. She didn't know why. Every time she saw this player called Grey Wolf, when he does something amazing, something that shocks the world, he is associated with his little brother, because he and her little brother, both of them are orphans. But the difference between the two is, like a chasm, the other party is an orphan, yet he has such power. Not only does he have a good singing voice, but his songwriting ability is also top-notch. On the contrary, her own little brother, steady a complete waste, do what cannot. It was this moment in particular that was the most unacceptable to Wang Xuetong. She couldn't understand why this Grey Wolf loved his adoptive father so much when he was obviously just a, well, adopted orphan. Even for his adoptive father, He composed such a song that expresses the greatness of a father's love out and conquered all. On the other hand, her own little brother, although he was also an orphan adopted by their family, let alone telling him to, like Grey Wolf, create such a song expressing his father's love, even if he just needs to. It would be nice to understand his father in general, to understand how hard it is for his family, but these, her little brother could never do. And this was the reason why Wang Shuetong felt unbalanced in her heart. Obviously they were the same people, but what they did was so different, she really couldn't figure it out. While wondering, Wang Shuetong had fantasized that if this Grey Wolf on the stage was her little brother, how great it would be, but she knew that such a fantasy was just a distant hope for her. She didn't dare to think much more about it for fear that she would think of the other person in the same way as her own little brother, and add to her grief alone. Yan Ranran, who was the one who was rumored to have known the Grey Wolf, was in the same situation at this time, pretty much the same as the crowd. She likewise didn't expect that this Grey Wolf, since he would make all the opposing people on the whole internet, with a song of fatherly love, be convinced all of a sudden. Originally, when she had started out, she hadn't thought much of the Grey Wolf's decision this time around. Chapter 78 Gratitude from the Fathers. But the answer given by the other side, the result given, was greatly unexpected. Not only did the other side do it, but they managed to make those who, 1 second, were saying that fatherhood is selling out, the next second have a 180-degree change in attitude. Again, by himself, he conquered everyone again, and once again convinced the crowd that he was the right one. Seeing such a person, Yan Ranran instantly felt somewhat powerless. If she, herself, were to compare herself to the Grey Wolf, then Yan Ranran believed that she would definitely lose and nothing would be left. If Yan Ranran herself, between herself and the Grey Wolf, were just simple strangers, then she would still feel better in her heart at this time. But things were not like that, since the Grey Wolf said that they knew each other and that the two of them were classmates. This made Yan Ranran very unacceptable because she never knew who the other party was. In her memory, there had never been such a person either. In fact, in Yan Ranran's heart, she had already had the idea that she didn't know the Grey Wolf at all. This is all just the other person lying about the two of them knowing each other, because Yan Ranran really had searched all the people she knew, but there was just no one who met this condition of the Grey Wolf. So in her heart, how she wished that the Grey Wolf's comment about the two of them knowing each other was just a joke. That way, perhaps she would feel better in her heart, because she couldn't tolerate that she was surrounded by such bulls, and she herself didn't know anything about it. Such a thing, Yan Ranran her was hard to accept, even unacceptable. But would the truth really be as she thought it would be? Had she really thought about everyone she knew? The answer must be whether or not, because the current Yan Ranran, no matter what she did, always forgot about one person, forgetting the one who once she herself cared for the most. She just didn't know that the one she had long since done and forgotten about was the answer she needed most. Pity, there would be no one to tell her about it, and she would never think about it again. And as the event, one of the most important people, Jiang Xiaoqiao, was also in the restroom at the moment, watching the Grey Wolf on the live broadcast screen. Her heart was incomparably touched. Originally, she had been extremely grateful when the other party dared to stand up for her, and then later, when it was known that Grey Wolf was going to choose to have to sing, too, songs related to fatherhood in order to help her out. Jiang Xiaoqiao was very anxious and helpless, because in her opinion, if the Grey Wolf sang, at this time, songs related to fatherly love, he was undoubtedly bumping into the gun himself. So at the time, she really wanted to stop the other person from doing that. Even she was almost so excited that she ran out to pull Grey Wolf off the stage to stop him from having to sing a song related to fatherhood. But her worries, her unease, were put to rest until the Grey Wolf opened his mouth, and the lyrics of his song reached each and every listener's ears. It wasn't until then that she realized that the other man wasn't an impulsive person, and it turned out that he had his own ideas about what he had to do, because he was convinced that he himself sang about fatherhood and sang songs that would touch everyone. And it's true, all of this he did, he really did, and changed the perception of fatherhood in the minds of countless people, until he heard the song sung by the Grey Wolf. Jiang Xiaoqiao didn't know that his song was the real expression of a father's love as a song. The lyrics are clear and easy to understand, and more importantly, every line sung in the song is something that many people have experienced. Such a song is the song of expression that truly expresses the father's love, interprets the father's love, and isolates into the father's love. With what Jiang Xiaoqiao had sung before, it was not a level of song at all. No wonder he could conquer everyone by himself. Now after hearing Wang Qing sing the song about his father, many people are reminded of their own parents. It was then that they understood that what their parents had done for them, over the years, was indeed not easy. For this reason now, many people are very grateful to their parents and miss their families in faraway places. In the old country, But now there is a group of people besides these, who miss their parents and their families. This group of people, they weren't missing their parents or their families, they were appreciating the gray wolves, because they, the people, are the parents of other people. They are the great men and women who have given their lives for the children in their families. As parents, they are just like the song says, they spend their whole life giving to their children without asking for anything in return. Whenever they are separated from their children, even though they are sad, they don't say so. Even in many cases, when their bodies age slowly over the years and there is some discomfort, they are afraid to tell their children, because they are afraid that their children, worrying about them, will not be able to work in peace. So most of the time, they, the parents, either put up with it themselves or go to the hospital themselves. They would never put, as a last resort, their own burdens on their children to carry. In spite of themselves, they give everything to their children and worry about them. But once, when it's their turn, they just don't want to, and let the kids waste a little more time with them. They are such a great group of people. A great group of people who have given everything, quietly, for their children and never asked for anything in return. But now it's different, because the gray wolf sings, in song, about their years of hard work and dedication. Where is the person who gives that doesn't want to be known or remembered? It's just that they, as parents, don't want their kids hanging around all day thinking about how much they're paying for them. That's why it's a choice to give silently without saying anything from the word go. But now, the gray wolf is helping these parents, who are too embarrassed to speak up and don't want their children to get attached, to speak out in song. How could they not be grateful? How could they not be happy? Because these parents know that now if only their children, listening to this song, can understand and comprehend how difficult it has been for them, the parents, for so many years. For this reason, they were really grateful to the gray wolf at this moment, who had helped them with his song, helping them to say, for so long, what they didn't know how to say, to their children. At this moment, not only did the children listen and cry, but even those parents, many of them were silently shedding tears, because their years of dedication, their years of hard work, are finally known and finally understood by the children. This made many of them, in their hearts, breathe a sigh of relief. Down. Chapter 79. No one dares to hear it again. The whole internet is now thinking of their mothers and fathers, and their parents are holding on to their children who are working outside the home. In addition to those of them, the people in this program at this time are very happy, especially director Wang Fugue, who had thought that gray wolf, going against the audience, had to sing songs related to fatherhood. That's completely hopeless, and it would even bring the show down too. But when the gray wolf spoke, Wang Fugue's worries dissipated, because once again, Grey Wolf has performed a miracle on this stage, and this one is bigger and more bombastic than ever before. The Grey Wolf sang against everyone's disapproval of his father, who made everyone regret it. This first father proved that those who opposed him before were just wrong. So the director, Wang Fugue, looked at the pop-ups that were originally a rant, but since the Grey Wolf opened his mouth, they all quieted down. He knew then that he had gambled right again, that their show had gambled right again, that they had gambled right again, with the Grey Wolf contestant. This time, after being sung so much by Grey Wolf, their show will not be affected in the slightest. On the contrary, their Masked Singer show is only going to be more popular and hotter than ever. This is something that makes everyone on the show happy. In fact, it is true that after Wang Chinga's song, the program Masked Singer will only become more popular than ever after tonight. Wang Chinga's song continued, but the listeners couldn't take it anymore, because this song, let the listener let the audience deeply realize their own mistakes, let them all of a sudden, in a deep self-blame. Many of them, in the beginning, were very much against the father's love, but as soon as Wang Chinga's song was heard, they realized how ignorant and heartless their earlier thoughts were, because without a father's love, a mother's support, and selflessness, they simply wouldn't be where they are now. It's not that they didn't know all this all along, but they just didn't want to think about it, didn't want to face it. But now, Wang Chinga's song forced them to remember, to face, all that their father's love had ever given for them. Many people remember the love of their fathers and mothers while at the same time remembering how, before, they denigrated the love of their parents. This made them, for a moment, hard to accept. They couldn't accept that they themselves, since they would be so heartless, so unconscionable. To denigrate, to deny what their parents have done for them is hard for them to accept. It was all about this contestant on stage. Who was the one who made them all have to face this with a song? In this case, it's hard to accept that you're wrong and can't face the fact that you've been such a denigrating audience for fatherhood before. Finally, someone typed out a few words in the live stream's pop-up. Stop singing. Please stop singing. Oh, with some people saying this, followed by more and more people, is also in the pop-up screen played. Let Wang Chinga do not sing the words. It's not that they don't think the singing is good. It's that they're blaming themselves, their sober unwillingness to face the fatherhood and motherhood that they've denigrated. Good thing, Wang Chinga's song, too, had finally come to an end. The child you're holding on to. Grow up. Thanks for the ride. The song finished, the music stopped, and there was silence, no applause, and no one spoke. This is the kind of thing that would have happened if Grey Wolf had been on stage and sang such an impactful song. As soon as he finishes singing, then there will surely be countless people, crying and shouting, asking him to sing again. But this time it was different, unlike any time before, and no one dared to ask him to sing it again, because no one, ever, dares to take a second heartbreak. No one dares to bear it once more. Having been unconscionable before, unconscionable enough to think that singing a song like fatherhood is selling out. No one dares to face once again, since he or she was inhuman before, to mock the father's love, to look down on the mother's love, to think that those are selling out, until the Grey Wolf told them in song that they were all wrong, and that without everything their parents had given them, it would be hard to have what they have now. So such a mistake, they don't want to face it again. No one has the courage to face it again. A mistake so big as their own. For that reason it wasn't the Grey Wolf song, which wasn't sung very well, or that they didn't want to hear it again. Rather, they are just unwilling, right now, to go through another conscience attack. Not wanting to suffer another attack of conscience seemed to be the tacit agreement of all. And now anyone who dared to tell the Grey Wolf to sing about his father again, that person, I believe, will be the subject of a common crusade. Then, after the music stopped, Wang Chinga stood on the stage. He looked at all the audience under the stage, and many of them, at this time, had long been in tears. Seeing this result, he knew that this first song of his father, had finally done the trick. This song, Father, has finally made the people of this world realize the error of their ways. However, these, too, had long been expected by Wang Chinga himself, because this song of his father's, in his previous life, was famous. So if using this song can't even wake up the people of this world, then these people can only be said to be hopeless. Luckily, the results didn't disappoint Wang Chinga. His song really did the trick and really made these people realize their mistakes. They were shown that expressing a father's love is not selling out, much less child's play, because a father's love is great and it is hard to top. It was only the silence of the scene now that kind of took him slightly by surprise, because like last time, as soon as he finishes the song, then the audience is going to applaud very enthusiastically and tell him to sing it again. But now it was different. Not only did the audience not applaud, but there was no such thing as asking him to sing again. When something like this happened, if he hadn't seen the audience in tears, Wang Chinga would have thought his song had failed. Now in this situation, the only thing he can think of, that is this song Father, completely let these audience no face to himself. They couldn't face their earlier, mocking fatherly selves, and wouldn't dare ask him to sing it again, because no one wants someone to keep rubbing salt into their wounds and making them even more miserable. Seeing this scene, Wang Chinga thought a lot clearer all of a sudden. As long as the audience knew it was wrong, he also just wanted to let everyone know that fatherly love is not selling out, not childish, but just great selfless giving. Other than that, Wang Chinga didn't think too much about it, considering too much. So now it's like this. It's actually quite nice. And after the singing, it's time to be polite. Thank you, Wang Chinga said to the audience. Chapter 80 Interaction with the audience. The audience, for once, didn't give applause because everyone was still reeling from the grief of fatherhood. However, the host, Lu Cece, saw that after Wang Qing sang and thanked the audience, she also rushed to the stage. Grey Wolf, that was beautifully sung. Lu Cece voice, also a little choked, came up and said, obviously just now she also cried. Grey Wolf, I'm curious as to how you created this song about your father. You know what? You wrote this song so well. You wrote about things as if each and every one of us, we've been there. Lu Cece really admired Wang Chinga, so she subconsciously asked. Faced with such a question, Wang Chinga was not ambiguous, although the song was not really created by him, but like the host, Siobhan Lu, questions like this are still very well answered. This song about my father, I didn't write it intentionally. I just took my own experience with my father and put it in there. And the reason why everyone thinks that I write songs that everyone has experienced is probably because fatherhood is the same for all of us. That's why people think that I write lyrics that a lot of people have just experienced. Wang Chinga's answer, once again, caught the audience's eye as he once again connected all the fatherly love and lifted the status of fatherly love in everyone's heart. Well, I guess so. Willows nodded. And with Wang Chinga saying that, some of the audience at the scene couldn't help themselves for a long time. At this time only saw the seat more forward. An audience member stood up very excitedly. Moderator, can I speak to the Grey Wolf contestant? The spectator, who looked to be in his 50s or 60s, was an old man, and right next to him was a woman, desperately trying to pull him to sit down. Woman, probably this old man's daughter, or granddaughter or something. When this unexpected scene appeared, the host, Lu Cc, froze for a moment, because this was the first time that an audience member had asked to speak to a contestant. According to the rules, this is of course not allowed. On this show can talk to the contestants, that can only be the host, and the judges only. So now out of nowhere, an excited spectator, after trying to talk to the contestant, for a moment, it left the crowd a bit reactive, and the hosts didn't know what to do. The others, on the other hand, were getting a bit expectant, and they wanted to see if the hosts gave this a chance. Did the audience get a chance to put in a word for the contestants? These other people were very much looking forward to it. The scene suddenly appeared such a scene. In the backstage of the program group, the director Wang Fuguwei they, for a time, did not react, because Grey Wolf sang the song about his father. The number of live broadcasts of The Masked Singer once again broke through to a new height, all reaching 200 million online. Such data really made Wang Fuguwei and the others happy and excited. But before Wang Fuguwei and the others were happy for much longer, there was an audience on the scene, asking to have a few words with the Grey Wolf. Wang Fuguwei, who saw this scene, was meant to refuse at first, but then he immediately thought that having the audience interact with the contestants might even make a difference. Or maybe not, and if they let the viewers interact with the contestants, then the viewers will definitely enjoy their show more as well. Wang Fuguwei so instantly thought of many succeeding problems, so he did not hesitate, directly shouted everyone, it's okay to have the audience say a few words to the Grey Wolf, and everyone improvise a little bit. Once director Wang Fuguwei said this, the entire program team, all of a sudden, also understood. As for the host, Liusi, who was in a difficult situation, she also responded immediately after hearing the director's words. What do you have to say to this audience, to the Grey Wolf contestants? The sudden questioning of the host, Ryu Cc, was a surprise to the audience as well, especially the parties involved. Even more so, he never expected that this host would be so nice since he would be so nice. The old man who heard this, he couldn't care less and immediately shook off the child who had been trying to pull him to sit down. Then there was also a staff member, who immediately ran over with a microphone and handed it over to this audience. After getting the microphone, this elderly audience member got very excited. Hello Grey Wolf player. The old man was very excited, so excited that he even got a little nervous talking. As for Wang Qingge, when he saw this old man, he also hurriedly returned. Old man, is there anything you want to say to me? Yes, the old man's voice, all of a sudden, became much louder. It seemed that he really had something to say. Grey Wolf contestants, first of all I would like to say that is thank you for this song that speaks to my heart. In the last sentence, even this old man couldn't help it. His voice choked up. Probably because he really remembered something sad. Old man, take your time, we're not in a hurry. Seeing this, Wang Qingge hurriedly comforted the woman next to the old man. At this time, also stood up and comforted him, before the old man's mood stabilized. Grey Wolf contestant, I want to say something that's thank you, because you did more than just sing this song. More than anything, it sings what I've been singing for years, what I've never thought or said before. If it hadn't been for you today, then those are words that I certainly would never have said in my life. Because we, as parents, give to our children in a way that we really never want, in return, to get anything out of them. Though those of us who are parents never want our children to give us anything in return. But it doesn't mean that everything we're willing to give to our kids, so that they don't understand, so that they don't know. In fact, I know that many parents, like us, are hoping that their children will understand them and understand what they are doing for their children. It's not necessary, though, for the kids to give anything back to us, but us parents. It's the desire to make everything clear to the kids, to let them know what we're giving and what we're trying to do. But in reality, there are really a lot of people that don't understand their parents and what they've done for them, because in their eyes it seems that everything their parents have done for them is just something trivial and not that important at all. That's why they never understood, much less the hardships of parenthood. But today, because of this song of yours, I believe that anyone who listens to this song of my father's now, in their minds, it's already clear how hard it was for their parents to do what they did for them. Chapter 81 can't have it both ways. So thank you really much for saying what we, as parents, have always wanted to say but couldn't. You're also the one who made us, the children of our parents, realize how hard it was for their parents to do all that they did for them. So, thanks really. This old man finished all of this in one breath, which also moved countless people. It was very emotional, both for those who were there and those who tuned in live, especially the elderly audience members who had their hearts set on what this old man was saying. It can be said that what this old man said now represents not only himself, but all the old people in the whole world, and the children of the audience. They are also finally understand their own parents down so many years. For them to do everything is really very difficult. Wang Qingge looked at this old man, and he also said sincerely, "Old man, you don't need to thank me. The ones who need to thank should be us who are your children. You have worked so hard for so many years, silently giving so much to us. It's really hard work. Thank you." After saying that, Wang Qingge also bowed to this old man. Good. Seeing this, the old man finally couldn't help but wipe his tears. Then with the woman's help, he sat down. Immediately after this old man finished his question, there were other audience members who asked to have a word with Wang Qingge. However, the audience who grabbed the microphone this time did make Wang Qingge somewhat surprised, because it wasn't anyone else, but the two of them, Su Ruochuan and Han Jishuan, who managed to snatch the microphone. After seeing that it was the two of them who had grabbed the microphone, Wang Qingge was indeed surprised, and didn't know what the two of them were going to ask him. The two of them, Su Ruochuan and Han Jishuan, managed to get the microphone and they stood up at once. The two of them, originally is a big beauty, plus today come to the scene, so dress up that naturally needless to say. So as soon as the camera got to the two of them, they instantly became a hot topic. After all, they were beautiful women. Who wouldn't love to see them? Subjected to the gaze of the entire room with its entire network, they didn't panic. Han Jishuan was the first to take the microphone and asked Wang Qingge, "Greetings, Grey Wolf player." "Well, hello. It was always weird to wear a mask and talk to someone you knew." As soon as Wang Qingge finished her reply, Han Jishuan said directly, "Grey Wolf player, before I say anything I would like to admit a mistake. Is that okay? Admit a mistake?" Han Jishuan's words caused Wang Qingge to freeze, not knowing what mistake she wanted to admit, but he didn't think much about it. "Go ahead then. We're all listening." Actually, as soon as Han Jishuan opened her mouth, she rose with a sobbing tone, which made everyone a bit confused. It was only because she was next to Rachel Sui, who had been comforting her, that she recovered quickly. In fact, I was very much against Jade Fox before, because I likewise thought that when she sang songs like Father's Love, she was just here to sell out. Han Jishuan directly admitted that she herself had just objected to the words of the jade-faced fox coming out. This made the crowd admire her a little, since she had publicly admitted her mistake, but this boldness of hers was also instantly winning the favor of many people. Han Jishuan continued, "The reason why I objected to Jade Fox just now, singing the song of fatherly love, thinking that was the reason why she came to sell herself. It wasn't just that the other guy didn't sing well, or some of it was because of what was going on in my own family, so I was pretty much boycotting songs like Fatherhood at the time." Hearing this, Wang Qingge was also curious about the situation of Han Jishuan's family, as he had been to their home. "It's not a bad feeling. You're living in a big villa. Is there anything you're not happy about?" With this question, Wang Qingge also asked curiously, "So I wonder what it is, this viewer, that makes you think that?" Han Jishuan continued, "Although our family is in good condition, and I am an only child, so I grew up with a lot of things that ordinary people can't have. I can have whatever I like, and there's almost nothing I like that I can't have. But even so, I didn't have a very happy childhood, because my parents spent so little time with me. Really, I spent most of my time with a babysitter. My parents, they are, every day, either busy with work or getting ready for work, so there's very little time for me at all. It made me hate them as a child, and I didn't understand why they let me come into the world if they didn't have time for me. So, from the time I knew anything, I had always, in my heart, held a grudge against them, thinking that they didn't love me at all. Therefore, when the Jade Fox sang about my old father at home just now, I was also very much against it in my heart. But it all came together for me after listening to your song. Listening to your song I realized that my parents, they did not love me. Precisely, they loved me too much. That's why they used to leave me alone to go about my work when I was very young. I really didn't get it before, but now I do. If my parents, they don't go to work, where can I buy whatever I like? But I was complaining about them." Speaking here, Han Jishuan couldn't help but choke up again, somewhat unable to speak. And everyone who heard Han Jishuan's words was very understanding. After all, everyone knew that being a parent wasn't easy either. They can't support their families if they drop their jobs, so in order to support their families, in order for their families to make their children have a better life, they had no choice but to leave their families and their children to work. They are doing all of this for nothing more than a better life for their own home, their own family. It's just that a lot of parents don't realize that they're making this decision, but they're making their children think that they don't love them. So now Han Jishuan's situation, many people can understand. Which parents do not love their children, do not want to be with their children every day? Just how would their family survive doing that? So between surviving and loving their children, many parents choose the former, can only love children with children, hidden in the heart, even if the other party does not understand their own. They have to do so, but also so quietly for the family to give everything. This is the difficulty of countless parents. the helplessness of not being able to have both, between love and survival. In a situation like this, many people will prioritize what is best for their family. To do. Chapter 82. In what way? After all, the only way to have the opportunity to be in a position to talk about loving your family is if the family survives. Otherwise, what's the point of just loving your family and being around your kids every day? So at this point, many people have come to their senses, and they all realize that it's not easy for parents. Han Jishuan's words were likewise what countless people, many people, wanted to say. At this time, Han Jishuan wiped away her tears, and she looked at the stage again, but not at Wang Qingge, but at the host. Moderator, can I take this opportunity to say a few words to my parents? Han Jishuan asked the host, Lu Cixi, with a pleading attitude. Upon hearing such a request from the audience, the showrunners, since they all agreed, let them speak to the contestants. And how could he even not agree to such a small request? So Liusi didn't hesitate. Yes, this audience, go ahead. As the host's words fell, the cameraman's camera, once again, was given to Han Jishuan, allowing her to speak to the camera. Han Jishuan, on the other hand, once again organized herself before she said in front of the camera, Dad and Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't understand you guys before, and I always held a grudge against you, thinking that you didn't love me. Until today, I didn't realize that it wasn't that you didn't love me, but because you love me so much that you kept working and working hard. You are doing this for the same reason that you are doing this for me, just to make my life better, to have a more perfect living condition. If it wasn't for you guys, then where would I have been able to go so well and learn so many good things and knowledge? You are not, though, as often with your children as other people's parents, but in another way, you have given me a father's and mother's love. It's just that I was too young then to know any of this, to understand any of this, to misunderstand you guys. I didn't realize how hard it was for you guys until today. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I didn't know this until now. I didn't know that you guys loved me. Whoops. Han Jishuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry as she finished speaking. Seeing this, Su Ruochuan hurriedly helped her to sit down, and the photographer's camera, which was on both of them, stopped for 10 seconds also slowly left. And at this time, in a high-rise building somewhere in Zhengcheng, a noblewoman around 40 years old, also cried out in pain on the live broadcast. This noblewoman was no one else. She was none other than Han Jishuan's mom. Seeing her own daughter apologizing to herself on the live broadcast, as a mother, she naturally couldn't help but cry bitterly, not to mention the fact that down through the years, they do get together with their own children for work. So in this moment, being a mother was also moved to tears. Son, Mom's going back now, and I'll be back with you tonight. Affected by this incident, not only Han Jishuan's mom, many parents or people close to their parents, both decided to go home tonight to be with their families. The site let two audience members, after asking some questions about Wang Qingge, stopped letting others ask. After all, the program had to continue, so the show is quickly back on track. Once again, Willow Sissy said to everyone, okay live audience, and those of you who are tuning into the live stream, next, let's have our 4 judges give their ratings to the Grey Wolf contestants for their singing this time. With that, Liusi turned to the 4 judges and asked, Judges, do you have any thoughts on this father of the Grey Wolf contestant? Hearing the host ask, the 4 judges had also been prepared for a long time, and this time the first one to speak was the Heavenly King, Jay Cho. Heavenly King Jay held the microphone in his hand, and when the camera drew closer, many people noticed that his eyes were a little red and swollen, and he had obviously just cried as well. Contestant Grey Wolf. Looking at Grey Wolf on the stage, Sky King Jay didn't speak directly about the song, but instead spoke about himself. Grey Wolf, the people I respect the most in my life, and that is my father and mother. Down through the years, I loved my father and mother very much, and they loved us children very much. When I was a child, my family was so poor that I often didn't even have enough to eat, but my mother and father, they often preferred to eat less themselves so that we wouldn't go hungry, and leave us more than enough, too, and don't let us go hungry. Many times they even gave it to us first without eating it themselves, while they lied to us that they had already eaten it. When we were kids we didn't have much of a heart. Our parents said what they said and didn't question it at all. It wasn't until we were all grown up that we realized then that they were, in fact, lying to us. So all these years down the line, we have a few siblings that love them very much. I have often wondered myself what is the best way to show our love for our parents, our appreciation for them, and for their nurturing. It's a shame that I can't write, even though I'm being honored as a diva, a song that praises and thanks my own parents for their love. This thing has been going on until today, until you, Grey Wolf, came along with this first father of yours. Your song perfectly expresses what I want to say to my parents after all these years of wanting to be grateful for them. Truly Grey Wolf, I do thank you. Thank you for helping me to complete something that has been weighing on my heart for many years, and could not be accomplished. So today I'm using your song to express my love for my father and my mother for us. Thank you to them, for all that they have quietly done for us, for their selflessness in giving to us. Thanks. I'll end up giving you a 10 for this song. The Heavenly King, Zhou Jie, has proved in his own self-centered way that this song of Wang Qingda's father has a place in his heart. Snap! After hearing the words of the Heavenly King, Jie Zhou, the audience at the scene, at once, also applauded. Only after the applause died down did the host, Liusi, step forward and say, Thank you Sky King for giving our Grey Wolf player a perfect score. So next I wonder, what does Sister Red think of our Grey Wolf contestants? This first father? After it was Li Hong's turn, she had just cried as well, so she took a tissue and wiped her eyes. But what everyone was expecting from her didn't happen, because Li Hong was a bit speechless. Forget it, I'll just stop talking about it. The more I talk about it instead I'll just make myself sadder and more upset. That's all. I'll give it a 10 as well. Next, although Li Hong didn't say anything, with her current state, it was clear to everyone how high the song, Father, is in her heart. Chapter 83 always want him to be better than others, because Li Hong, who was originally a heavy-hearted person, was very good to others too, not to mention to her own parents. So even if Li Hong didn't say anything anymore, then everyone knew how high the position of her parents was in her heart. After seeing Li Hong's reluctance to speak, the host, Lu Cc, directly asked for the next one. Then I wonder, what does Judge Wang Shuetong think of the Grey Wolf contestants? This one father? After Wang Shuetong's turn, everyone looked at her expectantly, wanting to hear something different from her. At this time Wang Shuetong, her heart was very complicated because of this contestant on the stage. Just an adopted orphan, but he was able to write a song that, so expressive of his father's love. Her own family's little brother, on the other hand, couldn't even make a star out of the other. This was the reason why she always associated herself with her own little brother whenever she faced Grey Wolf, the player. She just couldn't understand why two people who shared the same fate gave answers and did things so radically different. Now Wang Shuetong was at a loss as to how to praise Grey Wolf as a player. Praising someone so good and who shared the same fate as her little brother was like a knife in her throat with every word she said. For in speaking of the Grey Wolf, she always thought of her little brother and all the ways in which he was not. While hating his little brother, he envied the Grey Wolf. I envy the family who adopted the Grey Wolf for having someone who knows so much about repayment and gratitude. In fact, Wang Shuetong herself didn't even know. Since the Grey Wolf appeared, she just thought about why her little brother with the same fate as the Grey Wolf, so ignorant of loving her family and her parents, but never thinking of herself again. All she knew was to think of her little brother and push the love of her family to miss them, and never wondered why she didn't go and do this herself, but had to ask her little brother to do it? What caused this to fester was perhaps jealousy in her own heart. Unfortunately, Wang Shuetong had never woken up yet, and she was blinded by jealousy. Now after hearing the host ask her this, she was also silent for a while before she spoke. Well, the Grey Wolf contestant sang this song very well. I believe it is obvious to everyone. I'm really very envious. Envious of the family that adopted you, to have a child that you know so much about, that knows so much about filial piety. Really. Speaking here, Wang Shuetong was again unable to hold back. Wiping her tears, she was somewhat unable to continue, and no longer dared to come out and compare herself to Grey Wolf about her little brother, because she knew that even if she compared 1,000 times 10,000 times, it wouldn't change anything. On the contrary, it would only make people just look at their own jokes every time. So this time she stopped taking about her little brother. Come out and make comparisons with the Grey Wolf. Maybe not again. She just knew in her own mind. Why bother making any comparisons? As for Wang Qingda on the stage, when he saw Wang Shuetong in this state, he quickly understood her sadness. Judging by Wang Shuetong's past behavior, she's sad now. Surely it wasn't because of the thought of, well, parents and being sad enough to cry. Much less because, moved to tears by this fatherly song of his. Rather, it was the current Wang Shuetong who was so sad because she associated this identity of his Grey Wolf and compared it to her little brother Wang Qingda. Wang Qingda knew that at this moment in his second sister's heart, she must be thinking about why her little brother, with the Grey Wolf player, the same orphan, the same adopted person, but why does he know and love his family so well? Honor your father and understand all that your parents do and give for them. Her own little brother, on the other hand, was nothing comparable to the other. In Wang Qingda's opinion, these are the reasons why his second sister is really sad at this moment. Seeing this situation, there was nothing Wang Qingda could do because of what the predecessor had done in the past. It was indeed quite disappointing to Wang Zutong and the others, but he couldn't, at the moment, identify himself and apologize to the other party. So it would have to be like this for now. Wang Qingge believed that one day, his second sister would know the truth. The whole world will know the truth one day. 2. Watching his second sister grieve. In fact, in Wang Qingge's heart, it wasn't very pleasant either. But he really didn't know how to comfort this kind of thing anymore. And all he could do now was probably just say thank you to the other person. Thinking of this, Wang Qingge said back to his second sister, Wang Xuetong. Thank you judges. It wasn't until Wang Qingge spoke back that Wang Xuetong came back to her senses. Aha! Wang Xuetong, who had returned to her senses, then gave the score she had in mind. Grey Wolf contestant, you really did a great job with this song, we all loved it. So, I'll give you a 9 today. I hope you'll keep up the good work, and don't forget what, in your heart, you've been holding on to. Thank you judges. After hearing that it was 9 points, Wang Qingge also hurriedly thanked them. Though 9 points, not as much as the diva and diva duo gave, that's still the same. Aha! Wang Xuetong nodded with a smile. Wow, congrats to the Grey Wolf player. Another 9 points. The host, Lu CCC, at this time, also immediately came forward to speak. Grey Wolf contestant, did you know? You're the contestant who has received the highest and most points on our Masked Singer program. Since it started, in past shows, there were very few contestants who got even a 9 from the judges, let alone a 10. But you are really congratulated today, since you received a 10 and a 9 from both judges. Thank you host. The host, Lu Cici, came to tell Wang Qingge, and everyone else, with results that had never been seen in the past. On this stage, not to mention a 10, even a 9 is very rare. So I wonder how many points our last judge will be able to give the Grey Wolf contestant? Let's all wait and see. After the host, Lu Cici, finished speaking, she immediately looked at the last judge, Yan Ranran. As Yan Ranran's turn came, the camera was immediately given to her, and everyone was very much looking forward to this moment. Even all of the spectators were looking forward to Yan Ranran quite a bit more strongly than they were looking forward to the Grey Wolf contestant. There was no other reason. It was just that everyone knew that Yan Ranran was the most likely person to guess the identity of the Grey Wolf. She is the most likely to know who the Grey Wolf is as a judge, all the more so that everyone does. Chapter 84. Are you lying to me? So looking forward to Yan Ranran, looking forward to her turn, wondering if she, in fact, knew who the Grey Wolf was yet? After Yan Ranran's turn, many people felt a little surprised to see Yan Ranran's current state, because Yan Ranran, since she hasn't cried, the other 3 judges, including countless people, were all made to cry by this song of Grey Wolf's father. But she, Yan Ranran, did not cry. So when everyone, after seeing Yan Ranran did not cry, the first reaction that is a little surprised, but that surprise was soon dispelled by all of them as well. After all, it's your business to cry. What business is it of anyone else? You can't just listen to a song and cry, and then you have to go and demand that everyone else, too, be like you guys, right? So the fact that Yan Ranran didn't cry was quickly forgotten. The host, Lu Cici, was also quick to ask Yan Ranran, Ren, what did you say about this father of the Grey Wolf contestant? Well, that's good. Yan Ranran returned casually and cheerfully. She answered in such a way that made everyone faintly stare again, because everyone thought that Yan Ranran would be like everyone else. First a long speech about this song by Grey Wolf, and then a high score. But who knew that since she was so casual, she would just say it was fine and be done with it. It's just that Yan Ranran answered so casually, so easily given. Before the crowd could react much, they were interrupted by something else. It was the Heavenly King, Jie Zhou, who spoke, and he couldn't wait to speak after Yan Ranran had finished. Ren, let's put other things aside for a moment. For now, just for starters, have you guessed who the Grey Wolf is yet or not? Don't tell us you haven't guessed yet who the Grey Wolf is, have you? Oh. After Heavenly King Zhou Jie's words were finished, the scene immediately resounded with an uproar, because Zhou Jie's words were also the question that countless people wanted to ask, but had no way to open their mouths. Now, after being asked by the Heavenly King, Zhou Jie, the others were naturally overwhelmed with excitement, because it was possible that Yan Ranran had already known the identity of the Grey Wolf and who he was, so how could everyone not be excited? Not only the people at the scene, but now almost everyone, including those watching the live broadcast, were looking at Yan Ranran with immense anticipation. Everyone hoped that Yan Ranran would be able to tell the answer that everyone, in their hearts, wanted to know the most. Who is the Grey Wolf? Really? And Yan Ranran, after the Heavenly King Zhou Jie asked whether she knew or not the words of who the Grey Wolf was, no one knew how much she didn't feel in her heart. If only she knew. The point is that she checked all over. Every classmate she knew, every person she was connected to, who was related to her, but none of them were Grey Wolves. Of all the people she knew of, There was no such person as Grey Wolf. So now Yen Ranran, her heart had long had a bold guess. That would be the Grey Wolf player that was lying to her. He and she didn't even know each other. And it just wasn't the Grey Wolf lying about any of this. To take a step back, even if they knew each other, it wasn't a familiar kind of relationship. At best, the Grey Wolf and she, Yen Ranran, had only had a one-sided relationship. So even if they had once met and known each other, Yen Ranran had long since forgotten the Grey Wolf. In this case, the Grey Wolf still belonged to deceiving her Yen Ranran. Now she really couldn't think of anything else anymore but what she could think of. If these weren't true, if the truth wasn't these, then why didn't she, Yen Ranran, know who he, Grey Wolf, was? Now everyone was asking her about the identity of the Grey Wolf. And Yen Ranran was clear that if there was really no way to cope with it, then she would just have to be honest and tell the truth about everything. Yen Ranran, do you know who the Grey Wolf is or not? Heavenly King Zhou saw that Yen Ranran did not speak, so he interrogated again. Everyone hoped that Yen Ranran could give an answer, so the host, Lu Cece, did the same. Let's all be quiet for a moment. Let's just see what Ren has to say. If she does know the identity of the Grey Wolf, then I believe she is going to tell everyone. It's not going to be a one-trick pony. This message, so please trust her. With the host saying that, the audience quieted down a bit, and Yen Ranran, too, finally spoke again. She was serious, looking at the Grey Wolf on the stage. Grey Wolf, you did a really great job with this, father. It's just that I have a question, and I was wondering if you could get back to it? Well, Judge, you asked. When Wang Qingge saw that Yen Ranran had a question, he did not hesitate to let her ask it directly. Good. I wonder when this song of yours, father, was composed? What kind of question is this? Upon hearing this question from Yen Ranran, Wang Qingge was momentarily puzzled. I don't know what she's asking this for. Asking when people's songs were written. And what does that have to do with whether they're good or bad? Not to mention that it was Wang Qingge herself who didn't understand. The other viewers, too, were similarly unable to understand what exactly Yen Ranran was asking this for. But as much as others didn't understand, since she had asked, it was definitely a good idea to answer back if she could. This question was not difficult for Wang Qingge to answer. Well, as I've already said, I didn't write this song on purpose, but I've come down on it over the years. It took a slow process of creating it, seeing all that my father did and gave for me. I've also been tinkering with it a couple times in the meantime, so I don't remember exactly when it was created. Wang Qingge's vague, yet clear answer also left Yen Ranran momentarily at a loss. But Yen Ranran's real question wasn't about that either, so she quickly asked something else. Grey Wolf, you said you were adopted, right? Well, it's something I've talked about and explained a few times, and it can't be false. Good, I believe you. Yen Ranran nodded and added, since that's the case, then this father song is expressing your feelings for your adoptive father, isn't it? Well, yes, but I'm sure a lot of fathers in the whole world are just like my adoptive father. Good. Yen Ranran nodded once more, finally confirming something as it were. Grey Wolf, your affection for your adoptive family is really touching. I'm also sure it's not false that you were orphaned and adopted. But are you lying to me? Chapter 85. I'm sure he's not lying. Me? Lying to you? After Yen Ranran said that Wang Qingge had lied to her, he was dumbfounded for a moment, not understanding what she meant by that. Not only did Wang Qingge not understand, but almost all of the viewers were also unclear about what Yen Ranran's words meant. Be nice. Why are you suddenly saying that the Grey Wolf is lying to her? What did the Grey Wolf lie to her about? Couldn't the Grey Wolf lie to everyone that he wasn't an orphan? Or was Yen Ranran referring to something else? This made everyone, for a moment, puzzled. Wang Qingge is even more head instantly. All become much larger. He is not clear and do not understand. Why would Yen Ranran, all of a sudden, say that he was lying to her? Judge, what did I lie to you about? I'm really an orphan. Wang Qingge thought that Yen Ranran was thinking that he was lying to her, to everyone, that he was an orphan. So he hurriedly explained, Judge, I told you, I'm really an orphan. I didn't lie to you, and I didn't lie to everyone else. Wang Qingge did her best to explain, but Yen Ranran still shook her head. Grey Wolf player, you misunderstood my words. Yen Ranran said faintly, I misunderstood your words? The more she said this, the more Wang Qingge didn't understand. Not to mention Wang Qingge, at this moment, everyone did not understand what Yen Ranran's words meant. If you believe that the other Grey Wolf is from an orphan, then why do you say that he is lying to you? Wang Zuton, who was next to her, couldn't stand such tacit words anymore, so she immediately asked, Ren, what's going on? You tell us quickly, what did he lie to you about? Grey Wolf. Aha! Wang Shuatong prodded before Yen Ranran continued. Grey Wolf, I'm not saying you're lying to everyone, I'm saying you're lying to me. You're only lying to the ones I'm with. I only cheated you one? These words made Wang Qingge even more confused. What do you mean he only lied to her one? The others, too, did not understand Yan Ranran's words. The Grey Wolf did not lie to them, but only lied to her. Yan Ranran. What does it mean? Yan Ranran at this time also no longer beat around the bush. She directly said, Grey Wolf, as I've already said, I believe you are an orphan and that you created the song Father as an expression of your father's love. But I absolutely do not believe that you are acquainted with me. I don't believe it. There's a real relationship between the two of us. We really do know each other. Even if the two of us did know each other, and had perhaps actually met at one time, I'm sure that between you and I, it was just an ordinary meeting. After that, it's just a matter of just forgetting about each other kind of realization. So there's absolutely no way I can believe what you're saying. That not only do I know each other, but that I'm familiar with you in that way. Boom! Yan Ranran's remark was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that fiercely bombarded Wang Qingge's heart. Now he realized what Yan Ranran had meant when she had said that he had lied to her. Turns out she didn't believe that he and she knew each other, even if he was right. In the other Yan Ranran's opinion, between them, they had only ever seen each other in a commonplace manner. It's just the kind of relationship where you forget about each other soon afterward. After knowing these things, Wang Qingge instantly lost a lot more. It turned out that in the other party's heart, no matter what, it was impossible to think of him one bit more. Even if she had just thought of him a little, she wouldn't have, today, been so determined to say that flip. But as things stood now, Yan Ranran was truly never connecting the man he once was with the Grey Wolf he was now. Wang Qingge does not understand. Is he once really so bad? In her heart really a little good feeling, good memories are not left? It led to the fact that now, she wouldn't even try to guess, to imagine, that the man who was the man who was. Yan Ranran's words were not only shocking to Wang Qingge herself, even the audience at this time was also incomparably shocked. So many viewers, too, have their own opinions now. Both those who were there, and those who tuned in live, were starting to talk about it. The live feed flashed, for a moment, with many pop-ups saying, seeing how sure Yan Ranran is, the Grey Wolf wouldn't really be lying to her, right? Maybe it's true, like Yan Ranran said, the two of them may have met before, but it's just a commonplace sort of acquaintance. Could this be true? No wonder Goddess Ren has been unable to guess who the Grey Wolf is? So it was a lie to her. Grey Wolf, how could you lie to Goddess Ren? I can't believe this is true. Ooh-hoo. No, it's not true. Grey Wolf, you didn't lie to Ren, did you? Many people, now, were beginning to somewhat believe Yan Ranran's words, because in the eyes of countless people, since the Grey Wolf had once said that he was familiar with Yan Ranran, then Yan Ranran should have guessed who the Grey Wolf was long ago, right? She's not a little cutie. She doesn't even know who is familiar with her. So many people, who had begun to believe Yan Ranran's words, thought that the Grey Wolf was just lying. Just like Yan Ranran said, maybe they really knew each other, really had met, but it was just an ordinary meeting between the two. The kind of relationship that passes and doesn't take long to forget about each other. More and more people, now, were beginning to believe Yan Ranran's words. And when Wang Qingge saw this, he likewise did not hesitate for a second and once again spoke to Yan Ranran with a clear attitude. No, Judge, I told you, we both really know each other. It's not that I'm lying to you, and it's not that the two of us just plain unintentionally met once and forgot about each other after that kind of relationship. You're thinking wrong. It's really not what you're saying. Wang Qingge's words once again caused Yan Ranran to become quite emotional, and she was very resistant. How is this possible? I don't believe it. What Yan Ranran had determined would not be easily changed, especially now this matter. It was a choice she made after countless hours of reasoning, countless guesses and decisions. She had her own basis for not believing the Grey Wolf's words, and so it went on, with both of them at an impasse, neither of them believing or convincing the other. Now it seemed as if the only thing that could prove everything was as if Wang Qingge had taken off his mask. And yet everyone forgets one person, forgets one, who has an absolute voice. I believe Grey Wolf. He definitely didn't lie. He really knows Yan Ranran. I vouch for my credibility. Diva, Li Hong, suddenly stepped forward when no one was expecting it. Chapter 86. Have I really forgotten anyone? Li Hong's sudden appearance, and her words also instantly drew everyone. Successfully. It was only then that the crowd remembered Li Hong and her importance in this matter, because in everyone's opinion, Li Hong was probably the only one who knew the true identity of the Grey Wolf. Since the two of them had chorused, it would be a bit unreasonable to say that Li Hong didn't know yet the identity of the Grey Wolf, wouldn't it? So now Li Hong, in everyone's eyes, it became that she was the only one who knew the true identity of the Grey Wolf. Under such a premise, Li Hong said that Grey Wolf hadn't lied to Yan Ranran and that the two of them really knew each other. Just let countless people believe that there is a guarantee up, since most likely, the people who knew Grey Wolf's true identity had said that he hadn't lied to Yen Ranran. The two of them really knew each other. The moment this happened, it instantly dispelled, in the minds of countless people, the idea that the Grey Wolf was just cheating Yen Ranran. It's just that at this time, everyone's eyes, they all turned to Li Hong only. Everyone was hoping that she would reveal the identity of the Grey Wolf, but is that even possible? What are you looking at? What are you all looking at me for? I've got flowers on my face or my head, and you're all looking at me like that. What? You guys don't think I know who the Grey Wolf is? I told you a long time ago that I don't know who he really is, and have no comment on that. Li Hong's domineering refusal directly opened his mouth to block the question that everyone wanted to ask. She said, despite her claims, that she didn't know the true identity of the Grey Wolf and had no comment on that, but it was clear to anyone that she was the most likely, and had even met the Grey Wolf himself long ago. It's just that this person has a very hard mouth, and as long as it's something she's determined, it's hard to change. Everyone was also aware of Li Hong's character, and knew that the possibility of trying to get the true identity of the Grey Wolf from her mouth was too slim, so they didn't force it any further. If you want to get the identity of the Grey Wolf from Li Hong, you might as well go to Yen Ranran's place. And at this point, Yen Ranran couldn't help herself long ago when she saw Li Hong suddenly stand up and speak for the Grey Wolf. Ever since learning that Li Hong had been singing with the Grey Wolf, and knowing that there was a possibility that she knew who the Grey Wolf was, Yen Ranran then has been wanting to get the desired answer from Li Hong's mouth. But Li Hong just doesn't give any face. This made Yen Ranran very unable to get off the ground. So now after seeing that, she still dared to stand out and speak for the Grey Wolf. Yen Ranran's unwillingness, too, had long been unable to hold back, and was about to burst out. Sister Hong, you said that he didn't lie to me. You said that Grey Wolf and I really know each other. May I ask if you know his identity? I don't know. How could I possibly know? Well, Li Hong waved her hand in a roguish manner. You, angry, Yen Ranran came up for air. If you don't know, then why are you talking so much nonsense? It's not like you're us. I believe him. What's wrong? I believe in the Grey Wolf. I believe he is incapable of cheating. Is there a problem with that? You, Yen Ranran had already been exasperated by Li Hong and didn't know what to say. And in Li Hong's heart, there was a wave of nameless anger at this time. The source of this anger was caused by Yen Ranran saying that Wang Qingge was lying to her. Ever since she knew about Wang Qingge's relationship with Yen Ranran, Li Hong was likewise very much looking forward to Yen Ranran one day, guessing Wang Qingge's identity as soon as possible. She was looking forward to the look on Yen Ranran's face when she guessed the identity of the Grey Wolf as her own ex-boyfriend. She was really looking forward to it, eager to see what kind of expression Yen Ranran should have at that time. Is it surprise and shock, or unquestionable trust, or regret, or something like that? These were really the scenes that Li Hong hoped, beyond hope, to see as soon as possible. But what she never expected was that her expectations, her hopes not only did not wait. What she found even more unbelievable was that since Yen Ranran said that Wang Qingge was lying to her, two lovers who used to love each other, two people who used to be together every day, how is it that after a breakup, you just forget about people, and forgetting so completely that you won't even think about guessing? That's fine, since you're still saying people are lying to you? Hearing such words from Yen Ranran, with Li Hong's character, how could she endure it? So now Li Hong, in her heart, also had a surge of anger, fighting for Wang Qingge. She just couldn't stand Yen Ranran, since she had forgotten Wang Qingge so completely, and everyone else had guessed. She was the only one who had forgotten the person she had once loved on one side only, so she's going to dislike her, hit her hard and remind her. Seeing Yen Ranran did not know what to do, what to say, Li Hong once again said, Ren, I'm going to ask you one last time, have you really gone through all the people you know and guessed? Such words from Li Hong. In Yen Ranran's opinion, did she still need to ask? Did she need to be the one to remind her? What should be thought of should not be thought of. Yen Ranran has long been thought of, is not one is in line with Grey Wolf this condition of the classmates. At this time, Yen Ranran was incomparably aggrieved, and she had a feeling that she didn't know how to express it to anyone. Tell everyone that she really did try her best. She had literally confirmed all the people she should and shouldn't have thought of, and there was just no such person as Grey Wolf. Yen Ranran, who didn't know how to express herself, could only say in the end, of all my classmates, of all the people I know, there is simply no one who came here as an orphan. So, Grey Wolf, you just lied to me, right? This time before Wang Qingge could answer, Li Hong couldn't help but dislike him. Ren, I urge you to think this through before you do. Have you really thought through everyone you know? Are you forgetting someone? Forgot someone important enough to think about? Or is it that you don't want to think about a particular person? If you've really thought about everyone you know, then I'm sure you wouldn't have said that flip-flop today. this is my last advice to you. Go back and think it over yourself. Think it over before you say it. Li Hong attitude, the same very firm. She balked. Yen Ranran must be there is something else, is not remembered. After hearing Li Hong's words, Yen Ranran simply looked like she was about to collapse, because she should think. All really have thought but why others just think that she forget something important people. Had she, herself, really, forgotten any important person that was not to be guessed at? Yen Ranran got more and more confused the more she thought about it, and in the end, she couldn't take the blow and cried directly. Oh, sorry, excuse me for a moment. Yen Ranran, who had burst into tears, couldn't take the blow, so she directly stood up, left her seat, and ran out of the stage to go. Chapter 87 Arrangements of the System. Come back, you haven't given the points yet. After seeing Yen Ranran run out, Li Hong called out helplessly from behind. You can run, but you have to score the Grey Wolf before you run, right? What does this mean now? The fact that Yen Ranran ran out sadly before she could score the Grey Wolf made everyone speechless. But as for the matter of scoring, it actually didn't matter whether Yen Ranran scored or not, because the scores given by the other three judges were already quite high. The host, Liusi, also understood this very well, so she immediately continued the program. Since Yen Ranran, the judge, had to go away for a bit beforehand, then the matter of scoring. Let's wait for her to come back first. Next, we'll see what scores the audience. Who were there? Gave the Grey Wolf contestants. Fellow viewers, if you support the Grey Wolf, then please cast your vote in your hand for him. Okay, here's the live audience voting timer to start. 10, 9, 1. The vote is open. As the host gave the order, the audience, too, started to vote for the Grey Wolf. The votes came in quickly because everyone was in favor of it. There were more than 700 people on the floor in favor of the Grey Wolf, and only 200 to 300 abstained or did not support it. Many people are very happy to see this result. Wow, Grey Wolf, congratulations. With over 9,000 votes from the floor, you're the first place in the first round. When Wang Qingge saw this, he also immediately said to the audience, thank you all for your support, as well as the support of the judges. Then the host added, okay, so next, let's have the other three contestants come on stage together as well. As the host's words fell, the three people who were in the backstage were finally on stage. The three of them, Black Pig, Duck Head, and Jade Fox, came out together. The four contestants then stood and waited for the moderator's pronouncement. The host, Liusi, looked at the four contestants and finally said, well, contestants, after the votes and support you each received, we're going to eliminate one person today. In the first round, first, the three remaining to make it to the final three, and the first contestant to be eliminated? In fact, there was no need for the host, Cici Lu, to say that everyone knew that the first person to be eliminated would be the Jade Fox. The Jade Fox, on the other hand, had actually prepared her heart for this, as she was the worst of the four. Jade Fox, I'm really sorry you were the first to be eliminated. Thanks. Hearing the host's words, the Jade Fox looked fairly calm. Anyway, she had lost all her face today, so elimination was fine. It didn't matter to her anymore. Seeing the Jade Fox like this, Wang Qingge and the three of them also hurriedly comforted her. The host, too, followed to comfort. Jade Fox, don't be discouraged. You'll have another chance to go on later. You can win back the glory, too, if you can. Thank you hosts. Thank you all. Seeing that there were still so many people supporting her, the Jade Fox's heart warmed up quite a bit. But as far as, wait, there's a chance to get on this thing. Jade Fox, she wasn't going to come back. She had lost enough face today, so she wasn't going to continue to humiliate herself on stage again. After all, it wasn't as if she herself was like the Grey Wolf, who was able to make a splash in her final farewell match. So Jiang Xiaoqiao had long decided that as soon as she left the stage later, she would leave immediately, lest, when the time came, she would have to go on stage and embarrass herself. In fact, leaving like this would be quite a good ending for her. Alright viewers, so let's congratulate the three contestants, Grey Wolf, Black Pig, and Duck Head, for making it to today's finals. The three of them, who will win this championship, the first runner-up, and the second runner-up. Let's all wait and see. Oh, for a while, countless more shouts rang out. Okay, viewers, let's go to commercial for 5 minutes first. Let's come back on the air again in 5 minutes. As the host's words fell, the live broadcast went to commercial, while Wang Qingge, the three of them, had a 5-minute break. But for Wang Qingge, he would be the last one on the stage again later, so he had more than 5 minutes. Soon, the four of them were back in the backstage, and as soon as they got off the stage, Wang Qingge's system finally appeared. Ding! Entertainment reversal system. Host, Wang Qingge, skills, divine piano, divine guitar, divine chef, props, redemption mall, popularity value, 2,000,000. When Wang Chinga saw the system appear, his entire body was dumbfounded. Because of what? Because his popularity value hadn't risen. He obviously sang the song about his father and it had such a big impact, so why didn't he go up in popularity value? Could it be that you, yourself, don't increase your popularity value when you redeem a song in the mall? The current Wang Chinga could only think of such a result, otherwise this couldn't be explained. But the system appeared, and it should have come to organize the mission. As expected, when Wang Chinga had just finished thinking in this way, the system really arranged a task for him. Ding! System mission, please host next sing, Invisible Wings. Has anyone told you? What, since it's these two songs? After seeing that it was these two songs, Wang Chinga's entire body was still shocked, because Invisible Wings, and Has Anyone Told You, were also pretty hot songs coming from a previous life, especially if anyone tells you about this one. How many men and women cried at the time listening to it, and how many were touched by its sadness? So if this song came out, Wang Chinga didn't need to think about it to know that it would definitely be another king bomb. By then, I'm afraid countless men and women will be unable to sleep or eat. But what does Invisible Wings mean? It's more of a song for women to sing. How did it also appear in the quest? And how is he going to sing two songs when he's only going to get one chance to do it later? Just when Wang Chinga, who was a bit confused about the task issued by the system this time, there was a no. He clicked on it and realized, two songs, the host can sing them himself or give them to someone else. Whether it's someone else singing them or himself, the proceeds go to the host. Seeing this explanation from the system, Wang Chinga completely realized that the original song released by the system could also be sung for others, and the final proceeds can only be collected by him, the host. Since the system releases it that way, there must be a reason for it. Chapter 88 Regaining Faith. This reasoning didn't need to be said, and Wang Chinga knew that the system must have wanted him to take the song Invisible Wings and give it to the Jade Fox, because this song, Invisible Wings, is now perfect for Jade Fox's state, and in fact, Wang Chinga had long wanted to help her, but he just hadn't known in what way to help her. Now since there was a hint from the system, there was no need for him to hesitate about anything. Just give Invisible Wings, the song, to Jade Fox directly. As long as the song was given to her to sing, then she would surely be grateful to him then. As long as Jade Fox sang the song, that not only gave her back her hope and faith, let more people, once again, believe in her, once again support her. More importantly, the popularity value that Jade Fox brought back with this song all went to Wang Chinga himself. This helps people and earns popularity, the best of both worlds. Who wouldn't want to do it? After considering it clearly, Wang Chinga decided to give the song to the Jade Fox. However, when he returned to the lounge, he saw only the two men, Black Hog and Duckhead, rubbing their fists in preparation. The Jade Fox was no longer known and had run off somewhere. Where's Fox? Where did she go? Wang Chinga asked. The two of them reacted when they heard Wang Chinga ask the jade-faced fox. Black Pig shook his head. I don't know. I ran straight back after I got off the stage and didn't see her. Oh, rather, Duckhead remembered. I think she went to the powder room. I don't know if she went to take off her makeup or what. What makeup removal? After hearing Duckhead say that the Jade Fox might have gone to the dressing room to remove her makeup, Wang Chinga got a little anxious. If he let her go, then how would he complete the system's mission? So Wang Chinga immediately ran to the dressing room. When he arrived at the Jade Fox's dressing room, the door was indeed closed inside. Fox, are you there? Jiang Xiaoqiao had already all but removed her makeup, and just as she was about to leave straight away, the gray wolf's voice rang out from outside the door. It startled her a bit, but she quickly composed herself. What's wrong? Jiang Xiaoqiao casually responded. Fox, what are you doing in there? Are you ready to go? Wang Chinga didn't have any nonsense and wasn't asking if she wanted to leave. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoqiao, her heart is also very not CI flavor. She also does not want to go like this. But then what can be done? If she didn't leave, what else was there to do if she stayed? So leaving now was probably the best end for her. She did not, however, answer Wang Chinga's question directly. Gray Wolf, what's the matter with you? Fox, listen to me, you can't just leave like that, you know? Everyone has setbacks at times, but we have to have the courage to face it and not always think of avoiding it. It's only right that where we fail, we should get up. Hearing Wang Chinga's words, Jiang Xiaoqiao was silent for a while. Gray Wolf, thank you, but I've made up my mind, so you don't have to say anything more. Let's go. Thank you so much for today, and thank you for sticking up for me. Hearing the jade-faced fox like this, Wang Chinga stopped talking nonsense. Fox, open the door. I have something to say to you, and if you still decide to leave now after hearing this from me, then I won't stop you. This, Jiang Xiaoqiao hesitated for a moment. but in the end she opened the door. When Wang Qingge saw her come out, she had indeed removed the decoration of the jade-faced fox, only her head was still wearing a mask at this time. Grey Wolf, what can I do for you? Jade Fox, listen to me, Wang Qingge said at length. I know that today has hit you hard, but you really don't have to, right now you know? Even if you're going to leave, you should do so with honor. What's the point of sneaking off by yourself? The way you're acting, you're only going to make people just look down on you even more. So even if you're going to leave, you should tell those people who look down on you, prove to them all that you are capable and strong, and that they have all been wrong. What Wang Qingge said, why had Jiang Xiaoqiao not thought about it? Why wouldn't she want to do so? But the thing is, she doesn't have that ability anymore. She's going to have it again and prove herself to others so she doesn't have to be told so. Jiang Xiaoqiao, who thought of this, directly cried out in aggravation. Oh, what do you want me to do? Do you expect me, once again, to go on stage and embarrass myself? Ugh. Seeing her cry all of a sudden, Wang Qingge also felt bad. Fox, if you trust me, then I can help you again. Help me again? When Jiang Xiaoqiao heard that the Grey Wolf could help her one more time, she didn't react for a moment. Wang Qingge, on the other hand, continued. Yes, as long as you believe in me, then I can help you once more. I've originated a song before, but that song, it's somewhat for girls, so I never took it out. If you trust me enough to sing my song, then I can give it to you. Ah, is this true? Jiang Xiaoqiao never expected that the Grey Wolf said he would help her, since he had a song to give her, so she was shocked and surprised. Seeing her somewhat disbelieving look, Wang Qingge still didn't talk nonsense. Do you have a pen? Give me the pen. Jiang Xiaoqiao immediately took a pen to him, and after getting the pen, Wang Qingge directly wrote down Invisible Wings, the lyrics of the song. After seeing the lyrics, Jiang Xiaoqiao couldn't help but chant them. Every time, all strong in wandering solitude. Every time, even when I'm hurt, I don't flash tears. She then just softly chanted those 2 lines of lyrics, and knew that the song was extraordinary. As Wang Qingge kept on writing out the other lyrics, Jiang Xiaoqiao was looking at that with more and more shock. She quickly realized that this song by Grey Wolf was definitely another divine song to come. It's a song that's nothing like the ones he's already sung, and it was a song that Jiang Xiaoqiao found very much in line with herself right now. As soon as she saw the lyrics, Jiang Xiaoqiao immediately thought of herself, and had a feeling that this song was, as it were, tailor-made for her current state, because it's a song that encourages girls to be strong and brave enough to follow their dreams and not be defeated by any setbacks. And isn't that exactly the state she's in right now? Isn't she being plagued by frustration? Wasn't she herself in need of a force to help her through this sadness? And now Grey Wolf had written her this song, and it was such a song that would help her regain hope and confidence. Chapter 89 Doomed Savior. So Jiang Xiaoqiao was shocked and surprised, because she hadn't realized that one of Grey Wolf's previous original songs would be so appropriate for herself. Given that it would be, now she was under the illusion that the Grey Wolf was like an angel sent from heaven to save her. Not only did he help her out, but he originated, early on, a song this good out of it, and he didn't sing it himself, saving it for today waiting for her to come. So now Jiang Xiaoqiao was really having a feeling like the Grey Wolf was her true destiny, her destined savior. In Jiang Xiaoqiao's frozen days, Wang Qingge quickly copied down all the lyrics of the song Invisible Wings. Fox, how about you check out this song? It should suit you. Jiang Xiaoqiao took over the lyrics given by Wang Qingge and chanted once more. Every time, all strong in wandering loneliness. Every time, even when I'm hurt, I don't flash tears. I know, I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying through despair. Don't think about it. They have a beautiful sun. I saw. Every day the sunset changes. I know, I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying. Give me hope. The more Jiang Xiaoqiao sang, the more shocked she became, because she was already deeply attracted to the lyrics just by singing this point. She's like that herself, not to mention the listeners, the viewers. Wang Qingge was also a bit surprised by her behavior, because Jiang Xiaoqiao had only just seen this song, and already sang it so well. With the original singer of this song in his previous life, there was no difference. At this rate, wouldn't it sound even better if she was allowed to practice a little more? Wang Qingge knew that this was probably the Jade Fox's talent. She was really talented at singing. It's just that before, she never came across a good song, but once a good song was given to her, then she just took off. Jiang Xiaoqiao quickly read the entire song. She was more and more shocked the more she read. At the same time, she couldn't believe in a million years that the Grey Wolf was actually going to give her a song. Such a great song. Such a great divine song. Since he was really going to give it to her. Even if it's a pie in the sky, it's not as good as this, is it? She somewhat couldn't believe all of this and looked at Wang Qingge and asked, Grey Wolf, you're you're really going to give me this song? The moment she asked this, Jiang Xiaoqiao was still a little worried. She was a little afraid that if the other party suddenly backtracked and stopped giving her the song, what should she do? She had thoroughly enjoyed the song, and if she couldn't sing it, then Jiang Xiaoqiao didn't know how disappointed she would be. The good thing was that all these worries of hers were redundant. Well, Fox, I told you this song was for you. How about it? Don't you like it? No, I like it. Jiang Xiaoqiao hurriedly replied back, afraid that if she was slow to return, Wang Qingge would ask for the song back as if it were, even though she, now, loved the song and couldn't live without it anymore. She still had to ask, Grey Wolf, but you gave me such a great song. What about yourself? I'm fine. I have another song. You don't have to worry about me. But it's really too expensive. This song, for Jiang Xiaoqiao, was really too expensive, so she didn't dare to take it easily even if she liked it very much. This song it is valuable precisely because it meets the right person, the right thing, and that's what makes it important. Now this song, meeting you was the right thing to do, and that's why it's become so valuable. Well, just don't be burdened with anything and take it. It really suits you, doesn't it? When Wang Qingge said this, Jiang Xiaoqiao was touched for a moment, so she didn't postpone it anymore. She was also afraid that if she put it off any longer, what would she do if people really took the song back? So she nodded and said she was willing to take the song. Grey Wolf, thank you so much. I don't even know, right now, how to thank you enough. It's fine. You like it, thanks are not necessary. Wang Qingge was unimpressed, but at this time, Jiang Xiaoqiao made a move, which surprised him. Only suddenly, she jumped into his arms and hugged him. Jiang Xiaoqiao's move caught Wang Qingge off guard, as it was really too sudden and he was completely unprepared. However, the fragrant body entering his arms still made Wang Qingge instantly feel something special, and he wanted to reach out and hug the other party, but worrying that this would scare people, he could only be passive, feeling the soft petite lying. This is supposed to be the reward for helping people and doing good things, right? Ha. Jiang Xiaoqiao hugged Wang Qingge for about 30 seconds before she let go of him. After releasing Wang Qingge, she was only seen directly removing her mask. The moment the mask was removed, Wang Qingge met a clear and pretty face. Seeing as she was only in her 20s, when he saw the real face of the jade-faced fox, Wang Qingge secretly regretted in his heart. Had he known that she was so beautiful, he should have just reached out and floor it. Now it's good to have missed such a great opportunity for nothing. Reacting to Wang Qingge, he asked with some shock, Jade Fox, you? He was trying to ask why she came with her mask off. Jiang Xiaoqiao, on the other hand, directly said, Grey Wolf, you've done me such a great favor. How can I be so kind as to meet with you with a false face? But don't worry, you don't have to take off your mask for me too. I just want you to know who I really am. Okay, what's your name? Wang Qingge asked without any more nonsense. Jiang Xiaoqiao, I'm still in college, and I'm really glad I met you here. Grey Wolf, well, by the looks of it, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you Xiaoqiao in private from now on. Okay, that's what you call it then. When Jiang Xiaoqiao heard Wang Qingge's words, she felt that the feelings between her and him had gotten a lot closer, so she was very happy. It was only after feeling a lot closer that Jiang Xiaoqiao asked Wang Qingge, but Grey Wolf, what's the name of the song? How about calling it Invisible Wings? Invisible Wings, well that's what it should be called. It fits the song. And Grey Wolf, under what circumstances did you create such a song? Jiang Xiaoqiao put the doubts in her heart, and asked, because this song, the writing was just too good. For that reason, she wondered under what circumstances the Grey Wolf had created the song. This song, Invisible Wings, was written as a song of encouragement for someone in a previous life, who was doubly betrayed by his mother and his best friend. Chapter 90 All Singing Love Songs? Thinking of this, Wang Qingge had no choice but to be casual and find an excuse. It's a song that came out of me when I was hurting everywhere at a low point in my life. Back then, I was questioned and looked down upon by many, just as you are now, so I very much, wanting to prove myself, created this song. But then I realized that the song was somewhat appropriate for a woman to sing, and I never brought it out until I ran into you today. So that's how it is. Only after hearing Wang Qingge's explanation did Jiang Xiaoqiao realize it. Grey Wolf, thank you very much indeed. Hey, Xiaoqiao, let's stop with the thanks. Let's just hurry up and check out the song. Well, are you confident in yourself? Can you sing it when you get on stage later? Seeing Wang Qingge ask this, Jiang Xiaoqiao directly nodded. Well, Grey Wolf, don't worry. I'm confident in myself. I can memorize the lyrics right now. When you get on stage later, sing this Invisible Wings song. That's good. Just have confidence in yourself. That's reassuring to me. Xiaoqiao. Then below you sing it once. I'll listen to it. How is it? Is there any place that is in need of attention? Okay, fine. Jiang Xiaoqiao also knew that time was running out, so she listened to Wang Qingge's words and started to sing at that moment. On the other hand, 5 minutes passed quickly, and the Masked Singer program, 2, began again. Host, well folks, welcome back, once again, to our program. This program is sponsored and broadcast by Banana Cellular. Buy a cell phone, buy a banana cell phone. Well, my fellow viewers, let's continue together with today's program match, the triple final. So next, let's have our first contestant on the stage, Duckhead. As the host's words fell, Duckhead soon appeared on stage. Hello Duckhead players, may I ask if you are confident in yourself? Aha, there. Duckhead is confident in the face of problems. So I wonder, Duckhead contestant, what song are you going to, this time? Asked what song he was going to sing. Duckhead doesn't hide it anymore. The song I'm going to sing today is a song by the Heavenly King Jay. Oh yeah, is that the one? Hearing Duckhead's words, everyone got very interested, wondering if he was going to sing Jay's, that one song. The Heavenly King, Jay, was also surprised by the contestants, who had to sing their own songs. Duckhead, it's from Judge Jay, the song My Old Lover. Oh yeah? It's a love song. The host marveled. Aha, I'll sing it today. Duckhead was confident. At this time, the Heavenly King, Jay, also finally spoke, and he looked at Duckhead. Duckhead contestant, My Old Lover song. It's my song from a long time ago. Are you really sure you can sing it well? Yes Judge Jay. I've been practicing your song for a long time. Seeing Duckhead, so confident, Joe Jay also stopped saying anything and encouraged. Okay, Duckhead then let's see how you do. Host, Duckhead contestants, the stage is yours. Soon the music started and Duckhead began his song. Where are you now, my old lover? 4 or 5 minutes went by in a flash, and Duckhead's song was finally dropping. This time, because Duckhead chose a love song, not something that contained a stream, he still got a lot of people behind him. After Duckhead sang, the host, Suzy Lu, reappeared on stage. Congratulations Duckhead, my old lover sings well. Thank you host. Well Duckhead, let's see what the judges have to say. Jay was the first. Duckhead, how long would you say you've been practicing this song? Well, there's about 6 months. Good. Hearing Duckhead's response, Joe Jia nodded with great satisfaction and then said, Duckhead sang okay? I'll give it a 7. Thanks. Thank you judges. After Joe Jia finished, it was Li Hong's turn, who, for once, wasn't as disappointed as she was last time. Duckhead, you know what? I saw it all when you just sang, and the look on old Chow's face was like he couldn't wait to eat you. Ah, Li Hong's words startled everyone, not knowing what she meant. Before the crowd could ask what was going on, Li Hong responded on her own. Because what? Because you sang it so well that old Chow was worried about you. A cover that's better than his original. Ha ha. When Joe Jia heard this, he burst into tears and laughter. And it was only then that everyone realized that Li Hong's words originally meant this. Isn't it? Didn't you just keep frowning? Yes. In the face of Li Hong's questioning, Heavenly King Joe Jia could only helplessly reply. Host, so Judge Li read. What score would you give the Duckhead contestant? A few points? 6 points. Thank you judges. Then Yan Ran and Wang Zutong, both of them, also gave the Duckhead, respectively, a 7 and an 8. And the audience, this time in favor of Duckhead, numbered more than 7,000. This score, for a player, was already quite good. If there were no players of Wang Qingge's caliber present, with that Duckhead score, a championship is a possibility. After the Duckhead show, it was the turn of the Black Pig, which did the same. Instead of choosing a song with a stream this time, he went with a domestic love song, just like Duckhead. It's just that Black Pig song is relatively new compared to the Duckhead one, which, after all, just came out a few years ago, and so the Black Pig was, likewise, supported by many. After singing, the host came on stage. Black Pig contestant congratulations, a song that flower that person, really sang, countless couples of the heart nah. Thank you host. Well, then let's start by showing us, below, the scores that the judges gave you. This time it was Yen Ran who came first, and since she was also a young person, Yen Ran was also impressed by this song by Black Pig, so she gave it a 7. Wang Zutong did the same. She also thought that Black Pig sang well, so she gave it a 7 as well. After Li Hong's turn, although she didn't really like these kinds of love songs, she also felt that Black Pig, this time, did sing well, so she also gave 7 points. Although the final Heavenly King, Jay Zhou, only gave it a 6, Black Pig's score, again, is not to be underestimated. Then the live audience voted, and the Black Hog got over 8,000 votes, a little more than Duckhead's. This combined ratio gave the Black Hog the win and the Duckhead the loss. After Duckhead and Black Pig, both contestants, were finished, there was only the remaining Grey Wolf contestant left on the stage. Chapter 91 does not fit the current situation. At this time, the two of them, Wang Qingge and Jiang Xiaoqiao, had been discussing for about 10 minutes, and Jiang Xiaoqiao's performance was really good. The first time she sang the song Invisible Wings, Wang Qingge had only helped her correct a very small portion of her tone. Seeing that it was almost time for him to take the stage, Wang Qingge then said to Jiang Xiaoqiao, "Xiaoqiao, your performance is already very good. At this rate, you'll be able to hit the ground running later." Grey Wolf, thanks. I wouldn't have had the chance to sing so well if it wasn't for you and all of this. Enough of this kind of talk for now. You're practicing on your own. It's time for me to get on the field. Well, come on. On this side of the stage, after the Black Pig's score came out, the host, Liusi, said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the two contestants, Duckhead and Black Pig, have given us two love songs, both of which were sung quite well. So next, let's invite the last contestant to the stage. He will give us all bring how different singing. Please welcome the Grey Wolf contestants. Everyone welcome." Snap. As soon as the host's words left his mouth, there was a round of applause to welcome the Grey Wolf. Under a beam of light, the Grey Wolf's figure gradually appeared before the viewer's eyes. He took one step at a time, and the eyes of every spectator were filled with a sense of anticipation for him. After standing on the stage, the host, Lu Cc, also immediately came forward. "Grey Wolf contestants, have you seen Duckhead and Black Pig? The two contestants sing? Well, seen it. It's nice." Wang Qingge returned indifferently. "And what is your opinion of Duckhead and Black Pig? The two contestants singing?" The host asked Wang Qingge what he thought differently about the songs performed by both Duckhead and Black Pig. Wang Qingge thought for a moment. The view is a little bit. "Oh yeah? Can you tell us all what you think differently about the songs sung by the two contestants?" Lu Cc asked Wang Qingge directly as if she was asking the judges. And Wang Qingge casually said a few words. "Duckhead and Black Pig, both of them sing love songs, but their descriptions are very different. Like, for example, the song that Duckhead sings about my old lover, about a song that, well, remembers an old lover, and the Black Pig sings, that flower, that man, which is even more unusual, about seeing things. Compare your lover to a sea of flowers, and compare the sea of flowers to your lover, and hope that your lover, too, will be as bright and beautiful and moving as the flowers." It's a song that, at every turn, praises its lover. So Duckhead and Black Hog both sing love songs, one reminiscent of years later, and the other, a song comparing lovers to something better. Both songs, both different in their own way, each beautiful in their own way, I guess. After Wang Qingge finished speaking, everyone was slightly surprised because no one could think that the Grey Wolf could understand. Since he could still understand the purpose of a song, everyone has always thought that he just sings well and writes good songs. But I didn't realize that Grey Wolf knew so much about other songs. However, combined with the Grey Wolf's abilities, it made sense. After all, he could write such great songs himself, so surely his knowledge of some of them couldn't be bad. After the host saw Wang Qingge, and what she said, she was also surprised to say, "Wow, Grey Wolf didn't think that you were so awesome, since you were able to explain the difference between these two songs." "Ha, it's okay." Wang Qingge laughed awkwardly. "I wonder, then, what song you've prepared that compares to Duckhead's two love songs with Black Pig?" When the host asked this, Wang Qingge thought for a moment before replying. Actually, the two of them sang an okay song, but there are some that are not so in tune with the moment. Doesn't fit the moment? Wang Qingge's words once again made everyone very surprised. Exactly. And he explained himself. Duckhead sings, "My old lover" is a love song of the reminiscent variety, but the love songs that are recalled nowadays are not very responsive to most people, because most of the lovers nowadays, most of them are young people. One, they're not old yet, and two, it's easier to get in touch nowadays, so even if couples are separated, they can still communicate with cell phone contact, video calls and all that, so the reminiscing aspect is rare, I suppose. After all, if you just miss each other, then you can always get in touch. It was only after Wang Qingge explained this that all of them realized what he meant and that what he said was true. It's true that contact isn't what it used to be, it's a lot easier, so whenever you miss each other, you can always reach out. The host, too, nodded. Well, the Grey Wolf seems to be that way when you put it that way. Yeah, the two things you mentioned are really what young people, nowadays, have, so the reminiscence aspect should be rare. But what did you think of the Black Pig song, "That Flower, That Man"? For this point, Wang Qingge's explanation was even simpler. The song that Black Hog sang, "That Flower That Man," came by comparing the sea of flowers to a lover, and the lover to the sea of flowers. This situation, for young people today, is a little bit more unrealistic. How's that for impractical? The host, Lu Cc, After hearing Wang Chinga say that the song sung by the Black Pig was a bit impractical, she pursued the question with uncertainty. Everyone else in the audience, too, was looking forward to Wang Chinga's answer, wanting to hear his explanation that the song was impractical. It's quite understandable, Wang Chinga said back easily, because young people nowadays are either sitting in an office every day, dealing with things on a computer, or they're busy with all kinds of business. They seldom have time to travel, and without time to travel, where can they see the flowers and the sea? Again, he compares his lover, to a flower to the sea. Wang Chinga's words hit the nail on the head, the plight of the young people of the moment, because it's the truth. Nowadays, which one of them didn't let go of a lot of things just to go to work? A lot of people, they work from early morning to late night, and it's hard to get a day off in a week, but where's enough time in a day for them to go on a tour and see the flowers and the sea? So what Wang Chinga said was all coming from the truth, and each person was incredibly clear in their own mind. Even the host nodded. Well, Grey Wolf, I didn't expect you to think so deeply since you've given so much thought to it. According to you, that love song sung by both Duckhead and Black Hog is really not very much in keeping with the current situation. Chapter 92. Did anyone tell you? But since you say that the love songs sung by both Black Pig and Duckhead don't fit in with current society, and what do you think would be a situation that would be in keeping with contemporary society? When Lu Cece asked such a question, Wang Chinga also answered back directly. Well, I guess the young people's idea of love nowadays is either long distance or lost love coming more often. After all, a lot of people, a lot of things don't work both ways. There are a lot of couples who tend to fall in love and then have to choose to separate for the sake of their respective jobs and opt for a long-distance relationship. And two people who separate and choose a long-distance relationship end up strangers to each other. When Wang Chinga said this, he was instantly recognized by many people. Many of the viewers who watched the live broadcast have expressed their approval because among them there are a lot of people. This is the case. When the host, Lu Cece, saw this, she also couldn't help but ask curiously, Grey Wolf, since you put it that way, what do you think is the solution to this? Hearing this, Wang Chinga replied directly without even thinking, how can I possibly fix this? It's a necessary part of social development that no one can stop. You just have to adapt to it. But, at the end, Wang Chinga paused for a moment. But what? The Grey Wolf player, although I can't stop the development of society, I do understand the love of modern young people. I've actually originated a song not too long ago, a song that's more in line with what's going on right now. It's not. Really? After hearing Wang Chinga say that he had originated a song a long time ago, everyone was shocked. Well, that's certainly true, and I'd like to take this opportunity today to sing it to you if you'd like to hear it. Want to hear it? Want to hear it? The tens of thousands of spectators at the scene immediately chanted, all wanting to hear Wang Chinga's song. Seeing this, the host, Lu Cece, stopped talking nonsense. Grey Wolf contestants, then the stage is yours next. Go for it. Yes. After the host went down, Wang Chinga stood alone on the stage and looked at the audience and finally said, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have sung my last song. Father, of all the people in this room, I'm sure many of them had to leave their hometowns in order to work, in order to provide for their families, having to say goodbye to my parents at home, to work alone in a strange place. These are about, well, everyone's kinship side of things, but I actually know that people have love in addition to family. There are countless people here, including the entire world, and I'm sure there are countless people among you, the ones that have to leave your parents like they did, your loved ones, and go out on their own to fight for their jobs, for their careers. What you are doing now, everyone understands, everyone knows, is just for the betterment of the future. It's just that those of you who have left your loved ones, I know in your hearts you're actually attached to each other. It is much to be hoped that the other side will understand what you are doing now. I'm also sure that your loved ones, your lovers, they are sure to understand you as well. It's just that I'm here now, and I want to say to everyone that a temporary absence is not a permanent absence, and it's not coming back. So I hope that everyone, I guess, understands each other a little bit more. Here, enjoy my original song. Did anyone tell you? After Wang Chinga finished speaking, the scene immediately went into singing mode, and soon the music was also playing. After the music played for more than 10 seconds, Wang Chinga finally started singing. As the train rolls into this strange city, it's a neon that's never been seen before. I opened the letter you sent me when we left. Suddenly I feel an overwhelming sense of longing. Wang Chinga's simple opening made the countless spectators instantly sink into argument. He still didn't disappoint the audience. Not only is his voice good, but the lyrics songs are also very good. Every word is a classic, can't be overstated. Moreover, the lyrics of each of Wang Chinga's songs were clear and recognizable, and the audience only listened to a few lines before they roughly understood what he was trying to express in this song. Many viewers already knew that from these opening lines. It's a song about those who leave their lovers and sweethearts for work. Just like Wang Qingge, he said it himself. Many people nowadays have to be forced, for the sake of their work, for the sake of their career, to leave their loved ones, to leave their lovers as well. The song, that's all it's about. So everyone was quickly immersed in the song. The city that never sleeps in the winter when you can't see the snow. I hear people cheering and people crying. I'm used to the tempting darkness of the night, but can't forget your face. As the song continued, the audience was gradually following the song and also getting a deeper understanding of the song. Those first few lines sing about the helplessness of leaving a loved one, and these latter lines, singing, on the other hand, is about learning about new surroundings and the differences you see in unfamiliar places. There are other loved ones cheering and being happy together in a new environment. And of course there are people who are still unhappy even though both parties are together. But even though he was used to seeing all of this, he still missed his lover's loved ones in faraway places. These lyrics in this song really fit many people in long-distance relationships. It's as if the song was written specifically for people in long-distance relationships. So everyone listened very carefully, afraid of missing something. The song continues. Has anyone ever told you that I love you? Has anyone ever cried in your diary? Has anyone ever told you that I care? I care about the distance of the city. As the climax was sung, the audience was even more unable to help themselves as it was, especially those who literally separated from the people they love for their jobs. They had also been tempted to tell their own loved ones that they loved them. It also wanted to show them that they actually cared about leaving each other and going so far away. If they could, they would like the distance between them to be a little shorter. But these are all of them, of their own volition, for the real distance is not shortened by whoever cares, whoever wishes to shorten it. So they also just hope that the distance, which can't be shortened, doesn't become an obstacle that prevents them from being together. Therefore Wang Qingge's song, again, sang the hearts of countless viewers, many netizens. For this reason many, upon hearing this, shed uncontested tears. Chapter 93 All Classics. As the train rolls into this strange city, it's a neon that's never been seen before. I opened the letter you sent me when we left. Suddenly I feel an overwhelming sense of longing. The city that never sleeps in the winter when you can't see the snow. I hear people cheering and people crying. I'm used to the tempting darkness of the night, but can't forget your face. The song, on stage, continued, and the audience, too, stayed immersed in the euphonious song. This song, Has Anyone Told You? Writes about the heartache and helplessness of countless people, the parting of lovers from lovers, and the lovesickness of those who love each other. Of course, there's also a hint of an element of the two parties who were originally in love and had to separate in the end due to a variety of reasons. It could be said that once Wang Qingge's song came out, it was already quite in line with the situation of contemporary young people. It's very much in line with these young people nowadays and the difficulties they encounter with each other on this path of love. No one knows why he was able to write such a song, such a great song out of it. It's like he's experienced it himself, like he's had his own personal experience before he finally wrote the song. Many people, now recalling the same thing about Wang Qingge's past few songs. It's literally as if he's experienced each of his songs himself before he could write them. Now there began to be a lot of people who had questions in their minds, wondering what kind of person this Grey Wolf was, what he originated. Every song is so real, as if it's the same as many people's experiences. Also, what on earth did he go through before to write such a sad song out of it? These questions began to appear in the minds of many people who were very much wanting to know these answers. Many people who tuned in to watch the live broadcast were in a similar situation as the song, and for that reason there have been countless people who have put their own experiences on the pop-ups. My girlfriend and I, we just split up shortly after we got out of the workforce. She moved on in her city after I got out of work. I was in the same situation, in love with her for 2 years, and I graduated from college first, but she hooked up with someone else after I left campus and went out into the world. There are some women, too, who are also helpless. That scumbag, he said he'd come back and marry me when he made his money, but it wasn't long before he was hooked up with another vixen. Aside from these unsatisfactory things, there are of course many others that have ended up with two people who managed to get together because of the persistence of both parties. Soon, the song was also finally reaching the last part. Has anyone ever told you that I love you? Has anyone ever cried in your diary? Has anyone ever told you that I care? I care about the distance of the city. Ha, ha, ha. The song stopped and the music then slowly dissipated. Only after the music died down did Wang Qingge look at the audience and said, "Thank you." Snap. Upon hearing Wang Qingge's words, the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene gave him the most intense response with a warm applause. The applause held for about half a minute before slowly subsiding. The host, C.C. Liu, also came on stage at this time. "Thank you, Grey Wolf contestants, for giving us such wonderful singing. Wow, Grey Wolf, you really never let us down. Another divine song has come out. The host, Lu Cece, complimented Wang Qingge as soon as she came on stage. After hearing this, Wang Qingge smiled awkwardly. It's not bad. Actually, it's not as law as you said. Host, whether the Grey Wolf is good or not, it's not up to you. It's up to the audience. Look at that. You're making the audience cry again. Following the host's words, many viewers did indeed cry again. Well, Grey Wolf, you've given the audience their answer with this song. So let's see what happens next. The 4 judges. What did they think of your song? Right? After the host finished, everyone turned their attention to the 4 judges. This time it's Wang Zutong, the first to comment. Grey Wolf contestants, did anyone tell you that this one of yours is very well written? Both the lyrics and the song. Even I almost cried at that, you know? Hearing her second sister say this, Wang Qingge was also embarrassed to death in her heart. And Grey Wolf, one other thing I've noticed is that every single one of your songs, all different styles of songs, but all so classic. All this, how on earth did you do it? Wang Xuetong was truly more and more attracted to the Grey Wolf, because every song he's ever originated is such a classic that you can't even think about not paying attention to it. When Wang Qingge heard this, he had to find a random excuse. The judges are flattering. I just write better lyrics and sing better. It's nothing really. Seeing that Wang Qingge didn't really want to talk about it, Wang Zutong didn't pursue it anymore. But Grey Wolf contestant, you really surprised us. Keep up the good work and you'll definitely become a rising star of entertainment. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Aha, in the end I'll give you a 10 out of 10 for this song. Wang Xuetong directly gave him a perfect score. Thank you, judges. Hearing that it was 10 points, Wang Qingge's own heart was still relatively happy. After all, being able to give 10 points meant that people had already recognized his strength. But on the flip side it's also, like, has anyone ever told you, a song that was a classic in a previous life? If you can't get a perfect score from the judges here, there's something wrong. And judging by the reaction of these audience members at the scene, Wang Qingge already knew that the song had played a very important role in the hearts of the audience. He was sure that by now, there were all starting to be people playing back the videos they had shot and re-listening to the songs. I'm sure this song will be on countless people's music lists for the next long time, because the song, originally, had such charm, such power. After Wang Zutong finished her evaluation, it was time for Diva Li Hong, who also looked at him and said happily, Grey Wolf, the song is well written and sung. Listening to your song makes me want to, well, change back to my younger days. Don't make fun of me, Sister Hong. Hearing Wang Qingge, who had heard Li Hong say this, he too burst into tears. Grey Wolf, how is this a joke on my part? It's the truth. Ask everyone if you don't believe me. Just ask everyone if that's what they all think. Chapter 94. Is it the same person? Well, Grey Wolf Red is right. I think so too. The Heavenly King, Jie Zhou, took over Li Hong's words. See, even Lao Zhou has said this. How can it still be false? Seeing Li Hong still saying this, Wang Qingge didn't want to argue with her about anything anymore, so she had to say back, yes, whatever you say, Sister Red. Li Hong also stopped talking nonsense as she directly scored Wang Qingge. Grey Wolf, your song is a really good one, and it's equally on par with your other songs, so I'll give you this song, too, a 10 out of 10. I hope you keep up the good work. Thank you, Sister Red, for your support. Seeing that Li Hong had also given 10 points, Wang Qingge was immediately grateful. Then the Heavenly King, Jie Zhou, also followed Li Hong. Grey Wolf, I don't think there's any need for me to review any of your songs. Ah, why? Zhou Jie's words caused Wang Qingge to faint slightly, and the answer from the King of the Sky, Jie, was simple. There's no reason, because in my opinion, almost all of your songs are close to perfect, so I can't critique them anymore. What other people think, I don't know, but in my Jie, your Grey Wolf song is the perfect song, so I don't think I, myself, have that strength, that ability to instruct you on anything anymore. The Heavenly King, Zhou Jie, was able to say this turn of phrase out, showing that he was already very much recognizing Wang Qingge. In his eyes, he no longer had the ability to make any comments on Wang Qingge's song. This was the best certification of the strength of Wang Qingge by the Heavenly King, Zhou Jie. So when she heard these words from him, honestly in Wang Qingge's heart, she was also quite happy. Thank you, brother Jie. Wang Qingge told him gratefully. Well, you're welcome, Grey Wolf. Did anyone tell you about this one of yours? I think giving it a 10 is less than it should be, but there are only so many points we judges can give, so I'll just give you all of them, just like that. The Heavenly King, Jie Zhou, also gave Wang Qingge full marks. Now that the 3 judges, all of them, had given Wang Qingge full marks, Only Yen Ranran was left. After it was Yen Ranran's turn, everyone was still somewhat expectant because she was the one most likely to guess the identity of the Grey Wolf. So many people, now, were expecting her to have guessed who the Grey Wolf was. Li Hong didn't know if it was intentional or not, so after it was Yen Ranran's turn, she was the first to speak. Ren, how's it going? Are you getting any ideas about the identity of the Grey Wolf contestant? Hearing this, Yen Ranran gambled with Li Hong as if she was angry, so she didn't pay any attention to Li Hong at all as she directly addressed Wang Xinga. Grey Wolf contestant, did anyone tell you this one of yours was really well written and I liked it? Thank you judges. When Wang Xinga heard Yen Ranran's words, she also hurriedly thanked him. And Yen Ranran's words weren't just empty words, she did like the song, because when she had just heard the song, it had brought her back to some memories. She didn't know why, but listening to Grey Wolf sing a song reminded her of being with his ex-boyfriend. Although the two had long been separated, it wasn't why. When she heard the song, it suddenly gave her an impulse-like feeling, especially what is sung in the song. Those lyrics. Has anyone ever told you that I love you? Has anyone ever cried in your diary? Has anyone ever told you that I care? I care about the distance of the city. These lyrics were the ones that most struck a chord with Yen Ranran, as she felt an urge to do so herself when she heard them, trying to tell her ex-boyfriend that she actually still loves him. It was obvious that the two had been separated for so long, so why did she still have this urge? It all came together, all under the influence of this song, especially after she ran into her ex-boyfriend in the airport 2 days ago, after he hooked up with another woman, and now in combination with this song, it makes her even more sad. It made her want, even more, to tell him that she actually still loved him. She really wanted to let her ex-boyfriend know that she actually still had each other in her heart. If not, slowly calm down. Yen Ranran is not necessarily can come out from it. Fortunately, she has come out. Returning to her senses, Yen Ranran, she once again looked at the contestant on the stage. This contestant who was related to her, but she never knew who the other party was. Yen Ranran knew in her heart that it would be difficult for her to guess who the other party was now. Perhaps she would find out later, but she knew very well for herself that it certainly couldn't be now, much less today. She had already asked what she should have asked the other side, and the other side had already responded. So now Yen Ranran felt that she didn't know what to verify to the other party anymore, but she quickly thought of something else, another thing that made her want to know the answer. That's the author of the book that was released on the beginning Chinese website, Du Brit Song Dome. The author of this book is also named Grey Wolf because of the dueling dome. So after Yen Ranran knew about this, she had been thinking that the author of the double star, Grey Wolf, wasn't connected to this Grey Wolf, in some way, but in Yen Ranran's heart, she still very much didn't want that the two Grey Wolves were the same person, because she really couldn't accept that she had such a powerful person by her own side, but she never knew it. This is a man who, not only musically, has an unbelievable talent. In this aspect of writing novels, it has the strength of a pioneering ancestor. So Yen Ranran was really hoping that the two Grey Wolves weren't the same persons, they just changed the same name, and in Yen Ranran's opinion, it was more likely that the two Grey Wolves were not the same person with the same name, because it was hard for her to believe that someone who was so good at writing songs and singing was someone who would also go on to write novels. So in her opinion, this Grey Wolf and the author of Doo Wop were just the same name, although she herself thought so. But now that she had the chance to ask this Grey Wolf's words, Yen Ranran still felt it was good to ask, because only by asking and getting the answer she wanted in the other person's mouth would she be able to completely let go of her heart. Otherwise, do we have to guess every day from now on whether this Grey Wolf and that Grey Wolf are the same person? For this reason, Yen Ranran once again opened her mouth to ask Wang Xinga, by the way Grey Wolf player, I have one more little thing here that I would like you to answer. Oh yeah? Judge you ask. Hearing Yen Ranran's words, Wang Xinga told her to ask directly. Yen Ranran also stopped talking nonsense. It's like this Grey Wolf player. I'm on Beginning Point Chinese Online, saw a novel, an interesting one. Chapter 95 that author's name is Grey Wolf. This novel is called Fighting Dome. I don't know if anyone knows about it? After Yen Ranran uttered these words, many people looked at each other in disbelief. You looked at me and I looked at you, all of them not understanding what Yen Ranran meant by these words. I can't really blame people for being like this, because novels really don't get many takers around here. It's especially rare for people who focus on the music side of things to pay attention to novels of this type of circle. That's why when Yen Ranran asked something that had nothing to do with music, everyone showed such expressions. As Yen Ranran asked such a question, the entire network was thrown into disbelief. Even the backstage of the program, Wang Fugue and the others, were a bit baffled. They also didn't know what this problem of Yen Ranran's was, and what it had to do with the Grey Wolf contestant. But with the show's tactics, they were quick to find a topic of conversation. Isn't this kind of thing that people don't know the best kind of gimmick? So the program team immediately stepped up their efforts to publicize the program, and the special effects artists also immediately on the screen to get the exclusive special effects out. A line appeared straight away. What is the connection between the novel Double Star and the Grey Wolf contestants? Exactly? Yen Ranran so asked. Special effects is also so out after some watching the live broadcast of the novel enthusiasts. They finally gave a reaction. Though here, there isn't a huge audience that reads novels, and knowing about Double Star might be even less, but it didn't reach the point where not a single person was there. So soon enough a fan of the novel, and one who happened to know about the novel Double Star, came out to speak. I know, Fighting Dome, I know. It's a novel that doesn't even have 100,000 words yet it's already on fire on half the websites. As someone, after swiping these on the screen, others in the know are finally coming forward. Yeah, I love reading doo-wop. I've never read such a good novel. Oh, yeah, I've always been looking forward to the 3-year appointment in the do-breaking dome, but I don't know how Xiao Yan will take revenge after 3 years. As soon as these pop-ups appeared, they immediately made countless netizens not calm down, because since there were really people who knew about this novel, if that was the case, then there must be a deep meaning in Yen Ranran asking the Grey Wolf this question now, so everyone looked forward to it. Just then, a pop-up screen caught the eyes of countless viewers. Oh, I remember. I finally know why Goddess Ren asked the Grey Wolf player about this novel, because the author of the Dueling Dome is also named Grey Wolf, so Goddess Ran must be thinking that the Grey Wolf contestant and the author of the Dueling Dome, are they the same person coming? No way there's still this? The author of the Dipper's Dome is also called Grey Wolf? Ah, is that really the reason? After knowing some of the ins and outs, countless viewers and netizens, they too, have immediately gone to look up the novel Fighting Dome. They quickly looked up the novel Fighting Dome, and then looked directly at who the author was. There were no surprises. The author of the Dueling Dome was the one named Grey Wolf. After getting such an answer, countless netizens were again in an agitated mood because they didn't know. Is it true that the contestant on the stage right now is the same person as the author of the novel Doo-wop? The viewers who came back from reading the novel, they also immediately said in their pop-ups, it's true, it's true. The author of Do Bao Song Dome is really called Grey Wolf. You guys say that Grey Wolf, is it the same person as this one? I'm guessing it's the same person. I said this a long time ago when I was reading this novel, but there were a lot of people spamming me back then. There were also viewers, with different opinions, who gave answers. I don't think it's the same person. It's probably just that they both have names that happen to be named the same. Someone said that, and someone else quickly agreed. That's right. I don't think this Grey Wolf contestant, and the author of the Dueling Dome, should be the same persons. After all, where could there be such a coincidence? He has to sing himself and go on to write a novel. So, I also support the idea that the two Grey Wolves are not the same person. There are arguments in favor of not being the same person, and naturally there are those who think they are. You people are just farting. I'll leave the rest to you for now. Just the mere fact that Goddess Ren, right now, is asking the Grey Wolf contestants questions says it all. If the two Grey Wolves were not the same person, would the Goddess Ren take that question out on the Grey Wolves? Goddess Yen Ranran must just know that they are the same person. That's why she's asking, right? Others, too, were defiant and disliked them directly back. You guys are the ones farting. Who says Goddess Ren asked Grey Wolf? So they're the same person? Wasn't it Goddess Ren? Unsure if they were the same person. Who confirmed it with the Grey Wolf contestant? I told you two Grey Wolves. What's wrong with being the same person? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hell no. They're the same person. Soon, the viewers who held different views, again in the pop-ups, had a fierce confrontation. As for Wang Qingge, he himself had been frozen in his entirety the moment Yen Ranran asked, Fighting Dome, because he hadn't thought in any way that Yen Ranran would suddenly ask this. After being shocked, Wang Qingge quickly reacted because he knew who the number one fan of the novel, Do Deet Song Dome, was right now. The number one fan of Doo-wop is called Xiao Ranran, and his avatar is also a photo of Yen Ranran. That's why Wang Qingge was, at that time, skeptical himself when he met this first fan. Little Ranran, could it be that Yen Ranran came? It was just that at the time, he couldn't be sure about this. He just knew that Yen Ranran also liked to read novels, but couldn't be sure that she was Little Ranran, the number one fan of his novels. Wang Qingge thought the same thing at the time, and he wondered if there wasn't also someone who had taken the name Little Ranran. The avatar also happens to be replaced with just Yen Ranran's avatar. But all of this, in the moment Yen Ranran asked him if he knew about the novel Do Deet Song Dome, everything was already clear. From the moment Yen Ranran asked this, Wang Qingge already deeply knew that the number one fan in his novel was her. The fan called Little Ran Ran was the current Yen Ran Ran. There was no mistaking that the two of them came from the same place, so he was incredibly shocked, never dreaming that Yen Ran Ran was now not only on this stage. Chapter 96. Yes, it's me. There is, for a moment, an unraveling relationship with him, and even more so in the novels, which are also linked to him. This matter made Wang Qingge also froze for a moment, not knowing how he should now answer Yen Ran Ran's words. There were still many viewers on the scene who didn't understand or comprehend why Yen Ran Ran had asked Grey Wolf player, one that has nothing to do with music in question. This included Wang Shuatong, who similarly did not quite understand Yen Ran Ran at this moment. Ren, why are you asking the Grey Wolf contestant that question? Does it have anything to do with him? Yen Ran Ran did not rush to answer her, but looked at the Grey Wolf contestant on the stage to continue. Grey Wolf, how about it? I wonder if you know about it. The novel called Fighting Dome? When Wang Qingge saw her asking again, this time he was not going to, and continued to be silent. Well, I know about the novel Fighting Dome, and there are a lot of people who like it. Ah, you really know? When Yen Ran Ran heard Wang Qingge's reply, her entire being, for a moment, had a crisis, because since he really knows that the novel, Fighting Dome, if he had said that he didn't know that there was such a novel, then Yen Ran Ran wouldn't have been like this. If he said he didn't know, then that meant that Grey Wolf was no longer connected to that novel in any way. He is much less likely to be the author of that novel. But now, since he said he knew about that novel, Yen Ran Ran had a bad feeling, because his name, originally, is the same as the author of the novel, and you say again that you know the words of that novel. Doesn't it mean that you, possibly, are that author? So at this moment Yen Ran Ran, her heartbeat accelerated. She kept praying in her mind that they weren't the same person, just given the same name. The Grey Wolf contestant, who also happened to have just read that novel, is not the author, not the writer. Yen Ran Ran's own heart, silently praying, hoping that all of this, do not go against her will again, just go along with her mind for once. At this time, the host, Lu Cece, she was also confused because she also didn't know about the novel Fighting Dome, but now the Grey Wolf player, however, knew with both Yen Ran Ran, so this matter made her curious. All of a sudden, Lu Cece felt as if she couldn't keep up with society, since she didn't know there was such a novel. So Lu Cece also spoke directly, interrupting both Wang Qingge and Yen Ran Ran. Grey Wolf player, Ran, what are you two talking about? What Diablo Tsandao ah, is this novel famous? Seeing the host, suddenly asking this, before Wang Qingge could answer, Yen Ran Ran returned. Well yes, Fighting Dome, it's a story that completely subverts, in the past, all previous novel mentions. What's inside? It's brilliant beyond belief, and just those few simple words at the beginning are enough to draw people in. Not to mention is that the back storyline, where the protagonist is withdrawn by his fiancée and makes a 3-year pact and all that, is very intriguing. It's safe to say that as long as this novel continues to be updated, it's definitely going to seal the deal. No way, so powerful? The host, Lu Cece, heard Yen Ran Ran's flip-flop, and her entire body became extremely shocked. Now not only was the host shocked, but the audience watching the live broadcast across the network was beyond shocked. Because of what Yen Ran Ran said, it aroused the curiosity of countless people. Indeed many people, just by hearing Yen Ran Ran say so, immediately felt that this novel must be very different. Those who had read the novel a long time ago, they were the most vocal, so they were saying it in live pop-ups. Fighting Dome is indeed the best novel I've ever read. After reading this one, I can't read anything else. Now I wait, every day, for the author to update and go up every half hour to read it. Yeah, such a good-looking novel, since it wasn't there before, causing me to read the crap for over 10 years. These are from viewers who have already seen it, and others, who have just gone up to see it. After they heard Yen Ran Ran say Dobao Sangdao, the novel, they were all very curious as to what kind of novel it was. So many of them took a look at it. It didn't matter if they didn't look, they fell in this look. So they went back, in droves, to the live broadcast and said, oh my god, Fighting Dome is so good, why is it such a novel? How on earth did the author come up with this plot? Yeah, I was also shocked. Xiao Yan, since he went from a genius to a waste overnight. This kind of plot is too intriguing. What chapter did you all see? Did you see Nalan Yanran come to withdraw from the marriage? Damn, the chapter of Nalan Yanran withdrawing from the marriage was so wonderful. However, this chick, Nalan Yanran, is so excessive, since she looked down on Xiao Yan after he became a waste. I saw the chapter too. It was really great. I wouldn't have come back to keep reading if the live stream hadn't ended yet. Yeah, anyone who hasn't read this novel, I dare say it's the biggest regret of their lives, ever. The The words that appeared in the pop-ups instantly attracted countless more viewers, with so many people saying it was good. Could it be that this novel was really that good? But it wasn't those words in the live streaming pop-up screen that really made a difference. Rather, it was the Yen Ran on the scene, and the Grey Wolf contestant who, with the presence of the two of them, was what really made the audience curious. After all, even the judges and contestants said that novel was good, so it wasn't like they were lying, right? So many people started to believe it. And on this side of the scene, Yen Ran looked at the Grey Wolf on the stage at this time, and she asked once again, Grey Wolf contestant, since you know about the novel Fighting Dome, I'm sure you also know what the author's name is, right? Well, that I certainly know. After seeing Yen Ran finally asked to the point, Wang Qingge also answered back truthfully, author, just call it Grey Wolf. That, Yen Ran was asking, are you and that Grey Wolf the same person? It was just the words that she found herself unable to say for fear of hearing the least desired answer. Yen Ran couldn't ask, but it was the host, Lu Cece, who reacted, so she immediately looked at Wang Qingge. No way, Grey Wolf contestant, is it possible that you're the author of the Fighting Dome? When things came to this point, there was no longer any need for Wang Qingge to hide it, so she said truthfully, yes, I wrote the Fighting Dome. What? Did the Grey Wolf contestant write the Duelist Dome as well? Hearing Wang Qingge's words, the entire network once again boiled over because no one could believe it. This Grey Wolf, since he's really the author of Doo-Wop, Chapter 97 Reality is Fiction. Since he was the author who wrote the new type of mentions and started a new stream of fiction, Wang Qingge's words really made it hard for people all over the internet to believe it, especially those novel fans. They are even more unable to accept this all the same. You sing well also even if, how now even novels, also write so catalog. No, I should say, it's not even if you're great at singing and songwriting, how can you still write novels? It's just a matter of being able to write novels. And if you're writing novels that are the same as the masses, then your audience and friends can take it for a bit. But the thing is, when your novel comes out, it's just hanging on to someone else's existence. Now that people have read your novels, they have no desire to read anything else. And you're saying you're not discouraging people? How can you be so great? Music by your scenery is just fine. Why do you have to come to the novel on the wings? Especially those novel authors, when they learned that this Grey Wolf was the author who had written the Diablo Dome, they hated it. No one could understand the hate they felt for the Grey Wolf at this time. They hated him for not making good music. Why do you want to write novels? You're stealing their jobs. But hate is hate. It's someone else's freedom and no one can stop it. Anyway, now, when it was known that Grey Wolf was the author who had written the Diablo Dome, countless people went crazy for him once again. Now Wang Qingge, in the eyes of the audience, became even more unfathomable. To say that at this moment, the person whose heart is most difficult to accept is not Yen Ran, because reality still went against her wishes and did not go in the direction of her heart's desire. She had always hoped that the author of the Dueling Dome wasn't this person, and she was convinced that they weren't the same person. But truth and reality, they have to be so fond of playing jokes on her, hitting her, and the more she is convinced of what is not, the more it is. The more she liked something and looked forward to it, the more it was made by the same person. Since the appearance of this Grey Wolf, Yen Ran did, indeed, like all the things she liked very much, they were all related to him. He sings songs she loves to hear, and now even the novels she loves to read are written by this man. So how do you expect her to take it? Of course, it would have been better if the Grey Wolf hadn't told Yen Ran that the two of them were classmates, the two of them knew each other. But the Grey Wolf was the one who told everyone that he was acquainted with her, and the two of them were still college classmates. This point was what really made Yen Ran unable to accept, because she really couldn't accept that there would be such a powerful character in her side. But she didn't even know who it was? When something like this happened, not to mention others, she herself began to look down on herself, because she's like a fool for having someone so powerful around that she can't even realize that she doesn't know who it is. So she'd rather she didn't know the other person, and the two of them were okay. In that case, she would definitely feel better in her heart and wouldn't have a hard time accepting it as she did now, carrying this helplessness of knowing the other person, but not being clear about their identity. No one can understand, much less her helplessness. Only she could know how desperate and hopeless she was. The host Lu Cece, this time is also very shocked. She is just a casual question. Who knows, since it has become true. So she was equally shocked and once again looked at Wang Qingge and asked, Grey Wolf contestant, you're not kidding us. You're really the author of Do Do Song Dome? In response to the query, Wang Qingge said back very seriously, this kind of thing, there's no need for me to joke around with everyone. I'm the author of Do Bao Song Dome, so there's no need for everyone to guess anymore on this point. Wow! After hearing Wang Qingge's words and confirming them again, this time the entire network really believed them all. Online those have long suspected two grey wolves, is the same person, that group of people they are at this time. More crazy screen. Ha ha, I really wasn't wrong. I told you that the fighting dome was written by the grey wolf contestant. You guys didn't believe it at that time, but now you believe it, right? Yeah, I made a comment at the time that the fighting dome is what the grey wolf contestant wrote, and I got scolded by some people yet. Those people said that the grey wolf contestant was a singer, so how could he also write a novel? But now do you believe it? The grey wolf contestant is not only a great singer, he's also a fiction writer. Knowing the truth of the countless netizens, their feelings could not be calmed for a long time. And on this side of the scene, Yen Ranran did the same as she looked at the stage and finally spoke back. Grey wolf player. Yen Ranran asked with as much restraint as she could muster. Since the fighting vault, you wrote it, how did you come up with such a novel reference for the novel? As soon as Yen Ranran's words came out, countless people also rose in great anticipation, as many also wanted to know, how in the world did Grey Wolf come up with such a mention out of the blue, since no one had thought of it? For a question like Yen Ranran's, that was just too good to answer. There was no need to think hard at all. Judge, it's like this, I saw the previous novels, all of which were imitations, so I came up with the novel Fighting Vault on my own. Of course, this novel, I did have to rewrite it based on some real-world things. Let's say, for example, in reality there was originally a man who was very powerful, but after he had an accident, he was abandoned by the woman for these. I just changed them to, like, Xiao Yan and Nalen Yenron's kind of relationship in the text. So as long as everyone sees Xiao Yan and Nalen Yenron's matter as a reality, then wouldn't that be, like, the reality of some big boss or something, who gets dumped by his wife by his fiancé after his business fails? Hearing Wang Qingga's reply, everyone once again froze up, because after what he said, everyone thought that it did look a lot like, well, something in reality. In reality, there must be quite a few things similar to what Wang Qingga said. Is it rare in reality to see a situation like a business going bankrupt and then the wife and girlfriend leaving? So after Wang Qingga explained this, many people began to have an epiphany. Knowing that he writes novels, why so many people love them? Because he is spaced into something realistic. How can rewriting reality into fiction not be fascinating? So at this moment, some of the authors who heard this had an epiphany about how this hadn't occurred to them. Taking something from reality and putting it into the head of a novel. Why didn't they think of that before? Until now, woken up by the Grey Wolf player. Those people they didn't know. Chapter 98 The End. It turns out that writing a novel is still possible to write like this. To take something from reality and write it into the novel. This makes it more appealing to the reader and has a certain authenticity to it. Instead of just 1,000 imitations like before. When Yen Ranran heard Wang Qingga's reply, she could no longer find any loopholes because what the other party said was very convincing. A text that rewrote reality into a novel was truly something she hadn't seen before, so it was no wonder that she would never forget it again after seeing the Diablo Vault. Now that she thought about it herself, that's what it was like. Wasn't fiction a reflection of reality, except for a lot of make-believe? Only, something so simple that previous authors just didn't want to think about it, much less write about it. Until now, with the emergence of the Grey Wolf, who has taken some of the reality and written it into the novel. Yen Ranran, who had figured this out, she nodded gently. Oh, so it's like this. I know. Yen Ranran's voice was much smaller, because she had been struck down one after another, and her heart was already really hard, but she wanted to ask again, something about the Grey Wolf player. By the way, Grey Wolf, when did you start writing novels? This point, to the current Yen Ranran to may be very important. If the other party is in college, start writing novels, then surely more or less, someone will know. Just follow this. If you go back and check, maybe there will be a clue. And when Wang Qingga heard Yen Ranran ask this, he knew exactly what she was asking for, so he said subtly, well, the novel was actually something I was constructing at a very early stage. I just started writing it now. Wang Qingga's answer made it difficult for Yen Ranran to get the answer she wanted. Oh, got it. Thanks. Yen Ranran, who knew that she couldn't ask anything, didn't intend to continue asking, and at this time Li Hong, who was on the side, began to appear to mess things up again. Ren are you on to the Grey Wolf contestant? What have you found out? He can write novels. Hurry up and think about it. Among your former classmates, there is someone who can write novels. Say it out. Maybe you'll get it right. Li Hong asked this, and everyone looked at Yen Ranran expectantly. But the current Yen Ranran, where was she in the mood to care about this? She came straight to the point. I don't know. Don't even ask me. I can't guess who he is anymore. You'd better ask someone who knows. Yen Ranran's words also carried a backlash against Li Hong, as many people now believed that Li Hong might be the only one who knew Grey Wolf real identity of the person. Yen Ranran so say, not obvious back to her. Cut. Seeing her say that, Li Hong also hurriedly ignored the past. She didn't want to let the whole network of people all put the focus on herself. The host, Lu Cece, saw the delicate relationship, so she immediately interrupted. Well, since now Judge Yen Ranran has asked the Grey Wolf contestant questions, then I wonder, how many points is Judge Yen Ranran going to give the Grey Wolf contestant song? 9 points. Hearing about the scoring thing, Yen Ranran directly stated 9 points. She didn't give them all 10 points like the other three. This move of hers was also slightly surprising to countless people, because if the other three all gave 10 points, then you alone gave 9 points. It seems a bit of an eyesore. Yen Ranran had, apparently, also discovered this situation, so she immediately said, Grey Wolf, I'm only giving you a 9. I just hope you're not complacent. You need to work harder. Aha, thanks judges. I know, I'll keep trying. Wang Qingge also hurriedly replied back, and the truth was that right now, he was also a little nervous in his heart, because he was afraid that if he continued to be asked by Yen Ranran, he would accidentally reveal something to her by then. So now Wang Qingge, too, was hoping to hurry up and end the judges' hurdle and move on to the next round of audience voting. Seriously though, the current Wang Qingge was still a little scared because he realized that he had too much contact with Yen Ranran. Having some contact on the stage was enough for him to drink a pot of water, but who knew that Yen Ranran since she still likes to read his novels. More than that, he's become his novels' #1 fan. So how can this not worry him? What would Yen Ranran think if, on the day his identity was revealed, she found out that the person who kept her awake at night was the ex-boyfriend she had given up on? That picture, that scene. Wang Qingge felt a little scared just thinking about it. So the more contact the two had now, the more it made Wang Qingge worry, not knowing how to face it in the future. However, these are all things for the future. If there is really no way out, then the soldiers come to block the water and water to cover the earth on the line. Yen Ranran's words also instantly dissolved the audience's perception of her giving 9 points. So the host, too, went on to continue. Grey Wolf, congratulations, on 3 10s and 1 9 from the 4 judges here. Congratulations. Thank you judges. Well, folks in the audience, here's your time to vote for the Grey Wolf contestants. Please get ready to vote for Grey Wolf if you like him and his songs. Live voting, countdown begins. Let the voting begin. With the moderator's call for the voting to begin, the audience, in turn, began to vote. A minute later, the voting results came out, and it wasn't much different from the last one. Those who supported Wang Qingge were still over 9,000 people. Wow, Grey Wolf contestant, congratulations. You've won the audience's over 9,700 votes. Congratulations. Seeing such a result, Wang Qingge was still very happy. After all, who wouldn't be happy with the support of so many people? Thank you all for your support. The host continued to announce. Well folks, the result of this edition of the Masked Singer competition is that the Grey Wolf contestant has won. So, the Grey Wolf players have a chance to move on to the next installment of the tournament and compete with the other new players again. The viewers, naturally, were very happy to hear that Grey Wolf had made it to the next installment, because they would still be able to continue to see him on this stage. Well, friends of the audience, let's invite the other 3 contestants to join us on stage. As the host's words fell, Black Pig and Duck Head, as well as the jade-faced fox, came onto the stage together. The 4 contestants all stood on the stage before the host addressed the other 3. Black Hog, Duck Head, and Fox, I'm sorry to say that you 3 have been eliminated. Well, thanks. The 3 of them also thanked everyone. Chapter 99. The contestant takes off his face. Liusi continued. 3 contestants. According to the rules of our competition, you have the right to choose between the Black Pig and the Duck Head. Before you leave the stage, take off your masks so the audience remembers yours. So, are you guys taking off your masks, or not? The rules of the competition are that only those who make it to the final 3 are eligible to be unmasked for the audience to remember. And for Jade Fox, the first contestant to be eliminated, she is not qualified. She wanted to take off her mask unless the audience demanded it and wanted her to take it off in order to do so. After the host finished saying that the mask could be removed, the audience chanted together, "Pick, pick." The audience at the scene, including the hundreds of millions of viewers who were tuned into the live broadcast, were still eager to know the identities of Black Pig and Duck Head, the 2 of them. And it's the kind of thing that, for both of them, they're glad that so many people want them to take off their masks, because who doesn't come to this show to be famous? Since they came for fame, who is willing to come in silence and leave without a word? Surely anyone would want, after showing their strength on stage, to finally take off their mask and let everyone recognize them. This way, more or less, he or she can really suck a wave of powder, which will definitely help in future debuts and whatnot. So when the 2 of them, Black Pig and Duck Head, saw so many spectators, all wishing for them to take off their masks. They were genuinely, from the bottom of their hearts, happy. The chants of the audience subsided before the host continued. So I wonder, what are the two choices? Hearing this, the two of them, Black Pig and Duckhead, actually had the answer in their hearts. The masks they definitely had to take off. Pick, we pick. The two of them spoke in unison. Well, in that case, let's start with the AFC Black Hog. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, let's look forward to seeing who the Black Hog contestants really are. As the host finished his words, Black Pig stood alone, at the very center of the stage. At this time the lights in the whole room were much dimmer, and only a beam of light shone on the Black Pig. And Black Pig, too, as the light shone behind him, he finally moved, only to see his hands on his mask, slowly removing it. With all eyes on him and everyone expecting him, Black Pig finally took off his mask. The moment the mask was removed, a handsome face appeared on the big screen. In the live broadcast, all at once, after seeing the real face of the Black Pig, the audience was stunned, because many people did not expect the Black Pig would be so young and still so handsome. After seeing the Black Pig's real face, some of the women at the scene even screamed for him. With a grin on his face, the Black Pig turned to the camera then said, "Hello everyone in the audience, I'm Zhang Feifei. I believe that a part of you should know me. I'm the anchor Zhang Feifei who has 1 million followers on the Douyin platform." Feifei. As Zhang Feifei spoke out his own situation, some of the audience at the scene became even more excited. Especially some of the people who have long liked him and have been his fans for a long time have gone crazy. No one had expected that Zhang Feifei would be a Black Pig player since he was a Black Pig, which was indeed quite surprising. The excitement of the audience at the scene was hardly calmed down before the host came forward to ask questions. "Zhang Feifei, I really didn't expect that since you're a Black Pig player, you really surprised everyone too much." He laughed awkwardly and said, "I thought that an audience member would have guessed me, but I didn't realize that I'd have to end up taking off the mask myself. However, after this, I have learned and realized a lot and know a lot of things that I didn't know before." Zhang Feifei was very happy and kept on talking. Then he said again, "However, when it comes to this visit to the Masked Singer, the biggest takeaway is the Grey Wolf contestant. Because I ran into the Grey Wolf players, I realized what real music is and what real talent is." After Zhang Feifei spoke about the Grey Wolf, the audience's gaze, too, was directed to Wang Qingga's side. For this reason the host, Lu Cixi, also said to him, "Zhang Feifei, in fact, you yourself are already very good. Your strength, for all to see, is truly has been remarkable. Thank you, host." Then it was the turn of the 4 judges, and Li Hon looked at Zhang Feifei. "Zhang Feifei, since you're a Netflix singer, I won't say much about the other nonsense. I'm sure you know more or less everything yourself when it comes to songs, so keep up the good work and try to excel some more." "Well, thank you Sister Red for your support." Then the 3 of them, Heavenly King Zhou Jia, Wang Shuetong and Yan Ran, also said something to Zhang Feifei respectively. After listening to the words of the 4 judges, Zhang Feifei turned back and looked at the 3 Wang Qingga and said, "Grey Wolf, Duckhead, and Jade Fox, I'll take off my face for now, but I'm also looking forward to who the 3 of you really are." Duckhead didn't, because he's about to take off his face, too. "On the contrary, you, Grey Wolf, are the one I'm looking forward to the most and want to know who you are. Let's hope we can find out your true identity soon." Wang Qingga saw Zhang Feifei say this, so he also said back to him, "Zhang Feifei, don't worry, I believe that day is not far away." I think so, soon." After Zhang Feifei finished talking to the 3 of them, he left the stage first and went into the backstage. Once Zhang Feifei was gone, it was Duckhead's turn to take off his mask. The host called him over to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, has the true identity of the Black Pig contestant surprised and amazed everyone?" "Yes," the audience chanted. "So are you guys looking forward to the Duckhead contestant and do you want to know who he is?" In response to the host, there was another scream. "Duckhead contestants, are you nervous, about to take off your face and meet everyone?" "A bit," Duckhead echoed awkwardly, "but it doesn't matter much, I guess. I'd still love to meet everyone." "Well, in that case, we'll be waiting for you to pick your face, Duckhead contestant." The host, after saying that, also left him, and now the eyes of the entire network are on Duckhead. A lot of people are looking forward to finding out who Duckhead's true identity really is. The scene with the Duckhead picking the noodles is also not much different from the Black Pig. Zhang Feifei, also under a beam of light, Duckhead slowly removes his own mask, removing the obstacles that prevented him from meeting the audience. Chapter 100 Seeing Reality. With Duckhead's mask removed, everyone got to see his real face. But Duckhead, unlike Black Pig Zhang Feifei, is not a netizen in his own right, so there are a lot of people who recognize him. Duckhead is a completely unfamiliar face, and not as handsome as Zhang Feifei, and seems a bit older, so the audience, for a while, remained relatively calm. Of course, there are still some girls that let out the same girly squeals for Duckhead. After Duckhead took off his mask, he too was introduced to the audience. Hello audience, judges, my name is Li Weiwei. I'm a takeaway writer. I usually like to sing, so on a whim, I signed up to come to the show as well. I've been on this program just as much, and I've learned a lot and seen a lot, so I'm really thankful that the program, The Masked Singer, has given me such an opportunity. Thank you. Snap. Applause broke out when Duckhead Li Weiwei finished. The host, Lu Cece, also immediately stepped forward. Weiwei, you're so amazing. You know, all of us thought that you were going to be like Zhang Feifei, a netizen or something to come, but I didn't realize that since you're just a vegetarian, so it's really surprising for all of us to know who you are? Aha, thank you all. Liusi asked again. Weiwei, how did you come up with the idea to come to our program? Well, here's the thing, I actually came to the show because I had the support of my coworkers. My coworkers and I, when we worked together, sometimes hum a couple of lines, so they thought I was a good singer. So at one point, they told me that there's a show now called The Masked Singer. It's perfect for, people like me to show what they're made of. And that's how I was encouraged by them to sign up and come to the show as well. After listening to Li Weiwei, it became clear to everyone how he came to be on this program. The host, Si Wei Lu, was equally happy to tell him, yes Weiwei, our program is for you people, not just for you, but for many ordinary, yet powerful people. Our show exists to prepare all people, so that they can have the opportunity to show their strengths and show their talents. So please believe in us. If you can sing too, but have never had the chance, never had a stage, then you can come to us, to our Masked Singers, where you will realize your dreams. The host's words are not an exaggeration, because the show, The Masked Singer, is really like that, and it's there for all to see. So there wasn't much opposition when Liusi said that. Soon after the host finished, it was the judge's turn, and this time it was Wang Zutong who came first. Wang Zutong, now as long as she sees hard-working people, see people who fight for their dreams, she will always want her little brother to come, because the gray wolf on the stage, the blow to her was too great. The other party is the same status as her little brother, but others are so good, all viewed her own little brother. It was a miserable mess. So now but a little bit of everything, she just thinks of her little brother every now and then, but this remembering she did not think of the other's good rather, she was thinking of all the things that the other person was not. Looking at Li Weiwei, Wang Zutong said with great satisfaction, Li Weiwei, your performance on stage is obvious to everyone. Still, what I really admire about you is your ability to fight for your dreams. The choice was made to come to this stage and show what you can do so that you can prove yourself. You're one of those that really impresses me a lot. You're already better than a lot of people you know. At least you don't live all day loafing around and knowing your worth like some people do. That's why I think highly of you. Keep up the good work, keep up the good work. You'll reap the fruits one day. Li Weiwei, when he heard Wang Zutong's words, he was also happy to say back, thank you to the judges for their support. After Wang Zutong finished, then came Zhou Jie, who also praised Li Weiwei a bit, telling him to keep working hard in the future or something. The two of them, Li Hong and Yan Ranran, roughly had these words of encouragement for each other. So very quickly, the four judges were done with Duckhead Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei, he was likewise very much looking forward to it, very much wanting to know Wang Qingge and Jade Fox, the identity of the two of them. Duckhead Li Weiwei, after taking off his mask and saying goodbye to everyone, he similarly stepped off the stage. After Black Pig and Duckhead both left, only Wang Qingge and Zhang Xiaoxiao were left on the stage at the moment. Wang Qingge naturally didn't need to say anything because he was the champion and no one had guessed his identity, so he didn't need to take off his face. But the Jade Fox Zhang Xiaoxiao was different. Even though she was an eliminator, she did have the chance to take off her mask. As long as the audience, who wanted her to take off her mask, wanted her to take it off, then she had the option to do so. Fox, the host asked, looking at her. Fox, can you tell us how you feel about coming to this program, and what you got out of it? This kind of question, that's too much for Jade Fox, since she is participating in the Masked Singer program since the contestant who has received the most controversy yet. She was attacked all over the internet tonight for singing a song expressing her father's love. Although in the end, Wang Qingge had stepped in to help her regain face and help her prove the truth. It wasn't her after all. That's why even now, some people with unhealthy hearts still have some opinions when they see her. The jade-faced fox, Jiang Xiaoqiao, herself was of course aware of all this, and she knew that there must still be a lot of people, right now, who were having a problem with her. After all, she was attacked all over the internet for that song at the time. so it certainly wasn't that simple to eliminate those aftermaths. Now after hearing the host ask her what she got out of coming to the show, and what she felt, she didn't even know what she, herself, was supposed to say. Jiang Xiaoqiao thought for a while before she knew exactly what she should say. Moderator, I guess my biggest takeaway and feeling on this stage would be seeing reality. Seeing reality? Jiang Xiaoqiao's answer not only froze the host, but the audience was also surprised. In fact, without her explaining, many people knew to understand what she meant by seeing clearly. It's also true that Jiang Xiaoqiao did see a lot more clearly, since she was questioned and attacked for singing songs about her father's love. She'd seen it all, and she knew that nowadays, as long as it wasn't to their liking, it was all wrong, even if it was a song expressing a father's love. Chapter 101 I want to reveal my face. So Jiang Xiaoqiao sort of realized that as long as you sing in a way that is not aesthetically pleasing to the audience, then everything else is wrong, just like the song she just sang, My Old Father at Home. The audience heard it and said she was selling out. Despite the reality, Jiang Xiaoqiao still didn't change her stance because she never wanted to win by selling out. People questioned her and doubted her, all of which she could accept, but what she couldn't accept was that the fatherly love she was trying to express couldn't be dismissed as selling out on stage. Jiang Xiaoqiao said. She saw the reality of this after the host Lu Cc is also a little surprised, did not expect her to say so, but the host quickly changed the subject and said, well Fox, let's see if the audience wants. If the audience wants, you to unmask as well. After saying that, the host first asked the 4 judges, what do you think of the Jade Fox? Do you want her to take off her mask, or do you want her to just leave? The 4 judges, of course, they wanted to know the true identity of each contestant. That's why Yan Ranran was the first to say, I certainly hope that the Fox contestant is able to take off his mask. After all, she's been on this stage, for 2 or 3 installments, so it would be a bit of a shame if she left like that, wouldn't it? After Yan Ranran finished speaking, Heavenly King Zhou Jie took over. Well, I also think Ren has a good point, and the fact is that whoever it is, I'm very curious to know, of every one of them being who they really are. That's something I think we all think the same way about. So, I am also hoping that the Fox contestant is the one who can take off her mask and meet everyone. As for Li Hong and Wang Zutong, they were likewise very hopeful that Jiang Xiaoqiao was able to take off her mask and meet everyone. After seeing that all 4 judges wanted Jiang Xiaoqiao to take off her mask, the host once again asked the audience at the venue, friends of the audience, so what do you think of Jade Fox? Isn't it true that you also want her to take off her mask and meet everyone? The tens of thousands of people in the audience were asked. And for a while the situation became somewhat delicate. If Jiang Xiaoqiao was just a normal fall from the general elimination, it would be better to say something. But she was eliminated with everyone blaming her, and was eliminated with a lot of people thinking it was her selling out. So now the situation turned a little bit wrong. Even though Wang Qingda had already stepped in and proved that Jiang Xiaoqiao's song wasn't selling out, many viewers were realizing their mistake. Still, it is inevitable that some people of low quality will not object, and in the eyes of which it is good to prove it to whomever it may be. Jade Fox selling misery is impossible to be vindicated, so those people to the present, or the same, look down on her. For this reason some people were not very concerned about whether or not Jiang Xiaoqiao was going to take off her mask, because they didn't want to know about this person either. Still, there were a lot of people in the audience who wished she could take off her mask. The live side is not so bad anymore, but the viewers in the live room, not so good, especially some who like to be keyboard warriors, who like to cyber violate others. They are reckless and let themselves go. For this reason, after it was Jiang Xiaoqiao's turn to reveal or not, those people started to make waves. They are directly in the middle of the pop-up. How does this person even have a face on stage? I thought she was just going to leave. Yeah, a contestant who sells herself short. Who on earth gave her the courage and the face to stand on stage again? That's right. If this kind of thing were to change me, then I would have run away in a puff of smoke. Where would I dare to continue to go on stage and disgrace myself? No, for such a contestant. Who on earth cares about her taking off her mask? Who cares to see her real face? That's right. Seeing such a person is simply dirtying my eyes. Don't pick it. Hurry up and get off the stage. People who sell misery are still qualified to take off their masks and come to laugh, right? It's a gift to have her on stage again. That's it. Get lost. Get lost. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all cursing Jiang Xiaoqiao, and a lot of them didn't want her to take off her mask. But soon, the matter of not wanting Jiang Xiaoqiao to take off her mask was transformed by a pop-up screen. What do you guys know? All the more reason we need her to take off her mask and properly recognize her as a person when she's selling out like she is. We should get a good, clear look at what the contestants who come to the stage to sell their woes really look like. Only, a lot of keyboard warriors woke up right away when someone reminded them of this. Right, Shouldn't someone who sells misery be crushed all over the internet? In that case, that's all the more reason for her to take off her mask. Yes, it doesn't matter if the other contestants don't pick, but this one who's selling out has to make sure everyone knows who it is. That's right, the contestant who sells out is going to be judged by the whole internet. Take off your ugly mask. The hosts, who were still unaware of the message, also wanted to meet the message from the live audience. So the hosts said, since the audience at the scene all want Jade Fox to take off her mask, let's take a second look below to see what the viewers in the live broadcast room think about this. Please look at the screen. As the host's words fell, the live feed switched to the big screen, and everyone took a look, and then this scene appeared. Misery seller, please take off your ugly mask. Sellout contestants, please take off your shameless coverings and let everyone see what you look like. Please be sure to remove the mask so that we can all remember this person in the future. That's right, since you dare to sell your misery on stage, you should have the courage to face reality. Take off your mask. The live streaming pop-ups were all clear of wishing that Jade Fox could take off her mask, but it was not friendly, wishing her to take off her mask, but with malicious purpose, wanting her to do so. Wang Qingga and the hosts, how did not expect. Now this audience, or so much opinion on this matter. Some people, so quick to forget the lesson they had just learned, continued to attack Jiang Xiaoqiao. Seeing this, the staff also immediately turned off the big screen now. After something like this, there was no need to say anything else, and everyone knew they couldn't let Jiang Xiaoqiao take off her mask. Willows quickly responded, Fox contestant, is there anything else you'd like to say? In closing, to the group, the hosts were hoping that she, who could leave now, wouldn't have to reveal it again. But this moment of Jiang Xiaoqiao, her heart is not thinking like this, especially when she saw the words of those people on the internet. It made her even more determined to do one thing. Chapter 102, Dare to Face Reality. Moderator, is it okay if I want to take off my mask? Jiang Xiaoqiao didn't say anything else. She directly asked to take off her mask. Her words took the crowd by surprise, as it was now, though so many people wanted her to take off her mask, those people had an agenda. If she continued to take off her mask in this situation, then she would be the one to lose out when the time came. So Jiang Xiaoqiao, the best option now should be to leave like this, without taking off the mask. This was done in order to protect herself from being attacked by people who just had a mind to do so. But now, she had to ask, to take off her mask. How could she not be surprised? The host was equally incredulous. Jade Fox, are you sure you want to do this? Aha! She didn't hesitate for a second. Yes, host, I've decided that I'm going to take off my mask and come and meet everyone. It had to be said that Jiang Xiaoqiao's decision made both those who supported her and those who wanted to see her make a fool of herself admire her courageous one. When Wang Qingga saw Jiang Xiaoqiao, who even asked to take off her mask at this time, he was equally impressed. In Wang Qingga's opinion, she could actually remove her mask without having to do so now. She just needed to come back to the reveal after she sang the song he gave her, when the audience recognized her again. That would be safer. But instead of doing that, she favored the most dangerous way possible, demanding that the mask be removed before she could even sing. This was true, something that Wang Qingga had never expected. It seemed that the current Jiang Xiaoqiao had already looked away, and she had become more resolute in her heart. Jiang Xiaoqiao's decision, at the same time, let Wang Qingga know that he hadn't helped the wrong person. If she chose to sing and then take off her mask, then Wang Qingga was still equally supportive of her. But actually revealing it after the song is certainly not as admirable as facing the difficulties by revealing it first. So what Jiang Xiaoqiao was doing now was really something that made Wang Qingga feel happy in his heart, because he wasn't helping the wrong person. Jiang Xiaoqiao's approach is seen as a sign of strength by those who support her, but in the eyes of those who wished to see her make a fool of herself, such a maneuver would undoubtedly be a provocation. Because it's obvious enough that they want you to take off your mask for the sole purpose of seeing you make a fool of yourself. And if it was a normal person, in the face of no kind of situation, would certainly choose to run away in the dust. But instead of choosing to run away, she stayed, and it was just as well that she stayed, since she even asked to take off her mask. Wasn't she looking down on those who wished her to make a fool of herself, in provoking those guys? So now hopefully, the people who saw Jiang Xiaoqiao make a fool of herself gritted their teeth in hatred. So many more bad messages came out of the live stream pop-ups. Damn, this person is too unaware of the sky, since he still wants to take off his mask. Yeah, it's almost as if we're not in our sights, so let her pick it. That's right, let her take off her mask so we can see what this sellout, the guy who doesn't know the sky and the earth, really looks like. All sorts of messages appeared in the live broadcast pop-up screen for a while, and Jiang Xiaoqiao in the scene, she once again said to the host, Host, can I take off my mask? This. Ryoshi was still a bit hesitant as it concerned the players, but just as Liusi was still hesitating, the director, Wang Fugui's voice, came to her ears in agreement. seeing that the director agreed, and it was the contestant's own choice. So the host, Lu CC, stopped talking nonsense. Jade Fox, have you really thought about taking off your mask? Aha, I'm pretty sure. She sounded very determined. Seeing this, the host stopped blocking. Alright, Jade Fox, please take off your mask then. As the host finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoqiao stood at the center of the stage, while Wang Qingge walked backstage at this time, because next, there should be nothing more for him. What he can help is only up to this point. The rest of everything depends on how the other party himself is how to deal with it. After Zhang Xiaoqiao stood in the center of the stage, the lights of the scene all dimmed. Still the same, only a beam of light shone on her, while she slowly took off her mask. It was only after Zhang Xiaoqiao completely removed her mask that all of them looked at her clearly, and saw her true face. When her real face appeared, it was still quite a surprise because I didn't expect her since she was still a beautiful woman. After seeing that Zhang Xiaoqiao was a beautiful woman, those who had originally supported her became even more fond of her, and some of the people who had wanted to see her make a fool of herself were equally instantly less hostile to her when they saw how beautiful she turned out to be. Of course, there are still some people who are different from the rest. When those people saw Zhang Xiaoqiao's true colors, it made them even more jealous. They hate it. Why is the other person so beautiful? On what grounds? So some keyboard warriors attacked her even more frantically. Live broadcast pop-ups in the quarrel. The scene site has been unable to manage. The host Lu Cc saw Zhang Xiaoqiao's true face after. She was very happy too. She said happily as she walked towards her. Wow, Jade Fox. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in person. I really never expected it. Thank you host for the compliment. Without the mask and after the voice changer, Zhang Xiaoqiao's voice, again, was very melodious and pleasant. She spoke in a voice that made people feel soothed in their hearts upon hearing it, which was the first reaction of countless viewers. Willow Sissy likewise, shocked, returned, Fox contestant. It's not that I'm complimenting you, but you're really pretty. Thanks. This time she didn't put it off. Well, here's a little about yourself. Aha! Zhang Xiaoqiao had the camera in front of her, facing the audience. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Xiaoqiao, and I'm currently a current college student. I'm so happy to have come on this Masked Singer show and to have met everyone, and I'm very grateful to those who have supported me. Thank you. Snap. When Zhang Xiaoqiao finished speaking, the scene erupted into applause. The applause died down before the host asked her again. Little Joe in closing, is there anything else you would like to say to the audience? And to this stage? Yes. Can I have one more song before the host leaves? It's not a precedent for a contestant to ask for another song when saying goodbye. So Liusi, too, responds directly. That's fine Little Joe. Then the stage is all yours down there. Good luck. After saying that, Lu Cc also quickly left the stage. Chapter 103 Invisible Wings. After hearing that Zhang Xiaoqiao was going to sing another song, countless viewers had expectations and were surprised. More people, though, still don't think much of her, and don't think she'll ever sing anything good again. And for the keyboard warriors, it got even more frantic with their attacks. The keyboard warrior attacked Zhang Xiaoqiao, based on her last song, saying that if she sang again at this time, it would surely be no different from the previous song. Although countless viewers, there was a great deal of controversy over Zhang Xiaoqiao's final request. However, this time, both the audience at the scene and those who watched the live broadcast did not leave at the first opportunity, and did not directly turn off the live broadcast to stop watching. It's not that there weren't people who just left and quit the live stream, but there were just very few, because after the lesson of the last Grey Wolf player, people were now cautious. They were afraid. What if the contestant sang a great song once they left? Wouldn't it be them who would regret it then? Therefore, many people didn't leave at the first time to be on the safe side, but chose to stay and listen to it first. If the other person opens their mouth and sings poorly, they can leave again. Again, it's not too late. It's only a minute or two. So many people, with this in mind, have chosen to stay and see what happens first. After only Zhang Xiaoqiao was left in the scene, she turned herself to the audience once again. Hello everyone in the audience. I know that because of my last song, it caused a lot of you to have a problem with me, but I didn't blame everyone because I knew it was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding where people didn't know the truth yet. I'm sure it won't be like that again once people learn the truth. This today, and it's just a little setback in my life, and I'm not going to be defeated by a little setback like that. Not only myself, but I hope that each and every one of us can be brave enough to face difficulties and setbacks in our own lives. Next, I bring you this song, called Invisible Wings. I hope you will like it. Thank you. As Zhang Xiaoqiao finished speaking, the live music soon started. The sudden appearance of the music, with a hint of euphoria, also reveals a hint of strength in a desperate situation. The courage to survive. After the soundtrack had been playing for more than 10 seconds, Jiang Xiaoqiao finally opened her mouth under the anticipation of countless people. Every time, all strong in wandering loneliness. Every time, even when I'm hurt, I don't flash tears. I know, I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying, flying through despair. As soon as Jiang Xiaoqiao opened her mouth, her singing voice once again captivated countless people. For once, she was not singing an old song, so her unique voice captured many right away. Not only that, but she's only at the beginning of this song, and the crowd knows it's definitely not that simple. This must be, again, a high-quality, high-pitched song and as original as anyone has ever heard this song. Don't think about it. They have a beautiful sun. I saw. Every day the sunset changes. I know. I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying. Give me hope. When the second verse came in, it drove the crowd even more crazy because it was just so good. No one thought that today, in addition to the two songs sung by Grey Wolf, since they could hear such a good song again. And this one song is no worse than the one Grey Wolf sang. Those two songs, before the audience could come back to their senses from it, Jiang Xiaoqiao's singing voice came again. I finally see. All dreams bloom, chasing the young. How loud and clear the song is. I'm finally soaring. Gaze with your heart and not be afraid. Where there will be wind, just fly as far as you can. The climactic portion of the song came in and instantly immersed the audience. Straight away, especially some, like Jiang Xiaoqiao, surrounded by life and difficulties. They are inexplicably motivated after hearing this song. Motivated to defy the odds and not settle for mediocrity. Let countless people more courage to face all the difficulties. At this moment, everyone knows that this is a song that encourages people to be brave and face all difficulties and setbacks. And the Jiang Xiaoqiao before, wasn't she exactly like that? Everyone was questioning her, doubting her. But now, like the song says, she herself has finally taken flight after braving all the odds. Many people also gradually began to understand that in fact everyone has a pair of invisible wings. Those strength and bravery are actually the wings in everyone's heart. As long as you dare to face everything, dare to defeat the setbacks, defeat the difficulties, then the invisible wings in your heart, there will certainly be a day to appear. Just like the current Jiang Xiaoqiao, she was facing the questioning of the whole network, but did not retreat, but bravely chose to face it. That's what you get for being on stage at this point in time. If Jiang Xiaoqiao had bowed to fate and conceded defeat to frustration, then she wouldn't have appeared today. Like others have said, if she had conceded defeat and not been brave enough to face it all, then she wouldn't be on stage again, saying goodbye to the audience, not to mention one last song. So today, Jiang Xiaoqiao's performance was very encouraging, and she used her actions, using her own personal experience. She shows a strong girl who is brave enough to face all setbacks. Jiang Xiaoqiao's song is something that has really captivated countless people, especially those who have been supporting her. After seeing her finally sing a song that was so good, they were all very happy for her. As for those keyboard warriors, they were dumbfounded to see Jiang Xiaoqiao suddenly sing a song so good. The keyboard warrior, who had been thinking of waiting for the other side to open their mouths and then attacking viciously. But the reality is different from what they imagined, because Jiang Xiaoqiao singing also made them feel something. The first reaction of the keyboard warriors when they heard the song was not that it was difficult to listen to, but that it was as if they were meeting a brave and strong girl. So the keyboard warriors who originally wanted to, once again, ruthlessly attack Jiang Xiaoqiao, how could they not get off the ground? It should be said that they can no longer find any excuse to attack each other, because it wouldn't make sense to attack even someone so strong and so brave. They can't get past their own level, let alone anyone else's. So, this song Invisible Wings is something that really made Jiang Xiaoqiao change countless people's opinion of her. Chapter 104 History repeats itself. Not only that, but those who chose to stay, they were very happy at this time, because Jiang Xiaoqiao did not let them down, did not disappoint their decision to stay. She really lets them hear a song, a completely different song, a song that's worth staying for. For this reason people all over the internet are very happy at this point. Happy, not only countless viewers and friends, the Masked Singer program team, likewise happy beyond measure, especially people like director Wang Fuguei, because no one expected that Jiang Xiaoqiao would be the same as the Grey Wolf last time, since it was in the final farewell. How could it not make the program happy to have come up with such a divine song out? A song that was enough to bring tears to the audience's eyes? The people in the program thought that Jiang Xiaoqiao was not going to sing any songs that would shock the world, but the reality was hard, and gave them a resounding slap in the face. Jiang Xiaoqiao not only sang a beautiful song out, but also regained the support of countless viewers, which is the point. And it's something that's only going to make the show, The Masked Singer, just get hotter and hotter and hotter. Because it's been 2 episodes in a row of this show where a contestant has come out with a god-awful song in their final farewell. Such a unique way, like it's unique to this Masked Singer program. Now Jiang Xiaoqiao was acting as if she was a masked singer. A historical reenactment of this program. A reenactment of the last installment. What the Grey Wolf went through. The path he took. So this is the kind of thing that will only make the Masked Singer show hotter and hotter. And how can the people on the show not be happy about that? I guess they can dream at night and wake up laughing. Of course, Jiang Xiaoqiao came out with such a song out. Some people are happy for her at the same time. There are also people who feel sorry for her. Because some people were also wondering why she didn't bring it out during the previous competition if she had such a good song. Instead, I waited until, at this farewell party, to bring it out and sing it. It's hard to believe that it's a feature of the show that the contestants come up with their best songs only when they're saying goodbye. For this reason, many people are also unable to figure this out and understand this approach of the players. In many people's opinion, if Jiang Xiaoqiao had taken out this song, Invisible Wings, and sang it first, and then sang that song about my old father at home, I guess the situation would have been different. If that's true, then even if Jiang Xiaoqiao can't sing well, my old father at home, the audience won't say anything about her, much less accuse her of being, well, selling out with all this fatherhood stuff. But she didn't do that, didn't come out with this song, Invisible Wings, out of the gate. This is what led to herself being misunderstood by countless viewers who accused her of taking her father's love and selling it out. Just now to say these are already too late. Everything is long past. As long as Jiang Xiaoqiao regained the audience's recognition on the line. Don't think about them. Have a beautiful sun. I see the sunset every day. There will be changes, too. I know. I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying. Give me hope. I finally see. All dreams bloom. How loud is the song of a young man in pursuit? I'm finally soaring. Gaze with your heart and not be afraid. Where there will be wind, just fly as far as you can. After Jiang Xiaoqiao sang again, the audience was more sure and recognized the song even more. And at this moment, it was very clear to everyone that this was definitely a new song, most likely originally written by Jiang Xiaoqiao herself. If the song, indeed, is her own original, it's just too strong, because with this one song, Jiang Xiaoqiao already had the strength to be on par with the Grey Wolf contestant. How does this not shock the audience that a man with the ability to compare himself to the Grey Wolf is destined to be extraordinary in the future? And the audience is convinced that the possibility that the song is Jiang Xiaoqiao's own original is very high, because a song this good, no one else could easily take it to someone else. So it's hard to believe that this song Invisible Wings is anything other than, well, Jiang Xiaoqiao's own original. Not only did the audience think so, but at this point even the 4 judges, they were also of the opinion that the song must be Jiang Xiaoqiao's original. Listening to this song was something that the 4 judges were also immersed in. When they came back to their senses, Li Hong first said with great dissatisfaction, "Another unsettling fellow. Why didn't you use it during the competition when you had such a great song? It had to wait until it was time to say goodbye to the stage. Could it be that there is some real magic in this farewell party? Let them prefer to be eliminated and save their good songs until now." The Heavenly King, Jay, was equally puzzled. Yeah, now when I see Jiang Xiaoqiao, it's as if I've seen, like, the Grey Wolf in the last issue. Both of them, they came out with great songs after they were eliminated. Alas, Li Hong once again said helplessly, it's just that this time, Jiang Xiaoqiao's situation is different from the last time Grey Wolves. The Grey Wolves were eliminated by us last time, so we can put stay. But in Jiang Xiaoqiao's case now, she was eliminated by the audience. We didn't eliminate her, so she's in a very different situation than the Grey Wolf. And none of us can use the hand resurrection privilege anymore. Li Hong and Zhou Jie's helplessness was somewhat redundant in Wang Zutong's opinion. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Wang Shuitong similarly stated her own opinion. With Jiang Xiaoqiao's current performance, even if she's eliminated today, she's still destined to catch fire. Let's not talk about it. Is the song her own original or not? Even if it's not her original. But being able to sing that song and fire that song was enough to make her a hit. So we don't even need to worry about that for her. Even if she leaves the stage, there will be no shortage of people looking for her. I'm sure. What's more, if the song had been her own original, it would have only gotten better. Only after hearing Wang Shuitong's words did Li Hong and the others react. Indeed, with Jiang Xiaoqiao's current performance, even if she left this stage, her future path would definitely be smooth sailing as long as there were no surprises. Depends on what happens next, how it goes. Soon, the song was coming to the last part of the song as well. Invisible Wings. Let the dream last longer than the sky. Leave a wish. Let yourself imagine. As the last lyrics were sung, Jiang Xiaoqiao slowly put down the microphone in her hand. The only thing left in the scene is the soundtrack, which is still going strong. But soon the soundtrack, too, was gradually eliminated until the scene was completely silent. Chapter 105. Because of his encouragement. Thanks, Jiang Xiaoqiao, saluted the audience. Snap! Hearing her thank you, a round of applause broke out. Jiang Xiaoqiao after this song, Invisible Wings, has managed to change her own opinion in the hearts of the audience. So the people who can inspire her now are people who genuinely like her and genuinely want her to get better and better. Jiang Xiaoqiao who saw the scene, she forced herself to hold back her tears from flowing down, because she had finally changed. Again, the audience's opinion of herself. How could this not make her happy? After all, no one is willing to be misunderstood all the time. Surely they want others to understand them. And now she, Jiang Xiaoqiao, has done it, finally proving herself to the audience and allowing them to re-recognize her. How could she not be happy and excited in such a situation? At this time in the backstage, Wang Qingge looked at Jiang Xiaoqiao, who had already finished singing and had regained the audience's recognition. He was also relieved. After all, the song was given to him. If this is unable to let the other side, to regain the audience's recognition, then it is really a bit unreasonable. Good thing about all this, it didn't let him down. Jiang Xiaoqiao, she really did it. She took the song he gave her and made a splash on stage, making the audience accept her again. Seeing Wang Qingge here, he knew that there should be nothing for him to do next, so he took off his disguise and just left the show and let the others do all the rest. He's done for the day. There won't be anything more for him. On this side of the scene, the audience's applause continued for more than a minute before slowly subsiding. After the applause had all died down, the host came happily up to the stage. Little Joe, that's great. You're really great. I never thought in a million years that you were just like the Grey Wolf. It's going to be at the final farewell party, for all of us, with such a king-size divine song. Thank you, host. Actually I'm not that great la. Jiang Xiaoqiao looked a little embarrassed. This awkward look on her face didn't just appear. It really came from the heart, because the song, which wasn't even her own, caught fire and got a lot of support. It was for this reason that she was embarrassed. After all, she had taken something from someone else in exchange for everything. After hearing the compliments of the others, everyone is a little embarrassed. Well, Xiaoqiao, don't be so modest. Your song is real, even I'm impressed by it, not to mention the audience, which is unbelievably supportive of you now that you look at it. In response, Jiang Xiaoqiao was a little unsure how to reply to this, while Lu Sisi continued to ask, by the way, little Joe, listening to your song, I learned something. This song of yours, it's about being strong and encouraging yourself. Such a song, isn't it? Hearing Lu Sisi ask this, Jiang Xiaoqiao instantly remembered what the Grey Wolf had said to her, so she also came right back with, yes, it's a song for when you're at a low point in your life. I believe that when you hear it, you should more or less understand that the purpose of this song is to encourage those who have been frustrated. It's to make them, don't give up easily, don't admit defeat easily, be brave and face everything. Everyone has difficult times, but it's not always difficult because we will be strong in the midst of it. We'll brave all difficulties and beat all setbacks that stand in our way. The truth is that each one of us, like a bird, is free to fly, because each of us, we have our own pair of invisible wings, and these invisible wings are the strength of every man's heart, the unconquerable bravery of every man. If we show our strength, if we show our bravery, after we beat all the odds, we are flying. So I hope that after today, every one of us, when we face life and difficulties in the future, can be brave enough to tackle them and not back down so easily. Thank you all. Snap. After Jiang Xiaoqiao finished speaking, the scene was again resounding applause, and even some of the audience were moved to tears by her words. The hosts, too, were delighted. Little Joe, that's a wonderful thing to say. Not only did you bring us, today, such a great song, more than anything, it showed us what it means to be really strong and really defiant. None of us expected you to be so strong despite being questioned by so many people, still able to stand on stage and bravely respond to everyone with a song. This kind of thing, if it was anyone else, then I'm sure they would have run away long ago. When Jiang Xiaoqiao heard Lu Sisi's words, another wave of embarrassment rose in her own heart, because the other side was right. She'd wanted to just leave in the first place. If only the Grey Wolf hadn't shown up, if he hadn't come out and stopped her from leaving and given her such a great song, then she, Jiang Xiaoqiao, would definitely, as Lu Sisi said, have long bowed to reality and left this stage directly. That's why she wasn't much tougher in the beginning, but was encouraged by others to have the courage to face reality. So for all this, she was equally grateful to the Grey Wolf, for without his encouragement, without his support, then she, Jiang Xiaoqiao, would not have this ending now. Thinking of this, she also said directly, host, in fact, when I started, it is not as strong as everyone imagined. I also had people supporting me, people coming out and encouraging me, and I ended up being so strong. So I'm also very thankful and grateful for the one person who supported me, and equally very thankful for everyone. If it wasn't for him, then there's a real possibility that I would have just left and wouldn't be standing on this stage anymore. Jiang Xiaoqiao's words caused everyone to become a bit surprised, because since she had also thought about leaving directly, she had such a great song, and since she also had thoughts of just leaving, it did come as a surprise to many. Aside from the accident, viewers are now more curious about who exactly Jiang Xiaoqiao was encouraged by. So in the end, it was just a matter of getting back out on the middle of the stage. And did she really just walk away without that guy? The host, CCC Lu, was equally surprised by this. Therefore, she pursued the question to Jiang Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao, who was the person you said encouraged you? Chapter 106. Because I'm not original. That, for now, is a secret. Asked who was the one who encouraged her, Jiang Xiaoqiao suddenly revealed a hint of mischief. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, Liuxi didn't continue to pursue it, but immediately changed the topic. Well, little Joe, let's see what the 4 judges think of your song. Judges, what do you think of little Joe's song, Invisible Wings? As the host's words fell, Wang Shuitong was the first to ask Jiang Xiaoqiao. Jiang Xiaoqiao, your song is really well written and is a great inspirational type of song, especially in the lyrics. The strength of not being ordinary and not bowing to fate is really inspiring. So you've got a great song, both in terms of the lyrics and the song or the vocals, going on all 3. It's one of those songs that's, like, destined to be a classic now. So you're really good. It's just that not all of us, have a little, very little understanding. Judge, what is it? After seeing Wang Shuitong say that they had a little bit of a very incomprehensible matter, Jiang Xiaoqiao also pursued the question. Aha! It's just that when you first started, why didn't you sing this Invisible Wings song first? The words Wang Shuitong uttered at this time were not only what she herself wanted to ask, but also what countless viewers all wanted to know. Everyone wants to know why Jiang Xiaoqiao didn't start off singing this Invisible Wings song. Instead, they had to wait until after they were mistakenly eliminated to bring the song out at the farewell party. So for that matter, is everyone wondering why that is? Wang Shuitong continued. Xiaoqiao, if you had taken this song Invisible Wings first, at the beginning, then I'm sure that much of what followed would not have happened. And if you first sing the song, and then later, My Old Father at Home, I'm sure then, and the audience would have thought you were selling out. But what you're making a lot of us, what we can't understand is why you obviously have a song that's, like, so good. And yet, instead of choosing to take it out the first time on stage, he waited until after he was misunderstood and eliminated. It was only at the final farewell party that I chose to share it. For that matter, can you say why that is? Just as Wang Shuitong finished speaking, Yan Ranran followed suit. Yet Jiang Xiaoqiao, I don't understand this approach of yours because it doesn't benefit you at all, you know? Despite the song of yours, which had a lot of impact, you were just eliminated. Ha, so why don't you, when you do, at the beginning, come up with this song? Hardly. You're trying to be like the Grey Wolf, aren't you? You want to be like him and do something shocking again at the last chance game? Yan Ranran saw Jiang Xiaoqiao not coming up with the Invisible Wings song in the first place as her way of thinking about the Grey Wolf. And when Jiang Xiaoqiao heard the two of them say that, she herself was helpless. What do you mean she didn't want to, in the first place, come up with the song? Did she just really want to be misunderstood and eliminated from the stage? Of course not. If things were as simple as they say they are, then she would have come up with the song in the first place. The point is, she didn't have the song when she started. The song was only given to her by Grey Wolf after she was eliminated herself. So in the face of Yan Ranran and Wang Zutong's 2 questions, she was helpless. Not to mention Wang Shuitong and Yan Ranran. At this time, even the Heavenly King, Zhou Jie, was also very puzzled. Ya Xiaoqiao, if you have such a good original song, why don't you bring it out earlier? Why do you have to sing someone else's song when you, obviously, have such a great original, and it's so old? It could be heard that at this time, the Heavenly King, Jie, also had a bit of a grudge in his heart. In the face of everyone's lack of understanding, Jiang Xiaoqiao also finally responded, that judges, it's not really what everyone thinks it is. It's not that I didn't want, at the beginning, to come out with the song, more than I wanted to be misunderstood and eliminated. And it wasn't for the sake of trying to be like Grey Wolf, to save the best songs for last. Rather, it was something else that prevented me, in the first place, from coming up with the song. Hearing Jiang Xiaoqiao's words, Li Hong was also finally unable to hold back, and she jumped ahead of the others. Jiang Xiaoqiao, then tell me quickly, what kind of reason is it that prevents you from, in the first place, coming up with this song? After Li Hong asked, everyone was incredibly looking forward to Jiang Xiaoqiao's answer. That's because, Jiang Xiaoqiao finally said, a sentence that everyone never expected. That's because, I didn't originate the song myself. What? You didn't originate this song? Everyone who heard this was shocked, because this was an ending that no one had expected. Every one of them thought that she had originated the song herself, but what they didn't expect was this. Since this song is not Jiang Xiaoqiao's original, how is this not a surprise? Jiang Xiaoqiao was able to sing such a good song, and in everyone's opinion, it was impossible for anyone to give it to her except that it was her own original, because a song this good, what cutie would, is willing to sing it for someone else? It's just that often the most unlikely things happen. It happens, and there really are people who are stupid enough to take a song that good and give it to someone else to sing. This, indeed, was something that everyone hadn't thought of, and for this reason they had only thought that this song, from the very beginning, was Jiang Xiaoqiao's original. Now that they know the truth, they are back to wondering who really originated the song. And Jiang Xiaoqiao, at this time, similarly continued to explain, does everyone think that this song, Invisible Wings, is my own original? Actually no. I'm not that good yet to be able to write a song that good out of it. This song was given to me by someone else. After hearing Jiang Xiaoqiao herself say that the song was really given to her by someone else, everyone was incredibly shocked, because very few people believe that since there really can be such stupid people. Before the audience could think more, Jiang Xiaoqiao continued, and about the question that everyone, all the time, wants to know, the question of why I wouldn't have come up with this song to sing at one time. Actually, it's not that I didn't want to. If I had it at that time, then I definitely would have taken it out a long time ago. But the thing is, the song was given to me by someone else after I was eliminated. Chapter 107. This song is his. What? This song was given to you by someone after you were eliminated? Hearing Jiang Xiaoqiao say once again that the song was given to her by someone else only after she was eliminated from the competition was another shock to the crowd, and Jiang Xiaoqiao returned truthfully, yes, otherwise, why would I have taken this song out until now? If I'd had the song already, I would have sung it at the beginning of the show, and I wouldn't have waited at all. After Jiang Xiaoqiao explained this, everyone then realized why she had such a good song, but it wasn't first taken out and sung, and that's because the song wasn't hers, and the most important point remains. It was only after she was misunderstood and eliminated that the man gave her the song. That's why she didn't have the song in just the first place, because she didn't have it at that point either. Otherwise, it would be as Jiang Xiaoqiao herself said, if the song was hers, if she had had such a great song from the beginning, then she would have sung it already. Why wait until now? It was only at this point that the audience finally realized that the original song, Invisible Wings, was not original by Jiang Xiaoqiao. Rather, it was someone who really gave such a great song to her. Knowing these circumstances, at this moment in the heart of every audience, they want to know the most. That's who would have given such a great song to Jiang Xiaoqiao's. At this point, Diva Li Hong was the most excited, so she was the first to speak. Little Joe, you said someone else gave you this song, so who the hell is it? In fact, after Jiang Xiaoqiao said that the Invisible Wings were given to her by someone else, Li Hong had a kind of guess. She guessed that this song, it couldn't have been given to Jiang Xiaoqiao by this guy Wang Qinggu, right? Because he's the only one who can come up with such a great song, live. Moreover, Wang Qinggu's performance, that was obvious to everyone, but he dared to go against everyone in order to help Jiang Xiaoqiao. So on these bases, Li Hong was very skeptical that the song Jiang Xiaoqiao sang was given by Wang Qinggu, but there were no absolutes, so she still needed to ask for clarification to come. Li Hong's words were also the answer that all the viewers desperately wanted to know. As for Jiang Xiaoqiao, she didn't intend to hide it anymore. She directly returned. Actually, the person who sent me this song is the one who encouraged me to stand on the stage again. If it wasn't for his encouragement and this song that he gave me, then I would probably all be gone at this point and wouldn't be standing on this stage. So it's all thanks to him that I'm back on stage. He was the one who encouraged me and gave me the courage to keep facing reality. It was more the fact that he came up with a song that was so good out to me that I was not only able to get back on stage, most importantly, I got recognized once again with this song he gave me. So I'm really grateful to him, and I wouldn't be where I am at this point without him. And this man, I'm sure you all know, because he's no other than the Grey Wolf player. Wow! After hearing Jiang Xiaoqiao say that the person who gave her the song to encourage her to return to the stage was the Grey Wolf, both the audience and those watching the live stream were completely abuzz. Everyone would have thought that today, the Grey Wolf could come up with Father the song, and after did anyone tell you, which is already amazing, but never thought that since he gave back Jiang Xiaoqiao a song so good. How does that not excite the audience? How does that not surprise them? Especially a song so good that Grey Wolf said he'd give it to someone else. And that's what's really admirable about it. Because to everyone else, like Invisible Wings, such a great song, as long as the original artist isn't stupid, that would never be possible. to give it away for nothing, but the Grey Wolf did. So that's what, really, is admirable about him. And what's even more puzzling is why he has so many original songs. It's fine if you have an original song, but why would you have, on the other hand, a song that fits Jiang Xiaoqiao's state so well at this time? Invisible Wings. It is no exaggeration to say that in the hearts of countless viewers, this is a song completely tailored for this time. Jiang Xiaoqiao. But how did the Grey Wolf have such a song? Could he have known it beforehand? Knew early? Today Jiang Xiaoqiao will face this situation. So early in the morning, original out. This song Invisible Wings out? The thing about this is that it's very confusing for the audience to figure out. So maybe the only way to explain it is to call out the Grey Wolf. Diva Li Hong. After hearing Jiang Xiaoqiao say again that this song of hers was really given by Wang Qinggu. Seriously, even she herself was shocked, even after working with him and knowing his strength. But Li Hong still found it very unbelievable, because what she was thinking right now was pretty much the same as everyone else. She was equally puzzled as to why Wang Qinggu would have, of all things, a song that fit the current situation so well. If he had taken out one other song out, then Li Hong wouldn't have been so shocked, but he had, on the contrary, a song for her that fit the scene so well in Jiang Xiaoqiao's situation. This made Li Hong think about it in a way that she couldn't understand in any way. There was only one possibility in Li Hong's mind for this situation to occur, and that was that Wang Qinggu had originated the song live. But is it really that quick and easy to originate a song out of it? Even if someone like that did exist and could manage to get a live original song out, it would certainly be of average quality. But what about this song? Is it of average quality? It's not an average quality song. It's a classic song, like a classic song that has been created over countless days and nights. Therefore, Li Hong was really having a hard time believing that this Invisible Wings was created by Wang Qinggu on the spot. But what if the song, if he didn't create it on the spot, was he prepared for it? It's a bit too much of a coincidence if it's already prepared, isn't it? How could it fit the current situation so well? Li Hong, who couldn't figure it all out. She can only believe in the end that maybe it was all really just happenstance. It just so happens that Wang Qinggu previously originated this song. And what happened to Jiang Xiaoqiao today happens to be very similar to this song of his. That's why he gave the song to her, right? Li Hong was right to think this way, but someone else didn't think this way, and she was Yan Ranran. Chapter 108. Things just happen. After Yan Ranran heard Jiang Xiaoqiao say that the song, Invisible Wings, was given to her by the Grey Wolf, she was nonplussed. Yan Ranran was already holding a grudge about not being able to guess the identity of the Grey Wolf, so the more powerful the other party became, the less she could accept it. Now after hearing Jiang Xiaoqiao say that the song Invisible Wings was given to her by him, it was even harder for her to accept. So Yan Ranran asked her biggest doubt, Jiang Xiaoqiao, you said that this song was given to you by the Grey Wolf contestant, right? Yes, judges. This song, Invisible Wings, was given to me by Grey Wolf. How is this possible? Jiang Xiaoqiao had just finished speaking when Yan Ranran directly interrupted. Jiang Xiaoqiao, let me ask you, this song Invisible Wings, does it fit this state of yours today? Aha! Jiang Xiaoqiao nodded. Judges, this song is something that really fits where I am right now. It's like it was made for me. As soon as Jiang Xiaoqiao said this, Yan Ranran immediately said back, that's right, this song fits the state of yours right now too well. Like you said yourself, it's like a song that was made for you. But such a song as this, and now you say that it was given to you by the Grey Wolf. That's what I'm a little confused about. Why did the Grey Wolf contestant give you this song that fits you so well in this state you're in right now? How is it that he seems as if he knew all these encounters you had today, so he created, early on, this song Invisible Wings out for you? That's something that I really can't get my head around. There's no way I can fathom that Grey Wolf just happens to have a song that's so right for you. It's still such a high-quality song, a classic Godspell song. What Yan Ranran asked was not only what she herself wanted to know, but also what the hundreds of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast wanted to know, because this thing really is too coincidental, so coincidental that it is hard to believe it is as real as it is. How is it that one of the contestants has a stage setback, gets hurt, and Grey Wolf just happens to have such an encouraging song for the other? Isn't all this too much of a coincidence? Or did the Grey Wolf really have some kind of unforeseen ability? He had already known what Jiang Xiaoqiao had encountered today, so he had prepared this song for him, and for that matter, Jiang Xiaoqiao didn't give it a second thought. She was also now finally realizing why the audience's reaction was so great. It turned out to be that they felt that this matter was just too much of a coincidence. But whether this is a coincidence or not, it comes as a fact. So Jiang Xiaoqiao, too, explained directly to everyone. Well, judges, fellow viewers, I know it's hard for everyone to believe this right now, but this song, really, was given to me by Grey Wolf, and I know you all think it's too much of a coincidence that he gave it to me. so there's some doubt in your minds. But really, all of this it's really just a coincidence, because Grey Wolf told me that he's run into it before. Something similar to what I did today. He has also been misunderstood and looked down upon by everyone. So at which point he created this song Invisible Wings out of it, trying to encourage himself that he must be strong. It's just a shame that he later realized that it was a song that seemed to be appropriate for a woman to sing, and for that reason he never sang the song himself. Not really. After hearing Jiang Xiao's explanation, the audience realized the truth. It's a little hard to believe, but things like coincidences are sometimes really coincidental, and even coincidental when they're more coincidental than even humanly arranged. In this regard, with this explanation from Jiang Xiao, the audience will have to believe it even if they don't. And Jiang Xiao continued, because of Grey Wolf, who once had the same thing happen to him as I did. So he stepped up to help me after seeing me being misunderstood. With this further explanation, there is nothing the audience can do now if they don't believe it. In fact, what the audience had believed in the beginning was just too much of a coincidence for this event. That's why they, for one, had to wonder a little bit. Now well, after such an explanation of the audience's heart of suspicion, suddenly a lot less. Li Hong spoke again at this point, and she offered, directly, to call the Grey Wolf up for questioning. Okay, everyone stop. Since you don't believe this, won't everything be clear once we call the Grey Wolf to the stage and ask him? Yeah, let's get the Grey Wolf contestants up on stage then. It's just the Grey Wolf coming up on stage, so what problem isn't solved? How stupid to have to ask so many questions. The audience, too, responded to Li Hong's mention for a moment, but soon after Li Hong's mention of this, the host, Lu Cc, was embarrassed and said to everyone, well, you guys are really sorry about this. Word just came in from backstage. They said that the Grey Wolf contestant has just left, so he is not going to be able to come back on stage today. He's gone. When Li Hong heard that Wang Qingda had left, she was also a bit helpless up. So did the audience, many of whom were quite disappointed for a moment after hearing that the Grey Wolf had left, because there are still a lot of viewers who would love to see the Grey Wolf again. But what I didn't expect is that since he left first, Ryoshi could see the audience look, so she too was comforting. Well folks, the Grey Wolf contestant is only gone for a while. He'll still be back in this arena for the next installment. So everyone, just wait for the next installment. There's no need to be upset. Willow Sissy, likewise, used Grey Wolf's excuse for the Masked Singer program, a wave of free advertising. After what happened tonight, the name Grey Wolf will only become more influential, so Willow Sith believed. The audience is more than willing to wait for the next installment of the Masked Singer show, but the fact that the Grey Wolf had left was also something that made many people in the audience lose interest all of a sudden. That's why the live streaming room, all of a sudden, went away with a lot of people who were watching. It was the same on this side of the scene, and after hearing again that the Grey Wolf had already left, many people were also starting to pack up, ready to leave at any time. In fact, by this point, the night's program was kind of perfect, so Ryoshi stopped talking nonsense. She asked again to the four judges, I wonder what the judges, then, are trying to say about the Jiang Xiao contestant. It was Li Hong who was the first to step forward and say, well, little Joe, you're doing very well. If you have any needs in the future, then you can always come to me for cooperation. I'm optimistic about you as a person. Thank you judges, I will definitely look for you. Jiang Xiao heard Li Hong's words, and she too was instantly warmed in her heart. Chapter 109 Absent-mindedness. What Grey Wolf and Li Hong did today was really make her Jiang Xiao feel warm in her heart. The host, Willows, concluded by saying to everyone, alright, folks, this installment of the Masked Singer program comes to a successful conclusion. Let's look forward to the next installment, which will air in 2 weeks. Thank you all for your support. Wang Qingda at this time had already left the scene and stopped a car to go back. Sitting in his car, he now had time to check his system. He himself sang it tonight. Did anyone tell you about this song? And gave Jiang Xiao Invisible Wings. These two songs, both of which were arranged by the system, so they must have popularity values. For this reason, Wang Qingda hurriedly checked it out. Entertainment Reversal System, Host, Wang Qingda, Skills, Divine Piano, Divine Guitar, Divine Chef, Props, Redemption Mall, Popularity Value, 20 million. After seeing the popularity value, which reached 20 million, he was still happy. It's a full harvest tonight, since it gained 20 million popularity points. 20 million popularity points. If he converted them all into money, he would have 2 billion. From the original 200 million, it went up to 2 billion in one night. It's a person who is excited. If it wasn't for the fact that she was in the car at the moment, Wang Qingda would have just started dancing. The excitement of seeing so many popularity values of him was something that really couldn't be calmed for a long time. It was only when he got out of the car and returned home, excited, that he slowly calmed down. Back home is Wang Qingge. He took out his cell phone too, clicked on the beginning of the Chinese network. Then it was time to see his novel, Do Wop, make history once again. Because of the data collection, it has reached 1 million, and the number of viewers is up to 10 million. And the reason why Do Wop, tonight, is suddenly so hot is solely because, when he was on stage earlier, Yan Ranran asked him if he had written Do Bao Song Dome, which had led to so many people suddenly now, seeing so many people at once. Honestly, Wang Qingge's heart was still overjoyed. For this reason, he immediately went back to the Redemption Mall, redeemed a new 10 chapters out, and posted it. And bookworms who are thrilled to see it finally updated are thrilled beyond belief. After updating the chapters of the Double Star, he went and took a shower and came out, then prepared to rest first. By the time he was done and busy with everything, it was almost 10:30 at night, and he was finally lying down on his bed, ready to rest. However, just as Wang Qingge was about to rest, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. When he heard a noise outside, he sat up and heard a stomping sound. It's the sound of high heels hitting the ground. After hearing this voice, Wang Qingge knew that the person outside must be Su Ruoxuan, because after himself here, only she was left. But Ruoxuan Su, since her best friend Jixuan Han came back, she's been staying at Jixuan Han's house for the past few days, so how come she's back tonight? Curious, he too walked out. Ka Qing, when the door opened, he was just in time to see Su Ruoxian changing her shoes, and the other party was also seeing him. What's wrong? Did I wake you up? After seeing Wang Qingge, Su Ruoxian thought that she had woken him up, so she was a bit indebted. No, I was in my room and heard you come back, so I came out to check. Oh, Su Ruoxian changed her shoes and sat down on the sofa. Why did you come back tonight? No longer staying at Han Jixuan's house? Oh, her mom's coming back tonight, so I didn't feel up to it, so I came back. After hearing Su Ruoxuan say that Han Jixuan's mom was coming home tonight, Wang Qingge was more or less informed in her heart. It must be certain that when she was at the scene tonight, Han Jixuan said those things that made her mom come back. Were you and her on the set tonight? I saw you guys on the live stream. Well, you watched it live too? After hearing Wang Qingge say that he had seen her and Han Jixuan in the live broadcast, Su Ruoxuan was a bit surprised. That's for sure. Why don't I look at it? Wang Qingge said without a blush on her face. Also, and at this moment, Su Ruoxian was a bit distracted. She was distracted by the regret she felt for not speaking to the Grey Wolf tonight. It was such a great opportunity, but she only let her best friend be the only one who was just talking to the Grey Wolf, so now she was kind of regretting it. If she could really do it all over again, then Su Ruoxian would, for sure, have to say something to the Grey Wolf as well. But these, however, were nothing more than her fantasies, and this guy, Wang Qingge, didn't know if it was on purpose or what at this point. By the way, Su Ruoxian, why didn't you talk to the Grey Wolf tonight when it was such a good opportunity? I saw you and didn't talk to him. It was killing me. You know, if it were me, I would have spoken to him long ago. You like him so much yourself, and you have such a good chance before you, and you don't know how to cherish it. When he said this flip-flop, Wang Qingge's face didn't turn red at all. He just didn't think about the consequences. If in the future, when Su Ruoxuan knew his identity and remembered that, then he would be in for a treat. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Ruoxian, no matter what, could not imagine that the person in front of her was the Grey Wolf, so she could only say helplessly, if you miss it, you miss it, no big deal. The Grey Wolf is so outstanding. How can I, a mortal woman, dare to think of him in any way? When Wang Qingge heard this, he was itching to directly turn his back on Su Ruoxuan. What do you mean? She didn't think of him in a bad way. Doesn't she eat his cooking every day? She even lied to him in order to eat his cooking. She lied to him to go to Han Jixuan's house and cook for them. Now she's doing well for herself, since she's here saying things like, there's no such thing as a non-consensual interest in him. Wang Qingge really wanted to tell her that not only are you thinking ill of people, but that's quite excessive. But this kind of thing, just think about it yourself. He wouldn't really be stupid enough to tell Su Ruoxian that he was the Grey Wolf. As it was now, even if Wang Qingge told her that he was a Grey Wolf, then people wouldn't necessarily believe him. Maybe people not only don't believe it, but on the contrary, they will think it's him who said so in order to get closer to her. That's why no one would do such a thankless task. Naturally, Su Ruoxuan didn't know what was going on in Wang Qingge's mind at this time. She just felt a little tired and a little hungry. Can you cook me a bowl of noodles for a midnight snack? Feeling a little hungry, Su Ruoxuan suddenly wanted to eat. Chapter 110 Opening Up Years of Knots. Ah, cooking a bowl of noodles I can. Hearing her words, Wang Qingge only thought about it briefly before agreeing directly. Thanks, don't be polite, just wait, it'll be ready soon. After saying that, Wang Qingge walked towards the kitchen, and Su Ruoxian saw the scene and showed a smile behind her back. Compared to Su Ruoxian, Han Jixuan was a bit happier tonight because not only was she there, she got to talk to her favorite gray wolf. More than that, it's why her mom decided to come home with her tonight, too. So as soon as she heard the news that her mom was coming home tonight, Han Jixuan was really happy. As soon as she waited for the Masked Singers program to end, she hoofed home. Shortly after getting home, her mom was also finally home. Mom! The moment she saw her mom, Han Jixuan choked and shouted out, because they hadn't seen each other in almost months, and hadn't seen her mom since she'd left the country. So now that she suddenly saw her mom, Han Jixuan was really excited. Han Jixuan's mom, a noblewoman in her 40s, even though her mom was in her 40s, there was that natural beauty that the years couldn't erase. Han Jixuan, on the other hand, is so gorgeous because she inherited her mom's genes, which shows how beautiful her mom was when she was young. Of course, now she's still got the same flavor, except a little older. At this time she was a mother and daughter, one standing outside the house and the other inside. Han Jixuan's mom, after seeing her daughter, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and choke. Xian, I'm sorry, mom's home late. Mom! Han Jixuan couldn't hold back any longer, so she pounced on her mother, and the two mothers and daughters hugged each other tightly like this. Mom, I'm sorry. Han Jixuan kept saying sorry after hugging her mom, because she used to, too, hate her parents a little bit for not being there for her much growing up. Until tonight, when she heard the song that Grey Wolf had sung, the song of her father, the song about how hard it was to be a parent. It was only then that Han Jixuan finally realized that it was not easy to be a parent. At that time, she realized that her parents did not love her or did not want to be with her, but they could not help it. So now after seeing her own mother, Han Jixuan hugged her while crying. Mom, I was wrong about you guys. I always used to think that you didn't care about me and that's why you kept leaving me behind. But today I just realized it. So every day you guys used to be either busy working or preparing for work, everything you did was for me. You guys are doing this for me, to make my life better, and that's why you have to go to work. If you guys weren't trying to make my life better, to live better than the other kids, then you wouldn't have to work so hard at all. But all this time, I didn't understand you guys, and I even thought you just didn't love me. It wasn't until today that I really understood how difficult it was for you guys. Mom, I was wrong. I was wrong before. I was wrong about you guys. I'm sorry, Mom. Han Jixuan hugged her mom and admitted her faults while crying. Her behavior, too, was causing her mother to burst into tears, all at once, with sadness. Xian, Mom is sorry too, her mom said with the same choked sob. Mom used to think you were too naughty, that's why she left you. From a young age, in the care of a nanny. Mom was just too much of a pain in the ass back then, just too little and naughty, so it's Mom who should be saying sorry. It's Mom who made you grow up, without ever feeling a mother's love, and left you all alone. So Xian, the person who should say sorry the most isn't you, it's Mom. Otherwise tonight, you'd have said that flip in the scene, and then Mom would have never been able to realize she was wrong. After Han Jixuan heard her mother, too, admit her mistake to her, she instantly cried even harder. Mom, stop it, all of it, you're not wrong. Woo! This mother and daughter hugged each other tightly and cried in pain for a while before slowly subsiding. Only after it subsided did Han's mom let go of her daughter, and when she saw her daughter's tear-filled face, she reached out and wiped it away. Okay Xian, don't be crying, Mom is back. From now on Mom will always be by your side. Aha! Han Jixuan also nodded. Mom, don't stand outside, come in and talk. In this regard, they mother and daughter, is really very happy, because the unraveling of the knot of many years, how can this not let them happy? Once inside the home, the girls couldn't wait to sit down. Xian, we haven't seen each other for almost 4 months, how have you been doing for so long? Mom, I've had a good life, especially you and Dad, who went out of their way to get me to study with Master Grows, in order for me to grow my knowledge. I'm really happy about it, and all of this would not have been possible without your dedication, and then I wouldn't have had this opportunity. But I could never understand what you guys were going through, and I even hated you a little bit. Mom, I'm sorry. Hearing Han Jixuan say this, her mom hurriedly took her into her arms. Xian, stop saying that. In fact, we are also at fault. We are at fault in that we shouldn't ignore your feelings for the sake of money, for the sake of our careers. So in all of this, the person who's really at fault isn't you, it's us. Mom, didn't we say not to talk about it? Let bygones be bygones. Let's not talk about it, okay? As long as in the future, we just cherish it as a family, okay? After seeing her daughter, suddenly so understanding and no longer mentioning the past. Her mother was also very happy. Well, Xian, then we'll leave it at that. Mom promises you that in the future, as long as it's not a big deal, then Mom will be sure to come home to you and won't leave you alone again. Aha, thanks Mom. In this way, the mother and daughter, who had opened their hearts, warmed up for a long time. Han Jishuan was also, finally, feeling that long-lost mother's love. And all of this she knew was all thanks to the Grey Wolf for a change. And it was his song that made her, and her own mother, understand how hard it was for each other. It was the Grey Wolf's song that taught them the greatness of a father's and mother's love. At the same time, it also allows parents to understand and realize that what their children want is not other things, but the company of their parents. Han Jishuan knew that what happened to their family tonight would surely play out in countless other families as well. Their family is but a small microcosm. Chapter 111 Shocked Mother Han. Han Jishuan and her mom spoke for a long time before they finished. At this time her mom said, Xian, are you hungry? Why don't we order a takeaway? Ah, order takeout. After hearing about ordering takeout, Han Jishuan thought for a moment, then took out her cell phone to take a look. Mom, it's already 11 o'clock, so I think we should just forget about it. There's something in the kitchen if you want to eat. Mom, why don't I make it for you? Ah, Xian, you will learn to cook? Han Jishuan's mom was genuinely very shocked when she heard her say that she would cook for her, because Han Jishuan, in her mother's impression, was a $1,000 lady. Where would she cook? So when her mom heard her say she could cook, it was a real shock. Seeing her own mother revealing a surprised expression, Han Jishuan instantly became a bit complacent. Mom, that's for sure. Just tell me if you want to. Like, eat what I make. Fine, Mom, eat. Her mom wasn't the least bit hesitant. After all, mother and daughter had just opened their hearts for years. Her daughter is about to cook for herself. She can't even be happy. How could she not want to eat? Aha! Mom, then you wait a bit. After Han Jishuan finished speaking, she ran straight to the kitchen. Her mom naturally, nor was she sitting anywhere waiting, but likewise got up and headed for the kitchen. She wanted to see if her daughter had, indeed, learned to cook. After coming to the kitchen, when Han Jishuan's mom saw the dishes placed in the freezer, was really surprised. Xian, when did you buy so many vegetables and come back? Have you really learned to cook already? In fact, these dishes were bought by Su Ruoxuan when she brought Wang Qingda on the day Han Jishuan came back. But it was too much, so it didn't finish cooking down and it's been sitting here. And what Han Jishuan said about cooking and giving it to her mom, she actually learned it from where Wang Qingda was. That morning, she watched Wang Qingda cook noodles for them, so he taught her some simple steps. Later, when Han Jishuan tried it herself, she found that it worked, although it wasn't as tasty as the one cooked by Wang Qingda. But all in all, it's still over the top. It was just that now she was too embarrassed to say goodbye to her own mother, who had bought these dishes from someone else, so she had to say, yes Mom, what would you like to eat? Why don't I cook you a bowl of noodles? Okay, no. Okay, it's okay with Mom if you do anything. Well, Mom, you go out for a bit, I'll be done soon. Han Jishuan pushed her mom out of the kitchen and busied herself inside. After 20 minutes or so had passed, she finally came out with a bowl full of noodles. Mom, pay me back. How's the pasta I cooked? A bowl full of noodles. Han Jishuan's mother, but see not the noodles, but their own daughter, to her own love. Knowing that this was not a bowl of noodles, but her daughter's love for her, she ate it without saying a word. Xian is so delicious. When did you learn to cook so well? Did you learn it while you were with Master Grus? Her mother, Han Jishuan, originally did not hold much hope for the noodles cooked by Han Jishuan, but what she could not have expected was that since the noodles were so delicious, and most importantly, it was still cooked by her daughter, how does that not surprise her? The mom. As for Han Jishuan, when she saw her mom reacting so much, her heart was happy and at the same time a little proud, because she was finally able to do something useful for her own mother. So at this moment, Han Jishuan was really a bit happy and proud of this. Xian, such delicious noodles, why don't you eat them yourself? Are you out of them? Why don't Mom share some with you? No Mom, there's more in there, I'll go in and get it myself. Soon Han Jishuan brought another bowl of noodles out by herself. Seeing this, her mom is really very happy. Just a few months without seeing her, her daughter has changed so much already. How does that not make her, a mom, happy? However, Han Jishuan's mother, while happy, was also very glad that she had sent Han Jishuan abroad to study with Master Gross. Everything that Han Jishuan was doing now, the fact that she would suddenly be cooking and chefing on her own, in her mother's opinion, it must have been something that she had learned while studying under Master Gross. So now her mother is really very glad that she sent her daughter, at that time, abroad to study with Master Gross. was the most correct choice. By allowing Han Jishuan to follow Master Grus, not only did she learn, but she also learned to live and cook. That's what made her mom the most proud and feel like the money was well spent. But her mom probably doesn't know that Han Jishuan didn't learn everything she does now by following some master. Instead, it was taught by someone who I hadn't known for long. For the mom who doesn't know the truth, she thinks that all this is what Han Jishuan learned from the master. So she was very happy. Xian, it seems that at that time, your father and I, deciding to send you to study with Master Grose was the right thing to do. Look, not only are you learning from the master where he is now, but you're learning to cook on your own. Mommy's really happy, you know? Xian. As for Han Jishuan, when she heard her mother say this, she instantly knew that she had misunderstood, because this ability to cook noodles was not learned from any master at all. Rather, she just learned it from where Wang Qingge was. However, for this, Han Jishuan didn't explain anything. Let her mom think what she thinks. This, anyway, is no big deal. Han Jishuan's acquiescence made her mom, even more, believe everything. So she kind of couldn't wait to find out how well her daughter, in the time she'd spent with Master Grus, had learned other skills. Because this cooking is not the focus. Learning music to learn the piano is Han Jishuan followed the masters, the real purpose. So now her mom, somewhat impatiently, wants to know what her daughter, in fact, has learned about music in the company of the maestro. But with now, Han Jishuan had learned to cook. Now she's in her mom's eyes, her piano knowledge, and she's definitely made some progress. After all, Master Grose, that is the world's famous master. Han Jishuan will follow him a little something, cannot learn? So her mother, now that Han Jishuan, more or less learned some of the knowledge of the master. Thinking of her mother here, she asked Han Jishuan, by the way Xian, you've been following Master Grose for the past few months. Have you learned any skills yet? Where the master is concerned? Chapter 112 How high the expectations and how great the disappointments. When Han Jishuan heard her mom ask this, she was a bit unresponsive for a moment. What's the matter Xian? Mom asked if you've learned anything from following Master Grose. Oh, there is. Honestly, Han Jishuan was really following Master Grus and had learned a lot of good things during these 2 or 3 months abroad. What she's learned about music, is half of what she's learned over the years. Really Xian? Then quickly tell mom what you learned from the master. Han Jishuan thought for a moment, and then told her mom about some of the knowledge she had learned, from where Master Grus was. I have to say, what that Master Grus taught was still very useful. So even Han Jishuan's mom was surprised when she heard what her daughter said. This talk went on for about half an hour between mother and daughter. Her mom was very happy. Xian, you can follow the master and learn so much. It's not in vain what your father and I have done. Yeah mom, Master Grouse he's really good. He told me a lot of things, a lot of knowledge that I never even knew before. Just, when Han Jishuan said this, she suddenly remembered Wang Qingge, remembering everything about Wang Qingge, the one who just played a song and had her hooked. Before she had known Wang Qingge, Master Grus was sacrosanct in her mind. But when she met Wang Qingge and learned that he could play the piano, and even more so after listening to his original Knight's Piano Pieces 5, she realized what a true master was, what a true piano genius was. Compared to Wang Qingge, even Grandmaster Grus was not enough in front of him. Before she had met him, Han Jishuan was truly treating all the things she had learned from Master Grus as treasures. But when she got to know Wang Qingge, and even more so after hearing his tunes and being taught by him, it was then that she realized who taught the most useful things. And in this case, Master Grus taught her. There was simply no comparison to what Wang Qingge had taught. Even the ones taught by Master Grus, those things she felt a little, as if she couldn't hold them. Xian, just what? Her mom pressed after hearing her say only 2 words and not continue. Han Jishuan also came back to her senses from this. Oh, mom it's nothing, I'm sorry I just got distracted. Xian, you child is also really, is it that what the master teaches, is too profound, and that's what makes you wander off Her mother thought that it was the overly profound things the master taught that made Han Jishuan go off on a tangent. Han Jishuan was indeed lost in thought, but it had nothing to do with that so-called master. It was just that she didn't want to explain anything. After all, she couldn't ask Han Jishuan to tell her mom that she had a friend who was more powerful than a master, right? This kind of thing, even if she said it, her mom would definitely not believe it. She might even think it was her fever. So, in cases like this, it's better not to talk about it. It's just that Han Jishuan, her mom, is just so happy tonight, so it's nice to see what your daughter, who's been learning all this time, has been able to do. Xian, since you followed Master Grose and learned a lot of good things, why don't you play a song for mom? Right now, let's give mom a good look at how you've been doing academically. For a while. Mom should just forget about it. When Han Jixuan heard this, she refused instinctively, because ever since she heard that song, Night's Piano Piece V by Wang Qingge, all the other pieces, she didn't want to play anymore. There was also no interest in playing those tunes anymore, because those tunes, compared to Night's Piano Piece 5, were really 100,000 miles away. Xian, what's wrong with you, child? Isn't it just asking you to play a song for mom? What's there to be embarrassed about? How do you know, if you don't play mom, how well you've been learning from the master all this time? But mom, Han Jixuan wanted to refuse a bit more, because she was truly unable to play those so-called tunes. Well baby, just listen to mom play one, so she can see how you've improved in the meantime. Seeing her mom, so wishing she could play a song, Han Jixuan was too embarrassed to refuse anymore. After all, the two mothers and daughters had only just broken the ice and opened the knot of years. How could she reject her own mother at such a time? So she finally agreed with alacrity. Okay mom, but as promised, I'll just play one of the minions. Aha, one song at a time. Let's go up then. Mom. Soon, the mother-daughter duo went up to the second floor, where Han Jixuan sat on the piano. Her mom, on the other hand, was sitting on the side, looking at her daughter with a happy face, anticipating her performance. Mom, I'm going to start. This one is Master Gross's hit song, Silent Night. Aha! After saying that, Han Jixuan played directly, and as her fingers pressed rhythmically, the notes came, one by one, from the keys, and her mom, too, closed her eyes and listened. Starting with this simple one, Han Jixuan's mom just knew that her daughter had made great progress, so she was really very happy. But before she could be happy for long, the unexpected happened. The tune that was being played so well suddenly became a jumbled mess. Hearing this, Han Jixuan's mom was taken aback, and she immediately opened her eyes. Only Han Jixuan, however, played more and more chaotically, and in the end, she even played the wrong steps. Xian, stop. Stop now. Seeing this, Han Jixuan's mom hurriedly told her to stop. Xian, what's wrong with you? Why can't you even play a tune well? Is this what you've learned these past few months? The moment, her mom was genuinely saddened by how she didn't think it would turn out this way. She had always hoped that her daughter would make something of herself, but she never expected it to end up like this. Mom is sorry. Han Jixuan herself was very self-condemning, because she was really now, except for that song by Wang Qingge, she couldn't play any other tunes anymore, and as long as she played the zither, her mind was filled with Wang Qingge's tunes. She was already restraining herself. She was trying her hardest to restrain herself from thinking about that song of Wang Qingge's, but in the end, it turned out that it couldn't be done, no matter how much she restrained herself. Full of mind is still Wang Qingge's Piano Pieces of the Night v. Chapter 113 Heirloom Classics. So playing other tunes, she played and messed right up because her mind went elsewhere. It's not even on the tune that's being played here, so how can this not be confusing? In this regard, Han Jixuan, also very sorry, feels sorry for their own mothers. It was supposed to be a happy day for mother and daughter, and not only did the two open up a knot that had been there for years, it was more about myself, showing my mother what I had accomplished in the months I had spent abroad. But on the contrary, she was in a situation at a time like this. How could she not be sad? Now her mom must be, well, disappointed in her. Mom, I'm sorry, it's me who got sidetracked. Han Jixuan apologized in a small voice. Ugh, her mom, seeing her daughter in this state, also sighed very helplessly of. It would be a lie to say that she, as a mom, wasn't upset when her daughter made a mistake like that. But then he thought that he had just talked to his daughter about the feelings of both sides, so he couldn't blame her for anything at this time. She worried that if she blamed her daughter now, what if she hated her later? It was so hard for the two of them to make friends with each other and understand each other, so they couldn't break this wonderful mother-daughter relationship so quickly, could they? So Han Jixuan's mom, at this point, didn't say anything more despite being very disappointed in her. Xian, quickly tell mom, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong somewhere? Han Jixuan's mom, instead of blaming her, was concerned about her, making Han Jixuan instantly feel warm inside. She had made such a big mistake that she was all set to be criticized and educated by her mother. But what she waited for was not her mother's critical education, but instead a look of concern and worry. This was something that really made Han Jixuan never expect. It was also from this moment that Han Jixuan truly believed that her own mother really loved her very much. Even though she had made such a big mistake, she didn't blame herself, which really made Han Jixuan very happy. This is a mother's love. This is how her own mother loves her daughter. However, besides being happy, Han Jixuan was also very guilty at this time. Very guilty. She guilt herself, since she had made such a big mistake while playing the piano in front of her mom. Feeling so sorry for own mom, sorry for being so good to her. So Han Jixuan, in order to stop making her mom sad, in order to stop making her mom feel bad for her. Mom, why don't I play a new one? How about that? In order to thank her mom for being so good to her, Han Jishuan decided to play again. Ah, Xian, can you really? Don't push yourself if you can't. At this point her mom, in turn, was in no hurry because she had figured it out too. Since my daughter is not in shape today, it's not too late to push her until she is in shape later. But the more she was concerned, the more Han Jishuan also felt that she, too, needed to play another song and not let her down. It's okay mom, I just slipped up for a moment. But don't worry, I won't slip up this time. Xian, you really can? Well, mom, just trust me one more time. This time I really promise I won't let you down again. Ugh, okay then. Seeing that her daughter was so insistent, her mom let her go. Mom, then sit down and listen carefully this time. Promise I won't let you down. Aha! Han Jishuan then sat down on the piano again, ready to play. Thump, 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 thump. After Han Jishuan sat down, without any precursor, she directly opened and popped up, and she shocked her mom right out of the gate with her straight-on playing, right from the first note, too, because this tune, it's really, really good, so good that just hearing it, the first verse convinces you that it's definitely a good tune, because the tune that Han Jishuan was playing, at this moment, was Wang Qing's song, Knight's Piano Piece V, because in Han Jishuan's opinion, since she couldn't play any other piece, she could simply play this one, and she knew that the only way she could play this, piano pieces of the Night V, right now, without any more surprises. Otherwise, if she had continued to play other tunes on her own, she would surely have gotten halfway through and stopped playing as well. So in order to stop disappointing her mom, in order to let her mom know what she's capable of, she only had to choose this song. And the fact is also true, Han Jishuan once played this Night of the Piano Music 5, the whole person instantly into the state, play very fascinated, very perfect. Those who listened were also more than a little shocked and amazed. Thump, 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 the tune continued. Han Jishuan was completely in the zone, and her mom was also mesmerized, directly immersed in the tune. This heart-stopping tune, both climactic at first, is nothing like all the others, and the point is that it's also very good, especially for the first time, the person who heard it, but also cannot help themselves up, instantly into the tune. That kind of mood. Han Jishuan's mom is also a piano expert to come, so when Han Jishuan played this song out, her mom understood, all at once, what the meaning of the song, as it was written, was. It's about expressing the tune of the night under the stars. It's so serene, so beautiful. Immersed in the song, the mom, she was then convinced that her daughter hadn't lied to her. The first song she just played, her daughter really just missed the mark, that's why she didn't play it right. And now this one, her daughter didn't miss a beat, so she played it wonderfully. Han Jishuan's mom, while immensely relieved, was also even more glad that she had made the decision in the first place. She was rejoicing that the decision to send her daughter abroad to study with Master Gross had been the right one. Seriously, Han Jishuan's mom at the time was also a little worried that she had paid such a big price. Would it be a mistake to send your daughter to Grouse to learn? What if my daughter doesn't learn anything? So at the time, she was really thinking that way, especially just now, when her daughter failed to play. The feeling was particularly strong, and she knew that everything they had worked for her daughter was sort of in vain. Sent my daughter off to Master Gross, and she still hasn't learned anything. It wasn't until this moment that the mom, who heard the tune, realized she had misjudged her daughter. Her daughter, it turned out, hadn't let her down. She hadn't learned nothing. Just now, it was really just a mistake. Chapter 114. Mom, you've got it all wrong. You can tell by the piece she's playing right now. Her daughter is really where Master Gross is, and has learned true knowledge, because Han Jishuan's mother, very clear, at this moment, her daughter played this song, is definitely a heirloom classic too, a tune so good, a divine tune enough to last 100 years. In her mother's opinion, it was only a character like Master Gross, like that, who could have created it. So after hearing Han Jishuan play this Knight's Piano Piece V, her mom subconsciously thought it was a tune that Master Gross must have taught her daughter. And it was a tune, definitely a brand new tune, one that Master Gross had not yet, in any public place, announced playing. Otherwise, such a good piece of music, if Master Gross had made it public, then everyone in the world would have known about it already. Yet she had just today, for the first time, heard the tune, so she was pretty sure it was a brand new tune. It's a tune that Master Gross has composed and hasn't been published yet. And what does it say about her own daughter that she is playing this piece at this time? All this shows that her daughter has received the true teachings of the Master. If her daughter had not received the true teachings of the Master, and had not been recognized by the Master, how could it be possible? Then, for Master Grus to pass on to someone else, for nothing, the divine comedy that he himself had composed and had not yet played publicly. So in the eyes of Han Jishuan's mother, the fact that she was able to play this piece was Master Gros's recognition of her. It was at this moment that her mom finally realized how right her decision, at first, had been. Her own choice, in the first place, to send her daughter to Master Grus, was the best thing she had ever done in her life, and her daughter didn't let her down. She really did learn something from Master Grus that no one else had. More than that, he has gained the master's authenticity, playing the tunes composed by the master so perfectly and so well. Han Jishuan, her mom, at the moment, is completely mimicking everything herself, but it never occurred to her that this piece of music could not be the so-called master of whatever. Is it possible that someone else could have composed this piece? Or her own daughter? She didn't even think about that. She just had a brainwave that this piece of music was Master Gros's, because Master Grus, in her mind, was really too big. That's what led her to believe that no one other than Grus could have created such a perfect tune. Thud, thud, thud. Very quickly, a few minutes passed, and Han Jishuan was finally perfect, having finished playing this night's piano piece. After playing the tune, the mother and daughter hadn't come back to their senses, as they were both engrossed in the tune. Han Jishuan knew that she was, more and more, familiarizing herself with the mastery of this song. Her mom, on the other hand, was still somewhat lost in the mood of the tune. It took a minute or so before the mother and daughter emerged from it. Mom, how was it? How'd I play that song? Xian, my good boy. Her mom was so excited that she directly ran over and hugged her into her arms, because Han Jishuan's performance was really too satisfying for her mom. So overjoyed, she went straight to expressing her love for her daughter in the most passionate way possible. My daughter is really getting ahead of herself, and after a trip abroad, not only did she learn to cook on her own, but she also learned such a classic tune. What parent wouldn't be overjoyed at something like this? Han Jishuan also didn't expect that her own mom would be so excited that she would directly run over and hug herself. Seriously though, it had been over a decade since she'd been this affectionate with her mom. So Han Jishuan, equally greedy, snuggled into her mom's arms. At this moment, Han Jishuan was also celebrating the fact that she had finally not let her mother down. She finally showed her mom how good she was with Wang Chinga's tune. If it hadn't been for this song, then she wondered how disappointed her mom would have been in her performance tonight. The good thing about all this is that it has worked out perfectly, and she has proved herself to her mom with strength. In this way, mother and daughter embraced each other for a long time before finally parting reluctantly. Xian, you've really grown up. You really understand things, and mommy doesn't have to worry about you anymore. Mom, Han Jishuan already didn't know what to say. Son, you don't have to say it, mom knows it all. You've tried so hard. Mom has already seen how hard you've been working all these months down the road from you playing this piece, and you're really amazing. Well, mom, thank you. Silly child, what are you talking about? But Xian, what is the name of this song? Mom, it's called Piano Music of the Night V. Piano Music of the Night V? Sure enough, the name. It fits the mood of the tune so well. Not bad, really good. It's worthy of being a divine song from Master Grus. I didn't realize that after so many years, Master Grus had created, again, such a great divine song out of it. This song is destined to be immortalized and remembered by future generations. Xian, Master Grus, to teach you this piece of his, shows that he is taking you very seriously. You mustn't let Master Grus down. Han Jishuan heard this turn of phrase. Under normal circumstances, she would certainly be nodding in response. Mom, you can rest assured that these and so on. But this time, she didn't do it because of what? Because Han Jishuan knew that her mom had misunderstood. Her mother thought that the tune, which Master Grus had taught her, was why she was telling her this. This point is to let Han Jishuan some tears and laughter. She is also how did not expect. That's what her mom would have thought. Her mom thought that Grus had taught her that tune. Seeing this situation, Han Jishuan a little difficult. This moment how to explain it. But this kind of thing, not explaining is absolutely not possible. Otherwise it will only become more and more misunderstood. Mom, you've got it all wrong. This tune isn't Master Gros's. What? What did you say? Xian? It was like her mom couldn't believe her ears at all when she heard her say that. And Han Jishuan said again, Mom, I say, this tune was not composed by Master Grus. Now, her mom heard her clearly, but it was the fact that she heard her clearly that shocked her. More than that, it's impossible to accept this reality as it is. Because of what? Chapter 115 Xian, you've been tricked. Because this is such a beautiful tune. This divine song destined to last for generations. Since it wasn't composed by Grus, how do you expect her to believe? How do you expect her to dare to believe that this piece of music since it's not from a master. All of this, Han Jishuan's mom was completely unable to believe, and even more so, unable to accept, because in her mind, such a piece of music could only be reasonable if it came from one of those masters. Otherwise, she was having a hard time believing this. Xian, you're kidding mommy, aren't you? Xian, just stop teasing mom, okay? Unable to believe it all. Unable to believe it all. She could only hope that Han Jishuan was just joking with her. But is it possible? Han Jishuan would joke with her mom about such a serious issue? Mom, I'm telling the truth. This night's piano piece, number 5, really wasn't composed by Maestro Grouse. Han Jishuan likewise, with a very clear attitude, told her mom again. Really? Well, why would I lie to you about something like that, mom? Seeing her daughter's expression so serious, her mom was aware that it shouldn't be a lie, but it's just a little hard to accept that the song, since it's not from Groth. A brief moment passed before her mom snapped back from it. Returning to her senses, she continued to ask Han Jishuan for confirmation. Xian, then tell me, who composed this song, and why you would Mom, this song is. Han Jishuan had wanted to directly tell her mom that Wang Qingge had composed the tune, but when the words came out of her mouth, she couldn't say anything. Seeing that Han Jishuan was hesitant to speak, her mother continued to press the issue. Xian, tell me quickly, who composed this tune since it's not Master Gross's? Is it some professor? Or some musician? Mom, it's not even that. This song was composed by Wang Qingge. Who? Han Jishuan was the one who finally said it, but her mom was dumbfounded because the person she was talking about, she didn't even know who it was at all. Wang Qingge? Who is Wang Qingge? Xian, what does he do? What school is he a professor at? Subconsciously, her mom assumed that Wang Qingge must be a musician, or else a professor type. Otherwise, how could you have created such a divine song as Piano Music of the Night V? But Han Jishuan's next reply once again hit her mom hard in the face. Mom, what are you talking about? None of them are law. Wang Qingge is not a professor. No, then tell me quickly, what exactly is this Wang Qingge? Him, sort of a friend of mine. In the last sentence, Han Jishuan somewhat whispered, your friend, or just sort of? When Han Jishuan's mom heard this, she almost didn't faint because she never thought that the person who created this song, since it's just his daughter's friend, no, it can't be considered a real friend. Just sort of friends, meaning very ordinary, sort of friendships. How does that not surprise her? Not surprise her? Well, friends will be friends. Xian, so how old is your friend? How old? Han Jishuan was a bit confused as to why her mom was asking about age, but returned anyway. Should be about the same as me. He's not much bigger. What? About the same as you? Just in your 20s. Xian, are you kidding me? Now, her mom really couldn't stand it at all. It's not a song that's not, well, Master Grouse's, even if it is. It's a common friend of yours, and she can grudgingly accept it. But what are you saying now? You're saying that your friend is only in her 20s, and that's something that her mom would never be able to accept. If Han Jishuan said that Wang Qingge was 30 or 40, then she could still accept it for a bit. But someone who was only in their 20s was definitely hard for her to accept as anything. Because, in the eyes of Han Jishuan's mom, how could someone in their 20s create such a good song? How is it possible to create a divine song that is good enough to last 100 years? A 20-something-year-old, let alone creating such a classic godly song, probably hasn't even learned all there is to know about music, like Han Jishuan now. There are definitely many people in their 20s who don't yet have a full knowledge of music. Some are even just learning to just get into music yet. But now you're good, since you're saying that someone in their 20s composed Piano Music of the Night V, such a divine song out, even if there really is such a genius. But Han Jishuan, her mom, it's also hard to believe that the other party can really create a divine song like Piano Music of the Night V. It had to be said that this viewpoint of Han Jishuan's her mom was really very correct. It's true that among 20-somethings, it's a really rare person who can compose tunes. Even if it did, it wouldn't have much impact. Wang Qingge also, when it is impossible, only he has a system, so it is always often surprising. As for Han Jishuan, after seeing her mom and then hearing that Wang Qingge's age was about the same as hers, she reacted so much. She was also a bit anxious. Mom, what I said is true. This song was really composed by Wang Qingge. You have to trust me. I don't have to lie to you about this kind of thing. Xian, Mom knows that it's impossible for you to lie to Mom, but it's possible that someone else might lie to you. Mom, what do you mean by that? Han Jishuan froze when she heard this. Xian, hasn't Mom made it clear enough? You might have been tricked. You said that this song was composed by that what's-his-name friend of yours, Wang Qingge, right? Xian, stop being silly. Just use your brain to realize that this is completely impossible. He's a guy in his 20s, do you really believe that he composed this tune? Seeing her mom talking about Wang Qingge like this, Han Zhishuan was also strongly against it. But mom, he really taught me the song. Could it have been anyone else if he didn't compose it? When Han Zhishuan said that, her mom was even more reasonable. Who says he taught you that? Then he composed the tune. Could it be that you saw it with your own eyes? Isn't it possible that he learned this tune somewhere else or copied it from someone else, and then again, taught to you? Xian, don't be silly. Even if he didn't copy this tune, it could have been him learning from someone else. Or he learned from his elders. Or maybe his elders taught him and then he came and taught you. Anyway, no matter what, I can guarantee you that this song just couldn't have been composed by him. Chapter 116 Han's mom's plot. Han Zhishuan her mother. Just how do not want to believe. This Night of the Piano Music 5 is Wang Qingge composed, because in her opinion, Wang Qingge was so young, how could he possibly compose a tune so classic? Such a tune, not to mention Wang Qingge, was difficult even for herself. No, I should say that even she couldn't create it herself. What is she? That's a piano professor. Someone from a piano family. Even she can't compose a tune, since someone told her today that it was created by a 20-something-year-old. Who was she kidding? So in the eyes of Han Zhishuan her mother, this night's Piano Music 5, either Wang Qingge, too, had learned it from someone else, or he had copied it from someone else. Anyway, no matter what, as long as she didn't see it with her own eyes, then she would never believe it. This kind of absurd lie. Han Zhishuan was also, by her mom's flip-flop, given a direct question. She became dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing how she should retort, because what her mother said did have some truth to it. It was indeed very likely that all of this was a tune that Wang Qingge had learned somewhere else, and then it was only inadvertently that she was taught. Just the truth. Really? Han Zhishuan really believed it. Did Wang Qingge learn this song from somewhere else, and didn't he compose it himself? The thought only just came to her before she broke herself. It was because Han Zhishuan believed that the song was composed by Wang Qingge himself, no matter how much others doubted it. But Han Zhishuan would always believe that the tune was composed by Wang Qingge himself, because she had already been in contact with him. She already had an understanding of him. The other party not only created the night's piano song 5 out, but also in this aspect of music piano, far beyond others. She just followed Wang Qingge and learned the piano for one night, yet she knew that the others' knowledge of the piano, of music, was beyond anyone else's comprehension. In this regard, Han Zhishuan dared to say that even if it was her mother and Master Gruss, there was no way to compare with Wang Qingge. In this case, she definitely did not agree with her mom that the night's piano piece 5 was not composed by Wang Qingge. Han Zhishuan, after determining what she had in mind, she said to her mom with the same serious expression, "Mom, I believe that this song, my friend composed it, no matter what you say, but I just believe that he composed the tune." Xian. Her mom was in a hurry at this point, because she was genuinely worried that her daughter was going to be taken for a ride. But when faced with her daughter's situation, she didn't know what to do for a while. After thinking about it, her mom finally had an idea. Xian, since you're so sure that this song was composed by your friend, then it's simple. You'll find him here tomorrow. Let's just ask him to his face. And if he really did compose the tune, then mom apologizes to you guys. Okay. Get him here. Mom, this isn't good. Han Zhishuan was a bit embarrassed for a moment when she heard her mom's words. What's wrong, Xian? Don't you believe that this song was composed by your friend? Then why don't you dare to bring him here and let's confront him face to face? Or is it that you, Xian, are afraid that this song really wasn't composed by your friend? Mom, what are you talking about? I just thought it was a little abrupt to bring someone in like that. In fact, the reason why Han Zhishuan, her mother, would call her and bring Wang Qingge here tomorrow was for a purpose, because they, the girls, just happened to be having a music exchange just tomorrow. That's why Han Zhishuan's mom wanted to ask her to bring Wang Qingge here. Didn't he say that Night's Piano Piece V was composed by him? If that's the case, then his piano skills must not be too bad. It's just right that tomorrow, in the presence of all the music people, let this Wang Qingge come out and show his hands. If he's really capable of that, then he won't back down. When the time comes, won't it be clear whether Night's Piano Piece V was composed by him or not? But if it's a waste of time, it's only a waste of time. Now, after hearing Han Zhishuan say that it would be a bit abrupt to call people here all of a sudden, her mom hurriedly said, Xian, don't worry, it just so happens that tomorrow we're going to be at the Yunding Mountain Resort, organizing a music exchange party. Didn't you say that the tune was composed by your friend? Then there's nothing wrong with us inviting him to the music exchange, right? Mom, do we really have to do this? When Han Zhishuan heard her mom's purpose, she became a bit worried, but her mom had also made up her mind that she had to see this person tomorrow. Xian, this is very necessary. If you still believe that the tune was composed by your friend, then call him in. Of course, if you don't believe it yourself, the tune was composed by your friend, then it goes without saying. Seeing that her mom was still saying this, Han Jishuan had no other choice but to agree. Okay, I'll just call him in tomorrow then. Aha! After Han Jishuan agreed, her mom was relieved. However, she immediately said, Xian, since you're inviting people tomorrow, then you should contact them now. If we don't contact them now, what if something happens to them tomorrow? Mom, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's so late. Han Jishuan was slightly dissatisfied. It's not too late, just send him a message. Or do you not have someone's contact information at all? Han Jishuan was really couldn't talk to her mom anymore, so she could only do as she was told and took out her cell phone to send a message to Wang Qingge. Seeing this, her mom also finally eased up a bit. Xian, Mom just spoke a bit impulsively. Don't take it to heart. Mom, really love you. Aha! Mom, I know. Han Jishuan was naturally aware that everything her mother did was all for her sake as well. She's just worried that she's going to get screwed over like this. This kind of thing, Han Jishuan believed that as long as the time came, the misunderstanding would be lifted. For this reason, mother and daughter, again, clung to each other. On the other side, Wang Qingge, after helping Su Ruoxuan cook the noodles, he was also finally returning to his room to prepare for rest. But just then, he received a message from Han Jishuan, asking if he was free to attend a party tomorrow. When he saw the message, he didn't reply straight away, deciding to see what happened tomorrow. But Wang Qingge did not know that a conspiracy dedicated to him had already quietly, to him to shroud. And with that, he settled down to sleep with a peaceful smile on his face and into the land of dreams. Chapter 117 Gathering Only Me? The next day, Wang Qingge got up early in the morning, and after he got up, he had only just finished going to the restroom when his system released the mission. Ding! System quest, Mark of Rain, City in the Sky. Please make sure that the host completes the tune within today. What? No! Seeing that the system had suddenly released a quest, Wang Qingge was still a bit surprised, because he didn't have a chance to sing today, and these two tunes are pure music to come. Tell him where to play it. However, since the system had arranged it this way, then Wang Qingge believed that there must be some intention. Just then, he finally remembered that last night, Han Jishuan had sent him a message asking if he was free today. The party that Han Jishuan said seems to be called some kind of music party. Thinking of this, he hurriedly reconfirmed the message Han Jishuan had sent last night. After taking a look, he was relieved because when Han Jishuan said it was a party, it was a music party. It seemed that the system would not lie to him, and every time a mission was arranged, there must be a purpose for it. If it seemed so, then he had to go to this music party today. Nonsense system has arranged the task. He does not go can be? Even if there is no invitation, he break in to tell you. Otherwise, if he didn't follow the system's rules and play these two songs within today, there was no telling what horrible things would await him. Understanding the ins and outs, he immediately messaged Han Jishuan back, asking her when the party would start and where it would be held. Soon after, Han Jishuan finally replied to him, telling him that the party would not be held until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and that he would be in touch then. Receiving this news, Wang Qingge was relieved, and when it was almost noon, he went to buy some vegetables and came back, then made lunch. After he made his lunch, the chick Su Ruoxian smelled it before she lazily got up. Su Ruoxian got up and washed up just in time for lunch. Just like that, the two of them ate a meal together, and it was only halfway through the meal that Wang Qingge asked her, "By the way, Wakefield, are you going to the party later?" "The party? What party?" When Su Ruoxian heard this, she was surprised up as she didn't know anything about a party at all. But she didn't know that at this time. Wang Qingge was even more surprised than she was. Because of what? Because since she didn't know about the party was told to him by Han Jishuan. So in Wang Qingge's opinion, Su Ruoxuan, she should also know about this party thing, because she and Han Jishuan are the besties. There is no reason for the other party not to tell her. But now, she didn't know about the party, so this was something that made Wang Qingge feel a little surprised. Could it be that Han Jishuan just invited him and didn't tell Su Ruoxuan? That's not it. He's only known her for how long? What kind of operation is this when the other party just invites him to attend and doesn't call her own best friend? Wang Qingge thought that Su Ruoxian had forgotten, or something, so she asked again. Han Jishuan, didn't she call you? Jishuan, what is she calling me for? The mother and daughter are together today, so I won't bother them. Su Ruoxuan's unimpressed expression further convinced Wang Qingge that she really didn't know about the party thing. If she really didn't know, then it could only mean that Han Jishuan really hadn't bid farewell to Su Ruoxuan about it, but had only told him about it. Just let Wang Qingge wondered why Han Jishuan did not call Su Ruoxuan, only called him just This was something that really made him, no matter what, think. shouldn't it be? This guy, Wang Qingge, instantly masturbated in his mind, thinking that if people liked him, that's why they only called him. But the thought had just flashed through his mind before he shrugged it off. Not being able to figure out what was going on, he simply didn't think about it. It can only be known when the time comes, and then, after seeing Han Jixuan, ask again. So the two of them, after finishing their lunch, Su Ruoxian continued to go back to her room. Wang Qingge, on the other hand, made preparations, changed into cleaner clothes, and waited for news from Han Jixuan. At around 1 o'clock, he received a message from Han Jixuan again, telling him where they were waiting for him. After receiving the news, Wang Qingge also went out without saying a word. He stopped a car and rushed towards the destination given by Han Jixuan, and soon arrived, where he also met Han Jixuan. Today's Han Jixuan, dressed more neatly, just a set of white dresses. Even though it was just a dress, her stunning looks couldn't be covered, and by her side, there was another noblewoman with a mature temperament. Han Jixuan stood with her, and the two were like sisters. This person looked like Han Jixuan, indeed a bit like her, only that she was already a bit older. Seeing this, Wang Qingge guessed that this person couldn't be, is Han Jixuan's mom. However, without much thought it must be, because Su Ruoxian had said long ago that Han Jixuan, her mother, had returned last night. In that case, who else could this noblewoman be if not her mother? Together with Han Jixuan's long, and a bit like others, it makes Wang Qingge even more sure that this person is her mom. Just seeing Han Jixuan and her mom standing together, Wang Qingge's heart became a little proud. I thought to myself, it's thanks to me that you two, mother and daughter, have been able to get together. And it's all because I sang that song of my father's last night. Qingge, you're here. As soon as she saw Wang Qingge get off the bus, Han Jixuan walked toward him. Well, Jixuan, what kind of party are you talking about? And to call me here? As soon as Wang Qingge also opened her mouth, she asked her what kind of party it was. When Han Jixuan heard this, she thought that this was her mom's idea, plus her mom kind of wanted to make things difficult for people. So for a moment, she didn't know what she should say, and could only muddle through first Dao. Oops, don't worry, it's just a little music party. You'll see when you get there. Oh, seeing that she didn't want to say more, Wang Qingge didn't pursue the matter. That's when her mom, too, finally came over. You're Wang Qingge, right? Her mom asked directly as soon as she walked over. Yes, auntie, I'm Wang Qingge. Aha, nice. She nodded in satisfaction. A talented man. Ha, I'm Jixuan's mom. My name is Zhang Ruping. You can call me Auntie Zhang from now on. Okay, Auntie Zhang. Han Jixuan, her mother, looked at him like she was looking at her son-in-law's eyes, so for a while it made Wang Qingge embarrassed. Qingge, I heard from Xin Xian that you play the piano well. Auntie Zhang, it's okay. Mom, you have to stop talking. Han Jixuan saw that her mom was going to continue asking, so she immediately interrupted. Chapter 118. Auntie Zhang, who was kind to people. Fine, I won't ask then. Her mom, who listened to her daughter very well, also had a very favorable expression towards Wang Qingge, like some sort of expectant look. As to what she was expecting, it was impossible to say. Mom, since Wang Qingge has arrived, let's go. Well, it's about time to get over there, or else we'll be late later. So just like that, Wang Qingge got into their mother and daughter's car. He sat in the middle of the back row. Han Jixuan drove, and her mom was in the passenger seat. Along the way, Han Jixuan mother can be described as a passionate and incomparable. She was worried that Wang Qingge will be thirsty, so he handed him a bottle of water. Qingge, come drink a bottle of water. Auntie Zhang, no need, I'm not thirsty. Seeing Han Jixuan mom, so enthusiastic, Wang Qingge, are a little uncomfortable. It's fine, take it. You kids and Auntie Zhang, what's the point of being polite? Han Jixuan's mom, feigning anger, was even more so that Wang Qingge didn't know what to do, so she had to take over her water. Seeing the situation, she continued to pull her family together. Qingge, where is your family from? Well, sort of local to River City. Where exactly Wang Qingge's family was from, that he really didn't know, because he had been abandoned as a child, so he could only count the place of the family that had adopted him. Local, that's quite a coincidence. Han Jixuan's mom was a bit happy. Right, so you graduated from that school? Auntie Zhang, I graduated from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Oh, so the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, then your piano, you also learned it there, right? After knowing that Wang Qingge graduated from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, Zhang Ruping continued to ask. This, sort of. He was a bit embarrassed to answer because he hadn't learned anything at all in school. Ha, Zhang Ruping laughed. Qingge, it's indeed a bit abrupt for us to call you over all of a sudden today. I hope I didn't scare you. Zhang Ruping with a hint of apology. It's fine. What are you talking about, Auntie Zhang? How could you guys scare me? I'm more than happy that you guys called me over. These words, Wang Qingge didn't make them up, because he was really thankful that Zhang Ruping and Han Jishuan, the mother and daughter, had called him here. Otherwise, where would he find the opportunity to play the tunes released by the system? Therefore, Wang Qingge couldn't thank them enough for what happened today, so how could he blame them? Seeing this, Zhang Ruping turned back to Wang Qingge and continued, but Qingge, today this matter Auntie Zhang still feels that it's necessary to tell you about it in advance. Well, Auntie Zhang has something, you can just say it, I'll listen in favor. Well, it's like this, today's party is being organized by some of our high society musicians. The purpose is, of course, it is to facilitate the exchange of knowledge and level of music. I heard Xian say that you play the piano well, just thought I'd call you too. It is true that we were abrupt in this matter without informing you beforehand. Auntie Zhang is fine, I've been told it's nothing. Aha! Zhang Ruping nodded once again in satisfaction. But Qingge, don't worry about it. In fact, not only those of us will be attending this gathering. Of course there will be some young, up-and-comers like you and Xian attending. This, when the time comes, you may exchange with them, too, what you have learned. It's a great opportunity yet. A lot of people want to go and can't. Hearing Zhang Ruping say this, Wang Qingge's heart, that was suddenly feeling immensely grateful, because they acted like they were treating their own family members. So at this moment, Wang Qingge, that was really happy. It's just that he doesn't realize that people do it for a purpose. Don't look at Han Jishuan's mom. Now to him that is a smile. In fact, she is calculated. Zhang Ruping just didn't believe it. What her daughter said, she simply couldn't believe it. The Knight's Piano Piece 5 was created by this person in front of her, because this person in front of her, apart from being a bit better looking, she couldn't see that the other person was really any kind of musical talent. So after seeing Wang Qingge again, Zhang Ruping is even more sure that the Knight's Piano Piece 5, not his creation, must be he learns from others. In fact, he learns from others. In Zhang Ruping's opinion, it is nothing, as long as Wang Qingge boldly admits, do not lie to her daughter. Don't lie to Han Jishuan and say that it's not a big deal if he created it. But Wang Qingge, on the other hand, just told Han Jishuan that it was a tune he created. So how can you let Zhang Ruping put up with it? Don't look at Zhang Ruping, now so amiable. But if someone dares to bully her daughter and lie to her daughter, she will never let that person go. Unfortunately, the current Wang Qingge was such a person in her eyes. Wang Qingge was the one who cheated Han Jishuan in Zhang Ruping's eyes. He shouldn't have lied to Han Jishuan. He was the one who composed that Knight's Piano Piece V. This is something that really makes her hard, if not impossible, to accept. That's why she, today, had to call Wang Qingge as well, as long as she brought him to the party. Then there will be ways and opportunities to make him reveal his true form, and it will be hard for him to fly with his wings. Didn't he, say, compose the piano music of the Night V? Such an amazing piece of music? That's good. Just let him show his strength in front of everyone later. Zhang Ruping really didn't believe it. She couldn't make this. The person who dared to cheat her daughter, ugly today. Wang Qingge really didn't know anything about those thoughts in Zhang Ruping's mind. He's more than just uninformed. He's grateful to people. But this can't be blamed entirely on Wang Qingge. After all, Zhang Ruping's acting is just too good. She cared so much about Wang Qingge that she was like an old friend once they met. Anyone else would be happy in their heart, right? But these, precisely as Zhang Ruping this kind of people's means, in the invisible, will bring people into their trap means. It's one of those tactics that sells the person and they help her count the money. The only one who knew, Han Jishuan, chose to remain silent. In fact, Han Jishuan didn't want to be like this. She also just wanted her mom to believe everything, and trying to get her mom to believe her words, to believe in Wang Qingge's strength. The first thing to do was that it had to be done the way she wanted it to be done, or she wouldn't believe it all. So at this time, Han Jishuan, too, only chose to remain silent first. She wouldn't, though, just ignore everything. If her mom had gone too far, she would have likewise stood up and stopped it. She wouldn't just watch Wang Qingge being bullied. Chapter 119 Henteing Villa. So she had decided a long time ago that if her mom went too far, then she was going to stand up and stop it. Just like this, the two of them, Wang Qingge and Zhang Ruping, talked and laughed along the way. About 20 minutes later, they finally arrived, and the location of this gathering was the Yunding Mountain Resort, Yunding Manor, but it is said to be the entire Jiangcheng, the best location, the most luxurious area, because the cloud-top villa is built on top of a high mountain, on top of which you can view the entire Jiangcheng. On the Henteing Villa, you can take in half of the scenery of Jiangcheng, so it can be said to be the best place in Jiangcheng. The villa built here is not something that anyone with money can buy. If you want to buy a villa here, you have to have a certain status in addition to money. And today's music party was held in the best and highest, That villa in Hentang Mountain Resort. After Han Jishuan stopped the car, the three of them got out together. Wang Qingge also didn't expect this music party today, since it was held here. Cloudtop Mountain Villa. He had only heard of it before and had not been here. He was still a bit emotional when he suddenly came here today. Alright Qingge, let's quickly go inside as well. So many people are already here. Just like that, Wang Qingge and Han Jishuan, both of them, walked in with Zhang Ruping. Once they entered the villa, there were already quite a few people standing outside the courtyard. The men were talking in groups of 3, and there were individuals with musical instruments in their hands. It's either a violin, a shaw, or a flute or something. Looks like this place is worthy of a musical gathering. Some people have brought their instruments, and most of these people came from middle-aged people, and there were young people in their 20s and 30s, but not many. The arrival of Wang Qingge and the three of them didn't play much of a role in the eyes of the crowd, who just looked at them and weren't interested in looking at them anymore. Some of them even pressed on, not even looking at the three of them squarely. If it wasn't for Han Jishuan and her mother and daughter, who had a good temperament, I guess the number of people looking at them would have been even less. Zhang Ruping didn't care about this, as she had similarly ignored a number of people. After all, the music party, we all came from the same place, all over the world, and some of us didn't know each other at all. So Zhang Ruping directly led the two of them, Wang Qingge and Han Jishuan, inside to find their acquaintances. Rupin, you're here. Suddenly someone called out to Zhang Ruping for a moment, so Wang Qingge and the others also looked over. It was 3 noble women sitting together who were also about the same age as Zhang Ruping, all in their mid-40s. Well, why are you 3 so early? When Zhang Ruping saw these 3, she directly walked over to them, and the 3, too, stood together. One of them, a noblewoman in a black cheongsam, was the first to speak. Rupin, why are you so late today? We all thought you weren't coming. Zhang Ruping was a bit embarrassed. Jiang Yi, I had something to delay. Good thing I wasn't late or else I would have lost face. Ha! After Zhang Ruping finished speaking, a few of them gave themselves a laugh, and it was only then that the noblewoman named Jiang Yi turned her gaze to Wang Qingge and Han Jishuan. She stopped at Han Jishuan's body and said with great relief, Jishuan, you're prettier than ever again after not seeing you for a few years. Han Jishuan's face suddenly flushed when she said that. And Jiang, don't make fun of people. Oh, this child is still shy. And in the future, I don't know, it's going to be cheaper for someone's family. Only after saying this did the one named Jiang look at Wang Qingge. Ru Ping, can't it be that he's Jishuan's boyfriend? And Jiang, what are you talking about? He's not my boyfriend. After Han Jishuan heard the one surnamed Jiang say if Wang Qingge was her boyfriend, she immediately opened her mouth to deny it. Only then did Zhang Ruping say, oh, let me introduce you all. This is Wang Qingge, sort of Jishuan's friend. Oh, so it's a friend. It was only after Zhang Ruping's introduction that the three of them realized Wang Qingge's identity. Zhang Ruping also introduced to Wang Qingge. These 3 people came. Come on Qingge, this is Jiang Yi. Just call her Aunt Jiang. Your Aunt Jiang is a Guzheng teacher here. Auntie Jiang, hello. Aha! The surname Jiang nodded. This is Chang Xiang. Just call her Aunt Chang. She's from the piano professor just like me. Well, hello Aunt Chang. Wang Qingge asked to her as well. Aha, hello. The last one is Li Lan. Just call her Aunt Li. Okay, hello Aunt Li. Aha, Li Lan, the noblewoman, responded casually with a cold expression. After introducing the 3 noble women, it was time to introduce Wang Qingge. I don't know if Zhang Ruping, did she do this on purpose? So when it came to introducing Wang Qingge, her voice obviously became a lot louder, the kind that can be heard by some of the uninvolved people around. Wang Qingge, this kid also came here to learn piano. I saw that he plays the piano well, so I brought him here. Let's hope that when the time comes, he'll be able to communicate with everyone. When Zhang Ruping said this, instead of her face turning red, she had a smile on her face, as if it was all true. For those who don't know, they certainly believe it. But if the people in the know, like Wang Qingge and Han Jishuan, they were different, because they knew that Zhang Ruping was lying. She had just met Wang Qingge less than an hour ago, and she hadn't seen him play the piano before, so she told someone else that. She knew that Wang Qingge, who played the piano well enough, didn't mean it. It was a good thing that Wang Qingge had been completely blinded by her surface, so he didn't notice this only. The others, however, were a bit surprised to hear that Wang Qingge played the piano well, especially these 3 noble women. It was good that they didn't either take Wang Qingge too seriously, so they went in one ear and out the other. Soon, they forgot all about Wang Qingge. Just then, someone else came outside, and it was someone Zhang Ruping and the girls recognized. Auntie Zhang, Auntie Jiang, Auntie Chang, Auntie Li, you're all here. The sudden sound attracted Wang Qingge and the others. It was only when they turned back that they saw a young man with a nice temperament. This youth, who was also in his mid-20s, was also quite handsome, especially at this time. He was wearing formal attire, so it was even more, highlighting its extraordinary features. Seeing this youth, the four noble women, almost simultaneously, shouted out, "Zhou Jian!" Zhou Jian nodded at them. "Auntie Zhang, I really didn't expect to run into you guys here." Chapter 120. Each has his own agenda. Zhang Ruping was equally delighted to see this. "Yeah, Zhou Jian, we didn't expect that you would be attending this party either." "Well, Auntie Zhang, I came with Changbai." "Ah, Sungbai's here too. Where is everyone?" After hearing this, Zhou Jian say that there was another Changbai. The four noble women, including Han Jishuan, all froze somewhat slightly. "Changbai is in the back. He'll be up in a moment." After Zhou Jian finished speaking, he finally looked at Han Jishuan, thinking that the two knew each other. "Jishuan, I didn't expect you to be here. I heard that you just came back from abroad not long ago, and you're studying beside Master Grus. It's still okay, right?" "Not bad." Han Jishuan was obviously much colder towards this Zhou Jian, not as enthusiastic as her mom's few. Zhang Yi spoke up more at this time. "By the way, Jishuan, didn't you just study with Master Grus? It's a rare occasion that Zhou Jian is here today, so you guys can exchange pianos." When Zhang Yi, the noble woman, said this, Zhang Ruping hurriedly interrupted. "Zhang Yi, what are you talking about? What kind of person is Zhou Jian? That's someone who has won an international piano award. How can Xian be compared to him? I think it's better to forget about it." Seeing this, Zhou Jian immediately said, "Aunt Zhang, don't praise me. I know Jishuan's strength well. She wasn't even close to me before, and now she's been studying with Master Grus for a while. I'm afraid I'm a little outclassed by her. Even now, Zhou Jian, don't praise either. The more you praise Xian, the prouder this child becomes." The two of them pushed back and forth, but it was Zhang Yi who first lit the fire on. "Wang Qingge, Zhang Ruping, didn't you say that Wang Qingge's piano, too, is well played?" "Aha." Hearing this, several people looked toward Wang Qingge, especially Zhou Jian, who had actually noticed Wang Qingge standing beside Han Jishuan early on. He just hadn't had the chance to open his mouth and ask him about it yet, and now that someone else had said it first, he was taking the opportunity to try it out. "I wonder who this brother is. Oh, his name is Wang Qingge, Xuan's friend." Zhang Ruping grabbed a step ahead of everyone, and had a posture of blocking the trouble for Wang Qingge. From an outsider's point of view, Zhang Ruping's approach was indeed to speak for Wang Qingge, but in fact, the real purpose was only clear to her. Instead of shielding Wang Qingge from disaster, she was pushing him into the fire, because Zhang Ruping knew very well that this Zhou Jian in front of her, but he had always had a crush on her daughter. She had tried to make up the two of them, but she had no choice but to have her daughter disagree. But it didn't affect today's plans in the least. If she even came out personally and spoke for Wang Qingge, what would she think on Zhou Jian's side? As expected, as soon as Zhang Ruping spoke up for Wang Qingge like this, it instantly made Zhou Jian feel bad in his heart. Why would Zhang Ruping speak up for him? And what exactly was their relationship? Was it really just Han Jishuan's friend? If they're just friends, then why are they here together? Rather, from Zhang Ruping's words and attitude, this is not in the least between ordinary friends. Could it be that they are not just friends, but have another relationship, such as a male-female relationship? Zhou Jian's heart instantly thought a lot after Zhang Ruping spoke up for Wang Qingge. Also at the same time let him will Wang Qingge, as a love rival in general, because he has always been to Han Jishuan attentiveness, have not got what return. Today you come out with a random person and do what he didn't do. Who else would be uncomfortable, right? Oh, so it's brother Wang. I'm Zhou Jian. Although in his heart, he had already held a grudge against Wang Qingge, Zhou Jian was still very good on the surface and was equally very enthusiastic. "Hello, Zhou Jian." Wang Qingge responded with a smile in return. This Zhang Yi fellow, at this point, still didn't forget what she had just said, so she directly asked Wang Qingge herself. "By the way, kid, Rupin said that you also play the piano well. I wonder how it compares to Zhou Jian." Zhang Ruping likewise, once again stepped forward to help Wang Qingge out. "Zhang Yi, what are you babbling about? How can Wang Qingge be compared to Zhou Jian? He's pretty much just like Xian. Where would be the strength to compete with an internationally talented pianist? Then you just said he, again, plays the piano well?" Zhang Yi was unconvinced. "I did say that, but I didn't say that he could be compared to Zhou Jian." Zhang Ruping, who was really looking out for Wang Qingge, directly disliked Zhang Yi, but what she was doing was fast becoming too much for Zhou Jian to tolerate. You say it once for someone else and understand a little bit, but to run out and defend it twice is problematic. Since he's just your daughter's friend, why are you so defensive? Isn't this telling others that your previous relationship was not normal? So at the moment, Zhou Jian was more and more convinced that the relationship between Wang Qingge and Han Zhixuan must be extraordinary. Two people are very likely. Is a boyfriend and girlfriend kind of relationship, otherwise a mom. Were the reason to help daughter's common friend to speak? At this time, Han Zhixuan was also a bit unable to watch, so she opened her mouth. Mom, Aunt Jiang, you all stop talking and be quiet. The two were no longer talking, but this time it was Zhou Jian's turn. Brother Wang, what Auntie Zhang and the others said can't be true. You know piano too? This kind of nonsense. Wang Qingge himself heard all want to vomit. Here he said the piano he second. Which dare to say first? Not afraid of being abused? I'm not afraid of being rubbed on the ground. He could not believe in his own strength. But who dared not believe in the system's ability? It was an existence that was going to help him swing away all obstacles. Therefore, Wang Qingge would rather doubt himself than the ability granted by the system. But he wasn't so cocky that he could only respond with a salute. Not bad, just average. Although Wang Qingge said this, just by listening to the tone, the crowd knew that he was as confident as he was. Seeing this scene, some people were happy and some were sad. Sad Han Zhixuan. She was afraid that Wang Qingge would suffer if she said so. The happy one was her mother, Zhang Ruping, who never thought that this silly boy would be so stupid as to dare to talk to Zhou Jian like this. So it seemed, then a lot of things wouldn't need to be, well, pushed by her. The silly boy would have hit it on his own. And Zhang Yi was, likewise, interested. Really? Then why don't you two communicate now? The exchange, for Wang Qingge, that was long awaited, as he himself had come for this. So in his heart, he was also very grateful to this Zhang Yi for a while. But there were always people who got in the way. And Han Zhixuan stepped forward right after Zhang Yi said that she would let Wang Qingge and Zhou Jian communicate. Wang Qingge, ignore them, let's go over there. With that, he was about to pull away Wang Qingge. Hey, what are you doing, Xian? Her mom saw this and hurriedly stopped it. Chapter 121 Young Geniuses. Wang Qingge is also quite speechless. See, the good thing will come true. You come out at this time to join in the fun? However, when he thought that Han Zhixuan was probably doing this for her own sake, he still felt some warmth in his heart. Zhou Jian saw that Han Zhixuan's reaction was so great after someone else said that he was allowed to communicate with Wang Qingge, so he similarly hurriedly rounded off the conversation. The exchange thing, I also don't think this is the right time. Let's wait and see. Only after Zhou Jian said this did Han Zhixuan stop and let go of Wang Qingge. Only Wang Qingge was suffering, seeing that he would soon be able to complete the task given by the system. But he didn't realize that it would come to this. So at this time, he was also begging in his heart. Aunts and uncles, you're fanning the flames. Let us exchange pianos. It's just that his inner cries are destined to go unanswered. The noblewoman called Li Lan, at this time, also once again extinguished his fantasy Dao. The matter of exchange, where is it so fast? Elder Chen hasn't even arrived yet. Yeah, Elder Chen isn't even here. The rest of the people also said. At that moment, another person appeared. Again a youth of less than 30 and around 20. This man's appearance was equally as popular as Zhou Jian's. When Zhou Jian saw this person, he was the first to step forward and speak. Chang Bai, you're finally here. Why are you so slow? Oh, there's been a little accident, so I'm coming up a little late. The youth named Chang Bai responded. Subsequently, this Chang Bai also had greeted Zhang Ruping and the other noble women, one by one. When it was Wang Qingge's turn, there was already no need for Zhang Ruping to open her mouth, as Zhou Jian similarly grabbed to introduce him. Oh Chang Bai, this is brother Wang Qingge Wang, a friend of Han Zhixuan. They came together. When Zhou Jian finished, Zhang Ruping said, yes, Wang Qingge is just like you guys, very knowledgeable about music and musical instruments. That, and you will be able to communicate together when the time comes. Chang Bai was the same. He saw Wang Qingge since, standing by Han Zhixuan's side. In his heart, he was also a bit unhappy, and then hearing these words, it made him feel even more unhappy in his heart. However, this small situation was not enough to make him mess up, so Chang Bai was also happy to ask Wang Qingge. Hello Wang Qingge, I'm Chang Bai. Nice to meet you. Well, me too. Wang Qingge also smiled in response. Only after seeing them meet each other did Zhang Ruping say to Wang Qingge, Qingge, you should already know about Zhou Jian. He's a piano genius. As early as 3 years ago, he stepped out of the country and into the international community. Even once, in an international youth piano competition, he got top 5. So he's still very prestigious. And you're a piano student, so if you don't understand anything later, you can ask him. Well, Auntie Zhang, I know. Faced with Zhang Ruping's words, Wang Qingge just casually replied, tell him to ask someone for piano lessons. Who's worthy in this? Immediately after that, Zhang Ruping talked about Chang Bai Lai, Sung Bai. He's also a genius coming in, but he's not learning the piano. He's learning the guitar. Sungbai's talent on the guitar is well known. He can improvise any tune out of the blue. So in this aspect of genius, he doesn't lose to Zhou Jian at all. Oh, Auntie Zhang, I know. Thanks. Wang Qingge still hadn't changed much. Wasn't he just someone who knew the piano and the guitar? Such a person. Wang Qingge didn't have to put it in his mind yet, because his god-level piano and god-level guitar weren't covered either. If he is out, who dares to fight with him in here? Why? You want to hit a stone with a soft stone and hit a stone with an egg. In this regard, Wang Qingge could just listen without worrying too much about anything. But this calm and collected look of his was different in the eyes of others, especially Zhang Ruping. She saw Wang Qingge after hearing the deeds of both Zhou Jian and Shanghai, still able to remain so calm. The heart immediately thought, first let you pretend a little bit, later on must find a way to push you out, so that everyone can also see your strength. How exactly? Is it as God as Xian said or not? Just Zhang Ruping may never, will not think of, her plotting and scheming, but at this time Wang Qingge, dreaming of, soon, the two of them, Zhou Jian and Shanghai, also temporarily put down this side and ran to meet with the others one by one. A little tilt. There was a considerable commotion from outside. Seeing this situation, Wang Qingge and the others also immediately walked out. Then in the courtyard, everyone was seen to be centered around an old man and a young girl. The old man is about 70 years old, wearing a tang suit, is already full of gray hair, hand holding a cane with everyone talking and laughing. And that young girl is also the same as Wang Qingge and them, 20-something years old like this, height within 1.7 meters, wearing a strapless dress. But that wasn't the point. The point was that this young girl was also extremely long and beautiful. There is even a feeling of steadily overpowering Han Jishuan. For this reason, the eyes of many youths always looked at others with envy. And when they saw these two people, Zhang Ruping and the other noble women didn't have the time to pay attention to Wang Qingge and the others. One after another, like the others, went up to greet the old man. Seeing this situation, Wang Qingge instantly realized that this old man was probably the Elder Chen they had just talked about. He guessed correctly that the old man was none other than the mysterious Elder Chen. And Han Jishuan said to him, Wang Qingge, this old man is none other than Elder Chen, who is a very famous musician. He was named by his contemporaries, one of the top 10 musicians, on a par with Maestro Grouse and the others. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing Han Jishuan's explanation, Wang Qingge realized the strength of this Chen Lao. Since it can be rated as one of the top 10 musicians, its strength is absolutely unquestionable. So, who is that woman? How come she's beside Elder Chen? Her name is Chen Xin. She's Elder Chen's precious granddaughter. But don't think that Chen Xin is just a flower in a greenhouse. When Han Jishuan spoke of this Chen Xin, her tone was also full of admiration. It seemed that she was also for this Chen Xin. Very admirable. Chen Xin is a piano genius. Her strength is even above Zhou Jian. She got second place in the last International Youth Piano Competition. So she's strong. Still very strong. I see. Only after hearing Han Jishuan's explanation did Wang Qingge always understand. But thinking about it, since this Chen Xin had Chen Lao, one of the top 10 musicians, as a backer, if she couldn't even get the second place, it would be a bit unreasonable. Therefore, Chen Xin was just like everyone else in Wang Qingge's eyes. Not much different. Chapter 122 World Music Competition. Soon, it was time for the gathering, and Elder Chen walked up to the speaker's podium under the anticipation of the crowd. After Elder Chen came onto the stage, he looked at the crowd under the stage, then opened his mouth. Hello everyone. Everyone is a musician from all over the country. I'm here today to thank you all in advance for coming to this party. Thank you all. Elder Chen finished speaking and bowed to the crowd on the stage before continuing. I believe that everyone, in their hearts, should understand what the purpose of our organizing this music exchange is. Music is the soul of man, an essential spiritual support in life. So the importance of music is clear to all of you here. So I'll cut the crap. Let's get right to the purpose of this gathering. Guys, in 2 months, it's the worldwide music competition. This world music competition is going to be held in our country. In the past, none of the people our country has sent out have gotten the desired results, though, but others didn't say anything. But this time is different. This time the venue is organized by our own family. If we still come back with a dozen places like before, what will the people of other countries think of us? As a host, since they lost so badly at the tournament, they only came back with a dozen places. This kind of thing, not to mention other people, we don't even have the face to look at it ourselves, right? Chen old man on the stage to say this turn of phrase, that is quite as serious. He took out the years of momentum, said the people on the stage, none of them dared to squeak, because Chen Lao is right. In this aspect of music, this country really has no way to compare with those foreign musicians. Maybe if they were here, they could still talk and laugh with their own people. But once they met with musicians from abroad, it would be a dust-up. because most people, indeed, are limited in their ability to compare themselves to others. So now, with Elder Chen lecturing on stage, they were like children who had done something wrong. Wang Qingge also did not expect, in terms of music, since it will lag behind those abroad so much. Chen Lao looked at the hundreds of people under the stage and said with hatred, "Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I've called you all here today is simple, and that is, I hope that we will be able to come out here and choose the person who will participate in the world music competition this time. This time, no matter what happens, don't lose too badly again, or else we all have no face to see our ancestors. I know, you guys usually like to talk about how awesome you are and how great you are. Now then, here's your chance to make a name for yourselves if any of you get a good place at the world music competition. Well, I won't say any more about the other nonsense, so you guys can discuss and see who is capable and go to this world music competition." After Elder Chen finished speaking, everyone on the stage exchanged pleasantries. Tilt a little. A suggestion was then made to Elder Chen. This same middle-aged man, who looked like he had a very good temperament, offered his opinion to Elder Chen. "Elder Chen, I think that all of us are getting old, so the matter of participating in the competition should be left to the current youngsters. Besides, the strength of our country's young people now is also quite good already, so we should just trust them." As soon as this man said this, many people followed suit and agreed. And Elder Chen, in fact, had long had such an intention. He finally discovered, after a long period of study, the reason for the country's failure down through the years. Because every time there's a world music competition, they send people who are older, and those who are older, they don't have a lot of richness in their old minds, so it's just, every time, just playing old music on stage. And those foreigners, every time they send them out, they're either youths or people who can compose their own tunes. The gap is clearly visible when both sides are compared in this way. So Elder Chen actually, has long had such a decision. This time let the young man on the field to see. After all, he also knows that there are several young people nowadays, who already have a very deep grasp of music. His own granddaughter, Chen Xin, that goes without saying, under his own careful multiplication, coupled with her own talent, his granddaughter Chen Xin, as early as 3 years ago, already got the second place in the international youth competition. For this reason Chen Lao is very optimistic. His own granddaughter. In addition to his own granddaughter, there were also Zhou Jian and Chang Bai who are also very good. They're a piano genius and a guitar genius. If they were sent out to play, neither can take first or second place, but they won't lose badly either. Plus now after seeing so many people, all in favor of letting the young man fight for his country, he is also very happy in his heart. For this reason, Chen Lao also, at once, agreed with everyone's views. Dao, since you all said so, let's let the youngsters try it this time. Let's trust them for once. Yes, yes. After seeing that Elder Chen also agreed, the others clapped their hands together. Those people, however, don't really mean it, and many of them are just afraid of losing to foreigners. That's why it was agreed to let the youngsters go to war, because in their opinion, if they let the young people go, then even if they lose, they will have a reason. When the time comes, just find an excuse to say that the young people do not have enough experience or something, so that they will lose to others on the line, but they can't go by themselves. They'll be unable to explain when the time comes, especially if they lose to the opposing youngsters, which will only add to their humiliation. So in many people's opinion, the best way to go is, in fact, to let the young people go to the more secure ones. After everyone agreed that the young man should be allowed to fight this time, Elder Chen continued on the stage. Since everyone has already discussed it and is ready to let the youngsters fight this time, let's trust them for once. Next, let's see how our young people perform. Whoever is interested to fight for the country, then show your music level out. Show everyone together. How strong are you? Have you the strength to take up the fight for your country? Down here, who's interested in coming up and having a go? After Chen Lao finished like this, someone finally responded, only to see an identical young man in his 20s. Elder Chen, I'm a student of the Magic City Conservatory of Music, and I want to go on stage to try how good I am. Well, you're very welcome. Child, please come up. After seeing someone who really wished to go on stage, Chen Lao's heart was really happy. Chapter 123 Essence. When the man came on stage, he spoke to the entire room. Hello everyone. I came over from the Magic City side and am now a junior at the Magic City Music Academy. I'm one of the lesser known names in our school, so I'm here to make a fool of myself today. I hope you will help me see what else I am lacking. Thank you. Snap. After that, the hundreds of people on the scene applauded the man, and he sat right down on the piano. As soon as he sat down on the piano, the man just started playing. Knock, knock, thump. The sound of the zither rang out, and everyone was soon listening with great interest, with many nodding their heads, indicating that the man's playing was not bad. After a slight inclination and 2 or 3 minutes had passed, finally the pop-up was over, and the crowd was likewise applauding again. Thank you all for your support. Elder Chen also sat on the side and nodded. Well, child, you play very well, your strength is already very outstanding. Thank you, Elder Chen. Hearing Elder Chen's words, the man was obviously much happier, but there is still some beauty for Chen Lao because of what? Because the man was playing someone else's tune. It seemed to Chen Lao that it was just still a bit unsatisfying. Someone else's is always someone else's, and no matter how well you play it or how perfect it is, it can never become yours. So for players who play other people's tunes, Chen's heart always keeps a share. What Elder Chen really looked up to was the kind of person who had both the strength and the ability to compose his own tunes out, especially the kind of talent that improvises and creates tunes on the spot. It was this kind of person that could truly make Chen Lao look at him differently, and he would truly appreciate it from the bottom of his heart. Soon, the man got off the stage, and then 2 more young men came up one after another and performed flips, but their ending, still the same, did not let Chen Lao have too much praise, just simply said a few words. Not bad. Already successively on the stage after several people, did not cause too much shock. This cannot help but let the crowd some heart anxious. If every young person nowadays is just like that, then simply don't bother to compare yourself with those abroad. With this kind of strength to go, I don't know how to lose face when the time comes, so it's better to not go and be more secure. So at this moment, all the people present began to worry. I'm worried that there won't be much of a surprise at this music party today. Wang Qingge also smiled bitterly in his heart after seeing that there were already 2 or 3 people on stage. Because these people's pianos, they're really quite average. He wonders if it's because he has a divine piano. So many people are at a level that seems average to him, but just putting aside the level of play, what are these guys playing? Just a tune like that can be called a tune? And it got so much support from so many people. If we go by that, then all the piano music here is, indeed, pretty average. He was not the only one who was dissatisfied. Zhou Jian, who was a piano genius, had also been unable to hold back for a long time. Seeing that there were already 2 or 3 people on stage who hadn't performed well, he shook his head back and forth. Alas, if we keep this up and send them to the tournament, then we are doomed to lose. The surrounding people, hearing Zhou Jian say this, also looked towards him. Young Zhou, why don't you go on? Someone directly opened his mouth and told him to get on. Yes, young Zhou, you and Chen Xin are from here, the younger generation of piano geniuses, and it's about time you were on. Other people's bouncing around, we really don't listen to them. Zhou Xiao, get on. The crowd began, requesting Zhou Jian to play on the stage now, and Chang Bai, one of the same geniuses, followed suit. Yeah, Zhou Jian, hurry up and get on, otherwise later, if I go on stage first, you'll go back and say I stole your thunder again. Chang Bai, what are you bastard boy talking about? Hearing Chang Bai's words, Zhou Jian became a little embarrassed. So are you on or not? Sung Bai didn't bull asterisk. When it came down to it, Zhou Jian was not going to be able to make it without going on, so he no longer hesitated and walked out directly. After seeing Zhou Jian finally get on the stage, the crowd was once again in a not-so-small sensation. After all, that was a true genius, not the same as the previous few people. After Zhou Jian arrived on stage, he was first very polite greeting the old Chen duo, Elder Chen, Miss Chen Xin. Elder Chen looked at Zhou Jian that was likewise quite satisfied. After all, this was a genius come to life. Little Zhou, all of us are getting old, and in the future, the path of the music industry will inevitably be left in the hands of you youngsters. As one of the country's top young piano geniuses, you have to shoulder this burden. Chen Laoman's words of expectation instantly made Zhou Jian's heart very happy as well. Don't worry, Elder Chen, music has been my dream since I was a child. Unless I have an accident, then I will never give up on my dream. I will also not forget the cultivation of the country and will endeavor to contribute to it in the future. Good. When Elder Chen heard this, he became very satisfied. So I wonder what you're playing for everyone today, please. Aha! Zhou Jian didn't say anything and directly sat down on the piano. Although he had sat down on the piano, he was slow to move. Just as the crowd was also wondering why Zhou Jian hadn't started his performance yet, he opened his mouth, he looked at Chen Lao and suddenly said, Chen Lao, Zhou Jian, thought that the essence of the piano is not simply playing, rather, it's the ability to improvise, anytime, anywhere, which is where the soul of the piano lies. Zhou Jian this turn of phrase out, and then the crowd surprised a bit. The original he delayed action. Thinking of these everyone thought that it was because he didn't think of playing that song? I didn't realize that people wanted to improvise. It seems to have misunderstood people. This is the real piano genius, and only a genius has such vigor. Not to mention the others. At this moment, even Chen Xin, who was beside Elder Chen, was slightly looking at Zhou Jian a few more times. It seemed that Zhou Jian's flip-flop had really made the crowd refresh their opinion of him once again, and when Chen Lao heard this, he was very satisfied up. If Zhou Jian sat on it, he would just open the bullet. Then I don't know how disappointed Chen Lao was, but the good thing is that he had been trying to wait and wanted the result that the other party finally gave. Chen Lao looked at him with eyes full of relief. Xiao Zhou, you're right, that's how a piano should be to have its soul. Now that you've made up your mind, let's improvise a bit. But Zhou Jian still didn't move, and he was silent for a moment before he said, Elder Chen, you might as well give this question today. What should I use to improvise a bit? Chapter 124. It suddenly rained. What isn't? Is it? When the crowd heard Zhou Jian's words, they were slightly stunned again, because since he also had to ask Chen Lao to give him questions and improvise his compositions, it was already difficult. But this Zhou Jian, since he still wanted someone else to come and give him questions, wasn't this adding to the difficulties in trying to push himself to the brink of extinction? That's why all of them acted so surprised when they heard his words. Chen Lao was the same, not expecting that this Zhou Jian would also call him to come up with questions. Zhou Jian's improvisation was already quite rare and difficult, but he now asked him to give the question, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty only. So after thinking about it, Chen Lao finally felt that it was better to let it go. After all, he didn't want Zhou Jian to be too difficult. What if he asks a question and then later on people don't know it or can't create it? Wouldn't that hurt people and become a joke? Elder Chen, who had considered all of this, also spoke immediately. Zhou Jian, it's better for you to take care of this on your own. Create whatever you think, yourself, is easy to create, and we will all taste it for you. Everyone had thought that Zhou Jian would just listen to Chen Lao's advice, but they were still wrong, only to see Zhou Jian's resolute attitude. No, Elder Chen, this question today has to come from you and everyone else, because only when people come up with the questions, and I improvise them, can it be considered truly improvised and on the fly. Otherwise, if I were to do it by myself, wouldn't people mistake it for something I'd already prepared? So for the sake of authenticity, and so that we can all believe that this was created on the spot, I'd also like to ask you to come up with questions for me. Zhou Jian's this turn of phrase came down again, making everyone look at him even more favorably, because he's got a good point. If it were up to him, to let himself create whatever he wanted, there would be some people who would think that everything was prepared by him, by himself, long ago. This situation is less credible when it comes down to it, so the best solution is for someone to come up with the questions. When Chen Lao saw this, he likewise liked Zhou Jian even more. This is the person who really has the responsibility, can stand alone and resist the heavy responsibility in the future. It was just that he was asked to come up with a question, and Elder Chen was in a bit of a dilemma for a while, as he didn't know what question should be good enough either. If the questions are too difficult, I'm worried that Zhou Jian won't be able to handle them, and if they're too easy, I'm afraid that someone will say that they're not deep enough. If it's too easy, I'm afraid someone will say it's not deep enough. So even Elder Chen, at this moment, was in some difficulty. However, just when this Chen Lao was in a difficult situation, an accident that no one expected appeared. The sky at this time, since a light rain was falling. That's right, the rain is coming down at this time of year, and it does make it a little difficult to catch it at this time of year. We can't all go inside and hide. If that's the case, we can't have this party. The good thing is that this rain, not very big, belongs to the kind of hairy rain only, should not rain, so the crowd didn't worry too much about this little rain. Only this rain, or let the crowd. There is a little riot. Ah, it's raining. Why, it's raining. Yeah, let's hope that's all this rain will be. It mustn't be heavy. When Chen Lao first saw the rain, he was similarly a bit worried that it would rain heavily, but with the sudden inspiration that came to him when he heard the word rain, it seemed as if he had already found it. What question to give to Zhou Jian? In response to this, Chen Lao said to the crowd present, everyone be quiet. This light rain is fine. The weather forecast said it long ago. It's cloudy today, so don't even worry about it. However, since it is raining at this time, then I think it is highly likely that this is the will of heaven. Heaven's will is so. Everyone, since Jianzhou has asked all of us to give him a question, then I wonder how about we use rain as our question, with rain as the theme. That's a great idea. Yeah, I also think it's good. And it's like what Elder Chen said, it's probably the will of heaven. After hearing Elder Chen say that he was going to create a composition for Zhou Jian with the theme of rain, many people also immediately agreed. Elder Chen, we agree. Let's use rain as the theme for Zhou Jian's creation. Yes, I support that decision as well. We're for it too. Only after receiving the support of the crowd did Elder Chen look at Jianzhou. Xiao Zhou, ah, you heard it all. Elder Chen, I heard you. Well, that's good then. Since the rain is coming down in time for this, why don't you improvise on the subject of rain? Well, does it seem like there's a problem and you need to change the question? No, Elderchen, then let's just use rain as the topic. After Zhou Jian saw Elderchen say, to not change the topic, he hurriedly stopped it. Well, Zhou Jian, then you can improvise a bit to see how it goes with rain as the center. Take your time, we trust you. Thank you, Elderchen. Then I will begin. Please. After saying that, the scene was quiet, while Zhou Jian was sitting in front of the piano, but he hadn't moved yet, just closed his eyes and then faced the sky and just let the rain fall on his face. Seeing this, everyone knew that Zhou Jian was feeling the rain, and it was up to him to see if he could, in the end, compose a tune with the rain as the theme. Zhou Jian was like that for about 30 or 40 seconds, then he finally put his head back and moved. Dang, the first tone was pressed, but he didn't open his eyes, like he was still feeling the rain. Knock, knock, cackle. Then his fingers kept on pressing the keys down, and as his movements rose, the sound of the piano kept on coming, and everyone in the room, listening attentively to him play, looked as if they were being moved as the minutes ticked by. So all immersed in Zhou Jian's playing, with so many people on the scene, there was only one exception, and he was Wang Qingge. He couldn't understand what was wrong with these people. It's just a random sound that people press down to make. Is it really necessary for you guys to be like this? Each one is like listening to, like, some famous song. For God's sake. On this Zhou Jian's playing, he went up without using his hands. His toes can be snapped out but these people, it was as if they were listening to some famous song, so each one of them was immersed in it as it were. Seeing beside him, the expressions of Zhang Ruping and Zhang Yi and these people at this time, Wang Qingge was really helpless. What kind of aesthetic is this? If this is called improvisation, then everyone can do it. However, Wang Qingge wasn't arrogant enough, to the point of going against the crowd. He couldn't listen, so maybe it was really possible that his possession of a divine piano was the cause of it. So he didn't make a sound either, quietly listening to the hard-to-hear compositional piece. Dang, ding. Finally, after the last tone fell, Zhou Jian's improvisational creation came to an end. Chapter 125 General. It wasn't until the sustained sound dissipated as well that Zhou Jian stood up and saluted everyone. Thanks. Snap. The scene rang for a moment. Roaring applause came. Everyone was clapping vigorously for Zhou Jian. Seeing this, Wang Qingge had no choice. He couldn't not applaud, could he? So it was also with the crowd. The applause rang for a minute before it stopped, and Elder Chen finally spoke. Xiao Zhou, you're really good. I didn't expect you to really, since you created the tune with rain. Hearing Elder Chen's praise, Zhou Jian was still very happy in his heart. Elder Chen, you flatter me. The time was too short, so there were a lot of places that I didn't play well. No, Xiao Zhou, you've done well. Really. What Elder Chen appreciated the most was this kind of person who was not proud. So Zhou Jian in his heart, that was getting more and more satisfied up. Little Zhou, it seems that the World Music Competition quota in 2 months' time has to have a share of you. Hearing this, not to mention Zhou Jian himself, the other youths, too, could not afford to be envious. After all, that's representing a country in battle. How can you not get excited? In the eyes of the general public, that wasn't just a quota, but an honor to come. So many of the youths on the scene were very envious of Jianzhou at the moment. As for Zhou Jian himself, when he heard Elder Chen's words, the excitement in his heart was imaginable. Elder Chen, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. No, Xiao Zhou, opportunities come to you from your own striving, not from anyone. Do you remember? Elder Chen corrected. Yes, Elder Chen, I'll remember. Aha! After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhou Jian walked off the stage, and the crowd looked at him with incomparable envy and made way for him. At this time, Zhou Jian could be described as a man of great splendor, so he directly walked over to Wang Qingge and their side, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Jiang, Aunt Shang, Aunt Li. He greeted the four noble women. Zhou, you're great. Zhou Jian's performance was something that really made Zhang Ruping and these people satisfied beyond measure in their hearts. But Zhou Jian's purpose this time was not on them, but on Han Jishuan. He's been in love with Han Jishuan for years, and now he's doing something so amazing. It's natural to take it out and show it off in front of your favorite people. Jishuan, what do you think of my composition of this song? Zhou Jian suddenly asked Han Jishuan, and the others stared at her, wanting to see what Han Jishuan said. Me. Han Jishuan didn't expect that this Zhou Jian would suddenly ask her, so she was a bit unresponsive for a moment. However, since people had asked her, she couldn't help but answer. In fact, Han Jishuan is also on Zhou Jian's creation, not very cold, because now Han Jishuan always liked to compare others with Wang Qingge, because Wang Qingge's strength was something she had seen and experienced with her own eyes. Before she met Wang Qingge, she thought she was a piano genius until he came along. She realized how ridiculous she'd been thinking about herself all along. In Han Jishuan's eyes, there weren't many people who could compare to Wang Qingge. not to mention like, Zhou Jian such a person, so Zhou Jian's creation. In the eyes of Han Jishuan, with the children play house no difference, so Han Jishuan subconsciously said back to Zhou Jian's words, average, barely audible. What is she talking about? It was only Han Jishuan's subconscious opening of her mouth that caused those who heard it to be petrified on the spot. No one would have thought that since she would say that, since Zhou Jian was such a good creation, in her eyes since it was just average, since it's just, barely able to be heard? Geez, what the hell is going on here? This is something that even Elder Chen wouldn't dare to say, not to mention other people. I'm afraid, even Chen Lao praised Zhou Jian, since in Han Jishuan's mouth, but became so bad. Is it possible that she, Han Jishuan, is even more powerful than Chen Lao? So as soon as Han Jishuan's words left her mouth, the people around her who heard them were shocked and dumbfounded. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Han Jishuan honestly. After all, has seen the eagle people, where there is still the possibility of Raven fascinated again. It's just that in reality, Han Jishuan saying it so blatantly would more or less invite suspicion. Xian, what are you babbling about? The first one to react was her mom, Zhang Ruping, so she hurriedly stepped forward. As for Zhou Jian's face at this time, the joy had long since disappeared, and in its place, a face of blackness. Zhou Jian had a feeling that it was hard for him to feel comfortable with himself, and filled with joy, he greeted her. Since she replied like that, it would be hard for anyone else to accept it, right? Zhang Ruping had also seen Zhou Jian's face at this moment, so she was in a hurry. Xian, what on earth are you babbling about? Even if you're angry with other people's Zhou Jian, you can't just open your mouth so indiscriminately without distinguishing the occasion. It had to be said that Zhang Ruping was indeed very experienced in dealing with this aspect. What had been a delicate situation was resolved by her saying so, because the meaning of Zhang Ruping's words was well understood if one was an individual. What she said in her words was that Han Jishuan was angry with Zhou Jian, and that's why she said it like this, just like how men and women blocked the gas before. So originally, want to blame Han Jishuan's crowd, all of a sudden look away. Feelings or people on the Zhou Jian have gas, only deliberately said so well. Maybe it was because Han Jishuan and Zhou Jian were in some kind of relationship and had a falling out that she said that. Maybe the two, and maybe they're dating, coupled with the fact that Zhou Jian was so self-conscious, asking Han Jishuan about it to see. The crowd knew that the two of them were about 8 or 9 times better off, so everyone was relieved that it was just a misunderstanding. The truth of the matter is known only to them. Zhou Jian was also originally very angry, but after being told this by Zhang Ruping, he was not so angry instead, because Zhang Ruping's words also gave him a step down. Now everyone thought that what Han Jishuan had said to him, Zhou Jian, was just the kind of gaslighting between a man and a woman. This reassured him, because it was better than the truth facts coming, much better. Therefore, Zhou Jian could only stop there, and he immediately changed his face and said to Zhang Ruping, Auntie Zhang, don't blame Jishuan, it's my fault, just let her talk. As soon as Zhou Jian's words left his mouth, Zhang Ruping responded immediately after hearing them. Cho, you're just too nice to be bullied by her like that. Ha ha, Aunt Zhang is fine. Zhou Jian still maintained his smile. As for Han Jishuan, she herself knew that she had said the wrong thing for a moment, and now that her mom was helping her find a way down, she simply shut up as well. Chapter 126 A Speech of Awesome. Zhang Ruping, likewise, had to pull another stunt in order to move this along faster. The first person she thought of was naturally Wang Qingge, because she had originally brought Wang Qingge along to this party because she wanted to break up his lies and embarrass him. Otherwise, how could she bring anyone else to such a high-profile party? So now that it was time, when she could use the other party, Zhang Ruping naturally would not be polite. By the way Qingge, your piano has some level. I wonder what you think of Zhou Jian. How is this creation? As Zhang Ruping opened her mouth to Wang Qingge, the attention of the crowd was finally removed from Han Jishuan's body and shifted to him. Seeing everyone looking at them, there was confusion, disbelief, and anticipation. The people who were perplexed and confused were naturally those who didn't recognize Wang Qingge. They didn't know who Wang Qingge was, nor did they know whether he knew how to create or not. Those who were looking forward to it, on the other hand, were curious to know what kind of reply Wang Qingge, a person, would give to Zhou Jian's creation. Out of everyone, only Han Jishuan was truly worried about him. When Han Jishuan saw her own mother pushing Wang Qingge to the tip of the storm, her heart suddenly became very dissatisfied. Mom, what are you doing? Han Jishuan complained to her mom, but even so, it couldn't change the facts. When Wang Qingge saw Zhang Ruping asking him, he was too embarrassed not to answer for a while, so he could only say, not too creative, barely okay to listen to when I'm bored. What? Wang Qingge's simple sentence directly caused the crowd to explode. What did he say? He said that Zhou Jian's creations are so unoriginal that even listening to them when he's bored is barely enough. The crowd was truly overwhelmed by Wang Qingge's words, because in a state where everyone is so appreciative and supportive, since someone would say that about Jian Zhou, does he not know who Zhou Jian is? Doesn't know what's going on now? Not to mention the fact that it was only just now that Elder Chen said that Zhou Jian should go to the world music competition 2 months later. Han Zhixuan said such words. The crowd can still understand a little. After all, that is two people quarrel say angry words. But who are you? It's hard not to fall out with Zhou Jian too. Don't joke about that. So with Wang Qingge's words, he instantly became the center of attention. Even Zhang Ruping, who had been trying to break him down, had never expected that Wang Qingge would say something that was so difficult to control. His words were simply more serious than what Han Zhixuan had said. Since dare to say, Zhou Jian's creation is not very creative, the theory falls to only, in the boredom to listen to, and it's just, barely audible kind of thing. Therefore, Wang Qingge's words could be described as really having given no face at all, not leaving a single step. His words had completely blocked Zhou Jian's retreat. Jiang Yi and the rest of them, at this time, were also re-examining Wang Qingge as well, although they were not very interested in him just now. It was not to the point of being very bad, but with his words, things were different. In order not to become a target, Aunt Jiang and Aunt Chang and the others subconsciously stayed away from Wang Qingge. Otherwise there might be trouble later. Chang Bai, who was also a genius, saw Wang Qingge, a person who didn't know where he came from. Since he dared to talk about Zhou Jian like that, he was likewise furious beyond measure in his heart, because in his opinion, Wang Qingge was able to talk about Zhou Jian in such a manner. Then how much better could he, Sung Bai, be in the eyes of the other side? Zhou Jian was a genius of the same level as him, but in the other party's eyes, they all fell to such an evaluation. It was hard to believe that he had become Bai and expected Wang Qingge to look at him differently. This was obviously impossible. Therefore, Chang Bai, too, had instantly developed great dissatisfaction and even hostility towards Wang Qingge. At everyone, it was like looking at a little cutie. As they looked at Wang Qingge, only Han Zhixuan was worried. Han Zhixuan was the same, not realizing that Wang Qingge, this person, was so outspoken. Since he directly commented on it, it was simply quite a bit more serious than her. But just because she was able to dodge her matter easily didn't mean Wang Qingge could be like her. So at this time, Han Zhixuan was really incredibly worried about Wang Qingge. Wang Qingge, shall we go? The only thing Han Zhixuan could think of now was to hurry up and take him away. Only by taking him away could we minimize the next many things that would happen and avoid some unnecessary trouble. Well, where to? Seeing Han Zhixuan pulling his hand and about to leave, Wang Qingge looked at her for a moment. Then he found Han Zhixuan, full of anxiety, and at this time, without her opening her mouth, Wang Qingge knew that she wanted to say something to him. It was nothing more than calling out to him, begging him to hurry up and go with her. It was just that Han Zhixuan's appearance, in Wang Qingge's opinion, was something completely unnecessary. Isn't he just giving his own opinion? Would Zhou Jian be unconvinced and beat him up? That was obviously unlikely, so he pressed on. Besides, if he said that, he was already giving face and lying against his conscience. If he really wanted him to tell the truth, he was only afraid that these people would be even more unacceptable. As for Zhou Jian, who was the party involved, no one knew what was going on in his mind at this time. Being told by Han Zhixuan that his creations were ordinary, he endured it. But who are you, Wang Qingge? You're something that came out of nowhere, since you also dare to talk about him like that. Plus now, after seeing Han Zhixuan pulling the other party's hand and trying to take Wang Qingge away, Zhou Jian became even more angry. This kid, in the end, what is so capable? Let Han Zhixuan so for his sake, not hesitate to go against the crowd, also want to take him. Thinking about him, Zhou Jian, he had done so much for Han Zhixuan and paid so much, but he hadn't been treated like this. But now, you, a guy from nowhere, insulting him is fine, since he made the girl he's liked for so long. Think about you like this, isn't this making enemies? However, just as Zhou Jian couldn't help himself and wanted to burst out, Elder Chen's voice came at that moment. Well, which other young man down there is the one who wants to try out on the stage? Elder Chen's words immediately caused the originally tense atmosphere to receive a slight relief. Many of the people who were paying attention to the situation over here also looked towards the stage at once. This sudden appearance not only caused the others to move their attention away, but it also woke up Zhou Jian, who was about to explode. It was only when Zhou Jian heard Elder Chen's words that he instantly snapped out of it. Zhou Jian, who had come to his senses, was also cursing himself for being really impulsive, since he had almost caused a big mistake. Who is Zhou Jian? That's a piano genius recognized all over the world. Chapter 127 Zhou Jian's state of mind. And what was this person called Wang Qingge in front of him? That's just the lowest of the low, a nobody. but since he just now wanted to talk to a taciturn person in general, he a world-recognized piano prodigy, about to play for his country in the sky, since just for that little bit of being questioned, you almost have to talk to an ordinary person, in general. Thinking of this, Zhou Jian himself felt a chill down his back. If it wasn't for Chen Lao's timely speech, then he would really lose his face today. If he really had a general understanding with Wang Qingge, what would others think of him then? He was a recognized genius, since he had to go and bargain with an obscure person. When this was said, others would lose face for him. Besides, since the beginning of time, which one of the geniuses, which one of the successful ones, has not been questioned? Anyone who was cheered on and went straight to success without a single negative impediment ever occurring. This is obviously not the case. Anyone who is successful, they have to face heavy tests and countless people's skepticism before they succeed. The only way a person can truly grow in their success is to experience this. And now Wang Qingge's questioning him was exactly this kind of situation. So there was really no need for him to be general with him, because this was his Zhou Jian, the path to success. Even if there was no Wang Qingge to come out and question today, there would be others. So he didn't, at all, have to take such a small thing to heart. What he's going to do is either just ignore the other guy or listen to advice on all of this instead of trying to bargain with someone. It was fortunate that Elder Chen's timely appearance pulled him back from the brink of danger. Otherwise the consequences would have been hard to predict. Zhou Jian, who had thought about all of this clearly, he finally knew what to do, to reply to Wang Qingge's words. Only he, with a smile on his face and without a hint of angry look, said to those present, "Yeah, it's actually a pretty average creation. Myself, maybe, really, it's just me, not doing enough. I'll slowly work on it and try to do better in the future." Zhou Jian's words, not to mention others, even Wang Qingge felt that it was beyond unexpected. He had thought that Zhou Jian would be infuriated, but how could he not have expected that since the other party would say this? It was indeed something he, in no way, expected. The others were the same. They didn't snap when they saw Jianzhou being questioned so much. Instead, they spoke of their own shortcomings. For a while, it made the crowd favor him even more. If he hadn't said that and instead chose to tear each other apart with Wang Qingge, he would have definitely lost his trust and support in the eyes of the others. It was good that Zhou Jian didn't do that and chose the most correct way. In short, Zhou Jian's words were something that countless people had never expected. Even Han Zhixuan, who wanted to pull away Wang Qingge, upon hearing him say this, he also froze slightly before dropping Wang Qingge's hand, because she couldn't pull him away, and the tension seemed to have been completely resolved by Zhou Jian saying so. It was like a, very common joke, a joke that no one took to heart. Zhou Jian's modus operandi also made Zhang Ruping, these noble women, believe in him even more. After all, to be able to keep such a clear head in such a situation was enough to show that Zhou Jian's mind was, already, very mature. On the contrary, what kind of person is Wang Qingge? Since he didn't leave any face for others, he directly said such unpleasant words. So once you compare them, it's clear to everyone who's better and who's worse. And after this, Zhang Ruping was even more convinced that Wang Qingge was lying. Her own daughter. She must have been tricked by him, so she had to break down Wang Qingge's lies today. On Chen Lao's side, after he shouted for a bit, he saw that there were no young people, and after he went up to the stage to perform again, he said once more, any other youths that are looking to get up on stage and put on a show, if you think you have the ability to create, show it for all to see. Many of the young people present at this time chose to remain silent, not that they didn't want to go on stage, rather, I just don't have much confidence in this aspect of creation. What's more, the title of the creation is now titled Rain, which makes it even harder. So many, originally wanted to go on the stage of the youth, are hard. Stop the footsteps, do not dare to go on. After waiting for a while, seeing that there was still no one on stage, Elder Chen continued to ask, what's the matter? Are you guys like that? Don't you even have the courage to go on stage? Seeing Elder Chen asking again. At this time, Jiang Yi, who was beside Wang Qingge, also thought of him somehow. Right, Wang Qingge, how about you go up and try? Ah, me. Wang Qingge was also caught off guard by Jiang Yi's words, but before he could reply, Han Zhixuan took the first step and helped him reject it. And Jiang, don't kid yourself, where would he improvise his creations? Oh yeah. When Jiang Yi heard this, she muttered in her heart. She was incapable of creating it herself, but she still had the nerve to talk about others. At this time, Zhang Ruping also came out to be a demon, but instead of telling Wang Qingge to go on stage, she stimulated in another way. Yes, Jiang Yi, it's not true that Wang Qingge knows how to play the piano, but he's not capable, yet, of composing his own tunes. What's more, now that it's time to improvise and create, then he's even less able to do so. In fact, Zhang Ruping's words, the real intention was not to Jiang Yi, nor to Wang Qingge and the others. Her real spearhead was aimed straight at her daughter, Han Jixuan. What she meant by this was to tell her daughter that Wang Qingde couldn't compose a tune at all, much less improvise on the fly. So, that night's piano piece 5 was just the other person lying to her. The meaning of these words was only clear to the mother and daughter themselves, while Wang Qingde, who was the party involved, cursed in his heart at this time. He had a good chance to get on the stage right away, but by Han Jixuan and her mom, 2 people to directly stir up the yellow. This cannot let him angry. If he misses this opportunity, when will it be his turn to play? No, if he didn't get on stage, he wouldn't be able to hold himself down, so he decided to strike out on his own to create an opportunity. However, just as Wang Qingde wanted to create his own opportunity to go on stage, someone else was one step ahead of him. The person who went on stage before him was no other than Chen Lao's granddaughter, Chen Xin. Only to see Chen Xin, walked over to Chen Lao's side and went to say, "Grandpa, I've also had a sudden burst of inspiration, and since no one is coming up right now, let me give it a try first." Chapter 128 Qingbai's Finding Frustration. Chen Xin said so. That Chen Lao naturally had no opinion, plus she herself was a genius. Who would go on stage if she didn't? So after seeing Chen Xin about to perform, the crowd under the stage was incredibly excited. Slightly tilted, Chen Xin then sat down on the piano, and at this time the sky was drizzling, and it hadn't stopped yet. So Chen Xin said to everyone, "Everyone, since today we're going to compose a tune with rain as the theme, then I'll give it a try, and I hope you'll all help as a witness." Good, ms. Chen Xin, we support you. Upon hearing Chen Xin's words, some of the people on the stage could be said to be overwhelmed with excitement. After all, where is a beautiful woman with such ability and face value that there are fewer rabid fans? Seeing that everyone was so supportive, Chen Xin also finally started, only to see that she was a bit similar to Zhou Jian. She first closed her eyes and felt the rain for a while before opening her eyes and opening to play. Dang! As the first note fell, Chen Xin, very rhythmically, played. The crowd under the stage, too, listened attentively to her playing, and in the process, quite a few of them were listening while nodding their heads back and forth. It proves that this Chen Xin's creation is not bad at all. Chen Xin was worthy of being a little more powerful than Zhou Jian. Her compositions, her playing was already clearly superior to Zhou Jian. Everyone right now was very satisfied with Chen Xin's performance. Only Wang Qingde was alternative. Although this one called Chen Xin is obviously more powerful than Zhou Jian, the sound played, also still able to listen in, but it was only a little stronger than Zhou Jian's, and the tone could be listened to a little more, but nothing else. So in Wang Qingde's eyes, she was actually no different from Zhou Jian. As for Chen Xin, who was playing on the stage, she herself had already entered the realm of forgetfulness, and soon ushered in the climax of the tune. Knock, knock, cackle, cackle. After a quick burst of strumming, the climax of the tune she had created was played, followed by a slow winding down straight afterward. Knock, ding. Under the crowd's anticipation, Chen Xin's performance was also finally over. After it was completely over, Chen Xin stood up and saluted everyone. Thank you all. Okay, snap. She was greeted with overwhelming applause, and there were even some women who were sobbing because of their excitement. The one beside Wang Qingde, Jiang Yi, Aunt Jiang was one of them, and he was a little embarrassed to see it. Is it really that good? It even made you cry. After the applause stopped, Elder Chen also looked at Chen Xin and said with praise first, Xin, your improvisation was indeed good, making us all feel a hint of, well, rain. But there's still a lot of places where you didn't do a very good job. Take the last paragraph. You're wrapping it up too quickly. Your climax is just about over and you've already wrapped it up. That's a serious mistake. You should get a little more creative after the climactic part before you slowly wrap it up, so that the tune sounds, well, perfect. Chen Xin and the crowd all quietly listened to Chen Lao's education, while Chen Lao talked a lot, musically. Subsequently, Elder Chen also announced that Chen Xin would also be going to the World Music Competition, along with Zhou Jian, 2 months later. In this regard, 2 people have already been selected to go to the competition. These 2, however, were geniuses among geniuses. In fact, if they both couldn't go to the competition, what other people, then, are capable and qualified to go? At this time, there was trouble coming to Wang Qingde again, and this time it wasn't Zhang Rupiang, nor was it Jiang Yi and these people. Rather, it was the same genius, that guitar genius, Chang Bai, who had directly opened his mouth to ask Wang Qingde after Elder Chen had announced that Chen Xin had also been chosen as a contestant. That who? Wang Qingde, right? I wonder what you think of Chen Xin, this improvisation? Compared to Zhou Jian, what difference do the 2 of them have? This guy, Chang Bai, obviously asked on purpose. he was deliberately making things difficult for Wang Qingge, because before, when Wang Qingge said that Zhou Jian's creations were very average, he had already offended him, so he was doing this on purpose now, and everyone looked over after seeing Chang Bai, also asking Wang Qingge this kind of question. They all wanted to see what thunderous words this guy, Wang Qingge, could say this time. Chang Bai's picking a fight. Some people are happy and some people are disturbed. Zhou Jian and Zhang Ruping, these people, their hearts have long been happy. Although Jian Zhou couldn't antagonize Wang Qingge too much due to his status, but to see someone make things difficult for him, Jian Zhou still enjoyed watching. Zhang Ruping was similarly so. Her purpose of bringing Wang Qingge here today was to hopefully dismantle his lying plot, but she, herself, couldn't be too direct, for fear of attracting her daughter's displeasure when the time came. However, just when she didn't know how to deal with Wang Qingge, this guy Chang Bai took it upon himself to help her solve this problem. How can this not let Zhang Ruping happy it? Someone to help her out, without her personally out. This kind of borrowed knife to kill, aside to watch the show, who do not want to? And when Han Jishuan saw that, again, someone was making things difficult for Wang Qingge, she immediately stepped forward. Chang Bai, how would he know if you ask Wang Qingge? Why don't you go ask someone else? Didn't he all evaluate Zhou Jian just now? What's wrong with evaluating Chen Xian's again? Chang Bai had become intentional, wanting Wang Qingge to give a comment. Wang Qingge, just tell me, do you know how to play the piano or not? How about Chen Xian's improvisation? Being asked this kind of question was more than enough for Wang Qingge, because he had to be on stage today, worried about not know. In what way on the stage he did not expect this into the white on their own to give him? Send pillows to come. How could he let go of such a good thing? So for the sake of a long night, he replied directly. Ugh, Wang Qingge directly, helplessly let out a long sigh that drew everyone around him. Only after seeing everyone look over did he continue. This Chen Xian's creation is no different from Zhou Jian's. It's all unwatchable tunes, and if it's like that, take it to the world music circuit. Then I can assure you that they are bound to lose. Boom! Wang Qingge's words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that ruthlessly struck everyone's heart, because no one expected that since he would say something like that. Wang Qingge's words this time offended not only the player himself, but everyone present, as well, because since he's bringing things to the world music competition, isn't that offending everyone? Chapter 129 blasted onto the stage. Even the two geniuses had turned so bad in his eyes, not to mention the others. So Wang Qingge's words were something that had already offended most of the people, and it was precisely this kind of reason that Chang Bai carried on with Wang Qingge, but he didn't expect this person, who was unrepentant, since he still dared to make a big deal out of it at this time. Who are you? Do you know much about music? Upon hearing Wang Qingge's words, individual people who were easily angered could not help it for a long time, so they accused on the spot. Hey, kid, since you said they can't do it, why don't you see you go up and perform one? That's right, go up and perform one for us to see if it's your mouth or your hands that are tough. Get on the field, get on the field. Some of the angry people were already too lazy to talk nonsense to Wang Qingge and directly told him to go up to the stage and try it out. Hearing these people say this, Wang Qingge was so happy in his heart. He was waiting for this, waiting for you guys to call him on stage. But just as he was about to oblige the crowd and go on stage, Han Jishuan stepped forward again. What are you all doing? Wang Qingge, don't pay attention to these people. Seeing this, Zhang Ruping also deliberately helped out. Yes everyone, Wang Qingge does know the piano right, but he's not so powerful that he can be compared to Zhou Jian and Chen Xian and the others. So let's not push him. Don't have that strength. What's with the big talk? Hurry up and get on stage and give us a show. That's right, this is not a reason. Better hurry up and get on stage. But the others, they couldn't care less. They had to let Wang Qingge perform one on stage today. Just over here, still at a standstill, not knowing what to do. Elder Chen spoke again. Anyone else, who is going to be on stage for a bit? As soon as Elder Chen's words were finished, Chang Bai spoke directly, only to see him say loudly, yes, there's one here who says he wants to try out on stage. The moment Chang Bai's words came out, the entire crowd gave him a look. Even Elder Chen was relieved to see him. Sung Bai, are you going to try improv on stage too? But that wasn't how Chang Bai replied to Elder Chen, but to Elder Chen and everyone else. Elder Chen, it's not me who wants to go on stage. It's this brother called Wang Qingge who says he wants to go on stage and give it a try as well. Oh yeah? With Chang Bai pointing at Wang Qingge, he instantly became the center of everyone's attention. At Chang Bai's words, not to mention others, even Wang Qingge herself froze, because this guy is ruthless. Straight away, he helped give him the decision to go on stage or not. But this thing, he liked it, and he still didn't know how to convince Han Jishuan and Zhang Ruping's mother and daughter not to stop him from going on stage. Unexpectedly, this Chang Bai words, directly to help him give this done. How can this not let him happy? In short, when they heard Chang Bai's words, the scene was indifferent except for Han Jishuan, who was truly worried about him. Even Wang Qingge himself, he hated that everyone was hurrying to call him up. However, Han Jishuan, who really cared about Wang Qingge, was really, at this time, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Chang Bai, you, Wang Qingge, don't talk about him, don't go up there. He purely wants to see you make a fool of yourself. Han Jishuan hurriedly persuaded, and her mom, Zhang Ruping, did the same, continuing to pretend to stand with her daughter. Yeah, Wang Qingge, don't go up there if you don't have the ability, don't be egged on by the others. Although Zhang Ruping seemed to stop him, but in her words, she was looking down on him. It was just that the mother and daughter duo's attempts to stop them no longer served any purpose. As Elder Chen on the stage spoke, Elder Chen was directly on the stage, looking at Wang Qingge who was not far away. Well, is that the little brother? You want to come up to the stage to try it out too? Right, then hurry up and come up. You don't have to be too nervous, just calm down and be more or less the same as you normally would be. With Elder Chen's words, this time Wang Qingge would have to go on even if he didn't, and he himself was simply ecstatic. After all the hard work, it was finally time for him to take the field, so this time he absolutely would not allow any more accidents to occur, or hurry up on stage again. Otherwise, who knows, Han Jishuan will not do what to stop him is the move to come. Thinking of this, Wang Qingge was not saying anything anymore and directly walked towards the stage. Wang Qingge, don't go, come back. After seeing Wang Qingge really walk over, Han Jishuan called out behind her, but this time she was pulled back by her mom. To stop. Nonsense. The plan is a done deal. Would Zhang Ruping let her daughter sabotage it? If you don't let Wang Qingge on stage, how can you break down his lies and how can you let your daughter see his true colors? With no one in the way, Wang Qingge finally made it to the stage. Hello, Elder Chen. Upon arriving on stage, he first greeted Elder Chen. Humph. When Elder Chen saw him, he also nodded with satisfaction. Little brother, you're a stranger. Where are you from? What's the situation now? Oh, Elder Chen, my name is Wang Qingge. I'm considered a local of this Jiangcheng, and I've currently graduated from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Oh, the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. That's not bad. You're interested in improv, aren't you? Yes, a little. Aha, then it's up to you next. Take out your true learning skills and let us present, all of us, witness it for you. Okay, Elder Chen. After Elder Chen finished speaking, he retreated to the side and sat down, waiting for Wang Qingge's performance. And without any nonsense, Wang Qingge directly sat down on the piano. After seeing Wang Qingge literally, already sitting on the piano, everyone present looked forward to it. They all wanted to see if this person who came out of nowhere was really that powerful, or just a strong mouth. As for people like Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, they were happy in their hearts, because this guy, Wang Qingge, was finally sitting on the stage, and something really good was sure to happen next. They wouldn't believe that Wang Qingge would really be able to improvise anything to create something. If he knew how to do it too, then they wouldn't have to eat it. And taking a step back, even if Wang Qingge could improvise, but they remain convinced that the other's creation must be nothing audible, or it's just a bunch of nonsense playing. So they were looking forward to seeing what happened next. If Wang Qingge wouldn't create, that old man Chen is not one to be messed with. You don't know what you're doing on stage. It'll be a real show when it comes to that. This is no child's play today. And whoever is present is not a musician of national renown. If they found out that someone was having fun with them, there would be consequences. It's good enough not to throw people off this yunning manner. It's just a matter of waiting and seeing what the truth will be. Chapter 130. Kneel when you open your mouth. After Wang Qingge sat down on the piano, he no longer cared what the others thought. All he wanted to do now was to complete. Just the system issued him a task. It was only the fact that he sat up and never moved that was mistaken by the others as a sign that he couldn't improvise. Actually, no, he wanted to make sure that there were no accidents in the performance. So he once again confirmed the question with Chen Lao. Elder Chen, may I ask if we're still going to use rain as the theme? When Elder Chen saw him ask this, he didn't think too much about it. Well, then it's better to use rain as the title. It's the same as the previous one. Okay. Only after hearing Elder Chen's words did Wang Qingge breathe a sigh of relief. I'm really afraid that people will suddenly come and stop using rain as a topic, then he won't just cool off. Fortunately, this did not happen, and he was completely relieved. After confirming everything, Wang Qingge finally spoke to the crowd at the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, next please also help me to be a witness. How about listening to this tune that I created by improvising? Thank you all. Hearing Wang Qingge's words, others were fine. But those who had a grudge against him were a different story. People like Zhou Jian and Chang Bai had been waiting to see him laugh. Han Jishuan's mom, Zhang Ruping, who did the same, had stopped pretending since Wang Qingge came on stage. Directly in his heart, he screamed, Kid, dare to lie to my daughter. Let's see what you do this time. Han Jishuan, who was really worried about him, was really a bit at a loss as to what to do at this point. Although she knew of Wang Qingge's strength, the two of them had only known each other for a short while after all, and there were some situations she still didn't understand, just like now. For example, improvising these, Han Jishuan does not know. Wang Qingge in the end will not, so she was still really worried that something might happen to the other person. However, just as Han Jishuan was still worried about Wang Qingge, suddenly a gentle zither sound, without warning, came directly from the stage. Thump, thump, thump. This sudden sound of the zither directly caused the scene, which was originally a little noisy, to instantly turn silent. It's like a soothing spiritual song that straight away quiets the mind as soon as it appears. This suddenly appeared soft sound, Su entered everyone's heart, letting people feel a burst, difficult to state calm and fantasy. Everyone, at this moment, froze, even Elder Chen was no exception. Chen Lao has lived his whole life, or the first time he encountered such a situation, which was originally a not much impact. The scene improvisation is just, but what he didn't expect was that this young man called Wang Qingge directly made him sink his arguments as soon as he made a move. Chen Xin, the granddaughter next to Chen Lao, was even worse off than her grandfather. Chen Xin originally had no expectations or concerns about Wang Qingge, because she herself could be said to be the most powerful piano genius here, so apart from the older generation, and Zhou Jian and these, which made her pay some attention, anyone else, she didn't put in her eyes. So from the moment Wang Qingge came on stage, she didn't even pay much attention to this person, much less was in much of a mood to look at him, because as far as she was concerned, this was just a normal guy with some good looks, nothing that was anything to warrant her attention. However, just as she was unimpressed, a sudden, earth-shattering zither sound came from the stage. This zither sound that struck the depths of one's soul was one that Chen Xin had never heard before in her entire life. That beautiful and ethereal zither sound was as if it didn't exist in this world. It was like it came from the sky. The moment this piano sound appeared, Chen Xin had been completely captured by it, being a piano genius herself, but never thought that the original piano can also do such a point. Just a beginning. Let the listener listen to the direct cannot dial up. It was at this moment, it was only then that she finally looked squarely at the stage, the person who was putting in the effort to play. The man on the stage moved so skillfully as if he himself were the piano and the piano was him. All of this is not even the most important thing. What is really hard to believe is that with the movement of his hands moved, one by one, the melodious notes came, just like that, from the keys of the piano. Chen Xin dared to believe that such a beautiful zither sound, such a beautiful tune, was absolutely unique in the world. Besides, Han Jishuan, she was originally very worried about Wang Qingge, worried that he would fail to create a tune, but what she didn't expect was that her worries were completely redundant. It wasn't until Wang Qingge was on stage, playing, that she realized she was worried. It was redundant really. Maybe people didn't need her to worry about them, didn't need her to care. These weren't even the most important thing. What really mattered was the tune that Wang Qingge was playing right now. This song, Han Jishuan can definitely say, is a completely not lose. The Night of the Piano Song 5 of a Divine Song. She had always believed in his strength, and believed that Wang Qingge's piano was very powerful. But she didn't know that it turned out that he wasn't just good at the piano. He's even so good at even improvising, creating a random tune. It's already surpassed countless others, surpassed countless tunes, and belongs to the Divine Comedy for generations to come. This, indeed, was something that Han Jishuan had never thought about, and had never known. Han Jishuan was so shocked, let alone her mom. Zhang Ruping was 10,000% unconvinced since last night, when Han Jishuan played her the night's piano piece and told her that the piece was created by Wang Qingge. That was why she had called Wang Qingge here today, in order to dismantle this liar in front of all the musicians. But to her surprise, Wang Qingge was successfully tricked by her and under her step by step. The other party, too, had finally stepped onto the stage to perform, but just when she thought that she was about to break down the other party's lies, about to see her opponent make a fool of herself, something she never expected happened. The liar she'd always thought she was, the person she'd always thought couldn't improvise. Suddenly there was a tune playing that made her fall into it instantly herself. Zhang Ruping had studied the piano all her life, and had never heard such a good tune. No, nice tune. She had already heard it once last night, but she just couldn't believe that it was composed by Wang Qingge. Until now, until this moment, when she heard, once again, a tune that sounded so good, suddenly played by Wang Qingge. It was then that she believed it all, that her own daughter hadn't lied to her. It was just that she herself, all along, hadn't believed it. Chapter 131 Impossible, absolutely impossible. But now, the truth facts in front of the eyes, already by Zhang Rupiying do not believe. So at this moment, Zhang Rupiying was caught in a state of contradiction. A person she originally did not trust, and now it was actually playing such a nice tune that she didn't know whether to love it or hate it. But no matter what, the tune the other played was one she really loved. Standing together with Zhang Rupiying and the others, Aunt Jiang, Aunt Shang, and Aunt Li were also very shocked at the same time. The three of them, too, were not very optimistic about Wang Qingge from the start. But now, after seeing the other party, since they were able to improvise such a good tune, they all regretted it. I regret that I didn't have a good relationship with people before. If only I could have done it earlier. It was a pity that they had missed a great opportunity for nothing, and it was useless to say anything now. People like Han Jishuan and Zhang Rupiying are okay. The person who truly couldn't accept this, who couldn't accept that Wang Qingge had suddenly played such a beautiful tune. It belonged to Zhou Jian and Cheng Bai. The two of them were the ones who wished, the most, to see Wang Qingge's jokes. This was because they had been a bit upset with Wang Qingge from the very beginning, especially this guy Zhou Jian. When he saw Wang Qingge walking so close to Han Jishuan, he really hated to tear him apart. So Zhou Jian was really hoping to see Wang Qingge make a fool of himself, especially when he saw the other party being egged onto the stage. Don't mention how happy he was in his heart upon seeing Wang Qingge being egged onto the stage by them. The two of them, he and Chang Bai, were really happy. However, just when the two of them thought that they were waiting to see Wang Qingge laugh next, an accident, which they had not expected, came out of nowhere. Just listening to the stage, there suddenly came the soft and melodious sound of the zither. As soon as this zither sound appeared, it directly took Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, both of whom were mesmerized by the sound. The two of them, all of a sudden, fell into the beautiful sound of the zither, unable to extricate themselves from it. Zhou Jian is a talented pianist. What kind of piano music he has not heard? But this one that suddenly appeared was one that he had literally never heard before. So while he was mesmerized, he was also incredibly shocked. He was in shock. What kind of person composed such a great tune? And what kind of person played it? After thinking of this, Zhou Jian, who was still immersed in the sound of the zither, suddenly woke up, because he finally remembered. Wasn't this tune coming from the stage? And wasn't the person on the stage the one he most wanted to see make a fool of himself? Wang Qingge? He couldn't believe what was going on and glanced up to the stage. And then something that made his heart sink appeared. Only Wang Qingge was playing skillfully on the stage, and the gentle and melodious sound of the zither was coming from him. Zhou Jian, who saw this scene, was instantly petrified, as this truth was too great a blow to him. He was simply able to accept that it was difficult to bear the truth. Someone he sees as a love rival, who he looks forward to seeing make a fool of himself, transforms into a piano prodigy. It's okay to become a piano genius, but don't be so awesome. One shot makes countless people. Even he himself was intoxicated by the sound of your piano. How did he take it? So looking at the stage, at Wang Qingge, who was playing, how Zhou Jian wished that this was just a dream. As soon as he wakes up, then everything will be alright. But reality is reality. It's not whatever you want it to be. So Zhou Jian could only stay dumbfounded and gawk at all of this. He, Zhou Jian, had reacted, but Cheng Bai hadn't and was still engrossed. So Zhou Jian slapped him. Cheng Bai, who was intoxicated by the sound of the zither, reacted at once when he was slapped by Zhou Jian like this. Sung Bai, who had reacted, was likewise having a hard time accepting this. It turned out that the wonderful zither sound that had just mesmerized him and made him drown in it, since it was played by the person he put on stage himself, the person he most wanted to see make a fool of himself. So Chang Bai, too, had a hard time accepting it, and his pain was even a lot more intense than Zhou Jian, because Wang Qingge, who had been single-handedly sent to the stage by himself, was bent on seeing the other party make a fool of himself, bent on embarrassing the other party. But how did not expect? He personally sent to the stage of the person, but not what? Let people take the small man. Instead, it was an incomparably powerful great god, a figure that crushed him, himself, who didn't even dare to gasp for air once he struck out. This time, Cheng Bai really didn't know what to do for the best. Now that Wang Qingge was so powerful, how else could he watch the other party make a fool of himself and embarrass them? So he couldn't, for a moment, accept that it was hard to accept this. But now, what could he do even if he didn't accept it? Unless he could find and embarrass the other party with his stubble. Thinking of this, Chang Bai instantly had a flash of light, and he seemed to have thought of something. That's right, Chang Bai thought of a very important question in just a split second. That is, he didn't believe that the current song was really created by Wang Qingge's improvisation, because this song, without a doubt, belongs to that kind of divine song, belongs to the song that can be immortalized for 100 years to come. But how could such a song be composed by Wang Qingge? Who was now improvising? This Chang Bai definitely didn't believe, beating him to death, that it was improvised by Wang Qingge. All this must have been prepared by the other side. Yes, it must have been. This song was definitely prepared by Wang Qingge beforehand. Otherwise, such a tune, ask who in the world, can in such a short period of time, to create even if he is given a day, no, even if he is given a lifetime, many people are not able to create it. What's more, it's in such a short period of time, that makes it even more unlikely. So Chang Bai, it was absolutely impossible to believe that this current song was improvised by Wang Qingge, because everything was so abnormal. Chang Bai, who thought of this, he immediately asked Zhou Jian, Zhou Jian, you yourself are a piano student, tell me, can a person really create a piece this good in such a short period of time? Zhou Jian was also instantly awakened by Chang Bai's words, and he finally came to his senses, finally completely awake. Yes, how did Wang Qingge create such a great tune, in such a short period of time? It's not easy to compose a tune, let alone improvise it and have such a short time to do so. But now you're telling him that there's a man who has not only composed tunes in such a short period of time. Chapter 132. The crowd turned to rain, and it's one of those classic songs that anyone would believe first. So Zhou Jian, also under Chang Bai's reminder, understood it all at once. It turned out that this tune was not a tune that Wang Qingge had improvised and created, but one that he had prepared beforehand. That must be how it happened, or there's really no way to explain it all. Someone who takes a pre-prepared tune and comes out for an improvisation contest, isn't that cheating? This way, even if you win by you, so what? You're still just a liar. Even if the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, thought so, that wouldn't stop others from liking it. The hundreds of people at the scene had all been mesmerized when they heard Wang Qingge's zither. The current song was completely different from the previous one from both Zhou Jian and Chen Xin, and was not on the same level at all. The tune created by both Zhou Jian and Chen Xin was barely audible before the current tune appeared, but now when Wang Qingge's this tune appeared, the people on the scene then went to take the tune of those two before, and compare it to this one, only to realize that that's no comparison at all, because they weren't meant to be on the same level, no longer in the same world as each other. When outsiders listened to the tunes of both Zhou Jian and Chen Xin, they could only have an earful, but this one was different now. As soon as Wang Qingge's song appeared, it brought everyone at the scene into a mysterious mood. The gentle sound of the zither seemed to make everyone who heard it feel as if they had been transformed into rain. A song that can make the listener and the tune resonate, can bring people into the mood expressed in the tune. That's the real tune, and a tune like that is a classic enough to go down in history. So the audience, the more they listened, the more they got up. As Wang Qingge kept playing, soon the climax had arrived. Just as the tune had reached its climax, the rain, which was also untimely, suddenly became a bit heavier, with the climactic part of the tune brought in, along with the reason that the rain suddenly, all of a sudden, followed and became a bit heavier. So in the context of such a situation, it's even more so that one resonates with the tune. Now each person, listening to the tune drenched in this rain, it was as if they weren't drenched in the rain, but had become the rain. That's right, at this moment, it was as if everyone felt as if they themselves had been transformed into rain and were falling from high in the sky. They fell into all sorts of places, gardens, mountain streams, lakes and rivers. In short, every listener at this moment felt like they had turned into rain and dripped down on top of the earth, with all sorts of everything. It intersects and shows what rainwater should look like in its lifetime. Such a mood, such a feeling is something that many people, in their lifetime, will never encounter. Today was the first time they had come across such a situation. How could this not shock them? Little by little, time passed, and the tune played by Wang Qingge was slowly coming to an end. Unbeknownst to everyone, the sound of the zither still came softly and slowly, only no one knew that it was a precursor to the end. It wasn't until Wang Qingge pressed the last tone, and the sound of the zither was slowly dissipating, that everything returned to peace. As the sound of the zither stopped, the rain that was still falling also stopped along with the sound of the zither as if it had a consciousness. The rain also stopped very skillfully, and like the piano, it was as if it had never been there. Only the traces of water droplets left behind on everyone's body could prove that the rain had ever fallen. Only after the sound of the zither ended completely did the crowd react. How come it stopped? After seeing that Wang Qingge did not play anymore, some of the audience asked without understanding, "Why don't you stop playing and move on when you're listening?" Many people hadn't been in the sound of the zither, and hadn't completely come back to their senses, so they didn't realize that it turned out to be the tune that had already been played. They just assumed that there was something wrong with the playing or that the rest of it just hadn't been created yet. Only what awaited them was not Wang Qingge's continued playing, but only saw him stand up and speak to everyone. Thank you all. It wasn't until Wang Qingge's thank you was said that the crowd understood. It turns out that it wasn't the tune that was wrong, but rather that they had just listened to it without realizing it. Only now, every single one of them couldn't get enough of it, and they really wanted to hear it again. The crowd, who had not yet finished, simply had not completely come back to their senses from the sound of the zither, so they even forgot to applaud. It wasn't until Chen Lao was the first in clap that the others reacted to the crowd, but also all of a sudden all pop clapped. Everyone clapped very loudly. The loudness of the applause proved how much they liked Wang Qingge and how much they loved his song. The applause went on for a minute or so before it slowly died down. As for Elder Chen, he waited for everyone's applause to stop before he started asking Wang Qingge, "What's your name again, little brother?" When Wang Qingge introduced himself just now, Elder Chen didn't pay too much attention to it, plus the reason that he was mesmerized by the tune he was playing. So the current Chen Lao, he had already forgotten what Wang Qingge's name was. "Elder Chen, my name is Wang Qingge." Wang Qingge, good, very good. Hearing this, Elder Chen that was thrilled and walked towards him step by step. I don't know if it was, really, the reason for being too excited, or if it was due to Chen Lao being a bit old. So at this moment, every step he took, he was trembling slightly. Seeing this, Chen Xian was also the one who hurriedly held him up and slowly approached Wang Qingge. When Wang Qingge saw Elder Chen walking towards him, he also hurriedly took 2 steps forward to bring both sides closer. "Little King, Elder Chen." Chen Lao held Wang Qingge's hand as soon as he could, and he held it tightly, as if he had grabbed some treasure and was no longer willing to let go. "Little Wang, well, it's really great. How many years has it been? I haven't been this happy in how many years? Thank you. Little King is really grateful to you for making me so happy today." Chen Tiancheng. This was not an exaggeration, because he really had not been, for many years, so happy and cheerful. It was thanks to Wang Qingge that he was able to be happy and excited again today. "Elder Chen, you flatter me. It's necessary for you to be happy and cheerful." "Aha!" Chen Tiancheng patted his hand. "Wang, what school did you say you graduated from?" Chapter 133. I object. "Elder Chen, I graduated from the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music." Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Well, really great. When Chen Tiancheng heard this, he was once again quite happy. "Little Wang, you know what? This song of yours is the best song I've ever heard in my entire life." The moment Chen Tiancheng said this, many people on the stage, there was also a flurry of responses, as most of them were just like each other. It's also never been heard, like today's tune, of such a great tune. Regarding this, Wang Qingge didn't deny or admit it, he just accepted it silently, because he himself knew that a song like this Rain's Mark would have been a classic song to come in a previous life, so it makes sense that these people, now, would react this way. "Little Wang, Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, it's really great to be able to double up a talent like you. Darn, I really wasted a lot of time since I just met you today." At this time, Chen Lao, Chen Tiancheng is really have a kind of, and Wang Qingge hate each other's feelings, because a genius like Wang Qingge, Chen Tiancheng, since he didn't know about it until today, how could this not worry him? If he hadn't come today, or if he hadn't organized this music party, then he, Chen Tiancheng, might, until his death, not know Wang Qingge as a person. So he was really very happy to be here today and to see Wang Qingge, a person with such a talent, musically, is exactly the kind of talent that the country, and the music industry, desperately needs. So in Chen Tiancheng's opinion, if it wasn't for today, meeting Wang Qingge here, then the country, and even the music industry, could have lost a very important figure. Fortunately, today let him, Chen Tiancheng, meet Wang Qingge here, then the above situation would not happen again. Since he had met him, then Chen Tiancheng knew that he would definitely do whatever he could next, to go to times to raise to help Wang Qingge. Just at this time, Chen Tiancheng's thoughts, in the future, he did not know whether he was helping Wang Qingge, or people were helping him. The people under the stage were also envious after seeing Wang Qingge being taken so seriously by Chen Tiancheng. But the reason why people will be valued, that's because they have absolute strength in exchange. Therefore, apart from envy, there were not many people who had hatred and hostility towards Wang Qingge. Except, of course, there are two. At this moment, Chen Tiancheng no longer knew what words to use to express his own excitement, so he directly and simply asked, "Little Wang, 2 months from now, are you willing to go to the World Music Competition for your country? As long as we have you there, then I believe our country, this time, has a great chance of winning the championship. Even if we don't win the championship in the end, as long as we have you, then I'm sure we'll do well, and it won't be bad. How about it, little Wang? Would you like to attend?" This, after hearing Chen Tiancheng ask him if he was willing to go to the World Music Competition in 2 months. Wang Qingge was a little hesitant for a while, because he really didn't know whether to go or not. In fact, the main reason for his hesitation was that the system had not appeared. If the system had this task arranged, then it is believed that he will never, ever, hesitate for a second. But now it was because the system didn't have any tasks in this regard, which was why Wang Qingge was a bit hesitant. Well, little Wang, don't you want to go? After considering it, Wang Qingge decided that it was better to put it off for a while. After all, there were still 2 months to go, and there was no need to rush at this point. So he decided that the first thing to do now, that was to complete the task that the system had released today. As for other things that will have to come later. After thinking of this, he directly said to Chen Tiancheng, Elder Chen, this matter, can you let me go back and consider it first? I'll go back and think about it, and I'll give you an answer then. Although Wang Qingge didn't agree to Chen Tiancheng on the spot, but he said he would go back and think about it, which still made him quite happy. Therefore, Chen Tiancheng was equally satisfied. Good little Wang, we are not in a hurry on this matter, and I do realize that it does seem a little too sudden to ask you to go to the world music competition all of a sudden. You were, for a moment, unable to make a decision. That I can understand. In that case, go back and think about it, and it's not too late to tell me when you've thought it over and want to go. Well, okay Elder Chen, whether I go or not, I'll give you an answer. The audience under the stage, seeing Wang Qingge rejecting Chen Tiancheng, did not agree to go to the world music competition in the first place. It's still something that makes some people, in their hearts, more disappointed and worried. They were all worried that if Wang Qingge didn't go at that time, then this country's results would fall behind a lot. Many people, however, were still very supportive of him and believed very much in Wang Qingge, who would definitely be there when the time came. The ones who really couldn't stand this matter were still those two, Zhou Jian and Shang Bai, the two of them, who were already filled with hatred for Wang Qingge by his sudden killing. When everyone at the scene supported Wang Qingge and wanted to see him well, they were the only two who wanted to see Wang Qingge in trouble. It was because the two of them, at this moment, hated Wang Qingge too much. Whether it was jealousy or love rivals, these all made them hate. Wang Qingge was hurrying to have an accident, especially now, when they saw Chen Tiancheng personally inviting Wang Qingge to participate in the world music competition. 2 months later, after he had refused, they then became even more strongly dissatisfied with Wang Qingge, because this was a treatment they had never had before. Chen Tiancheng had personally invited him. Since he still dared to refuse, did he really think that just because he played a, well, nice tune that he could really do whatever he wanted? Does he even know what an honor it is to be personally invited by Chen Tiancheng? But he was good. Since he still dared to reject Chen Tiancheng's invitation, he really took himself too seriously. So the two of them, Zhou Jian and Shang Bai, were itching to hurry up and see Wang Qingge. Something had happened. It was only a pity. The expectations of the two of them were destined to be nothing more than a wasted effort. At this moment, Chen Tiancheng, who was on stage, suddenly said to Wang Qingge, Little Wang, with your strength, I'm afraid no one will be your opponent here today. If this were a competition, then I'm sure you'd be the winner. It's something that, surely, is not going to be opposed. I object. Chapter 134. He's a liar. However, as soon as Chen Tiancheng's words were finished, there suddenly came from the stage a voice of opposition. Suddenly someone objected to such words, which, under the circumstances, were very harsh to the ears of the crowd, because everyone now is very supportive of Wang Qingge. If you come out against it at this time, aren't you going against everyone? So now after hearing and objecting to such words, everyone felt incredibly harsh. They all looked toward the source of the voice, wanting to see what kind of person it was that dared to come out and object at a time like this. It wasn't until the crowd saw the person who had spoken that they froze up slightly, because the person who spoke against this was no other than this fellow Zhou Jian. The reason why Zhou Jian dared to stand up against Wang Qingge at this time was because he and Shang Bai really couldn't stand it anymore. The two of them, they've reached the point where they can't stand it anymore. Zhou Jian and Shang Bai, both of them, always believed that Wang Qingge played, and that this piece was definitely not some improvised composition. In the opinion of the two of them, this must be a tune that Wang Qingge had, beforehand, already prepared. So the two of them, they definitely didn't trust Wang Qingge and definitely didn't recognize him. But now, the crowd was deceived by Wang Qingge. Not only were the people fooled by Wang Qingge, they also supported him and believed in him so much. So the two of them, Zhou Jian and Shang Bai, couldn't just sit back and do nothing anymore. The two of them had to come forward and dismantle Wang Qingge's true colors, so that everyone can see how he's really fooling everyone. After everyone saw that the person who suddenly said he was against it was Zhou Jian, they were a bit puzzled for a while, because in everyone's opinion, Zhou Jian was likewise a genius to come, so no one dared move. No one dared ask him what was going on in the first place. It wasn't until Chen Tiancheng himself, after seeing Zhou Jian suddenly interrupt him, that he asked him, "Zhou Jian, what's wrong with you? Why are you against Wang Qingge?" Seeing Chen Tiancheng ask himself, the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, walked up towards the stage at this time. It was only after the two of them walked onto the stage that Zhou Jian gave to Chen Tiancheng. "To everyone, Elder Chen, everyone, the reason I dared to object is because I know this person. I know, Wang Qingge, he's a liar. All of us have been cheated by him." "What? Wang Qingge is a liar? What the hell is going on here?" The people on the scene, after hearing Zhou Jian's words, were also shocked, because no one had ever thought that Wang Qingge would come as a liar. That's why everyone was so shocked after hearing, all of a sudden now, that someone called him a liar. It was just that Zhou Jian's words had already attracted a lot of dissatisfaction because everyone was watching. Where was Wang Qingge cheating? The people who were unhappy with Zhou Jian's words included Chen Xian. Chen Xian had never worshipped a person so much when she grew up, but today she did. And that person was Wang Qingge, who had already conquered Chen Xian with just one song. The current Chen Xian, as long as she stood in front of Wang Qingge, she herself was a little embarrassed. No, it should be a girl's shyness. It was something she'd never had before, but it had somehow appeared today. So from that point of view, it proved how much Chen Xian admired Wang Qingge. But now, since someone dared to say that Wang Qingge was a liar, how could she, Chen Xian, accept this? For this reason, after Zhou Jian had just stated that Wang Qingge was a liar, not long after, she finally opened her mouth. "Zhou Jian, what are you babbling about? Wang Qingge, where did he cheat? You wouldn't be jealous of someone and say that on purpose, would you?" As soon as Chen Xian's words came out, someone else followed. "That's Zhou Jian. You couldn't have been jealous of Wang Qingge and said that, right?" After looking at the scene, which was about to fall into chaos, Chen Tiancheng opened his mouth. "Everyone be quiet." As Chen Tiancheng spoke, everyone quieted down while he asked Zhou Jian, "Zhou Jian, what do you mean when you say it's Wang Qingge who is a liar?" Zhou Jian was waiting for this sentence, so when he heard Chen Tiancheng ask this, he immediately returned, "Elder Chen, you have to believe me. Wang Qingge, he really is a liar. All of us have been cheated by him. If you don't believe me, then I'm going to ask you a question now." Hearing this, everyone quieted down as they listened to Zhou Jian's words. Zhou Jian scanned everyone once before asking, Everyone is studying music, so I don't need to tell you how hard it is to create a song out of it normally. So everyone should understand that, right? Normally, let alone composing a tune. I'm sure a number of people here would not be able to compose a tune, so the point of exactly how difficult it is for us to create a tune out of this is no longer relevant, since it's so difficult to even, normally, compose a tune, let alone improvise a composition. Improvising a tune is more than 1,000 times more difficult than when you're composing it normally. But folks, now you're telling me that someone, since they're in the midst of improvising a composition, has not only composed a tune, and it's still such a classic tune. Ask yourselves this, do you really desire to believe it? The tunes that usually take countless hours of effort to compose, aren't this good. But today, since there's a guy, not even 10 minutes ago, he created an unbelievably classic tune out of it. Do you guys really want to believe? Do you guys really believe that someone could be this good? In just a moment's effort, not only did he create, but he created a tune that would normally require a tremendous amount of effort and would not have been possible to create. And it's such a classic, such a perfect tune, which, do you really want to dare to believe? Zhou Jian's these words, directly let everyone instantly, become speechless up, all do not know how should reply. This time, even Chen Tiancheng and Chen Xian and the rest of them were completely stumped by Zhou Jian's turn of phrase. None of them knew how they should answer this question from Jian Zhou, because what he said is true too. It's true that people usually have a very difficult time creating tunes. Good tunes can take a month or two, or even longer, to create, but many people really can't do that if they're improvising their creations. But in this case, there is now a man who, since he is improvising, not only creates tunes, and it's a tune that is, beyond all recognition, classic enough to seal the deal. Chapter 135 I believe it but don't believe it. This guy, is it possible that he's actually a fraud? Is it possible that he's using some kind of tactics or something? All this negative information washes over everyone's mind at once. Zhou Jian saw the situation and continued. Now everyone should know. We usually, with countless hours of energy and time, have a hard time composing tunes. Today since someone, with not much time to spare, created it, compose it, so be it. But what's surprisingly surprising is that he composed the tune. Since it's such a classic, I don't care if you believe it or not, I won't believe it anyway. After Zhou Jian finished speaking, Chiang Mai followed suit. Everyone, now you all know, this person, Wang Qingge is simply a liar to come, and all of us have been tricked by him. So don't, people, be fooled for a moment by him with a song. It's true that his tunes are good, but that can be mesmerizing. It is that which will blind the eyes of our hearts, which will make us unable to recognize right and wrong. Gentlemen, as soon as the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, finished speaking, everyone present then finally woke up. They did, indeed, not think about this before, because they were all so impressed by Wang Qingge's tunes that they believed in him unconditionally. The tune, I believe, is one that he improvised. But now, after the reminder from both Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, everyone was beginning to wake up and start thinking about this issue. Yes, it's true, composition is supposed to be incredibly difficult, and even though some people can improvise tunes, it's not as much of a stretch as it is now, is it? Now Wang Qingge had created a tune that was exaggerated to what extent? It's almost like it's a better tune than those who have been burying their heads in the sand for over a decade in creating it. So at this moment, everyone began to worry about guessing up. Wang Qingge will not be really possible, is really cheating everyone. This problem, at this moment, even Chen Tianchang and the others were, for a moment, at a loss as to what to do. Chen Tianchang helplessly looked at Wang Qingge and realized that the other party did not have a trace of panic and had a calm demeanor. So the words Chen Tianchang wanted to ask were stuck in his throat for a while. It was because he couldn't believe that the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, were telling the truth about all of this. He just saw hope, and if you tell him now that the hope he saw was false, that would be very hard for Chen Tianchang to accept as unbearable. So he preferred not to ask, even if it was all a lie. He wanted to keep that hope in his heart for a little longer, even if it was just for a minute. If Chen Tianchang couldn't ask, Chen Xian did help him out. But Chen Xian didn't ask Wang Qingge, but questioned Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian, according to what you two are saying, then this song today was not composed by Wang Qingge, was it? No, I didn't mean that. Zhou Jian immediately responded. Everyone, I didn't say that this song wasn't composed by Wang Qingge. Zhou Jian, then what exactly do you mean? Chen Xian was a bit annoyed. Since you believe that this song was composed by someone else, so why come and say he now is a liar and scamming everyone? To this Zhou Jian, too, gave his own explanation. Everyone, I only said that Wang Qingge lied to all of us. I didn't say that this song wasn't composed by him. I just can't believe that he's just improvising this song that he composed today. Just now, I can believe that this tune was composed by him, Wang Qingge, himself, but I definitely don't believe that it was composed by him just today. This song, he must have already prepared it a long time ago. How else to explain all this? You guys, is he cheating everyone by taking a long-prepared tune and coming in for an improvisation? Is what? Zhou Jian's words once again left everyone dumbfounded and speechless, because his words, without a single loophole, make it hard to know how to refute them. He believed that the tune was composed by Wang Qingge himself, but he didn't believe that the tune was composed by Wang Qingge only today. So in Jian Zhou's meaning, today's song was actually created and prepared by Wang Qingge a long time ago. He's just now taking it out and creating it as if it were his own improvisation. If this is really the case, then what Zhou Jian said is not wrong. Wang Qingge did lie to everyone. He's cheating by taking a tune that's been prepared long ago and using it as an impromptu creation. And it's the same no matter who comes along. So at this moment, even Chen Xian was at a loss as to how to refute Zhou Jian's words. It's because you can't find a way to say it anymore. People believe the tune was composed by you. They just don't believe it was composed by you just today. It's really hard to answer such a question as an observer. Zhou Jian's suspicions seem seamless and well documented. But really, if you think a little deeper, you can see the huge hole in his statement. First of all, today's improvisation. What is the topic? This matter is his own to Chen Tianchang questions and get. Since it was he himself who had gotten the question by asking Chen Tianchang, it was now created by Wang Qingge. How could this be explained? Could it be that Wang Qingge had already known everything and knew what today would be titled? That's why it was prepared. The current song? It's even harder to convince people to say such things, isn't it? Besides, this question today was issued by Chen Tianchang himself, and Zhou Jian rushed to suspect Wang Qingge beforehand. That is not the same as, is also put Chen Tianchang together suspect? Is it the two of them have long been colluded everything? Could it really be that Chen Tianchang had long ago informed Wang Qingge that he would use rain as the theme today to tell him to prepare a similar tune? But the two of them didn't even know each other before today. Okay? How can people who don't know each other conspire to create something like this? Besides, even if you don't trust Wang Qingge, then you can't not trust Chen Tianchang, right? Not to mention that the two of them, they didn't know each other beforehand, even if the two of them had known each other a long time ago. However, with Chen Tianchang's character, he would really partner with Wang Qingge and come together to do such underhanded tactics. Chen Tianchang would really be so bad that he communicated with Wang Qingge early on to create these things. I believe these are also easy to spot if you think about it more. In addition to these, there were two other people present who would never dare to agree with Jian Zhou's views. Chapter 136. Dare you compare again? These two were no one else. They were Han Jixuan and her mom, Zhang Ruping. Han Jixuan, mother and daughter, were absolutely not convinced by Zhou Jian's words, because Wang Qingge was only called by the two of them today to participate in this program. How could he have prepared a song in the first place? Before today, Wang Qingge probably didn't even know that what about this party today, not to mention the notion that he, in advance, had prepared the tune. So Han Jixuan and her mother is really absolutely do not believe Zhou Jian's this turn of phrase, especially Zhang Ruping, although she had been hoping to see something happen to Wang Qingge before, wanting to see him make a fool of himself, wanting to dismantle his lies. However, she would not believe it until she was confronted with this question. She would not believe that everything today, Wang Qingge had prepared for it, and at this moment, the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, thought that they were as if they were winning the role. Zhou Jian multiplied his victory and pressed Wang Qingge. Wang Qingge, quickly tell everyone if this song today is something you've already prepared a long time ago. Seeing Zhou Jian ask himself this way, Wang Qingge was really very impressed, both of him and Chang Bai. For both of them, since they had not, like the others, been swept away by his tune, and thus thought of it all. But the reason why the two of them would be different from the others, Wang Qingge knew that it was due to the fact that they didn't want to see him well. But even so what? It's true that the tune was prepared early on, but what proof do you have to prove it? Sure enough, this kind of problem pressed on, and there would be no need for Wang Qingge to take matters into his own hands. There would be someone to help him out. After Chen Tianchang saw Jian Zhou and pressed Wang Qingge, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Xiao Zhou you can't say that. This improvisation today, the question used, you came up with it yourself, and then I just came up with the idea of using rain as a title. But now, how can you say that it was someone else? Wang Qingge, who had already prepared it a long time ago. Could it be that I, hooking up with him isn't? The moment Chen Tianchang's words came out, not only did he startle Zhou Jian and Chang Bai both severely, the others were even, once again, coming to their senses. Yes, this question today, it was he, Zhou Jian, who asked Elder Chen himself, so Elder Chen gave it, right? How come the questions he asked for himself, Wang Qingge would have prepared them in advance? It's hard to believe that this person has the ability to see things before they happen, so he prepared the tune early. Or was it just like what Elder Chen had said, that he, Zhou Jian, suspected that Elder Chen had colluded with Wang Qingge and that the two had put on a good show? Anyway, when Zhou Jian heard Elder Chen's words, he was also flustered for a moment and was somewhat at a loss for words. No, Elder Chen, I didn't mean that. I didn't say that you and Wang Qingge had any collusion. Zhou Jian hurriedly explained to Chen Tianchang, while Chen Tianchang also asked another question. Xiao Zhou since it's like this, then you're now saying that Wang Qingge's tune was something he had already prepared long ago. There's got to be, like, evidence that everyone can believe in, right? You can't just tell one-sided stories about everything. When Zhou Jian heard this, he and Chang Bai both panicked even more, because where did the two of them get the evidence? All of this was nothing more than speculation on the part of the two of them. But now that things have come to this, there is no possibility of stopping. Even if they wanted to stop, they had to give a reasonable explanation before they could do so, otherwise the crowd would not agree. But even so, in the eyes of Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, they still believed that Wang Qingge had prepared for all this. So Zhou Jian once again panicked. Elder Chen is not like this. Listen to me first, let's see how Wang Qingge himself answers. How about it? After saying that, Zhou Jian looked at Wang Qingge and asked directly, Wang Qingge, tell me yourself, this song of yours today, was it prepared a long time ago? Looking at the Zhou Jian at this moment, Wang Qingge was truly feeling the urge to laugh. If it wasn't in public at this time, then he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to hold back his laughter. How can people, who have already prepared their tunes, tell you? You're asking. The present Zhou Jian asked Wang Qingge as if he were a prisoner. He just may not, himself, realize how ridiculous his words, to others, seem. Even if people's tunes were really ready a long time ago, who would be so stupid to admit it to you? Seeing Zhou Jian ask him this, Wang Qingge calmed himself down. Zhou Jian, this song today, I had absolutely no preparation beforehand. It was all created on the spot by sensing the rain. No way, I don't believe it. You must be lying to us? After hearing Wang Qingge's answer, Zhou Jian still couldn't believe it. Zhou Jian, whether you two believe it or not is fine. This piece of music today is what I created when I was temporarily on the spot, sensing the rain. No, You're lying. Wang Qingge, you're still lying to us up to this point, aren't you? How could you be so powerful? A song like the one you wrote today, not to mention anyone else, even if all of us in the room were to compose it together, it would not necessarily be possible to create it. But you're good. Not only did you create such a great tune, but you improvised on the spot to create it. This, I absolutely do not believe, was really created by you. Wang Qingge, don't be lying to us. We can believe the tune. You composed it, but we definitely don't believe that this song, today, came from you improvising. Facing Zhou Jian's aggressive aura, Wang Qingge only returned. Zhou Jian, just because you can't doesn't mean I can't either. Don't use your incompetence to measure my strength. You, Wang Qingge, you. This time, Zhou Jian was truly already disliked and didn't know what to say. It was because Wang Qingge directly used his incompetence to block him and return all his questions. Zhou Jian was disliked and was a bit at a loss for words, but Chang Bai was not yet. Sun Bai has said very little since he came on stage, but that doesn't mean he doesn't hate it. Now after seeing that Zhou Jian's method was useless and unable to dismantle Wang Qingge's lies, he, Chang Bai, finally couldn't hold back, only to see him make a condition to come at this time. Wang Qingge, since you said that this tune today was improvised by yourself on the spot, I can trust you on this one for a while, but since you're so good, I dare you to compete in another improvisation. As long as you're still this good this time, then I not only believe that you composed this tune on the spot today. Chapter 137. Then let's compare, and I will. How about apologizing to you? What? For another match? The people present, who heard this turn of phrase from Chang Bai, were also a bit surprised, because since he had asked Wang Qingge to have another match with him, this was indeed something that no one had expected. How about Wang Qingge? Do you dare to improvise and compose again? As long as this time, you can still compose a tune, then how about I not only believe that you're not lying, but I get down on my knees and apologize? He, Chang Bai, couldn't believe that Wang Qingge would really be so good that he could still compose a tune in another match, and the crowd heard this, and for a moment they were somewhat supportive, because as it is now, it is no longer possible for them not to support it. After all, what the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, said had some truth to it, and what the two of them said, although there was some truth to it, the problem was that there was no way to prove that Wang Qingge's tune was something that he had already prepared. So now, in the eyes of the crowd, this mention of Chang Bai's might be the best thing to do at the moment. Let both sides recompete and see if Wang Qingge can still improvise and create a tune. As long as he can still create tunes, then the crowd will take him at his word. But if Wang Qingge was unable to create another tune, then the tune he had in front of him would also have a great possibility. It's not something he improvises and creates anymore. However, a situation like this was not very fair to Wang Qingge, because he's already composed a song, so if it's normal then it's very difficult for him to, well, compose again. It's a good thing that Wang Qingge isn't what everyone thinks he is, because he does have another song in him. So today, just as Chang Bai no longer asked him to retry the competition, Wang Qingge himself would have found a way to play the rest of the piece, for the crowd to hear. So when Chang Bai said that he told Wang Qingge to compete again, he was actually very happy in his heart, because he finally got a chance to give the rest of it, the other tune, a proper, blatant performance as well. Instead of yourself, go figure out how to play it for everyone. So when Wang Qingge heard Chang Bai's words, honestly, he was very happy. In his heart, he was still thanking him, thanking Sun Bai himself for sending him the opportunity. However, in reality, Wang Qingge still had to put on a bit of an act, so at this time, his expression became a bit ugly. Seeing Wang Qingge with a somewhat ugly expression, everyone knew that what was going on. As for Chang Bai and Zhou Jian, when they saw this expression on Wang Qingge's face, it reinforced the decision in their hearts. They believed that Wang Qingge was definitely not improvising his creations, or else he wouldn't be, right now, with such an expression. So as long as they told Wang Qingge to compare another improvisation, then he wouldn't be able to beat himself up. By then, everyone would know and understand that Wang Qingge was a liar who took a pre-prepared tune out to cheat everyone. After thinking about this, the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, bought their strength even more. Zhou Jian also fanned the flames. How about Wang Qingge? Chang Bai asked you, do you dare to compete again? If you're so good, then it's no problem to compete again, right? As long as you, this time, can create another tune, then how about we take your word for it? And we don't need it. You're so classic like this one right now. You just need to be able to create a tune on the line, no matter how good it sounds. As long as it's a tune, then we'll count you as a winner. How? In order to encourage Wang Qingge to compete with them again, the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, were doing their tricks. How about Wang Qingge? Do you dare or don't you dare? If you dare, then have a match with me. Chang Bai. Ah, of course, If you're too scared to do it, that's fine too, as long as you admit it to your tune today. It's just you, yourself, having prepared the line beforehand. It's not something you've improvised. Hearing what the two of them said, Wang Qingge laughed coldly in his heart. Would he be afraid of the two of them? He's happy now. It's too late. He'll be afraid of the two of them. He just didn't think it would go so well today. As for the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, this kind of excessive demand was surely something that someone would not be able to look at. After Chen Xian heard the two of them asking Wang Qingge to have another match with them, she hurriedly stood out and objected for Wang Qingge. Zhou Jian, Chang Bai, you too, but also do not want to be ashamed. Wang Qingge just finished a match. How can he still? Again, you guys, then a match? But Chen Xian's words, the two of them didn't even take it to heart either. And Chang Bai also said directly back, Chen Xian, this matter, we are not making things difficult for Wang Qingge, but we just want to prove his strength. Isn't he pretty good? Isn't he able to improvise his creations? If that's the case, then why does he not dare to compete with us again? We're not asking for anything else too much. As long as he fights me in a match and he actually composes a tune, then we'll take him at his word and we'll apologize to him personally. But if he's afraid, or if he doesn't dare to compete, then don't blame us for suspecting him. That's right. Zhou Jian followed suit. Wang Qingge can be compared to me without having to. He only needs to compete with Chang Bai for one match, and just whether he creates a tune that sounds good or bad is fine. As long as it's a tune, then we trust him. The two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, were really strongly requesting Wang Qingge to have another match, and in the opinion of many, it's the only thing that's working at the moment. At this time, even Shen Tiancheng was aware that in the current situation, if Wang Qingge wanted to convince the public, then he would have to compete with Chang Bai again, as requested by both Zhou Jian and Chang Bai. Only, this was something that had to be asked of Wang Qingge herself, whether she was willing or unwilling. That's why Chen Tiancheng spoke again. Alright, all of you stop arguing. As soon as Chen Tiancheng opened his mouth, everyone else instantly quieted down, and he also asked Wang Qingge directly, Little Wang, what do you think of the words of Zhou Jian and Chang Bai? Do you still have the confidence to have another match with Chang Bai? But don't worry, whether you're willing to fight again or not, I believe you're not lying. Chen Tiancheng's words immediately made Wang Qingge feel a warmth in her heart. However, another match was really too much for Wang Qingge to need, so he pretended to hesitate for a moment before hurrying to reply. Chapter 138, loud and clear as you like it. In that case, I'll have another match with them. What? Little king, you've really decided? Chen Tiancheng was still a bit shocked when he heard Wang Qingge's words, because he didn't expect that since Wang Qingge was really willing to have another match, the others, who were similarly so, more or less didn't expect this guy, Wang Qingge, since it was still true that they had agreed to the requests of both Zhou Jian and Chang Bai. In many people's opinion, if Wang Qingge was smart enough, then he would never agree to them at this time, because Chen Tiancheng had already said that even if he didn't agree to another match, then they believed Wang Qingge's words and believed that the tune was improvised by him. With a guarantee like Chen Tiancheng's, I believe that many people would not go back and be foolish enough to compete with others. But Wang Qingge, at this time, was the opposite, since he had really promised to compete with them again if he did. How could this not make people worry? Especially Han Zhixuan, who had brought him here. She was even more anxious in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that her mom, Zhang Ruping, was pulling her, then she probably would have run up to the stage and pulled Wang Qingge down. With the crowd's worry and disbelief, the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, were happy in their hearts at this time, because the two of them, too, hadn't expected that since Wang Qingge would really agree to have another match with them, and it was promised so quickly, without the slightest hesitation. How could this not make them happy? Seriously. In fact, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, they were also not holding much hope for Wang Qingge's decision to agree to have another match, especially after Chen Tiancheng uttered the words that they believed him no matter if it was more or less than. Hearing this that instant, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai were, literally, as if they were dead in the face, because they thought that Wang Qingge had Chen Tiancheng's promise. It was absolutely impossible for him to compete with them again, but the heavens still favored the two of them, since Wang Qingge had really agreed to have another match. How does this not make them happy? Because they can finally break down each other's lies. But the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, only thought about why Wang Qingge had agreed to their request for another match, without thinking, why would he be so stupid? Is it possible that he has some kind of card? If the two of them, at this point, could have thought of that, they might not have been so happy, and might have been a touch more vigilant. But unfortunately, the two of them were now so overwhelmed by Wang Qingge's promise that they didn't even want to think about it that much anymore. Anyway, after seeing Wang Qingge's promise, the two of them were in order to have a long night's sleep, so Chang Bai hurriedly said, Wang Qingge, did you really promise to compete with me? Again? This is something you can't go back on. Faced with these words, Wang Qingge didn't have any hesitation. Well, since I've already agreed, I won't go back on my word. Okay, that's what you said. I hope you don't regret it. Chang Bai was excited then, so without further ado, he just picked up his guitar and walked to the center of the stage. After seeing Chang Bai, who had already walked to the center of the stage, everyone knew that it was a foregone conclusion, so they quietly watched. Chen Xin, at this time, came to Wang Qingge's side, and she had some complaints that seemed worried. Wang Qingge, why are you so stupid? Why did you agree to this unreasonable request of theirs? My grandfather has said it all. Whether you compare yourself to them or not, we do believe in you. But you, of all people, why do you want to compare yourself to them again? Seeing this Chen Xin, suddenly caring about herself and saying these words to her, Wang Qingge was still a bit surprised. But who wouldn't be happy to have a beautiful woman who cares and worries about them? So at this moment, Wang Qingge was still happy in her heart. Thanks, but don't worry, I think I'll be able to handle it if we have another match. Ugh. Seeing that the wood had been turned into a boat, Chen Xin, for a moment, did not know what to say about him, and at that moment, Chang Bai, who had already walked onto the stage, he looked at everyone and said, everyone, since we're improvising and creating today, I'm going to improvise a little bit with the guitar in my hand. Hopefully, when the time comes, it will be in everyone's eyes. Good. Someone, too, applauded him. As for Chang Bai, when he saw such a situation, he smiled coldly in his heart, because he was 100% sure that he wouldn't lose in this, the match with Wang Qingge, and the reason why he is, and will be, so confident is solely because the instrument he uses is a guitar, unlike anyone else. First of all, his own guitar is very impressive, especially in the area of improvisation, so if it was a guitar, then Sung Bai was convinced that he wouldn't lose to anyone, and if, later on, Wang Qingge was really that good, playing on the piano and comparing him to him, then he'll have the same excuse for it all. In time, as long as Wang Qingge won, then all he had to do was tell the others that there was supposed to be a big difference between guitar playing and piano playing, so the two of them, at best, could only be considered a tie, with no one losing or winning. With his guitar tactics, Sung Bai believed that if he said something like that, the others would definitely be in favor of it, and if Wang Qingge lost later, then there would be no need to say anything about everything else. So Chang Bai, who had decided from the beginning that he wanted to have another match with Wang Qingge, just about everything has been played out. If Wang Qingge lost, that would naturally be the best, but if, by any chance, he was lucky enough to win by Wang Qingge, then he would have something to say and a way to make himself invincible. The worst ending, in his eyes, Chang Bai, was just a draw, and there would be no such situation where he would lose to Wang Qingge. It was just that Chang Bai's wishful thinking was so loud and clear, but he would never be able to think of what horrible things would be waiting for him next. Everything he thought he was doing would soon be mercilessly crushed by Wang Qingge. The plan he thought was seamless. Wang Qingge would also make him understand what it meant to be a genius. It was just a pity that Sung Bai wouldn't be able to think of these consequences no matter what. Now he was just happy to look at everyone in the room as if the winning role was in the bag. Soon, Chang Bai snapped out of the fantasy that he, himself, was about to defeat Wang Qingge. Returning to his senses, he also finally stopped talking nonsense, only to say to all of them, guys, since we're improvising our creations, let's be fair. This time, too, it's still up to you all to give us the questions. Chapter 139. You bumped into me by yourself. Out of the question, this one. After hearing Chang Bai say that he told everyone to give them questions, the crowd was also, for a moment, in a daze, because there are so many people. Who should be listened to, and what should be the topic? So Chang Bai's words were really somewhat difficult for everyone. Just then, someone suggested that it would be better to simply have Chen Tiancheng come up with the questions as he did just now. Seeing this, Chang Bai also looked at Chen Tiancheng once again. Elder Chen, since that's the case, let's still ask you, Elder, to give us another question. As for Chen Tiancheng, after seeing Chang Bai ask him to give them a question, this time he hesitated. Because of what? Because he's afraid too. He's afraid that if he were to come up with the questions, as he did just now, then someone would have a problem with it then. Say what? Chen Tiancheng is in advance, has been with a certain person, to discuss a good before such and such a question. Thinking of this, and not wanting to be misunderstood again, Chen Tiancheng, this time he did not dare to take the question lightly. He didn't want to be suspected once more of being in cahoots with anyone, so Chen Tiancheng also said directly, Chang Bai, since it's for the sake of fairness, then I think it's better for this question to be decided by yourselves, those of you who are competing. What you yourselves think is the easiest to create, that's what the question should be. Instead, it is up to others to decide for you what questions should be asked. If it's someone else who comes and decides for you, sometimes it's too hard for you and you'll play poorly. So this time, as I see it, the question is better for you to decide what to use. After Chen Tiancheng finished his words, some people also expressed their approval, and in Chang Bai's heart, he was even happier at this time, because if the questions were coming from him, then he would have even more hope that he could defeat Wang Qingge. Seeing this, Chang Bai also stopped talking nonsense. Since Elder Chen asked us to come up with our own questions, then I'll do it myself. As Sung Bai finished, he looked around in search of inspiration. At this point there was some cloudiness because it had just rained, especially since this is a cloud-topped lodge, located on top of a mountain. So this is up here while the clouds are down there. So one is here, like one is in the sky, stepping on top of the clouds. The scenery at this time of the year is really very attractive and nice to look at. So everyone was mesmerized by this turn of events in front of them. Chang Bai was naturally no exception, and he was similarly shocked beyond words by the beauty before him. And this guy, Chang Bai, quickly found inspiration in this flip of the beautiful scenery, and found the questions used in the competition. When Chang Bai saw this scene, he already had an answer in a flash of his aura. Sung Bai, who had found inspiration and answers, finally spoke. Guys, only after hearing Chang Bai's words did the crowd come back from the beauty of the scenery and look at him. Guys, isn't the view in front of you very beautiful? No one knew why Chang Bai suddenly said this, and he continued without waiting for anyone to answer. Guys, wouldn't you say we're like, right now, in a fairy house? Look, you guys, we are here as if we are in the sky, as if we are just in the middle of the fairy world, and down there, it's like Earth, so I feel like we're in a fairy house right now. So, here's what I'm thinking guys, since I'm looking for a question to use for the competition, then I wonder, how about using this place as the title of this competition? What do you all think? How about we use this place, Cloudtop Mountain Resort, as a title to express everything here? Using this Cloudtop Mountain Villa as a topic for the competition? The others were also a bit surprised when they heard Chang Bai's words, because there was no one who could think of it, since Chang Bai would use the beauty of this moment, and everything here, as a competition. So everyone, they were a little surprised, because it's really a good topic. Wouldn't it be best to express the beauty of what's in front of you at the moment, and what's here? Therefore, there were soon many people who were in favor of it. Yes, we accept this topic, so let's use the Cloudtop Mountain Villa here, as this competition. Right, then let's use this place as the title to improvise a song out to express the mood of this moment. That's right, we also feel that Chang Bai's proposal is good, making everything in front of us, the beauty in front of us, as the topic of the competition is indeed very good now. After seeing someone supporting him, Chang Bai was also satisfied, but he finally looked at Chen Tiancheng. Elder Chen, then I wonder what you think. Do you think there's any problem with using this place as the topic for the competition? Chen Tiancheng had said a long time ago that it would be up to them to decide on the topic this time. So, again, he did the same as earlier. This idea of yours, Chang Bai, is very good, and since you've already decided on it, let's take this place and make it the topic of the competition. Good, thank you, Elder Chen. Having received Chen Tiancheng's support, Chang Bai became even more contented because in his opinion, he chose that it was very difficult to use the here and now, the scene, as a title. Therefore, he believed that Wang Qingge was definitely not that powerful anymore, and the one who would be victorious at that time would only be him. Thinking of all this Chang Bai, how could he not be happy? He really didn't believe it. He had chosen something so off the beaten path to be the topic, and Wang Qingge would still be able to win him then, just into the white. Wan did not expect as early as he said, to use this place for the title. Wang Qingge's heart had long been happy, because according to Chang Bai's own words, then at this moment, this situation is not the most suitable. The song City in the Sky? Wang Qingge was a bit worried about what topics he would come up with at first, but what he didn't expect was that this guy, Chang Bai, since he was bumping into the gun himself, wasn't this purely looking for abuse? If you find a title like this, then the song City in the Sky won't rub you on the ground in minutes, will it? So at this time, Wang Qingge shook his head for this guy Chang Bai. This is really something he found himself, so he can't blame others. It was just that Chang Bai, at this point, didn't know what kind of poisonous abuse he would next face, so his heart was contented. After he had determined the topic of the competition, he found a seat and sat down, ready to create at any time. Everyone who saw Chang Bai, after finally sitting down, looked at him with great anticipation. Everyone is looking forward to what kind of topic Chang Bai will create. After all, the topic is his own choice. It must be a bit of an inspiration to pick your own topic, right? Chapter 140 Chang Bai's Perfect Creation. So many people were looking forward to what kind of tune Sung Bai would create. After sitting down and soaking it in for a while, Sungbai finally started to move. Dang! Only his fingers flicked and struck the first string. Dang! 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 What followed was sort of, fast-paced strumming, like that intro. This fast-paced section doesn't last long, just 10 seconds or so before it stops, and it was at this point that Changbai really entered the hair stage. Dang! As soon as the intro was over, he continued to play, his playing going from slow to fast and with great skill. His fingers, between the pins, kept changing the chords, playing that was called out of this world. The people at the scene, seeing how powerful Changbai was, were also happy for him and cheered him on. Changbai's performance was such that even Wang Chinga himself secretly admired it, because his playing is, indeed, very good. No wonder he's a guitar genius. It's more of an international music competition, someone who has gotten a place, which is very nice indeed. But Changbai's playing was awesome and good, but unfortunately, the tunes he played, the content he played, was not so good. Playing like Sungbeat should be said to be suitable only for those who can listen to and understand music to appreciate it, because like Changbai, this kind of tune, only those who really know music and want to understand it, will listen to it carefully so as to understand the flavor. But, for those who are ordinary, who don't know the music, who don't understand the music, it's a completely different story. Because of what? Because you're calling ordinary people who don't know anything about music, to come and listen to Narwhal's tunes. That Changbai's tune, in the eyes of those ordinary people, was just played haphazardly. It doesn't matter how good he is, how skillful his technique is, if the tune doesn't work, then other people, in no way, will buy it. The tune that Sungbai played was of a very noisy sort if you just listen to the music alone. So, if he had asked ordinary people to listen to this piece that he was playing, then others would not have supported it. Real music is something that can be understood by anyone, whether they know it or not. That kind of music can be considered real music. Instead, as it is now with Sungbai, only those who know the music and understand it can understand his tunes. However, it had to be said that Sungbai was indeed very lucky today, because everyone in the room knew music and understood it. So everyone, they understand clearly what the meaning of the tune he played is. If all the ones here today were ordinary people, then Changbai would have been blown off the stage. Playing what the hell? So noisy. Sungbai, who was on stage, was playing deeply, and it was like he was entering the climax of his tune. So he was strumming again and hitting the board and all that, and any guitar technique, Narabai for the most part, gave it a go. Everyone, too, was hearing a great deal of interest, and there were those who kept nodding their heads, indicating that his playing was a success. Even Chen Tiancheng, at this moment, was also closing his eyes to feel the song of Changbai's. When Wang Chinga saw this, he knew that Changbai was real and had gained everyone's approval. If he didn't have a system and a good tune, then Wang Chinga was bound to lose. Luckily, the system had already arranged everything for the day, a long time ago, so he didn't have to worry about anything. In this way, Sungbai, with everyone's support, anticipation, perfectly played this song, which he had improvised. As the last bit of sound disappeared, it was announced that Sungbai's playing had come to an end. After playing, he stood up and saluted everyone. Thank you all for your support. Snap, and the crowd at the scene directly responded to Changbai with the loudest applause, especially this guy, Zhou Jian, who applauded very hard when he saw that Changbai had successfully finished playing. With every slap he made, a loud sound came out of his palm. Not only that, this guy, Zhou Jian, while applauding for Changbai, intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Wang Chinga. Wang Chinga knew that Zhou Jian was just provoking him, so he didn't even bother. For the time being, I'll let you guys have a good time, and then you'll realize what kind of existence you've messed with today. The applause went on for a minute or so before it stopped. At this time, Chen Xin, however, suddenly asked Wang Chinga, Wang Chinga, what do you think of Changbai's creation? How is this song? In Chen Xin's eyes, she also felt that this song of Changbai's was indeed somewhat good, so she was eager to ask what Wang Chinga thought, and without any nonsense, Wang Chinga was directly honest. It's not bad, can't say it's generally like that, because like him, some people get the tune and some people don't. It's the hard ones that are really memorable. Ah, why do you say that? Chen Xin was a bit puzzled by this. It's not that simple. Like his song, it's something that one needs to feel with one's heart in order to understand what is being expressed in it. And if you don't feel it with your heart, then all you'll hear is some, messed up piano sound. It's natural for people like us who know music to feel the tunes with our hearts. But for those ordinary people, do you think they will feel the tunes with their hearts as we do? It was only after Chen Xin heard these explanations from Wang Chinga that she came to a realization. At this moment, Chen Xin was as if she had been inspired in some way, instantly making her understand many things and truths. That was why she was extremely shocked. because she never expected that the person in front of her, since he would be so powerful. It was just a sentence or two that taught her so much. It was just a pity. Just as Chen Xian still wanted to say something to Wang Qingge, he was interrupted. Ugh, big talk, just nonsense. It was only Zhou Jian, who was very unconvinced by Wang Qingge's evaluation of Chengbai's tune, so he stepped forward. Since you know so much and are so good, why don't you hurry up and get on stage and go compose a tune out too? Really, it's just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. In the face of Zhou Jian's provocation, Wang Qingge chose to directly ignore him, for he knew that the other man would soon pay some price for his ignorance. So at all, there was no need to have a general understanding with someone like Zhou Jian. While Changbai was on the stage, after receiving support from everyone, he finally looked over to Wang Qingge and the others. Chapter 141 Borrowing. Elder Chen, I don't know if this song of mine still satisfies you? Changbai directly asked Chen Tiancheng. Well, good. And indeed, Chen Tiancheng was, indeed, satisfied with this creation of Chengbai's. Changbai, your performance has truly surprised us. It seems that you haven't practiced much these days, have you? Elder Chen, you flatter me. I'm just making it up. It's not as good as what you said, La. Sungbai was still a little embarrassed. Well, Narabai, no matter what, this song of yours, it's really good. You can't just leave a tune like that alone. You might as well give it a name. Chen Tiancheng's words were also recognized by many people, as they all agreed that this creation by Changbai was indeed very good. Now, if it's a good tune, how can it be left in obscurity? It should be given a name. After Sungbai saw everyone and was told to name the tune, he thought for a moment. It took a while to finally come up with a name for it. Everyone, this tune of mine was composed in response to this scene here, and now it is so fairy-like, so I think I should call this tune, how about House in the Sky? Sky House. Sky House. Hearing the name that Changbai had taken, many people nodded up at once. The Sky House is nice, doesn't it fit the mood of the moment? Yeah, that's what I thought too. It's called House in the Sky. It's really very good now. With that, many people were very agreeable and very supportive of the name given by Sungbai. Unlike the others, Wang Qingge almost didn't drop her jaw when she heard the name Changbai gave her. Sungbai, surprisingly and uncoincidentally, named his tune, Sky House. This don't carry on with Wang Qingge, the next Sky City? So Wang Qingge is really, feel incomparably surprised. It seems that all of this, is already, was predestined. But that's okay, so what if the names are the same? It's who's ugly and who's embarrassed when the time comes anyway. Sungbai dares to take. A name like Sky House is destined to be beaten up. At this time he, however, was not aware of his next fate. How sad it was, and so continued to enjoy the last glory brought by the crowd. Thank you all. I'll transcribe the tune's puzzles later so everyone can give it a memorization. Please don't worry about it. I'll be sure to copy it for everyone. Changbai pacified the crowd before he looked at Wang Qingge. In fact, he had long been impatient, wanting Wang Qingge to go on stage, because he wanted to see what exactly Wang Qingge would use to defeat him. In Changbai's eyes, it was always believed that Wang Qingge had no way to defeat him, because the two used different instruments in the first place. If Wang Qingge had lost, that would have been fine, but if Wang Qingge won him, he would have the same way to make himself invincible. His solution was simple. That is, he just had to tell the crowd that the two of them had different instruments, so it was only natural that everyone's appreciation would be different. In this way, there is no question of who loses and who wins, as the instruments are different, so to each his own, and it's a tie at best. It's just that Chang buys these wishful thinking. Today I'm afraid that it will be completely crushed. He would never be able to imagine what method or methods Wang Qingge would use to deal with him next. The person who was a bit more anxious than Chang Bai, that was naturally Zhou Jian. He was well aware that the current Sungbai was still wearing the aura of victory, so it was inappropriate to do those underhanded things. Therefore, those things that pushed and fanned the flames were naturally done by him. Zhou Jian, on his behalf. Zhou Jian, who thought of this, also stopped talking nonsense and directly said to Wang Qingge, "How about Wang Qingge? Now that Chang Bai has created it, his tune is out. When were you planning on, before you went on stage to perform? Or do you think that you're already no match for Chang Bai? After all, his song, Sky House, is really good for all to see." It was only after Zhou Jian's words that the crowd remembered Wang Qingge and looked at him. Now Wang Qingge, once again, became the center of attention. There were already people who were a bit skeptical about his last song, and now that Zhou Jian had said so, they always felt that something was strange. However, to Wang Qingge, these things were just rain, no big deal. He always believed that in the face of absolute strength, any and all lies, and conspiracy calculations, would all fall to pieces. So Wang Qingge pressed on, didn't need to worry about anything. He himself wasn't worried, but there were some people like Zhou Jian. However, they had already begun to wait. Yeah, Wang Qingge, now that Chang Bai has finished performing, when is it your turn to go on stage? That's right, since you've promised that you'll compete with Chang Bai, then hurry up and get on the stage. Don't waste everyone's time. Seeing this situation now, some people who liked him couldn't help but worry about him. Chen Tiancheng was still the same. He always believed that Wang Qingge hadn't lied and hadn't prepared any tunes beforehand. Little Wang, how do you feel about yourself? Are you sure about it? If you're not sure, then you don't have to go up there. I still say that, no matter what people say or think about you, I'm all for believing that you wouldn't lie, much less come to the party with a tune already prepared beforehand. Seeing Chen Tiancheng, still believing in himself so much, honestly Wang Qingge in her heart, was very grateful to him. The fact that he could trust an outsider so much was enough to see how Chen Tiancheng's state of mind in person was. However, Wang Qingge, naturally, was not going to disappoint those who believed in him. Elder Chen, don't worry about it, this little matter. It's not hard to defeat me yet, I can handle it. Aha! Seeing Wang Qingge's confidence, Chen Tiancheng had no choice but to nod and choose to believe him. With that, he said no more and headed straight for the center of the stage. When Chang Bai saw Wang Qingge coming up, he naturally had to get off the stage. The two quickly brushed shoulders, but just as they did, wait a minute, suddenly called out by Wang Qingge. Chang Bai was puzzled and stopped to look back. Lend you something. Ah, hearing this, Chang Bai didn't react for a moment. What did you say? Lend me something? Can I borrow your guitar for a minute? Me? My guitar? After hearing Wang Qingge's words clearly, Chang Bai's entire body instantly froze in place as if petrified. Chapter 142 More like a city, because he couldn't have imagined how. Since Wang Qingge would borrow the guitar from him, doesn't he play the piano? Since when does he play the guitar? Anyway, when he heard Wang Qingge's words, Chang Bai's entire body instantly turned a bit overwhelmed. If Wang Qingge could play the guitar, then what should he do? What would he do then with the countermeasures he had already thought of a long time ago? He had always thought that Wang Qingge was just able to play the piano, so he possessed absolute confidence in his match with him, because he had thought of everything long ago. If it was Wang Qingge who lost to him, it would be nothing, but if Wang Qingge accidentally won over him, then he, Chang Bai, would make an issue out of the difference in the instruments the two used. This way he could guarantee that he wouldn't lose to Wang Qingge. But now, what did Wang Qingge tell him? Since he borrowed the guitar from him, how is this possible? How can this be? If Wang Qingge also used the guitar to improvise his compositions, then if in case his opponent won him, wouldn't his Chang Bai's plan, then, be of no use at all? Is it also a difference in instrumentation when you compose on guitar and they compose on guitar and then you lose yourself? This is obviously unlikely. So at this moment Chang Bai is really feel no fear. How he wished Wang Qingge was not able to play the guitar, and he prayed an unknown number of times in just a moment. I hope Wang Qingge is just joking with him. He doesn't know how to play the guitar. He definitely doesn't know how to play the guitar. Shocked people, not only Chang Bai only, all the people in the room, were all confused by the fact that Wang Qingge borrowed a guitar from Chang Bai. The impression that Wang Qingge stayed in everyone was still just playing the piano, but the fact that he suddenly wanted a guitar at this point was something that really surprised a lot of people, because no one had ever thought that Wang Qingge knew more than just the piano. He also knew the guitar. Chen Tiancheng and Chen Xin, these people, were also very hard to believe. Wang Qingge's performance on the piano had already surpassed everyone in the room, and now since he also knew how to play the guitar, what about his guitar skills? Then, it shouldn't be so great like the piano. Those who had difficulty accepting this matter, besides Chang Bai, Zhou Jian was also the same. Zhou Jian had already been harboring a grudge about losing to Wang Qingge, but now you're good. You won people with the piano, and will guitar this is not a blow to Zhou Jian? If Wang Qingge, it was true that she knew how to play the guitar again, then it would be even more difficult for Zhou Jian to accept. He couldn't accept it, since one person would be so powerful and know so many instruments. As for those who brought Wang Qingge, the mother and daughter duo of Han Jixuan and Zhang Ruping were also very shocked and surprised at this time. The two of them, mother and daughter, were already incredulous about Wang Qingge's piano, and now to hear him ask for a guitar, how does that not surprise a mother and daughter? Zhang Ruping, hard to believe, asked her daughter Han Jixuan, Xian, what's going on? Wang Qingge he can still play the guitar, it's just that if she asked, Han Jixuan wouldn't know. After all, it wasn't like she herself had known Wang Qingge for a very long time. So much of what she knew about him was uninformed. Right now, Han Jixuan's understanding of Wang Qingge was rather just the tip of the iceberg. Mom, I don't know if he can play guitar. Ah, Xian you don't know either. Zhang Ruping was a bit surprised. Well, I've told you that Wang Qingge and I have known each other for really not that long. You just don't believe me. He wouldn't really know how to play the guitar again, right? Zhang Rupiying muttered. And at this moment, Sung Bai, with an apprehensive heart, he carefully asked, You play guitar? After asking this, Sung Bai prayed in his heart, Say you won't, say you won't. It was a pity that these prayers of his were destined to be useless. Well, a little bit, I guess. Will a little. Chang Bai almost didn't faint on the spot. He prayed 1,000 prayers, but it still didn't work. This guy, Wang Qingge, since he really knew how to play the guitar, he was afraid that those plans he had made earlier would have been useless a long time ago. Wang Qingge didn't give him the chance to think more about it to continue asking, What's the matter? Can't part with the treasure you're holding? Don't worry about it. It won't break you. In the face of this situation, Chang Bai was truly, for a moment, at a loss as to what to do. It's just that right now, people are borrowing guitars from him, so he can't just not give them to them, can he? What would people think of him as a person if he didn't give it? Besides, with so many guitars on the scene, if he doesn't give it away, don't people have it? So helpless as Narabai was, he ended up handing over his guitar. What are you talking about? A broken guitar is just a broken guitar. If it's used, it's used. Don't worry, just take it. Thanks. Wang Qingge took the guitar and turned to walk to the center of the stage. He sat down as well, adjusting everything before he began to address the group. Everyone, I believe everyone was mesmerized by Chang Bai's improvisation just now, right? Actually, I'm the same myself. I really liked what Sung Bai just played. He's really good. Wang Qingge first praised Chang Bai before continuing to speak to the crowd. What I admire most about Chang Bai is that since he chose this scene here to be the title of his improvisation, that's something that really, I do admire him for. As he himself said, it is as if we were in heaven at this moment, living in an immortal's home. Everything under our feet seems to be earthly and mortal, while we ourselves are like immortals. However, although Narabai's idea is good, I think a little differently than he does, because I think it would be appropriate to call the place we're in now, not a home, but a city. Call it a city. After the crowd heard Wang Qingge's words, they also somewhat understood the recognition. It's okay to call it a city, I think. Well, it's the same for home and city. It's no big deal. The crowd has also, in turn, voiced their opinions. Only after seeing that there was nothing wrong did Wang Qingge continue. Everyone, so now I would like to, like Chang Bai, use this place as a title and create a song out of it. No way. Wang Qingge also wants to use this place as the topic of the competition just like Chang Bai? After hearing that Wang Qingge, too, was going to use this place as a title, everyone was incredibly shocked, because it was a result that no one expected in the eyes of the crowd. For such an important competition, Wang Qingge should have chosen it himself, a topic that suited him. Chapter 143 taking the same name. How is it that instead of choosing what suits him to be the topic, he is also like Sunbeak, who wants to use this scene here as the topic? Isn't he afraid of losing to Sunbeak and not being able to create it himself? The people, Sung Bai, created the House of the Sky because they had a realization of this scene here. But what did he, Wang Qingge, have? Could it be that he, likewise, had a sense of what was happening now? All in all, Wang Qingge's words were something that really surprised many people. For since he, like Chang Bai, is going to choose to use this scene here as his title, the person who was most shocked, then, was none other than Chang Bai himself. The fact that Wang Qingge knew the guitar and used it to compete with him already made Chang Bai very shocked and incredulous. But now Wang Qingge, not only is he going to use the guitar to compete with him, but he is also going to use this scene here as the title of the competition. Just like him, this point was what really made Chang Bai feel a chill down his back. It was because he himself knew clearly that there were only two reasons why Wang Qingge would make a choice like this. Either that or he's just stupid and that's why he made that decision. Either that, or Wang Qingge he had absolute strength and absolute certainty that it was possible to create a tune like that. So at this moment, Chang Bai was really feeling a bit scared because he knew that the possibility of Wang Qingge belonging to the latter was a bit more. If that was the case, then he, Sung Bai, would be in real danger. There were many others who were surprised by Wang Qingge's words. Among them Chen Tianchang was the same. He was also a bit puzzled by Wang Qingge's choice, but that was after all a decision made by someone else. So Chen Tianchang didn't dare to say anything more. He just finally confirmed to Wang Qingge, "Little Wang, have you really decided to be the same as Chang Bai, to choose this scene here as the title of this competition?" This matter was for Wang Qingge. Then of course it was. Even if there was no Chang Bai, he himself would have found other excuses to use this place as a title. So he had a flip of Narabai to thank for what was happening now. Therefore, he did not hesitate for half a second about Chen Tianchang's question. "Yes, Elder Chen, I've already decided. Just like Chang Bai, let's use this scene here as the title of the competition. It would be a little bit more fair, and there's the fact that I'm actually enjoying this moment. so it's very tempting to create a tune out of it that expresses what I'm feeling at the moment. Wang Qingge had said so. Then Chen Tiancheng couldn't do anything about it. After all, it was his own decision. So Chen Tiancheng, in the end, only said, "Alright little Wang, since that's the case, let's respect your decision. Thanks." Soon everyone was in favor of Wang Qingge's own decision, and he concluded by saying to everyone present again, "Everyone, I actually really like it here, just like everyone else, especially now in this moment. All of us, it's like we're in a city in the sky. So, I've named the next thing I'm going to compose this piece, Sky City." Everyone was surprised again when they heard Wang Qingge's words, Sky City, Sky House, since it's only one word away from Narrabai's, it's only one word away. Yeah, I really didn't expect this fellow, Wang Qingge, since he would also take such a name. He chose to use Sungbai's title to compete even though, but I didn't think that since he would still take a name, which is only one word away from Chungbai's tune. However, there's some truth in what Wang Qingge said, and the fact that he chose the same topic as Changbai is indeed very fair. I just don't know if he really has that ability after all with the scene here as the title. It was Sungbei himself who came up with the idea. He came up with it when he had an epiphany. So it would be better if Wang Qingge also had an epiphany and chose this way. The biggest fear is that he is choosing this way as well in order to block the gas, and that would really be the end of it. At this point in time, Changbai, likewise, was thinking pretty much the same thing as everyone else. Wang Qingge chose to compete with him on the same topic, and he could still endure it. But since Wang Qingge, too, was going to take one with him, so similar that the two names were surprisingly just one word different, Wang Qingge chose this way, and in the eyes of others, it looked like he and Changbai were enemies. Two people, like only one is destined to succeed. That's why Changbai's heart at this time was really bad. As for Zhou Jian, who was by Changbai's side, he appeared somewhat happier at this time, because he didn't believe that Wang Qingge would be so good that he could choose the same questions as Changbai and still win. In Zhou Jian's opinion, Wang Qingge was undoubtedly just asking for death by choosing this way, because people, Changbai, are really enlightened and only use this as a title. But what's with you, Wang Qingge? Is it hard to believe that you really have had an epiphany as well? Who are you kidding? People have epiphanies and you follow them. This kind of childishness, ghosts will believe. So in Jian Zhou's opinion, Wang Qingge was bound to lose this time. As for Wang Qingge on the stage, he no longer cared about how other people viewed him and evaluated him. He was ready for anything and it started any time. Everyone, after seeing Wang Qingge really quieted down, they also quieted down and waited for his performance. Under everyone's anticipation, only Wang Qingge finally moved. Knock, knock. Wang Qingge quickly strummed the guitar, while it emitted a loud piercing sound under his strumming. It was only then that the crowd realized that Wang Qingge was really good at playing the guitar, and his guitar level, it doesn't look too low. It's the same kind as Sungbai's. Anyway, although this was the case, at this time Wang Qingge's playing, the crowd sounded so. Everyone felt that there was not much difference between what he played and what Changbai played. It's all one of those very loud tunes to come. So just by hearing this, in the hearts of the crowd, there was already some speculation that Wang Qingge had played this time. It should be the same as Sungbai's, more or less. Anyway, in the eyes of the crowd, the two of them were playing the same, without much surprise. But soon, these people will now understand how wrong they are, because the section that Wang Qingge played was just the prelude to Sky City. The intro to Sky City is really nothing to write home about, and it gives the impression that it's being played at random, as soon as you hear it. Chapter 144 Sky City. However, just when everyone thought that Wang Qingge's playing was just about the same as Qingbai's, the shocking scene finally came. La Sai Du Mi La. As soon as the intro to City in the Sky was finished, Wang Qingge got straight to the point and played the bleak music out. The crowd, who had been slightly disappointed and felt that Wang Qingge was similar to Changbai, were suddenly stunned by the music. The moment Sky City really rang out, everyone was literally, for a moment, frozen in their tracks. That expression that had originally gone from overwhelming disappointment, instantly to shock, was revealed on everyone's face. They were really, instantly captured by that poignant music. No one knew why Wang Qingge's tunes, which were ordinary music at 1 second, were unexpectedly amazing at the next. At this moment, whoever it was stopped what they were doing and listened to his playing quietly and with full attention. The playing kept going on and the people listening were getting more and more mesmerized. At this point everyone, as if with the music, entered into the world expressed by the music. Wang Qingge's yet another unexpected move really made many people who were originally not optimistic about him feel unbelievable. Among these people, the most touched that belongs to Han Zhishuan, her mother, Zhang Ruping. The moment she heard about the real Sky City, her entire body was dumbfounded. If the previous mark of rain, Zhang Ruping still had some reservations about Mingji. Then this time she had completely fallen, because she knew beforehand that Wang Qingge knew the piano. She hadn't been so out of sorts when Wang Qingge had played Rain Seal before, but this time it was completely different. Zhang Ruping was really not knowing what was wrong with her, since she would be attracted to this music. In fact, in Zhang Ruping's eyes, she has always had a feeling of superiority, because she believes that of all the musical instruments, the piano is the most powerful. All other instruments are no match for the piano, but now that she heard this playing by Wang Qingge, she deeply realized how ridiculous her past thoughts had been. The tune that Wang Qingge played on the guitar, since it surpassed her perception, surpassed her idea that the piano was the only king. More importantly, Zhang Ruping felt the meaning expressed along with Wang Qingge's music. Being in this Yunding mountain resort, listening to this tune called City in the Sky, Zhang Ruping was not the only one. It's almost everyone that feels the same way. Each of them, as if they felt as if they were, literally, in a city in the sky. This city in the sky, beautiful and miserable, noble and lonely, is all expressed in this piece. They themselves, like in the eyes of those laymen in the mortal world, were out of reach, bent on traveling to the city in the sky, but no one knows what they really are, even though they are all in the middle of the sky city that others dream of. But the loneliness of it, that kind of desolate feeling, but only they themselves, only deeply understand. Those who are bent on wanting to aspire to this place, can't realize what it feels like. There are naturally benefits to being in the Sky City, but with the benefits come the drawbacks, and not everything is rosy. So the crowd, from Wang Qingge's music, heard a different feeling. Even the city in the sky, which everyone aspires to, is very lonely because it has lost its connection to the earth. The loss of the interface with the mortal world has left it without the means to receive much information from the outside world. The city in the sky, as if abandoned, so while it is beautiful and noble, at the same time, it is also bleak and lonely. Wang Qingge's song was something that really made everyone present who heard it have such a feeling that grew in their hearts. But other things aside, if we're talking about this track alone, it's really, really good. Even vaguely, there is a kind of to press ahead. Just now the song, the seal of the rain, that kind of feeling. No one knew why this person, Wang Qingge, would be in such a short period of time, just created, again, such a classic tune out of it. How the hell did he do that? It's hard not to. He was the natural genius, the one destined to leave a glorious legend on the road of music. Han Jixuan, who was off stage, was also really very happy at this moment because Wang Qingge did not let her down. She herself had always believed in him, that he was not deceitful, and was convinced that all that he was true. The facts also proved it all, proving Wang Qingge's own strength and proving that Han Jixuan had made the right decision by believing in him all along. For a moment, Han Jixuan was overwhelmed with joy and happiness that she had met Wang Qingge. Tears of excitement and joy were also streaming down her cheeks without her realizing it. Zhang Ruping saw her daughter crying, also at once, took her into her arms of. At this time, Zhang Ruping was really a bit regretful. She regretted that before, she shouldn't have treated Wang Qingge like this. She regretted that she shouldn't have suspected him of lying to her daughter. And even more so, she shouldn't have cajoled him into this in order to break him up. Only then she thought on second thought, if she hadn't been there today and called Wang Qingge here, then he wouldn't be, and he wouldn't make a big splash here, and the crowd wouldn't know him as a person. Maybe on his own, he will one day let everyone in the world know, but then those people on the scene would know him as a person later. So today, Zhang Ruping, who had tricked Wang Qingge into coming here, might also have gotten credit for letting the people here recognize him in advance. Zhang Ruping, who thought of this, only let her heart slightly better, not so self-blame. As for the excited Han Jixuan, she reacted by taking out her cell phone and taking a picture of Wang Qingge who was playing. A friend post followed. Being the most influential Chen Tiancheng present, seeing Wang Qingge with such strength and talent, he was truly nothing but happy already. Wang Qingge has such strength and ability. That's a blessing for this country, even the entire music industry. If he, Chen Tiancheng, was not happy, did he have to cry? So at this moment Chen Tiancheng was truly full of smiles. Seeing Chen Tiancheng's face full of smiles, his granddaughter Chen Xin, next to him, was similarly excited inside, because she hadn't seen her grandfather this happy in a long time. But today, her grandfather was so happy. How could this not make Chen Xin follow suit? But thinking about it, the source of her grandfather's happiness, Chen Xin was also very excited. This guy on stage who was playing the guitar, she had been a little worried about him before. Chapter 145 thoroughly convinced. Only now it turned out that her worries for him were, well, redundant. Because of his strength, it could be said that he had reached a very frightening point. Having improvised, one after the other, Tunes that were good enough to be immortalized for 100 generations. Where was she, Chen Xin, qualified to worry about them? However, at this time, Chen Xin had a very special feeling, a feeling she had never had before. At this point in time, in her mind, since she was very eager to get to know this person and find out how he lived and lived, wondered what he was like. Usually, again, these thoughts, when they first appeared in her mind, Chen Xin herself felt a hint of fear, because she had truly never had such thoughts before, not to mention to someone who she had only just met, which made her even more overwhelmed. As soon as this horrible thought appeared, Chen Xin tried to suppress the impulse in her heart, but what she never expected was, the less she thought about it, the more she tried to forget about it, the stronger the feeling came, and it left her at a loss as to what to do. Of course, while everyone was happy to be captivated by the song of Wang Qingge's, there were also people who were incredibly hard to bear at this time, and the people who were incomparably hard to bear were naturally the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai. In fact, the moment Wang Qingge's song popped out, the two of them had realized the danger. Then came the right song from Sky City, and it just made both of them even more heartbroken, especially Zhou Jian. He was the one who wanted to see Wang Qingge fail the most, because he was not convinced at all when he lost to him. In Zhou Jian's mind, he had always felt that there was only one reason why Wang Qingge would compare him to him, that would be him, who must have prepared the tune beforehand. Otherwise, Wang Qingge would not have been able to create such a beautiful tune as Rain's Mark. That's why he's always been convinced that the other side must have cheated. Luckily, Chang Bai had later stepped in and asked for another match with Wang Qingge, which gave him hope. Chang Bai's rematch with Wang Qingge gave Zhou Jian the hope that Wang Qingge would lose the match, so for this matter, Zhou Jian was really very much looking forward to it. It was just unfortunate for him, because his expectations still didn't wait. Not only didn't wait for expectations, but it made him wait for despair directly. The moment Wang Qingge's Sky City rang out, Zhou Jian had completely lost hope of seeing a win. This time, Wang Qingge's creation not only let Zhou Jian know that he was a complete loser, it also made him realize one thing, that is, Wang Qingge he might really be, never cheated. Both this one, City in the Sky, and the previous one, Mark of the Rain, were composed by him as he improvised. Now even he, no matter how much he didn't believe it, couldn't do anything about it. He could suspect that the last song, which was cheated by Wang Qingge, had been prepared beforehand. But what about this one? Is he going to continue to doubt people? Not to mention the rest, just based on this time the competition is their own request? Wang Qingge with them then, already cannot say people, is cheating beforehand prepared, because a person, even if they were more prepared, wouldn't think that they, being halfway asked, would be prepared for another match, would they? So, Zhou Jian knew deep down that it was fine to doubt anything, just absolutely not to doubt this fair competition. Although Zhou Jian's heart was no longer suspecting Wang Qingge of cheating, he was still very unconvinced in his heart. He didn't know and didn't understand why the other party could be so powerful. Why on earth was that? Zhou Jian's current situation was actually similar to Chang Bai's. At this time of Chang Bai, he is also the same heart is very bad, because this was something that had nothing to do with him today, and the reason why this was happening now was entirely his own doing. This was Chang Bai's own fault. It was his own fault for getting into trouble because he couldn't stand Wang Qingge and couldn't see that he was good, because he couldn't see that Wang Qingge was better than Zhou Jian, and he couldn't see that he could improvise so well a tune. That's why he, along with Zhou Jian, suspected that today's incident had been prepared by Wang Qingge beforehand. For this reason he became white and went out of his way to dismantle Wang Qingge, asking him to have another match with himself. At the beginning, Chang Bai was really confident, very confident that he could outperform Wang Qingge, but when the reality was in front of him, he realized how ridiculous and childish his initial thoughts were. He wanted to use the guitar method to defeat Wang Qingge, but he didn't expect the other party to play the guitar as well. Not only does the other guy play guitar, but he chose a topic of his own choosing to compete against him. Most importantly still, the other guy is more than just like him, composing with his guitar and choosing the same topics as him. What really made the crowd, what made him Chang Bai had to be unconvinced, was the tune that Wang Qingge had created. What was the tune that the other party had composed? It was a classic enough to last 100 years. And what does he become white himself? What can he do in front of others? Chang Bai only knew that the tune he created himself, in front of Wang Qingge. I am afraid that even lifting shoes has been the last life. Burnt high incense. In front of such strength, in front of such a tune, what other qualifications did he, Chang Bai, have to accuse people of cheating, of having prepared in advance? People use your title to create a tune. Is this also beforehand? Already prepared. People only competed with you after you asked them to. Was this also prepared beforehand? Come on, this kind of thing, even he doesn't believe in himself now, let alone anyone else. Chang Bai knew that if he dared to say another word now, Wang Qingge was cheating and had prepared for it. Then I guess the others would be able to scold him to death without the other party having to open his mouth. Anyway, the two of them, Chang Bai and Zhou Jian, now had to be convinced even if they were not, because there was no way out. No, it should be said that there is no other way for them to go. The two of them were truly there was no other path left for them to take other than to resign themselves to their fate and to serve this path. With the crowd listening mesmerized, Wang Qingge's playing, too, was finally coming to a close. As the last chord was played and the last note completely disappeared, Wang Qingge's improvisation and creation had come to a complete end. But even after he finished playing, the crowd in the room still hadn't come back to their senses. It wasn't until he stood up and said thank you to everyone that the crowd reacted from that snap. Hearing Wang Qingge's thank you, everyone also responded to his wonderful creation with the loudest applause. Chapter 146 The enthusiasm of the crowd. Play it again. Play it again. We haven't heard it enough. We haven't heard it enough. After the applause ended, many people just called Wang Qingge and played it again. Because the song, City in the Sky, came so suddenly that everyone had finished playing it before they could fully settle down to listen to it. This left a lot to be desired. So everyone was very hopeful that Wang Qingge would play it again for the crowd. As for Wang Qingge, seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, he was too embarrassed to refuse, so he played once more. This time, everyone was prepared, so they listened more attentively to the song City in the Sky. It's that feeling that the tune brings when everyone is listening with their hearts that is the most intense, and so it was that everyone was contented, once again, to hear all about it. And Wang Qingge, who had played, twice in a row, the City in the Sky, he too had finally stopped. This time, instead of asking him to keep playing, everyone had as many things they wanted to ask him, just like what most people, for example, wanted to know, and that was how Wang Qingge, in such a short period of time, with this kind of realization, how did you improvise and create, in such a short time, such a good tune? In the face of such questions from the crowd, Wang Qingge was indeed a bit flustered. He's not afraid of playing, he's afraid of people asking that kind of question because he knows it's hard to answer. Everything he had was from the system, so when confronted with the reality of such a problem, it was really a bit difficult for him to reply. However, in order not to reveal the cracks, Wang Qingge also found some perfect excuses to put things off. In the end, it was only when Chen Tianchang stepped in that he was able to stop the crowd that was so excited and kept asking questions. After Chen Tianchang stepped in, everyone was finally quiet. As for Chen Tianchang, he was also looking at Wang Qingge with a face full of fondness. Little Wang, you really surprised us too much. I really didn't expect that you would, since you would, today, compose two such classic tunes in a row, to achieve what you've done today. I dare say, that's something that's never happened before in the whole history of music. Chen Tianchang didn't exaggerate this at all, because this was the truth. Something like Wang Qingge, who used to be able to do that, compose two tunes in one day, and it wasn't just any tune, it was a classic destined to live on for generations to come. So whether it was in the past or in the future, perhaps Wang Qingge was the only one that could do it. Faced with such a compliment from Chen Tianchang, Wang Qingge postponed it for a bit, but it still didn't stop the enthusiasm of the others, especially Chen Xin. Now her heart was getting stronger and stronger towards Wang Qingge. Not only did she now want to get to know the man, but she wanted to play the tunes he had created, because in Chen Xin's opinion, if one wants to truly get to know a person, then one should do what he has done in order to resonate with a certain connection. So Chen Xin now very much wanted to play Wang Qingge's tunes. She wanted to go through playing his tunes. Good to feel how Wang Qingge put it together or what he was thinking when he composed the tune. Thinking of this Chen Xin, she spoke directly. Wang Qingge, can I play your tune? When Wang Qingge saw Chen Xin asking this, he knew that this was naturally no problem. After all, who wouldn't be interested in such a good tune? So he agreed. Soon, he copied Rain's Markin's City in the Sky, both on the spot, and told everyone to go ahead and play them. Just let Wang Qingge feel surprised is that at this time not only other people asked to play his two songs, even the two, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, who were previously hostile to him, were also joining in on this. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on people changing their faces so quickly. It was Wang Qingge himself who was too strong. He was already so powerful that he had to make the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, admire him. The two of them, after completely losing to Wang Qingge, had also finally figured it out. Between them, there was nothing deep hatred, only because before, the jealousy in their hearts let them have some misunderstandings. Now that the misunderstanding had finally been cleared up, there was no need for the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, to continue to work against Wang Qingge. It's not like they're cuties. What good would it do them to be at odds with someone like that? Might as well. It's in your best interest to take advantage of this opportunity to put things on ice with someone and make a friend or something. So the two of them, Zhou Jian and Chang Bai, were just like Chen Xin, and all of a sudden became, as if they knew him well. As soon as Zhou Jian came up, he called out directly and very smoothly, "Brother Wang, I'll also play that rainy seal of yours, show me the pusey." Sung Bai was naturally not one to be left behind, so he, likewise, wanted to come to Sky City's quip. Just like that, for the next few hours, everyone present had Wang Qingge at the center of their attention. The issues discussed, also 9 out of 10, were about Wang Qingge. In the face of this situation, not to mention Wang Qingge herself, even Chen Tianchang shook his head, because these people, they are just too enthusiastic to be persuaded. But everyone knew that after today, Wang Qingge was afraid to be a big hit in these musicians' circles, due to the fact that the crowd was too enthusiastic. So Wang Qingge, in the end, struggled for a long time to get rid of those people's entanglements. He exchanged contact information with Chen Tianchang, and then followed Han Jishuan, mother and daughter, and left Yunding Mountain Villa. Honestly, when Han Jishuan saw that there were so many people pestering Wang Qingge, she herself had a bad taste in her heart. If the people who were pestering Wang Qingge were normal people, then she didn't think there was anything wrong. But the problem is that some women choose to pose these in order to get Wang Qingge's attention or something. This makes Han Jishuan very uncomfortable. So she early in the morning want to pull on Wang Qingge to leave that kind of place. Nay, there were too many people, so they waited for an hour or two before they were able to get away from the crowd and leave. After leaving Yunding Mountain Villa, Wang Qingge herself was finally relieved. Although everyone's enthusiasm made it a little difficult for him to adapt, the good thing was that he had finally completed the task issued by the system. However, he realized that today, though he had completed the quests released by the system, playing Rainmark in Sky City, but his popularity value, however, didn't change very much, only adding about 10,000 like this. Seeing this situation, Wang Qingge knew that perhaps the people who heard him today when he played were not many to be like this. Chapter 147 Guilty Han Jishuan. Before Wang Qingge could think more, Zhang Rupiying spoke up. "Little Wang, how about today I treat you guys to the best dinner party in the city on the go?" The current Zhang Rupiying had long since lost her contempt for Wang Qingge's heart, and all she had was admiration and fondness. Just hearing her words, Wang Qingge hesitated a bit. Han Jishuan was similarly so, and when she heard that her mom, since she wanted to invite Wang Qingge to dinner, revealed a bitter smile. "If you want to invite Wang Qingge to dinner, you might as well invite him home. Invite him home and ask him to cook here himself more than anything else." It was just that Zhang Rupiying hadn't eaten the dishes cooked by Wang Qingge, so she didn't know about this. Believe, if she had also eaten Wang Qingge's cooking, then she probably wouldn't be saying this at this point. As for Wang Qingge himself, when he heard Zhang Rupiying say this, he refused after thinking for a while. "No, Auntie Zhang, I think we should forget about dinner. Let's go another day. Today is already enough trouble for you guys." "It's not troublesome. How can I say it's troublesome? Little Wang, what are you saying this child?" Seeing Wang Qingge's refusal, Zhang Rupiying's heart became a bit uneasy. She wondered to herself if it could be that people knew what she was up to today, and that's why she refused. If that's the case, won't their relationship go downhill in the future? So for this meal tonight, Zhang Rupiying had to invite the other party so as to ease the relationship between the two sides. "Little Wang, it's fine, isn't it just inviting you to a meal? It's nothing, it's not like Auntie Zhang will eat you. How about it? I think we'd better go." "How?" Seeing that Zhang Rupiying was still saying this, Wang Qingge hesitated because he felt that today was already really enough trouble for people, and to top it off, he did get a little tired, so he didn't want to go out anymore, where he wanted to be right now, and that was home. Then a shower and a good night's sleep. Thinking of this Wang Qingge, he once again refused in a firm tone. "Aunt Zhang, let's really forget about dinner. Why don't I come and treat you guys some other day when I have time?" "Little Wang, why are you like this?" Seeing that she couldn't persuade Wang Qingge, Zhang Rupiying, who had no choice, could only turn to her daughter. Xian, say something. Wang Qingge, he doesn't want to go to dinner." Zhang Rupiying thought that it might not have been her daughter who had opened her mouth to invite Wang Qingge, and the other party had been reluctant to go. It was just that what she hadn't expected was that this time Han Jishuan had, surprisingly, not chosen to stand on her side. "Mom, Wang Qingge is indeed tired enough today. About the dinner, either listen to him and talk about it some other time." "What? Xian you." Seeing her daughter say this, Zhang Rupiying was really for a moment not knowing what to do. As for Han Jishuan, the reason why she would reject her mother and would disagree with this opinion was that she was also very aggrieved in her own heart. What Han Jishuan was aggrieved about? She was aggrieved that her mom had brought him to the party today in order to break up Wang Qingge. If he wasn't strong enough on his own, then today Wang Qingge would have already fallen for her mother's cunning plan. It was really like that. Then Han Jixuan herself felt horrible thinking about it. The image of Wang Qingge, who had been dismantled of her lies, being accused and humiliated, fantasized in her mind. What was most hateful, and what Han Jixuan couldn't forgive herself for, was that she had known her mother's intentions from early on, but hadn't chosen to stop them. Instead, she let her mom bring Wang Qingge to the party. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Qingge was strong enough on his own to win 2 matches, then I'm afraid the outcome he's facing today will be a different scenario. So this is the original reason why Han Jixuan, at this time, felt ashamed of Wang Qingge and felt aggrieved. They would have been purposeful, bringing people to the party and wanting to see them laugh. Now that people have gone through their own strength and won everyone's approval, they are so good that they are starting to play nice. So thinking of this Han Jixuan, she knew she couldn't continue like this. She couldn't, any longer, let her mom continue to deceive Wang Qingge. What they had done today was excessive enough, more than enough. If you continue to deceive him, continue to pretend to be a good person, and invite him to dinner, then Han Jixuan certainly can't pass the barrier in her own heart. Thinking about this, her attitude got very determined. Her weakness today almost let her mother plan to get Chang, also almost let Wang Qingge humiliated, so she would never, this time, let that happen again, even knowing that this time, her mom was genuinely wanting to invite the other side, but she just couldn't get past the part of her heart that was ashamed of others. Mom, the dinner thing, let's just really forget about it. Wang Qingge is tired enough today. Besides, I kind of want to go back and rest. Xian, what the hell is wrong with you? When Zhang Ruping saw her daughter still saying this, she was puzzled up in her heart. I don't know why my daughter, all of a sudden, was so cold about Wang Qingge. As for Wang Qingge, after seeing Han Jixuan helping him as well, he likewise hurriedly persuaded him. Auntie Zhang, you've seen it all. Jixuan, she, too, is already tired enough today. So for dinner, I think it's better to go some other time. Let's just go back today. Seeing the two of them, both refused to both say so. Zhang Ruping alone, what else can be done? So in the end, one can only, helplessly, accept the reality. Ugh, okay then, since both of you don't want to go, let's not go. Aha! Wang Qingge hurriedly nodded her head and got up. Don't worry about it, Auntie Zhang. I will definitely do what I promised you and won't forget it. Someday, I'll definitely treat you to a great meal. Alright, then Auntie Zhang will trust you. Only after Han Jixuan saw and successfully convinced her mom did she dare to open her mouth and ask, Qingge, why don't we send you back first? No, just stop at the subway station in front of you. Don't bother dropping me off. Seeing that they wanted to send him back, Wang Qingge subconsciously refused because the subway station was not far ahead, and in her heart, she felt that Han Jixuan, who was ashamed of Wang Qingge, actually didn't have much courage and dared to send him back. There was even an urge to hurry, to leave him that way, because just seeing him made her think, herself, about her desire to count on the other. So the current Han Jixuan was really hoping to leave the other party earlier. Therefore, after hearing Wang Qingge say that she should stop in front of her, she instantly agreed. Okay, here it is then. She pulled over and stopped the car. When Zhang Ruping saw the situation, she realized in her heart that something was wrong, so this time she didn't dare to make a sound. Chapter 148. They're together? Bam! Wang Qingge closed the car door. Jixuan, Auntie Zhang, that's enough for today then. You guys go back early too. Well, little Wang, take care of yourself on the road. Zhang Ruping also said. Don't worry Auntie Zhang, I'll be careful. You guys go back soon. We'll get together again sometime. After saying that, Wang Qingge directly turned around and walked towards the subway. Only after Wang Qingge walked away did Zhang Ruping turn back and look at Han Jixuan with some resentment. Xian, what's wrong with you? It's fine if you don't agree with me buying dinner. But why don't you even give people a ride? That's how you leave people halfway across the street. I really don't know. What's wrong with you kid? Obviously fine. How come he turned out like this as soon as he came back? When Han Jixuan was told this by her mother, the aggression in her heart surged up at once. Mom, it's all your fault. Han Jixuan brought up a sobbing voice. You were fighting with the purpose of tricking Wang Qingge into going to the party today. If he wasn't strong enough on his own, would you still do what you're doing now? Would you still want to invite him to dinner? Xian, you? Zhang Ruping was startled by her daughter's words, so she didn't know, for a moment, what to say, because today, it was really her own fault in the first place. After a moment of silence, Zhang Ruping whispered, Mom, at that time, didn't she also think that he was lying to you? Mom did it for your sake too. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, that's why Mom wanted to treat him to a meal. Having said that, Han Jixuan was still sad. Mom, but I just think about how sorry I am to even face him again when we're like this today. Mom, what do you think I should do now? Will he already know what we brought him to the party today for? When she saw her daughter, she suddenly cried, and Zhang Rupiying was heartbroken, and she held her in her arms. It's okay, kid, he definitely doesn't know, and I see Wang Qingge like this. He's not a person who holds grudges. As long as we, in the future, treat him with sincerity, then Mom is sure it will be fine. Really? Mom? Han Jishuan was really sad at this point. Zhang Rupiying did the same, because she had almost harmed Wang Qingge today, as well as her own daughter. So now that she thought about it herself, she felt a little chill up her back. But this thing had already happened, and it was useless to talk about anything else, so she could only do her best to pacify her daughter. Yes, daughter, Mom believes he's not like that. As long as we're true to him in the future, then what happened today is nothing at all. Wang Qingge, who had left, naturally didn't know what was going on with Han Jishuan and her mom at this time. Even if he knew the truth, knew the real purpose of Zhang Rupiying, inviting him to the party today, then he wouldn't hold it against them or anything. On the contrary, he'd thank them, because if it were not for them, how could he have accomplished the task that the system had given him? So the worries of Han Jishuan and her mom were completely superfluous. Unfortunately, neither of them knew just what the other was thinking. Wang Qingge quickly got on the subway, and then when he got to the neighborhood of his home, he went to buy some more vegetables to go back. By the time he got home, it was right around 7 o'clock in the evening, and it had been several hours since he had gone out in the afternoon. As soon as he got home, he took a break and started cooking. He was busy for the next hour until he had made 2 simple dishes. After the food was ready, he still habitually called Su Ruoxuan to come out to eat with him. Su Ruoxuan hadn't come out of her room in the hour or so he had been back, and Wang Qingge thought she was sleeping. It was only after he called out to her that Su Ruoxian came out of the room. At this point, though, Su Ruoxian looked like something was wrong, like she was unhappy. Wang Qingge didn't know what was wrong with her, so she didn't ask much, but just asked her if she wanted to eat together. But she didn't say much, just went off to get her own food. As for Su Ruoxuan at this moment, the reason why she was like this was because she thought that Wang Qingge and Han Jishuan were both together. Why did Su Ruoxuan think this way? The reason was entirely because, when she was at the scene today, Han Jishuan had posted the matter of Wang Qingge playing on the stage to her circle of friends. Then Su Ruoxuan saw Han Jishuan posting this friend circle and assumed that the two of them were together. Plus this morning, Wang Qingge had asked Su Ruoxuan if Han Jishuan had invited her to the party. At that time, Su Ruoxuan did not think that there was nothing wrong with this, plus Han Jishuan was really not calling her, so she, at that time, didn't take Wang Qingge's words to heart. It wasn't until mid-afternoon, when Su Ruoxuan saw a friend's circle posted by her best friend, Wang Qingge, since she was where she was, that she remembered these things. It turned out that today, the two of them were going on a date, so it's no wonder that in the morning, Wang Qingge asked her if Han Jishuan had asked her to go to the party. Dare it turn out to be the two of them ran off on a date only. No wonder Han Jishuan did not call her. So that's how it was. And when Su thought the two of them were together, she was a little upset and felt like she was being cheated on. Although the person that Su Ruoxuan liked was not Wang Qingge, when she thought about it, Wang Qingge was sharing a room with her. Now that she was being picked up by her best friend, and the two of them were hiding it from her, she was a little upset. It's fine for you guys to be in a relationship, but don't hide it from her. After all, the two of you, one is her best friend and the other is her shared tenant. With these two relationships in place, and the two of them still hiding the fact that they were together from her, Su Ruoxian just didn't feel good. In fact, there is another reason why Su was a bit upset. That is, if there was no gray wolf, then Wang Qingge would definitely be one of the standard candidates for her Su Ruoxuan's choice of spouse. Because not only does Wang Qingge know music and piano and such, but more importantly, he cooks well. So if there wasn't a gray wolf suddenly appearing, then Su Ruoxian would definitely consider Wang Qingge as well. But it's different now, because there's a guy named Grey Wolf, who has completely captivated Su Ruoxuan, making it impossible for her to get attached to anyone else. She was now preoccupied with the masked singer, Grey Wolf. Although I don't know who is he really, but Su Ruoxian is really in love with that Grey Wolf. So, if there were no Grey Wolves, then Wang Qingge would definitely let Su Ruoxuan have the possibility to consider it as well. That's why she was, well, upset. Chapter 149 South State TV. It's just that Su Ruoxuan, she probably never would have imagined that the Grey Wolf she had been thinking about in her heart was right in front of her eyes right now. But these were things she was not destined to know until the true identity of the Grey Wolf was revealed. Back in reality, at the dinner table, she finally couldn't resist, so she had to ask, "Are you two together?" Su Ruoxuan suddenly gave Wang Qingda such a whole sentence, which also made him, for a moment, confused, not knowing what she meant by that. What? Wang Qingda, who really couldn't figure out the meaning of Su Ruoxuan's words, could only ask, what, the two of us are together? Who am I with? It was only Wang Qingda's answer that made Su Ruoxuan think that he was playing dumb. Stop pretending, I already know, okay? What's the point of pretending about something like that? If you're together, you're together, there's no need to hide it from anyone else. The more Ruoxuan Su said this, the more Wang Qingda wondered what she really meant. No, Wakefield, have you misunderstood something? Why do you keep saying weird things? Where am I with anyone? Seeing that Wang Qingda was still pretending to be crazy, so Su Ruoxuan simply picked a fight as well. Aren't you and Jixuan together? When was it between you two? It hasn't been long since we met, and you decided to get together so quickly. Ah, this time, Wang Qingda finally understood what exactly Su Ruoxuan was talking about. But when had he been with Han Jixuan? And how did Su Ruoxuan think that he was with her? In order to not let the other party continue to misunderstand, Wang Qingda hurriedly said, No, Ruoxuan, where did you see me with Han Jixuan? No, you don't frame people, okay? Still lying, aren't you? Seeing Wang Qingda repeatedly deny it, Su Ruoxuan was also a bit upset. So this time, she directly took out her cell phone and showed Wang Qingda the circle of friends that Han Jixuan had sent. And don't you dare say that you two aren't together, are you? Then why did you two go on a date? As for Wang Qingda, it was only then that he finally understood the whole story. Dare I say it was Su Ruoxuan who misunderstood, because a friend circle posted by Han Jixuan made her give the wrong impression that the two of them were together. No, Wakey, you've got it all wrong. The two of us really don't have anything going on. This whole thing today, it's not like we're going on a date, we're just going to a music party. It's as simple as that. Where are we together? Just went to a music party? Su Ruoxian was, obviously, somewhat disbelieving. Since it's just a music party, then why didn't Jixuan call me? Well, how should I know? Wang Qingda was indeed unclear as to why Han Jixuan today didn't ask Su Ruoxuan to go with her. However, he thought that it was probably because Su Ruoxuan didn't know any musical instruments. That's why Han Jixuan didn't ask her to join him. It's probably because you don't know how to play an instrument. That's why she didn't ask you to come along. Wang Qingda spoke out what he himself thought might come. But, Wakey, you are really misunderstanding us. I really don't have anything with her. Han Jixuan today. The reason why she asked me to go to this music party is just because I can play. Otherwise, she couldn't have called me. You can ask her yourself if you don't believe me. Seeing Wang Qingda, who didn't look like he was lying, Su Ruoxuan slowly believed him. It was something that perhaps, really, she herself had misunderstood the two of them. Forget it, it doesn't affect me in any way if you guys are together or not. Just let it go. But Wang Qingda, if you really like Jixuan, then tell me. Maybe I can help in some way. Ha. Hearing this, Wang Qingda just laughed and didn't continue to say more on this matter. Soon after, the two talked about some other things and finished eating. The next time, it's rest. Wang Qingda was indeed tired enough today, so he laid down on the bed and fell asleep. On the second day, Wang Qingda was dealing with the novel when a phone call suddenly came in. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, he didn't want to answer it, but this number, it called several times in a row, so finally he, as a last resort, answered it. Hello, are you Grey Wolf? The Grey Wolf contestant on the Masked Singer show. As soon as the phone was connected, a female voice on the other side asked him directly if he was a Grey Wolf. This matter made Wang Qingda startled up. He did not know who the other party was, and how did he know his phone number? So Wang Qingda, all of a sudden, became a bit wary. Who are you? How did you know my phone number? But the other, instead of answering him this, had the excitement to ask, so you really are the Grey Wolf? Who the hell are you? What the hell do you want? I'll hang up if you don't tell me. Wang Qingda saw that the other party didn't answer his words, so he directly gave the final order. This time, the other didn't ignore his words anymore either. It's like this, Grey Wolf. We're from Southern State TV and we called over to see you today. Just wanted to ask if you're interested in coming to our show. It was only then that Wang Qingda realized what the other party was, and it turned out to be someone from Southern State TV. Wang Qingda, however, couldn't be the least bit interested in whatever program they were putting on, so he just rejected it. Oh, so that's how it is. Sorry, I'm not really interested in your program. No, Grey Wolf, just hear me out for a second, okay? It'll be quick, it'll just take you a minute or two. After hearing Wang Qingda say that he wasn't interested in their program, the other party got a little anxious. However, Wang Qingda felt that there was nothing wrong with listening to it. Then tell me quickly. Aha! The other party got straight to the point and explained. Grey Wolf, we have a program on Southern State TV called Love on Earth. The purpose of our program is simple. We want to help those who are in need. Like yes, little kids who grow up with all kinds of diseases are one of the targets of our program. This program of ours is very simple. We want to gain support from the community through the influence of well-known people from all walks of life, so that we can go and help more people. So our program, we'd like to invite you to join us, and we were wondering if you'd like to? Well, I'll think about it. After hearing this flip-flop, Wang Qingge didn't hesitate at all and excused herself by thinking about it. Chapter 150 Class Reunion, because he really wasn't interested in, what's this show? Let's not talk about whether or not he's willing to go, even if he is. Will the Masked Singer program agree to let him go? So this matter, Wang Qingge didn't even need to think about it. It was definitely unrealistic, but the other party didn't seem to be dead in the water, so he continued to persuade. Grey Wolf, how about you think about it? Our program is really in need of someone like you. It only takes someone like you with enough clout to come to our show to get more people to know about it, so that we can, to help more people, to help them through. Seeing that the other party was still talking non-stop, Wang Qingge was not in the mood to listen any further. Okay, I know. I'll think about this, and I'll contact you when I've thought it through. That's it. After saying that, Wang Qingge didn't wait for the other party to say anything else before hanging up the phone directly. Wang Qingge, who hung up the phone, was a little confused as to how the other party knew his phone number. Is it hard to believe that the people from the Masked Singer program, themselves, didn't give it to them? This is obviously a bit unrealistic, right? However, the fact that these people had suddenly come to him had made Wang Qingge a little curious about this, the Southern State TV program, so he immediately went online to find out what kind of program this Southern State TV's Love on Earth program was. Slightly tilted, after Wang Qingge's understanding, he knew what kind of program this Southern State TV's Love on Earth program was. This is a program that focuses on people in need, such as those who are terminally ill or who cannot afford treatment. All of these are on the program's list of concerns, especially the little ones, which the program is concerned about and helps the most. It's just that the intentions of the show, while good, the reality doesn't work out so well. It's also been over a year since this program was started, and they've really helped a lot of people in that year or so, but that's always just a drop in the bucket and doesn't do much because so few people in the community pay attention to the program. So the intentions of the show, while good, have just been a bit lukewarm. That's why this Southern State TV program, Love on Earth, is in desperate need of influential people to attend, right? And isn't he, Wang Qingge, the best candidate for the show right now? He has been two issues on The Masked Singer, a hit, so that countless people know him. So if he were to go on this program, would he be afraid that no one would pay attention to it? That's why they're looking for Wang Qingge, right? After watching some of this program, Wang Qingge himself was somewhat admiring them, but by the end of it, he knew he was even less likely to go on the show. Because of what? Because there are people he knows on this show, too. Wang Qingge had an elder sister, Wang Mengxian, in addition to his second sister, Wang Xuedong. His eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, was only a few years older than the two of them, but she had long since inherited the family estate. Now Wang Mengxian is a top person in a pharmaceutical company, so she has been doing charity work for a long time. Especially this time, Wang Mengxian was a strong supporter of the Southern State TV's Love on Earth program, so she's kind of like one of the founders of the Love on Earth program. Knowing this, how dare Wang Qingge go to this program? If his big sister Wang Mengxian hadn't been there, then he might have considered it, but now that he knew his big sister was also where he was, what's the point of thinking about it? He's got nothing better to do, right? Always making himself face his family in a hidden identity. Therefore, after knowing that his big sister Wang Mengxian was also one of the supporters of this program, Wang Qingge was directly uninterested. He broke right off any thought of going to the program. The show is good, but he can't go on it. Let's just hope they can find someone else with influence and then help the show out, and help those in need too. But thinking about this, Wang Qingge had some guesses at once. He seemed to know what kind of person had leaked his contact information. The person who leaked his contact information couldn't be his second sister, Wang Xuedong, could it? Is there that possibility that the Love on Earth program has been getting very little attention? So his eldest sister asked his second sister to ask for Wang Qingge's contact information, wanting to invite him to the programs? It wasn't impossible, but Wang Qingge didn't put too much stock in it. He wouldn't go anyway, not to mention the Masked Singers program. Agreed or not, even if agreed, he himself did not want to go. Having made up his mind, Wang Qingge, he stopped thinking about this matter and continued to deal with the matter of the Diablo Dome. Now that the Dobao Sangdao, Xiao Yan but has entered the Magic Beast Forest, and then is about to meet with Yun Yun, so countless readers are very much looking forward to the next plot. In this critical moment, Wang Qingge naturally will not let the readers disappointed. For this reason, he directly redeemed more than 30 chapters out, ready to go all the way up in one go. By the time he finished updating, it was mid-afternoon, and just then, another call came in. He thought it was, again, someone from South State TV who had hit him, and realized at a glance that it wasn't them. It's a brand new phone number. Hello? He picked up anyway. Wang Qingge, is that you? As soon as he answered the phone, the person on the other side asked for his name straight away, and hearing the other person's voice, he instantly knew who it was. The person on the other end of the phone, not someone else as exactly the last time. In the airport to see a side of the old classmate Shin Fei. Wang Qingge to Shin Fei. Why know about his phone? Is also the same, very shocked, not in the least behind. The South State TV people. Shin Fei, how did you know my number? After knowing it was him, Wang Qingge asked dryly. But Shin Fei was on top of things, like a bit of a grudge. You're still talking. How did you change your old number? Even if you changed it, why don't you even say hello? Causing me to look for you for 2 days, you know? Ah, no? After hearing the other party, looking for him for 2 days, Wang Qingge was a bit incredulous. Why would I lie to you? I really searched for you and didn't know your phone number, and finally found it with great difficulty, you know? But it's a good thing that we're finally looking for you, kid. Otherwise that would have been the end of it. Listening to the other party's tone, it sounded like there was something important going on. Shen Fei, what's wrong? It's nothing, didn't I tell you last time? Our classmates are going to have a party. Chapter 151 East Lake Villa. Party. Hearing this, Wang Qingge remembered. Indeed, after meeting at the airport last time, when he was leaving, Shin Fei did tell him, yeah, Wang Qingge, our classmates are going to gather at the East Lake Villa tonight. Remember to come, okay? The fact that there was going to be a party tonight was indeed a bit too sudden for Wang Qingge, but I can't blame people for that, who told him to find out about it only now. In fact, whether it was a party or not was not that important to the current Wang Qingge, because he had long since ceased to be the same person he was at the beginning, so he can go if he wants to, or not if he doesn't. But this Shin Fei guy, it was as if he had to go. Wang Qingge, you remember to come. It's going to start at 7 or so don't be late for me, otherwise you won't be spared. That's all. I'll be in touch if anything happens. After Shin Fei finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Wang Qingge didn't come back to her senses until the other party hung up the phone. Seriously, a party like this was something he would have hated to go to. For one thing, it didn't mean much to him, and for another, he was a little worried that it would be a bit of a hassle to see Yan Ranran when the time came. So, he'd better take a look and decide. It was just that after considering it all afternoon, Wang Qingge finally decided that she would go to see it. After all, since he himself already possessed this identity, there should be an obligation to do something previous for this identity, and naturally there was no problem with a little thing like a party, so he came anyway. It was almost 7 o'clock when Wang Qingge finally arrived at the East Lake Villa. East Lake Villa, in Jiangcheng, is also very famous. Here both day and night are many tourists to play. Of course, the place where they had their class reunion was naturally wrapped up independently. The place where Wang Qingge and the others were gathering was in an ancient building in the East Lake Villa, which had been chartered by their classmates tonight. As soon as he arrived, he was instantly greeted by many of his old classmates that he hadn't seen in some time. Yo, look who's here, everybody. As soon as Wang Qingge arrived, someone called out directly, and then the others also looked at him. Tang Jian, you brat. The guy he shouted up as soon as he walked in the door was named Tang Jian. This guy, Tang Jian, was pretty much the same as Wang Qingge when he was in college, except he was slightly better than Wang Qingge, but that was pretty much it. So Tang Jian, who also belonged to the kind of person with a big grin, was naturally happy to see someone who was once similar to himself now. Ha ha, Wang Qingge, you kid, I thought you weren't coming. Tang Jian walked towards him with a ha ha. Then there were a couple of students, too, who came over to him. I'm not late, am I? After meeting him, Wang Qingge subconsciously asked. No, you think you're the latest. There's still a good number of people who haven't arrived yet. Damn, Shin Fei and Yan Ranran. These people, none of them have arrived yet. After telling Wang Qingge to ask about it, Tang Jian became a bit disgruntled. At this time another classmate spoke up. Fatty Tang, you dare to talk about Shin Fei and Yan Ranran and them now? People are now assumed to be boss and another that's a national goddess. It's a good thing you were lucky in your past life to be allowed to wait for them, you know? Otherwise, a national goddess like Yan Ranran, it's your turn to wait for her? Not to mention being classmates with her. So what? Tang Jian was still a bit unconvinced. I don't care how scenic they are outside. We're just classmates today. Who dares to put on airs? Seeing that the two were talking a bit excitedly, Wang Qingge hurriedly rounded up the conversation. Alright Tang Jian, Chen Feiyu, you two stop talking. We'll just wait. It was only after Wang Qingga's persuasion that the two, Tang Jian and Chen Feiyu, didn't continue. Wang Qingga also, one by one, looked at the students who had already come. That class of theirs, there were more than 50 of them at the time, only now those who are here are just 30 or so. There were about 24 others, and I don't know if they hadn't arrived yet, or if something had prevented them from coming. It's just that those things, he doesn't bother and doesn't want to ask more questions. Soon 7 o'clock arrived, during which several more students came one after another, but none of them were Xinfei and Yan Ranran, just as everyone was saying them. Why haven't they come yet? Suddenly a loose sports car drove by. Hearing the roar of the sports car, everyone followed it out to see it. Then all that was seen was a red sports car, parked where it was. After seeing the sports car, many of the students brightened up and were able to drive a sports car. Between their classmates, there was no one else except Xinfei and Yan Ranran. Soon, the scissor door was opened, and a pair of long black silk legs were lowered right above it. Wow! Xia Ran, why did you come over with Xinfei? Seeing this, some female classmates were, on the other hand, very envious and walked forward. This classmate called Xia Ran was also quite beautiful. Her Jingli was only a little bit worse than Yan Ranran, so at that time in school, Xia Ran was also the class flower level existence. Now that they saw it again, after she came in Xinfei's car, some female classmates were simply envious. As for some of the male students, at this time, they had a black face, because the limelight had been stolen by this Xinfei guy. As for Xia Ran, she was also crowded by many female classmates and finally got out of the car before Xinfei came down from the car. Seeing Xinfei get off the bus, the others also walked over to him, and Wang Qingga had no choice but to follow over to greet him. Tang Jian was the first and issued a cross-examination of Xinfei. Xinfei, your kid is good. I really didn't expect that Xia Ran, the flower of the class, was all picked up by you. Ha ha, no, don't talk nonsense. Xinfei just laughed and said, on the contrary, it was Xia Ran. When she heard this, she walked straight over. Fatty Tang, what are you babbling about? I just didn't get a cab before I asked Xinfei to give me a ride along the way. Yeah, just taking a ride along. There were definitely not many people who believed Xia Ran's explanation, but that was none of everyone's business. People are just taking this and making jokes between classmates. After Xinfei got out of the car, he swept his eyes over the crowd before asking, what? Yan Ranran hasn't arrived yet? Nope. Hearing him ask about Yan Ranran, Chen Feiyu couldn't help but ask, Yan Ranran shouldn't be not coming, right? Unlikely, Xinfei said in disbelief. I called her. She said she would definitely come over. Probably. It's still on its way. Let's just wait and see. Xinfei then met with the others, all of them, before he walked over to Wang Qingga. Thought, you wouldn't come? Seeing him ask this, Wang Qingga also smiled and returned. How could it be? Chapter 152, the last to arrive. We all get together once in a while, so naturally we won't be absent if we can come. Ha ha. Also, Xinfei patted him on the shoulder. However, this time I really spent a lot of time to find you. That's really embarrassing. Next time I change my number, I'll be sure to let everyone know. Aha, okay. Xinfei smiled again. Just then, another car drove up. A commercial vehicle. The car stopped, the door opened, and then a man got out. It wasn't necessary to say that this person was Yan Ranran. Everyone knew that she was Yan Ran. Today's Yan Ranran wore a black strapless dress with her hair pulled back. From the moment her high heels were placed on the floor, everyone's eyes were drawn to her. Ren, you finally arrived. After seeing Yan Ranran, Xinfei was the first to go forward to greet him. The others who watched that were envious. However, that couldn't be helped. Who told them that none of them were as powerful as Xinfei and not as rich as the other party? Xinfei went forward and tried to stroke Yan Ranran's hand, but Yan Ranran subconsciously refused upon seeing it. But Xinfei wasn't embarrassed and continued to ask, Ran, are you delayed by something? Sort of, Yan Ranran coldly replied back. She kind of didn't want to pay attention to Xinfei. In fact, she really didn't want to pay attention to Xinfei, because the last time he lied to her, Yan Ranran had been unable to forget. Ren, it was good that at this time, Xia Ran and the rest of them, the female ones, walked over to Yan Ranran, only to alleviate Xinfei, the embarrassment of having been rejected all the time. Wang Qingga saw Xinfei and Yan Ranran, the two of them at this time, a little incomprehensible up. Aren't they in love? What's going on now? It's hard to believe that the two of them had a fight or something. Wang Qingga, who didn't know the situation of the prop book, didn't want to think about it anymore. After all, Yan Ranran has, and he doesn't have much to do with him. The two have long been separated. Who she was in love with, what she was in trouble with, none of that mattered to him anymore. Despite this, however, When Yan Ranran was in the crowd and saw Wang Qingge, the other party's eyes still, somewhat darkened. It was only that Wang Qingge didn't know about these things. Soon, the gathering of these classmates of theirs began, and this time there were a dozen or so who were absent, and all the others who could come had already come. They started with a barbecue, eating and stuff, and a conversation about where everyone went to work after graduation. What is the work thing again? Is it tiring or not? Is it good to do all this? Anyway, 7 or 8 of everything, either that or singing and such, especially Yan Ranran, who was asked by her classmates to sing 2 songs. Wang Qingge listened. Yan Ranran sang. Her voice was indeed very good, not bad for a budding musical genius. Then everyone chatted and talked about Wang Qingge's body. No, it should be Grey Wolf's body, because now the Grey Wolf, but has reached the point where everyone knows, so they students are no exception, especially after they all knew that the Grey Wolf was their classmate. Those of them were likewise very curious to know who the Grey Wolf was, so everyone took this opportunity to ask Yan Ranran if she knew who the Grey Wolf was or not, but unfortunately, Yan Ranran herself was unaware of it. In the end, with all of them classmates guessing and speculating one by one, they decided that the Grey Wolf might not be in their class. In fact, Yan Ranran herself had known this for a long time. She just didn't know yet exactly which class the Grey Wolf was from and who it was. For a moment, the crowd, who had no way of guessing who the Grey Wolf was, quickly changed the subject again. After all, it's not like they're here to guess anyone's identity. Just as they were all playing, thankfully, suddenly another student came along. Hi, since I'm late. As everyone was playing, a sweet voice suddenly appeared. Everyone looked over after hearing the voice. You, what took you so long? Upon seeing this person, Yan Ranran was the first to run over. This classmate who had only arrived at this time. Wang Qingge knew that her name was Li Yeye, and she was also a pretty good girl. Moreover, she was very familiar with Yan Ranran when she was in school, but that wasn't the point. What really made the crowd feel that Li Yeye was different. She had fallen boldly in love in college, and it was the kind that was open to the public. Li Yeye's romance wasn't like Wang Qingge and Yan Ranran's at that time, which was carried out secretly. So not many people knew that Wang Qingge and Yan Ranran had been in love before, but Li Yeye was different. She was open about her relationship to everyone, so everyone knew about her. As we all know, Li Yeye was already in college with her boyfriend, and they were very much in love. It's just that right now, everyone feels like things are a little off, because since it was only Li Yuyu herself who came, and since her boyfriend didn't come, how come her boyfriend didn't come with her? Her boyfriend, too, came from the same class, so it can't be just Li Yeye. How come the two of them didn't come together? Is it possible that they broke up? This was, at this time, just one more subconscious thought that everyone had when they saw Li Yuyu. Soon, Yan Ranran helped them ask the confusion in their hearts. Yu, why are you the only one here? Where's Lin Tian? Why didn't he come with you? He's so relieved to let you come by yourself. Ha, not afraid you'll be picked up by someone else? Ha, Yan Ranran's words amused Li Yeye, as well as the others. It was only then that Li Yeye returned. No, I didn't. Lin Tian, he's busy with work and didn't have time to come over, so he let me come by myself. Oh, so that's it. After hearing Li Yeye's answer, they realized the truth. It turned out that Lin Tian was just busy with work, and the two of them were fine. Li Yeye's arrival didn't cause too much of a problem. Everyone was just a little curious about her boyfriend not showing up at the beginning. It didn't take long for everyone to forget about it. However, Wang Qingge soon realized that this Li Yeye, since she was at the party, was drinking. If you want to talk about drinking, Yan Ranran and Xia Ran and the rest of them, they will drink some too. But Yan Ranran and the girls, obviously, didn't drink as much as Li Yeye. Li Yeye acted like she had fallen out of love, or something else. But anyway, there was the suspicion that alcohol was used to paralyze her. Seeing this situation, Wang Qingge instantly knew that there was something wrong with this Li Yeye, so he was starting to get skeptical about what she was saying. Was her boyfriend, Lin Tian, really not here because of work? Chapter 153. Is she okay? Or was it something else? Is it possible that Luna Li lied to them all? Wang Qingge's next son created such a suspicion in his mind to come. However, such a thought was just a flash of light and he didn't put it too much on his mind. After all, that was someone else's business. Where did he care so much? That's why Wang Qingge was also quick, just like the others, to forget about Li Yeye. And so the party continued, and after an hour or two everyone had pretty much had their fun. The barbecue, too, has been burned for food by them I don't know how many times. Some students, too, couldn't stand the loneliness, so they left the crowd to go out early in the morning and see the sights. Time has come. Wang Qingge is also with the classmates. The words that should be said should not say some of the words. Soon, he went off on his own to a place where no one was looking for some quiet time. It's so loud with everyone. It's like my ears don't stop. Looking at the beauty of the East Lake at night, Wang Qingge felt a lot of emotions inside. Half a month had passed since he came here. As of now, it was going well, I guess, but he wasn't sure if it would remain the same in the days to come. Maybe there would be big trouble waiting for him in the days to come as well. Gollum, Gollum. He took a few sips of the drink in his hand, then turned to leave. But right after he turned around, his entire body froze as someone came behind him without a sound. Yan Ranran was like this, standing a meter away from him. After he turned around, she looked at Wang Qingge with a very complicated look. Wang Qingge really didn't expect that Yan Ranran would suddenly appear behind him, so his heart showed some lies and confusion. The breeze blew from behind her, picking up more than just her long, fluttering hair, but also the scent of her body. Smelling the flavor coming from Yan Ranran's body, Wang Qingge had a feeling that he had returned, once the two of them were together. However, he soon shook those feelings out of his mind. After all, the two had been separated long ago, and he wasn't the man he once was. There would be no need, then, to think about the trivialities of the past. It's just that she's still just as beautiful now as she was before, and you can't help but look at her just as much as you want to. Now that this situation was delicate, Wang Qingge was a bit unsure of how to break the deadlock and avoid an awkward atmosphere. Well, she was the first to speak. What brings you here alone? Oh, people were talking a little too much, so I thought I'd come over and clear the air. Wang Qingge laughed a little. I think so. After all, we haven't seen each other for almost as long, and we do talk a little too much. After Yan Ranran finished, Wang Qingge did not pick up because he did not know what he should say to her, but Yan Ranran was, apparently, the one who hadn't finished. Is she okay? She suddenly asked such a sentence. At first, Wang Qingge really didn't know, but soon he realized who she was asking. Yan Ranran was just asking about Su Ruoxuan. After all, the last time she was at the airport, she bumped into Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan, so she must have thought that he was with Rachel Sui. Aha, okay, thanks. Knowing who the other party was asking about, he also knew that she must have misunderstood them, but Wang Qingge didn't feel the need to explain anything to her. After all, the two were just ordinary friends now, and what he was with, these were naturally beyond the control of others. Thought, you'd bring her along, like Song Yuan and the others. Ha! Hearing this, Wang Qingge just giggled and didn't answer again. Let's go. It's windy over here. Not wanting to continue to face Yan Ranran, he only wanted to get out of here. So in 2 steps, he was behind her, but just then, only her voice came again from behind him. Me and him, it's not what you think. Hearing this, he stopped but did not turn around, and could only feel that Yan Ranran had turned back to look at him. Yan Ranran's words, Wang Qingge herself knew exactly what she was saying. She was just telling him about her relationship with Xin Fei. Just now Wang Qingge really didn't want to ask too much. Still, both have separated. You do what you do, he does what he does. It's all about the freedom of each. Yan Ranran herself likewise, was the same. How she wanted to explain to Wang Qingge that she really had nothing to do with Xin Fei, but just as the words came out of her mouth and she tried to explain, she couldn't. It wasn't really that she couldn't say it, but she herself felt that it really wasn't that necessary. I guess, because she also knew that the two of them had long since had nothing to do with each other. So what was the point of talking to him about it now? Is he still expected to come back around? That's obviously not very realistic. Even if he was willing to come back, would she accept it at this point? That's also impossible. So the words that wanted to explain, by the time they reached Yan Ranran's mouth, they could no longer be said. Besides, she knew that Wang Qingge had already found someone else, so even if she found someone else as well, it had nothing to do with him, right? After Wang Qingge stopped, he thought that she would say something more to him, but he didn't hear anything for a long time. Yan Ranran also, suddenly did not want to explain after, really do not know what to say, so finally can only come with him. Be good to her. I think she's a nice girl. Don't ever do what you did before. Thanks, I will. Wang Qingge only expressed his gratitude for her words and didn't have anything extra, and so the two went on, misunderstanding each other, for neither of them would say a word more. The reason for the current situation is perhaps that both sides feel they are, somewhat, unable to face each other. After all, once you really face it, it's not only the present person you're facing, but also those pasts of each other. So both of them, simply chose not to face it anymore, just as they are now. Hey, what are you two doing there? Blowing off steam. Come back and eat watermelon. Just when the scene was a bit tense and at a loss for words, Xin Fei and the others finally appeared and disrupted everything. It also brings them both back to reality. So with that, the two rejoined the group. This brief meeting between the two was over in just a few short minutes. Just like this, rejoining the group, Wang Qingge continued to follow the crowd around for a bit until after 10 o'clock. It was only then that he felt that he had spent enough time together today, and that it was time to leave. And there are a few classmates, because of temporary matters, so one step earlier they went back yet. He was naturally not the only one who had the same idea as Wang Qingge, and the words about wanting to leave now were spoken by someone else before him. Chapter 154 He's dying. Only Li Yeye suddenly stood up and said to everyone, "Sorry classmates, I still have something to do. Why don't I go back first?" Ah, that fast? After hearing that Li Yeye was leaving, everyone was a bit surprised, and Li Yeye was embarrassed. "I'm really sorry, I do have something else going on at home. I won't be able to stay with you all any longer, so you guys keep playing and I'll be sure to spend more time with you all when we get together again." Seeing Li Yeye say this, everyone knew that she had to go, but unexpectedly, after Li Yeye had just finished speaking to leave, Yan Ranran also stood up. You, in that case, I'll have the driver give you a ride first. I also happen to have something to rush back to take care of. People didn't expect that Yan Ranran would also be leaving, so some of the male students, for a while, lost their minds a bit, and after Liu you saw Yan Ranran say that she wanted to send her back. Her expression was very resistant. "No need Ranran, you're so busy, how can I ask you to give me a ride? I'll just take the subway back." You, why are you still polite with me? Let's go. I'll send you back first. Ren, there's really no need, this is too much trouble. If you have something to do, go back first. It could be seen that Li Yeye was not aware of what the reason was, so she had repeatedly postponed Yan Ranran's good intentions, and Yan Ranran too. The more Li Yeye delayed, the more she insisted on sending her back, so the two of them, in a hurry, said goodbye to everyone and left. Only after Yan Ranran and Li Yeye left for a few minutes did Wang Qingge bid farewell to everyone. Although some students had strong opinions about some, Wang Qingge left. Leaving the crowd, Wang Qingge went back alone by himself as he walked in the direction of the subway. After walking for a short time, he was passing a section of the road when he suddenly heard someone crying. When you hear someone crying, it's more or less common for an individual to be a little curious and take a look or something. So he, too, looked toward the source of the sound, and the person crying was a woman. She crouched under a tree on the side of the road, crying sadly as she made a phone call. Such a thing, if it is usual, then look at it will be fine. After all, that is someone else. Other people are also very difficult to control it. But just as Wang Qingge wanted to leave, he realized how this person was so familiar. So he stopped and looked a few more times, but still wasn't sure. Only at this time, Wang Qingge, however, could not walk, but slowly walked towards the man. He just wanted to see this person, whether he recognized him or not. When Wang Qingge came closer, he could already see more clearly and the sound was clear enough to hear. "Luna Li, why are you here?" That's right. The one squatting here and crying is no one else but Li Yeye, who has already left with Yan Ranran. Just how Wang Qingge did not expect that she would be here and cried. As for Li Yeye, after similarly hearing someone calling her, she gave a jolt and immediately stood up. Wang Qingge, how come it's you?" After Li Yu stood up, she was surprised to see that it was Wang Qingge. She hurriedly wiped her tears, like she didn't want her old classmate to see her falling down. But what Wang Qingge cared about right now wasn't whether or not she fell forced. "Li Yeye, didn't you leave with Yan Ranran? Why are you still here? Where is Yan Ranran?" Wang Qingge's next conscious thought was that it wasn't Yan Ranran who had left Li Yeye here, that the other party was crying. But he was wrong about Yan Ranran. Things weren't like that, Li Yeye herself explained. "No, I was too embarrassed to ask Ren for a ride, so I let her go first." "Oh, so that's it." Hearing this, Wang Qingge looked like he understood this, but he was more worried about Li Yeye crying here. "Li Yeye, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying here? Did something happen?" No. After hearing Wang Qingge ask why she was crying here, Li Yeye explained with a flustered expression. It was just that Wang Qingge had long since taken in her state. Seeing her like this now, Wang Qingge instantly associated all of her circumstances and wrongness when she met Li Yeye today. At once, he was sure that this Li Yeye definitely had something to hide from everyone. Plus, since she so strongly refused Yan Ranran to send her back to these, Wang Qingge was then basically certain that something had definitely happened to her. "Li Yeye, is there something you're hiding from everyone?" "No, what are you babbling about? Where am I hiding something from everyone? You're still sophomoric." Seeing that she was still unwilling to speak, Wang Qingge became a bit angry, and she was also startled for a moment by Wang Qingge's words. "Li Yeye, although I don't know what happened to you, if you still consider me a classmate, please tell me, maybe in case I can help you with something, and don't worry, it's just you and me here. Whatever you say to me, as long as there is no consent from you, then I will absolutely divulge one iota of it to anyone." Hearing Wang Qingge's words, Li Yaya couldn't hold herself back any longer, only to see tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, rolling down drop by drop. What's wrong? Seeing her like this, Wang Qingge was also anxious with her. Woohoo! Li Yaya, on the other hand, cried out once again, and she said feebly as she tore her heart out. Lin Tian, he's dying. Oh, what? What happened to him? Lin Tian? Hearing her words, Wang Qingge realized that it was her boyfriend who had the accident. No wonder Li Yaya was the only one by herself who came to the party. He suspected then that there was something wrong with Li Yaya's claim that her boyfriend, who was too busy with work to come, was the reason. But I didn't expect it to turn out that her boyfriend, Lin Tian, really had a problem. Li Yaya, Lin Tian, what happened to him? Wang Qingge asked after him. This time, Li Yaya didn't hide anything from him anymore. Lin Tian, he found out that the cancer is terminal. The doctor said he only has 3 months left. What? Terminal cancer? Only 3 months to go. Although there had been speculation in his mind that something big might have happened to the other party, he never expected it to be something this desperate. Whoops. But just when Wang Qingge thought that Lin Tian was the only one who had an accident, Li Yaya once again cried with incomparable grief. And our 1-year-old baby, too, it's the same thing. Woohoo! Hearing this, Wang Qingge didn't come back to his senses for a while. Not that he couldn't come back to his senses, but he also had trouble believing Li Yaya's words, because it really was so serious that even he had a little trouble believing it. Chapter 155. Only one can be saved. Yours, baby? Wang Qingge asked cautiously, as this was indeed something that surprised him. He didn't realize that Li Yaya and Lin Tian already both had a child, and more importantly, it seemed that something had happened to their child now. Aha! Li Yuyu covered her mouth and cried. Our 1-year-old, who was also diagnosed with blood cancer, is in the ICU. This, Li Yaya's words once again startled Wang Qingge. It's not even a problem that Lin Tian has terminal cancer, but now since even their 1-year-old child has caught up with this kind of thing, such desperate things come to one person at the same time. I really don't know how she managed to push through it. Wang Qingge originally wanted to comfort people, but after hearing Li Yaya's words, he didn't even know how to open his mouth to comfort, because it's not something that can be changed with 1 or 2 comforting words. When this kind of thing comes up, it's almost like the sky is falling for most people. Wang Qingge now realizes how much Li Yaya has endured, even if her husband has terminal cancer. But why is it that even their newborn child has to suffer like this? What a desperate thing for a new mother to do. Something so big has happened. Why didn't you tell everyone? Wang Qingge, who really didn't know what to comfort, could only ask this. I wanted to tell everyone too, but Lin Tian wouldn't let me. Confused. Why won't he let it be said? How will we all know if you don't? How can we help you guys if we don't know? Wang Qingge at this moment was really having a big problem with Lin Tian. Something so big had happened, since he was hiding it from himself. If something happens to him on his own, he hides it. But now, even their 1-year-old, something had happened. So why was he hiding it? This was something that Wang Qingge really couldn't figure out and understand. So he had a big problem with Lin Tian's decision. Li Yaya cried. You should also know that Lin Tian, he's a very strong person. So he doesn't want everyone to see him like this. This guy, what time is it? Since he's still so strong? The more Wang Qingge listened, the more excessive she felt. And the next turn of phrase from Li Yaya re-questioned him. And Lin Tian also said that even if we tell everyone, how much can everyone help us? People just donate a little bit of money, but that really doesn't make much of a difference. Yes. Hearing this, Wang Qingge himself thought for a moment. Even if Li Yaya and the others told them about these students, how much can they help if something happens to their family? All people can do is donate some money and help them out. But there is basically very little hope for something as terminal as this, so he stopped blaming them. Maybe they just wanted some dignity for themselves and didn't have to beg too much. It was only at this moment that Wang Qingge completely understood the whole thing clearly. Why Li Yaya would avoid everyone so much. Even Yan Ranran, who wanted to send her back, was unwilling. Turns out, she just didn't want anyone to know about their current predicament, and being the first one who knew about their current situation, Wang Qingge was also a bit confused for a while. It's not clear what they should do to help theirs. The two were like that, silent for a while without speaking. Only in the end did Wang Qingge ask, Li Yaya, you burst into tears right here. Did something else happen? Aha! She choked out. Lin Tian said he doesn't have much time left for himself, so he just called over to tell me. He's going to give up the next treatments and make the rest of the money for our kids. Woohoo! You know what, Wang Qingge? Lin Tian and the child. I don't want to give them up. I can't accept it no matter who of them is gone. But now, I'm really out of options. Two must be able to save only one. Oh, what have I done wrong? Why did the heavens punish me like this? Why not just let me die and make me suffer like this? Li Yaya's mood at this time was very understandable to Wang Qingge. How could she choose between her husband and her child, when only one of them could be saved? This kind of thing, not to mention Li Yaya, even if it was himself. This happened to him, he could not make a choice. Both are equally important people. How do you want people to choose which one to give up? This kind of thing, I'm afraid there will never be a real answer, and the only viable solution would be to save both. But now, both are terminally ill, and the money needed to save one is more than they can afford. Not to mention it was still two people. So Li Yaya's current situation was something that Wang Qingge really understood very well. Seeing Li Yaya fall into a despairing expression, Wang Qingge was also unable to bear it. He wasn't a great man, but he would never see a former classmate so desperate in front of him, and not do anything about it. Let's go, Li Yaya. I'll go back with you to take a look. Wang Qingge, who really didn't know how to comfort her, finally decided to go back with her first and take a look. If it's a favor he can do, it's never postponed. It was only when Li Yaya heard his words that she snapped out of her crying. When she came back to her senses, she subconsciously refused after seeing Wang Qingge wanting to go back with her. No need, Wang Qingge. I'd better go back by myself. Thank you for your concern. I was just hoping that you could keep this to yourself for now, okay? Go away. What a time to be like this. When Wang Qingge saw that she was still going to refuse, he really wanted to give her a lecture, but thinking that she was under so much pressure right now, he ended up holding back. Me, Li Yaya startled Wang Qingge again, and she was a bit at a loss for words. You've already told me what happened. Can't I still go see Lin Tian and the others? Li Yaya, not knowing how to say no anymore, was also thinking that maybe they were wrong to choose not to tell everyone what happened. So this time, she stopped refusing. Well, that's fine. After seeing her agreement, Wang Qingge handed over a tissue. Wipe it off first. There are so many people in the subway later. Aha. Slightly tilted, Wang Qingge and Li Yaya both entered the subway and rushed in the direction of the hospital. The two said very little along the way, as both had heavy hearts. Li Yaya was worried about her family, while Wang Qingge was, on the other hand, unsure of what she should do next to better help their family. He wasn't sure what he, himself, could do, what he had to do to really help them. Chapter 156: The System That Owes You a Beating. The journey was not far, and in less than half an hour, Wang Qingge and Li Yaya had already arrived at the hospital. The two of them came directly to the ward, and after walking into the ward, Wang Qingge saw a person lying on the bed. He was Lin Tian, and at this moment, he should have slept through the night, so he didn't know that they had come. However, when she saw Lin Tian, Wang Qingge herself still had a bit of trouble believing it. This was because at this moment, since Lin Tian was skinny to the bone, the entire person looked like he only had bones and no flesh and blood. If he hadn't followed Li Yaya, then Wang Qingge wouldn't have recognized Lin Tian at all, much less know that this person in front of him was a former classmate. Along the way, he had also thought that Lin Tian's situation might be very bad right now, but in no way had he thought that it would be as bad as this. Seeing this situation, not to mention Li Yaya and their families, Wang Qingge had a hard time accepting it. As for Li Yaya, probably after letting Wang Qingge see her lover, now in this state, she once again couldn't help but shed tears. At this moment, Wang Qingge didn't even know what to say, how to comfort people. The two of them were like this, standing by Lin Tian's bedside in silence for a while before Li Yaya woke him up. Lin Tian, Lin Tian. Li Yaya gently shook the pale Lin Tian a few times before he woke up from his stupor. Little Moon, you're back, Lin Tian asked with a very hoarse voice after he woke up. Aha, I'm back. Is everyone okay? Am I the only one absent? It's fine, everyone is fine. Lin Tian, you don't have to worry. Seeing Lin Tian, who had woken up and was still so worried about his classmates, Wang Qingge's heart inexplicably ached again. He's already like this himself and has to worry so much about his classmates. And the fact that he was in trouble himself but was unwilling to tell everyone was really a bit hard for Wang Qingge to accept. That's right, Lin Tian. Take a quick look at who's here. Li Yaya opened her body sideways, allowing Wang Qingge behind her to appear in front of Lin Tian. The moment he saw Wang Qingge, Lin Tian didn't immediately think about it, and only after he looked at him for a few seconds did he say with great surprise, Wang Qingge, why you? Why did you come over? Lin Tian, it's me. Wang Qingge also stepped forward and looked at him and said. After seeing that it was Wang Qingge, Lin Tian looked at Li Yaya again. Luna, didn't I tell you not to tell everyone? Lin Tian, Wang Qingge interrupted. Luna Li, didn't tell anyone. It was only when I saw her crying on the road and pressed her that I found out about it. Luna, you. After hearing Wang Qingge's words and knowing that Li Yaya had cried on the way, Lin Tian revealed a difficult and worried look. Lin Tian, something so big has happened. Why didn't you tell everyone? Ha ha. At this time, facing Wang Qingge, Lin Tian no longer had a sad and painful expression, but rather, it was like he had returned to that time once upon a time, He giggled. I'm already like this anyway. It doesn't matter if I tell everyone or not. To this Wang Qingge, also speechless, do not know what to say. Just, when the words came, Lin Tian, who had originally been smiling the previous second, said hoarsely, it's okay if something happens to me, but our child, he's just under a year old. Wang Qingge, you know what? I am now. Toward the end, the words he couldn't say were replaced with tears. Men don't cry lightly, but in this current situation, Lin Tian really couldn't control it. So the two of them, again, were sad and in tears. Wang Qingge silently watched this, being truly at a loss as to how to comfort. After shedding tears, Lin Genius continued, anyway, the doctor said that my hope is already very small. If nothing else, it could be this 2 or 3 month thing, maybe less. So I've decided that I'm going to leave the hospital and go home tomorrow, and leave my last hope to our children. Oh, Lin Tian, I don't want it. Hearing Lin Tian's words again, Li Yeye couldn't hold back any longer and jumped onto him and cried bitterly. Wang Qingge could only dryly watch the two of them cry, but could do nothing. Li Yeye jumped on Lin Tian and cried for a while before Lin Tian touched her head. You, don't cry, go see how the baby is doing, right? Although she was sad, Li Yeye reluctantly stood up when she heard the baby's words. I'll go with you. Seeing that Li Yeye was going to see their child, Wang Qingge once again followed. Soon, the two of them arrived at the intensive care ward, and because Li Yeye, their child, was now in a serious condition, the two of them could only look through the glass. Looking at the hanging injection, peaceful sleeping child, Li Yeye tears are not stopped. Wang Qingge is naturally not a compassionate flavor, and there are quite a few more here who are in the same situation as Li Yeye and their children. It's all a variety of conditions that go into the ICU. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingge silently walked away because he didn't want to see this kind of thing, and he couldn't afford it. Boom! At a slight incline, there was a loud thumping sound from the hospital's bathroom, as if someone was kicking the door in hard. That was the truth. Wang Qingge hid in the bathroom. When he saw Lin Tian and his family like this, he really wanted to help them, and the first thing that came to his mind, that was the system he was carrying. Since it was customary for these system things to come with medical skills, Wang Qingge wanted to see if there was such a function in his system. If his system, too, had a divine medical skill or something, then if he exchanged it, wouldn't Lin Tian's and their illnesses be solved with a single shot? However, what Wang Qingge never expected was that this system of his had everything, but only lacked the thing of medical skills. So unable to pick up this reality for a moment, he threw his fist at the door so hard it barely dislodged it. For the first time, Wang Qingge appeared in a situation where she had a big opinion about the system, because something as important as medical skills, since it was not worthy, it can still be called a system. But reality, after all, was reality, and what wasn't there wouldn't be there even if he longed for it. So Wang Qingge was, for a moment, a bit at a loss as to what to do. Just when he didn't know what to do, he suddenly remembered the Southern State TV program that contacted him today. Isn't that program called Love on Earth, talking about helping people like Lin Tian and their current situation? Lin Tian and their situation. If the program Love on Earth knew about it, then they would definitely help, right? When he thought of this, Wang Qingge instantly seemed to have grabbed something, as he had thought of a way that could help Lin Tian and his family. Chapter 157. Can you promise me one thing? And that way is the program Love on Earth. As long as this program can help Lin Tian and his family, then Wang Qingge promised them that he would go to their program and help them attract more attention. Wang Qingge himself didn't expect that the program he originally didn't want to go to, since he changed his mind so quickly. If it wasn't for Lin Tian and his family, he probably wouldn't really want to go. However, it was also because of what happened to Lin Tian and the others that made Wang Qingge more aware of the fact that there were too many people like them who needed help. If that's not what he's going to do, then what should he be doing? Doing these things and helping people in need is more important than anything else. Before, Wang Qingge didn't quite understand, but now he finally knew and finally understood. So at this moment, he made up his mind that no matter what, he was going to go to the program, called Love on Earth. His presence, even if it only drew the attention of one person, he was going to go. Only after making the decision did Wang Qingge feel better. After 20 minutes had passed, Li Yeye returned to Lin Tian's side, but Wang Qingge did not appear again. Lin Tian, Wang Qingge, is he gone? Seeing her husband thus not seeing Wang Qingge, Li Yeye subconsciously asked, didn't he follow you out? You don't know if he's gone or not. He didn't come back. Hearing her husband reply like this, Li Yeye instantly knew what was going on, while Lin Tian naturally knew exactly what was going on. Xiao Yu, there's no need to think about it. The way we are now, even our own relatives won't want to see us, not to mention others, who have little to do with us. Actually, Wang Qingge, I'm already grateful to him for coming here to see me. Aha! Li Yaya didn't say anything else. She just held Lin Tian's hand that was just like bones and nodded. The two of them, they had seen Wang Qingge suddenly disappear and not come back, so they both thought that Wang Qingge had secretly left on his own. Can't blame them for thinking that way, because it's the truth coming in. The way Lin Tian and the others were now, they really weren't even willing to see some of their relatives. Fearful that they would ask them for money or something, they all hid away. And Wang Qingge didn't have much to do with them, he was just a classmate, and now that he saw them like this, he had the chance to sneak away. So what was the point of staying? Stay? Do we have to wait for them to borrow money? Therefore, the two of them truly believed that Wang Qingge had quietly left, but they didn't blame Wang Qingge. After all, that was human nature. Just then, however, a nurse wheeled a potion into their room. After seeing a nurse pushing the medicine in, Lin Tian, the two of them, were still a bit baffled not knowing what was going on, only to see this nurse, picking up a bottle of potion, on which the two big words Lin Tian were clearly written. Patient Lin Ten. Is it? It's me. What's up, nurse lady? Yes is right. The nurse lady didn't say anything, and went straight to slinging water on him. Nurse, what are you doing? We're out of potions to hang. It was no wonder that Lin Tian and the others were shocked, because Lin Tian didn't have the money for the treatment, so he had stopped the potion a long time ago. But now, can they not be surprised when you, a nurse, suddenly pushes so many potions over? What if you're wrong? Or are you trying to sell and buy? It was only when she saw the two of them stop that this nurse said to them, "These are your potions, and you've just paid $200,000 in medical bills." Ah, what did you say? The nurse's words were something that really made both Lin Tian and Li Yaya incomparably shocked, because since the nurse said that he, Lin Tian, had already paid $200,000 in medical bills, where did he get $200,000? Now Lin Tian has less than $20,000 on them. Okay? You're good enough to directly say that you paid $200,000. How could they not be surprised? Lin Tian thought that it was handed over by Li Yaya, so he looked at Li Yaya, but she was also confused. Nurse, what did you say? You're saying we paid $200,000 in medical bills? Li Yu grabbed the nurse's hand and asked excitedly. Yeah, don't you guys know? Li Yaya was momentarily speechless. We don't have any money. Who paid it? Oh, the nurse remembered something. That guy you just came with. Didn't you tell him to turn in? Wang Qingge. Hearing this, Lin Tian and Li Yaya instantly realized that the money was paid by Wang Qingge. Nurse, where is he? After realizing that it was Wang Qingge who had paid their $200,000 in medical bills, Li Yaya asked excitedly. It seems to be gone. Why are you guys asking me about this? It's not like I know people. You, quick, go check it out. Lin Tian was also excited, so he told Li Yaya to hurry up and take a look. Well, you wait until I get back. After dropping a sentence, Li Yaya hurriedly ran out the door and went to catch up. She chased to the lobby, where there was no longer any Wang Qingge, so she immediately chased out of the hospital again. Li Yaya ran towards the nearest bus stop, hoping to see each other. It was a good thing that finally, she was allowed to catch up to Wang Qingge, because at this time, Wang Qingge was really waiting for a car somewhere. Wang Qingge, Li Yaya shouted from afar. Seeing Li Yaya suddenly chasing after him here, Wang Qingge just smiled awkwardly. He had wanted to walk away, but he ended up letting them know. Wang Qingge, where did you get the $200,000? Why are you giving it to us? In the last sentence, Li Yaya directly choked out, because she really didn't know how to thank people. Wang Qingge was also for a moment, not knowing how to answer her, waiting for a while before he said, "It's fine, it's only $200,000. This is not a blow, not to mention 200,000. 2 billion is not even a matter of concern. But okay Li Yaya, stop it. I know you guys need money now. You're just too embarrassed to ask for it. We all went to school together, and there's not a lot I can do for you. That's all. But I'm not doing all this because I want you to thank me or anything like that. I just want you to stick around, especially Lin Tian. Tell him to never give up as long as there is still hope. Your lives have just begun." Aha! Li Yaya choked and nodded. Wang Qingge, don't worry. I will always remember your favor. Boo-hoo! The bus was just arriving at its stop at that moment. Seeing this, Wang Qingge reached out and wiped away Li Yaya's tears. And Luna Li, can you promise me something? Well, you say. Now that's a situation, let alone a piece. Chapter 158 3 Conditions. Even if it was 100 pieces, Li Yaya would have agreed to him unconditionally. And Wang Qingge turned a bit serious as he looked at Li Yaya and said, Luna Li, maybe in the future, or maybe soon, or a few days from now this way, when you know something about me or something, or an identity type situation, I'd like you to keep my secret for a while. Is that okay? Aha! Wang Qingge, don't worry. This we can do. although she didn't know what Wang Qingge meant by this, but Li Yeye sounded and felt that it wasn't very difficult, so she agreed with her mouth full. It was just that she didn't know that Wang Qingge's words tonight would make things difficult for her later. As for Wang Qingge, the reason why he wanted to tell Li Yeye this way was because he was worried. After he went to participate in the program Love on Earth, he would let her and Lin Tian, at that time, know that he was a gray wolf, so it's necessary for him, right now, to take that precaution. After all, he was going to participate in the program, and when the time came, the people from that program would come to Lin Tian and the others to help their family. In such a situation, as long as Li Yeye and Lin Tian were not stupid, they would know that Wang Qingge was the gray wolf. So if he didn't talk to Li Yeye like this, it wouldn't be good if they told his identity by then. Only after seeing Li Yeye's promise did Wang Qingge breathe a sigh of relief. Well, go back quickly, take good care of Lin Tian, and your children. I'll see you again when I have time. Good, let's go. After saying that, Wang Qingge directly got into the car. Li Yeye, on the other hand, stood at the platform and watched the car leave all the time, and she watched Wang Qingge walk away before she went back. The time went by quickly, and it was the next day. The people from Southern State TV still hadn't given up on their plan to invite Wang Qingge to their program, so after 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Qingge received, once again, that phone call from yesterday. Seeing that it was a call from Southern State TV, Wang Qingge was still a little excited because he wanted to go now too, and they called him on their own, which was better than Wang Qingge himself contacting them, so he was still a little excited. Hey, hello, how are you, Grey Wolf? Well, it's me. Hello, Grey Wolf. I'm from Southern State TV. We called you once yesterday. We asked you yesterday, and I wonder how you're considering it now. Grey Wolf, have you ever thought about coming to our show? Wang Qingge was silent for a moment. It's easy to want me to come on your show, but I'm now a contestant on the Masked Singer show. You guys just told me to go to your show like this. What do you want me to tell the Masked Singer? What will they think when they find out and I go to your show? Has this question been considered by you guys? The other party listened to Wang Qingge's words and returned with great confidence. Grey Wolf, so that's what you're worried about. Please don't worry, since we dared to extend an invitation to you, it's natural that we've already resolved what you're talking about. So even if you come to our show, the Masked Singers, on their side, won't say anything. We have already, long ago, taken care of all your worries. If you don't believe us, then you can call the director of the Masked Singer in them. I'm sure they heard you and won't do anything to stop it or anything. When Wang Qingge heard this, he looked like he understood something. It wouldn't be the Masked Singer's side to make the show pop even more. That's why they agreed to Southern State TV, right? After all, if Wang Qingge went to participate in the Southern State TV, where he also became a hit, then he would only become more famous, and then to come back and be in the Masked Singer, that draws even more people over to see it. These were just Wang Qingge's own imaginations. What the exact situation was, he'd better ask himself. But this time, even if the Masked Singer didn't approve of him going, he was going to have to go. So in fact, this is something that doesn't matter at all. Wang Qingge is just casually asking Nanzhou TV, because right now he has something he has to do, and the Masked Singer is just something he's forced to participate in. It's just that the show, Love on Earth, is the one he really wants to go to now, within himself. So, this one can't be stopped by either one. But before he went, there were some things he had to ask the other side. After considering it clearly, Wang Qingge continued to ask the other party. It's not impossible to want me to go on your show, but I have 3 conditions. As long as you, Southern State TV, promise me these 3 conditions, then how about I go and participate in your program? The other party was obviously happy to hear this, because since the Grey Wolf dared to make conditions with them, it proved that there was hope. Grey Wolf, you say what the condition is. As long as it is within our ability, then we absolutely will do it. Good. Wang Qingge didn't talk nonsense. The first condition, that is, my true identity now, cannot be exposed yet, so this point I hope you, too, can keep my secret, much less, trying to reveal my true identity, and if you can't do that, forget it. Yes, that's a condition we can agree to. When the other party heard this condition, he didn't hesitate at all and directly agreed. Don't worry, Grey Wolf, you're still coming to our show as Grey Wolf, and we promise that no one will ever try to reveal your identity. You can be 100% sure of that. Good. That's good. It was still within Wang Qingge's expectations that the other party could agree. My second bar is simple, and that is that I want to sing on stage. Aha! This condition the other agreed more readily, because they invited Wang Qingge to go. They originally wanted him to sing in order to attract more attention, so why are they against it? It's good enough that they don't strongly support it. The first two conditions. Wang Qingge himself knew that there shouldn't be much of a problem. What worried him was the last condition. My third condition, and that is that I want you, the show, to save two people for me right now. What? As expected, after the other party heard this third condition from Wang Qingge, he didn't agree to it as readily as the previous two. The other party first explained to Wang Qingge, the Grey Wolf does, and we have this show, Love on Earth, which only helps people who are terminally ill or in a very difficult situation. So, if those two people you're talking about don't qualify for our help, then there's nothing we can do about it. Chapter 159 Departure to Southern State. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Qingge also immediately returned. Well, I know the rules of your show, but these two people I'm talking about, they would definitely be in line with who your show helps. Okay, Grey Wolf, then you tell me. Well, it's like this, the two guys I'm talking about, they came as a father and son. Dad, the one who was not even 30 years old and had already been diagnosed with terminal cancer. And the son one is even worse, not even a year old and already in the middle of the ICU. This is undoubtedly doomed for the family. On top of that, right now they've decided to forego his own treatment because they can't afford it. So Dad that decided to forego his own treatment, to leave every last hope to their children. It's just that the hope of that being the case is still pretty slim, because what they're suffering from is terminal. That's why I'm worried about them. Even if they spend more money, it's still a basket case in the end. No one can save them. So my third condition is that I hope that the people of your program will instance both of them, father and son, into your rescue list as well. And it's the kind that has to be hopeful, so that they don't end up with their hopes dashed, and everything they pay for is meaningless. The other party also immediately returned after hearing Wang Qingge's words. Grey Wolf, if everything you're saying is true, then this family does fit our program's rescue criteria very well. Well, I can tell you right now, the family's information, just look it up. Okay, Grey Wolf, then please. Soon, Wang Qingge told the people from the Love on Earth program all about Lin Tian and his family. This matter, Wang Qingge waited until 5 or 6 in the afternoon before, finally waiting for the other party's call again. Hey, how are things? Lin Tian and his family, do they qualify for your rescue? As soon as Wang Qingge answered the phone, she couldn't wait to ask. Aha, Grey Wolf, we've confirmed the situation of Lin Tian and his son Lin Yin based on the information you provided. Their father and son situation does qualify them for our rescue, and our people, who have been in contact with their primary care physicians, have gotten more information about their condition. So after our program confirmed the condition of both Lin Tian and Lin Yun, as long as they are saved by our people, then there is still a lot of hope. Although I dare not say it is 100%, but half of it is still there. Only when she heard the other party say this did Wang Qingge come down with a complete sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of that was hearing the other party say something like, Lin Tian and his son were hopeless. Luckily, the Love on Earth program told him that there was still hope for them, which really made Wang Qingge quite happy. Grey Wolf, don't worry, we've already called Lin Tian and the others as well. We've told them we're willing to help them, so they're willing to accept our help. I know. Thanks guys. Okay, so the Grey Wolf wonders, how are you thinking about coming to our show? The words had been spoken and the other party had fulfilled all the conditions he had set forth, especially the last one. So Wang Qingge, he no longer has a reason to refuse and say he's going to the program. It was something he had planned for a long time, so there was no need for him to beat around the bush. I can come to your show, but I'm making conditions that you have to keep in mind before you do. Well, that's for sure. Don't worry about it, Grey Wolf. The other party was also overjoyed after finally getting Wang Qingge's affirmative reply. So your show, what number did it air on? Grey Wolf, our show airs in 3 days, exactly Saturday night, live. But we thought you could come ahead and get a little bit of a head start on some other things about our program. Of course, you can also come and see, first of all, where we are in the southern states, and take a trip or something. Well, I know, that's it for the program. There's nothing else I need to know. Still, you're right. I could have indeed gone ahead and visited the southern states first. Okay, Grey Wolf, we'll wait for you then. After talking to the other party on the phone, Wang Qingge was still a bit worried because this time she went to participate in this program. He wasn't sure if he'd make it. After all, there could be another acquaintance of his on that show. His own big sister, Wang Mengxian, was one of the supporters of the Love on Earth program, so the other party was going to appear on the program. So at the thought, after he had to face his loved ones on the program again, he felt like an invisible pressure. Stress, these weren't horrible. He was just worried about what he would be shown, or just reveal your identity on your own impulse and all that. It was just that there was nothing he could do about it now. No matter how treacherous the road ahead was, he could only go on with his head. So, having prepared his mind for the day, he started packing early the next morning. What he had to bring wasn't a lot. Just the gray wolf mask, plus a few changes of clothes, toothpaste and toothbrush, and those little things. It's just that while he was cleaning up, Su Ruoxian happened to see him. "What are you doing?" Su Ruoxian asked subconsciously when she saw Wang Qingge packing up. "Well, why are you up so early today?" Seeing Su Ruoxian, he stopped his hand movements. "Oh, I'm not much. I just want to go out for a few days." "Ah, out for a couple days. Where? Even bring your clothes." After hearing Wang Qingge say that she wanted to go out for a few days, Su Ruoxian was really a bit surprised. "Southern states. I'd like to go somewhere for a day or two to see." "Oh, so it's Southern State. I've been there a few times already, where the tourist areas are really nice." "Ah, you shouldn't be," Su Ruoxian said as if she remembered something. "Wang Qingge, you're not going with Zhixuan, are you? What are you babbling about?" Hearing Su Ruoxian's words, Wang Qingge was also embarrassed. This guy, where did he go? Just because Han Zhixuan took him to a concert, now all day long by this guy, suspect that he and Han Zhixuan is in love. No, definitely not. Ah, if you don't believe me, call and ask Han Zhixuan. Don't you know? Also, oh, then, she really did take out her cell phone and asked Han Zhixuan before believing Wang Qingge's words. Just like that, after saying goodbye to Su Ruoxian, Wang Qingge set off directly. Chapter 160. How come it's her in the opening? Wang Qingge rushed to Nanzhou on the same day and stayed at the hotel, because there are still 2 days before the program, Love on Earth. So in these next 2 days, Wang Qingge walked around Nanzhou city and looked at the scenery. He found that the scenery here is indeed very good. The only point of regret is that I do not know the tourists here. Why less just, other than that, everything else is fine. Soon, 2 days wavered by, and today was Saturday, and the program, Love on Earth, went live at 8 in the evening. So Wang Qingge, too, had been preparing today. The evening came very quickly as well. So Wang Qingge was already at the South State TV station headquarters by 6 o'clock. He was here to briefly meet the director of the program, as his identity, for now, was still under wraps, so it wasn't convenient to meet too many people. So I just met the director. The director of Love in the Human World talked to Wang Qingge about some of the things he needed to pay attention to on the program, and gave him an introduction to how the program would run. The program of humanity is simple. They invite some well-known people from the community in each episode. It's also the people who have influence anymore, calling them to the program, and then the program lets some of the people who are having a hard time. For example, if it's a terminally ill child, or other people, these come out and interact with them a little bit so that more people can see it and support their program. Of course, there were 1,000 other viewers on the program, and 3 people from the investors. Those 3 investors, they're the backers of the Love on Earth program, where they will also, sometimes, ask people who need help, or people who come to this program, some questions about it. When Wang Qingge heard this, he knew that his big sister, Wang Mengxian, was one of those 3, but now that he was here, there was no turning back. So Wang Qingge quickly memorized what the director had told him. 8 o'clock arrived in the blink of an eye, and the program, Love on Earth, was finally on the air. Although the show is a program about love and helping people in need, it has not been very well received in the community. In terms of attention, I just don't know why. Not many people watch it, probably because the people that the program team invited are some not very famous people. That's why they brought Wang Qingge in this time, in order to see if this look could change the attention of the program. When the program started live, there were only a little over 100,000 people online, which wasn't a lot. Although the show has had the teaser promote their live stream, there really isn't a lot of people watching it. But crowd or no crowd, the show goes on and they still carry on as usual. By the time the staff notified Wang Qingge, the program had already been live for a minute or two, because he wasn't the first person to go out. The staff told Wang Qingge to go up from backstage by himself. After receiving the order, Wang Qingge walked towards the stage by himself. It was just that what he never expected was that when Wang Qingge walked to the entrance of the stage, surprisingly, a familiar piano sound came from the stage. No, it shouldn't be called familiar, but that was supposed to be his tune. That's right, the piano coming from the stage at this very moment was the very same tune he had played a few days ago, at the music party, the classic from his previous life, Mark of the Rain. But what Wang Qingge had never thought of was why his tune, The Rain's imprint, had appeared here, at this moment, and what kind of person is playing his tune. All of these let Wang Qingge all of a sudden become very curious to know, so he entered the stage at a quick pace. Once inside the stage, the only thing that could be seen was the lighting on the stage, which was still a bit dim at this point, except for the center of the stage. For in the center of the stage, a piano was placed, and a woman in white, with her back to him, was playing Rainmark. After seeing the woman's back, Wang Qingge instantly knew who she was, and it was precisely because he knew who this woman was. That's why he was so surprised and shocked, because how could he not expect that the show, Love on Earth, would call her in as well? Because the woman who was playing the zither was no one else. She was none other than Chen Xin. That's right, it was Chen Xin, that Chen Tiancheng's granddaughter Chen Xin, whom Wang Qingge had met at the music party. No wonder, his tune had appeared in this stage, so it was played by Chen Xin. She had also asked him at that time, and Chen Xin had asked Wang Qingge at that time if she could play his tunes in the future. Wang Qingge, at that time, was very quick to agree, so now Chen Xin, playing his tune here, naturally had no problem. However, in Wang Qingge's opinion, this world was still too small, and since the two had met here, Chen Xin, on the other hand, had played the song, Mark of Rain, so perfectly that the audience, who were there, were completely captivated by this song of hers, not to mention the audience at the scene. Some people who suddenly swiped to the live broadcast, they were also attracted by the piano, so they clicked into the live broadcast. Under such an influence, the number of viewers of the live broadcast of Love on Earth soon saw a significant increase in the number of people. Everyone who clicked into the live stream was asking what the tune was and why it was so good. There are also a lot of people asking who Chen Xin is. Although Chen Xin is a piano prodigy, it's true that her previous appearances were a bit sparse, so there are still a lot of people that don't recognize Chen Xin as a person. Under the crowd's anticipation, Chen Xin finally brought the tune, Mark of Rain, to a close. As soon as the playing was over, the lights of the venue were also finally all lit up, until the scene of the lights, all lit up after. Wang Qingge to see clearly, the scene of the layout and the scene here, including the personnel and so on these, the audience, now, really wasn't very large, only about 1,000 people, which was a lot less than the Masked Singers, The audience was not the focus of Wang Qingge's attention. The focus he wanted to pay attention to was the three people sitting in the investor's position. There are three investors, 2 men and 1 woman. 2 men, the oldest one is over 60, the other was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. Wang Qingge had long since learned the information about these 2 people, both of them chairmen of pharmaceutical companies, and the last female, who was no one else, was none other than Wang Qingge's own big sister, Wang Mengxian. Under Wang Mengxian himself, there are pharmaceutical factories that specialize in the production of some special drugs, such as cancer. These special drugs. His big sister Wang Mengxian, not yet 30 and 29 years old like this, she looks a little like the second sister Wang Zutong. Chapter 161. What's with the Grey Wolf? Only, it looks like the eldest sister Wang Mengxian, to be more mature than the second sister Wang Zutong. This look, people are also more stable. The eldest sister is like a mature woman compared to the second sister, versus a young woman, I guess. Before he could wait for Wang Qingge to think more, there was a sound from the scene, the voice of the host, Zhang Xiao. Hello, everyone. Zhang Xiao's loud male voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. All of them. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the live program of Love on Earth. Thank you. Your support will be the greatest motivation for our program and a source of strength for Love on Earth. The small support of each of you will also add up to a river of power to help everyone who is battling the disease. Well, viewers, let me introduce you to the guests we've invited here this time. When Zhang Xiao said this, he looked at Chen Xin, then said loudly once again, "This is our piano genius, Chen Xin." Chen Xin 3 years ago, in the World Youth Piano Competition, won the 2nd place. Everyone should be more or less, is a bit of an impression. Let's welcome Chen Xin, Papa. After Zhang Xiao finished speaking, he took the lead and clapped a bit. Then the others followed suit, and some of the people watching the live broadcast were finally remembering Chen Xin. Beauty, I love you. Honey, I love you. Some, too, are starting to make waves on the pop-ups. It was only after the applause stopped that Chen Xin stood out and addressed the audience. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Xin. I'm honored to be invited by the Love on Earth program to come and participate in this program. If there's anything I don't understand, then please forgive me. Thank you. Only after Chen Xin briefly finished speaking did Zhang Xiao turn to Wang Qingge. When it was Wang Qingge's turn, Zhang Xiao's expression became quite a bit more exaggerated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure this one is familiar to all of you. He is the Grey Wolf. 2 installments of the one-hit wonder Grey Wolf contestant on the Masked Singer show. Everyone gave him a warm welcome. Ah, it's a Grey Wolf. It's really a Grey Wolf. Snap. After seeing that it was really a Grey Wolf, many people were incredibly shocked, including the thousands of spectators at the scene, because they also never expected that this program this time, since it would have invited the Grey Wolf to the influence of the Grey Wolf in everyone's mind right now. That's huge. The songs he sang, in particular, have become regulars on many people's music lists. So upon seeing the Grey Wolf appearing in this show, they were all very shocked and surprised, so the applause was very loud. That's what happened to the people on the floor. That's not to mention the people who tuned in to the live stream. I don't even know how many more people are watching the live stream than the 1,000 or so that are here now. So when everyone saw that the Grey Wolf actually appeared on this show, it was a real overwhelming shock. Now with the Grey Wolf appearing on this show, those some people are not going to go away. Instead of going away, they will go and tell other uninformed people that the Grey Wolf appeared on the live show. For that reason, pretty much the same scene is playing out all over the country at this very moment. Many people suddenly received a message from a close friend or family member telling them to go watch the program Love on Earth, because the Grey Wolf, too, was in that show. Among the many people, Yen Ranrans was also included. Yen Ranran was originally at home, reading the novel Fighting Dome, but suddenly Wang Zutong sent her a message. Ran, hurry up and watch Southern State TV, the program Love on Earth, hurry up. Shui Tong, what's wrong? That program. The unknown Yen Ranran replied to Wang Zutong. Ren, come on, you don't ask so many questions. The Grey Wolf is in that show. What? After seeing Wang Zutong say that the Grey Wolf was in that program, Yen Ranran's entire body, as if she had been pumped with chicken blood, became excited. She was instantly presented with many question marks. Why would a Grey Wolf show up on another show? Also, has he appeared on other shows where he doesn't have to be masked anymore? He's not masked, so is it possible for people to know who he is? Yen Ranran, who thought of this, hurriedly turned on the TV and watched Southern State TV. Just to Yen Ranran's disappointment, when she saw the Southern State TV, the Grey Wolf was indeed somewhere, but he was still wearing a mask. There was some disappointment about the Grey Wolf still wearing the mask, but all in all it wasn't too bad, because she, Yen Ranran, could finally see him again. Except for people like Yen Ranran, who came to watch because of an accident. There is love on earth for this program, and then there are those who are purposely focused on watching this program. These are either people who, from the beginning, supported the show or were helped by it. The two of them, Lin Tian and Li Yeye, belonged to one of this group of people. The thing is, it had to start from 2 days ago. Lin Tian and his team, who had not much hope left, suddenly received attention and help from the program Love on Earth. So, with the help of this program, Lin Tian and his son were treated very well. The most important thing is still that they who are helped by the attention of this program do not have to pay a single penny out of their own pocket. So when Lin Tian and Li Yeye knew that they were chosen by this program and decided to help them, the two of them, Lin Tian, were truly incomparably excited and grateful. For this reason they, both of them, have been keeping the program tonight, in order to watch the program live that has helped them. And so in this way, they were also at this point to see the image of the Grey Wolf appearing on the show. To everyone's utter shock, it was only that the two of them, Lin Tian and Li Yeye right now, were not aware that the Grey Wolf had any connection with them. After seeing the Grey Wolf, who also appeared on the show, the two of them discussed it. Xiao Yu, do you think it's possible that this Grey Wolf knows both of us as well? After all, he said himself that he was acquainted with Yen Ranran, so it's only right that he should be acquainted with us as well. Impossible, Li Yeye said with a bit of disbelief. Who is Yen Ranran? Can we compare ourselves to someone else? She used to be the school beauty and now she's a big star. How can we compare with her? That's why it's impossible for us to know many of the people Yen Ranran knows. Grey wolves pretty much. That's what happens. Oops, there's no way we could. Anyway, know this Grey Wolf. Seeing Li Yeye say this, Lin Tianyi believed her words. Maybe, I also think it's unlikely that the two of us know this Grey Wolf. Chapter 162. A comparison to the Grey Wolf. The two of them, Lin Tian and Li Yeye, thought that the two of them, themselves, did not recognize the Grey Wolf. But what they may not realize is that not only do they know each other, but they've been blessed by each other. If it weren't for the absence of the other, it's safe to say they wouldn't be where they are now. Both of them, though, will always know the truth. Just not now. In short, because Wang Qingge appeared in the program Love on Earth. This program, tonight, received unprecedented attention. The number of people who tuned in to watch the livestream went up all the time. Back at the side of the scene, the host, Zhang Xiao, finally spoke up after the crowd had died down for a while. Okay, everyone in the audience, everyone be quiet. When the host, Zhang Xiao, said this, the audience at the scene completely quieted down. While Zhang Xiao looked at Wang Qingge and Chen Xin, I didn't think that I would be so lucky today, since all of a sudden, I bumped into you two. You know what? The people who want to see you two now could go around the planet if they lined up, but I am, today, so lucky to see both of you at once. The host, Zhang Xiao, has no intention of stopping yet, and continues to pat himself on the back. But seriously, you you really aren't normally strong, Grey Wolf. It's even more needless to say. It's just that what I didn't expect was that you, Chen Xin, opened the show and actually gave us all such a good tune. Say it, Chen Xin. That tune you just played. What was it called from? I'm sure a lot of people haven't heard of it, so it's not like you composed it yourself, is it? When the host, Zhang Xiao, asked Chen Xin this way, both the audience at the scene and those who watched the live broadcast were looking forward to her answer. Because Zhang Xiao was right, the tune that Chen Xin had just played was indeed very good, so everyone wanted to know more information about the tune. In fact, not only those people, at this moment, including Wang Qingge himself, he was also very curious to know what Chen Xin would actually say. And Chen Xin met the host, Zhang Xiao, and asked so much, and everyone was so looking forward to it, so she also spoke directly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the piece I just played is called Rainprint, the Mark of Rain? Zhang Xiao listened and thought, then Chen Xin, this song should be your own composition, right? No, I didn't compose the song. Just when everyone thought that Chen Xin would say that the Mark of the Rain was her own creation, she lost her tongue and denied it. Ah, this seal of rain. It sounds strange. It was definitely not there before. It must be new now. It's not composed by you, Chen Xin. So I wonder if this piece is from that musician? Everyone, like the host, Zhang Xiao, wanted to know about these situations very much. Well, this rain seal, it belongs to a friend of mine, who is also a musical genius to come, and his strength is still above me. Compared to him, then I'm nowhere near good enough. Ah, no way. Since there are still such great people, whether it was young Zhang or the others, they were all surprised when they heard Chen Xin's words, because Chen Xin was already very talented. Then the genius that appeared in her mouth, how terrifying should it be again? As for Wang Qingge, when he heard Chen Xin praise him so much, for a moment, under his mask, he revealed a hint of a bitter smile. The host, Zhang Xiao, still having a bit of trouble believing it, continued to ask, not Chen Xin, a genius in your mouth, then this friend of yours, how powerful should he be? Chen Xin really admired Wang Qingge's strength, so now that she heard Zhang Xiao ask this, she responded without exaggeration. This friend of mine, he is a true genius in my eyes. His ability to create strength has reached out of this world. So it seems to me that my friend's only rival may be the Grey Wolf, Chen Xin said, and then looked over to Wang Qingge, causing everyone's gazes, once again, to converge on him. The host revealed an incredulous expression. Chen Xin, what you said is true. In the face of questioning, Chen Xin didn't flinch a bit because she truly knew Wang Qingge's strength too well. That's for sure. I don't mean to exaggerate, though my friend, he may not be as good as Grey Wolf at writing songs, but I guarantee you, my friend, he definitely has what it takes to compete with Grey Wolf at the songwriting level. Seeing Chen Xin look so convinced, the host, Zhang Xiao, looked at her and then at Wang Qingge, and at this time, Wang Qingge, inwardly, had long since not known what to think, since Chen Xin took his true identity and compared it to himself at this time. This was something that Wang Qingge, in no way, expected. If she were to know that the Grey Wolf was her friend, then her expression would definitely be even more wonderful than the current Wang Qingge, right? Zhang Xiao quickly came back to his senses. From the shock, he looked at Wang Qingge as if he wanted to ask something, but didn't know how to open his mouth. Wang Qingge could see that the host, Zhang Xiao, was in a state at this time, so he stood out and said back to Chen Xin, Chen Xin, are you telling the truth? Your friend is really that powerful. Then if there's time, I have to compete with him. That's right. The host, Zhang Xiao, also used Wang Qingge's words to continue. Chen Xin, since your friend is so powerful, then this is a good thing to do. Someday you can introduce your friend here. How about we, all of us, let him compare himself to the Grey Wolf on this stage? This is fine. I can give it a try. Chen Xin also agreed with her mouth full. Only Wang Qingge himself was bitter in his heart. What is this called? Where did he have the ability to separate himself and use two identities at the same time? Appearing on this stage? However, this kind of thing he didn't have to put too much on his mind. If Chen Xin really dared to do this, then he would just refuse then. And after Zhang Xiao saw Chen Xin agree, he was again very happy. Good, Chen Xin, then the matter of inviting your friends will be yours. All of us, however, are very much looking forward to comparing your friend, on stage, to the Grey Wolf. In fact, after hearing Chen Xin say that her friend could be compared to the Grey Wolf, countless people across the internet were really looking forward to it. Simply because the reputation of Grey Wolf is now, literally, so great that every song is a classic. So how could anyone else not look forward to this kind of thing after you let them? Now, know that you're saying that there's someone who can compete with Grey Wolf. Only This expectation of everyone's was impossible to fulfill because no one knew that Chen Xian's friend was the Grey Wolf himself, including Chen Xian herself. She was also a bit unknown about this now. Chapter 163 Abandoned Hope. After asking some questions about Chen Xian and Wang Qingge, host Zhang Xiao continued the program. Well folks, our program continues below, but before it does, let's ask the three investors in the program. After Zhang Xiao finished speaking, everyone's eyes, including the camera, looked at the three investors who had love on earth. The three people from the investment side, in addition to Wang Mengxian, the other two, the oldest one is called Ancient, and the middle-aged one is called Mr. Jiang. Zhang Xiao looked at the three of them. Miss Wang Mengxian, Ancient, Mr. Jiang, I wonder if the three of you have something to say. Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other, and the two of them, Ancient and Generalissimo Jiang, had nothing to say, so only Wang Mengxian could open his mouth, and soon Wang Mengxian's melodious voice came. Moderator, program time is precious, so let's keep it short and get on with the program. Okay, the host, Zhang Xiao, heard this as he once again looked back at the audience and said, Ladies and gentlemen, actually, our program, besides inviting the two of them, Grey Wolf and Chen Xian, we also have several patients with special circumstances, so let's invite the first patient with special circumstances to come up to the stage and meet everyone. After the host finished speaking, everyone looked towards the entrance of the stage, which was slowly rising. When the entrance was completely up, only the staff, pushing a person in a wheelchair in, came out. The staff, pushing the patient over to the facilitator and their side of the room, stopped, and everyone got a thorough look at the patient. This patient was female, and she had shaved off all her hair because she was sick, but that's not even the point. What really surprised everyone was how frighteningly thin this patient was. The first thing a person thinks when they see this patient is if they have seen an alien. There's no other reason she's so thin. It's due to illness. Just the fact that this patient was so skinny really gave many people who had seen this scene once a creepy fright. Naturally, this included Wang Qingge himself, and when he saw this patient, he also felt a hint of fear. It wasn't that he hadn't seen people who had become thin due to illness. Lin Tian was such a person. However, this woman's situation was even a lot more serious than Lin Tian's. That's why Wang Qingge, when he saw this female patient, was also a bit incredulous that she was left as if she was just bones. Such a scene, suddenly appearing on the screen, really made countless people feel pity for it. This female patient, when she came to the front, the staff took the microphone to her. After getting the microphone, she finally spoke, and she first looked at the host, Zhang Xiao. Moderator, hello. The female patient's voice was husky. Well, hello. After asking the host, she greeted Chen Xian again before looking at Wang Qingge. Hello, Grey Wolf. Seeing the female patient greeting herself, Wang Qingge's heart, at once, was a little hard to bear. Well, hello sister. Wang Qingge tried to keep her tone as normal as possible. Grey Wolf, I really like your songs, so I've been hoping, for a long time, to meet you. It's good that today I have finally realized this wish, and now I can rest in peace even if I die. Hearing this, Wang Qingge hurriedly squatted down and held her hand, which was only bone-like. Silly sister, what silly things to say. Your life has just begun, and you have a long way to go in the future. How can you, casually, talk about death? The host, Zhang Xiao, seeing this, also hurriedly diverted this topic to the road. Yes, it is a happy occasion for all of us to meet here today, and no one should say anything unlucky. Sister, don't think so much. You'd better hurry up and tell everyone. Introduce yourself. It was only when the host, Zhang Xiao, said this that the female patient did not continue to talk about death, and she was listening to the hosts and speaking to the audience. Hello everyone, my name is Ding Ling Ling. I'm 19 years old. Well, my family is from South City, an ordinary family. After listening to the female patient, everyone realized something about her, but that's what made many people feel sorry for a girl who was only 19. Since she would turn out like this, what should have been a great stage of life was now victimized by disease. The host, Zhang Xiao, saw her introduce herself before asking her, Ling Ling can you tell everyone what's going on with you? Aha! Ding Ling Ling nodded. I have terminal cancer. It's been almost 2 years since I found out. Originally, there was still hope for me because when I first found out about this disease, it wasn't terminal, and there was a great deal of hope that it could be saved. But because, speaking here, Ding Lingling was somewhat unable to continue, only to see her twist her head away. Tears also came straight to her eyes the moment she turned her head. Ling Ling, what's wrong with you? Seeing her like this, Wang Qingge and the others hurriedly asked swiftly. I am fine. She continued after wiping her own tears clean with her dry, thin hand. There was hope for my illness, but because, at the beginning, there was no money for treatment. It led to delays. In the end, it dragged right into the late stages, and now there's little hope. What? Since that's the reason? Hearing Ding Ling Ling's words, countless people felt extremely incredulous. No one had expected it. A disease that had hope ended up being directly advanced because of the lack of money for treatment. Everyone, in fact, knows the reason for this right from the start, because this is a disease that is not treatable by everyone. But they just couldn't believe it, and it wasn't until Ding Ling Ling herself said, the reason for all this, that everyone had to go and admit it. Knowing that, Ding Ling Ling's reason was this, countless people felt sorry for her. There are countless other netizens, too, who are regretting themselves and why they are only learning about this now. If this had been known to them earlier, then they would have more or less, even if it was just a penny, donated some. But in this situation, I'm afraid that donations won't help much anymore. Many people, therefore, felt an overwhelming sense of regret for this patient called Ding Ling Ling. Everyone else was like this. That's to say nothing of the fact that it was Wang Qingge and the others who were at the scene. How could Wang Qingge not have thought that Ding Ling Ling originally had hope for her illness? I can't believe that it just dragged on until it was too late because of lack of money. Chapter 164 Brush up on record ruthlessness. This result is really hard to accept, if at all. Everyone was a little speechless at the sight of the poor girl. Not out of words, they just didn't know what to do with her anymore. Were they words of comfort to her? But what use are those words? Now, people were late and could leave at any time. This is something that I know best, so you can't really do much good by saying comforting things to people now. Ding Ling Ling, she herself had seen everyone's expressions at this time, so she opened her own mouth. What's the matter with you guys? I'm not even sad myself, so why are you all looking sad? Ha ha, yeah, everyone be happy, everyone be happy. The host, Zhang Xiao, was the first to react, so he led the way with a smile. Although Wang Qingge was wearing a mask, he still pretended to smile happily. Ding Ling Ling continued at this point, everyone doesn't need to feel sorry for me, I've long since accepted all of this. Even if I don't die, my heart has long been dead. Ling Ling, what are you babbling about again? Hearing her say that again, Wang Qingge was the first to open her mouth to reprimand. Chen Xian followed suit and consoled. Ling Ling, how can you say such unlucky words? Didn't you tell us that you weren't sad? Why are you saying that now? Are you lying to us? Seeing Chen Xian say this, Ding Ling Ling also said back, no sister Chen Xian, I didn't lie to everyone. It's just that I feel for myself that there's really no need for me anymore to remain in this world. Why? Why do you feel that way? Spirit, don't give up, okay? Chen Xian also became a little anxious, upset. I'm sorry, sister Chen Xian, I'm sorry, but this Ding Ling Ling obviously didn't listen to Chen Xian's words. Spirit, then tell me, tell everyone, why do you feel you have no need to continue living? Me. After Chen Xian asked her to tell the crowd why she felt that she, herself, had no need to continue living, she couldn't say anything. It was at this point that the staff member who had pushed Ding Ling Ling here finally helped her tell the truth, only to see the staff speaking directly to everyone. Ding Ling Ling, the reason why she would feel that she, herself, has no need to continue living, that's because she was abandoned by her family. What? Abandoned by your family? Hearing the staff member say this, Wang Qingge and the rest of them all looked at him, then at Ding Ling Ling. No one expected that it would end like this. Ding Ling Ling had a terminal illness and was already having a hard time. What? Her family is still going to abandon her? Isn't that trying to kill her completely, not giving her any hope at all? But that's not the most outrageous, the truly abominable is yet to come. The staff member continued. Actually, Ding Ling Ling, when she first found out that the cancer wasn't terminal, there was really hope for her. At that time, if only her family had been willing to save her and spend money on her, she would not have become what she is now. But her parents, at the time, were clearly strong enough and had more than enough money to treat her. But because of her parents' patriarchal reasons, they chose to turn a blind eye to Ding Ling Ling's condition. Her parents believe that Ding Ling Ling is completely hopeless since she has such a disease, so they pressed on, and never wanted to help save her. Since the Ding Ling Ling accident, her parents not only never gave her a dime, they even ended up cutting her off. Because her parents had said that as well as spending money to save a hopeless person, it would be better to leave the money to their son and buy a house and get a wife. So it's because of that, with her parents being so biased, that's what led to, now, all of this. After listening to the words of the staff, both the people at the scene and the countless viewers watching the live broadcast, both felt overwhelmed and very angry. They could accept that Ding Ling Ling had dragged her illness to an advanced and hopeless stage because she had no money, but no one could accept that it was her parents who caused all this. A person who had hope, because of her parents' ignorance and patriarchal reasons, missed the only hope of living for nothing. This kind of situation without having to happen to themselves. Countless people have literally been unable to hold back just by hearing this. Many people, netizens, at this point, are really feeling indignant. For this reason, many people wanted to know who Ding Ling Ling's family was. They wanted to see what kind of person it was. That's what made them so irresponsible, preferring to watch their own daughter die rather than save the one who wasn't their biological child. The truth about Ding Ling Ling is something that really makes everyone not know what to do. Wang Qingge was also, when he heard the truth of it all, was truly at a loss for words. He was a man of two lives, though he knew that not all parents loved their children, especially in this life. He was abandoned by his biological parents. So Wang Qingge really had a deep understanding of this point, but he never thought that things would be like today, with such serious parents, or that it would happen to him. So for a moment, Wang Qingge really didn't know what to say, because he was true. He had never seen such parents, such cruel parents. If you give up on people when they're young, they'll feel better about it. But what is the situation now? Since you wait to raise someone and then treat them like this, how do you want her to feel? You let people's hearts, how to suffer such a blow, watching their own parents abandon their desperate self? At this moment of heartache, not only Ding Ling Ling herself, I'm afraid there are countless people who feel pain for her. And when Chen Xin heard the truth about all this from Ding Ling Ling, as a girl she was having a hard time putting up with it. Ling Ling, is that why you don't want to live? Chen Xin shed tears and asked in a choked voice. Patient Ding Ling Ling, after seeing Chen Xin crying, she hurriedly shook her head up. No, Sister Chen Xin, that's not what happened. I didn't want to live because they didn't want me. My life, in the first place, was given to me by them, so it really doesn't matter if they want me or not, and I don't have to give up my life fees for them. Spirit, if that's the case, then why did you say it like that? And what exactly is it that makes you not want to live anymore? Chapter 165. He likes it here. That's because, after being asked again by Chen Xin what exactly was the reason that Ding Ling Ling did not want to continue living, she was unable to say anything more after she was halfway through speaking again. Like there was something that Ding Ling Ling didn't want to remember. Seeing Ding Ling Ling in this state, everyone looked at the staff member behind her, hoping that he could help say something. And the staff, once again, said to all, actually, Ding Ling Ling, it's true that she didn't want to live because she was abandoned by her biological parents. The real reason she didn't want to continue living on was her boyfriend. What? It's her boyfriend. Hearing this from the staff, everyone seemed to react, all at once. At the moment everyone thought that Ding Ling Ling might have also been abandoned by her boyfriend, so that's why this was happening. After all, there are so many things like this, and it's so often on the internet. Whoever chooses to lighten up because they've been dumped by their boyfriend or girlfriend, or broken up with them, with so much precedent ahead of us, it's no wonder people think this way. So now after hearing the staff say that Ding Ling Ling, because of her boyfriend, did not want to continue living, the consensus was that her boyfriend must have abandoned her, just like her biological parents. That's what led to Ding Ling Ling, who didn't want to continue living anymore. Chen Xin asked with some disbelief. Ling Ling, it's really like this, isn't it? Is it because of your boyfriend? Aha! Ding Ling Ling lowered her head and answered in a small voice, tears dripping down again. And the staff, only then, continued. Ding Ling Ling has been abandoned by her biological parents since the accident. It's been her boyfriend who's been taking care of her for so long. The staff's turn of phrase made everyone a little uncertain again, because the truth didn't seem to be what everyone thought it was, and the staff, too, was quick to clear up the confusion. Ding Ling Ling, after getting sick, though her biological parents, including all her relatives, abandoned her, but the good thing is, she met a nice boyfriend. Her boyfriend, learning that Ding Ling Ling was sick, not only didn't abandon her and leave her like everyone else, but took good care of him. That's it. Ding Ling Ling is not quite on the brink of extinction under the care of his boyfriend, but it didn't last long. And then her boyfriend. And then what happened? And then what happened to her boyfriend? Hearing the staff say that, everyone became more expectant again, wanting to hurry up and find out what happened afterward. Netizens, too, have asked what's on their minds. What happened to her boyfriend afterward? Could it be because he found out that Ding Ling Ling's illness couldn't be saved, so he left her too? That's how it should be. Then her boyfriend probably got tired, so he gave up on Ding Ling Ling as well. Damn, so it's still a scumbag. Was everything before a pretense? Now after realizing that Ding Ling Ling's illness, completely unsalvageable, he abandoned the family. What is the difference between giving people hope and personally extinguishing it? And Ding Ling Ling's real parents? Chen Xin couldn't wait and asked the staff directly, what exactly happened afterward? Ugh, only the staff member sighed helplessly. Ding Ling Ling's boyfriend, in order to save her, in order to be able to have enough money to cure her, he has to work several jobs a day. Her boyfriend, It just kept going for about a year and a half. But 3 months ago, her boyfriend, however, had an accident and went before Ding Ling Ling. What? Is that even the reason? After hearing the words of the staff, everyone then woke up and realized that they had misunderstood Ding Ling Ling's boyfriend. It turns out he didn't give up on Ding Ling Ling, but went away by accident. Everyone, at the moment, was already a little speechless, because the only person who cared about them was dying because of them. This kind of thing happened, not to mention a poor person like Ding Ling Ling, who had been abandoned by countless people. It's hard for even a normal person to accept, right? No wonder she said that. No wonder she didn't want to live. After all, in this world, the only people who cared about her were gone because of her. And such a blow was truly too great for Ding Ling Ling. At this moment, Ding Ling Ling, too, could no longer hold back, so she cried out. Whoops, she said as she cried. He was working on a construction site and fell from a dozen stories and walked away. He wouldn't have fallen, but he was too tired from working long hours for a long time, and that's what led to this accident. Ugh, it's all because of me. It's all because of me that something happened to him. He was supposed to have a bright future like everyone else, but because I existed, for nothing, he ended his life. It's my fault. It's all my fault. I'm the one who got him killed. Ding Ling Ling said with incomparable self-reproach. Hearing her say that, everyone didn't know what to say to comfort her, so they just watched in silence and let her vent. Ding Ling Ling cried for a while, letting her situation stabilize a bit before continuing. He and I met by chance. He was, at the time, traveling to the southern states, and that's how we met. Soon, the two of us settled into a relationship, and in the days that followed, the two of us often traveled to various parts of the southern states. He told me he loved everything about the southern states and the tourism. He would stay with me for the rest of my life if he could. When I heard that at the time, no one could understand how happy I was then, but heaven forbid. I soon found out about the disease, and all the good we had ended then. Now that he's gone, whenever I can, I go to the place where we met and hope to see him, because he said that he loved everything about where he was, and loved the scenery, so I'm sure he is bound to show up again. After saying that, Ding Ling Ling cried softly once again. The staff, too, said again. Ding Ling Ling, since her boyfriend left, her condition deteriorated very seriously, and in 3 months she became what she is today. Ling Ling, Chen Xin couldn't help but hug her. Ling Ling, don't give up. Your boyfriend, he definitely doesn't want to see you like this now. Will you be strong? I'm sure more people will love you and like you in the future. Chapter 166. Can I represent him for once? Woo! Despite everyone's comfort, Ding Ling Ling still couldn't let go of her boyfriend. Now she was just all about going to be with her boyfriend, because she felt that there was nothing left in this world that was worth staying for anymore. After Wang Qingge finished listening to Ding Ling Ling's story, he was likewise not very excited in his heart. But the most important thing right now was to find a way to let Ding Ling Ling regain her hope of living before she could do so. Otherwise, in her current situation, she wouldn't even need the disease to step in. She'd be able to screw herself. When Wang Qingge thought of this, he finally spoke. Spirit, can you listen to me for a second? Seeing that Wang Qingge had something to say, Ding Ling Ling, including everyone, looked at him and quieted down. Seeing everyone's anticipation, Wang Qingge finally spoke. Do you know, Ling Ling, actually, like your boyfriend, I also like Southern State very much, especially the scenery here. I'm not lying about that. I do love the Southern States, and even though it's my first time here, what I'm saying is true. When I was invited to the show, it was 2 or 3 days before the show started. So, I came down to South State 2 days early and spent those 2 days. I traveled a lot, and then I realized that I feel the same way about this place as your boyfriend. The Southern State is a very beautiful place. It is not only a mecca for tourism, but it is also a place that has witnessed countless love affairs, just like you and your boyfriend. Isn't that where you guys met to fall in love? Actually, after I heard the story about you and your boyfriend, I honestly envy him. Because of what? Because your boyfriend was able to meet you in such a beautiful place, and meet you who could make him do anything for him. This is something that I really envy him for. After all, in one's life, it's too rare to meet one's beloved, not to mention meeting the person for whom you could give everything. So your boyfriend at the time, he would have been very happy too. Spirit, you should yourself know better than any of us what your boyfriend is doing so much for you, right? He did so much for you. He just wanted you to be well and to be able to live in peace. It's not like you're like you are now. All you think about is going to die. You know, if you do that, then how can you live up to him? How can you live up to what he's done for you? He gave as long as he hoped that you could live well, not that he hoped to see you as you are now. So Spirit, be strong, okay? As long as there's still a glimmer of hope, then let's not give up, okay? There are still a lot of people who love you in this world. Woo! After hearing Wang Qingge's words, Ding Lingling cried sadly once again. After everyone saw that what Wang Qingge said was still somewhat effective, they all let out a sigh of relief, hoping that this could really persuade Ding Lingling. But Ding Lingling, obviously, could not change her heart's decision so easily. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I really can't. What's the point of me staying in this world without him? Please, let me be selfish for once. Let me be capricious. Besides, I am afraid there is no longer any hope for me. Even if I were willing, is there really any hope? You tell me. For a man who is desperately ill. Who said there isn't? Wang Qingge said a bit anxiously. And the host, Zhang Xiao, finally spoke at this time. Ding Lingling, don't worry. Our program will not give up on you since we brought you to this stage today. In your case, it's not hopeless. The problem is that you have to be strong yourself. Otherwise everything else is useless. As Zhang Xiao spoke here, this time he finally looked towards the three investors on the stage. Three of you. I believe you all already have some understanding of Ding Lingling's situation, right? Then I wonder. Three of you. What is your opinion of Ding Lingling's situation? After the host asked about the three investors, everyone's eyes looked at them. At this time, Ancient, Mr. Jiang, and Wang Mengxian entered. Once again, the audience's field of vision. Everyone realized that Ancient and Mr. Jiang were a little better, but Wang Mengxian probably also heard Ding Lingling's tragic deeds, so she cried her eyes red. It wasn't until everyone, and the camera, was focused on them that Wang Mengxian hastily wiped her tears. Three of you, what do you have to say about this? Host Zhang Xiao asked again, and the three of them looked at each other, and finally it was Ancient who spoke. Ancient cleared his throat. I've already read the information on Ding Lingling's condition. She's terminal, but as long as she's willing to live and cooperate with us, then there's still a lot of hope. Oh my god, really? Ding Lingling is still saved. Hearing this flip-flop from Ancient, everyone boiled over, and at the same time, they were relieved in their hearts, because they heard that since there was still hope for Ding Lingling to be saved, how could this not make the audience excited? As for Wang Qingge and the others, they were much happier when they heard these words from Ancient. If Ancient said that Ding Lingling was completely hopeless, then no one would be able to persuade her today. Chen Xian was also excited and said to Ding Lingling, Lingling, did you hear that? Ancient said that you're still saved. There's still hope for you. Don't you give up, okay? As long as we stick together, then hope will definitely grow. So Spirit, don't ever give up, okay? Although the ancient time said that Ding Lingling she was still saved, but right now she was not thinking about how to survive. Rather, it's how she's going to spend time with her boyfriend that's the big question. If she doesn't want to live herself, there's no point in having any more hope. So if you wanted to save Ding Lingling, then you had to open up her mind and give her the expectation of continuing to live before you could do so. Deny it and everything else is for naught. After Wang Qingge saw this situation, he was ready to try one last time to see if he could make Ding Lingling once again ignite the hope of living. Depending on this method, Ling, Wang Qingge looked at her and asked seriously, Spirit, as I just said, I'm really very similar to your boyfriend, so I have a request today. Can you promise me that? What request? Ding Lingling asked, also unsure. Ling, let me represent your boyfriend for once today. Tell you the truth and sing you a song, okay? Chapter 167 Love Source Jiangnan. Ding Lingling hadn't expected Wang Qingge's request, since it was to sing a song. However, everyone was aware of Wang Qingge's strength, so when Ding Lingling herself heard this, she looked forward to it a bit. She was curious to know what song Wang Qingge would sing to her next. Grey Wolf, are you telling the truth? After hearing Wang Qingge say that he would sing a song for her, Ding Lingling was really a bit happy. Grey Wolf, are you really willing to sing a song for me? Aha! Wang Qingge, on the other hand, nodded readily. Ling, I've already said that I'm going to sing a song for you on behalf of your boyfriend. On his behalf, so consider this next song a gift from your boyfriend. Aha! Ding Lingling nodded, and all the audience, after hearing that Wang Qingge was going to sing, everyone was incredibly excited, because Grey Wolf's strength, that was very clear to everyone. Which of his songs was not a classic? So everyone is looking forward to that, this next song of his, and after seeing Wang Qingge wanting to sing, the program was very cooperative. The host, Zhang Xiao, they hurriedly left the stage, leaving only Wang Qingge and Ding Lingling behind. After getting ready, Wang Qingge picked up the microphone and he first addressed the audience. Hello, viewers. This next song I'm going to write is based on my 2 days of traveling around the southern state, and combining it with Ding Lingling's situation at this time. However, in addition to being sung to Ding Lingling on behalf of her boyfriend, this song is also sung to everyone and to the southern states. The name of the song, I call it Gangnam. I hope you like it. After hearing Wang Qingge's words, everyone became very excited. Soon after Wang Qingge finished speaking, the stage rang out. The voice rang for what felt like half a minute before he finally spoke. The wind-up here is sticky. Stick to the thoughts of those who pass by. The rain gets tangled up in threads here. Haunts us as we roam the world. Wow! What kind of song is this? Why does it feel like it's as if it's in the southern state? Hearing Wang Qingge's song, countless people came up with such thoughts, especially those who were originally from the southern states. When they heard these opening lines of the song, "It's fate that you're around. Fate is written on the 3 live stone. Love is a million times sweeter. I'd rather be buried at this point." Before anyone could thank them more, another verse of the song came in, and hearing the lyrics like that again made it all the more believable that the song was about the southern states. The opening verse, singing about how great the southern states are, all but draws the tourists in like it's the best thing in the world. And the later one tells of a love story that takes place on the southern state. Hearing such a song, and then associating it with Grey Wolf's statement that the song was sung to Ding Ling Ling on his behalf, Ding Ling Ling's boyfriend. So all of a sudden, everyone, too, understood it straight away. The original song, it turns out, not only sings about the beauty of the southern state, but also tells the love story of Ding Ling Ling and her boyfriend. The song continues, round and round and round and round. Every day, years and years and days, I look deeply into your face. The tenderness of anger, complaining gentle face. As soon as the climax part appeared, it absorbed the audience even more, and everyone was directly absorbed by the lyrics and vocals. Wang Qingge still doesn't disappoint, and with each of his songs, he always manages to get everyone to like it so much that they can't help themselves. We don't know the torment of love and hate. All thought loving each other was like the fickleness of storm clouds. Believe that one day of love is worth an eternity. Froze time in this moment. We who do not know how to show tenderness, thought martyrdom was just an old rumor. As much pain as parting sorrow can hurt. When dreams are buried in the smoky rain of Jiangnan, it takes a broken heart to understand. After all the climaxes were sung, some people even cried when they heard the lyrics and the voice, because the lyrics are so well written that they could be described as flawless. So when this part was finished, there were really a lot of people who cried. Everyone else was like this, and that was even more so when it came to Ding Ling Ling herself, because Wang Qingge had said that this song was sung to Ding Ling Ling on behalf of her boyfriend. In other words, this song was for Ding Ling Ling now. So at this moment, when Ding Ling Ling heard this song, her entire body became overwhelmed. If the song was just, well, nice, then Ding Ling Ling wouldn't be like this. The point is that the lyrics of this song are so well written and written so much like Ding Ling Ling and her boyfriend. It's like the song was written specifically for Ding Ling Ling and her boyfriend. Everything depicted in the lyrics is also something that both Ding Ling Ling and her boyfriend have experienced. The lyrics begin by depicting the goodness of the southern state, which has absorbed countless tourists. Ding Ling Ling's boyfriend, too, was attracted by the beauty of the southern state. If it wasn't, then there was no way that Ding Ling Ling would have, at all, met up with her boyfriend. After the lyrics depict how Nanzhou absorbs tourists, what follows are many love stories that take place in Nanzhou, and Ding Ling Ling and her boyfriend. That's exactly what happened. They also met and fell in love in southern state just like no one else. The lyrics that follow are sad love stories. It also fits right in with what happened to both Ding Ling Ling and her boyfriend. Didn't the two of them, from the very beginning of happiness, slowly come to the reality of separation? Of course, the lyrics also tell something that is now, something that moves one to regret and lament. Wang Qingge's song was still being sung in a sustained manner, round and round and round and round. Every day, every year, every day for me, look deeply into your face, the tenderness of anger, complaining gentle face. We who don't know the torment of love and hate, all thought love was like the fickleness of the storm clouds. I believe that one day of love is worth an eternity. Froze time in this moment. We don't know how to show tenderness. Thought martyrdom was just an old rumor. As much pain as sorrow can cause. When dreams are buried in the rain and smoke of Jiangnan, it takes a broken heart to understand. Love is like starting in the southern states and ending it all at this point. And many people have heard this song. Ding Ling Ling did the same. She got teary-eyed up while listening to the song. At this moment, she was looking at the Grey Wolf who was singing, and it felt like she was really looking at her own boyfriend. At this point it's her own boyfriend, on stage, singing the same for her. Chapter 168 Believe in Hope. The song Jiangnan, although it was also a song from the previous life, Wang Qingge was very clear that this song was really very suitable for this current situation. Whether it's portraying the goodness of the southern states or telling a love story about where it happened, it's a perfect fit. That's why he chose to bring out this song, hoping that he could succeed in making Ding Ling Ling have the hope of living again. The facts also proved that this choice of Wang Qingge was not wrong. He sang this song of Jiangnan, which was indeed very suitable for this situation at the moment. Now that his song is out, it's causing quite a stir. Those people who were originally from southern state were also very happy after hearing this song by Wang Qingge, praising their place so much, because the first line of the lyrics, it's clear enough that it tells that the place is very attractive to tourists, and for those who are out of town, or even those who have never been to the southern states, after they hear this song. However, he was suddenly a little curious about this place, southern state, and had an urge to come and take a look. So, after Wang Qingge's song came out, it really helped attract a lot of tourists to Nanzhou without even realizing it. The song was also over very quickly. I believe that one day of love is worth an eternity. Froze time in this moment. We don't know how to show tenderness. Thought martyrdom was just an old rumor. As much pain as sorrow can cause. When dreams are buried in the rain and smoke of Jiangnan, it takes a broken heart to understand. Only after the song was finished did Wang Qingge slowly put down the microphone. When the music had all died down, he turned to the audience and said, "Thank you." Snap. And the audience, too, applauded him. This time, not only did the audience applaud him for this song, even Ding Lingling clapped her hands. It was a really rare occurrence, although her clapping didn't come with much of a ring to it, because it proved that this song by Wang Qingge had already served some purpose. After the audience's applause had all stopped, the host, Zhang Xiao, and the others came back to the stage once again. The host, Zhang Xiao, was very happy when he came up. "Oh, Grey Wolf, or are you good enough to create such a song out of it? Is this really you, writing a song for the southern states?" Aha! Hearing this from the host, Wang Qingge nodded. "I've already said that this song was not only written for southern state, it's more that I represent. Ding Ling Ling's boyfriend wrote the song for her." Right. The host, Zhang Xiao, hurriedly agreed. As for Ding Ling Ling, she wiped her tears at this time, but the tears she shed this time were not tears of sadness. Instead, they were tears of happiness. Something she hadn't felt in a long time, but today she felt full of happiness in the song sung by the Grey Wolf. It also made it clear to her that there were still people in this world who liked and cared about her. Everyone's gazes, too, returned to Ding Ling Ling's body once again at this time. Ling Ling, Chen Xian was the first to go forward and hold her hand. "Grey Wolf, thank you for your song, I love it." Ding Ling Ling didn't wait for Wang Qingge to say anything this time, so she said thank you herself first. When Wang Qingge saw her say this, her heart was a little happier again as she said back, "Well, Spirit, it's good that you like it, and as I already said, you can treat this song as if I wrote it for you on behalf of your boyfriend." Aha! Ding Lingling only nodded, tears of happiness flowing down again. Seeing this, Chen Xian again hurried to comfort. "Ling Ling, don't cry. You have to believe in everything. You have to believe in your future. You're still very young. Don't give up so easily, okay?" Ding Lingling cried for a while before she asked the last worry in her heart. But is there really any salvation for me in this condition? Of course it does. How could there not be? Didn't you hear what the old man just said? After seeing Ding Lingling finally ask like this, everyone saw hope because she was able to ask it like this. That meant that she had already figured it out. And now as long as it was proven that there was still hope for her, then Ding Lingling was definitely willing to accept the treatment. That's why the host, Zhang Xiao, also looked at the three investors once again, asking them for further clarification. "Three of you, you've all heard Ding Lingling's words. It's up to you guys to explain it to her below." Seeing the host, Zhang Xiao, say this, it was still ancient to explain to Ding Lingling by himself. "Ding Lingling, I've carefully and repeatedly read your information a few times, and I still say the same thing. As long as you are willing to accept the treatment and can cooperate with us, then our treatment, our doctors, are sure to cure you. You can be completely assured of that, and I'm willing to vouch for it on my honor." Ancient had said so, had vouched for his personality, so it was not possible for others to disbelieve. The host, Zhang Xiao, likewise continued to explain to Ding Lingling. "Ding Lingling, did you hear that? Ancient has said so. You are what's left to be uneasy about. Ancient's reputation. I'm sure you know it yourself, don't you? That's why I believe that Ancient, his old man, would not be able to lie to you about such things." Chen Xian also followed and persuaded. "Yes, Ling Ling, you have to believe in the Ancient. You have to believe in everyone. No, there really is hope for you yet. There are still a lot of people in this world who care about you too. So, we can't give up. Okay, woo." Under everyone's efforts to persuade her, Ding Lingling finally choked and nodded. After seeing her finally nod, everyone came down with a sigh of relief, because this little girl, at last, has found the courage to go on living, and the hope to live. After seeing Ding Lingling finally nod her head, the host, Zhang Xiao, said to everyone, "Well, friends of the audience, then I'm here to announce that Ding Lingling is in the hands of Ancient. There's medical care from today. Let's look forward to the days ahead for Ding Lingling, how she overcomes her illness and how she overcomes her heart." Pop. Seeing such a scene, the audience applauded happily again. Only after the applause stopped did the host, Zhang Xiao, continue advertising their program. Well folks, hello, you're watching, on Southern State TV, the Love on Earth program. We have Love on Earth, and this program has one purpose, and that is to help people who are in trouble, who are in desperate situations. So if you, or someone close to you, is having a hard time, you can contact us as well. As long as the situation is real, then we, at the Love on Earth program, will definitely help. Chapter 169 Forced to do so. We have the Love on Earth program. Everything is real. There is no false propaganda. Please believe us on this point. Of course, we're also welcome to monitor us. If there's something we're doing that's not right, or if it's not done well enough, feel free to bring it up. As long as the issues raised are right and feasible, then we will definitely take on board everyone's views. After the host, Zhang Xiao, said this, countless viewers watching the program all boiled over, especially those who are in real difficulties. When they see this scene, it's like grabbing the straw that saves their lives. The show used to exist, but it didn't catch fire, so not a lot of people knew about it or followed it. But tonight, because of the presence of Wang Qingge Grey Wolf, it has already made many people know about the show and managed to draw attention to it. After introducing the purpose of the program, host Zhang Xiao only continued the program. Now that the matter of Ding Ling Ling has been successfully resolved, so it's time for the next person to come on stage. Zhang Xiao, alright everyone, let's let Ding Ling Ling go down for a rest and have the next one on. So Ding Ling Ling, just like that, was pushed away by the staff. Go Spirit, have faith in yourself that you can do it. Everyone did a little goodbye to her. After Ding Ling Ling left, the host, Zhang Xiao, said, alright, so let's have the following. The next one on stage. As the host's words fell on the entrance door, the countdown began. Looking at the countdown of the gate, everyone's situation is different up. Everyone is thinking, this time on the stage, what will be the person? It can't be a poor person like Ding Ling Ling, right? But come to think of it, this program exists to help those poor people come. So the people who come here are anything but pathetic. Soon the 10-second countdown ended, and the door to the entrance slowly opened. When the door opened completely, a thin figure appeared where it was. Step by step, he made his way to the stage. After the man got closer and closer, both the audience at the scene and those watching the live broadcast got a good look at the man. It turned out that the owner of this skinny figure, since it was just a child, looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. He was dressed very plainly, even his clothes were already a bit worn. He was also darker, as if he had been exposed to the sun by working on the ground a lot. So upon seeing this child, countless people were instantly filled with curiosity, wondering what this child's situation was. Hi there, little friend. Chen Xin was the first to greet him, and the child, coming to follow, said to those present, Sister Chen Xin, Brother Grey Wolf, the hosts, and everyone else, hello. Aha! Everyone nodded when they saw how understanding the boy was. The host, Zhang Xiao, spoke up at this time, and he probably knew this kid from a long time ago, so he walked right up to him. Gentlemen, let me introduce you all. This is Hu Xiaotian, now 7 years old, from an ordinary rural family. What? Sure enough, it's only as young as 7. After listening to the words of the host, Zhang Xiao, everyone was sure of what they had guessed in their hearts. The host continues, Sky, come tell us about yourself. Aha! Hearing this, Hu Xiaotian also spoke directly. Hello everyone, my name is Hu Xiaotian. I'm a child of an ordinary family from a rural village in the countryside. After Hu Xiaotian finished speaking, Chen Xin was the first one who couldn't help but ask, Xiaotian, you're so great, how come you're so adult-like? Chen Xin's praise was not exaggerated, but Hu Xiaotian, indeed, was very much like an adult now, and in fact, Hu Xiaotian had indeed taken on the responsibility that only an adult should take on. After seeing Chen Xin ask Hu Xiaotian this, the host Zhang Xiao, who was in the know, also helped him talk back. Chen Xin, you misunderstood. Xiaotian is not like an adult, but he is already an adult. Host Zhang Xiao's words made Chen Xin and many, who hadn't reacted for a while, and those who hadn't comprehended it, confused. What do you mean he's an adult? Is he in his 20s? In response to everyone's confusion, the host, Zhang Xiao, didn't let them think too much before continuing. This child Hu Xiaotian, even though he's only 7 years old and just an older child, he's no longer a real child, because, at an age when he should be carefree, when he should be playing with his peers, he's already carrying the burden of the family. What? So it is. After listening to the words of the host, Zhang Xiao, all the talents finally understood somewhat. After Chen Xin found out about this, she also revealed a pleased smile. Xiaotian, is this true? You really understand. Chen Xin said while touching his head. Here, tell your sister how you do your chores. After knowing Hu Xiaotian's situation, Chen Xin acted like a big sister, as if she cared about her little brother's situation. Me. And when Hu Xiaotian heard Chen Xin's words, it was a bit difficult for him to speak as if he was the host. Zhang Xiao saw the situation and it was better for him to speak in his place. Chen Xin, Hu Xiaotian's situation may be a bit different from what you and everyone else thinks. Well, what does that say? Seeing Zhang Xiao say this, Chen Xin was a bit puzzled, and the host, Zhang Xiao, continued, I've already said that. In fact, at this age like Hu Xiaotian is right now, it should have been a time to go and play without any preferences or worries, but he didn't. And do you know why that is? Chen Xin, including the audience, naturally had no idea that this was going on, because, Hu Xiaotian he was just forced to do so. What? Forced? What does that mean? The host, Zhang Xiao's flip-flopping words added to the crowd's confusion. What is compulsion? In the perception of the crowd, compulsion belongs to reluctance. If that's really the case, then why even say this? Hu Xiaotian understands and resists the burden of the family. If he's doing all this because he's forced to do it unwillingly, it's no use talking about it. So everyone, at this time, was very confused about what the host, Zhang Xiao, had said. Zhang Xiao, naturally, was also aware of what the audience, at the moment, was thinking, so he continued, everyone, although I say that Hu Xiaotian was forced to do what those great talents should do. Chapter 170 Don't be great, but he's still a real grown-up. And I'm even sure that Hu Xiaotian must know more about things and how to do things than many grown-ups. Do you guys think that Hu Xiaotian he's at an age where he should be enjoying the care of his parents and doesn't want to enjoy it? Doesn't want to play with his peers? And live the life of a carefree kid? No, it's not that he doesn't want to do any of this. It's that he wants to but can't anymore. Can't do that. The words of the host, Zhang Xiao, made everyone listen to him more and more, because he said so much, but he still didn't get to the point. There was no point in talking about letting the crowd know what was going on with Hu Xiaotian. Exactly. The audience's anxiety was quickly answered by Zhang Xiao, only to see Zhang Xiao continue. Actually, Hu Xiaotian, it's not that he doesn't want that, but he really has run out of options. He can't go and have as much fun as other people his age anymore, because his home needs him. His home needs him to save it. It needs him for it not to be broken. Young Zhang, what does that mean? Why should a family need a child to save it? Hearing, once again, this flip-flop from Zhang Xiao, many people again did not understand. Without giving everyone a chance to think and guess more, the host, Zhang Xiao, continued, Hu Xiaotian, he's doing this because something big has happened to their family. Actually, Hu Xiaotian and his family had an accident 2 years ago. 2 years ago, shortly after his mother gave birth to her second child, she found out she was terminally ill. An ordinary family that finds out about a terminal illness, no one knows how desperate they are. And because of that, everything about Hu Xiaotian has been changed. Shortly after his mother found out she was terminally ill, his father was trying to earn money for his mother's treatment. So, ran away to work in the city. But that's what made Hu lose his father forever. His father died in a car accident in the city. And the most hateful thing is that the perpetrator ran away and hasn't been caught yet. Just like that, Hu Xiaotian's father died in vain, without a single penny of compensation. But it was only just beginning, and after his father's death, his mother's condition began to deteriorate. So soon, his mother was also unable to move her whole body and was only able to lie in bed. But his mother can't move, and it's going to be very difficult for the family, because Hu Xiaotian, at that time, was only 5 years old and had a newborn sister. Now that his father is gone and his mother can't move, what should Hu do? And who should take care of his sister, and his mother? After hearing Zhang Xiao say this, countless viewers, all of a sudden, felt the corners of their eyes sour, because all of this was really too difficult for Hu Xiaotian to do. In the face of such a situation, not to mention Hu Xiaotian, a child of such a small size, even an adult would be somewhat at a loss as to what to do. The audience, therefore, were worried about Hu Xiaotian's family, but the worries are always in the past, and now viewers are more interested in knowing what Hu did in the end. This time, the host, Zhang Xiao, stopped talking and let Hu Xiaotian speak for himself. Tian, can you tell everyone what you did after your father left and your mother couldn't move? Good. Hu Xiaotian nodded his head obediently before speaking. 2 years ago, my mother found out she was terminally ill, after my father left in a car accident because he went to the city to work, because there was no money to treat my mother in time. So it resulted, my mother directly couldn't move her whole body, so she could only lie on the bed. At that time, I didn't know what to do with myself, because I had a sister, just under a month old. In the first few days, I was able to rely on my neighbors to pick up the slack, but as the days went by, I was too embarrassed, myself, to reach out and ask my neighbors for more, so I ended up being on my own. I started to learn how to do housework, collect my own poly waste paper scraps to sell, and then buy formula for my sister. The host interrupted Hu Xiaotian as he spoke. After interrupting Hu Xiaotian, Zhang Xiao then addressed the audience once again. I believe that everyone, by now, should understand what I just said. What's going on, right? When I say Hu Xiaotian, I mean that he is forced to do so, not that he is reluctant, but that he has run out of options. If he doesn't, then his family is really gone, including his mother and sister, and maybe even, eventually, himself. That's why he had to treat himself like an adult. Not all is well in the world, and in many places where everyone does not see, there are always those who are bitter, but are not willing to be ordinary, and Hu Xiaotian is such a person. At his young age, he did, for the sake of this family, what many people could not do. He's been holding the family together since he was 5 years old. Audience, do you know what a 5-year-old usually does? Or do you guys think that Hu Xiaotian doesn't want to be like other kids? No, it's not that Hu Xiaotian doesn't want to, but he can't do it even if he wants to. Hearing these words, many of the audience couldn't help but shed tears, because the shock that this child, Hu Xiaotian, gave them was simply too strong. What he did, really don't say it's Hu Xiaotian, even a grown-up, some of them will not be able to do it. But Hu Xiaotian, a child of only 5 years old, had done what many adults could not. How can this not make the audience surprised and shocked? Xiaotian, after Chen Xin knew the truth about everything, as a girl, she was the most likely to not be able to stand this kind of truth. So all of a sudden, she hugged Hu Xiaotian and cried. Wang Qingge, too, was very shocked by Hu Xiaotian's matter. He was a man of 2 lifetimes, so he had seen many similar situations like Hu Xiaotian's. But indeed, children like Hu Xiaotian, who at such a young age had already carried all the burdens of the family, were really very rare. Therefore, Wang Qingge also admired Hu Xiaotian's boy very much. Chen Xin hugged Hu Xiaotian for a while before releasing him. Xiaotian, you're really great, you know? Sister really thinks you're so great. As for Hu Xiaotian, when he saw Chen Xin suddenly say this about him, he only saw him shake his head up. Don't, Sister Chen Xin, I don't want to be great. I just want to be my ordinary self. Chapter 171 Ordinary People. Be your ordinary self. Hu Xiaotian's words not only made Chen Xin, but also the countless viewers, faintly freeze up. As for Hu Xiaotian himself, he continued, Sister Chen Xin, I don't want any greatness, I just want to be my true self. As long as it's something that will allow me to help my family and take care of my mom and sister, then I'd rather be an ordinary person. Hearing Hu Xiaotian say this, everyone felt even more how much this child understood. Xiaotian, you, and Chen Xin, hearing such words again, couldn't help but hug Hu Xiaotian. At this time, the host, Zhang Xiao, looked at Wang Qingge. Grey Wolf, what do you think of this kid Hu Xiaotian? The host, Zhang Xiao, asked about Wang Qingge, and all of a sudden all the attention was already on him, because Wang Qingge was, besides Hu Xiaotian, the most talked about person on this stage, and being asked by the host, Wang Qingge also finally moved, and he took Hu Xiaotian's hand. Only his tiny hands, covered with wrinkles, looked like the hands of an old man. If you don't look at the face or the person, just these hands, then absolutely no one would associate the owner of these hands with a 7-year-old child. Touching Hu Xiaotian's wrinkled hand, Wang Qingge was sad from the bottom of her heart, and he did, finally lending his voice to Hu Xiaotian's words. Each of us, whoever we are from the moment we are born, is destined to be ordinary. Those who are extraordinary, those who show greatness and nobility, are really just halos given by others. We don't have the aura of God or the sanctity that others give us, so we are all ordinary. I also believe in those who are extraordinary. As long as they don't have the halo and everything else, then they're doomed, and they're just a mediocre person, because that's the way it was meant to be. Speaking here, Wang Qingge looked at Hu Xiaotian before continuing to address the audience. But there are some people who are born ordinary and do extraordinary things, doing what many cannot do, doing what others think, that is great and noble. When Wang Qingge said this, in everyone's heart, they knew that he was talking about Hu Xiaotian. In spite of that, they never think how great they are, how different they are. Because, what they do, in their own minds, is the right thing to do. So they don't need any halos, they don't need compliments, they're just doing what they're supposed to be doing. After hearing Wang Qingge's words, everyone went silent, because what he said wasn't wrong at all. Wasn't Hu Xiaotian exactly that kind of person? A tiny child, from the age of 5, carrying a family. Not only do I have to take care of my bedridden mother, but I also have to take care of a newborn sister. Such a thing, such a situation, not to mention a 5-year-old child, even an adult, it is probably difficult to do. But Hu Xiaotian, he had done it. He had done what many people had thought was the most impossible thing. He did, not only to take care of his mother, but also to take care of his sister's affairs. Is something like that ordinary? To say it's the greatest would be an understatement. It was just that what made it even more unexpected was that Hu Xiaotian thought that all of this was what he should do. That's really what he should do, because he's just an ordinary guy, and everything he does is just for his family. So in Hu Xiaotian's eyes, it was all ordinary. Nothing great or not great existed. And Wang Qingge continued after a while. I have nothing more to say about Hu Xiaotian. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say, but at this moment, I'd like to express it all in a song. After hearing that Wang Qingge, again, was going to express all of this in song, the audience got excited. After all, they could, once again, hear Grey Wolf's new song, and how could that not excite the audience? And the host, Zhang Xiao, after seeing Wang Qingge say that, he also hurriedly asked, Grey Wolf, so I wonder, what song are you going to use to express what's in front of you? Wang Qingge didn't hesitate, and directly and cheerfully returned, this song, I improvised and created it on the spot. Another self-composed song. Hearing Wang Qingge's words, the audience once again boiled over, because Wang Qingge, again, is going to sing an original song. But what made countless people even more excited and curious was what kind of song Wang Qingge would create in such a short period of time. The quality of that song, whether it works or not. These are things that countless people are curious and want to know. However, many people knew that with Grey Wolf's strength, his songs were definitely not bad. Even if it was really bad, it couldn't be too bad as all. So everyone was incredibly looking forward to it. And knowing that, the song that Wang Qingge was going to sing was an original, the host, Zhang Xiao, didn't talk any more nonsense. Good Grey Wolf, then we all look forward to your singing. After that, they all left quickly, leaving the stage to Wang Qingge. Wang Qingge walked over to the piano and sat down, adjusting her position before speaking to the opening. Ladies and gentlemen, this next song is one that I composed on the fly, so it may be a little less than stellar. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't sing well or anything. When she said these words, Wang Qingge's face was all serious without a hint of blush, because only he knows that all his songs are cashed out directly inside the system, and any originality is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's just that no one knows about it all. However, the songs that Wang Qingge chose were very much in line with the current situation, so he had absolute confidence that he could conquer the audience. And the audience, hearing him say that, naturally understood him very well. After all, it was not easy for him to create a song in such a short period of time, so who would have nothing better to do than to care about whether it was good or not? Only after seeing that the audience didn't say anything did Wang Qingge continue, because I based this song on some of Hu Xiaotian and created it with him in mind. So, I've got a name for the song. Let's call it just plain. And the audience people, after hearing the name given by Wang Qingge, were all very emotional. As long as it's ordinary, this is indeed exactly what Hu Xiaotian wants. Yeah, what Hu Xiaotian wants is just his ordinary self. Chapter 172 Extraordinary Things. So Grey Wolf, the name that was given, really fits Hu Xiaotian's situation. After introducing to everyone the name of the song, only Wang Qingge began, his hands on the piano keys. With the gentle press of a finger, the notes came out from the keys, maybe far away or yesterday, here or across the river. A long way to go, a long way to go. People come together and people fall apart. Let go of right and wrong to know the answer. The courage to live. There is no aura of God. You and I are born ordinary. Wang Qingge opened his mouth directly, allowing the audience to, at once, enter into his song. This song of his is so different from any of his previous ones, because he sings the song so calmly, not at all in that heartbreaking, or soprano, way. It was just very calm, very normal singing, so the audience, they were very surprised. It was the first time the audience, for the first time, heard him sing like this. But although Wang Qingge's song, which is a big departure from the previous ones, is mediocre, but the meaning in the lyrics is very big, and it's something that every audience member knows all too well. Just with these opening lines, many people already understand what the song is trying to say and what it is telling. Just those few lyrics already contain several layers of meaning. There are all kinds of sadnesses and joys as people separate from each other. But of course, the most important thing is still, in the lyrics, the kind of ordinariness expressed, the fact that without the aura of God, all people would be ordinary. And the lyrics, there's one more thing, and that's that they fit Hu Xiaotian's situation. Isn't Hu Xiaotian, like what is sung later in these lyrics? Hasn't he experienced sorrow and joy since he was a child? Hu Xiaotian is just like the lyrics. He has not only faced, since childhood, all kinds of sorrows and joys. More than that, she lived bravely for the sake of her family, bravely taking on everything and being her ordinary, yet extraordinary self. So as soon as the song was sung, the audience already knew that it was indeed a song written by Grey Wolf with Hu Xiaotian in mind. Wang Qingge's song, 2, continued. Recognize regret in heartbreak. Life is long and short. Beating hearts grow vines. Willing to fight for danger. Down into the gray and into the abyss. Dirt-stained face. There is no aura of God. Hold the mundane in your hands. After Wang Qingge's singing voice, once again, reached the audience's ears, everyone realized how perfectly the song was written. Just now, when Wang Qingge started, he told them that the song was improvised, so it might be a little bit not so good. The crowd at that time, when they heard such words, thought that maybe it was really the Grey Wolf, who was not writing very well, who said this. But now, upon hearing the lyrics of the song he sang, everyone realized that the song, Grey Wolf, had been written quite perfectly. Many people also wondered why Grey Wolf could create and write, in such a short period of time, such a perfect song out. A song like that, if it was anyone else, it would have taken a while to create, anyhow, but yet, here in Grey Wolf, it was created and written for so quickly, although everyone expressed great surprise at this situation with Wang Qingge. But just think, the wonders he has performed in the past, the songs he has composed, then come back and look at this again. It wouldn't really be that unusual, because it could just be Grey Wolf's great strength, his great talent. Although Hu Xiaotian was still young and didn't know much about many things yet, when he heard Wang Qingge sing this song for him, he knew that this song must be one that praised and appreciated him, Hu Xiaotian. So under this song, Hu Xiaotian was once again supported, given the strong spiritual support to continue to be brave, to continue to be strong. The people who were affected by hearing Wang Qingge's song naturally couldn't just be Hu Xiaotian alone, because in real life, there must also be some other people who are like Hu Xiaotian, who share a common link with Hu Xiaotian's destiny. There must also be quite a few people who are just like Hu Xiaotian, people who are supposed to be ordinary but also do extraordinary things. So Wang Qingge's song, encouragement naturally not just Hu Xiaotian's single person only. Definitely, there were also many people like Hu Xiaotian who were powerfully encouraged by the influence of Wang Qingge's song, because Hu Xiaotian is just a microcosm of many ordinary people. More people like Hu Xiaotian just aren't known, just don't appear in the public eye. Therefore Wang Qingge's song played a very big role. With countless people caught up in the song continued. This heart has no regrets in this life. The fire of life has been lit. One day it may be far away. Maybe we'll see each other again. In the crowd. In the sky. Let me see your face again. Let the tears spread over your eyes. Though there are no words, tears fill my face. Don't want God's halo. As long as you're ordinary. Although Wang Qingge sang calmly like this, to the ears of the audience, it was not calm at all. In the minds of the audience, the shock from this song was not only unsettling, but one could even say that it was, well, pretty wild, because it's one of those songs that sounds calm, but when one goes to feel the lyrics, it's not calm. Not only is it not quiet, you could even say it's pretty high profile. This is the kind of effect that only a song that sings into the heart can show. So while the title of the song is mundane, everything sung in the lyrics is also called mundane, but it's got the kind of mood that doesn't scream ordinary, kind of shocking song. Amidst everyone's shock, Wang Qingge just kept singing calmly, and the song, too, has come to an end. Don't want God's aura. As long as you're ordinary, this heart has no regrets in this life. The fire of life is kindled. As the last lyrics were sung, Wang Qingge's playing, too, was slowly winding down. Soon, his strumming was also finally stopped. It went on until he finished singing and playing, but a lot of the audience still hadn't come back from it, until Wang Qingge stood up herself and said to the audience, "Thank you everyone." It was only after hearing this that the audience, and those watching the live stream, finally came back to reality. Snap! What greeted Wang Qingge was naturally another deafening round of applause. The applause continued for a minute or so before it slowly died down. Chapter 173 Solving Difficulties. After the audience's applause stopped, the hosts, Zhang Xiao and Chen Xin, returned to the stage once again. Grey Wolf, that was a good song. Even I almost cried at it, you know? As soon as Zhang Xiao came up, he directly said this, and Wang Qingge didn't know whether this was true or not, so she was just a little embarrassed and smiled. And the host, Zhang Xiao, didn't say anything more on this issue, only to see that he went straight to the point. Zhang Xiao looked at Hu Xiaotian and asked, "Xiaotian, how is it? How do you feel after listening to the song that the Grey Wolf composed for you?" Although Hu Xiaotian was still young, he was quite good at answering, only to see him look at Wang Qingge and say, "Brother Grey Wolf, thank you. I really like this song. Don't worry, I will definitely stay strong from now on. Don't try to beat me with any setbacks. I'll always be strong all the time." Hearing Hu Xiaotian say this, not to mention Wang Qingge herself, the others were also touched, because Hu Xiaotian, this child, really knows too much so that they, the adults, all feel a little ashamed up. Wang Qingga also, once again held Hu Xiaotian's hand and comforted him. Little Sky, Brother Grey Wolf believes in your words. Brother Grey Wolf believes that you can definitely do it. Because Brother Grey Wolf knows that Little Sky is a strong child. Little Sky is a mediocre child though. But what Xiaotian did was not something ordinary, but something unforgettable and moving. So Brother Grey Wolf is truly believing that Little Sky will be able to do everything that was said today. Aha! After hearing Wang Qingga's personal encouragement, Hu Xiaotian nodded his head while crying. Xiaotian, don't cry. You have to be stronger, you know. After seeing Hu Xiaotian cry, Chen Xian she also followed to comfort. And the host, Zhang Xiao, finally got to the main topic of this time, and he looked at the three investors. Well, folks, our program continues. Since everyone already knows about Hu Xiaotian and his deeds, now, then, it's time for us to talk about the problems and difficulties that Hu Xiaotian he's facing right now. Three investors, the problem now is this. Host Zhang Xiao looked at the three and said, because Hu Xiaotian, he has reached the age of 7 this year, and according to this age then, he is required to go to school. Actually, if it wasn't for the accident in his family, then Hu Xiaotian would have been like all the other children, having gone to kindergarten or something a long time ago. But because things in his family got in the way, it resulted in Hu Xiaotian not going to any kindergarten. But it doesn't matter. He hasn't been to kindergarten though. It's not too late to start going to school. It's just that right now Hu Xiaotian faces a big problem. That is, his mom and sister, for the past 2 years, have been taken care of by him alone. So, Hu Xiaotian's mom and his sister can't stay away from Hu Xiaotian. That makes it very difficult for him. Should he give up continuing to take care of his mom and sister and choose to go to school and study instead? Or do you give up going to school and reading and instead choose to stay home and continue to take care of your mom and sister? Host Zhang Xiao's words once again made countless people sniffing tears, because no one could have imagined that such a decision could happen to a child who was only 7 years old. Only 7-year-old. How does he make a choice? However, everyone knew that with Hu Xiaotian's character, if there were no other accidents, then he would definitely have to give up going to school and studying, and chose to stay home and take care of my mom and sister, because going to school and reading were more important than your own mom and sister. So, if nothing unexpected happened to Hu Xiaotian, then he would definitely choose this way. But if that was the case, then Hu Xiaotian's life would have to be like this, unable to change his miserable fate any further, because if he wants to change his fate, then the only way to do that's to go to school. But it's already been said that if he goes to school, then there will be no one to take care of his mom and sister. Therefore things like this, not to mention Hu Xiaotian, even an adult would have difficulty making a choice. On one side is the opportunity to change your future destiny, and on the other the responsibility to take care of your own mom and sister. So which side should he have to give up to be right? At this moment countless viewers were really bothered by this choice for Hu Xiaotian. But the good thing is, today Hu Xiaotian came to the program, Love on Earth. Since he had come here, he was surely able to get these problems of his solved here. The three investors heard the words of the host, Zhang Xiao. Mr. Zhang that is also finally spoke. Well, it's like this. I've already read Hu Xiaotian his mom's physical examination report. His mom's situation, while a little tricky, is not hopeless. If we let our medical organization come and treat Hu Xiaotian's mom, then there is still hope that she will get well again. Hearing Mr. Zhang say that, everyone was also finally relieved, because Mr. Zhang's words had undoubtedly given Hu Xiaotian the greatest hope. It was just that Mr. Zhang's words only helped Hu Xiaotian half as much. Mr. Zhang only said that he would help treat Hu Xiaotian's mom, but he didn't say anything about his sister. The audience, therefore, was still a bit puzzled and a bit worried about Hu Xiaotian's sister. However, it turns out that viewers were worried about being redundant again. After Mr. Zhang had just finished saying that he was going to help treat Hu Xiaotian's mother, Wang Mengxian, another investor, also spoke up. Only Wang Mengxian said, Mr. Zhang, in that case, I'll leave the matter of Hu Xiaotian's mother's treatment to you. Let us take care of the rest. We'll find a better nanny for Hu Xiaotian's mom and sister, to take care of their mother and daughter, especially his sister. We'll be there to help the family in the best way we can with parenting. In that case, then Hu Xiaotian can go to school in peace. He can still be with his mom and sister too if he wants, as long as he comes back from school. After listening to Wang Mengshuan's words, all the talents were finally completely relieved, because after Mr. Zhang and Wang Mengxian, the two of them said so, the problem that was originally incomparably difficult on Hu Xiaotian was easily solved. The host, Zhang Xiao, also spoke again after hearing the two of them. Chapter 174 Child in a Stroller. Good, since the two of you have made a decision, Then the matter of Hu Xiaotian's mom's condition. It's up to Mr. Chang and the medical organization. And the rest will be left to Wang Mengxian and the others, who will be responsible for taking care of Hu Xiaotian's mom and sister. Good. Snap. When the audience heard such words, they also applauded happily for Hu Xiaotian and his family. For a while, host Zhang Xiao, on the other hand, once again took the opportunity to ad-lib. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching, on Southern State TV, the Love on Earth program. The main purpose of this program is to help people who are in a difficult situation, to get them out of their lives and help them get through it. Since the program's inception, it has successfully helped tens of thousands of people in need. So if you are also in trouble, or if you are close to someone who is in trouble and needs help, then you can also contact us. As long as the situation is true, then this program will do what it says it will do and help everyone in trouble. Of course, if everyone is also interested in joining us to help those in need, then everyone can also visit our official website and go for the donation method, joining hands with us to help more people in difficulty. Once the host, Zhang Xiao, came down with this flip-flop, some of the people who were watching the live broadcast across the country did indeed have their hands full. Those who are really in trouble and need help, they're getting ready to contact this program now. Of course, apart from those who wanted to help, countless viewers, also listening to Zhang Xiao's words, logged onto the website of Love on Earth to make donations. Do what you can for the Love on Earth program so that they can go out and help more peoples. Anyway, after tonight, this show of Love on Earth must have been a hit all over the internet. Okay, folks, here's a break for you for a minute or two, and the show will be right back. After the host finished, the show went straight to commercial. The people who were at the scene also sent Hu Xiaotian and the others down. Tilt slightly. 2 minutes have passed and the show is back again. Host, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this program, which is aired by Southern State TV, the Love on Earth program. For those who want to know more about what this program is about, please scan the 3D code in the lower left corner for one. Well folks, let's get our show on the road. Let's have, please, the last of the difficult ones of the session come to the stage. After the host, Zhang Xiao, finished speaking, the door to the stage entrance entered another 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 1. As the gate slowly opened, 2 figures appeared. No, it should be 2 figures pushing a stroller. They walked towards the stage step by step, and only after they got closer and closer did the audience, including those who were watching the live broadcast, get a good look at them. It looks like the two are in a young married relationship, both with mediocre looks, with a resemblance to a loyal and honest ordinary couple. In the hands of both of them, they were also pushing a stroller, while in it sat what looked to be, child of about 2 years of age. Hi, hello, the two of you. Seeing their family of 3, the host, Zhang Xiao, was the first to ask. When they stopped, they too finally responded, the male one saying, hello host, MS, Chen Xin, Grey Wolf, and everyone else. Aha! Hearing this, everyone nodded. Zhang Xiao, this brother, come introduce yourself first. Aha! Ladies and gentlemen, we are an ordinary family from the countryside. This is my wife and this is our 2-year-old daughter. Oh, after hearing the male's introduction, everyone confirmed their situation. Soon, all eyes, then, were on their children, because, they say, their child is 2 years old, but doesn't look like he's 2, because if it was a normal child, then 2 years old would have been talking and walking already, but their child was still sitting in a stroller, which makes it hard not to be suspicious. The host, Zhang Xiao, has naturally been wanting to ask what the hell is going on for a long time, so he spoke directly. What's this about your children, old man? Oh, who knew that the host, Zhang Xiao, asked so, the wife that, directly cried sadly, just like that, without warning, it just gave way to tears, and the whole thing made everyone nervous with it. What's going on? Zhang Xiao also asked anxiously. The husband one, at this point, also wiped his tears sadly before saying, it's like this, our daughter has a very rare disease, and she's been like this since she was born. We've been looking around for medical help for the past 2 years, but it hasn't gotten any better. Not only is there no benefit, the situation is getting worse and worse, and the 2 years down the road have not only cost us all our savings, but also a lot of external debt. We had no choice but to find the program Love on Earth and hope that people can help us. At the end of the sentence, my husband choked back a sad sob and edged his head away. When the audience saw that both couples were like this, they also knew that they should be in a really difficult situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this way, with both couples bowing their heads for help in front of so many people. When the host, Zhang Xiao, saw this, he had no choice but to ask again. So, old buddy, do you guys know what kind of rare disease your kids really have? I don't know. They also shook their heads straight up. The doctor said that the disease is so rare that the entire planet can count on one hand the number of cases that have appeared. And what? Older brother. After seeing that the other party wanted to speak and couldn't go on, the host, Zhang Xiao, pursued the question. Besides, the doctors have said that with this rare disease, our child is not destined to live past the age of 5. What? Can't live past 5? The male's flip-flop was like a huge stone that suddenly smashed into a calm lake, causing a strong commotion. At first, everyone, no matter who they were, was calmly watching it all. But at this moment, upon hearing this turn of phrase from the man, no matter who it was, they could no longer remain calm. Because how can anyone take this 2-year-old, since the doctors have declared that he is not destined to live past the age of 5? This moment, no one said a word, just watched everything handily. The host, Zhang Xiao, also froze for a while before regaining his senses. Chapter 175 Brutal Double Pain. The host, Zhang Xiao, asked with a glimmer of hope after he came back to his senses. Buddy, is it possible that the doctor misdiagnosed it or something? Woo! Hearing the words of the host, Zhang Xiao, the man didn't say anything, but his wife cried even more. The wife won. While crying, it would be nice if that were true, but we've been to a lot of places in the last 2 years. That's what the doctors, wherever they are, tell us. Woohoo! When they heard this, it was already very clear to everyone that it couldn't possibly be false. If a doctor had said that, it would have been suspicious, but if it is, and all the doctors say so, then it must be true, without fail. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xiao was also, for a moment, at a loss as to what to do. So Zhang Xiao, too, could only turn to the trio of investors. He looked at the three. All three of you, you've read their information, haven't you? The host, Zhang Xiao, asked this, and this time the three people from the investor side were surprisingly strange, because the three of them, too, didn't give an immediate response as soon as the host asked, like Ding Lingling and Hu Xiaotian did before. Rather, this time, none of the three people from the investor's side spoke, just looking at the information in their hands. Not only that, but they were frowning with a serious look on their faces. Such a scene instantly gave countless spectators an ominous premonition upon seeing it, because all three investors have had their situation written all over them. The host, Zhang Xiao, also froze, but he quickly stabilized his mind before continuing to ask questions. 3. I wonder if you know anything about the boy's condition? Alas, Mr. Zhang that helplessly sighed, but didn't say anything. He just took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. In the end it was Ancient, the one who said it himself, only to see Ancient also, very helplessly, put down the information in his hand. He looked into the middle of the stage, at the child in the stroller. This child has a very rare disease indeed. It's called so-and-so syndrome, and it only exists on newborn babies. It is indeed very difficult to cure, and as far as we can tell, there is no precedent for a cure. Oh-hoo! The mom one broke down and cried once again after hearing that from Ancient. The show, Love Among Men, was the family's last hope, but they didn't expect it to end up like this. How do you not tell people to be sad? Not only the child's parents. At this moment countless viewers, hearing the Ancient words, is also very lost up. Everyone wants to hear a good result and see a happy ending. But in the end, it turned out like this. So not only the parents of the child, but also many viewers are very difficult to accept the result. Especially those who also have children, have children's families. They are the most understanding. Now the child's parents. At this moment the mood. What parent wouldn't be heartbroken to see their children like this and not be able to do anything to save them? The host, Zhang Xiao, also, had trouble accepting the ending of the ask. Ancient, is there really nothing that can be done? Being asked this question, Ancient also fell silent for a while before he said, we can only try, but there really isn't a lot of hope because this is a disease that, at the moment, there is nothing that can be done about it globally. Hearing Ancient say this once again, the countless spectators, once again, had trouble accepting it, because now, it was true that there was no hope whatsoever. Even the Ancient one said so. The host, Zhang Xiao, still, having a hard time accepting this, continued to ask, Ancient, then tell us honestly, with this disease of this child's, will she really not live past the age of 5? This time, Ancient is completely silent. Silence has become his at this time, the best answer. Not only that, Mr. Chang that one also brought a worse news said, a child with this disease can only live to be 5 years old, and that means it can only happen if there are very good conditions for treatment, and you basically don't have to wait until you're 5 years old if you don't have a very good condition to treat your child. What? Mr. Zhang's words not only didn't reassure everyone, but made it even more difficult for the crowd to accept. People had thought that a child with this disease could live to be 5 years old, but they didn't realize that was something that could only be done with the best medical care available. If you don't have good conditions and good treatment, then a child with this disease basically doesn't make it past the age of 5. How can such a truth, such a reality be acceptable? How can the parents of a child not be heartbroken? Oh, why is this happening? Why is this happening? My baby, the child's mother, once again, heard such a blow, and it was time to cry her heart out. Countless people, too, are shedding tears of sadness for the family and grieving with them, but the real sadness goes much further than that, as the child's mother was seen crying as she spoke. Oh, why is this? Why is this? What have we done wrong for God to do this to us? My 2 children, why have they become like this? Why? What is she talking about? 2 children? Hearing the words of the child's mother, everyone's heart, once again, stung hard, because the child's mother said, 2 children, so wouldn't there be another one? At the moment, everyone hoped that the mother of the child was just overly upset and said so. So did the host, Zhang Xiao, and when he heard this, he hurriedly asked the child's father, "What's going on, old man? Do you have another child?" Only the child's father nodded. "We're LWs, or a brother, in the same situation. It's just that the brother one is so serious that he's been in intensive care. We're the ones who didn't bring him along with us." Boom! The words of the child's father were like a bolt from the blue, striking hard at everyone's heart. Having a child like this is hard enough to accept, but who would have thought that they would have given birth since they are having a dragon and phoenix child? How is it acceptable to give them all together, all suffering from this strange disease that is difficult to treat? Knowing the truth of it all, many people on the scene directly cried, including the countless viewers who tuned into the live broadcast, because this truth, this ending is really too much for people to accept, to face. People never thought that the heavens would be so unjust as to inflict such a severe punishment on this family. Chapter 176 Laughter on the Keys, and on the off chance that it's just 2 years old. What had they done wrong to ask 2 children to take such a punishment? This truth is really too breathtaking, where a normal person, if you hear such a result, is really difficult to accept. Wang Qingge was the same. He hadn't even had a chance to say a few words to this family since they came on stage, so he just listened to their tragic story. If it is in this family, not yet on the stage to come, then in the heart of Wang Qingge, he thinks he knows the most miserable people. That would be his classmates, Lin Tian and his family, because Lin Tian and his family, it was the father and son who were both suffering from a terminal illness. So before this family showed up, Wang Qingge was of the opinion that Lin Tian and Li Yeye they were the worst off, but not anymore. After this family showed up and their affairs were blown out of proportion, Wang Qingge knew that what happened to them was quite a bit more tragic than Lin Tian and Li Yeye and the others, because a pair of twins, at the same time suffering from this world, cannot be cured disease. Anyone else is not acceptable. As for Lin Tian and his family, although they were terminally ill, there was still a lot of hope for their situation. Therefore, Lin Tian's situation and theirs was truly incomparable to that of this family. Thinking about these things and looking at the people who were in despair because of their terminal illnesses, Wang Qingge's heart once again blamed itself. He was kicking himself. Why did he have everything in his system but the only thing missing from his system was the function of healing? If his system, too, had the function of healing, then he could have avoided watching this tragic scene today. He could have stepped in to help solve the problem and save the child who was in despair. But all of this was nothing more than an extravagant hope for Wang Qingge at this time. Everyone, right now, doesn't know how to comfort this family anymore, with both children suffering from this terminal illness that can't be saved. I'm afraid it's hard to comfort whoever it is. Chen Xin, too, had long since cried her eyes out in tears. A 2-year-old child, suffering from such torture, she would already find it hard to accept. What's more, there were still 2 of them, which made it even more difficult for a kind girl like Chen Xin to bear. Baby, seeing the child in the stroller, so innocent, Chen Xin finally couldn't help herself and went to pick her up. Chen Xin picked the child up. She didn't struggle or cry or anything, she was just so smitten, and because of this, the child's demented look stung everyone's heart all the more. If the child had struggled, or cried, then everyone's heart, perhaps, would not have hurt so much, but the child is like this, and the fact that the child is like this is an indication of the horror of this strange disease, the severity of the strange disease. That's why it's so sad and heartbreaking for everyone. After Chen Xin picked up the child, she patiently teased the child even though she was also in great pain. Baby, quickly call sister then kiss baby oh. But no matter how Chen Xin teased the child, she was still demented and didn't react much at all. Seeing such a situation, Chen Xin was on the verge of crying with anxiety. She didn't know what to use to make this child react. The child's father, seeing Chen Xin like this, he suddenly told everyone about a way to make the child appear to react. The boy, that's the way he usually is. There's nothing else we can do. However, when a child hears music, she is sometimes as normal as, well, any other child. What? Is this true? Chen Xin asked excitedly after she heard the words of the child's father, because she'd finally found it, a way to get a reaction out of the boy. And the father of the child, who was very positive, came back with, yes, a lot of times, we just let her listen to music and all that. It's what makes this child react. What makes it like any other normal child. Hearing this again from the child's father, Chen Xin picked up the child and without saying a word went to the piano and sat down. Baby, come, sister teaches you to play the piano. Do you want to learn? Saying that, Chen Xin directly played the piano, and the child's father, true to form, didn't lie to everyone. His child was really reacting the moment he heard the piano. This situation not only let the audience breathe a sigh of relief, but it was also a great motivation for Chen Xin. All of a sudden, so Chen Xin continued to play, always teasing the child, always engaging the child with the piano. Soon this approach, it really worked. As Chen Xin kept playing, the child's reaction, too, was beginning to grow louder and louder, and in the end she even reached out her little hand to touch the piano. Seeing this scene, Chen Xin hurriedly grabbed her small hand, then one piano key at a time, pressed down, and such a scene, in the eyes of a small child, may be mysterious, so the reaction that emerges, is getting bigger and bigger. It soon didn't take long for a scene that made everyone incredibly happy, to appear, only to see Chen Xin grab the child's hand and pressed a piano key after she screamed in excitement. Woohoo! The child's tender voice, clear as a bell, rang out, both from the audience at the scene and those watching the live broadcast. Everyone heard it loud and clear. The kid was really screaming. She was really responding. It is something that really makes everyone very happy when a child shows such a great reaction, because as long as the child is responding, that means there is hope for this. There was no one happier than Chen Xin, as the child had only reacted with her help. So Chen Xin, all of a sudden, felt that her efforts had not been in vain, and that she had finally received a rare reward for her efforts. Chen Xin then proceeded to grab the child's hand and press the keys one by one, and the child's reaction is also getting bigger and bigger, and finally is directly her laugh. After hearing the child, literally, let out a loud laugh, countless people shed tears of happiness for her. However, the good is always short-lived. It is not only short-lived, but also the most likely to give you a sudden blow to the head when one's heart is full of happiness. It makes you feel, all at once, the fall from heaven to hell. Just when everyone was happy that Chen Xin had amused the child, the host, Zhang Xiao, however, suddenly, received words coming from the backstage, so he had a serious expression all of a sudden. The expression of the host, Zhang Xiao, was first serious before it finally turned into a look of horror and worry. Wang Qingge had also seen the host's condition, but he didn't know what had happened yet. I wonder what the people backstage, in the presenter's earpiece, actually said. Chapter 177. Despair is so simple, though I don't know what the people backstage said to the host, Zhang Xiao. At this point, however, when Wang Qingge saw Zhang Xiao's expression, she already knew that it was definitely not good news coming. So Wang Qingge, for a moment, had a very ominous feeling. Over at the piano, the kid had been smiling happily ever since Chen Xin had amused him. Chen Xin was so excited to see this situation that she herself wanted to share this happy event. So Chen Xin, again, returned to her parents with her child in her arms. Big brother and sister, look, the baby is so happy. She's really happy. The child's parents, after seeing their child laughing so happily under Chen Xin's leadership, they also revealed a pleased smile. Just that they didn't know that at this moment, there was someone who had a struggling expression, and he was the host, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao didn't know what was going on, so he had a face of loss, and even more so, he had a feeling that he didn't want to look at the child's parents, but he had to, so he was very conflicted. Wang Qingge had been paying attention to the host Zhang Xiao's moves, so he couldn't help himself a bit. Young Zhang, what happened? Wang Qingge asked directly. Ah, me. Zhang Xiao was caught off guard by Wang Qingge's question, and Chen Xin and the rest of them looked at him at that moment. After seeing everyone, who had already looked at him, Zhang Xiao was also not going to continue hiding anything. Well, it's like this old man. The people in the background said that just now. Over at the hospital, they called you guys. Ah, the hospital called. Did they say what happened? The child's father also asked immediately when he heard Zhang Xiao's words, because they had left their cell phones in the middle of the backstage before going on stage. The hospital naturally couldn't, in the first instance, contact them. As for the host, Zhang Xiao, seeing the child's father ask this question, he sighed helplessly again. Moderator, what's going on? Did something happen to our baby? Zhang Xiao still didn't directly answer him, but instead, he calmed down a bit before saying, "Older brother, older sister, don't be anxious for a while, take your time and listen to me, okay?" The atmosphere instantly turned a bit tense, both the host stuttering and his caution at the moment. All of them can make one feel that something very bad has happened. The child's parents, moreover, did not dare to ask more questions. They just hoped that the words coming out of Zhang Xiao's mouth were good news to come. "Well, it's like this, old buddy. The hospital just called. Your kids aren't doing too well." What? The words of the host, Zhang Xiao, didn't come out as reassuring after all. After hearing that the couple, the child left in the hospital, was not doing well, all the viewers, too, were anxious. The child's mother, after hearing that her child, who was in the hospital, wasn't doing too well, she had long since gone soft in her husband's arms. The father was a little stronger, so he continued, "Moderator, so what did the doctor say? Do you want us to go back now?" "Well, just," Zhang Xiao nodded, but there were words at the end that just couldn't be said. The father seeing Zhang Xiao like this also knew that something must have happened to his child. "Moderator, what's wrong with my child? You tell us quickly." "Me," the host, Chang Xiao, looked up and choked and sniffled. From the way he was acting, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing, and it might even be the kind of situation that would make it difficult to accept. After all, how can something that can make a host cry be a good thing? "Moderator, what happened to my child?" Under the child's father's constant questioning, Zhang Xiao finally spoke up. "Older brother, this news, I know it's a big blow to you guys, but we really can't hide it from you anymore. Actually, when the hospital called just now, your children, they were gone. The doctors did their best, but they couldn't keep your baby." Puff. "Ah, wife." Hearing the words of the host, Zhang Xiao, the child's mother directly fainted on the ground. "Wife, wake up, wife." The husband hugged his wife in unspeakable despair. It was just that at this moment, not many people were paying attention to the couple, because countless people had their defenses directly broken by the host's words. No one could have imagined that the other child, who was in the hospital, would be gone at this point, in such a timely manner. Previously, when everyone knew that the two children had this strange disease, they all just heard from others that this disease was very difficult to cure and dangerous, and yet no one has ever really understood, really recognized the horror of this disease, until this moment, until they heard the child who stayed in the hospital and went away because of it. It was only then that they truly realized the horror of this strange disease, the desperation of this rare disease. Many people, who were already on the verge of heartbreak, now heard such news, which made them even more unacceptable. The audience, more than half of them, were crying their eyes red at this moment. When Wang Qingge heard that the child, who had stayed in the hospital, had suddenly died, his entire body froze. Although he had known that the words of the host, Zhang Xiao, were definitely not good news, he had never imagined that it would be such despairing news. They, who were outsiders, were so distressed to hear such news, let alone the parents of the child. As a matter of fact, the child's mother gave the whole thing right up when she heard the terrible news. This family, they had come to this stage with expectations, with the hope that they could see the light of day, but when they came here, they realized that it didn't give them hope either. Now this stage, not only doesn't give them hope, but it's here that they hear even more desperate news. Such a thing, such an ending is really not something that anyone can afford. Wang Qingge froze for a while, and when he came back to his senses, the staff had long since rushed to the stage. They took the mother of the child away from the scene, and the father followed. Only the three of them, Wang Qingge, and the child held in Chen Xian's arms were left behind. The child in Chen Xian's arms was still in joy until this point, and he was completely unaware of anything else. Only now already, no one cared about the kid's smile, because everyone was brooding over the kid who was gone. Even the host waited for the other staff to take the child's parents down before he regained his senses. When the host looked back, the first people he looked to were the three investors. "Three of you, is there really nothing that can be done about this disease?" Chapter 178 The Truth About Coming Here. The trio of investors, they were heartbroken at this point, because they didn't expect another child, either, to just walk away, and they do, as supporters of the Love on Earth program, can't do anything about this disease, so at this point, they are not only heartbroken but also helpless and hopeless, but they didn't want to give up until the very end of the matter, so the ancient held back their grief and returned the host's words. "Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, please rest assured, as long as there is still hope, then we will never give up. Please believe us, although this disease is difficult to treat, it is not hopeless. If we believe in miracles and if we all work together, then I have faith that the disease can be beaten." Ancient came down with a flurry of encouraging words, but they didn't do much in the minds of the audience. for all his own words are vain, all words of spiritual comfort, and none of them are true. So at this moment, there aren't too many people that are believing in holding out. The audience isn't not supporting the show, they just lost hope in this strange disease. Many people, as if accepting the reality of the disease, accept that it is not curable. Seeing everyone like this, the ancient ones were, for a moment, at a loss as to what to say, because they, themselves, really don't have much of a handle on this disease. After all, it's something that can't be solved globally. Naturally, in their case, it is also difficult to get a solution. Seeing that everyone was like this, Wang Xingge knew that if he didn't change what was in everyone's mind and how they viewed this disease, it would be really dangerous. If we don't change people and get their confidence back to cope with this strange disease, then there will be more tragedies in the future. After making up her mind, Wang Xingge asked, "Moderator, can I say a few words?" "Well, it's okay." Zhang Xiao, seeing that Wang Xingge had something to say, he also hurriedly let him speak. Wang Xingge looked at the audience at the scene. "Hello everyone, I know everyone is sad right now. It's all too much to take in. That kid's gone. And honestly, I'm right there with everyone else. I'm also very sad and can't take it all in. And even though the boy is gone, can we please not give up our support? Sister there is still hope now. So please don't give up and make sure to support them. We must believe that nothing is impossible. As long as we persist, that can definitely change. It's not really the strange disease that's scary. It's the fact that we give up on ourselves first. So we mustn't give up first. Never give up until the last minute. If we were to give up supporting their family now, then this remaining child will surely follow in his brother's footsteps when the time comes. When every human child comes, they are like angels in the eyes of their parents. So the pain of losing a child is unfathomable to normal people. If all of us, right now, give up on supporting their family, there's really not much hope for them. Speaking here, Wang Xingge stopped and considered for a moment before continuing to give. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I actually started out thinking the same thing as many of you. When the program, Love on Earth, just reached out to me to come on this program of theirs, I actually turned it down. No way. Hearing Wang Xingge's words, many of the audience were taken aback, because no one thought about it, and the Grey Wolf was reluctant to come to the show in the beginning. But then, the point of why he came back was instantly of renewed interest. Wang Xingge also continued, "When I first started, I was really reluctant to come to this program. But then, because of one thing that changed my mind, and you'll never guess what that thing was." Everyone, at this moment, listened carefully to Wang Xingge. "The thing that changed my perspective and brought me to the program was because I had a classmate who had a family of 3, and they suffered from the same situation. The two of them, my classmates, have been very much in love since the beginning of the campus, so all of us are very much blessed by them. But a few days ago, the family's terrible news reached me. I could not have imagined that my classmate's family would experience such a drastic change. Their newborn child, less than a year old, was dying of cancer." "Not really, it's such a small child again." The audience, hearing Wang Xingge's words, were shocked again. In order to convince the audience, Wang Xingge once again said clearly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely true and I am not lying to you. And people certainly don't think that my classmates and their family, it's not just their children who have cancer. Yes, that's right. Not only is their newborn 1-year-old terminally ill, but even the dad one is, like the baby, terminally ill at the same time." Hearing deja vu again, every audience member was surprised. There had just been 2 children, together, with a rare and strange disease, and now they heard from Wang Xingge, his classmate's family. How does it not surprise viewers that both the child and the father, too, are terminally ill at the same time? Despite the audience's surprise, everything was true. So Wang Xingge continued, "When I first found out about it, I had as much trouble believing it as everyone else. The child one, who got terminally ill at the same time as his dad, and was left alone with just his mom, was so sad and upset. That's how I came up with the program Love on Earth. Knowing all of this, because at that time I knew that if I wanted to help my classmates' family, I couldn't do it by myself. There's got to be more people that go out and help them to do that. So that's how I came up with this program. It occurred to me that the only thing that could help my classmates' family was this program. So with that, I ended up saying yes to the showrunners to come on the show. Of course, I do have a condition, and that is that I can come to the show. But the people on the show, they have to save my classmates' family in order to do so. The above is the real reason why I'm here for this program." After hearing Wang Xingge's words, everyone then understood and realized why he had come to this program. And at this time, more than countless viewers understood to know the purpose of Wang Xingge coming here. Chapter 179. It turned out to be him. Those who were watching the program live, Lin Tian and Li Ye's 2 families, also all of a sudden, had a bad premonition, because they felt that the Grey Wolf was talking about their family. Plus, Grey Wolf had said that he was also from the Zhengcheng Conservatory of Music. After they were possible acquaintances, the two of them, Lin Tian and Li Yeye, all of a sudden looked as if they had figured something out over, especially Li Yeye. At this moment, Li Yeye suddenly got up something that before, she didn't care about. That was 3 days ago, when their classmate Wang Qingge came to visit them. He ended up giving them $200,000. Then Li Yeye chased after her, wanting to thank Wang Qingge, and when she finally left the other party spoke to her. Li Yeye, maybe in the future, or maybe soon, or a few days later like this, when you know something about me or something, or an identity type of situation, I'd like you to keep my secret for a while, is that okay? The words that Wang Qingge had said to Li Yeye that night once again surfaced in Li Yeye's mind at this moment. At that time, Li Yeye, when she heard Wang Qingge's flip-flop, she simply did not understand, nor did she understand what he meant by saying this. Until this moment Li Yeye finally understood. She now finally knew why Wang Qingge, at that time, had to say this to her. It turns out that from that time on, he had already decided to go to the show, Love on Earth. Wang Qingge had originally refused, originally not wanting to go to this program. However, it was they, Li Yeye's family, who changed his opinion, and it was they who changed Wang Qingge's mind. They were the ones who made Wang Qingge feel the urge to save their family, before he changed his mind and agreed to go on the show. And it was also because Wang Qingge had decided right then and there that he would go to the program before he said those words to Li Yeye. Because the Wang Qingge at that time, he definitely knew that if he had gone to the program, then Li Yeye and the others were the ones who might have guessed his identity. He's going to be on the show, so he's going to have to call the people from the show to come to the rescue of their family, Li Yeye's. This way, Li Yeye and the others would easily know that he, Wang Qingge, was his true identity. That's why he had, beforehand, said those words to Li Yeye, asking them to help him keep it a secret. That was the truth. As long as Li Yeye wasn't stupid, she must have guessed that the Grey Wolf was Wang Qingge. It was just that at that time, Li Yeye didn't understand the meaning of Wang Qingge's flip-flop, and it wasn't until now that she finally understood. Li Yeye finally realized that the original has been on the internet. Mysterious Grey Wolf. Is this classmate of theirs? Wang Qingge. Not only did Li Yeye figure it out, at this point Lin Tian was also having some doubts. So he looked at Li Yeye and asked, Xiao Yu, the Grey Wolf is? That's right Lin Tian. Wang Qingge he is the Grey Wolf. The Grey Wolf is him. Li Yeye was already pretty sure that Wang Qingge was the Grey Wolf. Really? It's really him? Lin Tian was also filled with incredulity when he heard Li Yeye's words. Aha! But Luna nodded. Lin Tian, although this matter is very hard to believe, but this is the truth. Wang Qingge is the Grey Wolf. He chose to go on the show because of our family. And the reason why the people of the Earthly Love program, they themselves will come to us, is precisely because Wang Qingge called them. We just had the opportunity, the hope of getting it so quickly, of the rescue of this program, Love on Earth. After Lin Tian had finished listening to Li Yeye's words, he had finally completely clarified all the ins and outs. So that's it, I should have thought of that. I'm so stupid. When Li Yeye saw Lin Tian say this, she was also helpless. It's not Lin Tian, in fact, I'm the one who's really stupid. That day, when I went to catch up with Wang Qingge, he had already told me. It's just that at that time, I didn't react and couldn't understand his words. It wasn't until now, until he gave it all away himself, that I remembered everything. When Lin Tian saw this, he was curious to know what Wang Qingge, at that time, had said to Li Yeye. Xiao Yu, what did Wang Qingge tell you at that time? He asked me to keep his secret at the time, and he told me that if, in the future, we knew something about him, or the identity, then hopefully we can, for the time being, keep his identity a secret. Oh, so that's how it was. So he already knew then, that we would know his identity. So in advance, he reminded us of it. Well, yes, it's just that I didn't take his words to heart at the time, so I didn't realize until now, what he meant by those words at the time. Just like that, the two of them, Lin Tian and Li Yeye, finally knew the true identity of Wang Qingge. The two of them knew that the Grey Wolf was Wang Qingge. Apart from Li Yeye and Lin Tian, there was another person who was also very interested in this at this time. This person was no one else. She was Yan Ranran. Yan Ranran was originally crying because of, well, that two children thing. But when she heard it, Grey Wolf said on the show, the reason why he was going on the show. Yan Ranran suddenly acted as if she had found something, a very important clue. Because the Grey Wolf said that he was going to the show because he was trying to save his classmates' family after seeing them, too, suffering from a terminal illness. Yan Ranran was seizing on this, and since the Grey Wolf said that some of his classmates were terminally ill, this would be a good thing to do, if only she would go and find out. 2. who among her classmates was terminally ill. Then she would be able to ask who the Grey Wolf really was. But Yen Ran hadn't heard that amongst their classmates, there was someone who was terminally ill, and a family of 3, which is even more unheard of. So at this moment, Yen Ran was curious to know if what the Grey Wolf said was true, if what the other party said was true. But she, Yen Ran, on her side, didn't have any classmates suffering from terminal illnesses. That could only mean one thing: the Grey Wolf was not a classmate of hers, Yen Ran, and he had been lying to her from the beginning. But if this was all true, and she, Yen Ran, also had classmates that suffered from terminal illnesses, then she'd be able to follow the trail and find out just who the Grey Wolf was. Thinking of this, Yen Ran hurriedly contacted her classmates, wanting to ask who had a terminal illness. Back on this side of the scene, Wang Qingge put out the reason why he, himself, would come to this program, and when he said it, the audience was surprised. Seeing the situation, he continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, although I didn't really want to come to this show when I started, but when I actually came here, I changed completely what I had in mind." Chapter 180. May I be a guardian angel? I have seen that so many people have to suffer because of the various diseases that are plaguing them, and they are in pain but do not have the money to cure them. Even so many of these people, who are still children, are suffering pain that would be unbearable for an adult. Just like these twins now, and my classmates and their family. In real life, there are still a lot of people like that. Although all kinds of diseases keep popping up, and not so all of them can be cured anymore. But let's at least not give up when there is still hope. Especially with the kids, it's all about the hope that we'll never give up until the last minute. Because as I have already said, every child comes as if it were an angel from heaven, given to the parents. Children are the comfort of a parent's soul, and everything they can't part with, they can give up everything for their children, even if it includes their own lives. So all of us, let's not give up so easily, even if we all can't do anything, but I still hope that we can support them. Maybe people don't understand enough just hearing me say this, but I actually wrote a song long before I came to this show. So I've decided that I'm going to sing this song to everyone right now. Let's hope that when people listen to this song of mine, they'll understand it all more deeply. After the audience heard Wang Qingge say that he had already written a song long before he came to the program, everyone became very excited. Since it's a song he prepared for coming to this show, the quality should be unbeatable, right? So the audience, at this point, was really looking forward to Wang Qingge's next performance. After seeing Wang Qingge about to sing, the hosts, they, too, quickly left the stage to him. And Wang Qingge walked over to the piano and sat down, and after he got ready, he finally said again, "The truth is that children are angels in the hearts of their parents, yes, but parents are just as much angels to their children when they are small, angels who watch over their healthy growth. Angelic parents don't give up on their children easily, no matter where they are." So, this next song I'm going to play is called Angel's Wings, and I hope that when you hear it, you'll like it and realize that it's not easy to do everything. After saying that, Wang Qingge prepared himself and started straight away. The introductory soundtrack held after he played the first note. Where do the leaves go with the wind? Leave it to the sky to be beautiful. The voice that had flown, like the wings of an angel, crossing my happy past. Wang Qingge's ethereal singing voice spread throughout the scene at once, leaving the audience in awe. Where love has come before, the scent of yesterday remains, that familiar warmth, like the wings of an angel, across my boundless thoughts. 2 verses of the lyrics were sung, and many of the audience had already understood the intention expressed in the song. All the good in the world will come to an end though, but even if everything good suddenly leaves one day, it can still leave infinite memories and happiness, because where there has been love, is always fall traces, so that people remember to know that true love once came. The song continues, "I believe you're still here, never left, my love is like an angel guarding you, if life goes on till here, there's no more me, I'll find an angel to love you for me." The climax is sung in such a way that it brings tears to your eyes, because the intent of this part of the lyrics is that one hopes that everything that is good stays. It's like one's loved ones, parents wanting their children to be around all the time. As long as one's children can always be at the side of their parents, then the parents will surely be there to watch over them, like angels. But many things, often always not as expected, the more you want him to be, the more he is against you. But even so, as parents of a child, they don't give up easily, even if the child leaves them. Even if their children leave them, leave this world and go to heaven, they still hope that they can be transformed into angels and continue to guard their children in heaven. This obsession to never give up and to guard the children whether they are on earth or in heaven is something that really touches the viewers. The audience also understands that a lot of parents with children, they are really likely to be as the song goes, no matter where their children are, heaven or hell, they will become angels to watch over them. It was at this moment that they realized that the weight of the child in the heart of the parents, the place it occupied, was almost all those who are parents, they all want to be able to protect their children no matter where they are. And what about the rest of them? The kids are all still here, and they've thought about giving up, about bowing to fate. It's a real comparison to those whose parents are less than they are. For this reason, countless viewers are beginning to figure it out as they hear it. Since the child is still alive, they can't give up and let the child leave this world so easily, to become an angel and protect the good even as the lyrics express. Others have been willing to go to heaven to be transformed into angels for love and to guard all that they hold dear. Why can't they, the people, be the same and guard the love of where the real is in the real world? It is better to guard what is real than that which is not. So at this moment, many people have figured out to think clearly. They can't give up. They can't just give up because the disease is hard to cure. If they gave up, there would really be no hope, no salvation for the child with the strange disease. Even if there is little hope, as long as hope is not extinguished, then they believe in miracles and that a better day will come. Maybe with their perseverance and support, the sick child really pulls through and really beats the disease. Therefore, at this moment, after listening to Wang Chinga's song and understanding the intention expressed in his lyrics, many of the viewers, who are really hopeful again, will continue to support the children who have stayed, continue to support other children who have not yet been beaten by the disease, help them, encourage them and give the necessary support of. After the audience had made up their minds, Wang Chinga's song, too, continued to be sung, spreading in every corner, where love has come before. The scent of yesterday is still fresh, that familiar warmth, like the wings of an angel, crossing my endless thoughts. Chapter 181 Successful Conclusion. I believe you're still here, never left. My love is like an angel guarding you. If life goes on till here, there's no more me. I'll find an angel to love you for me. I believe you're still here, never left. My love is like an angel guarding you. If life goes on till here, there's no more me. I'll find an angel to love you for me. I'll find an angel to love you for me. Wang Chinga's song slowly tightened, and the piano, which was playing, slowly disappeared. It wasn't until the entire scene was quiet that he stood up. The audience, on the other hand, had yet to come back to their senses from this, and Wang Chinga saw this and addressed the audience first himself. Thank you all. Upon hearing this, the audience came back from it, so everyone applauded. The applause continued for half a minute before it gradually subsided, and Wang Chinga waited for everyone's applause to stop before continuing to speak to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, my song is called Angel's Wings, and when I wrote it, I wanted to tell you all about it. Anything, we should not give up easily. As long as there is hope, then we should do our best to guard it. Even when we are gone, or those we love have left us, we cannot give up so easily. Even if we look, we must find an angel to guard them. Those words are what I want to tell you, what I want to say to you, and I hope you understand. Thanks. The audience now, they had actually realized and understood the intention of Wang Chinga's song a long time ago, so his flip-flop down the line is really something that everyone agrees with. The two hosts, Zhang Xiao and Chen Xin, were also back on stage. The host, Zhang Xiao, also, looked at the audience and said, "How's it going, fellow viewers? I'm sure that everyone has understood this song by Grey Wolf, Angel's Wings, and understands what it means in terms of meaning. In that case, I won't say much more, except that I hope everyone will be able to, as expressed in the Grey Wolf song, to guard love, to guard all that is precious to you, is to protect them like an angel." Only after he finished speaking to the audience did Zhang Xiao turn to Wang Chinga. "Grey Wolf, you didn't disappoint. Everyone has regained their confidence with this song of yours. Thank you very much indeed. If it wasn't for you today, then we wouldn't have known what to do." In the face of host Zhang Xiao's words, Wang Chinga just postponed. "You're overpraising, host, the audience. It wasn't because of this song of mine that they believed in hope again, but they already had the light of hope in their hearts. This song of mine is just helping people light up the light of hope in their hearts." "Aha," Zhang Xiao nodded, "but that's only thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, the light of hope in everyone's hearts wouldn't have been relit, would it?" Wang Chinga didn't continue to say anything to him on this issue. Zhang Xiao, naturally, would not keep on talking on this issue, because the main thing is important. So the host, Zhang Xiao, quickly turned his gaze, once again, to the three investor people. Zhang Xiao looked at the three of them and asked, "Three of you, what do you think of this matter now, and what should we do next with this child?" Returning to the issue of the child, the three men from the investors' side, too, had very serious expressions on their faces. This time it was Wang Mengxian who was the first to say, "Moderator, we do, even though the kid has, like, a rare and weird disease in the world, but I believe that as long as it's a disease, then it will have a cure. The reason why, right now, no cure has been found for this strange disease, as long as people haven't found it yet, but I believe that as long as we don't give up, then there will still be hope. Like the Grey Wolf song says, we're going to guard this child even if we turn into angels. This child's brother has already gone because of this strange disease, so we must never, ever let her follow in her brother's footsteps. We, caring people from all walks of life, should also pay more attention to this matter, so that we can work together. Wang Mengshuan's turn of phrase was also once again supported by everyone, and after she finished speaking, the Ancient One also spoke. Well, you can rest assured, viewers, that there is no precedent for this child to be cured of the strange disease he has so far, though, but as long as there is still a little bit of hope left, we believe that the miracle is still there as well, and we will keep on holding on to it until the moment when a miracle happens in this child's body. So whatever the end result, as long as everyone gives us the boy, then we won't give up. We'll never give up on saving this child until the last minute. Once again with these words from the Ancient One, everyone became more hopeful and relieved. The conversation goes back to host Chang Xiaoan. Well viewers, since the three men from the investor's side have said so, then we should have to trust them as well. Support them, there's got to be a way to save the boy. We also believe that this child will have a better day again with everyone's support and attention. Let us all join together and look forward to that day coming sooner rather than later. At this point, it's time for this show to end today. So the host, Zhang Xiao, has once again introduced their program. Well folks, you're tuned into South State TV's Love on Earth program. The purpose of this program is to help those who are in a difficult situation. Whether you're stricken with an illness or something else, if you're in need of help and need us, then feel free to get in touch with our section. As long as your situation, everything about you is in line with what our program is trying to save, then we'll help everyone. We'll help everyone get through this. Of course, if everyone is close to someone who also needs help, then everyone can likewise help each other and get in touch with us. Well folks, that brings our program today to a successful conclusion. I wish you all good health and all the best. Let's see you in the next installment. Thank you, everyone, for your support of this program. The host, Zhang Xiao, finished speaking, and the live feed was winding down. After 10 seconds or so, the live screen was closed, and the scene here was pretty much the same, and the photographers, too, had stopped their work. Chapter 182 finally met up. After the program ended, Wang Qingge didn't have much to say to the others, but he left in a hurry. Since his identity, for now, was still under wraps, he had to hurry to remove his makeup. What Wang Qingge just didn't expect was that he hurriedly left the stage. But Chen Xian also followed. Grey Wolf, wait a moment. Chen Xian called out to him from behind. Seeing her catching up, Wang Qingge stopped and turned back. What's wrong, Chen Xian? Is something wrong? Aha! After seeing Wang Qingge stop, Chen Xian was suddenly a bit shy-like, but she finally said, "It's like this, Grey Wolf. Can I leave your contact information?" Ah, contact information. After hearing that the other party wanted his contact information, Wang Qingge's heart was shocked. How could this be? If it's someone else, then it's not impossible for him to give a contact. But on the contrary, he and Chen Xian's contact information, both sides already have. How can this still be given? It was only Chen Xian, who didn't know that he, Wang Qingge, was the Grey Wolf. If she knew, she wouldn't have come to ask for contact information. So contact information, Wang Qingge cannot give. After all, already have all, and then give the identity will be exposed. What's wrong, can't you? Chen Xian saw his hesitation, so she chased after him. This, Wang Qingge thought for a moment, but still refused. The contact info I think is better. Why don't we leave it the next time we meet? Why, can't you stay now? Chen Xian was genuinely a bit sad when she heard this. She had thought that if she asked him for his contact information, the other person would not and could not refuse, but the reality is that he really refused. So at this moment Chen Xian, her heart is really a little sad. As for Wang Qingge himself, he didn't know how to reply to her this. Could it be to directly tell people that the contact information they have? In this way, wouldn't it still expose his identity? So for a moment, he really didn't know what to say to Chen Xian. And when Chen Xian saw Wang Qingge's silence, she herself understood that the other party would not be able to give her contact information today. Since the other party wasn't willing to give it, she didn't want to ask for it anymore because she didn't want to be rejected a second time. Besides, it wasn't like she, Chen Xian, had to have it, so she thought about it all at once. Okay, in that case, let's talk about it next time we meet. Chen Xian gave herself a step down, as well as Wang Qingge. However, when she said here, she immediately changed her words. In fact, to ask for your contact information, it is not what I want, not what you want. Then, Wang Qingge was confused at her words. Remember that song I played when I first got on stage? Remember? How could Wang Qingge not remember? It was his own tune to come. He would not remember. Well, as I said, the piece I played on stage belonged to a friend of mine. Seeing Chen Xian said so, Wang Chinga mask under the old face a read. How to say him again well. This friend of mine, his composing talent is really, really strong. So I guess you're still in the running if you compare yourself to this friend of mine. Oh yeah? Seeing Chen Xin say this, Wang Chinga said in her heart, don't worry, they can never be compared because they were originally the same person. Chen Xin, on the other hand, was very optimistic about Wang Chinga's strength, so she continued to praise it. Maybe my friend will not be as good as you at writing songs, but I trust him if it comes to songwriting. Is not going to lose to you. Even if he will lose to you, he will definitely not lose too ugly, especially in the improvisation of creative writing. This aspect, my friend, more than anything else. Listening to Chen Xin, praising herself so much, honestly Wang Chinga was still a little happy. Seeing that she trusted her so much, Wang Chinga almost confessed the truth to her. However, this was something he wasn't going to let happen right now, so he could only say it back. Oh yeah? Hearing you say that makes me kind of want to. Well, meet this friend of yours. Well, it will be, you'll meet one day, and I asked you for your contact information, actually to ask for my friend, but I hear what you're saying, so how about I bring my friend along when we next meet and then you guys can talk amongst yourselves. Wang Chinga was embarrassed again, but he returned, well, that's fine, then you can bring your friend along next time. Good, well, that's it then. After saying that, Wang Chinga turned around and tried to leave, and, wait, only just as he turned around, Chen Xin called out behind him again. What else? He had no choice but to turn back again, and at that moment, Chen Xin, looking at him with great sincerity, said, Grey Wolf, thank you. I'm really happy to be on stage with you today, and I've learned to see a lot. Thank you. Ha ha. Seeing that Chen Xin was talking about this, Wang Chinga laughed awkwardly. It's nothing. You're pretty good yourself, and I won't forget it all the same, and will always remember this day. Of course Wang Chinga would remember today because it was also a very important day for him, not to mention anything else, just the matter of the child that suddenly died in the hospital. Wang Chinga couldn't forget today, though they had nothing to do with the boy and had never met each other. His parents brought his sister, who suffered from the same strange disease as him, to the stage, and it was at that point that he walked in the hospital with that connection. Even if he hadn't seen the kid, Wang Chinga certainly couldn't forget about it. Maybe he'll remember today many years from now. A child who dies in the hospital affects the entire program and countless viewers. As Wang Chinga thought about this, Chen Xin bid him farewell. Grey Wolf, that's enough for today then. We'll see you next time. Okay, Chen Xin, see you next time. After taking care of Chen Xin, Wang Chinga quickly went to get loaded and unloaded before he strutted out onto the public square. Now he could finally anything and everything without having to worry about it. Soon, Wang Chinga left the Southern State Guard program and came out onto the street. Just as he was walking down the street, suddenly it sounded like there were, very quickly, footsteps behind him, the kind that stomp and stomp. It's the sound made by heels hitting the ground and running, but he certainly didn't care. After all, what business was it of his if people ran? Only what Wang Chinga didn't expect was that the voice sounded like it was approaching him. When the voice got closer, before he could look back, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Chapter 183. You can't get away this time. His arm was suddenly grabbed, and Wang Chinga quickly turned around. When he turned around and met the man who had grabbed his arm in a four-way glance, both of them froze. Wang Chinga was instantly speechless. He didn't expect the accident to come so suddenly, always coming so quietly. It made him, for a moment, not even able to react or know what to do. At this moment his heart was truly in turmoil. Wang Chinga, it's really you? I told you how it looks so much like you. So it's really you, asshole kid. Where have you been all these months? Why don't you come home? Don't you know we're all worried about you? The phone number has changed too. Do you still have us in your heart? Wang Mengxian at this moment, it was a real love and hate moment. As soon as her program ended, she was about to leave. Suddenly in the crowd, it allowed her to spot a familiar figure. The figure strutting along like her little brother Wang Chinga. So Wang Mengxian quickly chased after him. She wanted to confirm if this person was her little brother or not. It had been 2 or 3 months since she had left the house because her little brother, who was blocking with her second sister. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried, but Wang Mengxian hadn't been able to find him because this guy, Wang Chinga, had deleted all their phone numbers and contacts, so it led to her never, ever being able to find him. So now that he saw such a familiar figure, Wang Mengxian naturally did not want to miss it. Luckily the truth didn't disappoint her. This person was really her little brother Wang Chinga. Wang Chinga herself was surprised and overwhelmed by this, because he wasn't ready to meet with familiar people, especially his own family. But God has to arrange it in such a way as to take you by surprise when you are not prepared for it. It's just that there's no use thinking about which ones until now. Both of them have already met. What to say is the most important thing at the moment. Big sister, Although he wasn't the real one, it was the predecessor that he had inherited when he came into this world, so still familiar with the former people, the former things, and he had long since become him, and the two souls had long since become indistinguishable from each other. You still know how to call me big sister. Do you still have me as your sister in your heart? Leaving without saying a word, thinking we would worry about you. Who are you messing with? You're still a kid. Being at the age of temper tantrums, Wang Mengxian couldn't help it, and all at once, he gave vent to his heart, the unhappiness he had felt towards him for so long. Big sister, me. Wang Qingge wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't open his mouth. Now he was like a junior being lectured by an adult. Where have you been all these months? Why haven't you been home for so long? And why are you here at all? Listening to the three questions Wang Mengxian asked in a row, Wang Qingge didn't know how to answer her, and in the end, she could only say Dao and Dao. I'm sorry big sister, I've made you all worry. It's good that you know. Go, let's go back. Without saying a word, Wang Mengxian wanted to pull Wang Qingge away. No, big sister me. Wang Qingge knew from the moment she saw Wang Mengxian that she would not be able to leave today. He also accepted his fate and had to listen to her for now, except that he still had a few things left at the hotel, so he wanted to just go get it before he went back with his big sister. However, Wang Qingge's words were misunderstood by Wang Mengxian before she could even say them. Wang Mengxian saw him shake off her hand and thought that he was unwilling to go with her. What's the matter? Wang Qingge, you have hardened your wings now. You can really let go of us in this family, right? Then go away and disappear from my sight quickly, and we'll be done with it from here on out. No, big sister, I do want to go. Woohoo! After hearing the word go, Wang Mengxian finally couldn't hold back. She cried out directly and hugged Wang Qingge tightly. I won't let you go. I won't let you go even if I die today. And if you go, then I won't go back. When Wang Mengxian heard the word go, she thought that Wang Qingge was going to continue to leave home. Therefore she couldn't tense up and hugged him straight away, fearing that he would run away again. In fact, at this moment, Wang Mengxian was the reason why he was so sensitive to this. It was entirely because she hadn't come out of, well, the program just now, completely. After all, there were so many sad and happy scenes on the show just now, especially with the family that came out at the end. So now Wang Mengxian, also very afraid that she herself will one day like those people, completely separated from their loved ones, especially Wang Qingge. The anticlimax was the one that worried her the most, because she was really worried that Wang Qingge would run away from home again. She was so agitated that she directly hugged him, being hugged by his big sister's soft body. Wang Qingge was also dumbfounded. Was it necessary to be so excited? He was just going to say, go get his stuff and then go back with her, and he wouldn't even let the words finish before he cried himself. However, the fact that she was really suddenly hugged by her big sister caused a trace of warmth to appear in Wang Qingge's heart as well. Inexplicably, seeing that she was still so worried about herself, Wang Qingge's heart, too, finally realized that they really loved themselves. It's not a blood relative, but it's family anyway, and what kind of person can be put down so easily? Big sister, listen to me. After seeing his big sister cry, Wang Qingge hurriedly explained, let me go get my stuff and then I'll follow you. Okay, go on, get something? Hearing this, Wang Mengxian had a kind of a moment, going from immense sadness to an awkward situation in an instant. It was her own misunderstanding. It turned out that Wang Qingge was just trying to get something. He wasn't trying to leave. Blame yourself. Blame yourself for being too impulsive and thinking he was going to leave again. Wang Mengxian, who thought about this, was embarrassed and ashamed, so she immediately let go of Wang Qingge. Why didn't you say so? What do you have and where did you put it all? She asked as she wiped her tears. In the hotel, where I put it. Now Wang Qingge, were still dare to make a mistake. One by one all rushed to say, let's go then. I'll take you there, and tomorrow we'll go back to Jiangcheng. It was so hard to see Wang Qingge. Wang Mengxian naturally could not easily let him go again, so she decided that she would go to the hotel first to get the things he had left behind. Aha! Wang Qingge could only, obediently, do as he was told, because he also understood that he would not be able to leave today at all. If he wanted to go alone again, he could only follow his big sister first. So just like that, soon Wang Qingge got into Wang Mengxian's car and the two of them rushed towards the hotel he had stayed in before. Chapter 184 The Man Who Does It for FaceTime. After retrieving his things, Wang Qingge followed his big sister at night and stayed at her temporary residence. Early the next morning, Wang Mengxian took Wang Qingge to catch a plane. They were going back to Jiangcheng today. At the same time, at the entrance of the big hospital in Jiangcheng, Yan Ranran also appeared. The reason why Yan Ranran is here? The reason was simple. It was last night's Love on Earth program. Grey Wolf said on the show that the reason he was going on that show was because he had classmates that were also terminally ill. That's why Grey Wolf went to the show Love on Earth so he could better save them. And Yan Ranran, is seizing this clue. She wants to use it to find out the real identity of the Grey Wolf. So she spent the evening finally letting her know, among their classmates, just who was terminally ill. Although the terminally ill classmates did not make a sound and did not tell anyone, but still by Yen Ranran know. So she arrived at the hospital early this morning. Coming here, not only did she want to visit Lin Tian and Li Yeye and theirs, she even wanted to know from their mouths, who was the Grey Wolf, because the Grey Wolf, it was for them that he went on that Love on Earth program. Therefore, Yen Ranran was very clear that the two of them, Lin Tian and Li Yeye, were definitely aware of who the Grey Wolf's true identity really was. After arriving at the hospital, Yen Ranran's heart was a little excited and a little nervous looking. It was hard for her to say why this was the case, probably because of the thought of what happened to Lin Tian and his family. Or maybe it was the thought that, in a moment, he would know the true identity of the Grey Wolf. Despite this, she carried the fruit she had bought earlier and walked into the hospital, slightly tilted. After asking the nurse, Yen Ranran knew which ward Lin Tian was in. Walking over to the ward where Lin Tian was, Yen Ranran noticed the situation inside while she was still at the door. At this moment, Lin Tian was lying on the hospital room while his wife, Li Yeye, was feeding him breakfast. The two of them didn't realize that Yen Ranran had already come, and Yen Ranran looked at the two of them for a while before knocking on the door. Knock knock. Hearing the knock on the door, both Li Yeye and Lin Tian looked towards the door. Ren, why you? What are you doing here? After seeing the person who knocked on the door, it was Yen Ranran. Li Yeye, excited, put down the breakfast in her hand and got up to walk towards her. Yen Ranran also walked in and said, You liar, didn't you say Lin Tian was at work? How did it turn out like this now? Ren, Li Yeye knew that she had lost her heart, so she didn't know what to say. Yen Ranran didn't weigh in on this matter. She put down the fruit before looking seriously at Lin Tian who was lying on the hospital bed. Seriously, if it wasn't for the fact that Li Yeye was also here, then Yen Ranran was sure that she wouldn't have been able to recognize this person in front of her, who was her former classmate Lin Tian. Because of this disease, is really tortured him too unlike a human being. Yen Ranran himself see this, are sad from the heart. It was precisely because of this that Yen Ranran realized why the Grey Wolf, for the sake of Lin Tian and the others, would make that decision to go and participate in the program Love on Earth, because he couldn't watch a former classmate suffer like this and do nothing about it. Could he? What's the matter? Can't you recognize me? Lin Tian saw Yen Ranran looking at him, so he asked. Aha! Yen Ranran didn't lie. If you wasn't there as well, then it's a real possibility that I wouldn't have recognized you anymore. Ha ha, yeah. Lin Tian laughed at himself. Now that I'm in this mold, living has been a great gift, and how dare I want a normal mold. Hearing this, Yen Ranran also shed a tear with a sudden pain in her heart. Only after she wiped away her tears did Li Yeye say, Alright Ran, sit down first. Why did you come over, and didn't tell us in advance? It caused us to be unprepared. Li Yeye's flip-flop seemed like nothing wrong, but in fact, she and Lin Tian had really thought about Yen Ranran, because ever since they knew the Grey Wolf was Wang Qinga, the two of them were worried. Would Yen Ranran come to them? Could Yen Ranran have, indeed, come to the two of them, trying to ask the identity of the Grey Wolf in them? After all, everyone now knew that Yen Ranran was the one who wanted to know, most of all, who the Grey Wolf was. They themselves, in turn, happened to have a lot to do with Grey Wolves, so as long as their affair with the Grey Wolf was known to Yen Ranran, then she definitely wouldn't give up easily. Their fears proved to be true, and still came so quickly. With their acquaintance with the Grey Wolf last night, it was so quickly known by Yen Ranran, and she had killed it early in the morning. That was why the two of them, Lin Tian and Li Yeye, were both shocked in their hearts when they just saw Yen Ranran instantly. Yen Ranran did not sit down, but looked at the two of them and asked, Lin Tian, Li Yeye, you two are taking this too seriously, aren't you? Something this big has happened. Why are you two taking this on yourselves by hiding it from everyone? From all of us, do you think that you can really resist? Even if you don't trust us, or your former classmates, that doesn't have to be the case, does it? Just name your difficulties, then I'm sure most of your classmates are still willing to help you. But why do you guys just not say anything? Why do you have to suffer all this in silence by yourselves? When Yen Ranran said this, Lin Tian and Li Yeye, both of them, immediately lowered their heads, because it was indeed their own fault for hiding the matter from everyone and from their classmates. So now that they were being told by Yen Ranran, they had nothing to say. All three of them were silent for a while before Lin Tianyi finally spoke up. Yen Ranran, don't blame Xiaoyu. I didn't let her tell you guys about all this. As you know, I'm a person who is inherently facetious, as I was in school, and as I am now. Even if something happens to me, I don't want everyone to see me like this. That's why I didn't let Xiaoyu tell you about us. Lin Tian, that's how you are. Is face really that important? It's more important than your life. Yan Ranran got angry at Lin Tian's words. If it's just you, then I don't care what you love to do to save face, but you're not alone in your situation. You still have children, and your children are in such a serious condition that you have to save face for your own sake, and hide everything from everyone? It's okay that you're sorry for yourself, but you can't be sorry for your children. Chapter 185 Dilemma. Being reprimanded by Yan Ranran, both Lin Tian and Li Yeye were silent and didn't dare to respond much. You too. After so many years of being best friends, can't you still trust me? If you really have any difficulties, you can give them to me. Wouldn't I not help you guys? Only when she saw Yan Ranran say this did Li Yeye whisper. I'm sorry Ranran, I'll definitely tell you if I have anything in the future. Alas! Seeing this, Yan Ranran could only sigh. After all, this matter had already passed. There was not much use in pursuing it now. What should be done now was to face reality. So after talking about the two of them, Yan Ranran once again returned to the topic. Lin Tian, what did the doctor say about your condition? Oh, the doctor said as long as we work well together, then there's still a lot of hope. Lin Tian was also full of confidence when he said this. It seemed like the current him was really looking away a lot. His mindset like this was also very good for healing, so Yan Ranran was also happy for him. So, what about your babies? After knowing Lin Tian's problem, Yan Ranran once again asked about their two children. It was only when it came to the issue of children that both Lin Tian and Li Yeye became a little worried. What's going on? What did the doctor say about your children? Seeing that the situation wasn't quite right, Yan Ranran pursued the question. Only then did Li Yeye say, Ran, the baby's situation, even though the doctor said that there is also a great deal of hope, but our child, however, has been in the ICU and hasn't come out yet. Hearing this, Yan Ranran realized the two of them, why they were worried. It turned out to be their child, who hadn't gotten out of the ICU yet, and that's what had them worried. So she comforted, Lin Tian, you guys don't worry, since the doctor has said so, then we have to take the doctor's word for it, and we have to believe that the baby will be okay again. It's just that it hasn't started to get better yet, so maybe tomorrow or the day after. Your babies are getting better too? Aha! Li Yeye nodded similarly. Ran, I think so myself. I believe that both Lin Tian and our children will come through one day. Yeah, that's right. After Lin Tian saw the two of them say that, he also said to Li Yeye, right you. Speaking of the baby, you haven't gone over to see it yet. Better go over and take a look. I'm fine on my side. Good. After Li Yeye finished speaking, she was also ready to go check on the child. You come along. Yan Ranran also followed Li Yeye. Soon the two came to the window of the ICU and looked outside at the child inside. Li Yeye told Yan Ranran which their child was. Looking at the child inside, Yan Ranran's heart is also very painful. Such a small child is only less than a year old. Have to suffer such torture. How do you call being a parent and suffer that kind of pain in the heart? She didn't know how Li Yeye had come through this period of time. Not only was her husband terminally ill, but so was her child. How much courage and determination did she need to top that? So on this issue, Yan Ranran sincerely admired Li Yeye. Looking at their child, sleeping peacefully, Yan Ranran could not help but sigh. Luna, I feel like time has gone by so fast. We've only been apart for less than 2 years. Like a blink of an eye, you and Lin Tian are already both having a child. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I honestly didn't think myself that Lin Tian and I would have a child so soon. The two of them, Li Yeye and Yan Ranran, chatted for 10 minutes or so until after Yan Ranran planned to go back. Li Yeye sent Yan Ranran to come outside, and when she was leaving, Yan Ranran took out tens of thousands of dollars and handed it over to Li Yeye. I came over today in a bit of a hurry, so I didn't bring that much cash, so you can take this $30,000 first. If it's not enough, tell me again, okay? Li Yeye was a bit surprised by Yan Ranran's move, and when she reacted, Yan Ranran had already stuffed the money into her hand. No Ren, I can't take this money. Reacting, Li Yeye hurriedly refused. Take it Moon, you need it now. It's really not necessary Ren, we no longer need medical bills now that we have the help of the Love on Earth program. This I know, and I know you don't need the medical bills now. But what about all those foreign debts you've had for so long? Is it possible that the foreign debt, the people of the program will pay it off for you as well? This, Li Yeye was unable to retort for a moment when Yan Ranran asked this question. Well, you can just take it. Consider it a loan from me to you first. Take it for emergencies. Aha! Li Yeye then choked back a sob and nodded. Don't worry Ren, we'll pay you back this money. Know that I trust you. Well, without further ado, get in there. Aha! Li Yeye obediently turned around and wanted to go inside, but finally Yan Ranran spoke up. Luna, but seriously, do you guys already know which of your classmates is the Grey Wolf? Li Yeye, who had just turned around and wanted to leave, suddenly heard Yen Ranran ask this, and her heart tightened up. From the moment Yen Ranran appeared, her greatest fear was that Yen Ranran was going to ask her about Grey Wolf King Chinga. That's why after talking to Yen Ranran for so long, Li Yaya was careful, afraid that any point would involve the Grey Wolf. But unexpectedly, Yen Ranran would bring this issue to the forefront at this last moment. This question really made it difficult for Li Yu. If she had known that it would be so difficult to promise to help Wang Qingda keep her secret, then she would have definitely refused. But it was no use regretting it now, and she had to deal with the rest of it all on her own. Seeing Yen Ranran suddenly ask this question, Li Yaya still retraced her steps, but she dared not answer or speak, for she did not know what to say. A benefactor of theirs, a secret she'd promised to keep for him. The other is her own longtime best friend, and she trusts herself so much. What do you want her to say? How should she answer? When Yen Ranran saw Li Yu, at a loss for words, she became even more certain of what she had in mind. Li Yaya and Lin Tian definitely already knew who the Grey Wolf belonged to. Otherwise, at this moment, Li Yaya wouldn't be so nervous and at a loss for words. Seeing this, she continued, Luna, if you can, I would like you to tell me who the Grey Wolf is, okay? Chapter 186. Are we really familiar? Ran. Li Yaya really didn't know what to do at this moment. She didn't want to lie to her, but she couldn't tell her what she wanted to know, so she was internally conflicted as to what exactly to do. If she had a choice, then Li Yaya would rather choose not to say anything, but now this kind of thing she couldn't do without saying anything. Now this question, for Li Yaya, was just as difficult as what she had faced before, whether to save the child or Lin Tian. Therefore, it is really difficult for her to make a decision, to make a choice. You. And when Yen Ranran saw her like this, she pressed again. Luna, I really want to know who the Grey Wolf really is, so can you conveniently tell me? Li Yaya continued to be silent for a while before she finally said, I'm sorry Ran, I really don't know who the Grey Wolf is. You. Yen Ranran knew very well that Li Yu's flip-flop was a lie to her, including Li Yaya herself. She didn't have any confidence at all when she said that. You, don't lie to me, okay? I know that you and Lin Tian must already know. It is also clear to me that you may have some bitter sorrows. Is it that the Grey Wolf won't let you talk about them? Aha, woo. Li Yu nodded and choked. This matter was really very difficult for her, so she cried in aggravation. Ren, I'm begging you, will you stop pushing me? I really can't tell you. I can tell you anything, but only this. He's been kind to us, and if it wasn't for him then we'd really already be in danger of being finished now. You know Ren, so this is something that I can't talk about. So please, for the sake of our long years of girlfriends, just let me off the hook this time. I really don't know what to do. Either one of you. I don't want to disappoint you. So, I'm really begging you. Can you just stop asking? Hearing Li Yaya's turn of phrase, Yen Ranran took 2 steps back in disbelief. They really knew, but they couldn't tell her. So at this moment, likewise, no one could understand the kind of bitterness in Yen Ranran's heart. Obviously the truth is close at hand, but like 2 branches growing on a tree, they can't touch each other. Whether the wind blows or the rain beats them, this kind of helplessness can only be experienced by Yen Ranran herself. At this moment, right before she came, she still had high hopes, but when she actually faced the reality, she realized how ridiculous her thoughts were. Thinking of this, Yen Ranran already deeply understood that it was impossible for Li Yu to tell her what she wanted to know today. She herself really shouldn't have pushed Li Yu so much, knowing that the current Li Yu's mind was still very fragile. What happened to her husband and children was enough to worry and upset her. If she were to force Li Yaya to do anything she didn't want to do at this point, it would break her. So she was clear that she really shouldn't push Li Yaya any further. But Yen Ranran also do not want to let go and miss so good opportunity. For this she finally chose, with other ways to get the answer they want. After thinking about what to do, Yen Ranran spoke again. Luna's fine, I won't push you anymore, but I still have a little question I'd like you to answer. What's Ren? Since you can't tell me who's really the Grey Wolf, can you tell me about that day at our reunion? Did he come? Grey Wolf, he wasn't there? In Yen Ranran's opinion, even if she couldn't directly get the answer she wanted here in Li Yaya, but if she could know, it would have been nice if the Grey Wolf hadn't shown up on the day of their reunion. If the other guy came to the party, too, then she could sift through whichever boys were there to find the Grey Wolf. And if the Grey Wolf hadn't come to the party, then she could have just as easily ruled outright, all the male students who were at the party that day. It's pretty much a matter of having the best of both worlds and not losing out either way. But Yen Ranran didn't know that when Li Yu heard this from her, she was still just as very resistant to it. After all, people are not stupid. You Yen Ranran what you think in your heart, others will not know? So when Li Yaya heard this from her, she still refused. No Ren, I really can't talk about this, just don't ask, okay? Why? Yen Ranran was also anxious. Li Yaya was unexpectedly unwilling to even tell her this. All you have to do is tell me if the Grey Wolf showed up on the day of our class reunion. Are you not even willing to say that? Li Yaya didn't want to say anything more, and could only show her feelings with silence. Yen Ranran didn't give up either, and continued to ask, your affair. It couldn't be that it was only at the party that day that the Grey Wolf found out, right? Though I'm not sure. Something tells me that it was during the party that your family came to him. Ran, don't ask. Really don't ask, okay? You don't want to force me. I really don't want to apologize to anyone. Li Yaya just wouldn't open her mouth to say a word no matter what, which really made it hard for Yen Ranran to do so, though she herself had a gut feeling that what happened to Li Yaya and their family was what the Grey Wolf knew that day at the party. But for this point, in fact, Yen Ranran herself does not have much confidence, because that day when Li Yaya was there, she was also present throughout. At that time, Li Yaya simply did not let anyone know anymore. Their family. This meant that there wouldn't be anyone who could possibly find out at the party just on about Li Yu and Lin Tian. There was also the fact that it was she herself who picked up Li Yaya when she was finally on her way out, even though she had to get out of the car halfway through. But that had left the classmates a long time ago, so Li Yaya couldn't reach them. That was why. If Li Yaya didn't answer, she couldn't be sure. It was just that what Yen Ranran didn't expect was that what happened between Li Yaya and Wang Xingda happened later. Everything happened only after she picked up Li Yu and then the other party got out of the car in the middle of the day. Unfortunately, Yen Ranran was just unable to think of that. Seeing that Li Yaya wasn't even willing to say this, Yen Ranran, whose heart was like death, asked one last question. Luna, if you really have already met the Grey Wolf, then can you tell me if he and I are really very familiar with each other? Because the Grey Wolf had once said that he was very familiar with her. So now Yen Ranran wanted to confirm this question from Li Yaya's mouth, whether it was true or not. She thought that Li Yaya was still reluctant to answer, but this time she did. Chapter 187 Is Fat Choi back? Aha! Only Li Yaya nodded, acknowledging that she, Yen Ranran, was the kind of relationship that was very familiar with the Grey Wolf. Li Yu's sudden nodding of her head caused Yen Ranran to freeze in place again. She would rather Li Yu not answer or shake her head. She did not want to see her admit that she was very familiar with the Grey Wolf, because the truth, really, was too much for her to take in. She just couldn't figure out who the hell the person next to her was that was so powerful and still knew her so well at one time. All along, Yen Ranran had felt that she wasn't very familiar with the Grey Wolf, and that was just the other party exaggerating. But this matter was confirmed for her here today, because she knew that it was impossible for Li Yu to lie to her. Since Li Yaya said that she and the Grey Wolf were really very familiar with each other, there was absolutely no mistaking it, and that's exactly why it's so hard for her to accept this reality. No, it can't be. You're lying to me, aren't you? I don't actually know the Grey Wolf well, right? Yen Ranran, who was unable to accept this reality. How she wished at this moment that it was Li Yaya who had lied to her. How she wished Luna nodded her head again and said, yes, I was just lying to you just a little bit, but this is impossible now. Nonetheless impossible. Li Yaya is more. Eyes firmly looked at her. It was good enough that Li Yaya didn't say on the spot that he used to be your lover. Where would she tell her that it was all a lie? No, it's not like that. Luna, you must be lying to me, right? I don't know him. I don't know him. Yen Ranran gradually lost control of her emotions. Li Yaya was likewise very sad. The reason for all this is not because she cannot tell the truth. If she could have told Yen Ranran the truth, the two wouldn't have been like this. I'm sorry, Ren. Don't blame me. That's really all I can tell you. I really can't say anything else. I promised myself that I would help him keep this secret, so I'm really sorry. Li Yaya cried while talking about the bitterness in her heart. After all, she was also considered a victim in this kind of thing. The two, who had something to say but couldn't say it to each other, hugged and cried together. Yen Ranran had just resisted everything by herself in order to comfort Li Yaya. It's okay, I know. You don't have to take it to heart. It's not that you don't want to tell me if you don't. It's just that there's a promise in place. You should have kept your word, not thrown away your promise to him just to tell me these things. Aha! Hearing this, Li Yaya was only slightly better. Ren, if I had known beforehand that it would be so difficult to promise him all this, then I certainly wouldn't have promised him. If I had known, then, that you would come to me about it, I would likewise not have agreed to help him keep the secret. It's just a shame that I didn't know anything at the time and agreed to him in a confused way. Hearing Li Yaya say this, Yen Ranran put it down and stopped pursuing the matter. Well, it's okay, Tsuki Akari. Let's not talk about it. We'll find out the answer to this kind of thing in time. There's no need to rush it. Aha! The two of them hugged for a while before separating from each other. Alright, you go back quickly. Take good care of Lin Tian and your children. And remember to look for me if you have any difficulties, okay? Well, Ren, I will. Well, that's it for today. I'm going back too. There are still some things waiting for me to go back and take care of. You don't need to send it off. That's all. You go back soon too. Don't let Lin Tian worry. After Yen Ranran finished speaking, she literally turned around and left directly. Li Yaya stood in place until Yen Ranran's figure completely disappeared and she turned around to leave wherever she was. Time. It was soon noon, and Wang Qingge followed his big sister, Wang Mengxian, and the two of them had just returned to Jiangqing's airport from Nanzhou. After the two of them exited the airport, the second sister, Wang Xueton, had long been waiting for them somewhere. Today's Wang Xueton casually wore a short jacket and jeans and came out, but that didn't hinder her charming figure. When she saw Wang Qingge and her big sister Wang Mengxian, both of them, she flew over. Sis, you're finally back, but you missed me, you know? Wang Zutong ran over and just straight away hugged Wang Mengxian, saying some words of longing. As for Wang Qingge, naturally, she was ignored. Alright Xueton, there are so many people here, what's it like to cuddle? Big sister Wang Mengxian said, pushing her away. Humph, Wang Xueton was mischievous, like an angry child. Alright, hurry up and go. Little brother just got back, we'll talk about anything when we get home. It wasn't until big sister talked about him. Wang Qingge, that Wang Zutong looked at him. Didn't you go off to fend for yourself? How come you're back so soon? Oh, you must have made a lot of money outside these months, right? Now that you're back, are you going to buy a car, or a house? Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Wang Qingge heard these words, he couldn't help himself. He wanted to laugh out loud. Had she said that? But it seems like he said it himself when he first ran away from home. Now the second sister, Wang Xueton, was just asking him with what he himself had said in the first place. In short, Wang Xueton's words made Wang Qingge, for a moment, not know what to say back. There was also the most important point, which was that for the first time, he was facing this second sister with his true face, so his heart was still a bit unnatural. The feeling of not being able to let go is like the feeling of facing a stranger, plus various reasons, only to let Wang Qingge a time, do not know how to say just. When the eldest sister saw the second sister say that, she admonished her. What is Xueton babbling about? You two shouldn't always fight and make me worry, okay? Sis, where did I argue with him? That's what he said himself, okay? He said himself that he would stand on his own 2 feet and wouldn't come back to this house until he was well off. By the way, he also said that when he's rich from doing this for a while, he'll go home and buy a car and a house for us. Ugh, I really don't know what you guys are thinking, so let's just go back. Wang Mengxian didn't want to say much outside, so the three of them walked towards the parking lot. Along the way, Wang Qingge walked silently behind her parents like a child who had committed a crime. Soon the three of them arrived at the parking lot and got into the car. Wang Qingge was still alone, sitting alone in the back row. The second sister came to drive, but she didn't forget to keep talking about him. By the way sis, boy how did you say you recognized him? Oh, I saw him on the set of the show and thought I had misidentified him at the time and almost didn't go after him. Well, in the end, it took me chasing after him to stop him. Wang Xueton wasn't interested in this, but was curious as to why Wang Qingge was in Nanzhou and on the program's set. Chapter 188 She cleaned it. Hey, why are you where you are and what are you doing in Southern State? Me. Wang Qingge didn't know what to say for a moment. She couldn't say that she was participating in the program, but there was no need for him to say it, because his second sister, Wang Xueton, hadn't wanted him to answer anything in the first place. She just guessed it herself. Oh, you're not going to chase stars, are you? Really good eye you kid. Now you're learning to chase stars. Since it even ran to the Southern State to chase after it, it's really a million times better. It's really something. Enough, drive. What are you talking nonsense about? Eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, stopped Wang Xueton, being interrupted by her elder sister. Her second sister stopped talking and just mischievously spat her tongue at her elder sister to show her dissatisfaction. You girl, hee. Wang Xueton laughed and stopped making a scene, directly starting the car. After half an hour or so, Wang Qingge finally followed her elder and second sisters and returned to that familiar and unfamiliar home. This home, which he had actually lived in, was actually the same as if he hadn't lived in it, because the man he was now, had long since ceased to be the man he once was. However, under the effect of the two souls, he was still incomparably aware of everything here. One flower and one plant. Their house was also a villa, not the very luxurious kind, but it was pretty nice. The moment Wang Qingge walked into the villa, some of the memories that he had once had slowly began to surface in his mind. He vaguely remembered what he thought of the scene when he first came here. Back then, when he first arrived, there were two girls older than him with braids in place. They lived here for the next 10 years or so, during which time they all talked, laughed and quarreled. But these are not very important and are normal family conflicts. Until a couple of months ago, which was the last time he made a big deal out of it. That time, Once he was so angry that he left the house in anger. Before he left, he had dropped the hard line that if he didn't develop, he would never come back. Now that he's back in such a capacity, it does seem a little awkward to have said harsh things about once, but he didn't lose faith, because now he was really having developed capital. It's just that it's not the kind of thing he needs to come up with. He doesn't need to prove anything. This was because Wang Qingge was clear that when the predecessor had said this turn of phrase, it had been nothing more than gas. He himself thinks so. That second sister Wang Zutong even more understand. He said his gas words to come, so she certainly didn't expect much from him at the time, when he said what he said. Therefore Wang Qingge really didn't need to prove anything in front of them, he just needed to come back obediently. Seeing him return safely, he figured they both must be more relieved than anything else. After returning home, big sister Wang Mengxian first said to him, "Little brother, you just came back, or you'd better go and take a look at your own room first. It's been so long since anyone has slept and I don't know how it's going." "Oh, okay." Seeing her big sister Wang Mengxian say so, Wang Qingge took her things and went up to the second floor without saying a word. Going up to the second floor, Wang Qingge opened the room that originally belonged to him. The moment he opened the room, everything inside caught his eye as it was cleaned and things were neatly arranged. Why did he light up when he saw such a scene? Because he knew from memory, the person he once was wouldn't have been able to do anything about hygiene, let alone keep his room so clean and things so neatly arranged. Up until the last time, before he left the place, everything in this room was very bad and very messy, not at all like the one in front of him. And now that the place was in such a state, it went without saying that he knew himself that his sisters had helped him organize it. Walking into such a clean and tidy room, Wang Qingge's own heart, inexplicably, showed some gratitude, because everything here was cleaned by the eldest and second sisters, which proved that they still loved him. Even the second sister hadn't really let go of him. All this, you can tell from this room, they must have put their hearts and souls into cleaning his room so well. They were so intent on it, and they were just hoping that he would come back here again. Wang Qingge also long ago realized that family is always family, and many things will pass after quarreling. It's still possible to get back together once everyone's anger has died down. Looking at everything here, he was really feeling very familiar and strange feelings. Putting down what he was holding, he lay down on his bed and thought about a lot of things. He didn't know yet how he was going to get along with his big sister and his second sister, both of them, in the future. Although there were many things that he hadn't thought through and figured out until now, he knew one thing, that is, now he is absolutely not allowed, again, to go and get along with his elder and second sisters as he once did. He had to change many of his old bad habits, and bad habits to do so. Otherwise, what's the difference between him and what he once was? Thinking about it, maybe he was really tired, so he just fell asleep over. Wang Qingge didn't know how long she had slept until a knock sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden appearance of the knock on the door woke him, still asleep, up in a flash. When he woke up and looked up, it turned out to be his big sister Wang Mengxian. "How did you fall asleep?" As she spoke, she had walked in. At this time, the eldest sister Wang Mengxian, wearing pajamas, hair is still wet, looks like she just took a shower not long ago. Seeing this, Wang Qingge was a bit embarrassed and said, "No, big sister, I'm only squinting." Aha! The scent of the bath continued to come from her big sister as she walked over to the cabinet next to his bed and reached out to touch the desktop. "Your second sister, this girl, cleaned your room quite well. The table is all wiped so clean." "Ah, so second sister helped me clean up." When Wang Qingge heard this, he was also surprised because he had previously thought that this place was cleaned by his big sister. But what I didn't expect was that since it was the second sister, Wang Zutong, who got it? Of course, facing Wang Qingge's question, Wang Mengxian said directly, "Where do I find the time to help you clean your room? Traveling a lot. This home is still all on your second sister's shoulders." Oh, hearing this, Wang Qingge lowered his head because he knew very well that his second sister, Wang Xuetong, was just a knife mouth and a tofu heart. "Okay, little brother, you're really too. Why do you always make your second sister angry? And why, straight away without a word, do you know how hard your second sister looked for you?" "Big sister, I'm sorry," he who really didn't know what to say. Chapter 189. The drama second sister watched. It's just a matter of admitting mistakes. "Well, I don't blame you for anything. Let bygones be bygones. But this time when you come back, you can't leave again." "Ah, me." When Wang Qingge heard this, he wanted to refuse but didn't know how to say it. "What? You still want to run away from home?" Seeing him like this, Wang Mengxian was instantly unhappy. No, Wang Qingge hurriedly explained. "Big sis, I got a job now, so I still have to go back to work." "Really?" Wang Mengxian was half convinced. "Aha, of course it's true. I've been working for 2 months. Wang Qingge's face didn't turn red at all, making it look like people couldn't suspect anything when they saw it. Okay. Wang Mengxian saw him say this and was clear that now he had grown up and had his own opinions. They really shouldn't interfere too much. Take your time with this. Aren't you tired? Why don't you go take a shower and get some rest? Look at you sweating. How can you sleep? You'd better hurry up and go wash up. After saying that, Wang Mengxian left his room. After the big sister left, Wang Qingge then went to take a shower, after which he returned to his room saying that he was resting, but in reality, he was considering, what should he do next? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening, and by this time, big sister and the girls had already prepared dinner. After preparing dinner, Wang Qingge was called down and the three of them ate together at the table. During this time the elder sister was probably happy to see him, finally back, so she was very happy to keep helping him with his food. The second sister, Wang Xuetong, although she no longer said anything about him, she still didn't give any good looks. However, in the face of his big sisters full of enthusiasm, Wang Qingge couldn't refuse, so he ate all of her pinch of food. Although the food cooked by his elder and second sisters was not as good as his own, he still ate it with great happiness, because this meal, it's not just about just eating, it's about having family in it. So this meal, Wang Qingge really felt that it was a lot better than a lot of times he had eaten. After a meal, Wang Qingge cleaned up with her big sister. As for her second sister Wang Zutong, she had long ago sat down on the couch in the living room and turned on the TV to watch. It wasn't until she finished cleaning up the dishes that his big sister said to him, "Little brother, why don't you go and watch some TV with your second sister first? I'm going to my room. There's something else I need to take care of." Oh, seeing her big sister ordering so, Wang Qingge could only obediently do as she was told. In fact, after thinking about it for a while, Wang Qingge herself knew that she should apologize to her second sister. So he went back to the living room in a smooth manner, and at this time, Wang Xuetong was sitting on the sofa, watching the TV with her hands on her knees. Seeing this, Wang Qingge sat down about a meter away from her. After sitting down, he looked at Wang Xuetong and realized that the other party simply acted as if he didn't exist, but continued to watch her TV. Despite this, Wang Qingge said to her, "Second sister is sorry. It was my fault in the past. I always made you angry, so just forgive me one more time, and I promise I won't ever make you angry again." After he finished speaking, Wang Xuetong still didn't have much of a reaction, but continued to watch her TV. "Second sister, just forgive me one last time, okay?" Wang Qingge said undeterred. "Are you bored? Why are you so maudlin?" Wang Xuetong finally responded, although it was the kind that didn't have a good face, but in Wang Qingge's knowledge, their relationship shouldn't be as stiff as before. As a matter of fact, he himself originally had nothing against his second sister, Wang Xuetong, because he was no longer even the same person he was before. He's just worried that the other guy, he'll always have a problem with him. But as things stood, his second sister shouldn't be that angry anymore. So Wang Qingge stopped talking and sat obediently. Up until that point, he hadn't had time to watch TV to see exactly what kind of movies and television his second sister was watching. It turned out that what his second sister, Wang Zutong, was watching, was one of those anti-war movies. At this time, the images broadcast on TV were that the city of Lower Sea had fallen, and a large number of enemies had entered Lower Sea City. The enemy did nothing wrong in the city of Lower Sea and made the people of that time suffer. The plot was moving fast, and Wang Qingge was watching along with his second sister. Soon, the play comes to the important part. After the third day of the enemy's entry into the Lower Sea City, they were looking for renewed fun, so this time they got a bunch of theatergoers. The enemy demanded that the theatergoers, tonight, would go and sing for them, or else not only they would be doomed, by then the entire city of Lower Sea will suffer with it. Upon hearing such words, there were a lot of opera singers, who were instantly scared out of their wits, and were unwilling to go and sing for the enemy. Only one person stood out, one of the younger women in the theater. She stood up to her enemies and told them that she was the only one here who sang the best opera, so it was only necessary for her to go alone. When the enemy leader saw this, his heart was also happy, so he directly granted her request. But the woman had a request. It was fine for her to sing, but the stage for the opera had to be built by one of their own. When the enemy heard that there was such a good thing to do, there was no reason not to agree to it, and invited people to sing, and the stage was still set up by them. That's not going to disagree with you. That one wouldn't disagree with that kind of beauty. So it was a straight yes. After the enemies left, the other theatergoers thanked the woman, but at the same time feared for her safety. It's just that the woman's mind is made up, plus she's already promised the enemy, so there's nothing anyone can do to change anything. But the woman had one last request, and that was for people to help her set up the stage and plant explosives underneath it. Hearing the woman's turn of phrase, where the other theatergoers were not clear on what she was trying to do, but there was nothing more that could be done, for this ending had been predetermined from the moment the woman had promised her enemy. This coupled with what the enemy had done, had long since made the people who were there hate them. They have invaded this country and have left a legacy of crimes everywhere. That's why people at that time really hated to eat their flesh and blood to relieve their hatred. So the other theatergoers, with tears in their eyes, could only promise the woman that they would help her build the stage and bury the explosives. In this way, after everyone's efforts, the stage was finally built, and where it had been buried long ago, enough explosives to blow up all the enemies. During the night, the woman strapped explosives to her body as well, put on a theater costume, and went alone to the enemy's camp. Well, the enemies, too, did not disappoint the woman, and they celebrated the victory. That's why all the enemies, tonight, will come to watch the show, and the woman had long been ready, as it were, to die. Chapter 190. She's a lot like her. Soon, all of the tens of thousands of enemies who were in the lower sea cities are coming back to relax and watch the show. While the enemies were happy at this time, the woman was happier and more excited than they were, for she knew that her purpose, at once, would be realized. After seeing that the enemies had returned, the woman did not delay, but opened her song directly on the stage. The woman sang this scene very seriously, quite a bit more seriously than she ever had before. She did not sing so earnestly and so well to please her enemies, not to sing to them, because she knew very well that this time was her last hurrah, so she wanted to sing to her heart's content. After tonight, she will cease to exist, and there will be little chance for her to sing anymore. The women, therefore, are really singing very seriously and very well. The enemies were naturally overjoyed to see this, for the woman sang an opera that they all indeed enjoyed listening to very much. Unfortunately, these enemies do not yet know what kind of hell on earth awaits them. The woman was on stage, singing song after song, while her enemies were constantly applauding. Soon the play for the women's club was pretty much sung, with only the last song left. When the last song was sung, the woman's theater face suddenly turned into a horrible ghostly face, looking at the enemies. This move was also something that frightened the enemies, because they also really don't know how the playwright, who has always appeared with a smiling face, suddenly turns into a ghostly face and comes out to scare them. However, this practice of the woman also immediately angered the enemies, and the enemy leaders saw that the woman suddenly used a ghostly face to frighten them. They just, gasping for air, plucked out their swords straight away and stormed up into the middle of the stage. The leader of the enemy plucks out his knife and rushes onto the back of the stage, grabbing the woman and scaring her. The woman resisted at this, which infuriated the enemy even more, so the enemy grabbed her wide costume and ripped it off. Ha ha ha! After ripping off the costume, both the enemies on and off the stage laughed out loud. However, their smiles didn't last long before they were cut off, as many of the enemies saw the explosives strapped to the woman's body. Every enemy gave a look of horror when they saw the explosives on the woman's body, especially the closest to the woman. The head of the enemy was shocked and took a few steps back. Yaka, the angry enemy, reacted with a direct slash, and stabbed the woman. The woman didn't resist, she just rattled off the fuse, and all of a sudden the fuse was burning at a speed visible to the naked eye under the gaze of all the enemies. This scene frightened all the enemies, who scattered in all directions in a moment of desolation. But how can they escape? Before all the enemies could stand up, the woman exploded with a bang. This was followed by an even louder explosion, as the explosives under the entire stage were ignited with an unmistakable roar. The power of this explosion made even the other theatergoers, who were hiding far away from each other on the hill, watching, feel its powerful might. After the explosion, everything seemed to return to calm. Not a single struggle, let alone any wailing sound appeared. Tens of thousands of enemies, in this manner, accompanied the woman and went to Hades. The next day when people went to where they were, there was long ago nothing left. All there was rubble, and the occasional, broken limbs scattered on the ground. A few years later the war was won, and the women's bravery went down in history. After watching the play, when Wang Qingge came back to his senses, he realized that his second sister, Wang Xuetong, had already cried into a tearful person. It seems that the performance of the woman in the play has made her feel bad about her. Not to mention her, Wang Qingge herself, who almost cried out when the woman died with her enemy. Woo! Wang Xuetong had long since lost her goddess image and cried like a pear. Second sister. Seeing this, Wang Qingge wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know how to speak, so she just called out softly. However, this shot of his caused Wang Zutong to suddenly grab him and just lean on his shoulder. Oh hoo! After leaning on his shoulder, Wang Xuetong directly used his clothes as a towel. Wang Qingge didn't dare to move, much less speak, and could only let his second sister vent. Why? That gang of Wang Xuetong was the one who hadn't gotten out of the drama yet, so she was crying and cursing at the same time. Wang Qingge himself knows that his second sister originally studied the singing aspect of the opera, so the women in this play, perhaps very much let her have a common language. After all, The woman bravely chose to sacrifice herself in order to free the others and to fight the enemy. This is something that is really, really admirable. If second sister had been in that era, maybe she would have chosen to do the same. But after this, Wang Qingge suddenly thought of something, and he finally knew what song to write for her second sister. If he could have a song that would fit the woman in the show well, then his second sister would love it. He let her second sister vent over his shoulder, not bothering to stop or comfort anymore. It wasn't until he gradually felt no movement and took a look that he realized she had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Too tired, I guess. After all, crying so hard, Wang Qingge reached out and helped her with her hair. Second sister still hadn't woken up. It seemed that she was really too tired. Plus she was overly sad. What's wrong? How did you fall asleep? The eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, also appeared in front of them at an unknown time. Second sister, probably too tired. Seeing this, Wang Qingge returned. Ugh, that girl is really something too. Shuai Tong, you wake up. If you want to sleep, go back to your room by yourself. Wang Mengxian shook her, wanting to wake her up. Aha! But Wang Shuetong didn't want to wake up at all. Instead, she subconsciously pushed her hand away to be left alone. This guy, big sister Wang Mengxian said to Wang Qingge when she saw that there was nothing else she could do. Little brother, carry your second sister back to her room. Be careful of catching a cold here. Hurry up. Oh, although she was surprised by her big sister's words, Wang Qingge didn't refuse. The truth is that even if the eldest sister doesn't say anything, as long as the second sister has been unwilling to wake up, then he wouldn't have let her be alone, sleeping right on the couch. So now when he heard his eldest sister say that, Wang Qingge didn't wait any longer. He directly princess hugged her, and he easily picked up his second sister. Wang Qingge took her second sister, carried her back to her room, and it wasn't until she placed her on the bed that she reluctantly opened her eyes. Wang Shuetong, who opened her eyes, after seeing him, smoothly picked up a pillow on the side and greeted him. Hurry up, second sister, rest well then. Scram, there was only a faint response. Wang Qingge didn't linger any longer and left directly. Chapter 191. He went to learn how to be a chef. After one night, when Wang Qingge woke up in the morning, his eldest sister had left early in the morning because she had something to do, and as for his second sister, she was still in bed. Seeing that his eldest sister was no longer there and his second sister was not yet up, he figured it was a good time to leave. This time, when she was suddenly brought home, Wang Qingge was really not prepared at all. Though things have gotten much better since I've been back, and I'm still getting along with my two sisters, but right now, he really wasn't too keen on just coming back, because there were still some things he hadn't done. Wang Qingge himself thought that no matter what, he should wait for his identity to be revealed to everyone before returning. So, he made an instant decision to leave today. After coming back for one night and knowing that they still cared about them, Wang Qingge was already satisfied. Before he left, though, he got some breakfast and ate a little, left a copy for his second sister, Wang Shuetong, as well, and wrote her a note telling her that he was gone. After doing this, Wang Qingge left with his things. It was only after 9 o'clock that Wang Shuetong woke up, and after waking up, she went down to the first floor after washing up, and then in the kitchen, she found the breakfast that Wang Qingge had left for her, and the note. After seeing the note, Wang Zutong realized that her little brother had left again. Knowing that the other party had left again, Wang Shuetong was just a little worried in her heart, but after thinking of himself, having been out there for so long with nothing to worry about, she was reassured. Another thing was that Wang Qingge's departure this time didn't make Wang Zutong feel guilty in her heart anymore, because this time he was the one who wanted to leave, unlike last time, when he left because the two of them had a fight. Therefore this time when Wang Qingge left, Wang Shuetong was truly no longer so guilty, and she also thought that Wang Qingge had grown up, and it was indeed time for her to stand on her own 2 feet. The words were like this, but Wang Zutong still immediately called and told her big sisters about it. Only after informing her big sister did she look at Wang Qingge, who had left her that breakfast. In her memory, Wang Qingge had never been able to cook, and even rarely entered the kitchen yet, so now after seeing the breakfast he had left for her, she was instantly curious. Wang Zutong wanted to see today what delicious food someone who never cooked could make. She took the bowl of noodles that Wang Qingge had left behind and brought it out, and the flavor smelled no different from normal noodles. Wang Zutong originally had no hope for this, she just couldn't find anything to eat, so she wanted to taste it. With that, she started by picking up a noodle and putting it in her mouth to eat. Then the magical scene appeared. Wang Shuetong realized that the noodles, surprisingly, were delicious. At first, she thought it was an illusion, so she picked up the noodles again and put them in her mouth to eat. But to her dismay something came up, for the noodles were still so good, and it proved to be no illusion and this time, it was even better because she pinned more noodles. For this matter, Wang Zutong was truly shocked. If she didn't know that this was left for her by her little brother, then she wouldn't believe to death that this bowl of noodles was made by her little brother, Wang Qingge. But why did he know how to cook? And did it taste so good too? This point troubled Wang Xuetong for a while, because no one knows more about her little brother than she does, and she knows exactly what kind of person he was before. A person who usually seldom even enters the kitchen, only a period of time to see, and then can make so delicious? It was really hard for her to believe, but what was happening was that the truth was right in front of her. Most importantly still, she'd already eaten and tasted it, and it was really good. So just this bowl of noodles really bothered Wang Xuetong. She knew that there must be a demon when things go wrong. Her little brother couldn't suddenly make such delicious things without any injustice or reason. But all this, it needs an explanation too, doesn't it? So Wang Xuetong quickly found this explanation. She guessed that the reason why Wang Qingge was suddenly able to make something so good was that he must have gone to study? That's right. In Wang Xuetong's opinion, Wang Qingge must have gone to work as an apprentice for a chef. Otherwise, there's really no explanation for any of this. The only thing that would make sense would be if he went on to become a chef's apprentice. After knowing this, Wang Zutong's heart was again quite relieved, because a chef could be considered a fairly stable job. If her little brother really learned something, then she, as a sister, would definitely be happy for him. On the other hand, shortly after Wang Qingge left, she received a call from her big sister. Wang Qingge, what's wrong with you? Why did you leave so quickly? As soon as he answered the phone, Wang Mengxuan's very disgruntled and reproachful voice came. In response, Wang Qingge had also long thought of a way to cope with this. Sis, I already told you. I'm going back to work now that I got a job. Back to work? And where is your job? In Jiangchang? He only hesitated for a moment before directly saying in Jiangchang. Wang Mengxian became even more angry when she heard his answer. Since you're in Jiangchang, you don't know to come back from work? Big sister, where I work, it's a bit far from home. Although she said this, Wang Qingge immediately added, but don't worry, big sister, I'll be home if I'm on vacation. Hearing him say that he would be back from vacation, Wang Mengxian was then slightly better. Alright, in that case, let you go, but remember to be careful in everything. Aha! Wang Qingge nodded repeatedly. Also, it's not like home out there, so you can't be as willful as you are at home, okay? Don't worry big sister. I know all these, don't you keep worrying about it. Hard isn't because you don't know what you're doing? You think I really want to mind your business. Okay, just watch yourself and stay out of trouble. And, if anything happens, then contact me right away, okay? Aha, I'll remember that, big sister. Well, for now, I'm going to get busy on my end. After Wang Mengxian finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up the phone, and Wang Qingge was really happy to see his big sister caring so much about herself. Thinking that his eldest sister cared so much about him, he immediately thought of his second sister again, so he wished to arrive earlier. Then after organizing it, you contact your second sister as Grey Wolf and give her the song. But what Wang Qingge didn't think about was that a bigger misunderstanding was already waiting for him. Chapter 192. You guys live together? Soon, Wang Qingge then returned here to the rented room. He had been away for a few days and was finally back again. After going back to his room to put his things away and facilitate something or other, he went out to the living room here and sat down on the couch. He thought that today, as usual, was nothing different, so it was a bit casual, but he would soon regret it. Wang Qingge was sitting down with his back to Su Ruoxuan's room, and he had already seen that the door to the other party's room was tightly closed when he came back. The fact that the door to Su Ruoxian's room was closed tightly had long since become nothing unusual for him, so he didn't care at all. He sat there for a short while, when suddenly the door to Su Ruoxuan's room opened with a click. Hearing the sound of the other side's room door opening, Wang Qingge didn't need to look back to know that it was Su Ruoxuan coming out. Wakefield, it's already noon, and you're up so late today. Have you eaten lunch yet? But what made Wang Qingge strange was that this time, after he asked this, the other party did not answer him. He had obviously sensed her standing right behind him, but she just wouldn't answer him. This made him a bit confused, wondering what was wrong with Su Ruoxian today. Suddenly, she was treating him as if he hadn't seen her, so he simply turned his head away. It was fine if Wang Qingge didn't turn around, but this turnaround could scare him a lot, because the person behind him wasn't Rachel Sui at all. How could he not be shocked? Han Zixuan, how come it's you? That's right, the person behind him at this moment wasn't any Rachel Sui. Instead, it was Han Zixuan, who at this moment was wearing pajamas, and even her hair was in a disheveled state, properly just waking up from a nap. Although Han Zixuan had just woken up, she was looking at him with an indescribably shocked expression at the moment. Han Zixuan almost couldn't believe her eyes. How could she not imagine that he, Wang Qingge, since he would appear here? Han Jixuan was like this, and Wang Qingge was naturally the same. He hadn't counted in 1,000 ways that Han Jixuan would be here. What's going on here? How did she get here? Is it possible that Su Ruoxuan brought her back? Although she was incredibly surprised by Han Jixuan's sudden appearance here, Wang Qingge still gave a rancid start and stood up. Jixuan, why are you here? Did you come with Ruoxuan? Still she did not answer him, and continued to look at him with difficulty in questioning her faith. Looking at Wang Qingge's heart, he had a hairy feeling. The two were silent for a while before Han Jixuan asked a question instead of answering. Isn't that something you should be answering? Why are you here? Why are you living with Wakefield? Hearing Han Jixuan ask this question, Wang Qingge immediately had an ominous premonition in her heart. He understood that this time the other party would definitely misunderstand something. I live here. Although she knew that the other party must have misunderstood something, Wang Qingge still answered truthfully. You live here? Yeah. Oh my god. Han Jixuan slapped her forehead. This matter was really too shocking for her. All explanations? Now. Didn't work with her. She already knew it all. What do you mean live here? Cohabitation is cohabitation. And what an excuse to come out and lie. She, Han Jixuan, was known to Su Ruoxuan because she brought Wang Qingge to a music party. These past few days had been hard on her. She had been chased by Su Ruoxuan and asked if she liked Wang Qingge and had fallen in love with him. In this regard, Han Jixuan is really very speechless, no matter how she explains it again. Su Ruoxuan just didn't believe it. She didn't believe that Han Jixuan really didn't have feelings for Wang Qingge. If you don't feel anything, then why did you take someone to some party? Did you know each other well? So in the past few days, Han Jixuan was really getting annoyed by her, and had been misunderstood that she liked Wang Qingge. But this misunderstanding, her own explanation Su Ruoxuan did not believe, so she could only be told by the other party all the time. It just started from this moment. From the second she met Wang Qingge here, Han Jixuan knew that all the grievances she had suffered over the past few days, all the wrongs she had been accused of were about to be cleared, because what happened between Rachel Su and Wang Qingge was much bigger and more explosive than what happened to her. Two people dating can be justified, but living together, the problem is not so simple. This guy, Su Ruoxuan, had been saying that she liked Wang Qingge for the past few days, but she didn't realize that she herself had gone even further, and was living with someone else. She's living with someone herself, yet she has the nerve to talk about her and how she likes them. If she, Han Jixuan, invited Wang Qingge to the party, she was liking the other party. So now, what about Su's cohabitation with Wang Qingge? Wouldn't the two be husband and wife? Just as both Han Jixuan and Wang Qingge were silent and not speaking, Su Ruoxuan finally appeared. What's wrong? Not yet knowing what's going on, Su Ruoxuan, likewise, showed up in her pajamas, disheveled. It was just that when Su Ruoxuan appeared and saw Wang Qingge, she was also a bit dumbfounded. Maybe she also didn't expect Wang Qingge to come back suddenly. Therefore, Su Ruoxuan was also a bit overwhelmed, but she responded immediately. You're back? She asked simply. Yeah, just arrived not long ago, Wang Qingge also said stiffly. But the fact that the two of them were like this made Han Jixuan even more agitated, only to see her immediately take 2 steps away from Su Ruoxuan. Then he looked at the two of them. Ruoxuan, Wang Qingge, don't you want to explain this? Why? You two will be living together. Don't tell me anything, you two are sharing a room. I'm not 3 years old. Jixuan. Hearing Han Jixuan say this, the two of them instantly felt bad, and had the suspicion that they couldn't wash themselves away by jumping into the sea. Despite this, Wang Qingge still hurriedly replied. Han Jixuan, the two of us are really just sharing a room. You mustn't misunderstand. Just sharing a room. Misunderstanding? Oh, Han Jixuan, who has been consolidating, doesn't believe in these words. Who are you kidding? Do you guys share a room like this? Seeing her growing misunderstanding, Su Ruoxuan also hurriedly explained. Jixuan, Wang Qingge is right. He and I are just sharing a room. If you don't believe me, then I can get our landlord over here right now, and you can ask him if the two of us share this place and find out. But Han Jixuan didn't believe these words at all. After all, if the two really liked each other, what did other people care? He also called the landlord over. And what does calling people over prove? Does it prove that the two of them? Nothing really happened? Chapter 193 Say what you like. So Han Jixuan directly said, enough, don't say so much. It's useless to call anyone you want now. Jixuan, the two of us really don't have anything. We're really just sharing a room. Then why didn't you say so before? In Han Jixuan's opinion, Su Ruoxuan was just covering her ears at this point. If the two of them were just sharing a room, then why didn't they say anything before? It wasn't because they had a ghost in their hearts. If Han Jixuan hadn't asked and Su Ruoxuan hadn't said anything in the first place, then the current explanation would still be justifiable. But the problem was, when Han Jishuan asked Su Ruoxuan how she met Wang Qingge, she only vaguely prevaricated, not answering the question head-on at all. So it's a matter of the two of them. If it's really as simple as they say it is themselves, and it's just a normal carpool, I should have told you then. Why did you hide it? In response, Han Jishuan wouldn't easily trust them either. After seeing how Han Jishuan didn't believe them, Su Ruoxuan became anxious. Jishuan, don't think so much. We really aren't what you think. It's not what I thought. So what are you two like? Also, I remember I asked you before, asking you how you met Wang Qingge, and you still remember what you said yourself. So you're just saying that you're just normal friends. Do any normal friends share a room and live together? Me. This time, Su Ruoxian was truly feeling dumbfounded. These days, Han Jishuan, too, was really about to be annoyed by Su Ruoxuan's questions. So now after she finally found a chance to fight back, she naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity easily. Still talking about me? You're living with someone yourself. Speaking here, Han Jishuan looked at Wang Qingge and continued. Do you know about Wang Qingge? It's not even a problem that you're living with her, but she still puts words in her mouth every day, saying that her favorite type is not you. Wang Qingge was similarly embarrassed by the current situation. Alright Jishuan, what are you babbling about again? Su Ruoxuan said in dissatisfaction. What am I babbling about? Didn't you always say that gray wolves were your type? None of the others are your type. You're just being tongue-in-cheek, you know that? You two are obviously living together and yet you say you like a different type. Su Ruoxian was spoken to and didn't know how to cope. However, Han Jishuan's words made Wang Qingge's heart even more embarrassed. He didn't think that Su Ruoxuan would be so fond of him in that identity of Grey Wolf. Luckily, they didn't know about all this now. If they both knew everything, there was no telling what would happen. Seeing that she couldn't say no to Han Jishuan, Su Ruoxuan didn't want to continue dwelling on this issue. Then he directly said, anyway, Wang Qingge and I are innocent. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. Say what you like, whatever you like. I had thought that if Su Ruoxuan said that, Han Jishuan was going to retort again or something, but the situation let two people did not expect, only to see Han Jishuan's attitude suddenly came 180 degrees big change. Believe it? How could I not? You're innocent. You're just sharing a room. Well, you guys take your time talking. I'll wash up first. After saying that, Han Jishuan directly crossed over the two of them, leaving behind only them who looked at each other in disbelief. Only after Han Jishuan left did Su Ruoxuan walk over to Wang Qingge and reached out to slap him. What's wrong with you? Why did you come back without telling me? Now it's good. How do you expect me to explain to Jishuan? This matter Wang Qingge is also very innocent, where he knows she will bring Han Jishuan here well. He didn't even know how to tell her ahead of time that he was coming back. If this matter is to be pursued, it should be Sui's own fault, right? If it wasn't for her bringing someone else, Han Jishuan, would this misunderstanding have occurred? But women are so unreasonable that it's your fault if something happens anyway. That's why Wang Qingge was also helpless as she returned. I don't know. How did I know you would bring her here? Besides, you didn't tell me ahead of time to say hello to you when I got back. Ugh. Seeing Su Ruoxuan, she could only accept this helplessly. It was already too late to talk about this. Though realizing that it was her own fault, she played up her temper. I don't care. Now you're on your own. I can't explain it anyway, so go explain it yourself. After saying that, she also went straight back into the room, leaving Wang Qingge by herself. It was clear that he was the one who was the victim, but the reality was that he had to solve any problems on his own. Just how was he going to explain this kind of thing? So in the end, he could only simply ignore it. Anyway, he also a sentence. Other people love to think what they want to think. Well, he a male cannot always will be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Wang Qingge also went straight back to his room. He shouldn't have gone to sit in the living room just now. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. Having said that, it was only a matter of time before something like this happened, because Han Jishuan was here, so as long as she didn't leave, even if Wang Qingge didn't go out for a while, she would just remain undetected for a while. When he gets out, he'll still be found, unless the other guy walks away. But it's all too late for that now. It's happened. They can say what they like. Fortunately, this kind of small matter didn't make Wang Qingge put it on his mind. He just thought about it for a while and then figured it out and stopped thinking about it. After resting for a while, he started contacting his second sister as Grey Wolf after finishing the song he was going to give her. Although he returned home yesterday, it was good that Wang Qingge, this time, didn't leave contact information with his second sister for each other. So it was kind of easy for him to try to contact his second sister using, well, the Grey Wolf's identity. At first, he had promised to write a national-style song for his second sister. Then, for a variety of reasons, plus the fact that she didn't know, it was appropriate to give her second sister that national song. So this dragged on until he got home last night. Not only did he meet with his second sister, but he also watched the anti-war movie with her, and it was then that he realized that he had to give his second sister which one of the national style songs would be the right one. He thought that right now, only the song of the previous life, The Red Bird, was the most suitable for his second sister's state at this time, so there was no hesitation. Just redeem the song Red Riding. After Wang Qingge had redeemed the song Red Bird, he couldn't wait, and called his second sister to contact her. Chapter 194 I'll Keep My Promise. At this time, Wang Xuetong was watching a drama at home, watching the same one from last night, because that drama, it really struck a chord with her, especially the woman, trying to save everyone and fight the war, and the willingness to be on her own, to take it all on, is very much that kind of tall head. Plus it was a play that was about the type of opera singing, which made Wang Xuetong like it even more. She is, herself, a big fan of Kokeshi songs, although they are not very popular with the audience these days. But Wang Xuetong, she just loves it so much. She herself doesn't know what's going on with her. She just loves the national style type of songs anyway. So today, when she had nothing else to do, she second-loaded herself, the show she watched last night. Wang Xuetong was watching the drama, those unimportant episodes. She just fast-forwarded through them, starting from the woman's part. Watching it, it soon came to the part where the woman, in the enemy's camp, offered her song. And it's also the final moments where the woman suddenly turns ghostly to scare the enemy and gets stabbed through by the enemy. When she saw this, Wang Xuetong was really looking at it very carefully. A person in this situation is the last person who wants to be given a break. However, what Wang Xuetong never expected was that she, who was originally concentrating on watching the drama, was suddenly disturbed by a phone call. The drama has reached its climax, and then suddenly a phone call comes to disturb her. So ask who wouldn't be angry. Disturbed by the call, she simply exited out of the video. She wanted to see who, exactly, was calling her at this hour. At a glance, it made Wang Xuetong even more angry, and it was still an unfamiliar number. If it was an acquaintance, then she would have complained once or twice, but if it was a stranger, it was a different story. Anyway, when Wang Xuetong saw that it was an unfamiliar phone call, she was really a bit angry. She would like to see what kind of person would dare to disturb her at this time. Hello, 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 is this Judge Wang Xuetong? As soon as the call was answered, a raspy voice came from the other side. Hearing this raspy voice, Wang Xuetong just froze for a moment and quickly remembered who this voice was. This raspy voice, wasn't it the one that participated in their Masked Singer program, the Grey Wolf contestant? Why is he calling her? What's going on? You're a Grey Wolf? Wang Xuetong immediately asked. Aha, exactly me, Judge Wang Xuetong. The other party acknowledged. Geez, since it's really you Grey Wolf. After confirming that the other party was the Grey Wolf, the anger in Wang Xuetong's heart, which was still somewhat angry, instantly disappeared cleanly. It was just that at this time, Wang Xuetong was a bit puzzled as to why the Grey Wolf contestant would suddenly come to her. She couldn't wait to ask in order to figure out what was going on. Grey Wolf contestant, what's up? Did you call me out of the blue for something? Ah, Judge, you forgot? But in response to her, there was this, you forgot the words. This made Wang Xuetong wonder even more. What did she forget? Was there anything she was telling the other party? Actually, it couldn't all be blamed on Wang Xuetong for not being able to think of this, because when she asked Wang Qingde for a song on stage, she didn't have much hope. After all, what she had asked for from the other party was no ordinary song, and very cold and rarely seen in the national style. So Wang Xuetong thought at that moment that it was impossible for Grey Wolf to write a national style song for her. So that day on the stage, shortly after she told the other person what she wanted, she herself forgot about it altogether. That's what led to now, not thinking about it. Unable to think, she had to ask again, what's wrong with the Grey Wolf? What are you talking about? Wang Qingge over there was also very speechless at this time. He didn't expect his second sister, since she would forget about the matter of asking him to write a song for her. Forget it, he reminds himself well. So Wang Qingge responded directly, Judge Wang Xuetong, didn't you tell me last time that you wanted to ask me to write a song for you? Ah, it was only when she heard his words that Wang Xuetong came to her senses plus was shocked. This time, Wang Xuetong was thoroughly reminded of what was going on. Indeed, that day on stage, she did say that she wanted to ask the other person to write her a national style song. She had assumed, at the time, that Grey Wolf couldn't write it, so she hadn't cared. But who knew that he'd been, well, writing it down. So now that she heard the Grey Wolf say that, Wang Xuetong was truly both happy and grateful. Regardless of whether the other party wrote a song for her in the national style or not, she was happy enough just that he didn't forget his promise to her. After thinking about the whole thing, Wang Shuetong asked with a bit of excitement. Grey Wolf, I remember, but did you really write me a song? Aha, yes judges, the Grey Wolf told her plainly, without the slightest hint of a lying tone. After reconfirming that, the Grey Wolf had really written a song for her, Wang Shuetong once again asked with incomparable excitement. Grey Wolf, so I wonder what type of song you wrote for me. Judge, didn't you say that you like to sing songs in the national style? Of course I wrote it for you, a national style type of song. Ah, it's really a Coke One song? After hearing that Grey Wolf, the song written for her was in the national style, Wang Shuetong's excitement was the most intense at this point. Originally, she had been touched beyond belief when the other party had remembered her promise to her to write a song for her. What she didn't expect was that not only did Grey Wolf actually write a song for her, but it was also her favorite type of country style. How not to let her Wang Zutong excited? How not to let her happy? As Wang Shuetong was excited and somewhat speechless, the other party continued. How about the judges? The song has been written for you. I'll add your contact info and send it to you in a bit to see for yourself. Well, Grey Wolf, that is so much appreciated. Really? Hearing this, how could Wang Zutong refuse? Directly nodding her head back and forth. By the way judges, I've got the name of the song I wrote for you figured out as well. It's just called The Red Raspberry. Red Bird? Yes that's right judges. This country style song is called Bare Bones. In fact, the name of Red Bird, in Wang Zutong's opinion, was also very good and pleasing to the ear now, so she hurriedly nodded her head. Okay Grey Wolf, thank you so much then. You're welcome judge. I'll add you on WeChat and give you the song. By the way, there's also a video of my own clean singing content, so take a look at it for good reference. Okay Grey Wolf, that's really appreciated. Chapter 195 Why the Resemblance? You're welcome judge, it's what I should have done and it's a promise to you. Aha. Soon after the two hung up the phone, Wang Xinga added her second sister's WeChat and sent over the lyrics to the song Red Bird. There was also a section of his own clearing content in order to give Wang Zutong a better, faster understanding of the song. After Wang Shuetong received the song that the Grey Wolf had sent her, she immediately scanned through it. Soon she realized that the song was written with great depth, and while most of the lyrics were difficult to understand with the usual ideas, the content was very good. And how did Wang Zutong feel that she was still vaguely familiar with this song? It was a song that she was definitely seeing for the first time, but why it was happening was hard for her to understand for a moment. The lyrics are great, and if she just sings them straight, she should be able to sing them at her level. However, since the Grey Wolf had sent her a clearing, why didn't she see, before she said anything, how the other one sang it? So Wang Shuetong immediately clicked on the clear recording that Grey Wolf had sent over to her. One fold of the play, the water sleeves rise and fall, singing of sorrows and joys, and of separations, and not of me. The fan opens and closes, the gongs and drums sound and are silent. Who's to say what's going on outside the theater? Grey Wolf's simple few lines at the beginning had already allowed Wang Zutong to instantly enter the mood of the song. I'm used to putting my joys and sorrows into ink, so what if the cliché is worn out? I am all bones and ashes. The floating weeds of the chaotic world can't bear to see the beacons burning the mountains and rivers. A man in a position of power is not afraid to worry about his country, even if no one knows me. Upon listening to the segment, the feeling of familiarity intensified. This made Wang Shuetong instantly freeze in place. She had obviously just come into contact with this song, but why it was so familiar to her from the very beginning, when she had seen the song, and why it was still so strong now, was quite beyond her. The people on the stage walk by and don't see the old colors. The man on stage sings a heartbreaking parting song. It's hard to put ink on the word love. She shall sing and be reconciled in blood. Who is the guest when the curtain rises and falls? Upon listening to this paragraph, Wang Shuetong suddenly had a flash of light, and she remembered. She finally remembered why she herself was so familiar with the song when it was obviously the first time she had seen it. Wang Shuetong immediately pressed pause and backed out, then opened the drama she had just watched. Yes, that's right. Wang Shuetong finally remembered and figured out why she was so familiar with this song given to her by the Grey Wolf. That's because the song is almost exactly the same as the show she's watching. It was like the song was tailor-made for the show. That's why she found the lyrics familiar at the first glance, because Wang Shuetong had long been deeply affected by this drama, so when she saw that there were lyrics so close to the drama, she was able to create a sense of familiarity. At this moment, Wang Shuetong felt as if she had encountered the unseen. The Grey Wolf was truly becoming unseen in her eyes at this moment. She had thought that the other party would have been very grateful to her for writing a song in the national style. What I didn't realize was that the song the Grey Wolf gave her was still about the original elements of opera singing. If that was all there was to it, then she could still feel that it was all, perhaps, really just a coincidence. The question is, now this song, why is it so much like this show, and so similar? Isn't what is written and sung in these lyrics exactly what the woman in the play is trying to say? The song is clearly written as if it was written to remember the woman in the play. So it's true. It's very shocking to Wang Zutong. Her heart was beating very hard as she watched the play and read the lyrics, because it's all really too much like it. And it's still like it's so unlike it kind of thing. Wang Shuatong couldn't figure out why the song that Grey Wolf had written for her was so much like the drama she was watching. It was as if the other party knew about her situation and knew that she was now attracted to the drama. So they wrote the song for her as if it was based on the drama. But she obviously had nothing to do with the other guy. How did he know she happened to like the show? And to write such a song after what was written in the play? To say it was a coincidence. Wang Zutong would never believe it. In order to figure out if it was all a coincidence or not, Wang Shuatong was watching it over and over again. It's just that no matter how much she looks at it again, the lyrics are really too similar to everything in the show. The resemblance is over 90%. The lyrics begin to portray the woman in the play, to the point where she sees, in reality, what is happening. Although the woman was well aware of her humble status, that kind of patriotic heart was no worse than anyone else's. That's why the woman stepped up to the plate, went and sang for the enemy and ended up with them. All of this, if you just watched the show, many of you may not be able to understand what the woman is doing. There's no way to get caught up in the woman's actions. But if it comes with this song, then there will definitely be many people who understand the woman in the drama. What she gave for the situation at that time. This was something that Wang Shuatong herself had confirmed over and over again, until she herself thought that Grey Wolf had written this song for her. It was after following what the woman in the play had written that she got back to the Grey Wolf. She had to ask him why he knew about the show, why he wrote the song for her when he knew she liked it. Soon, Wang Zutong then contacted the Grey Wolf again, and she directly asked, Grey Wolf, how did you come up with this bareback song? At this time, Wang Qingge, too, had received a call from his second sister. In fact, when Wang Qingge, himself, was ready to give the song Red Bird to his second sister, he already knew. She's definitely going to pick up on the fact of why this song is so much like the show she's watching. So Wang Qingge, too, had long thought about what he should do after being discovered by the other party in this situation. Now that his second sister suddenly asked him this, Wang Qingge knew that she had discovered the coincidence. The truth of it, facing this situation was not a difficult task for Wang Qingge, who had prepared for it, to which he also replied right back, What's wrong? What's wrong with this song? Wang Zutong quickly responded, No, Grey Wolf, I just want to know, how did you write this song? Where did you get the inspiration for the lyrics? Again? Wang Qingge didn't want to talk nonsense, and directly made quick work of it. Oh, it's like this, judges. I know you like country-style songs, but I've never been able to find any subject matter to write a song for you, so I saw a play. Last night, Chapter 196 Anticipation. Thinking that show was great and fit the genre of the national style, I wrote out the song for the scene from the show. No? When Wang Zutong heard the Grey Wolf's words, she was shocked and at the same time, she had a premonition. It couldn't be that the Grey Wolf was watching the same TV show as herself, could it? Why else would the song be so much like the one in the show? Grey Wolf. So I don't know. Which show are you watching? Well, it's the Flaming Players. What's going on? Ah, Wang Zutong directly exclaimed after hearing that. The Grey Wolf was looking at the Flaming Players, because what they're watching, it's the same show. What's wrong? At this time, Wang Qingge was still acting crazy. As for Wang Zutong, it took a while before she came back to her senses. After all, this fact was just too much of a coincidence. It was so coincidental that it made her feel like she was dreaming. Grey Wolf and herself watched, since it was the same drama, and then the other party also wrote out for her a national-style song that perfectly fit the scene in the drama. No wonder she thought the song the other gave her was so much like the drama she was watching. She thought that the Grey Wolf had the ability to foretell what was going to happen, but it was just a coincidence that he saw the same play as she did. Everything is just so coincidental and connected. After knowing the truth, Wang Shuatong's previous thoughts were quickly put behind her, and she completely trusted the Grey Wolf. The thought made her return awkwardly. You know what, Grey Wolf? This is really coincidental for us too. I watched it last night too. Of the play, The Players of Fire. And then to my surprise, I got it today. The song you wrote for me for that show. Ah, it's not? Wang Qingge was also pretending very much. Judge, you're not lying to me. You really watched the play The Flaming Players last night too? Well, of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Thinking that the Grey Wolf didn't believe it. So Wang Shuatong got a little anxious and continued. Grey Wolf, what do you think of the woman? Did she do the right thing? Of course it's right. Wang Qingge didn't hesitate to reply. The woman is a true hero to come. She's a lot more powerful and a lot braver than a lot of the guys. Aha, yeah. Wang Shuatong nodded her head after hearing this. I love that woman's too. And if I were to be replaced, I'm sure I'd be just like her. So yeah, judges, Akira is a song that I really think it's perfect for you to sing. Aha! Wang Shuatong answered. Grey Wolf, thank you. I really like this song of yours very much. This song, it's also the best national song I've seen so far for this reason. You're welcome, judge. It's good that you like it. I'm afraid you won't be able to see it. How come? How could I not see such a great song when I can't even find it? That's good. After making it clear to Wang Shuatong, Wang Qingge didn't intend to continue talking to her, lest he would be seen to be doing something by then. Judge, since you like it, practice it. I'm looking forward to you putting this song out. As for Wang Zutong, seeing the Grey Wolf say so, she also responded, all at once, with confidence. Don't worry, Grey Wolf, I will. I'm sure I'll be able to get the song right. Aha, I'll look forward to your results then. Don't worry about the Grey Wolf. It won't be too late for this. Okay, judge, then if there's something you don't understand, feel free to come to me as well. Okay, I got it, thanks. So just like that, Wang Qingge easily solved the idea that his second sister, Wang Zutong, was going to suspect this matter in one go. However, it couldn't be blamed on his second sister, as she really just hadn't thought of it. After all, after Wang Qingge's such a perfect explanation, his second sister were still dare to suspect anything else. Where else would she have thought that the other person was her own little brother, who had watched the show with her to find out everything? Just like that, what Wang Shuatong had been a little skeptical about was gone all of a sudden. After the two ended the call, Wang Zutong, who had already understood everything, couldn't wait to start seriously learning the song Bare Bones. Wang Shuatong practiced until the evening, when she finally mastered the singing style of the song, Bear Bird. After mastering the song, she contacted her own handle and without saying a word, Wang Shuatong knew that she, herself, had to sing this song as soon as possible and then let more people know about it. Moreover, Wang Zutong had a strong premonition. She thought that as soon as the song Bare Bones appeared, then it would definitely be able to wake up many people, because in our society nowadays, there are too few people who are patriotic, especially about the history of that war of resistance, and even fewer people are willing to pay attention to and understand it. That's why she wanted to use the song Bare Bones to wake up countless people, and she wanted them to know how difficult it was for their forefathers once upon a time. If it wasn't for our forefathers, that courageous spirit of sacrifice, then they wouldn't be who they are today. For this reason, remembering our forefathers and honoring their memory should not be just an individual matter, but a matter for the whole society, but for the whole community. To honor the memory of their forefathers, something has to be there to wake up the crowd. And now this song by Bare Bones, in Wang Zutong's opinion, was the best way to wake up the crowd, so she's going to have to be quick and get the song out of the way to do it. After making all the preparations, Wang Shuatong contacted her own assistants and teams to start tomorrow. After doing all this, Wang Shuatong's excited mood was still unable to calm down for a long time, because today was just too much fun for her, and you could say she got too lucky. That's how people are. Once they get lucky, they can't be stopped. Wang Zutong was so happy today. Naturally, that matter couldn't be known only to her. She had to share it. So Wang Shuatong quickly called her big sister and told her about the fact that Grey Wolf had written the song for her. Her big sister, Wang Mengxian, was equally happy for her when she found out about this, and encouraged her to practice hard and not let the Grey Wolf down. Besides calling her big sister, Wang Shuatong had another person that she had to share this with, and this person, no other than her own good best friend Yan Ranran. For this reason, Wang Zutong is also directly to Yan Ranran called, ready to say to her about this matter today. But Wang Shuatong might have forgotten, or not considered the reason clearly, so this action of hers, next to Yan Ranran, caused a very big heart damage. Chapter 197 BFF's Blow. Yan Ranran yesterday, where her good girlfriend Li Yayet, did not inquire about the Grey Wolf, so today she was not in a very good mood all day. I was still in a bad mood in mopey until the evening. However, to her surprise, the annoyance was not the only thing that was bothering her, and an even bigger blow was coming her way right away. Yan Ranran took a shower. Originally the mood is slowly turning back, but just at this time good girlfriend Wang Zutong suddenly called. Seeing that it was Wang Zutong's call, she answered it immediately without hesitation. Hey, what's wrong with Shuatong? Ren, I have good news to share with you. You know, I'm just so happy today. Ah, it's not, is it? Really? What is it that makes you so happy? Although Yan Ranran wasn't in a very good mood herself, after hearing Wang Shuatong's such happy words, she was truly, from the bottom of her heart, happy for the other party. After all, she was her best friend. Of course she wished the other person well. So after seeing Wang Shuatong say that there was something she wanted to share with her, she likewise looked forward to it with great anticipation. Aha! Wang Shuatong nodded her head repeatedly. Ren, you know what? I haven't been this happy in a long time. but today is really making me happy. Shui Tong, what is it then? It makes you so happy. Hearing the other party say this, Yan Ranran was also curious to know what it was that made her so happy. Wang Shuetong also stopped beating around the bush and directly said, Ran, last time we were on the program, do you remember when I did tell Grey Wolf about asking him to write a song for me too? What? The current Yan Ranran was very sensitive to the word Grey Wolf. That's why her entire body became quite godly all of a sudden after hearing Wang Zutong say that the Grey Wolf. Ren, what's wrong with you? Are they listening to me? As for Wang Shuitong at this time, she was also finished immersing herself in her own joy and didn't bother to consider the other party's feelings. This couldn't be blamed on Wang Shuitong, because today's events were really too happy and exciting for her. For this reason she was only immersed in her own joy, not realizing that right now, talking about the Grey Wolf in front of Yan Ranran would understandably make things difficult for the other party. As for Yan Ranran, it was only after being reminded by Wang Zutong once again that she came back to her senses. Returning to her senses, Yan Ranran, she was shocked as she asked, What did you say, Shui Tong? What did you say about the last time you were on the show, when you told Grey Wolf to ask him to write a song for you? Yan Ranran said so herself, and before Wang Zutong could respond, she was startled in her mind. She instantly had a guess. Could it be that Grey Wolf had really given Wang Zutong a song to write? Otherwise, then why would Wang Zutong be saying this to her now? It couldn't be that Grey Wolf had really helped Wang Zutong write a song, could it? As soon as she thought of this result, Yan Ranran's heart ached again. Because of what? Because she herself was the one who, obviously, should have known the Grey Wolf the best, the one who should have been the most familiar with him, but she was on the other side, and she got nothing. On the contrary, other people, one after another, gained, one after another, quite a lot of benefits where the Grey Wolf was concerned. How can this balance her heart? It must be hard for her to accept. So if Grey Wolf really did write a song for Wang Shuitong, then this blow was not a big one for Yan Ranran. Well, now things, not to the final step. She is still a bit hopeful. If the Grey Wolf did not write a song for Wang Zutong therefore in Yan Ranran's inner heart, there was a small wish at this time, and that was to wish that the Grey Wolf had not written a song for Wang Zutong. Otherwise, the blow would really be too much for her. But today's Yan Ranran, destined to still be unlucky. While she was still hoping that Grey Wolf did not write a song for Wang Zutong opened her mouth to her on her own, only to hear Wang Shuetong on the other side of the phone, saying to her happily, You know what, Ran? The last time I asked Grey Wolf to write a country-style type song for me, I had thought that the other side would not write, or even take my words, to heart. But today, Grey Wolf, he found me and told me that he had written a state-of-the-art song for me. No? When she heard Wang Shuetong's words, Yan Ranran was too shocked to speak for half a day, because she really didn't expect that the Grey Wolf since he would really write a song out for Wang Zutong. Shui Tong, you didn't lie to me, Grey Wolf he really wrote a song for you? Reacting to Yan Ranran, she asked with incomparable surprise. At this time she was still a little hopeful. Maybe Wang Zutong said something wrong. But next, Wang Zutong's words directly dashed her last shred of fantasy. I only heard Wang Shuetong, still happy, say, Ren, Grey Wolf he really didn't forget his promise to me. He really did write a song for me. Did he really write a song for you? Well, yes, and not only is the song in the country style genre, but more importantly it's a genre that I really like myself. Both the lyrics, and the vocals and all that, are very much my own. Hearing this, Yan Ranran instantly became incredibly lost. She had been because of the Grey Wolf, and all day are moping, and now also by girlfriends Wang Zutong. This way to blow, ask who's affected It was also Wang Shuetong's fault that she was completely immersed in her own joy at this time and didn't take this into consideration, I guess. Although hearing such words made Yan Ranran feel very bad in her heart, there was nothing else she could do, much less change anything. It was actually a good thing, except for, well, making her feel a little bad about herself, because it could be seen from this act of Grey Wolf, writing a song for Wang Zutong, that the other party was a person who kept his word. Yan Ranran, who couldn't change anything, could only bless her best friend now. So she was still happy for Wang Zutong. Really Shui Tong, that's really congratulations, since Grey Wolf wrote a song for you. Wang Shuetong's words, too, were not yet finished, so she likewise continued. Do you know, Ren, how Grey Wolf came to write this national song for me? This kind of thing Yan Ranran, how can she know? So as soon as she heard this, she said directly, I don't know, how did he write that song for you? Grey Wolf, Wang Shuetong was proud to say, Ran has a play called The Fiery Players. I don't know if you've seen it. Fiery Players? Hearing Wang Shuetong's words, Yan Ranran thought for a moment on her own before finally realizing that she indeed hadn't seen the play. Chapter 198 I will move out. No. Yen Ranran returned a little embarrassed. But the fact that Yen Ranran hadn't seen it didn't affect Wang Shuatong's ability to continue in the slightest. Ren, you know what? I watched the play Fiery Players last night. All of a sudden, I was infected by the bravery and courage of the women in the play. So I really admire the women in the play. But what I didn't expect was that Grey Wolf. He watched the show too, and he wrote me a song based on that woman's exploits. So Ren, do you think it was all meant to be long ago? Grey Wolf, he was destined to be just so destined to me. Hearing Wang Shuatong say this, Yen Ranran herself understood that if what the other party was saying was true, she wasn't lying to her. Then they were indeed very much destined for each other, which made Yen Ranran's heart, for a moment, a little sad, because in Yen Ranran's opinion, everything that Wang Zuton had with the Grey Wolf, she herself should have had as well, but the reality was that she had nothing with the Grey Wolf. So now that she heard Wang Zuton praising her like this in front of her, she was naturally a bit upset. Even though her heart wasn't a taste of compassion, Yen Ranran was still happy for them. After hearing Wang Shuatong's words, she said with a general tone of blessing, Shui Tong, that's really congratulations. It seems that you and the Grey Wolf are, indeed, very much destined for each other. Aha! To this Wang Shuatong once again wasn't the least bit modest, and she added to Yen Ranran, Ran, I'm going to shoot the music video tomorrow. Why don't you come along? Come over and watch me shoot the music video. I'm telling you right now like this. It's really hard for you to understand clearly how good this song that Grey Wolf wrote for me is. The only way you're going to know how good it is and how impactful it is if you've seen the song live for yourself. Although Yen Ranran didn't really want to go, at Wang Zuton's full request, she finally agreed. With that, the two of them discussed the situation for quite some time before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yen Ranran herself became more and more aggravated the more she thought about it. It was clear that she was the one who should be most familiar with Grey Wolf. But now that she saw him writing songs for other people, her heart wasn't Sumi. If it was before, then Yen Ranran might still have some doubts about her own relationship with the Grey Wolf. But after learning from where Luna Li was yesterday that she used to be real and knew the Grey Wolf well, she believed it, because she knew very well that it was impossible for Li Yeye to lie to her. Since Li Yeye had already seen the true face of the Grey Wolf, it couldn't be false, and the other party said that she and the Grey Wolf used to know each other very well, so all of this must be true. So now Yen Ranran, after seeing the Grey Wolf writing a song for Wang Zutong, her heart was just a little sad. But Yen Ranran probably wouldn't have thought that the Grey Wolf wasn't just familiar with her. He is likewise with Wang Zutong, very familiar with. After all, people too are siblings relationship to come. How can not be familiar with? It's just that right now, they don't know it. Even though her heart wasn't a taste of Tsu, Yen Ranran still decided to go and take a look at it tomorrow. She was going to watch Wang Zutong shoot her music video, and at the same time, see if the song that Grey Wolf had written for her was really that good. On the other hand, Wang Qingge, shortly after he gave the song Red Bird to his second sister, he was pulled out by the two women, Han Jishuan and Su Ruoxuan, to do the dishes. This night, the two of them, Su Ruoxuan, once again ate Wang Qingge's cooking. At the dinner table, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan were both a bit vain because they were both misunderstood by Han Jishuan. So naturally, they couldn't do so casually. On the contrary, Han Jishuan was different. She didn't have any pressures at all. She was just a bit very helpless, eating and talking at the same time. Alas, Wang Qingge is such a good cook, yet I can only eat 1 or 2 meals once in a while. Unlike Wakefield, you can take it for a long time, or for the rest of your life and be fine. Hearing this, Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan both became helpless once again, because listening to Han Jishuan's words proves that she still suspects that the two of them are living together. Jishuan, what are you babbling about again? How can I eat for the rest of my life? Ah, isn't it? Su Ruoxian revealed a surprised expression before looking at Wang Qingge. Wang Qingge, you can't really be that lazy, can you? After you tricked Ruoxian into your hands, you don't cook anymore, do you? Jishuan, you, Han Jishuan said more and more outrageous things, is really let Wang Qingge and the two of them, is very inexorable. Ha ha, Han Jishuan laughed. Okay, I know, I'll eat and go back. I won't bother you too. Han Jishuan, you, forget it, think what you want. Anyway, Wang Qingge and I are innocent. We are upright and not afraid of shadows. Su Ruoxuan had no choice but to say this. After all, she caused all this by herself, and now she was misunderstood, so she couldn't blame others. Soon after the three of them finished eating, Han Jishuan really planned to go back, but she didn't want Su Ruoxuan to send her, so she just asked Wang Qingge to send her back. Wang Qingge had accompanied her all the way to the outside, and neither of them had spoken much. When Han Jishuan found her car and was about to get in, she said to Wang Qingge, you know what, Wang Qingge? Ruoshen, she's really lucky, since she was able to meet you. No, Han Jishuan, me and Su Ruoxuan are really just sharing a room. Thinking that the other party misunderstood again, so Wang Qingge hurriedly explained. But this time, it was Wang Qingge herself who misunderstood people. She didn't suspect the two of them. She just said seriously, I didn't disbelieve that you guys were sharing a room. I'm just a little pissed that you two are hiding it from me. Seriously though, Ruoxian, she's already very lucky to have found someone like you when she was looking for a random person to share a room with. Of course, it's all thanks to her too, isn't it? If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have met, would we? After hearing this, Wang Qingge was silent. As long as Han Jishuan didn't misunderstand him and Su Ruoxuan, it would be fine. As for the rest, it didn't matter if he said it or not. You go. I'm going back, Han Jishuan said with a smile. Well, drive slowly then. Don't worry. That's something you don't have to worry about for. After Han Jishuan finished speaking, she directly got into the car, then gradually drove away under Wang Qingge's watchful eye, until she couldn't see the other party's car. Wang Qingge sighed helplessly. This was really a big misunderstanding today. Even though Han Jishuan had, in the end, believed in his and Su Ruoxuan's words, in Wang Qingge's heart, it had always been a little less comfortable. When he went back, just as soon as he entered the door, Su Ruoxuan asked the same question. Jishuan is gone? Aha! Only after hearing Han Jishuan leave did Su Ruoxuan once again say to Wang Qingge, don't worry, I'll move there. Chapter 199, the intent of the lyrics. After hearing Su Ruoxuan say that she would move out, Wang Qingge's entire body froze. I don't know, which one is she up to again? As for Su Ruoxuan, she continued to give. I was supposed to be the last one to come, so don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you and will move out. Wang Qingge is really, do not know what to say. Things have gone wrong, you now move out. What is the use? Besides, this matter was originally her own mess, but now it was made to look like Wang Qingge's fault. Despite this, Wang Qingge didn't want to argue too much with Su Ruoxuan, so he went along with her. Okay, think it over for yourself when you come. Good. Su Ruoxuan also nodded before continuing, speaking to Wang Qingge. Wang Qingge, I'm really sorry today, harming you to be misunderstood as well. It's fine, isn't it just a misunderstanding? Anyway, it's all explained now. Although Wang Qingge said so, at this time, Su Ruoxuan, still somewhat apologized. No matter what, I'm the one who brought Jishuan here, and now that she misunderstood about the two of us sharing a room, I'm really sorry. In order to not let Su Ruoxuan continue to talk like this, Wang Qingge had no choice but to put some of the blame on himself. Okay, I get it. You stop. I'm actually at fault, just like you said. I should have let you know that I was coming back instead of just coming back on my own without saying a word. If I had told you, then this, today, might not have happened, could have been avoided. So that means we're both at fault. So don't be blaming anyone. It was only after Wang Qingge said this that Su Ruoxuan didn't continue. In the time that followed, nothing else happened between Wang Qingge and Su Ruoxuan. Time quickly came to the next day, and today Wang Zuton was already ready to shoot the music video for the song Red Bird. Wang Zuton's team, too, had been prepared early on, and Wang Shueton was made up to be a gorgeous opera singer with the help of a makeup artist. She put on a wide costume and just waited for the shooting to start. Yan Ranran and the others, too, were very much looking forward to this, especially Yan Ranran. She had to see today. How was this song that Grey Wolf wrote for Wang Zuton? Is it really going to be very good, as Wang Zuton herself said? But before he could officially see the song, Yan Ranran had lost half of it himself. Because of what? Because Yan Ranran was very clear. But anything that came from the hands of the Grey Wolf, none of it came from a mortal product. So she herself thought that the song that Grey Wolf had written for Wang Zuton definitely belonged to the category of fine songs to come as well. With everyone's anticipation, Wang Zuton had made all the preparations and started the movie. As the director shouted click, the music of the scene also played directly. With that, Wang Shuetong sang, Theater 1, Sleeve Rise and Fall. It's not my business to sing of sorrows and joys. The fan opens and closes the gongs and drums. Who's to say what's going on outside the theater? After Wang Shuetong opened her mouth and sang these 4 lines, it directly shocked everyone else present, because none of them have, ever, heard such a great national anthem before. So Wang Zutong's opening is really all of a sudden let the people present are surprised, instantly fell in love with the songs. These people on the scene are like this. So it goes without saying that the others will definitely be in the same situation when the time comes. As long as Wang Zutong's song was released, it was definitely possible, at an extremely fast speed, to conquer countless people. Among the people on the scene, the most shocked person would be none other than Yan Ranran. Although Yan Ranran was psychologically prepared for this, when she actually heard Wang Zutong, she opened her mouth and sang. she realized that she had underestimated, after all, the Grey Wolf who had written this song for her. She herself is a strong singer, so in terms of scrutinizing music, she must be quite a bit more powerful than the average person, by quite a bit. So Yen Ranran knew very well what kind of influence the song that Wang Shuatong was singing at this time would have. Wang Shuatong continued to sing, "I'm used to putting my joys and sorrows into ink, so what if the cliché is worn out? I am all bones and ashes. The floating weeds of the chaotic world can't bear to see the beacons burning the mountains and rivers. A man in a position of power is not afraid to worry about his country. Even if no one knows me, the people on the stage walk by and don't see the old colors." The man on stage sings a heartbreaking parting song. It's hard to put ink on the word love. She shall sing and be reconciled in blood. Who is the guest when the curtain rises and falls? As the climax of the song was sung, those in the audience became even more mesmerized. Now, all of them had been attracted to Wang Shuatong and her superiorly injured singing voice. Only Yen Ranran is different, because she can always listen to any song as a singer. So in Yen Ranran's opinion, singing well is one thing, while writing good lyrics and expressing more profoundly is another. The song that Wang Zutong sang now, in Yen Ranran's opinion, was really expressing a very profound kind of patriotic spirit. The woman sung about in the song, although she is from the theater troupe, is really good at standing up for her country in a time of crisis, despite her humility. At the same time, Yen Ranran understood that the song Wang Shuatong was singing now proved a point to the world. That is, in the face of the greatness of the world, both the poor and the rich are the same. There are people who are brave, there are people who are patriotic no matter what industry they are in. The same is true for whatever it is. There will be some people who are greedy for life. It's like soldiers, they are supposed to protect their families and their country. But some of them, however, choose to escape in the middle of the chaos. And the same is true of those who sing opera. Since ancient times, people in the theater have always been a group of people who are looked down upon, because in the eyes of others, opera singers are always just opera singers. If there is any crisis in the country, then they can't do much. The song that Wang Shuatong was singing now was the exact opposite of that. Because what the song expresses is the heroic deeds of the people in the theater troupe who gave up their lives to save their country. That's why after understanding the meaning of the song, Yen Ranran was so surprised. Add to that the fact that so few people are patriotic in our society nowadays, and the war period in which this song is set in particular is the least remembered. Therefore, Yen Ranran believed that if Wang Zutong's song was good and released for all to hear, that's definitely going to cause, well, a bit of a stir. When the time comes, this song will surely remind countless people, all of them, of the history of the resistance of those forefathers. Let those who should have forgotten the history of that war once again recall the forefathers of the difficult. Chapter 200, starting a patriotic storm. These were the real intentions of the song that Wang Zutong was singing now, as it expressed a patriotic spirit. That's why Yen Ranran was very confident that Wang Zutong was about to become a big hit with the song. Yen Ranran, who thought of all this, once again lost some of her heart. In the midst of her loss, though, she was more concerned about the Grey Wolf. From the moment the Grey Wolf had appeared until now, Yen Ranran had already had an illusion. Now Yen Ranran had the illusion that she felt that Grey Wolf, this person, anything in this aspect of music, that there was nothing he wasn't as proficient at. No matter what kind of style, what kind of song, as long as it is in the hands of the Grey Wolf then he can always write it. Just like what Wang Zutong is singing now, this national style song. The national style songs, which are supposed to be very cold, will be even fewer people. So there have been really few people who know about the national songs, and who pay attention to the national songs. Another thing is that the songs of the national style are all commonplace songs. That's why they have been, and can't trigger any big movement. But now Grey Wolf, surprisingly, was able to write, in itself, a very cold national song. It's just as well that he can write it, and that it's still so good and so unshocking. So now Yen Ranran, she was really under the illusion that there was nothing musical that could be difficult for him. And so it was. Wang Zutong's shoot today was a great success, and after several attempts, the shoot was finally completed. Next, as long as the video of Wang Zutong singing, and the video of the fiery playwright, got together, then it would basically be geared towards society. Wang Qingge, on the other hand, received a video from Wang Zutong, sent to him that very night. After Wang Qingge met his second sister and sent him the video, he opened it up and realized that it was the MV video of the Red Rider. He took a look at it and realized that they were really good at filming it. The video not only features Wang Zutong, the lead singer, but also clips from the play, The Players of Fire. Of course, those clips are very important parts. The one where the woman sings on stage and then dies with her enemies. The video that Wang Zutong and the others shot, and the clips from the show did the trick, switching nicely. So this video, which Wang Qingge watched, was also very satisfying, and he knew that other people would definitely like it very much as well. In response, Wang Qingge congratulated his second sister in advance, wishing her a big hit with her song, and it really didn't disappoint the crowd, as Wang Zutong released the song Bare Bones. After 2 days of this, her song has really hit the big time. In just these 2 days, there were already countless people that knew about Wang Zutong's song called Bare Bones. It's a country-style type of song, but it's really good and makes many people listen to it once and just fall in love with it. Those people, they never thought that the original national-style songs could really be sung so well. They have always thought that the national-style type of song are some opera singing only, but did not think that the original is also can be sung in this way. At that time, the song Bare Bones was not only good, but its real intention was also finally known. The attention has definitely been huge since the song Akira caught fire, so some of you have been checking it out. That's when I realized that the real intention of the song barely there was more to it than just relying on being good. The true intent of the song is the spirit of patriotism, and it was written to remember those who sacrificed their lives to protect and defend their country. In particular, the main character in the song, the woman from the theater troupe, was an eye-opener for countless people, because theater girls in the theater troupe would have been very much looked down upon. But the woman in this song, she has a strong patriotic heart despite her humble status as a woman of the theater. What she did was even braver than many men. Even her courageous choice to sacrifice herself and die with the enemy in order to save her country and her people is the real point of the song. What it expresses is that it wants to tell the world that in patriotism, no matter what kind of people, humble or not, they are all the same, as long as they have a patriotic heart. So ever since the song Bare Bones caught fire, it's been a straight-up patriotic storm, especially for that history of the war. More and more people are going to pay attention to it now. Some people who once didn't love watching anti-war dramas have been surprising themselves by going to see those dramas. The history of that period is also becoming more and more popular, and for this reason many people are, for the first time, learning about the history of that period of the war. For the first time, I learned that it was not easy for the pioneers at that time to fight against the enemy, and the painstaking price they had to pay, and the hardships they had to endure. This is all the more reason for, in reality, people to know the hard-won value of cherishing peace, and the peace of a nation, and what it really takes to get it. All in all, ever since Wang Zutong sang the song Bare Bones, she became even more popular and fiery. However, after Wang Zutong reddened, she still hadn't forgotten about the Grey Wolf, so at the same first time, she contacted Wang Qingge and expressed these words of thanks to him. If it wasn't convenient for Wang Qingge to come out now, then his second sister would definitely have to invite him for a meal. Unfortunately, right now, Wang Qingge was still the reason for the Grey Wolf in front of Wang Zutong, so things like buying dinner will just have to be talked about slowly later. Although Wang Zutong couldn't invite the Grey Wolf, she still wanted to share with her loved ones how happy she was at this moment. Wanting to share the joy with her family, Wang Xuetong contacted her big sister. At this point in time, Wang Mengxian, she was of course aware of the fact that Wang Zutong had already, because of the song Bare Bones, caught fire. So after being invited by Wang Zutong, she was also very happy and decided to go back now to have a good get-together with her. Wang Mengxian, on the other hand, hadn't forgotten about Wang Qingge, her little brother, and she likewise contacted him on her own. Wang Qingge saw that it was his big sister's phone, and he realized it when he answered it. It turned out to be the second sister, Wang Xuetong, who was just trying to share the joy with her loved ones because she was happy. However, after Wang Qingge thought that he was the Grey Wolf, he refused to go back on the grounds that he was busy with work. Seeing that Wang Qingge was unwilling to go back, Wang Mengxian had no choice but to go back herself to share her share of joy with her second sister, together. But what happened next was something that really caught people off guard. It is also this matter, so let Wang Zutong originally good mood, only not 2 days time to disappear. Chapter 201. Something happened to big sister. Wang Xuetong was celebrating herself, so she called several of her friends to come to her house as guests. Today, she even cooked several dishes herself, and wanted everyone to try her handiwork. After the dishes were done, it was supposed to be time to start celebrating, but Wang Zutong was waiting for no one. This person was no one else but her own big sister Wang Mengxian, who had already made several calls to her big sister in a row, but none of the calls were answered, and Wang Xuetong, at first, thought that her big sister was driving so she didn't have time to answer, but it couldn't have taken this long without a response, could it? So she got a little anxious. I don't know what's wrong with her big sister. She said she'd be right back, but she hasn't arrived until now, and she doesn't even answer the phone. There is no way they can only wait a little longer to see. Perhaps her big sister will be back in a while. Just like that, another half an hour passed as Wang Xuetong waited for them. This was a big rush for them, especially Wang Zutong, who knew that it had been so long. Big sister should have arrived long ago, even if she walked back. It's almost the same, right? But right now there was no news from the other side. Naturally, she had never given up on calling, just that no matter how much she called again, big sister Wang Mengxian just didn't pick up. The way the big sister is messing up, it really makes Wang Zutong worried and anxious, not knowing what she should do. Well, just then, her big sister finally called back. After seeing her big sister return the call, Wang Shuetong immediately answered it. Hey sis, where have you been? Why aren't you back yet? And you're not answering your phone. Only what responded to Wang Shuetong was not her big sister's voice, but a stranger's voice. Hearing that it was a stranger speaking, Wang Zutong froze up again, followed by, before she could ask what was confusing her mind, the other person had then told her what was going on and what had happened. The moment she heard the stranger's words, Wang Shuetong's entire body was shocked and took a few steps back. Ah, Shuetong, what happened to you? Yan Ranran, who was standing beside her, hurriedly held her up when she saw her like this. If it wasn't for someone holding her up, then Wang Shuetong would really have been in danger of falling straight down. When she responded, she hurriedly asked the other woman, which hospital are you? Oh, okay, I know. I'll be right over. At the end of her words, her voice turned choked. When the others saw her in this condition, they naturally already knew that something was wrong. What happened to Shuetong? Did something happen to your sister? Yan Ranran immediately asked. At this time Wang Zutong, she was very lost up. Looking at a few good friends said, sorry guys, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you today. I have to go to the hospital. My sister was in a car accident just now. Ah, not really. Hearing her say that, other people also have revealed a surprised expression. They realized that the original her big sister has not come back. Is something happened? Seeing this, it was naturally impossible for the others to disturb Wang Shuetong anymore, so they all told her to hurry to the hospital. Shuetong, I'll send you over. Yan Ranran saw this, and she intended to send Wang Shuetong over, but in the end, Wang Shuetong refused. No need Ran, I'll just go there myself. You don't need to send me. If Yan Ranran, this time, insisted on sending Wang Shuetong, then she might know something. Even if she can't know who the Grey Wolf is, she can still know that her best friend is her ex-boyfriend's second sisters. Unfortunately, after Yan Ranran was rejected, she didn't insist on sending Wang Shuetong. It's also a missed opportunity to know the truth. On the other side of the table, Wang Qingge, likewise, was in the same boat, and more than an hour after he ended the call with his big sister, the other party called him again. Seeing that it was his big sister's call, Wang Qingge also answered it immediately, but as soon as he answered, a strange voice appeared on the other side. Excuse me, is this Wang Qingge? Hearing a stranger's voice on her big sister's phone, Wang Qingge was surprised, but finally returned. Yes, what is it? Oh, it's like this, Mr. Wang, we're here at so-and-so hospital. Your sister just had a car accident, so she was sent to our hospital. She's still unconscious, so we'll just have to use each other's cell phones and contact you guys. What? Where are you guys? I'll be right over. After hearing that her big sister had been in a car accident, Wang Qingge immediately moved up without saying a word. After learning about the big sister's specific, which hospital she was in, Wang Qingge rushed over without stopping. In less than 20 minutes, Wang Qingge had arrived at the hospital, and he hurriedly asked the nurse at the front desk. Only then did he realize that his big sister had been rushed to surgery. Hearing such news, he silently walked outside the operating room, where the light on the door was on, indicating that it was still in surgery. Outside the door of the operating room, he met his second sister, Wang Shuetong. At this time, she was also sitting where she was anxiously waiting, and when she saw Wang Qingge's arrival, she was not in much of a mood to greet him. Second sister. Seeing this, Wang Qingge walked over to her herself and asked. Wang Shuetong did not respond directly, but waited for a while before she said, it's all my fault. This whole thing is my fault. If I hadn't wanted my big sister to come home, then nothing would have happened to her. Whoops. At this time, Wang Shuetong, she took the blame on herself. Seeing her second sister crying, Wang Qingge looked sad and comforted her. Second sister, none of us wanted this to happen. Don't think so much. I believe big sis, she'll be fine. Woo! Hearing Wang Qingge's consolation, the sad Wang Shuetong pounced on him and cried. From this moment on, Wang Qingge knew that his relationship with his second sister had eased up quite a bit again, so Wang Qingge, too, could only let his second sister cry and vent on him. Only after she cried for a while and her voice gradually decreased did Wang Qingge continue to comfort her. Don't cry, second sister. We have to believe in big sister. She'll be fine. And it's something that can't be entirely your fault, you know? Aha! With Wang Qingge's comfort, Wang Shuetong gradually felt better. And so it was that the two of them, siblings, waited outside the operating room for over an hour before the surgery was finally over. When the operation was over and the door opened and the doctor came out of it, They immediately went up to the doctor and asked him quickly how things were going. Doctor, what's wrong with my sister? Her? Seeing the two of them, the doctor also smiled and said, you're the patient's family, right? Don't worry, she's already fine. She's just in a coma for now and hasn't woken up. Chapter 202 The One Who Can't Rest Easy. Hearing the doctor's words, Wang Qingge and the two of them were relieved. After that, they sent the eldest sister Wang Mengxian to the hospital room, and it was only then that they realized the exact situation. It turns out that their big sister, Wang Mengxian, just happened to run into an out-of-control big truck while on the road. However, Wang Mengxian was still considered lucky. He had only injured his legs, and there were no obvious injuries elsewhere. Although he had only injured his legs, the doctor had also said that if he wanted to recover completely, he would not be able to do so without a year and a half. This was quite acceptable to Wang Qingge and the others. They only needed their big sister to be fine. As for the wound, then let it heal slowly. But even though the doctor said that their big sister was no longer in a life-threatening condition and was not in any serious trouble, she was still in a coma for 3 days before she woke up. During these 3 days, the two of them, Wang Qingge and second sister Wang Zutong, took turns guarding their big sister until the other party had woken up. Big sister woke up just as Wang Qingge herself was by her side. Wang Qingge leaned against the hospital bed and squinted a bit because she was a bit tired. Just for a moment, he also had a dream in which someone reached out and touched his head, like a loving relative. He was dreaming, but he woke up suddenly. Wang Qingge, who woke up, realized that it was his elder sister Wang Mengxian who had woken up, and her hand was just right at that moment, resting on his head. He realized that the dream was real and that it was his big sister who put her hand on his head and he had that dream. Seeing her big sister wake up, Wang Qingge was instantly excited. Big sister, you finally woke up. You finally woke up. Really worried us to death. You know? Wang Qingge was so excited that she instantly held her big sister Wang Mengxian's hand and said, how is big sister? Do you feel sick anywhere? Only Wang Mengxian shook his head before finally saying in a somewhat hoarse voice, little brother, how long have I been unconscious? 3 days. Big sister, you've been in a coma for 3 days, you know? So, I've been in a coma for 3 days. After hearing that she had been in a coma for 3 days, she muttered, yeah, big sis, what the hell is going on? How did something happen to you? After being asked how something happened, Wang Mengxian thought about it, but in the end, she couldn't remember anything. She only remembered a little bit of Dao. Specifically, I don't know what happened anymore. I just remember something heavy suddenly, hitting the car hard. After that, I lost consciousness. Big sister, since you can't think of it, there's no need to think about it. It's fine now anyway. Knowing that her big sister had just woken up, Wang Qingge told her not to think too much. After that, Wang Qingge hurriedly pressed the bedside call and called to tell her second sister that her eldest sister had woken up. When the doctor heard the call, he also immediately appeared and helped Wang Mengxian check up. It was only after the doctor said that there was nothing serious about Wang Mengxian now that they were relieved. Soon after, the second sister, Wang Zutong, was also finally arriving at the hospital. When they saw their big sister waking up, the two of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. The second sister had been telling her big sister that she was sorry. After all, if it hadn't been for her, then their big sister wouldn't have gotten into a car accident. As for the eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, it was naturally impossible for her to blame anyone, so she had also been comforting Wang Shuetong. After they had all vented, everyone's mood slowly smoothed out. After everyone's emotions calmed down, Wang Mengxian looked at the two of them, and she still said with some afterthought, second sister and little brother, you know what? I'm really scared and worried this time. I'm afraid that I'm just going to be like this, leaving you guys forever. And what would you do without me then? Sis, seeing the other party still saying that, the second sister one was also scared. She was also afraid of how sad she would be if her big sister really left just like that. At this time, Wang Mengxian suddenly looked at Wang Qingge, and she had the feeling that she couldn't let go of the Dao. You know what, little brother? In the last second of my accident, I was thinking about you. Big sister's words made the two Wang Qingge a bit surprised up, because the last person she thought of at the last moment of her accident was actually Wang Qingge. Without waiting for Wang Qingge to say anything, Wang Mengxian continued and said, the last person I thought of at the last moment of my accident was my little brother, and I was really worried then. You know, if something happens to me, then what are you going to do in the future? Little brother? I don't know if you're mentally prepared to face everything alone or not. So in that moment, I was really worried about you, and it's a good thing I woke up in the end. Listening to big sister Wang Mengxian's words, Wang Qingge and Wang Zutong realized that she was still so worried about Wang Qingge. She was still as worried about Wang Qingge as she was before, treating him like a child, especially Wang Qingge himself. How could he have never thought that he was so important in his big sister's heart? Important enough that at the very moment of her life, The person she was thinking about was still herself. However, this importance of Wang Mengxian was a bit embarrassing in Wang Qingge's heart, because she was worried about him, not facing everything alone, not being able to live all this by herself. So this was something that really embarrassed Wang Qingge to no end. However, after seeing his big sister, who was still worrying about him as if he were a child even now, Wang Qingge instantly knew he couldn't keep going on like this. He couldn't keep making his big sister worry about him. He had to do something. He had to do something to reassure his big sister before he could. Definitely can't let the other person, all the time, worry so much about himself and treat him like a child. After making this decision, Wang Qingge instantly had plans in his heart, and he would let his big sister Wang Mengxian know. He, Wang Qingge, had grown up and was no longer the little kid he once was, and no longer needed her to worry so much. Thinking of this, he also hurriedly said to Wang Mengxian, "Big sister, you can rest assured, I have already grown up, and in the future you don't have to keep worrying about it." Fine, I know. Although Wang Qingge said this, he was still just like a child in the other party's eyes, and it wouldn't change anything. There was nothing Wang Qingge could do about this. If he wanted to change the other party's opinion, then he had to prove that all of this was true before he could do so. Otherwise, everything else is a sham. Of course, Big Sister wasn't the only one who felt this way about Wang Qingge. Wang Zuton was likewise the same, so she also had a kind of hate to say. You should say less. In the future, don't make Big Sister and I worry about you again, and we'll already be happy. Chapter 203. I don't have time for this either. Seeing that his second sister, Wang Xueton, also said so, that made Wang Qingge know even more that he had to prove himself to them. Only if he proved to his big sister and second sister that he was now really grown up and really understood, would they be relieved. And the only way he could prove himself to them to be able to prove himself to others right now would be that Grey Wolf identity. As long as they all knew that the Grey Wolf was him, Wang Qingge, then no matter if it was the second sister or the eldest sister, Wang Qingge knew that they would definitely be relieved at that time. So Wang Qingge made a decision in the middle of this moment that the next time he participated in the Masked Singer, he should reveal his face. Only if he reveals his face, then the elder sister and the second sister will believe that he has really grown up and really doesn't need them to care for him. Thinking of this, he also said to the two of them, "Big sister and second sister, don't worry, soon you will know and understand." What do we know? The eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, was puzzled by his words. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. Wang Xueton, on the other hand, thought that Wang Qingge was just talking big, so she didn't pay much attention at all to Wang Qingge's sentences at this time. Wang Qingge now, it is not good to do too much explaining. After all, the time is not ripe. He has to wait until he stands on the stage. It's best to take off the mask in front of everyone. Not only would there be countless people at that time, but they would witness that moment along with his eldest and second sisters. It would also make them more aware that he, Wang Qingge, really didn't need them to worry about him anymore. In this way, for the next week, Wang Qingge had been with the two second sisters, taking care of her big sister who was lying on the hospital bed. Time is also passing very fast and there are still 2 days to go before the Masked Singer show airs. The Masked Singer show, after 2 installments with Grey Wolf in it, is now an installment with even more anticipation. The Grey Wolf, in particular, also went to the South State TV, after the program of Love on Earth. His popularity, then, is even hotter and more desirable. Now I'm hearing that tickets to the live Masked Singer show have been sky high on Red Bull, and it's still the kind of situation where there's no market for it, and many people want to buy it, and even if they're willing to pay for it, it's still hard to get it anymore. But if you can't get a ticket, you don't need to worry about anything because the show will still be live for the audience. So on that note, basically don't worry about not being able to watch the show, or that you'll find out about the show later than anyone else or anything. And as for those who had to be there, it was some rabid fans who came. To that end, it's really not a big deal about the tickets. The Masked Singer program is about to start, and naturally, the viewers are not the only ones who are anxious and looking forward to it. For the people who are supposed to be in the Masked Singers program, they are equally excited and anxious about it. This naturally included Wang Qingge's second sister, Wang Xuedong. There are still 2 days to go before the show starts, and Wang Xuetong's responsibility as a judge in the Masked Singer program is really big for her. In the past 2 days, Wang Xuetong had begun to receive many messages from the program. It's either change this or change that or something. These are minor issues, but more of them can still be tiring. Today, when Wang Xuetong was with her big sister, and Wang Qingge, she suddenly thought of something. This was because during the past few days, it was her and Wang Qingge who took turns to take care of big sister together. So according to this rotation method, then 2 days later when the Masked Singer program started, it would be her turn, Wang Xuetong, to take care of her big sister. How is this going to work? By the time she's all set to go on the show, how is she going to take care of her big sister then? But now this problem was no longer a big deal in Wang Shuetong's opinion, because even if there is no Shi Wang Shuetong, then there is still her little brother, right? After these few days together, Wang Shuetong realized that her little brother, Wang Qingge, had really changed a lot, so their relationship, too, was already getting better and better, and there was even a sense that it was going to be better than it had been in the past. Therefore this problem that Wang Shuetong was having right now was really not a big problem in her opinion. After all, even if she didn't have the time to take care of her big sister, then Wang Qingge could do it for her. Things like this in her opinion, it would only be necessary for her to talk to her little brother, Wang Qingge. So thinking of Wang Shuetong here, she spoke directly. Little brother, I have something to tell you. Oh, what is it? Second sister? Because the relationship has been eased for the reason, so the two of them are also called more and more close to each other. Wang Shuetong also spoke up directly and said to Wang Qingge, it's like this little brother. I'm going to be on the Masked Singer program in 2 days, and that day happens to be my turn. So go ahead and top it for me. How's that? After Wang Shuetong said it, she thought that Wang Qingge could not and would not refuse, because he didn't have a reason to refuse, nor did he have a reason to refuse. The person they were taking care of was their own big sister, so Wang Qingge, it should be impossible and impossible to refuse. But what happened next was destined to disappoint Wang Shuetong. Wang Qingge, himself, only thought of this after hearing this from his second sister, Wang Shuetong. Before then, he had literally never thought about it. He himself is a Grey Wolf contestant, while his second sister, Wang Shuetong, is a judge on the show, so the two of them are destined to be on the show at the same time. If it were any other day, then this kind of thing wouldn't be a big deal at all. But the problem was that the two of them now had an older sister with injured legs who needed them to leave a caretaker behind. This question, before Wang Shuetong had even said it out loud, Wang Qingge himself indeed really hadn't thought about it. It wasn't until this moment, when his second sister brought it up, that he realized it was a problem coming. It was because it was impossible for either of the two of them, him or Wang Shuetong, to stay and take care of their big sister. So the moment she heard this from her second sister Wang Shuetong, really Wang Qingge's heart was all in a direct mess. Now what on earth was he going to say? What on earth was he going to do to get himself and his second sister, both to go to the show, and still take care of their big sisters? After Wang Zutong saw Wang Qingge, who didn't answer her words for a long time, she couldn't help but ask again, how about it little brother? Just work a little harder, okay? This time, Wang Qingge was forced to answer, only to see him say, words that shocked both sisters, I'm not available either. Why don't we hire someone? Chapter 204 Tell me how much it costs. What do you mean? You're not available? Wang Qingge's words caused Wang Zutong to instantly freeze in place as she thought of many possibilities. Thought about the possibility that Wang Qingge would, taking the opportunity to ask her for some money, something or other. But never in a million years did he expect to refuse to help take care of his big sister, and to open his mouth and say something like hire someone to take care of her. Is this what people say? They have their own hands and feet. Why should they ask others to take care of them? This is their own big sister. Why did he refuse to do a favor? Not only did he refuse, but he said something like that. All of this was really an ending that Wang Shuetong had never expected. She was naive enough to think that her little brother had finally reformed, so she assumed that if she asked him to help take care of his big sister, he wouldn't and couldn't refuse. But the reality is hard. Gave Wang Zutong a loud slap. Straight hit her head or Wang Wang sound like. In these days, what Wang Qingge did, in Wang Zutong's eyes, was something that had really changed a lot. So Wang Shuetong was really, naively thinking that her little brother had changed into something different from before. Something mature and grown up. But all of this, at this moment, had changed into nothing because of Wang Qingge's refusal to help her take care of her big sister. Until this moment, Wang Shuetong didn't realize that Wang Qingge hadn't changed anything. He was still the same as before. What he did these days, in Wang Zutong's opinion, should all be pretend. Why else would she now refuse to help her take care of her big sister for a bit? In short, no matter what, Wang Qingge's image these days was something that had finally come out in its original form. He was still the same guy as before, without a single change, at least in Wang Zutong's eyes. Seriously, Wang Qingge's words hurt not only the second sister, but also the eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, because the eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, she must have thought the same way as the second sister. Although the eldest sister did not know beforehand that the second sister would call Wang Qingge and help her take care of herself, but when the second sister's words were spoken, in the eldest sister's perception, the youngest brother, Wang Qingge, should also have no reason to refuse. So now Wang Qingge's refusal was really making the eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, also have an inner pain. She didn't think that after her injury, her little brother would still be like this, unwilling to take care of his own. Although the eldest sister also had the same idea, she was always a little better than the second sister, Wang Shuetong, because big sister is the one who needs to be taken care of. Subconsciously, she'll take the fault on herself first. If she hadn't been injured, then the two of them, the second sister and the youngest brother, wouldn't have happened because of it. So Wang Mengxian, who was just sad about Wang Qingge's answer, pushed things onto her own. Big sister Wang Mengxian was like that, yes, but Wang Shuetong is not. After she heard Wang Qingge's words, saying that she didn't want to have to invite someone else to come like that, she finally couldn't help herself. Wang Qingge, Wang Shuetong called back to her old calling style. Why can't you just help take care of your big sister? Do you talk like that? Do you realize how much that hurts? Second sister, me. At this moment, Wang Qingge was also in pain. Don't call me that. I don't have a brother like you. Thanks to my naivety, I thought that you had changed a lot. But what I didn't expect was that you'd be so quick to show your true colors, which is very nice. No, second sister, will you let me explain? Enough, I don't want to hear anymore. The second sister, Wang Shuetong, was already in a fit of anger. Where else could she listen to other words? It was the eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, who opened her mouth and said, "Second sister, what are you doing? Can't we just listen to our little brother? Maybe he really is suffering from something." Wang Qingge also took advantage of her big sister Wang Mengxian's words, so she hurriedly said, "Yes, second sister. It's not that I don't want to help you take care of big sister. It's just that the day after tomorrow, I have a very important job myself. I do have to get back, so I can't promise you this. So let's just hire someone, okay?" Ha, ha, ha. After Wang Zutong heard it, she directly laughed out. What a laugh. This is the best joke I've heard this year. The best joke I've ever heard. Just the fact that you have a very important job and you have to go back? Wang Qingge, if I didn't know you, if I didn't know what you were like, I really might have been fooled by these two sentences of bull asterisk 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 of yours. No? The second sister, Wang Zutong, was mocking Wang Qingge at this time, because in her perception, Wang Qingge's words were a lie. How could she possibly believe that Wang Qingge really did have any important work? The sun didn't rise in the west on this one, and she wouldn't believe it after all. Me, Wang Qingge was also, for a moment, at a loss for words. From the moment he heard his second sister's words, saying that he was told to help take care of his eldest sister, he then already knew that it must be a very difficult thing to do, so now he could only try, as best he could, to convince his second sister. Second sister, just trust me, okay? I'm really not okay. But Wang Shuetong, how could she believe his bull asterisk 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 asterisk? She directly blocked all of Wang Qingge's paths with a single question. Good, tell me then, what is it that you have to do? What is your job, right? It's so important. Say it, let us hear it, and if you are true, and there is something important, then it is not too late for us to say something else. Me, Wang Qingge was, once again, left speechless by her second sister's question, not knowing what she should do, because what he's up to, he can't tell them now. He can't say, I'm going to the show because I'm the Grey Wolf, so I'm going to the show, like that. Even if he said that now, would they believe him? That was absolutely impossible. If Wang Qingge had said this, nonetheless, he would not have been able to make big sister and second sister believe his words. Instead, it would backfire and make them think that he was saying this on purpose to avoid responsibility for all this. In time, he would be even less so in their eyes. For this reason now, he had no choice but to remain silent. Anyway, I just have something. There was nothing he could do but say that. So tell me, what kind of thing, what kind of job, would be more important than big sister? Oh, you want money, do you? Tell me how much you work for a day. How about I pay you 3 times? No, I'll pay you 10 times? Second sister, I'm not. Wang Qingge was truly, already at a loss as to how to explain this to them. Just as the two of them disputed over this, the eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, finally spoke up. Chapter 205 Jiang Xiaoqiao's appearance. That's enough, both of you. Have you ever considered my feelings in this way? Big sister. Wang Mengxian's words caused both Wang Qingge and Wang Zutong to instantly run out of words. Only after seeing that both of them didn't say anything did Wang Mengxian continue. Well, actually, I stopped needing your care a long time ago. I can manage on my own. If you all have things to do, then you can all go about your business. There's no need to worry about me. No. Hearing Wang Mengxian say this, Wang Qingge and his second sister, both of them, said in unison, because they all knew in their hearts that big sister Wang Mengxian's words were a lie. It's really a bit too soon for her to talk about being able to take care of herself. Other things can be left out. Just the fact that she has to facilitate these things requires someone to help take her to the bathroom to be able to do so. Otherwise, it would be really hard to do it on her own. For this reason now she is lying to people when she says that she can take care of herself. When Wang Xuetong heard her big sister's words, she hurriedly said, "Sister, how can this be? How can I rest assured of you?" "Yes, big sister." Wang Qingge also followed this look and said, only as soon as he said it, his second sister Wang Zutong cast a strange look. It's like saying, "You still know about this? If you know, why don't you take care of your big sister?" And Wang Mengxian continued, "Well, there's no need for you two to worry about me, but I'm really fine. If you don't believe me, I'll get out of bed right now and show you." "Ah, big sister, don't." After seeing big sister Wang Mengxian, who really wanted to get out of the hospital bed, the two of them hurriedly stopped it. "It's okay, you two get out of the way. I can do it." In order to prove to himself that he really didn't need someone to take care of him after that, Wang Mengxian really put up a fight. "Sis, don't, I beg you." When Wang Xuetong saw this, she cried as she hugged the other party. Wang Qingge, on the other hand, stood to the side, watching all of this, and her heart wasn't very Tsimsumi's either. He didn't understand why it had to happen at such a critical time. Couldn't it have happened later, or not at all? It's just that there's no point in saying anything now. The facts are ironclad. It was only under the comfort of the two of them that big sister Wang Mengxian slowly calmed down, and Wang Xuetong also, finally, gave Wang Qingge a death order and said, "Wang Qingge, I'll just tell you one thing right now. If I'm not around, you have to guard this place. Otherwise, the love between the two of us in this life will really be over." After what happened to his big sister, now Wang Qingge didn't dare to reject his second sister to her face, and he thought it would be good to agree to whatever was going on first. This matter, although it made Wang Qingge's relationship with her big sister and second sister a little bit more conflicted, but the good thing was that the relationship wasn't that stiff. It was still barely able to continue. It was just that his second sister had asked Wang Qingge that he had to take care of his big sister's business when the time came, so he didn't know what to do for a while either. Soon the day passed, again, and the show of The Masked Singer, tomorrow, will start, but Wang Qingge is still unable to solve the matter of the eldest sister. Want to hire a nanny to come? But afraid of the second sister blame. Just as he was struggling with this, he was suddenly contacted by someone who suddenly added him on WeChat. Wang Qingge asked and realized that the original person is not someone else. Is the last time on the Masked Singer program? Jade-faced fox Jiang Xiaoqiao. Jiang Xiaoqiao suddenly added him, which really made Wang Qingge a bit surprised, and Jiang Xiaoqiao responded, "Grey Wolf, I'm really sorry, I was the one who begged MS. Li Hong, to give me your contact information. Don't you blame MS. Li Hong for leaking your contact information." Seeing the other side said so, Wang Qingge finally understood the ins and outs. The original Jiang Xiaoqiao is to Li Hong to come to his WeChat. He heard that now Jiang Xiaoqiao, but in Li Hong's company under the contract. No wonder Li Hong willing to help her, but that was fine. He had decided to reveal his face anyway, so soon his mysterious identity, too, would no longer matter. It was just that Wang Qingge was a little surprised that Jiang Xiaoqiao was looking for him at this time, and wondered what she was rushing to contact him at this time for. "Little Joe, is there something you wanted to see me about?" She was seen replying, "Grey Wolf, it is. I didn't mean anything by it. It just occurred to me that tomorrow is when the Masked Singer show starts. So, I just simply wanted to talk to you and say cheers." "Ah, that looks like it." Jiang Xiaoqiao's answer more or less led Wang Qingge a little surprised. She took the trouble, contacted him surprisingly just, want to say cheer to him. Go Grey Wolf. I'm sure you can still, once again, work wonders. It was just that Jiang Xiaoqiao's encouragement didn't make Wang Qingge much happier, because at this time, he was still worrying about what to arrange for his big sister. It was also at this moment that something suddenly made Wang Qingge think of something, and that was Jiang Xiaoqiao in front of him. Could he ask Jiang Xiaoqiao to help him take care of his big sister? After all, he had done her such a great favor. This was something she shouldn't refuse, right? Moreover, Jiang Xiaoqiao was a person that Wang Qingge was more at ease with, and she believed that her big sister would definitely like each other when she met her. After thinking of this, Wang Qingge asked directly, "Joe, I have a favor to ask you, can I?" After meeting Wang Qingge and having something to ask for her help, Jiang Xiaoqiao was naturally very happy to do so. She'd been favored by someone for a long time and wanted to return the favor. She just hadn't had much of an opportunity to do so. Now it was hard for the Grey Wolf to ask for something. Honestly, Jiang Xiaoqiao couldn't even wait to be happy. How could she refuse? So she also hurriedly replied, "Grey Wolf, what is it about? Go ahead." "Well, it's like this, little Joe. Someone in my family is injured and hospitalized right now, but I'm going to the show tomorrow and I'll have no one to babysit. So I was wondering if you could babysit for me for a while. How about that?" Jiang Xiaoqiao didn't hesitate to reply even after knowing about this. "That's fine, Grey Wolf. Just feel free to leave this to me. I'll take care of it for you, your family. Seeing that the other party really agreed, Wang Qingge was really a bit happy because he had finally solved this trouble. Although if he did this, his second sister would blame him then. Wang Qingge believed that as long as when his identity was revealed in front of the world, both the first and second sisters would understand what he was doing now. After all, he was really, there had to be a hard time, and it wasn't just that he didn't want to take care of his big sister. So now after Jiang Xiaoqiao was willing to do this favor, Wang Qingge decided that tomorrow night, he would ask her to take care of his big sister. Chapter 206. It's even more beautiful next time we meet. Time passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye it will be the next day. And this evening at 8 o'clock the Masked Singer program will be aired again. The news that the show, which has been on a half-month break, is about to air is naturally causing a big stir. In fact, 3 days ago, advertisements for the Masked Singer program had already appeared on various platforms. And what's striking, naturally, is the mysterious Grey Wolf contestant. Will he or she be revealed in this installment? Regarding this issue, many of the webcam anchor types, after analyzing it, feel that there is a great possibility that the Grey Wolf is going to be revealed in this issue, because there are more and more voices in the community now, calling for him to take off his mask. That's why many feel that the Grey Wolf will definitely go along with the idea and reveal his face in this installment. For this reason, it's only natural to expect more from the Grey Wolf contestant in the face of the possibility of it being revealed on the show. I've heard that there are others who have taken time off work so that they can watch tonight's episode of The Masked Singer. From this, we are able to show that there are really countless people who are looking forward to tonight's Masked Singer show. Wang Qingge, on the other hand, stayed with his big sister all day today, even though his big sister told him that he could have gone and done it if he had something to do, and that she was fine on her own. But Wang Qingge still didn't leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but it just wasn't time. And even if Wang Qingge wanted to leave, then he couldn't, blatantly, just say it to Big Sis. So Wang Qingge waited until the evening and helped his big sister bring dinner before he left. Immediately after he left, he contacted Jiang Xiaoqiao, and he told Jiang Xiaoqiao which hospital his big sister was in, and in what number of wards. As for Jiang Xiaoqiao, after receiving these news, she also happily agreed that she would rush over as soon as possible, accompany his big sisters during Wang Qingge's absence. Only after doing this did Wang Qingge return to the rented room here. He had to come back to get his things, because the Grey Wolf's disguise mask, it's still here, so he'll have to come back and get it before he can go to the scene. Soon, Wang Qingge returned to the rented room here, and after he came back, it just so happened that Su Ruoxuan was also there at this time. But this time, it was destined to be different from any other time in the past, because at that moment, Su Ruoxian was packing her things. Seeing that Su Ruoxuan was cleaning up, Wang Qingge remembered what she had said a few days ago, because she had brought Han Jixuan herself here. She was mistaken by the other party to think that she was after living with Wang Qingge. She then had decided to move. Wang Qingge hadn't cared much about this after he heard her say that she was moving away at that time. It wasn't until I came back now, after actually seeing her packing, that I realized what she said then was true. After Su Ruoxuan saw Wang Qingge come back, she was surprised again. Wang Qingge, what have you been doing these past few days? Why don't you see any of them coming back? It can't be that you're traveling somewhere again. Seeing her ask about this, Wang Qingge laughed helplessly. What nonsense! Where do I have so much free time to travel? Not traveling, so you are these days? Alas! Wang Qingge sighed. Something happened to my family, so for the past few days, I've been in the hospital. Ah, not really. After hearing that something had happened to Wang Qingge's family, Su Ruoxuan was really a bit surprised. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it turned out that something had happened to someone in your family. Haha, it's fine. After seeing Su Ruoxuan apologize, Wang Qingge laughed and said, anyway, it's about to get almost better now. Yeah, congratulations then. Aha, by the way Su Ruoxian, are you really planning to leave? It was Wang Qingge's turn to ask her, and when Su Ruoxuan heard this, she just nodded in a small voice. It's been almost 2 months since I came here, and it's about time for me to almost go back. Since people were leaving, there was no need for Wang Qingge to retain them. Okay, but where will you go when you leave? Probably going to take a trip home first. I haven't figured out where I'm going to go next, either. Oh, then Su had been packing up her things, and soon she was pretty much done. She left a lot of stuff behind to be thrown away and only packed one box. Are you leaving now? Why don't I give you a ride? After seeing that Su Ruoxuan was about to leave now, Wang Qingge thought it would be good to see her off and help her with her luggage. And when Su Ruoxuan heard Wang Qingge say that he would give her a ride, she just considered it for a moment before saying, okay, then I'll trouble you. In this manner, Wang Qingge sent Su Ruoxuan to the street. Where are you planning to go next? First, Wang Qingge asked as she walked. Aha, I've already bought a plane ticket for tomorrow morning, so I'll go to Jishuan's place first now. She's closer to the airport. I'll be there first thing in the morning just in time to catch a quick flight. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing that Su Ruoxuan still had to go to Han Jishuan's place, he didn't pursue the matter any further. At this time, Su Ruoxuan's cell phone rang. She picked it up and answered. Hey, what's wrong with Jishuan? Wakefield, why aren't you here yet? It's already 6:30. We have to hurry to the scene, you know? When Su Ruoxuan heard Han Jishuan say that, she was also impatient. Alright, I know. Who told you not to drive yourself to pick me up and tell me to go there by myself? I have something to do. How can I pick you up? To this, Rachel Sui, too, replied in a teasing manner. Yes, I know you, Miss Han, are going to be there to watch the Grey Wolves, so it's going to take an hour or two to put on your makeup. The other party saw Su Ruoxian say that and said a bit angrily. Humph, Ruoxuan Su, say what you want. Hurry up and come over or I won't wait. Wang Qingge listened to her conversation with Han Jishuan and realized that tonight, the two of them were still going to see him live. They just might not realize that the person they've always wanted to meet is actually right there with them. Unfortunately, neither one of them realized it, and neither one of them just knew it. Su Ruoxuan hung up the phone before saying to Wang Qingge, Alright Wang Qingge, you can send it here. Thanks. Well, you're welcome. In the end, Su Ruoxuan still looked at him and said very seriously, Wang Qingge, I'm really happy to know you. Let's hope that the next time we meet, our meeting will be even better. Faced with this question from Su Ruoxuan, Wang Qingge nodded. It will be, and I'm sure our meeting again will be quick. Wang Qingge naturally knew that his meeting with Su Ruoxuan again would be quick, as he was going to take off his mask tonight. So as long as Rachel Sui goes to the site, then they'll see each other. But whether it was beautiful or good to see each other again, he wasn't sure. Chapter 207 Familiar Girl. Then I'll go first. Su Ruoxian waved and stopped the cab. Well, be careful on the road. Wang Qingge helped her put her luggage on the car and finally said, Okay, thanks. Bam! Su Ruoxian closed the car door, and under Wang Qingge's watchful eye, the car slowly drove away. After that, Wang Qingge also went back to get his things and went straight to the program. On the other hand, the eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, was by herself, sitting on the hospital bed in grieving. Because of what? Because her little brother, 2 hours ago, after bringing her dinner, said he was going to the bathroom and never came back. In fact, she knew in her own heart that her little brother was going back to work, because he had also said that he had an important job today and was obliged to go back. Of course, today Wang Mengxian himself all day, but also in with him, if he has something to do, then go busy. Only her little brother didn't leave until 2 hours ago, without a word. If her little brother was telling her that he was going back to work, then Wang Mengxian's heart might, perhaps, not hurt as much, but that kid, on the contrary, has disappeared on the pretext of going to the restroom? How can this not make people sad and sad? Ah, you're leaving. I didn't say I wouldn't let you go, but why do you have to slip away in such a fraudulent way? So Wang Mengxian at this time, felt very sad and aggrieved. Though she was often in front of her siblings, pretending to be strong, she was sad and upset in private when no one else was around. So she's been secretly shedding tears several times. Just when Wang Mengxian was thinking about everything, suddenly there was a knock on the door. The sudden knock on the door was a shock to her, so she hurriedly wiped her eyes. Who is it? Wang Mengxian looked toward the door. Hello sister, please are you Wang Mengxian? Only to see that outside the door, there stood a girl of about 20 years old, very pretty, which made Wang Mengxian for a moment not clear what was going on. Well, I'm just how it is. Sister is really you. Then I didn't find the wrong one. Zhang Xiaoqiao said and walked right in. What are you? Wang Mengxian was strangely puzzled by this girl who suddenly appeared. Oh, it's like this sis. I was hired by your brother to help take care of you. Zhang Xiaoqiao explained to her. Ah, it's Qingge who asked you to come. Wang Mengxian heard Zhang Xiaoqiao's words, and she realized that this girl was the one her little brother found to take care of her. And when Zhang Xiaoqiao heard Wang Mengxian's words, she muttered in her heart. So the Grey Wolf's real name is Wang Qingge. Well yes sis. Your brother said he had something to do and wouldn't be back for a while, so he asked me to come over and take care of you for a bit. Oh. After understanding everything, Wang Mengxian's heart suddenly warmed up because of her little brother. Although he didn't dare to say anything to her, but he still really got someone to take care of him. It was just that what made Wang Mengxian a bit curious now was what was the relationship between her little brother and this girl. For this point, Wang Mengxian was really curious. She also wanted to ask about it, but felt that it was too direct to ask. It was better to wait before asking. In addition to being curious, what was the relationship between her little brother and this girl? How did Wang Mengxian feel that this girl, like he had seen her somewhere, and it was getting more and more familiar? She herself was supposed to be meeting with the pair for the first time. Ah, What the hell is going on here? By the way, what's your name? Oh sister, my name is Jiang Xiao. Oh, so it's Xiao. Quickly sit down first. No sister, I brought some grapes. I'll go wash them so you can taste them. After Jiang Xiao finished speaking, she really went to wash the grapes, while Wang Mengxian kept thinking, where, exactly, had she seen this person? Jiang Xiao. Just when she couldn't think of anything else, suddenly her cell phone rang. Ding! Hearing a message on his cell phone, Wang Mengxian picked it up and looked at it, which turned out to be a message push from Ting Video. What it says is that the Masked Singer program has half an hour to go, and it's about to start, so they want to call people to go, and they're just tenting the video to watch it. The Masked Singer. And when Wang Mengxian, after seeing the 4 words Masked Singer, she finally remembered. She finally knew why she felt Jiang Xiao was familiar. Because Jiang Xiao, isn't she the Masked Singer program, the contestant of the last edition? She was singing a song about her father's love at the time, so there was, later on, a big controversy, and in the end, it was Grey Wolf who stepped in to help her out. But what Wang Mengxian was facing now was not those, but Jiang Xiao. Why did she come over to take care of her? The other person said he was her little brother and told her to come over and take care of her. When did her little brother become so capable? Since it was invited, a character like Jiang Xiao to take care of her? These are the ones that really made Wang Mengxian shocked. Soon, Jiang Xiao also came out after washing the grapes. Sister, come on, how about you taste the grapes? See if it's sweet. Wang Mengxian asked her while receiving the other party's grapes. Xiao, aren't you the one who was on the Masked Singer program last time? That Jiang Xiao. I told you how you looked so familiar. Ah, sister, recognized by you. Recognized by Wang Mengxian. Jiang Xiao was no longer hiding it. Wang Mengxian, on the other hand, was even more shocked. What? It's really you? Aha sis, that's me. No, Wang Mengxian still found it hard to believe when the truth appeared. Jiang Xiao, so how did you meet my little brother and get hired by him to take care of me? Sister, Jiang Xiao knew that Wang Qingda, right now, definitely didn't want to reveal her identity. So in her haste, she immediately made an excuse. It's like this sis, I met your brother when I was looking for a job online. He told me I'd get 300 for taking care of you, so I came over. Jiang Xiao's explanation, although a bit forced, finally suppressed Wang Mengxian's curiosity for the time being. So that's how it is. Only after hearing the other party say this did Wang Mengxian dispel any other thoughts. After all, although Jiang Xiao had been on the Masked Singer program, she was still a student and definitely needed money. Needing money, naturally, means getting a job. So that's all it is. Maybe it really is. In the next few moments, the two of them, Jiang Xiao and Wang Mengxian, started chatting. Relationship is also, slowly in the middle of getting better. Just soon Jiang Xiao said leakage. She looked at Wang Mengxian enviously and said, Sister, I'm really envious of the Grey Wolf, since he has you such a loving sister. After Jiang Xiao's words, she hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. But at this moment in Wang Mengxian's mind, Chapter 208 Why did you lie to your sister? But it has long since changed. Drastically. Because of what? Because she heard the word Grey Wolf in Jiang Xiao's mouth. If she had only heard Jiang Xiao say the words, Grey Wolf, then she wouldn't have been like this. Because Jiang Xiao originally knew the Grey Wolf. It was not unusual for the Grey Wolf to appear in her mouth. But now the key is, Jiang Xiao even said that the Grey Wolf is her brother? How could this not shock Wang Mengxian? How could it not turn her upside down? Sister, what's wrong with you? Jiang Xiao suddenly realized that Wang Mengxian was looking at her with scolding eyes in shock, which made her uncertain for a while. Joey, what did you just say? What? Sister, I didn't say anything. Jiang Xiao was really a bit incoherent in her panic. No, you've already said it. I heard you loud and clear. Whose brother did you say the Grey Wolf was? Sister, It wasn't until then that Jiang Xiao realized that she had given a slip of the tongue without realizing it. Sister, you misheard me. After realizing that she had misspoke, Jiang Xiao tried her best to save everything, because she felt that the Grey Wolf did not want to reveal his identity. Little Joe, come on, tell me what you just said. Whose brother did you say the Grey Wolf was? Wang Mengxian, on the other hand, was getting more and more excited, because if Jiang Xiao's words were true, then this truth was too important to her. Sister, Jiang Xiao this time, was directly intimidated by Wang Mengxian, and with Wang Mengxian's intelligence, she didn't need to know too much information. She only needed to let her know a little bit and she would be able to follow the trail. Little Joe, you didn't come to take care of me for the money at all, did you? And you didn't meet my brother online, looking for a job, did you? You know my brother. Weren't you on the Masked Singer show? Because my brother is Grey Wolf, right? And the reason you In fact, came to take care of me is because my brother helped you, right, sister? After all, Zhang Xiaoqiao was still small and hadn't seen too much of the world, and after everything about herself and being told so easily by the other party, she panicked underneath. Joey, come on, tell me if that's it? Aha, sister, I'm sorry I lied to you. Zhang Xiaoqiao still couldn't keep her secret for Wang Qingge, and it was breached in a few clicks. So, my brother, he really is the Grey Wolf? After admitting it, there was no need for Zhang Xiaoqiao to hide it, so she said it all. Yes sister, he's the one who asked me to take care of you. Your brother, Wang Qingge, he is the Grey Wolf. Although he had guessed it, Wang Mengxian was still shocked when he heard Zhang Xiaoqiao say so in person. At this moment, the many questions that had plagued Wang Mengxian were also finally revealed. She herself finally believes in the reality that her brother is the Grey Wolf. More than once, on stage in front of an audience, Grey Wolf had stated the fact that he had been orphaned and adopted as a child. And doesn't all that Grey Wolf said fit well with their family? This is not the point. Now what really makes Wang Mengxian finally understand is that she finally knows why she herself will run into her little brother in Southern State. It turns out that day in the Southern State, there is Love on Earth program site, bumped into her own little brother matter. Not by chance. That's not true. His little brother went to work somewhere before she just happened to run into him and bring him back. Rather, her little brother was the Grey Wolf, so he was going to the show that day and she ended up running into him. What is ridiculous is that she, Wang Mengxian, since she was once on the same stage with her own brother, but how did she not find out? Did not see it. Thinking of this, Wang Mengxian suddenly shed tears, because the image of the Grey Wolf had always been in the audience's impression of living a very bitter life. He was abandoned by both his girlfriend and his family. So many people are thinking that he is, well, very bitter. Now Wang Mengxian, after realizing that his brother was him, how much pain he felt inside, no one could understand. All she felt was that her heart felt like it was being strangled by something that was, well, strangling it hard. And she finally realized why her little brother asked Zhang Xiaoqiao to take care of her, because he had, indeed, very important work to do. Tonight, if this job, without her little brother, there's a real possibility that it just won't work, because he's the Grey Wolf, and if he's not even going to be on the show, what's the point of the show? That's why her little brother refused her second sister's request to stay and take care of her. Wang Mengxian and his sister at that time were really puzzled as to the reason why he did so at that time. She had thought that it was her little brother who didn't take her seriously enough to refuse to take care of her. But now, when she knew the truth about everything, she finally understood her little brother's suffering. He must have been in a lot of pain inside when he rejected his second sister and took care of himself, right? It was his sister, after all, but he chose to refuse the company because he had a job he had to go to. This harsh reality is really not something that the average person can handle. If the other party could, then Wang Mengxian believed that he would definitely stay. But the truth was that her little brother had to go. That's why he's resisting the urge to take care of his own. If she had been made aware of this at that time, then she, Wang Mengxian, would definitely have supported her little brother. But now that it's all over, it's really their own fault for missing out on their little brother. It's not that he doesn't love her anymore. It's that he has to have a hard time with it. Oh, little brother, you bastard, why did you lie to your sister? Why didn't you tell her? You asshole. Why do you have to suffer in silence all by yourself? Why do you have to face everything alone? Thinking about the past, Wang Mengxian instantly cried red eyes, and the tears looked like they were breaking the bank. Sister! When Zhang Xiaoqiao saw her crying, she followed suit. The two of them just hugged and comforted each other. After Wang Mengxian cried for a while, she suddenly remembered something, so she pushed Zhang Xiaoqiao away, picked up her cell phone and called. Now that she knew that the Grey Wolf was her little brother, she had to hurry, before she could tell her second sister the news. Otherwise, there was no way Wang Shuitong could have known that the Grey Wolf was actually her own brother. Unfortunately for Wang Mengxian, what he didn't expect was that Wang Zutong's phone was not answered at this time, because they are leaving their cell phones in the lounge in order to be undisturbed during the show. Those who are participating in the show are required to leave their cell phones in the lounge. So Wang Mengxian simply cannot contact Wang Zutong, can only dry anxious, but there was nothing she could do about it. She could only put it down for the time being, or hurry up and watch the program. Chapter 209 Contest Rules. At this time, it was only a few minutes short of the start of the Masked Singer program, so Wang Mengxian and Zhang Xiaoqiao, both of them, were also guarding their live room early. A few minutes, just a matter of lighting a cigarette, rolled around, and the Masked Singer program, too, has finally begun with much anticipation. Moments after the show started, the beautifully dressed host, CC Lu, was the first to appear on the screen. Willow Sissy turned to the camera. Hello, everyone. This is the Masked Singer show live. We're coming to you live. Welcome to the program. This program is sponsored by Banana Mobile, so let's get this episode started. As soon as Leosi finished speaking, the camera panned the stage again, and several dancers appeared, and they danced as the music played. A few dancers, with their elegant dance, gave all the audience an opening. Soon, the music ended, the dancing stopped, and Leosi reappeared. Well, for those of you in the audience, with its viewers who are tuning in live, let's start by getting to know the 4 judges. Speaking of the judges, the camera turned back to Wang Shuitong, Yan Ran, Li Hong, Zhou Jia and the other 4, and the 4 of them, too, each gave the audience a greeting to the camera. Among the 4 judges, the ones who were happiest at this time were naturally Li Hong and Wang Zutong. Li Hong is good, she was already like this. Just Wang Zutong, it's because of her these days, sang the song Bare Bones. So many of the viewers, but they came for her, and for that she was naturally happy. As for Jay, he's just like he usually is, and that's all there is to it. The person who was the most aggrieved amongst the 4, that would definitely be Yan Ran, because the start of the show certainly wasn't a good one for her, because it goes without saying. Wait, there must have been a lot of people asking her, again, about the Grey Wolf, but now, she didn't even know who the Grey Wolf was, so what was she supposed to do? So of the 4 judges, Yan Ran is the only one who can't see any smiley face. What others see is just aggression. After all 4 judges greeted the audience, the host, C.C. Lu, once again shouted to the audience, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's start by getting to know the 4 contestants who are participating in this episode. Please welcome the first contestant to the stage." As the host's words fell, the stage door opened, and out of it stepped a serpentine-clad figure. Seeing this person, Leosi continued to explain to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the participant in this program, Monty Python contestant. Everyone welcome." Pop. There was a little applause. Monty Python contestant walked to the center of the stage, stopping in front of Leosi. "Hello everyone, I'm the Monty Python contestant. I hope you'll support me more in a while. Thank you." When we heard the Monty Python contestant speak, we realized it was a female contestant. After the Python finished, Leosi called the second contestant to the stage. The second contestant, called the Gator contestant, came from a male. The third contestant, on the other hand, was dressed as an elephant, so he named himself Elephant Head. After all 3 contestants were on stage, the next contestant was the one that all the spectators were immensely looking forward to. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have the final contestant of this installment on stage. Please welcome Grey Wolf. After hearing that the Grey Wolf was going to come out, some people on the scene directly shouted, especially some little fangirls, but also said such words as "I want to marry you." Wang Qingge walked from the backstage to the stage under the attention of millions of people. He had the illusion of knowing that this was the last time he would be on this stage as the Grey Wolf, because he would be unveiled today, and when he did, there would only be him, Wang Qingge, from now on, and there would be no more Grey Wolves. Looking at the audience, welcoming him so warmly, he was genuinely very happy. Whether it was a live audience or people tuning in live, many of them were waiting for him, especially his big sister Wang Mengxian. When she saw the Grey Wolf appear, tears fell drop by drop, because she already knew that the Grey Wolf under the mask was her little brother, Wang Qingge. After Wang Qingge also stood with the other 3, his system suddenly appeared. Ding! System mission. Please ask the host to sing Dark Fragrance. I wish you a safe journey. Is it wrong to love someone? Seeing the system suddenly appear and arrange these 3 songs, Wang Qingge was clear that this must have a lot to do with the next development of things, because he knew well that the system wouldn't just arrange songs. These 3 songs, though, were also big hitters in their previous lives, so any one of them could be considered a classic come what may. After Wang Qingge stood back up, the host, Lu Cece, spoke again. "Okay everyone in the audience, everyone be quiet. Now that all 4 contestants have taken the stage, let me say a few words about some of the rules for this installment of the tournament. This edition, after some tweaks by our crew, the contestants are in the next race. It has to be sung in the genre that our program gives. Let me say a few words about the 3 genres that our program gives. The contestants have to sing songs that express that kind of love but not love during the first round to end up being considered winners. And for the second round, it's about singing songs about, well, having to do with friends of the opposite sex. As for the final round, the contestants were to sing the kind of song that expresses love at first sight, or a school love story. 3 rounds, 1 person eliminated in each round, and the person who has not been eliminated in 3 rounds is the winner of the show. After listening to the host's words, Wang Qingge instantly understood because of the 3 types of songs that the other party was talking about. Isn't that exactly just right? The 3 songs the system gives out? Dark Scent is kind of like the song that expresses that kind of love and not love. Have a safe trip too. That song was supposed to be about, well, things with friends of the opposite sex. As for the last song, is it wrong to love someone? Not exactly a love at first sight type of song. So for that, the system was really prepared. The host, Ryu Cece, finished speaking to everyone about the rules of this competition. She looked at the 4 contestants and asked, well, 4 of you, do you have any more questions? Nope. The 4 men spoke in unison. Okay, in that case, let's go into the meeting commercials below, and also wait for the 4 contestants to go back and figure out what song is appropriate to sing next. After the host finished, the broadcast did, all at once, go to commercial. The good thing is that the commercial didn't last long, just a minute or so before it ended and went back to the program. Chapter 210 Can't Guess Low Score. Well, folks, welcome back again. This program is sponsored by Banana Mobile. Without further ado, let's continue the program after our presentation. I believe that the 4 contestants, along with everyone else, are aware of some of the rules of the competition for our current program. So here, let's have the first contestant who is going to sing on stage. Please welcome the elephant head contestants. Everyone. Willow Sissy finished, and she led the applause. A moment later, the elephant head player also reappeared on stage. It was only after seeing the elephant head come up that Willow said to him, hello, elephant head player, nice to meet you. Seeing this, elephant head also spoke up and responded, well, host, I'm glad, too, to be here on this program and to meet you all. Lucy C looked at elephant head player, I see you standing on the stage, not like a flunky, but more like a veteran who has been in the battlefield for a long time. You wouldn't be, by any chance, one of the big gals in the circle, would you? Ha ha. Elephant head laughed awkwardly when he heard this from Lucy C. I can't reveal this, it's better for everyone to guess for themselves. Aha! Ryoshi also had the good sense not to talk more on the subject. So I wonder, elephant head contestant, which song is the next piece you're bringing to the table? Love I Love You. Wow, that's a sad old classic song now, and the elephant head contestant is really going to sing it? The audience, and the hosts, were a little surprised to hear the song the elephant head contestant was going to sing. Yes, that's the song I'll be singing. Good, then the stage is yours down there. With that said, the host, Leosi, came off the stage, leaving the elephant head contestant behind. Soon exclusive Love I Love You. The song came on, and the elephant head finally spoke. I love you. You love me. Why? You can't be together in the end. As elephant head opens his mouth to sing, the audience can still hear that this contestant's voice is a bit vicarious. So some people are starting to guess that elephant head should be a certain old singer who has been in the business for many years. It's just hard to guess who he really is just by listening to him sing. Soon, the song was already halfway through, and the elephant head contestant, too, had managed to attract a lot of attention in favorites. I love you. You love me. But why? In the end, can't we be together? The song continued and the audience was once again listening to Maigasa. A beautiful song is always short-lived, and before the audience can get enough of it, the song comes to an end. I'm so sad. So sad. The song stopped and the music was slowly fading in and out. It wasn't until the entire stage had returned to calm that the elephant head player saluted the entire audience. Thanks. Thank you all for your support. Snap. And the crowd, too, applauded elephant head. The applause stopped, and the host, Willow Sissy, returned to the dance once again. Elephant head player, I didn't expect that. You've stunned everyone with that opening. After what you did, we're about to forget the original singer of the song. Oh, it's okay. Elephant head was a little embarrassed, it seemed, rubbing his head. Well, elephant head contestant, so here's what we're going to see. From the tens of thousands of spectators in the audience, the scores you've been given. Fellow viewers, if you like elephant head then vote for him. 10-second countdown begins. 10, 9, please vote. With Lucy Cece's command, the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene began to vote for elephant head. Half a minute. Okay, the voting lanes are closed. So let's see what number of votes the elephant head players received. After Lucy C finished speaking, the big screen on the stage appeared. The audience on the spot. The number of votes cast for elephant head. Congratulations to the elephant head player. With 121 votes. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you all. Elephant head was thrilled to see that he had gotten, well, so many votes. After the audience had cast their votes, it was the turn of the 4 judges. Well folks, let's see what the 4 judges have to say about the head contestants. All eyes turned to the 4 judges. The Heavenly King, Jay Zhou, was the first to come forward and said, Elephant head, hearing you sing, I seem to have doubts about your identity, but not quite sure of my suspicions yet. It would be nice to hear you sing again. So, I'll give you an 8. the king of the world, Jay Cho, gave the elephant head contestant an 8 out of 10 straight away, which was still a bit of a surprise to everyone. Thank you judges, I'm sure you'll hear me sing again. Well, we'll see then. Zhou Jie gave the score, and then it was Wang Zutong's turn. Wang Zutong didn't have anything to say over the top, she just gave it a 7. Next was Yan Ranran. Her heart wasn't in these people in the first place, so there was even less reason to waste her time on the elephant head. Yan Ranran also hurriedly gave 7 points, and it was Li Hong's turn. Li Hong looked and looked at the elephant head, but finally shook her head and said, well, I can't guess. I really can't guess who it is. Since I can't guess, I'll give it a 5. What? Li Hong's logic threw everyone for a loop, giving 5 points for not being able to guess the contestant's identity? Although Li Hong did this, it didn't come as much of a surprise because this was how she was supposed to be. If she's giving so much, then she must have her own reasons, and besides it's someone else's right to give as much as they want. Seriously, though, Li Hong amused a lot of viewers with her approach. The 4 judges all gave their scores before the host turned back to the object head and said, congratulations to you, elephant head contestant, on a total of 27 points from the 4 judges here. Congratulations. Thank you all for your support. The elephant head gave a final thank you to all of them. Well then, elephant head player, why don't you go down and take a break and let's see how the other 3 players do. The elephant's head went down before the host. Willows said again, ladies and gentlemen, let's have our second up on stage. Welcome, everyone, Monty Python players. After Lucy C finished speaking, only to see the Monty Python contestant, 2, walk from backstage into the middle of the stage. Hello, Monty Python player. Hello, host, and hello to all our viewers. Python did the same and greeted everyone. When she had finished her question, the host got to the point, Monty Python players, do you know the results of the elephant head? Aha! The Python nodded, confident, then, of defeating the elephant-headed player? I'll do my best. Python returned. Chapter 211 Soprano Python. Okay, so I wonder, Monty Python player, which song are you quasi using against Elephant Head? I just want to marry you. Monty Python had known, for a long time, what song he was supposed to sing, so he just said it too. No, Willow Sissy said, surprised again when she heard the song. Monty Python contestant, this is an old song coming up too. Are you sure you want to pick it? Well, I'll take it. Well then, Monty Python contestant, we all support you, and I'm sure you'll be able to sing and make everyone happy with the results. Thanks. Then the stage is yours down there. Leosi finished speaking and disappeared once again. The music plays and the Monty Python contestants are ready to go. I've had a dream since I was a kid. That would be to marry you. Monty Python opens her mouth and sings in a very smooth tone at first, letting the audience slowly get into her song. After the audience got into the song, Monty Python's singing came to a climax, and she hit the high notes at that point. I do love you. Why did you marry her? Do you know my heart? Like a descent into infinite darkness. The Python player's soprano voice directly made the countless viewers all brightened up. It was like everyone saw the pain of a woman watching the man she loved marry someone else. All in all, Python's singing was much better than Elephant Head's, because Monty Python's singing is something that really drives a lot of people's emotions. With Monty Python's soprano voice, everyone was engrossed until she reached the end of her song. Watching you worship, my heart is dead. The song stopped and the music slowly followed it out. Snap! This time before the Monty Python contestant could say thank you to everyone, the audience spontaneously applauded her. When the applause ended, Python had a chance and thanked the audience. The host, C.C. Liu, also appeared in a hurry. Monty Python contestant, you are really amazing. The song you sang was just so good. No, it's such an old song, and you're making it sound like a new one. Thank you. Thank you to the host. I'm just going from a woman's point of view and singing the song. Aha! Ryoshi nodded in understanding, but stopped talking about the subject. Monty Python contestant, so let's see how many votes you get from the live audience below. Fellow viewers, if you like the Monty Python contestant, please make sure you vote for her. The polls are open. 10, 9, 1. The voting lanes are closed, so let's see what the audience gave the Monty Python contestant. The number of votes. Following the host's words, everyone looked at the big screen. Congratulations. Let's all congratulate the Monty Python contestants. With a total of 7,821 votes, Monty Python was happy to see that she had gotten so many votes. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. She thanked the audience again. Willow Sissy chimed in, striking while the iron was hot. Viewers, their votes have been given, so let's see them below. Judges, how's that for an attitude towards the song sung by the Monty Python contestants? Cameras and eyes, once again, focused on the 4 judges. This time Yan Ran grabbed the first place and said, "This song of Monty Python's contestant. It's sung very well, so I'll give it 8 points. Thank you judges." This was followed by Li Hong, who didn't, this time, speak cheerfully to the Python, like an object head contestant. Monty Python contestants, to say the least, I still don't really like the song, but I really like your soprano voice, so I'll give you an 8 as well. Thank you Judge Li Hong. Seriously, to be able to get such a high score from Li Hong's hands has been very good. So Monty Python, still happy. After that, the two of them, Zhou Jia and Wang Zutong, gave it a 7 and an 8 respectively. This gives Monty Python a total of 31 points with the judges, both where she is in the audience and with the judges. It's all been passed. The elephant-headed player in front of us, more than one person. That means that Python is not going to be, in the first round, eliminated. After settling the Python, Willow Sissy came out again and said, "Okay folks, let's welcome the third contestant, Crocodile, to the stage." As the words fell, the Crocodile player, too, finally took the stage. "Hello Crocodile player. Hello hosts, everyone." Crocodile responded. "Crocodile player, are you confident that you can beat the two players, Elephant Head and Python?" "Yes." The Crocodile looked confident. "Really? Then I wonder, Crocodile contestant, which song you're going to sing? The Night You Got Drunk. Good, then the stage is yours down there." Crocodile player, after finishing her speech, Liusi hurriedly went down the stage, and the Crocodile contestants, too, were already ready to sing. As the music started, he opened his mouth to sing. "Oh, yeah, the night you got drunk, I'll carry you back. Just heard it from your heart. So you don't love me, don't love me." The song that Crocodile picked is actually pretty good now, but he probably picked it on the fly, so he didn't master it very well. This singing by the Crocodile contestants passed quickly in mediocrity. "My heart really hurts, loved for so long. Finally realized it was all wrong." The song stopped and the scene calmed down quickly. Thank you all." Crocodile thanked him before the crowd gave him a round of applause. "Crocodile contestant, congratulations, very nice singing," Lu Cc said as she walked onto the stage. Thank you host. Well, then let's see what the audience below gave you the votes for. Fellow viewers, if you like Crocodile, then please vote for him with your precious vote in your hand. The polls are open. As the polls opened, so did the crowd who voted for the Gators. Okay, everyone, please follow me to the big screen. Congratulations to the Gator player, with 7,012 votes. Congratulations. This vote for Crocodile was the lowest of the three, so he smiled awkwardly to himself. Gator contestants, please don't be discouraged. Let's see the judges' scores. After the turn of the four judges, Li Hong and Yan Ran each gave 6 points. Wang Shuetong gave it a 7 out of 10. And as for the Heavenly King, Zhou Jia, it was a maximum of 8 out of 10. This makes the Gator player's score as high as the Elephant Head players, both at 27 points. It's just that Crocodile he doesn't have more votes than Elephant Head does in terms of votes. After the Crocodile went down, it was the final Grey Wolf's turn to take the stage next. Chapter 212 Not Soulful. When the Crocodile went down, so did the host, Liusi, with a bit of excitement. Alright folks in the audience, let's bring our final contestant to the stage. Welcome, everyone, Grey Wolf. Some of the spectators in the audience, upon hearing that Grey Wolf was going to be on stage, let out a soulful scream straight away. Not only the audience at the scene, but the number of people watching the live broadcast also came in. A large number of people instantly after learning that Grey Wolf was going to be on stage. Because many people, they come to the stage and they watch this show because of the Grey Wolf. For this reason, after Wang Chinga was going to appear, it would naturally attract countless people to come and watch. On this side of the scene, Wang Chinga walked towards the stage step by step. Walking onto the stage, he looked at everyone there and said, "Hello audience, hosts, judges." Aha! Liusi immediately nodded. Grey Wolf, as the last one on the stage, do you have anything to say after listening to the songs of the previous three contestants? Wang Chinga thought for a moment before saying, actually, all three of them sing quite well, but they just sang it okay, they didn't sing the soul of the song. Not singing the soul of the song? Wang Chinga's words caused many people to be puzzled for a while. Grey Wolf, what do you understand by that? The host, Lu Cc, also didn't quite understand what that meant, so she asked after him. Wang Chinga, on the other hand, gave his own explanation. My words have been clear. All three of them are great singers, but it may be that they haven't experienced firsthand that kind of love that doesn't work. So it's just good singing and not singing the real soul of the song, right? After all, they chose these songs just to fit the rules of the competition. The moment Wang Chinga's words came out, it made countless people startled. because what he said was indeed like this. Only, there are still a lot of people who are a bit skeptical of his statement, because he said that the other three, all of them, were singing that kind of song to conform to the rules of the competition. Is he, the Grey Wolf, not? Wasn't he for conforming to the rules of the game, and go for those, love it or leave it songs? This was something that the host, Leosi, had thought of, so she asked, Grey Wolf, surprisingly if you say so, then have you ever experienced, firsthand, that kind of love that doesn't work? Aha! Faced with this question, Wang Qingge didn't hesitate and nodded her head, saying, I remember last time, and I've said it here, I had a relationship when I was in school, but then for various reasons, that relationship I was in, it eventually ended, something I've never been able to let go of, and it's hard to forget. The audience, listening to Wang Qingge's words, became very curious, and they wondered what kind of love was going on. It's what makes the Grey Wolf so, well, unforgettable. Of course, beyond that, what more people want to know is who, exactly, had the honor of being in love with him at one time? The girl who had fallen in love with the Grey Wolf, and what kind of girl she was. These were the things that many people wanted to know. Among the 4 judges on the scene, 2 of them showed different reactions when they heard Wang Qingge's words. One of them was naturally Yan Ranran, as she was the one who knew the Grey Wolf, though to this day, she doesn't know who the other guy really is, but from what he said, he was in a very important relationship in college. But Yan Ranran had always wondered who among the people she knew had been in a relationship that was so unforgettable. Yan Ranran couldn't recall, no matter how much she thought about it, that there had ever been that classmate who was, well, in a very important relationship, though Yan Ranran gave many of her classmates who had been in love a second thought, but she had forgotten someone very important, and that person was herself. She had, herself, been in a very important relationship with someone, but she didn't count herself out at this point. If she had included herself, the result would have been different. Unfortunately, Yan Ranran didn't do that, she just subconsciously overthought herself. Other than Yan Ranran, the other person who heard Wang Qingge's words and appeared to react was naturally Li Hong. Because Li Hong had long known Wang Qingge's true identity, he also knew that the object of his love in college was Yan Ranran. Therefore, when Wang Qingge spoke out about the relationship he had in college, Li Hong's gaze swept down on Yan Ranran. It's just that this action of Li Hong's happened to go unnoticed. The host, Lu Cece, heard Wang Qingge's words, and she also continued to ask, Grey Wolf, so you've really experienced, firsthand, what it's like to love and not be loved? Yes, love without love is something I've really experienced firsthand, so I understand that feeling very well. Oh, so that's it. Ryoshi nodded before continuing. Since that's the case with Grey Wolf, I wonder which song you're going to use next to express how it feels to be loved and not be loved. Wang Qingge thought for a moment and said, surprisingly, if it's a personal experience, then I'd better sing my own song. The only way to express that desperation to love and not be loved, is to sing my own songs. Really? After hearing Wang Qingge say that she was going to sing her own song, everyone who was watching the program got very excited, for they could hear, once again, the Grey Wolf singing his own song. Leosi also continued to ask, Grey Wolf, may I ask then, is this song still something you originally came up with yourself? That's natural. Wang Qingge nodded, and it's a brand new song that was performed here today for the first time. Good. Willow Sissy, equally a little excited, continued, Grey Wolf, what's the name of that song? Let's call it Dark Scent. Dark Scent, that's a bit of a name. With a name like Dark Scent, it's true that if one doesn't know the real deal, it's hard for a person to associate it with something like love without love. But this was something that, since it was the Grey Wolf who had said it, the others naturally had few opinions. The host, Lu Cece, stopped talking nonsense and left the stage to Wang Qingge. Grey Wolf, then the stage is all yours down there. Get your act together. Only after the host left did Wang Qingge look at all the audience. My fellow viewers, I wonder if you've ever experienced what it's like to love and not be able to love, to have everything that was supposed to be splendid, and then suddenly lose it. If not, then enjoy this dark song of mine below. Chapter 213, Passing Splendor. Having said that, soon the scene quieted down and music started. When the petals leave the flower, dark scent lingers. After the wind and the rain, no one came to sniff. Wang Qingge opened her mouth and sang 4 lines softly, making the audience listen with a tranquil and soothing feeling. But the next, these 2 sentences he suddenly raised his voice. If love tells me to go on, I'll fight till the end of love. Once those 2 lines were finished, it was straight into the climax of the song and the voice was once again elevated. If the heart dies in splendor, love will be reborn from the ashes. I'll never forget the time when I was whispering, sacrifice me with your smile. As soon as the climax was sung, it instantly energized the countless viewers. and no one expected that Grey Wolf had come up with another song that was so bombastic. Many were instantly mesmerized and the song continued. Let the heart die in splendor. Let love be reborn from the ashes. The fire burns through the grass. Look at another year of spring. Once again, the song is not a bad one to listen to, and the audience feels as if they are in the lyrics. The kind of mood in the lyrics is that everything that was supposed to be brilliant, a beautiful love, has suddenly taken a turn for the worse and passed away. The despair, the pain is really overwhelming. It's songs like this, with lyrics like this that really express that disappointment of not being able to love. Obviously everything was beautiful, but suddenly turned out to be nothing. This kind of thing is difficult to accept for anyone else. After hearing Grey Wolf's song, the audience thought back to what the previous 3 contestants had sung and realized that they weren't even in the same league. What the first 3 contestants sang was the barely audible kind, but now Grey Wolf was singing one of those heirloom classics, to which the audience, once again, believed that really wherever Grey Wolf originated a song, then every single one is a classic to come. It's a status that no other singer, no other song can touch. Yen Ran Ran, who was sitting on the judge's bench, listened to Wang Qingga's song, and she herself had a heartfelt realization, because once she, herself, had had a love that she could never, ever forget, for the rest of her life, but then for various reasons, and a series of problems with reality, and some of the other person's bad habits, she had to let this love end. For this reason, Yen Ran Ran had the illusion that the song was singing about her past, as if it had been written according to her own past. Except that she immediately dismissed the silly notion that the song was written after her after thinking that the other person was a Grey Wolf. Despite this, Yen Ran Ran was still curious and wanted to know who the Grey Wolf had been in love with before. Why was it hurt so deeply? This question, Yen Ran Ran was clear that until the Grey Wolf removed his mask, she was afraid that it would be impossible for her to know. On the other side in the hospital, the eldest sister, Wang Mengxian, who already knew Wang Qingga's identity. It was also very sad for her to watch her little brother sing on stage, because he had already said that this was his personal experience. It really shocked Wang Mengxian. She never knew that her little brother had fallen in love with someone before when he was in school and had been hurt so deeply. So now Wang Mengxian, she just wants to know, that girl who was once in love with her little brother, who is it? Between them, what kind of things had happened since then to make her little brother like this? Despite this, Wang Mengxian also still blamed herself a little, because she herself, as the eldest sister, unexpectedly didn't even know that once on his little brother's body, so many things had happened. Thinking about this, Wang Mengxian put the blame on herself. She felt that she was caring too little for him. If she had, in the past, cared more about her little brother, it wouldn't have been so bad that she didn't even know that he was in love, right? So the fact that she didn't know about her little brother ever being in love was just her own fault for caring less about him. On this side of the scene, Wang Qingga's song continued. When the petals leave the flower. Lit. Dark scent remains. Lit. The fragrance fades after the wind and the rain. Lit. No one comes to smell it. If love tells me to go on, I'll fight till the end of love. If the heart dies in splendor, love will be reborn from the ashes. I'll never forget the time when I was talking to you. Pay tribute to me with your smile. Let the heart die in splendor. Let love be reborn from the ashes. The fire burns through the grass. Look at another year of spring. When the petals leave the flower, dark fragrance remains. Wang Qingga's singing voice gradually became smaller until it disappeared, and the music stopped. Only after the scene was completely calm did he salute the audience. Thank you all. Pa pa pa. In response to Wang Qingga, there was a deafening round of applause. The applause held for a minute or so before slowly stopping. The host, Cici Lu, also returned to the stage immediately after the audience's applause stopped. Geez, Grey Wolf, this dark scent of yours is just too good, no? Is this really written from your own personal experience? Willows asked, still a little in disbelief, and Wang Qingga also, very seriously, returned, yes, this has been sort of my own personal experience. Once again, with such an answer from him, there was hardly anyone left to doubt anything. At this point, however, countless people appeared to wonder who the person who had once been in love with the Grey Wolf was. The Grey Wolf is so powerful, such a powerful one, since they all split. Who on earth is so visionless? So for a while, many such messages appeared in the pop-up screen of the live broadcast. Sympathize with the Grey Wolf ex-girlfriend wave. Who the hell are you? That woman? No regrets now. She has no regrets and is already a mom of 2. Smiley face. All sorts of whatever messages came up. Only not many people on this side of the scene paid much attention to them. On Willow Sith's side, she still asked one more question. Grey Wolf, so are you really sorry now? Aha! Regret, that's for sure. So Wang Qingga said back seriously. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me we wouldn't be where we are now. I'm hurting. In fact she's hurting more than I am, I guess. If I had another chance, I would have cherished her. Wang Qingga's words were not picked up by others, so Lu Cece directly continued the program. Well, Grey Wolf, I'm sure you'll be together again one day. Let's just let the show go on first. Let's see how the live audience voted for you, Ryoshi said, looking to the audience. Fellow viewers, if you like Grey Wolf's song Dark Scent, then please vote for him. Next, the voting countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 1, please vote. As the voting lanes opened, the audience grabbed their voting machines. Chapter 214. Our hearts are in the right place. Slight tilt. Stop voting. As soon as the moderator shouted, the voting had stopped. Well folks, let's see how many votes the Grey Wolf contestant received. Here, look at the big screen, please. After everyone looked at the big screen, the number of votes appeared, and Liusi was excited. Congratulations! Congratulations to the Grey Wolf contestant, with 9,712 votes. Congratulations! Although there were tens of thousands of viewers, and a few hundred more antis, this number of votes that Wang Qingga received was already the highest of the four. Congratulations! Grey Wolf, you are the one who received the most votes out of the four contestants. Such an outcome had actually been in everyone's expectations for a long time, so Wang Qingga wasn't too shocked. He just said to the audience, Thank you all for your support. After the audience side votes, it's the turn of the four judges. Everyone's eyes turned for a moment, back to the judges' table. 4 judges, so I wonder how many points you're going to give the Grey Wolf contestants. Then, the Heavenly King, Jay Cho, took the lead and opened his golden mouth. Well, the song Dark Fragrance is really good and classic. It's on the same level as what Grey Wolf created earlier. All those songs coming up, so I'll give it a 9. Thank you brother Jia. Seeing this, Wang Qingga also hurriedly thanked him. No one needs to look at me. I'll give it 10 points. After Zhou Jie finished speaking, Li Hong also opened his mouth directly, and without any words, as soon as he opened his mouth, he directly 10. This surprised the audience. Li Hong's efficiency. This is too fast. However, Li Hong gave such a high score. Many people knew it by heart. After all, people knew the Grey Wolf. Moreover, people's Grey Wolves had helped her so much, so Li Hong was better off in terms of both justice and favoritism. Thank you, Sister Red. After Zhou Jia, Li Hong gave the score. It was Wang Zutong's turn. When it was Wang Zutong's turn, the audience was again bursting with anticipation, because Wang Zutong was now also someone who had already had contact with the Grey Wolf. She was read across large swaths of the sky these days precisely because of the national style song, Red Bird, which Grey Wolf had helped her write. So everyone was, too, looking forward to Wang Zutong's with the Grey Wolf. The host, Lu Cece, looked at Wang Zutong and asked, Zutong, what do you think of the Grey Wolf contestant song? How many points would you give it? Wang Xuetong thought for a moment. The song Dark Fragrance is really good. Even I, who only loves the genre of patriotic style, was touched. So, Dark Fragrance is really good. Speaking here, Wang Xuetong paused for a moment before continuing. As good as Dark Scent is, I like, even better, the song that Grey Wolf wrote for me, Bareback. Wow! Wang Xuetong brought up the Red Bird at this time, and the audience let out a gasp of surprise. Seeing this, Lu Cece also immediately responded to her a bit. Yes, Xuetong, bare bones, the song you sang is really great. It's all washed up. Now, in the top 10 of the music charts. But what I have is curious. How did Grey Wolf come up with the idea to write this song for you? When Lu Cece asked this, Wang Qingga was fine, but Wang Zutong became very agitated. She said with great joy, people may not know that the reason why Grey Wolf wrote the song Bare Bones for me is because we both have a heart-to-heart. No way. You guys have your hearts in the right place? What a thing to say. Everyone, at Wang Zutong's words, was shocked and surprised, and she explained to the crowd. It's like this. That time I watched a play, The Fiery Drama. I was mesmerized by that show and always felt sad for the women in that show. But what I didn't expect in any way was that Grey Wolf, he was watching the show too. And he wrote me the song Bare Bones after the characterization of the woman in that show. So when I received the song that Grey Wolf wrote for me, when I knew that he had watched that same show as I had, I was really very happy beyond measure. And from that moment on, I felt that there was a kind of heart-to-heart between myself and the Grey Wolf. Wang Zutong told this matter, causing countless people to be extremely shocked because very few people knew about it. It turns out that the song, Bare Bones, is how it came about, and it turns out that Wang Zutong really has a heart-to-heart with the Grey Wolf. Just what made everyone, including Wang Zutong, unaware was that it wasn't a heart-to-heart at all. Rather, it was Wang Qingga, who happened to be by Wang Zutong's side, who realized that she liked that drama and wrote that song for her. Knowing everything, there was nothing but envy. And the host, Lu Cece, continued the program saying, Shuai Tong, your affair really makes us so envious, so I don't know. What score would you give a Grey Wolf player? Then, 9 out of 10. Wang Zutong too, gave it a straight 9. Thanks. The last person. Only Yen Ranran was left. At this moment, Yen Ranran, she was facing the Grey Wolf. She didn't even know what she should say to make it better. Ren, how many points are you going to give to the Grey Wolf? Ha, 9 points. Yen Ranran kind of avoided as if she was hiding, and she didn't know what she was avoiding. Embarrassed, perhaps, to face the Grey Wolf for too long? After all, she had no idea, until now, who he really was. After the 4 judges all gave their scores, Wang Qingge received 37 points, which was also the highest among the 4. After seeing the judges' scores given, Liu Si continued, okay audience, let's have the following. The other 3 contestants also come on stage. Soon, the 3 of them, Crocodile, Elephant Head, and Python, also reappeared in the middle of the stage. Liu Si looked at the 4 of them and said, 4, follow the rules of the tournament. We're going to eliminate 1 player in this round. The last 3 left will have a chance to advance to the second final. So, let's see which contestant was eliminated in this round. Which one it is, we all actually know in our hearts. Crocodile player, I'm really sorry, you are the one who got the lowest score. In this round, you will stay at this step, but you don't have to be discouraged. As long as you continue to work hard, then all of us still believe that you will be able to do it. The crocodile player, himself, had known this was the outcome for a long time, so he was very optimistic. It's okay, it's just that I didn't play well enough on my own to actually be able to come here and be in this program. I'm just happy enough. Winning or losing really isn't the most important thing. It's the participation that counts. So good luck to all 3 of you, and keep up the good work. Chapter 215. How dare you think it's you? The crocodile finished and everyone watched him leave the stage. And the host, Lu Cc, said once again, alright, everyone in the audience, let's take a break and come back for the second round. After that, the broadcast went into a commercial that lasted over 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was back on the air again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The program is sponsored by Banana Mobile. Here, as our program continues, we've already had our first round of competition earlier and managed to eliminate 1 contestant. Here is the second round of the competition, and the rules for our second round are, the contestants need to sing a song, which expresses the bond with their friends. Alright then, let's have the first contestant up for the second round. Everyone, please invite the Grey Wolf. After hearing that the second round of the competition, it was the Grey Wolf who was the first to appear, many people screamed with excitement, because they had, for the most part, come to see the Grey Wolf. They naturally wanted him to show up as early as possible. Of course, if there are people who are happy about this kind of thing, then there will definitely be people who are superior. Some were worried that with Grey Wolf's strength, if he was the first to go on and sing another powerful song, then the singer in the back may have to be miserable. After all, the audience who has heard a good song, and how will listen to it again? Ordinary songs, but these are only the concerns of a small group of people, and will have little effect on the real situation. After the host, Lu Cc, finished speaking, Wang Qingge also returned to the stage once again. Seeing Wang Qingge return to the stage, Lu Cc asked again, how about the Grey Wolf? Are you ready? The rule for this round is to sing a song that expresses a love affair with a friend, and preferably still, the kind of relationship with a friend of the opposite sex. When Wang Qingge heard this, he nodded and went straight back. Well, I'm ready. Geez, that fast? Liu Si was a little surprised. Yes, Wang Qingge replied back with certainty, because the system had arranged everything for him a long time ago, so he didn't need to hide it. To that end he explained and said, it's actually quite a coincidence, isn't it? It just so happens that the housemate I've been sharing a room with for a while was leaving before I came to the show today, so I went to see her off for a bit. No, is this for real? The host, CCC Lu, was still a bit in disbelief. Aha, Wang Qingge nodded. Although I haven't known her for too long, but she's kind of been a pretty good passerby in my life, too, though she has left today, and I don't know if I'll ever see her and her again, in the future. But what I'm trying to say is that I'll remember her as a person for the rest of my life, and I'll remember what it was like to be with her. The good times. Wang Qingge's words, in the eyes of the others, only made him seem like a more sentimental person, I guess. However, in the heart of one person, it was not so, and this person was no other than Rachel Su. When Su Ruoxian first heard the Grey Wolf say that, she didn't react, but when she heard him say, Grey Wolf also has a roommate that he shares a room with that moved out today, and he went to see each other off after as well, Su immediately thought of herself, as she was also moving out today, shared a room with Wang Qingge, a few months of the places, and Wang Qingge also sent her a bit so this thing immediately let Su Ruoxian have a kind of illusion up. How she felt the grey wolf at this time to speak of things. It's her own and Wang Qingge. The two of them, what happened? Because it all, really, fits together so well. Both the cohabitation and the moving out today. The pieces fit so well together. For Su Ruoxuan and Wang Qingge. Unfortunately, even though Su Ruoxian thought so, she still wouldn't believe that the person the grey wolf was talking about was herself. She also wouldn't believe that the grey wolf was actually Wang Qingge coming. In Rachel Sui's eyes, it may all really just be a coincidence. Grey wolf just happened to be, today, just separated from the people he shared the room with as well. How dare she have that kind of delusion? The delusion that she herself is, sharing a room with a grey wolf. Su Ruoxuan, if she was really that lucky, she was the one who shared a room with the grey wolf, then maybe she wouldn't be here right now, suffering to be a spectator like everyone else, just to see each other one more time. So, Su Ruoxuan would never dare to presume that she, herself, was the one coming from the mouth of the grey wolf. She preferred to go on believing that it was all just a coincidence, than to believe that she herself was the person in the other's words. Only for Rachel Sui, what she never expected was that for once she was right. She just couldn't believe it herself. She didn't believe it until the grey wolf took off his mask. The host, Lu Cece, listened to Wang Qingge's words, and she was also very surprised up. Grey wolf, according to you, then this is really coincidental. Our program just came out with the rules for the contest, and you just happened to give it a run for its money today. Such a coincidence. In response, Wang Qingge also had a bit of trouble believing it and said, yes, I never expected it myself. Aha! Willows nodded. Grey wolf, then I wonder, what song you are going to use next to express your love for this friend of yours to each other? Or did you write another song out for the other side yourself? To this Wang Qingge also, without any modesty at all, said, well, you're right, host, after all, it's with the other person, who shared a room for a few months, so I'm originating a new song for her as well. Oh my god, is this for real? Not only the host, but the rest of the audience was equally shocked. No one expected that Grey Wolf would be so quick to, again, write a song out for his friend. What kind of speed? What kind of strength is this? But after thinking about the miracles that the Grey Wolf had performed in the past, everyone's doubts about this dissipated, because that's the kind of person the Grey Wolf is, one who always makes miracles out of it. He is now, in the eyes of the audience, more than a genius. So knowing that he, so soon after, wrote another song for a friend, people were not surprised. Host Lu Cece, hearing Wang Qingge's words, she was shocked and asked, so the Grey Wolf wonders, what kind of song did you write for this friend of yours? Wang Qingge thought for a moment. Well, it's kind of a farewell song. Oh, and what's the name of the song? The title of the song, I've already thought of it. It's called Bon Voyage to You. Chapter 216. Have a safe trip. Good luck on your journey. Good Grey Wolf. Then the stage is yours down there. Go for it. The host, Lu Cece, also left the stage immediately after she finished speaking. Soon the live music was also playing, and Wang Qingge was, finally, opening her mouth to sing. The day I knew you were leaving, we didn't say a word. When the clock strikes midnight, knocking on the door of a parting heart, but can't open your deep silence. Wang Qingge opened his mouth to sing with a kind of unrequited affection for his friends, and immediately let the audience light up. The day I sent you to the end, we didn't leave a word. When the crowded platforms hurt the send-offs, but I can't squeeze out my deep sadness. I know you have 1,000 words and you have 1,000,000, but won't say it. You know I'm so worried, I'm so sad, but are afraid to say it. The lyrics express that there is an impending separation from a friend, but the two have so much to say that they want to say but can't. In the end, both sides could only bury what they wanted to say to each other, deep in their hearts. Things like this are expected to be faced by a lot of people in reality, because there are some people who really do have a lot to say to their friends when they part ways with them, but do not know how to speak to each other, and finally can only watching each other leave, missed the only opportunity. So Wang Qingge's song, likewise, resonated with a lot of people. 2. When you've got your backpack on, unload that honor. I can only let the tears flow in my heart. With a slight smile on his face, wave hard, have a safe trip. When you step on the platform, walk alone from now on. I can only wish you deep blessings, bless you deeply. Dearest friend, have a safe trip. After the climax was sung, the audience understood, even more, the meaning of the lyrics. They also knew, at that point, what the Grey Wolf was like, at that moment. After all, parting is surely a sign of sadness and such for many people. So Grey Wolf, in his lyrics, makes it clear that he is also upset about the departure of this friend of his, but he didn't know how to go about talking and holding the other man back. So in the end, one just chooses to silently watch the other person leave and force a smile to see their friend off. Of course, this kind of situation was certainly not just one that the Grey Wolf in reality, had stumbled upon. There are many people who are just like the song says. Others are better, especially for those who have recently separated from their friends. This is true for people who have only recently parted with their friends, let alone those who have parted with their friends only today. And Su Ruoxuan was one of them. She had only left Wang Qingge's place today. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it at the time, but now when I hear the song, only then did Su Ruoxuan herself realize that Wang Qingge, at that time, must have also had some words that he wanted to say to her, right? Even if the other person didn't have anything to say that was meant for her. But she, Su Ruoxuan, did have something she wanted to say to Wang Qingge at that time, only that she didn't really feel like opening her mouth. And in the end, she just left it at that. Thinking of this, Su Ruoxuan immediately felt some regret. Now that she had left wherever she was, there was no telling when she would meet up with Wang Qingge again. Of course, it was also possible that she would never, ever meet him again in her life, right? So there were still words of regret. It's just that there's no use thinking about it until now. So Su Ruoxian had to, like everyone else, enjoy the song for good. On that day, I sent you to the end. We didn't leave a word. Bless you deeply, dearest friend. Have a safe trip. Wang Qingge's song, too, ended just like that with the audience reluctant to part with it. The song is sung in a calming way, though not in that soprano way. Expresses the reluctance to leave friends, and to friends left in the heart, the kind of deep feelings. Thank you all for your support. After the song, Wang Qingge saluted the audience, Papa, and the audience, friends, responded to his words with equally loud applause. The applause stopped before the host, Liusi, came on stage. Grey Wolf, that's a genuinely good song to wish you a safe journey. All of us here, we wish that friend of yours too. She can hear, I guess, this song you wrote for her. Seeing Lu Sisi say that, Wang Qingge also directly replied back, I'm sure my friend she will definitely hear this song I wrote for her. All of Su Ruoxuan's people were at the scene, so Wang Qingge wasn't joking when she said that, because Su Ruoxuan had already heard it. She just didn't know yet that Grey Wolf was actually Wang Qingge, and that this song wishing you a safe journey was just something he wrote for her. However, Lu Sisi also nodded directly at Wang Qingge's words and said, well, Grey Wolf, we are also sure that your friend she will be able to hear this song that you have written for her. The host finished and came back to the show once again. Well, below, let's see how the audience voted on this song by Grey Wolf. What do you think, viewers, of the song Wish You a Safe Ride? If you like it, then please vote for the Grey Wolf, with your precious vote in your hand. The polls are open below, so please, viewers, vote. The audience, too, had already picked up their voting machines early on. As the voting lanes opened, everyone voted for the Grey Wolf. Well, the polls are closed, so let's take a look at the big screen and see what number of votes Grey Wolf received. Everyone looked at the big screen when Liusi finished. Congratulations to Grey Wolf, with 9,641 votes. Congratulations. When Wang Qingge saw that the number of votes this time was a bit more than the last song, he was also a bit surprised. Thank you all for your support. Wang Qingge once again thanked the audience. Once the audience has cast their votes, it's the turn of the 4 judges below. Okay viewers, let's take a look at the 4 judges and how many points they scored Grey Wolf's song. After it was the judges' turn, Li Hong was the first to say, good luck on your journey. I did enjoy it, so I'll give it a 9. I'll give it 9 points as well. Li Hong had only just finished speaking when Heavenly King Jay followed suit. The remaining 2, Wang Zutong and Yan Ranran, Wang Zutong gave 10 points, while Yan Ranran, like Li Hong and the others, gave 9 points to the Grey Wolf. Chapter 217 Know Who You Are. After the audience and judges have given their scores and votes, the Grey Wolves are up. Soon, Wang Qingge then stepped off the stage to take a break for his turn, and the remaining 2 contestants took the stage to sing. The second contestant to take the stage was the elephant head contestant, who similarly chose a song about telling the story of a relationship with a friend. But the guy in front of him was right. If Grey Wolf had been the first one on stage, the audience would have heard him after. It's hard to appreciate the other songs any more then, so the final elephant head score isn't too understandable. As for the final Monty Python contestant, she can't beat Grey Wolf in all these areas of vocals and songs though. However, the Anaconda player is still a bit strong, so she's slightly ahead of the elephant head player. With that, Elephant Head ended up being eliminated, leaving only the duo of Monty Python and Grey Wolf to move on to tonight's finals. When the commercial break came back, the show continued as well, with the host, Siobhan Ryu, announcing the finals and the first person to go up. Well, folks, here's our finale for this episode. A total of 2 players have successfully advanced, and they are the 2 players, the Grey Wolf player and the Python player. Later on, the 2 of them will be on this stage to start the final battle. Who will win this championship? Let's wait and see. Well, without further ado, let's welcome the first contestant to the stage. The Monty Python contestant, everyone. As the host's words fell, the Monty Python contestant also reappeared in the center of the stage. Seeing the Monty Python contestant on stage, Lucy asked, Monty Python contestant, the final round of the competition rules is to sing about love at first sight, or a song related to a school love story. Excuse me, are you ready? The Python nodded when it heard this. Well, I'm ready. Really? Then I wonder what song you chose. Monty Python contestant, that one, A Corner of the Campus. Upon hearing this song title, the hosts and the audience, all at once, understood. Because A Corner of the Campus is exactly where a song about school love comes from. It's a song that, again, many people know, so Monty Python's choice of this song is surely one that will resonate with a lot of people. For sure. Only after knowing the Monty Python contestant's song did the host, Willows, continue. Monty Python, this song is really good, and all of us trust you to get it right. Alright, I will bring out my full strength. The Python, too, made a decision in a flash. Okay, then, Monty Python contestant, the stage is all yours down there, so cheer up. After the host finished speaking, he immediately left the stage, leaving the Python contestant alone, and that's when the music, too, finally started, and Monty Python followed suit and opened his mouth to sing. On our campus, there is a place, where only the two of us know, that was the first time we met, for the sake of our meeting place. In a calm tone, the Monty Python player opened his mouth and sang slowly. The audience listened to her song and listened intently. Soon, the Python song suddenly changed from a calm manner to a high pitch. Ah, that's our secret. And why did you tell the others? Do you remember what you said? It's always just the two of us here, knowing. Once the climax was sung, the Monty Python contestant managed to, for a number of the audience, resonate with the song. More than that, it brought a lot of the audience into the song. Adjusting his mindset, Monty Python began the second verse. On our campus. As Monty Python continued to sing, the audience became more and more mesmerized, completely unaware that the song had come to an end. It's always just the two of us here, knowing. The song was done like that, Monty Python was all done, but some of the audience in the room still didn't come back from it. Seeing this, Monty Python was also the first to say to the audience, thank you all for your support. Clap. At her remark, the audience came back to their senses and applauded her. After the applause stopped, the host, Leosi, also returned, once again, to the center of the stage. Monty Python, congratulations. I didn't realize you sang the song, Corner of the Schoolyard, so perfectly. All of us were mesmerized by what we heard. You know, the Python saw the host, Lucy, so complimentary. She responded, it was okay, but I still really had a lot of places where I didn't sing well. Well, Monty Python contestant, don't be so modest. The audience will judge for themselves if you sing well or not. Here, let's see what the audience has to say about your song. Saying that, Lucy looked at the tens of thousands of spectators on the scene. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I wonder what you think of the Monty Python contestant singing of this Corner of the Schoolyard. If you like her and agree with what she sings, then please put your vote in your hand and vote for the Monty Python contestant. Okay, here's the start of the audience vote and the countdown. Please vote. The polls are closed, so please put your hands down and let's take a look at the big screen. Please, the big screen at the scene immediately showed the number of votes cast by the audience for the Python. Congratulations to the Monty Python contestant. Let's all congratulate her. With 8,964 votes. Congratulations. This time, the audience was really recognizing the Monty Python contestant, so the votes cast for her were on the verge of almost breaking 9,000. Python, on the other hand, was naturally overjoyed to see that she had gotten so many votes. Thank you all for your support. I'll definitely keep up the good work. After the audience had cast their votes, it was next the turn of the four judges to give their scores. The first to give points was Yen Ran, because she herself had once had a unforgettable school love. So Yen Ran, this time, gave 9 points to the Python player. Next up was Wang Shuatong, who gave it an 8, and the Heavenly King, Zhou Jie, who gave it a 7. Only in the end did it come to Li Hong's turn, but at this time, Li Hong, instead of being in a hurry to give the score, looked at the Python player and said, Monty Python, I think I guessed who you are after hearing you sing that song? No way. Seriously, Li Hong knows who Anaconda is now? Hearing Li Hong's words, many people were also shocked because Li Hong had actually guessed the identity of the Python. In the face of Li Hong's question, honestly the Python itself was almost scared out of a cold sweat. Luckily, Python quickly calmed down and asked, so I don't know, Judge Li Hong, who do you think I am? Chapter 218. It's always the same. But Li Hong didn't intend to reveal the other party's identity at this point, so he responded with a sentence. We'll talk about that later. Let's get the show going. But since I already know who you are, I'll give you a 9. Thank you. Thank you, judges. The audience, and the judges, had sung to Monty Python, and after giving their results, she went down. As soon as the python was gone, Liusi once again said, Alright viewers, please welcome us to this installment of the show, the last contestant to appear. Everyone, please welcome the Grey Wolf contestants. Wang Qingge walked onto the stage for the last time as the audience cheered. As soon as he got on stage, the host, Lu Cc, asked him directly as well, Grey Wolf, I'm sure you've heard Monty Python's contestants singing. Do you still have the confidence to outperform your opponent? This kind of problem, in Wang Qingge's case, was not a matter at all, because if he couldn't beat the people here with the classic songs of his previous life, then there was no need for him to come here. So Wang Qingge directly nodded. Although Monty Python contestant singing is great, I am equally confident that I can defeat her. Hearing Wang Qingge speak with such confidence, few people were skeptical that he was talking big. After all, people's strength is right there. You can't even believe it. Liusi likewise continued. Then I wonder what song you are going to use. Grey Wolf contestant. For this last match, Wang Qingge thought for a moment and said, well, it's kind of a campus-type song, but my song is more like Love at First Sight. Yeah? Whose song is that? Or is it your own original? My own original. Wang Qingge continued without hesitation. I've separated from her, but it's really hard for me to forget the day I met her, and that was the day that made her and I fall in love with each other later. So, for that reason I also wrote a song as a way to honor the love at first sight that we once had. Oh my god, really? That's wonderful. Willow Sissy was thrilled. The presenter wasn't the only one who was excited at this point, the rest of the crowd was equally so, because everyone knows that any song that is original to Grey Wolf is an absolute classic come to life. Not to mention the fact that this song, now, was written by him in honor of, well, love at first sight with his ex-girlfriend, so the quality should be, more than anything else, right? So at this moment, every audience is incredibly excited about this. All wondered what the song Grey Wolf wrote in honor of his girlfriend was like. Yen Ran Ran, who was sitting on the judge's seat, she didn't know what was wrong with her today, but she kept hearing the Grey Wolf's words and remembering her former boyfriend, because what the Grey Wolf said always made Yen Ran Ran feel as if she had experienced it herself. The two of them, she used to be with her ex-boyfriend Wang Qingge, fell in love at first sight on campus and fell in love in the end, but coincidentally, the Grey Wolf now says that he used to do the same, falling in love at first sight with his ex-girlfriend on campus. So, at this moment, Yen Ran Ran was really thinking of Wang Qingge whenever she heard the Grey Wolf's words. She didn't know why she felt this way today. She just felt that what had happened to this Grey Wolf, it was really too much like what happened to the two of them, herself and Wang Qingge. Although she was thinking this in her heart, Yen Ran Ran still didn't dare to think in that direction. She still didn't dare to guess that the person in front of her was her own ex-boyfriend Wang Qingge, because that was almost impossible for her. She preferred to go on believing that it was all just coincidence, nor would she believe that the Grey Wolf in front of her was her ex-boyfriend Wang Qingge's, the only one on the scene who knows the truth, the only one who knows who the Grey Wolf is, and who knows who his ex-girlfriend is, Li Hong. At this time, a glance was given to Yen Ran Ran, and there was a sense of contempt in those eyes, as if they were saying to her, the guy with no vision. It was just that Yen Ran Ran didn't notice this move of Li Hong's. The host, Willow Sissy, knowing that Grey Wolf was going to sing another of his own originals, she asked again, Grey Wolf, so I wonder what your song is called? The name of the song is it wrong to love someone? Is it wrong to love someone? When you hear a title like that, everyone doesn't have to listen to the song. Just by listening to the name, you already know that this is definitely a very sad love song. The name is already so sad, so you can imagine how much the lyrics should sting. So everyone, who had been waiting for this song by Grey Wolf, was incredibly excited about it. Willow Sissy couldn't wait to hear, earlier, this song by Grey Wolf, either. Grey Wolf contestants, then the stage is all yours down there. Come on, all of us are behind you. When on the stage, only Wang Qingge himself was left. He didn't rush to sing. Instead, he said to the audience, hello, everyone, before I perform this song, I'd like to say a few words. I know that she must have been watching the program today, so I'm here trying to say that to her. All the love I have for her is written in the lyrics, and I hope that she can understand it and be able to comprehend the love I have for her. After saying this, the music played directly, and Wang Qingge opened her mouth. On a fall day when the leaves are falling, meeting the love of my life, the way she's looked ever since, drunk my whole heart. Let me love so rough and so true. Wang Qingge opened her mouth and directly caused the entire network to explode. This sentimental song, this moving song, instantly gives you the upper hand. Everyone who just heard those opening 2 lines knew just how much the Grey Wolf loved his ex-girlfriend. The person most deeply affected by this at this time, of course, had to be Yen Ran herself, because she herself and her ex-boyfriend, Wang Qingge, the two of them met in the fall time. Both were going to school for the first time, which is why they met where they did. When she heard the Grey Wolf's words today, she always thought of Wang Qingge because the other party's words were really too similar to what happened to her. Now the song that Grey Wolf had written for her ex-girlfriend was so much like herself and Wang Qingge. Back then, how could this not shock Yen Ran? She just couldn't figure out why everything about the Grey Wolf was always so much like herself. Was it all, really, the truth that she least believed and thought most unlikely? It was only until this point that Yen Ran's heart was shaken a little, and only then did she have just a little bit of skepticism. The sad song is still holding. How I wish she'd give me some real love. How I wish she would have been happy. How I wish I could give her a little touch. But God plays tricks on relationships. Chapter 219 really can't guess it. What the hell is wrong with me? What's wrong? Is it really wrong to love someone? Though it's hard to love someone, but I'm still hungry for a little love. What's wrong with me? Am I crying? To love her so much as to give her a handout. The pain ends up crying and being happy later. The scenario expressed in the lyrics was as if it was Yen Ran herself when she heard it in her ears at this moment. Isn't it? Her love for her ex-boyfriend was like that. Hard work loving each other just to crave a little love from the other. Unfortunately, she didn't get much back then. On the contrary, the more she gives the more she loses. So that relationship was really too tiring for Yen Ran. Her thoughts, following the song slowly, when suddenly the Grey Wolf's voice became much higher. I don't want to love her, but misses her even more. When will the embrace owed to me be repaid? When she heard this, Yen Ran's eyes could no longer hold back the tears, letting them roll down. Because this part is so fitting, it's almost exactly like herself. She'd thought about it before, about not loving each other anymore, but couldn't help herself. The more she didn't want to love the other person, the more that heart let loose and missed them. So now the Grey Wolf's song, she herself could best appreciate the meaning of it. So, after all, she was unable to restrain herself and gave way to tears. If it was just shedding tears, then she, Yen Ran, could still accept some of it. The problem was because of the appearance of this song. The one who had kept her buried deep in her heart was once again breaking through. She thought that if they were separated and she stopped thinking about each other and hid him in the deepest recesses of her heart, she would be at peace. Who would have thought that at this moment? But here, because of the Grey Wolf's song, it made Yen Ran's heart, which had managed to calm down for some time, turn over once again. Yes, at this time, Wang Qingge's figure was like a tidal wave, surging into her heart. The tighter she'd been hiding for a while, the more she'd come at this point then. Her thoughts of him were once again playing out, and no one could understand what Yen Ran's heart was like at this moment. It was as if the only proof that it was really happening was the tears she shed. Hoo yeah! When will the embrace owed to me be paid? Next to her, Wang Xuetong saw Yen Ran's condition and patted her. Ren, what's wrong with you? Oh, I'm fine. She choked back a sob before pulling out a tissue and wiping her tears. In fact, it wasn't just Yen Ran who was like this right now. Whether it was the audience at the scene or the ones watching the live broadcast, many people have cried to the song because it's so sad. For this reason, some of the guys who are in love, or for one reason or another didn't get to be with their beloved, are literally listening and crying. Of course, there were some special people. Take Wang Mengxian himself. She was heartbroken to see her little brother, who had sung such a sad song. She realized now that her little brother had once loved someone so deeply and ended up with nothing. So Wang Mengxian also felt for Wang Qingge, incomparably aggrieved. Feeling aggrieved for her little brother, she could only cry bitterly, and how Jiang Xiaochao consoled her on the side did not work. On this side of the scene, Wang Qingge's song continued. What on earth is wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Is it really a sin to love someone? The audience, too, continued to listen as he sang, once again immersed in that sad song. It's a good thing the sad song ended without torturing everyone for too long. I'd rather keep my grief to myself. Happy too. The song stops and the music is slowly fading away while no one in the audience has come back from it yet. It wasn't until the place was quiet for a while that the audience reacted and applauded. Snap! When someone clapped, it woke up the others as well. So everyone gave Wang Qingge their warm applause. The enthusiastic applause, clapping for a minute or so, subsided. Thank you all for your support. Wang Qingge, on the other hand, saluted everyone. When he finished his salute, the host, Liusi, also came back to the stage once again. As soon as Liusi got on stage, she couldn't help but say the same to him. Grey Wolf, once again you've worked a miracle, know that? Take a good look for yourself. How many more viewers have you listened to this song? Hearing this, Wang Qingge was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Not bad, he ended up saying half-heartedly. Seeing this, Liusi didn't continue to give him a hard time, but went on with the program. Well folks, what do you think of this song that Grey Wolf wrote for his ex-girlfriend? For his ex-girlfriend? If you guys like Grey Wolf, who wrote this song for his ex-girlfriend, then please vote for him. Let's move on to the voting. So please get ready. The audience was ready for it early on after Willow Sissy finished. As the voting began, each viewer gave their own answer. Well, the polls are closed, so let's take a look and see how many votes Grey Wolf got in total this time. Everyone looked to the big screen, and then the votes cast by the audience, too, finally appeared. Congratulations! Congratulations to the Grey Wolf contestant who received 9,876 votes. Congratulations! As soon as this number of votes from Wang Chinga came out, he had already managed to squash the Python contestant in front of him. However, this result, in everyone's heart, was also long expected, so there were not many people who felt surprised by this result. What would be truly baffling and shocking if Grey Wolf didn't get so many votes? After the audience had cast their votes, it was the turn of the 4 judges. The host, C.C. Liu, looked to the 4 judges. Judges, so I wonder what score you are going to give the Grey Wolf contestant? I'll give it 10 points. Li Hong first snatched it out. Then there were the two of them, Wang Xuedong and the Heavenly King Zhou Jie, both of whom gave 9 points, leaving Yan Ranran alone. Everyone's gazes, at this point, looked at Yan Ranran, who had been left with traces because of the reason she had been crying. Yan Ranran once again took out a tissue and wiped her eyes before choking. Sorry guys, I'm a little out of it today. The fact that Yan Ranran cried was something that everyone could understand, because it wasn't like she was the only one crying. Willows didn't count on it, but asked her directly, Ren, how many points are you going to give the Grey Wolf? Yan Ranran looked around for a moment before finally saying something that surprised everyone. I can give you 10 points for the Grey Wolf, but can you tell me who you are? I really can't guess anymore. Chapter 220 Revealing Session. The moment Yan Ranran's words came out, everyone's expressions varied. If she said that, then it meant that Yan Ranran was genuine and could no longer guess the Grey Wolf's true identity. Otherwise, after all that time, if she knew who the Grey Wolf was, she would have said so long ago. Except now that she's making such a request, is the possibility of trading points for a Grey Wolf reveal really going to materialize? Would the Grey Wolf really be so stupid as to be willing to agree to her demands? In everyone's mind, they were all thinking that it was unlikely that the Grey Wolf would accept Yan Ranran's request at this moment. After all, the score is what you judges are supposed to give, and taking that out of what is supposed to be given is overkill to make demands on people. So whoever it was hard to believe that the Grey Wolf would agree to Yan Ranran's request. When Wang Qingde heard Yan Ranran's words, he too was silent for a while. As a matter of fact, Yan Ranran herself was, likewise, not holding out any hope for this, and she didn't think that the Grey Wolf would accede to her request either. When she said that, she was just trying her luck, and didn't have much hope. However, what everyone did not expect was that what they thought was most unlikely happened at that moment. Only the Grey Wolf suddenly spoke. Yes, I promise. What? When Grey Wolf said that, everyone still hadn't reacted to what was going on for a moment. Even Yan Ranran was instantly confused and froze for a while before reacting. What did you say? Grey Wolf, what did you just say? Yan Ranran, who had reacted, asked in incomparable shock. That's when the others, too, finally reacted. Do you hear me? Did you all hear that? The Grey Wolf agreed. He actually agreed to judge Yan Ranran. Yeah, I heard it too. Grey Wolf, he did promise to judge Yan Ranran. Not to mention other people. The host, Lu Cece, at this moment, was also shocked abnormally. Grey Wolf player, did you just say you promised Yan Ranran? Lu Cece asked. In response, Wang Qingde didn't hesitate and nodded once again. Yes, I promised her. If she gives me 10 points, then I'll reveal my face today. Ah, promised. Grey Wolf, he really did. This time, everyone was listening clearly. As long as Yan Ranran really gave him 10 points, then he would take off his mask. The Grey Wolf promised Yan Ranran. How could this not excite the audience? Now who wouldn't want to know his true identity? So when they heard the Grey Wolf say that he had agreed to Yan Ranran's request, many of the viewers were, inwardly, very excited. It was so close to hating it. It was just a matter of rushing onto the stage right there and ripping the mask off of Grey Wolf himself. Of course, the most excited person, that still has to belong to Yan Ranran herself, because how she thought did not think. She had just asked a random question. A question that was originally hopeless, but since it had really come true, the Grey Wolf really promised her this and would take off his mask. So at this moment Yan Ranran was really incomparably excited. If she had known that things were so simple, then why had she waited until today? It would have been a long time ago to make such a request to the other side and tell him to take off his mask. Although she was inwardly shocked, Yan Ranran was still in a bit of disbelief at all of this. fearing that this was just a dream. She asked with one more confirmation. Grey Wolf, are you serious? Are you really willing to take off your mask? Aha! Facing this question again, Wang Xingge still didn't hesitate to reply back, and the audience, at this point, couldn't help themselves at all and chanted together. Mask off, mask off. Seeing the scene all of a sudden, fell into a passionate. Host Lu Cc hurriedly came out to interrupt. Okay, everyone in the audience, let's be quiet for a moment. I can understand how everyone is feeling at this point, but the show isn't up to the reveal yet, so please be quiet for a moment and wait. The audience quieted down when Willow Sissy said that. Seeing that the audience was so quiet, Liusi didn't dare to waste time. So, Yen Ran, I wonder how many points you really want to give to the Grey Wolf player. I'll give it 10 points. Yen Ran did the same, directly giving 10 points. Nonsense. The Grey Wolf had promised her that as long as she gave 10 points to the other side, then he would reveal his face. So at a time like this, how could she, Yen Ran, possibly hesitate? And after hearing Yen Ran say that it gave 10 points to the Grey Wolf, the host, Lu Cc, was also happy. Congratulations to Grey Wolf, another 10 points, and now he's both under the audience's votes and in the judges' scores. It's all been solid, crushing the Anaconda players. So let's all, together, congratulate the Grey Wolf contestant for winning this episode's final championship. Snap! The audience all applauded warmly for Grey Wolf and congratulated him on winning this edition. The applause stopped, and the host, Lu Cc, continued. Well, audience, let's bring the Python contestant and the Elephant Head contestant onto the stage together. After saying that, the two of them, Python and Elephant Head, similarly reappeared in the stage. And just like that, the three men who earned their placements in this installment stood on the stage at the same time. The host, CCC Lu, looked at the three of them. All three of you, let me congratulate you three here for winning the championship subtitle and the seasonal championship. Congratulations. Thank you host, thank you all. They said the same back. Then without further ado, Liusi went straight into the reveal. Alright, three contestants, here's the reveal part of our program. If anyone guesses your identities, then you're still asked to take off your masks. Of course, if you are willing to remove the masks yourselves, then I'm sure everyone is more than welcome. Okay, so let's start with the Elephant Head player. Is there anyone, please, who has guessed that the elephant-headed player is the identity? When the host asked this, the audience and the judges all went silent. No one, it seems, has guessed who the elephant head is. After waiting for a while, seeing that there was still no one to say, who the hell is the elephant head? So Liusi had to ask myself, Elephant Head contestant, since no one has guessed you're coming, what are your own plans to take off your mask? The elephant-headed player thought for a moment before responding. Well, I'd better not take it off. Hearing Elephant Head's words, Lu Cc returned the same. Good. Since the Elephant Head player made his choice, then all of us support your decision. Once this Elephant Head thing was over, it was the second Python contestant's turn. By the time the Monty Python contestants were done, Red Lee finally stood up and spoke. Everyone stop arguing. I've guessed who the Python is. Li Hong stood up and pointed at the Python contestant and said very seriously, Chapter 221 you promised me. No, that fast? Hearing Li Hong's words, everyone was extremely shocked. Although Li Hong had already said before that she already knew who the Python was, this was not something that everyone was relieved about. All thought that Li Hong might be talking big or maybe something, but now Li Hong still dares to come forward at this time, identifying the player words. The situation will be completed differently. She probably really already knows who the Monty Python contestant really is, doesn't she? So when they saw Li Hong like this, everyone became very expectant, hoping that she could really tell who the Python was, right? The host, Lu Cc, saw Li Hong like this, and she did the same, hurrying to ask her, Sister Hong, are you really sure you've recognized who the Python contestant is? In the face of the host's words, Li Hong returned with even more certainty. That's natural. How could I dare to say that if I wasn't completely sure? After receiving Li Hong's affirmative answer once again, the host, Lu Cc, also stopped talking nonsense. Okay, since you've already guessed, Sister Red, the identity of the Anaconda contestant, then the following is for you to tell everyone the Anaconda contestant's true identity. Aha! Li Hong nodded as she looked at the Python on the stage under everyone's expectant gaze and said, Monty Python contestant, I'm going to give you a chance here. Are you going to take off your mask and come yourself, or am I going to have to tell you who you are? Li Hong's words are a bit amusing. Isn't this pitting the contestants? You told people to take off their masks themselves. If, by any chance, they happen not to be the person you guessed, Wouldn't that be a big loss? So it didn't take a second thought to realize that it was impossible for the Python player to listen to Li Hong's bluffing words. Only Python said back, "Judge Li Hong, I still like it when you say it." Fine. Li Hong pointed her finger at the Python contestant with an expression that was going to make her look good. "Python, this is your own choice. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance later." The host, Lu Cece, also came out and interjected, "Sister Hong, then I wonder, the Monty Python contestant, who exactly is it?" When Lu Cece asked this, Li Hong also stopped beating around the bush. Who else could she be? Isn't it Zhou Qing? Thinks I don't know. Oh my god, it's even Zhou Qing. Really? After hearing Li Hong say that the Python contestant was Zhou Qing, the audience was shocked regardless, because Zhou Qing is also a loud person singer to come, 30 years old less than, has been out several songs. Such a figure is naturally familiar in the music industry and in the minds of the audience. That's why the audience was shocked when they heard Li Hong's words. It can't be true. Could the Python really be Zhou Qing? Yeah, it's unbelievable. How could the Python be Zhou Qing? Although Li Hong had already stated that the Python contestant was Zhou Qing's words, there were still quite a number of people who found it hard to believe. Even the Heavenly King, Zhou Jie, was a bit disbelieving as he asked, "Sister Hong, are you sure she is Zhou Qing?" In the face of the Heavenly King's questioning, Li Hong remained clear in her attitude. "That's for sure. Why would I lie to you guys? You may not be able to see it, but Zhou Qing has a little habit that I know very well." When Li Hong said this, it made many people believe a lot more, because everyone knew that Li Hong had worked with Zhou Qing. So, if Li Hong knew about Zhou Qing, and had any habit type of words, it could be explained. Now, the Heavenly King, Jie Zhou, didn't dare to question anything anymore. Li Hong, on the other hand, looked at the Python contestant on the stage once again. "Zhou Qing, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take off the mask. Ah, how do you need me to personally come on stage and help you take it off? Ah." This, the host, Lu Cece, was also a little unsure of who to believe, so she could only look at the Python and ask, "Monty Python contestant, did she guess correctly, Judge Li Hong, that you are really Zhou Qing?" Monty Python didn't answer, not knowing what she was thinking, just as everyone wondered why she didn't speak. Only the Python player moved, her hands on her mask. "Ah, geez, it's going to be picked, so it looks like it was the right thing to say, the right guess." Seeing this action of the Python, countless spectators screamed, because if the Python dared to take off its face, it could only mean that Li Hong had really guessed her identity. In the anticipation of countless people, the Python directly took off the snake head mask, revealing a clear and beautiful face. "Ah, oh my god, it's really Zhou Qing. Li Hong guessed it right. She's really Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, I love you, I love you." It was only after seeing the Python's true face that all of them believed Li Hong's words, that she hadn't guessed wrongly, that the Python was really Zhou Qing. The audience at the scene, excited for a while before slowly calming down. The host, Willows, also very surprised, made her way over to her. "Zhou Qing, really didn't expect since it's you. Ah, but let us think so hard. Are you?" Facing this from the host, Zhou Qing finally spoke, her sweet voice, without the voice changer, immediately reaching everyone's ears. "Yeah, I never thought I, myself, would be finished so fast, recognized on my first time on stage." When she finished speaking, she embarrassed herself and blushed a bright red. "It's my fault though. I didn't think about this whole red thing. I shouldn't have come with her there." Li Hong, at this time, was also very confident and said, "That's right, if it wasn't for the fact that I happen to know one of your little habits, then I really wouldn't have known it was you." "Yeah, it was my own carelessness." Zhou Qing smiled bitterly, but she was probably doing it too. Well, get back at Li Hong for revealing her identity or something. So she immediately pointed her finger at the Grey Wolf. "Sister Hong, you've already guessed who I am here, so the following should also tell us who our Grey Wolf is, right?" It wasn't until Zhou Qing talked about the Grey Wolf that everyone's thoughts returned to him, and indeed the identity of the Grey Wolf was what everyone was most looking forward to. As for Li Hong, when she saw Zhou Qing say this, she didn't dare to reveal Wang Qingge's identity, so she hurriedly avoided suspicion. "Why are you asking me about this kind of thing? You should ask Yan Ranran. Didn't Grey Wolf promise her that he would take off his mask?" As soon as Li Hong said that, the gazes of the audience went back and forth before Yan Ranran and the Grey Wolf, and Yan Ranran herself, in fact, had been waiting for a long time, so she asked directly, "Grey Wolf, do your own words still count? You promised me that you would give you 10 points and you would take off your mask." The mask, Wang Qingge was already going to take it off, so he likewise didn't hesitate for a second. "Well, I won't go back on a promise. Since everyone wants to know who I am, then I will. Today, fulfill everyone." Chapter 222 to keep them from worrying. "Ah, Is this the Grey Wolf really taking off his mask? Hearing Wang Qingga's words, countless spectators became excited, and everyone was expecting that the Grey Wolf would be able to take off his mask. The host, CCC Lu, saw this and she finally asked, Grey Wolf, have you really decided to take off your mask today? Aha! Only the Grey Wolf nodded to the hosts and said, actually, this time, before I came to the show, I thought about taking off the mask myself. No way! So the Grey Wolf thought about taking off his mask before he came to the show? The audience, likewise, was again incredibly intrigued by his words. The host was likewise in the same boat, so she hurriedly followed up after Wang Qingga said this. Why Grey Wolf? Why did you decide to take off your mask before you came to the show? This question was something that many people were curious about and wanted to know. And Wang Qingga didn't hide it from everyone, but said it generously. Because, I can't worry the people who love me anymore. I can't let my family worry about me anymore. Every time I see my family, worrying because they think I'm too young to understand, it's especially hard for me. So I'm going to take off my mask and come and tell the people who have been worrying about me that I really have grown up, and that from now on they won't have to worry about me so much. After hearing Wang Qingga's words, the audience realized why he, before coming to the show, had decided to take off his mask. It turned out to be his family, who had always thought he was still young and worried about him, and he didn't want to see his family, all the time, worrying about him so much. That's why he responded in such a way. To those family members, who had been worrying about him, the audience just understood this, but one person got even sadder at this point. She was no one else but Wang Mengxian, Wang Qingga's eldest sister. When Wang Mengxian heard Wang Qingga's turn of phrase, she understood all of it at once. Her little brother, it turns out, is taking off his mask on this show solely because of her. It was she, Wang Mengxian, who was too worried about her brother. That made her brother, who wanted to prove himself, no longer needed her to worry. Wang Mengxian is also at this time to know. The original a few days she said to her little brother, the most assured person is the matter of him, would keep him in his mind and would now have to prove to her, at the cost of removing his mask, that he had truly grown up. No more need for her to worry about him all the time. Little brother, you cutie, you silly child. Oh, Wang Mengxian, who knew the truth about everything, cried bitterly once again. On this side of the scene, after Wang Qingga stated the reason why he chose to take off his mask, everyone was looking forward to it. As for Wang Qingga himself, he placed his hands on the mask. Ah, it's going to be picked. It's really going to be picked. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Finally I get to find out who the Grey Wolf is. After seeing Wang Qingga placing his hands on the mask, countless spectators became excited. Wait, however, just as Wang Qingga was about to take off his mask, Li Hong suddenly called out. Everyone wondered why Li Hong had interrupted Grey Wolf to remove his mask. Then in the midst of everyone's disbelief, only Li Hong looked at Yan Ranran and asked, Yan Ranran, I'll ask for the last time, do you really not know who Grey Wolf is? This question, there was no need for Li Hong to ask. If Yan Ranran had known, she would have said it long ago. So only Yan Ranran shook his head up. Seeing Yan Ranran shake her head, Li Hong stopped asking her anything, but she didn't stop there yet, instead turning her head to look at Wang Zutong. Shui Tong, you don't know who the Grey Wolf is either, do you? Li Hong asked Yan Ranran if she knew who the Grey Wolf was. This is something everyone can understand, but what did she mean by asking Wang Shuitong? Could it be that she, Li Hong, thought that Wang Zutong should know who the Grey Wolf was? Not to mention others. At this moment, even Wang Zutong herself was also confused. She didn't understand why Li Hong asked her this way. She didn't know who the Grey Wolf was. It was hard to believe that Li Hong thought that if the Grey Wolf wrote a song for her Wang Zutong, then she, Wang Zutong, knew the identity of the other party? How can this be possible? So Wang Zutong also hurriedly shook her head. Sister Hong, are you kidding me? How could I possibly know who the Grey Wolf is? Wang Shuitong responded that she didn't know, and Li Hong didn't dwell on anything else, just nodded. For this matter, not many people knew why, and only Wang Qingga herself knew why Li Hong even asked Wang Zutong. In fact, his big sister Wang Mengxian. See, here is also some understanding. Why Li Hong want to ask Wang Zutong this way? Because Li Hong was clear that Wang Zutong was also the other party's second sister, so she wanted to ask her if she knew just. Unfortunately, Wang Zutong was unable to imagine that the Grey Wolf was her own little brother. All of this, however, was no longer important. Now all that was needed was for Wang Qingga to take off his mask. After no one came out to hinder it again, Wang Qingga once again put her hand on it and then gently removed the Grey Wolf mask. It wasn't until Wang Qingga took down the disguise that had prevented him from meeting the world moments later that everyone got a good look at him. However, Wang Qingga was originally a vegetarian, so the audience didn't call for expressions the moment his true colors appeared. Since it was all the first time of seeing this strange face, there was certainly no one who exclaimed. The audience just saw that Wang Qingge was not bad looking. Oh my, the Grey Wolf is so handsome. He's really handsome. Sure enough, he's my type. I'm going to marry him instead of him. Some of the women, seeing Wang Qingge so handsome, instantly became nymphomaniacs. Compared to the calmness of most of the people, those who knew Wang Qingge had all exploded. At this time, anyone who was watching the program, as long as they knew Wang Qingge before, were shocked. The expressions on those people's faces were nothing short of more exaggerated than a Tarzan crumbling in front of them, because no one had ever thought that since Wang Qingge would be the Grey Wolf since he was him. Among the audience at the scene, there were two people who were very special, and they were the two of them, Rachel Sui and Han Jixuan. When the two of them saw the true face of the Grey Wolf, it turned out to be the same Wang Qingge that they themselves knew. The two women thought that they had misread the situation, so they both rubbed their eyes of. But the truth is the truth, and no matter how unbelievable they are, it won't change anything. How can this be possible? How can Ruoxuan Grey Wolf be Wang Qingge? This isn't true. You tell me this isn't true. Han Jixuan was agitated, shaking Su Ruoxuan, and said how she wished Su Ruoxuan could tell her that the Grey Wolf was indeed not Wang Qingge's. Chapter 223. The truth is you what I am. But how could Su Ruoxuan answer her at this point? Her own shock was no less than Han Jixuan's. Alright. Never in a million years would Su have expected that the person she shared a room with for a few months would be the Grey Wolf that everyone had been waiting for. The same was true for herself, but she had always had a crush on the Grey Wolf. Whether he was ugly or handsome in his true form, she was attracted to his talent anyway. So ever since she learned about Grey Wolf, Su was really into each other. There's nothing wrong with liking one, and even less wrong with falling in love with one. But what was wrong was that they had spent so much time together, since she didn't even know it. It turns out that the person she herself has been crushing on is right next to her own. What was even more outrageous was that Su Ruoxuan had, on more than one occasion, let Wang Qingge know that the person she herself liked was the Grey Wolf. This kind of thing would have been no problem at all in the old days, but now that she knew that Wang Qingge was the Grey Wolf, she, Su Ruoxuan, couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to scurry in, because she went so far as to tell people that the person she likes and has a crush on is the other person. Something that is embarrassing to think about. She wasn't the only one who shared the same thoughts as Su Ruoxuan. Han Jixuan was likewise the same, despite the fact that at one time, Wang Qingge had demonstrated extraordinary abilities. He had never been able to catch Han Jixuan's eye, because in Han Jixuan's opinion, it was the Grey Wolf's talent that stood out. So she was equally obsessed with the Grey Wolf, but in a way that she could never have dreamed of. The person she, Han Jixuan, had been secretly in love with was the Wang Qingge she herself knew. How do you ask them to accept such a truth when it comes out? And who can accept such a truth? Wakefield, what should we do? What are we going to do now? Su Ruoxian still didn't say anything because she thought of another thing, which was the second song of Grey Wolf. No, it was Wang Qingge. Just now, his song Wish You a Safe Journey was written for her. At that time, when she heard Wang Qingge's words and heard the song, she already had an illusion. Think that song was written for her, because both the story and everything else is just so much like Joy Sui. Unfortunately, she had thought that was impossible before. She thought it was impossible for her to know the Grey Wolf, so just assume that everything, it's just a coincidence. It wasn't until this moment, until Wang Qingge's true colors were revealed, that Su Ruoxuan completely understood everything over. It turned out that her illusion wasn't wrong, and that song Wishing You a Safe Journey was written by Wang Qingge for her, Su Ruoxuan. It was only then that Su Ruoxian realized that she was also so important in his heart, important enough that he's writing songs for her. Thinking of this, Su Ruoxian was so excited inside that she shed tears. Wakefield, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? I'm fine. I couldn't help it for a moment. Su Ruoxian wiped her tears and choked. Wakefield, so what do we do now? Wait and see. Su decided to wait and see. On the scene, besides Su Ruoxuan and the girls, the most excited person was Yan Ranran. The moment she saw Wang Qingge, the entire group stood up rancidly, looking at Wang Qingge on the stage with unbelievable faces. How Yan Ranran wished that the person in front of her was not him, but just looked like him. But the truth is the truth. The truth is the truth. And no matter how much you disbelieve it, you can't change anything. Yan Ranran looked at Li Hong, who at that moment also looked at her and said before she could say anything, Ren, I've secretly liked you more than once. You just don't know it. This time, Yan Ranran really couldn't say anything at all. It was like she had a lump in her throat, and she didn't know how to express what she was feeling at the moment. Since learning that Grey Wolf was her classmate and knew her, Yan Ranran had then been trying to find out who, exactly, the Grey Wolf was again. But she, Yan Ranran, had guessed all of them, but had only left out one of the most important ones, and it was this same person that she had missed that was keeping her from guessing the identity of the other person. In fact, Yan Ranran couldn't be blamed entirely for leaving Wang Qingge out because Wang Qingge was in her impression. Is absolutely impossible to be so powerful? He absolutely can't be. Is with the Grey Wolf so powerful character to get involved? After all, Yan Ranran had been with him for several years and knew him that well, so she thought that was impossible. But God's will is such a tricky thing, and what she thinks is the most unlikely thing is the truth of it all. Until this moment, Yan Ranran still had trouble believing that the Grey Wolf was Wang Qingge's, because the impression Wang Qingge left in her heart was too deep. How could he be a Grey Wolf? If everything was true, then what was she? Yan Ranran, who claimed to love each other to the bone. And yet you don't even know that he's so great and has such talent. Is that called loving to the bone? It's just that the truth is now a foregone conclusion, and that's what's making her panic and not know what to do. She couldn't figure out why all this was happening. Could it really be that she didn't know each other well enough? Didn't love each other enough yet? When I chose to part with him, it was because I thought he would accomplish nothing and I cut my losses. Just now the other party's strength, the other party's identity arose, that she Yan Ranran is that, the most accomplished person, right? The shift came so suddenly that it was hard for her to accept and adapt. The host, Lu Cece, after seeing Wang Qingge's face, she also froze for a while before reacting. Grey Wolf, come on, introduce yourself. Aha! Wang Qingge picked up the microphone and said to everyone, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Qingge. I'm from the Jiangqing Conservatory of Music, a graduate. For such a long time, I am grateful for everyone's love, but I can't see people with my true face, so I am here today, thanking everyone again. Thank you." Snap. Hearing Wang Qingge's words, the audience once again applauded for him. As for Yan Ranran, she once again heard the familiar voice, and once again saw the other party open his mouth. She was so thoroughly convinced of everything that she couldn't help but leave her seat and head for the stage. She wanted to get closer. She wanted to take a serious look at him again. Seeing Yan Ranran suddenly leave her seat, all the spectators raised their throats to their hearts. Who knew that next something wonderful would happen? Yan Ranran herself, taking a step towards him, he saw her as well, and their gazes met. Just before Yan Ranran could approach him, a sudden silhouette swept past her. The silhouette quickly overtook her and rushed to Wang Qingge, hugging the other party tightly without saying anything. Chapter 224. The person I wish for the most is you. This sudden situation, not to mention Yan Ranran, countless viewers are given a direct look at the circle. What the hell is going on here? Is it so straightforward? At the moment everyone's head, a big question mark appeared. All want to ask people what the hell is going on. Yan Ranran, on the other hand, was even more dumbfounded. She had been only a few steps away from approaching Wang Qingge. Who would have thought that just in the nick of time, someone would come out and stir the pot, directly stealing her first. Most importantly, this person who robbed her of her first place was no one else but her own good best friend, Wang Xuetong. Wang Xuetong's sudden appearance was something that really made Yan Ranran never expect. Who would have thought that she would be even more excited than Yan Ranran, directly running over and hugging Wang Qingge's. This point, for those who do not know the truth, is really confused. Only know Wang Qingge is. Wang Zutong little brother can understand Wang Zutong behavior at this time. It's just that the key lies in the fact that so few people know that they're siblings, so it's causing quite a misunderstanding right now. Well, at this time, Wang Xuetong, who had suddenly appeared under the shock of countless people and held Wang Qingge tightly, finally reacted, only to see Wang Xuetong tightly hugging Wang Qingge, then cried, crying her heart out. "Oh, why did you lie? You asshole, why didn't you tell me? Why did you lie to me? Is this how you want to punish me? That's what you want to see me like, is it?" Wang Zutong's heartrending cries instantly spread throughout the room, adding to the confusion. What's more, what exactly was the relationship between her and Wang Qingge? Could it be that the two of them were not a couple? Or else why would they be like this? Many people were thinking like this at the moment. This idea that between Wang Xuetong and Wang Chengge, they were a couple, also instantly grew in Yan Ranran's heart. After thinking about the possibility of the two of them being a couple, Yan Ranran's heart instantly felt as if it had been plunged in by countless knives. The reality that it was her ex-boyfriend, with her best friend, was too much for her to take in at once. One was her former favorite, the other her best friend, and now they're together. How do you expect her to take it? How do you expect her to face the two? How is she supposed to do it? As if nothing happened? All of these collectively, all at once, surged up into Yan Ranran's heart, causing her heart to be in turmoil. As for the person in question, Wang Xuetong, at this moment she simply couldn't care less. She just wanted to give her little brother a good hug, just to feel his presence. She was terrified that this was all just a dream, and that if she accidentally woke up, there would be nothing left. The moment Wang Qingge took off the mask, no one could understand what was going through Wang Zutong's mind at that moment. She had never in a million years thought that this person who kept appearing before her own was her own little brother. That instant Wang Shuitong, she understood everything. She only understood the moment she saw that the gray wolf was her own little brother. She then already knew all that had happened over the days. She could, more than once, have compared the gray wolf to her own little brother, and had thought about it countless times. How wonderful it would have been if the gray wolf had been her own little brother. But sadly, at the time, she couldn't have imagined that the person she wished was her little brother the most was actually really her own little brother. It's just that she's always refused to believe it. The most detestable thing was that she, Wang Shuitong, had once gone to denigrate him in front of her little brother, and he should have been very painful at that time. Everything was caused by his incompetent sister. So at this time Wang Shuitong felt guilty. She should have thought of it long ago. After all, Li Hong, who knew the identity of her little brother, had warned her long ago. It was just that she hadn't thought of it herself, and just now Li Hong had, for the last time, reminded her of it. But she still didn't know anything, stupidly unable to tell the difference, thinking that the dark-seeming reminder Li Hong had given her was just irrational. It wasn't until then that she finally figured it all out, and it turned out that the person she'd been hoping for was really the person she'd hoped for the most. It was only now that she realized that her little brother, as it turned out, was not an ungrateful person who did not know how to get ahead. If even someone like her little brother was considered ungrateful, then how should the people of the world be? What made Wang Shuitong's heart ache the most was still what happened 2 days ago. It's that thing where she called her little brother and stayed in the hospital with her big sister. At the time she had gone through, after a few days with her little brother, thinking that the other had really changed a lot. So as far as she was concerned, it was okay to call her little brother to keep her big sister company when she had to leave for a bit and couldn't. But what Wang Shuitong did not expect was that this matter, since it was rejected by her little brother. The moment she was rejected by her little brother, Wang Shuitong's heart at that moment was truly, once again, dead, because she thought it was so hard to see her little brother in a new light, and thought he had really changed. But the other party rejected her on that matter. How could this not make her angry? So at that time, she was really angry, thought her little brother. Still nothing had changed, because he went so far as to refuse to take care of his big sister and be there for her on the grounds that he was busy with work. So at that time, Wang Shuitong was really incredibly angry, and she didn't understand what was going on. To be more important than their big sister, to make it necessary for her little brother to refuse to accompany her big sister, too, at that time, she really couldn't figure out what was going on even if she thought about it. It was only until this moment that she, Wang Shuitong, became completely clear, completely understood. It was only now that she realized that her little brother, as it turned out, had something really important to do. It was something that had even mattered enough for him to reject her words, because her little brother is the gray wolf, and if he doesn't come to the show, what's the point of having the show? If that's the case, I'm afraid it's going to be a lot more than just a show that won't work. So now Wang Shuitong finally understood her little brother. At that time, his heart must have been hurting more than theirs when he refused to let her accompany her big sister at that time. After all, there are bitter cannot say, all the wrong, all the bitterness, all have to be his own one secretly swallow, taking on, secretly, all the blame and ranting. It wasn't until this moment that Wang Shuitong truly understood everything of. If she knew everything right then and there and knew that the gray wolf was her little brother, then she, Wang Shuitong, would rather take care of her big sister herself and not come to the program. Chapter 225 How Should I Hold You? It was also necessary to have her little brother, who came to the program, because her little brother was indeed many times more important than her. Unfortunately, at the time, she was just not aware of it all. Now she could only turn all her grievances, all her wrongdoings into nothing more than tears. However, Wang Shuitong's behavior at this time was something that really baffled everyone, especially Yan Ranran, who was standing right behind the two of them, watching all of this but not knowing what to do. Should she have stepped forward and interrupted them both? The good thing was that just as everyone was puzzled, Wang Zutong once again cried, "Oh, Wang Qingge, you bastard, why did you lie to me? Why didn't you tell your sister? Why didn't you tell her the truth? Harm's sister has been in the wrong all this time. Is that what you would like so much? Would love to see your sister worry about you." Woohoo! Not many people cared about Wang Shuitong crying anymore. The thing that everyone cared about was what she said, because since she called Wang Qingge little brother, this was something that no one expected. People thought that the two of them were some kind of relationship or a couple. However, it was never expected that the gray wolf, Wang Qingge, would be Wang Zutong's younger brother, which was really out of everyone's expectation. But this seems to make sense. Wang Zutong and Wang Qingge are both surnamed Wang, so they are siblings. There is no mistake. The person who was the most excited was Yan Ranran, who had thought that the two of them were a couple. and her heart was as good as dead. But just when her heart was as dead as ashes, Wang Zutong's words once again made Yan Ranran's hope flare up, because they turned out to be siblings, and not the kind of relationship everyone thought they had. Yan Ranran was truly, suddenly cheerful at this moment. The dark clouds that had clouded her heart were all dispersed at once, as if a beam of gentle sunlight had shone into her heart. After knowing Wang Zutong and Wang Qingge, the identity relationship between the two, Yan Ranran instantly raised quite a bit of courage. She took 2 steps forward again and stood in front of them. Wang Qingge, too, waited for Yan Ranran to take a few more steps forward before speaking. I'm sorry, second sister. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have lied to you, let alone let you guys worry about me. This is all my fault, second sister. I'm really sorry, Wang Qingge said with guilt. No, little brother, it's second sister's fault. It's second sister's fault for thinking you're an asshole all this time that caused all this. You need to stop saying that. It's all sister's fault. Please don't say anymore, said Wang Xuetong, still hugging him tightly. The two of them, siblings, hugged for a while before the host, Liusi, came over. Shui Tong, are you okay? It was only when Wang Xuetong was asked this by the host that she completely snapped out of her truth guilt and came back to her senses. Returning to her senses, she hurriedly let go of her little brother Wang Qingge. Oh, I'm really sorry. I was too excited and lost my temper, Wang Xuetong said with an apology. It was just that no one cared about her words. And in the same vein, Yan Ranran finally spoke up after the two of them had separated. You two are? Although she already knew that they were siblings, Yan Ranran still looked at them and asked. Wang Xuetong also reacted, so she hurriedly pulled Wang Qingge over to Yan Ranran and everyone else. Ran, he's my little brother Wang Qingge. I remember I told you about my little brother before. Hearing Wang Xuetong say this with their own ears, now everyone was truly convinced that they were siblings. Are you really siblings? Yan Ranran was still a little incredulous. Well, what's the point of lying to you, Ran? While Yan Ranran at this time, she looked at Wang Qingge, looking at that incomparably familiar face. Instead, she felt it herself, a strangeness she had never felt before. He was still the same, but what was so strange about him? She couldn't figure it out, nor could she. Could it be the other party's strength? The other party's talent that made her, Yan Ranran, feel so strange at the moment? Maybe the truth. It really is that way. Why don't you ever tell me these things? Yan Ranran finally spoke. Seeing Yan Ranran open her mouth, everyone looked on, and Wang Qingge too, panicked a little for a moment. After all, it was the first time that he had faced Yan Ranran in his true capacity, but he ended up speaking truthfully. I'm sorry, Ran. It was all my fault before. I was afraid you'd look down on me once you realized I was adopted orphan. That's why I never told you what was going on in my family. You asshole, you've caused me so much pain. You know that? When Yan Ranran heard Wang Qingge's words, she, too, instantly, couldn't help but choke up. When Wang Xuetong saw the two of them like this, she also reacted at once. By the way, Ren, since my little brother is a gray wolf, you guys are classmates. I really didn't expect, Ren, that you know my little brother. If only I had known earlier that you and my little brother knew each other. And Yan Ranran returned the same. Yes, if I had also known, earlier and clearer, that he was an orphan, why would I be here? Yan Ranran was right. If she had known from early on that Wang Qingge was an orphan to come, then she might have known that the gray wolf was him. Unfortunately, Wang Qingge had, in the past, hidden the situation of her family too deeply, not revealing a single star to Yan Ranran. That's what led to these things happening. And Wang Qingge himself was, at the moment, very bad taste, so he could only say with a full of apologies. I'm sorry, Ren. It was really my fault before. I shouldn't have lied to you. What's the use of counting on that until now? It's no use anymore. So Yan Ranran didn't take his words in. She just looked at him stupidly. Although the two had long been separated, but seeing each other again at this moment, Yan Ranran had an impulse to hug him again, to feel that long-lost embrace. Just now, Yan Ranran, what reason? What excuse did she have to embrace people again? It's all broken up. Does she still want to hug people as lovers? Or did she want to go for a hug under the pretext of loving each other very much? But did she really love him? If she loves him so much, then why has she been with someone for so long without knowing his strength? Didn't even know that he turned out to be such a great guy. If she were talking about her family's situation, it is indeed possible that the other party intentionally hid it from her. But the two of them used to be together every day, and it would be quite unreasonable for her to still have no idea about his strength at all. Chapter 226. How deep is the love and how big is the misunderstanding? So at this moment, Yan Ranran wanted to hug each other like Wang Zutong, but she didn't have that courage, didn't have that reason anymore, and could only watch. As for Wang Qingge, he himself was actually at a loss as to how to open his mouth and communicate with Yan Ranran. Though both of them were silent, Others would not be like the two of them. The host, Lu Cece, was also speaking again at this time, as she asked Yan Ran. Ran, in that case, then you really do know Wang Qingge, and you really used to be classmates? This issue, in fact, does not need to say so much, because they are classmates' relationship. Both sides have long recognized. What everyone was curious about was also just, since they were classmates, why Yan Ran just couldn't guess Wang Qingge. This was what Liusi meant in her words, and what the countless viewers wanted to know the most. As for Yan Ran, also after hearing Lu Cece's words again, she similarly returned directly, yes, we two do know each other. Seeing her response, Liu's continued, so you guys really know each other well? Aha! Yan Ran nodded. Only her nodding of her head made the crowd all the more puzzled. Since it's really that familiar, why did you, Yan Ran, fail to guess for so long that the Grey Wolf was him first? Once again, Lu Cece asked everyone's doubts. Ran, then what exactly is the relationship between you and Wang Qingge? Is it that kind of familiar relationship? Ah, I can't believe it's really that familiar. So why did you go so long without guessing he was here? Yan Ran now, somewhat unsure of how to speak up. She pondered for a moment before saying, I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was just the Grey Wolf. If I had, then I would have known about it a long time ago. Wang Xuetong was equally puzzled, but she wasn't asking Yan Ran, but Wang Qingge herself. Come on little brother, what exactly is your relationship with Ren? It's amazing that you guys are so familiar with each other, but you didn't think the Grey Wolf was you. There's really something to be said for that. Second sister, this time it was also Wang Qingge's turn to be in trouble. Was it time to reveal that they were once lovers? Come on, say it. What is there to say that can't be said? When Wang Xuetong saw that Wang Qingge wasn't saying anything, she also pressed anxiously. But at this time, Wang Qingge really didn't know how he should go about opening his mouth. Seeing that Wang Qingge was in a difficult position, Yan Ran finally said it herself. Alright, all of you stop asking. Wang Qingge is my ex-boyfriend and I'm his ex-girlfriend. What? Yan Ran took a breath and spoke of her own relationship with Wang Qingge. It nearly made countless people, countless spectators, drop their jaws in shock, because no one had ever thought about it. It turned out that the two, Yan Ran and Wang Qingge, used to be lovers too. No wonder they all said that the two of them were well acquainted. It's just that this result is really hard to accept because the audience, originally, had a big problem with Yan Ran's delay in guessing Wang Qingge's identity. If they were just very familiar, that kind of classmate relationship, Yan Ran couldn't guess. The audience might be, more or less, understanding. But what is the situation now? Since you are lovers, you Yan Ran can't even guess each other. That would be really hard to convince the audience to understand. After Yan Ran spoke out about their relationship, Wang Qingge herself was shocked in her heart, because he knew that Yan Ran storming out of this at a time like this would be very detrimental to herself. After all, for so long, the audience had assumed that she, Yan Ran, was simple and had never been in love. Now that you're out like this, won't that persona crumble? Stormed out. They used to be lovers' relationship. That Yan Ran's pure image is destined to fall apart. But this kind of thing, on the lighter side, might have an impact on Yan Ran's career. Heavily speaking, then it's not impossible for her fall from grace to happen. The words are true, but others couldn't care less. Take Wang Zutong at this moment. When she heard Yan Ran say that she had once been lovers with her little brother, the shock inside her was indescribable. Of course, she was also very happy, because she knew better than anyone how good her best friend was. So for the other party to be her little brother's girlfriend, she was afraid that she would wake up smiling in her dreams. Ren, little brother, is this true? You really used to be a couple? Wang Xuetong was very shocked, looking at the two of them and asking. Second sister, Wang Qingge wanted to help Yan Ran hide it a bit more at this point, but before he could completely say anything, Yan Ran jumped ahead of him. Yes, I was really in love with him when I was in school, and I had sworn that I would never marry him in this life. Oh my god. Yan Ran's opening her mouth again had shocked the audience beyond belief again. Originally she had spoken out about them being lovers. It was shocking enough, but I didn't realize it was just an appetizer, because Yan Ran surprisingly once, love Wang Qingge love so deep, have sworn this life is not married to him. This how not let the audience surprised well. Ran, are you telling the truth? Wang Xuetong simply could hardly believe her ears. It's true. Yan Ran did not hesitate. Now that it had come to this, there was no need for her to hide it any longer. It's true. Wang Xuetong looked at her little brother and then at Yan Ran, her face full of joy. It was just that Wang Xuetong's happiness was quickly and mercilessly broken. The moderator, Willows, crossed the line at that point. Ran Tian I didn't realize that the two of you and Wang Qingge were once still such a thing. It's really shocking, Lu Cece first complimented. Then the peak of her words immediately turned again. But Ran, there's one thing I really don't understand. Since you and Wang Qingge used to be lovers and still love each other so much, why, then, were you so slow to guess that the Grey Wolf was he who came? Or is it that you never thought in that direction at all, never believing that Wang Qingge is the Grey Wolf? Liu Ci's words hit the nail on the head, knocking everything right back into the middle. Yan Ranran spoke out about her and Wang Qingge, how much they had once loved each other, then how much misunderstanding they now left behind. After all, it's all been said that you guys used to love each other so much, so why is it that you, Yan Ranran, just can't figure out that the Grey Wolf is Wang Qingge? Or is it really like the host's words that you, Yan Ranran, have never even thought about it? If that's true, then is it still true that you were once in love? Are there people who love each other who don't even want to trust each other? So the scene instantly turned incredibly contradictory. Chapter 227 Do I Really Love You? As for Yan Ranran, she was also finally asked and didn't know what to say. Did she have to say that because at one time Wang Qingge was a hangdog who had accomplished nothing in her eyes? Is that why it didn't occur to her that he was, in fact, the Grey Wolf's? In that case, even if she, Yan Ranran, could open her mouth, would others really believe it? So she was literally, at this point, at a loss for words. Everyone looked at her, but Yan Ranran didn't know how to go about explaining this to everyone. Wang Qingge naturally also understands the difficulty of Yan Ranran at this time. For this reason he finally preempted the other party to open his mouth. Ren really can't be blamed for the reason Ren didn't think I was the Grey Wolf. Wang Qingge opened his mouth to explain before everyone's eyes looked at him to come, and he continued to put the blame on himself for Yan Ranran not thinking it was him, because at that time, I thought that if she knew about my status as an orphan, then she would look down on me, so I was the one who hid from her my status as an orphan, which led to her not being able to guess that I was a Grey Wolf. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole thing is actually like this. You really can't blame Yan Ranran. Only after hearing Wang Qingge's explanation did everyone finally understand. So that's what happened. It was Wang Qingge herself who hid the identity of the orphan when she was dating Yan Ranran. This is what made Yan Ranran later. There is no way to know that he is the Grey Wolf's. Things so explained everything makes sense. And when Wang Shuatong heard these words, she felt a little sad again in her heart. I'm sorry little brother. My sister didn't realize that orphanhood had ever caused you to hold your head up so low. Seeing Wang Shuatong say this, Wang Qingge immediately explained again. Second sister, it's just me who didn't know better before, when I already had you guys to love me so much, treating me like a real family now, and I don't even know how to appreciate it yet, pissing you guys off at every turn. So the person who should be saying sorry should actually be me. Wang Zutong could no longer listen. After all, things had already passed, so she immediately shook her head. Little brother, stop it. It's good that you're back now. Let's not bring up the past. Okay. Seeing their two siblings like this, the host, Lu Cece, also immediately changed the topic, turning the question back to Yan Ranran asked, Ran, in that case, then it's because Wang Qingge, in the past, hid from you, his orphaned and adopted status. That's what's keeping you, all this time, from thinking that he's the Grey Wolf, isn't it? Things have come to this, that now Yan Ranran just go along with the words of the host, acknowledging that is once Wang Qingge has hidden something from her. She would have been unable to think of the Grey Wolf. Is his words, everything will be no problem. But Yan Ranran thinks otherwise, because that's not what happened, and she doesn't lie to everyone. Wang Qingge, in fact, attributed the matter of her inability to guess the reason why he was the Grey Wolf all to himself. It had already made Yan Ranran very upset, because the truth wasn't like that at all. The truth wasn't Wang Qingge hid his family from her so that she couldn't guess that he was the Grey Wolf. Rather, it was she, Yan Ranran herself, who had never thought of him from the beginning, because Wang Qingge was, in her eyes, a person who could do nothing. That's why she hadn't to associate him with the Grey Wolf, which was the truth. It wasn't anything that Wang Qingge was hiding from her about her family. Therefore now Yan Ranran do not want to lie to everyone again. In the host asked out, is not Wang Qingge to hide her the reason for the situation at home? She was unable to guess the other side of the rear, only to see her shook her head up. Seeing Yan Ranran shake her head, everyone became uncertain again. Ren, what's going on? Willow Sissy continued to press, and she was finally telling the truth about everything. Moderator, that's not really what happened. The real reason why I, before, didn't connect Wang Qingge with the Grey Wolf wasn't that he was hiding it from me. Something about his family, something about his status as an orphan. And what is the truth? Ren, everyone was curious at the moment, wondering what exactly was the truth that Yan Ranran was talking about. Under everyone's anticipation, Yan Ranran finally said everything. The reason I, for one, didn't associate him with the Grey Wolf was that I didn't love him enough to know him well enough. What? What does that mean? Just now also said, you love people loved to the bone, and even swore that this life, not married to others. How can you change your mind so quickly and say you don't actually love him enough yourself? Who would believe such a thing? So hearing Yan Ranran's words at this moment, all the audience listened attentively. Lu Cece asked on behalf of all the puzzled people. Ran, didn't you just say that you, in the past, loved Wang Qingge? Now that's really hard for us to understand, isn't it? Yes, Yan Ranran muttered to herself. I was thinking I used to love him, and I didn't know I was wrong until now. If I really loved him, then why didn't I know he was going to turn out to be so great? Even if he intentionally hid his family from me, I myself am with him every day. A guy that I'm with every day and I don't know anything about him. I never knew that he turned out to be so good at composing and writing songs. Is that what it looks like? And it still counts as me loving him a lot? I don't love him enough at all. If I really loved him, how could I not understand those things? Yan Ranran asked a soul like torture, but also to her own deep doubts. She is not really very love Wang Qingge? Hearing her say that, everyone fell silent, as they didn't know what could be done to explain it all. The truth may always be clear only to Wang Qingge herself, so he hurriedly stepped forward, and he grabbed Yan Ranran's shoulders. Ren, it's not your fault that you didn't know these things about me before, and part of it is true that I hid them from you. There's something else that I was suddenly enlightened about after we were separated, so it's really not your fault. It was just that the current Yan Ranran couldn't listen to that much anymore. She just looked at Wang Qingge's eyes for a while before asking, do I really love you? Aha! Wang Qingge nodded. I know your love for me better than anyone. Only his words did not make Yan Ranran happy, only to see her shake her head. No, you're wrong. I actually don't love you at all.